After expert analysis, a random dungeon is likely to appear in our city, and the level has not yet been determined, so please be more careful. After 20 years of continuous research and development, our country has successfully improved the basic cultivation method again, and it is expected to be fully promoted next month. Master Ma Kyoto created his own divine skill Lightning 5 Whips, became famous in one fell swoop at the Kyoto Martial Arts Competition, and became the most prestigious master in the Kyoto Martial Arts Museum. The assets of Yu's Group in our city were officially acquired by Qian's Group, and Qian's Group has become the largest enterprise in Jiangcheng. Turning off the radio, his face looked extremely haggard. His eyes were invisible, because his eyes were tightly wrapped in strips of cloth. It looks as if he has suffered extremely serious injuries. The young man smiled bitterly. His name is Yu Qingfeng. He is a time traveler who traveled to this world 3 months ago. I just learned that this was a world of spiritual energy recovery, and before I could get excited, my eyes were blinded. Fortunately, there was no way out, and the day after he lost his sight, he awakened the system. He suppressed his desperate mood and felt a hint of joy instead, but was soon poured cold water on him. His system actually had time to start. Yu Qingfeng himself didn't know exactly how long he would have to wait, but he was sure that it would start sooner or later, otherwise what's the point of binding him? As long as you can live until the day the system starts, there is hope. And the body he crossed was the eldest son of a large company in Jiangcheng. Isn't this just right? Staying alive should be a breeze. At least that's what he thought at first. However, 10 days later, his company collapsed. His assets were frozen, his family was ruined, his enemies were crowded, and he became a down-and-out bereaved dog. These were far beyond his expectations. There was still a glimmer of opportunity to cure his eyes, but due to the bankruptcy of the company, hope was completely lost. Not only that, but it also has a large amount of medical debt. After experiencing these ups and downs, Yu Qingfeng's mentality gradually became Buddhist, which was simply, I am a Buddha. Thinking of this, he sighed decadently and laughed at himself. System, it's been 3 months, why hasn't it started successfully? Even if it's a copycat, it's not so cheating on your father. Is it okay? As usual, the system did not respond, and Yu Qingfeng felt that he was too tossed and planned to have a good night's sleep. Just as drowsiness hit, the sound of the system's mechanization suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! The system chat group was successfully launched. This voice instantly pulled back the consciousness that was on the verge of sinking, and Yu Qingfeng's face was full of disbelief. System, really started? In order to confirm that he heard it right, he called tentatively, System, I'm here. The system responded immediately. It really started successfully. Awakened. Yu Qingfeng slapped his cheeks with both hands, confirmed that he was not dreaming, and hurriedly asked, System, what is your role? Ding! This system is a system chat group system, that is, the system chat group of the system, and the host can call me a system chat group. What the hell is this? Ding! This system can invite thousands of systems to join the group chat, and the host is the group owner, and you can use the functions of all systems in the group. This is too good, right? Ding! Has the host turned on the chat group function? Yu Qingfeng's mood was up and down. Looking back on these 3 months of life, he couldn't help but roar in his heart. 3 months. 3 whole months. Do you know how I survived these 3 months? Yes. Ding! The chat group has been opened, and group members are being invited. Invitation success. System chat group. Shinhao system enters the chat group. The ability lottery system enters the chat group. The chef system enters the chat group. Devouring the system and entering the chat group. Shinhao system, LV1 shocked JPG. I actually entered the system chat group of the system as a system. Group butler. All functions of this chat group have been uploaded and can be viewed in the group announcement. Other systems that originally wanted to bubble open the group announcement for the first time, wanting to see what new tricks this group had besides chatting. Yu Qingfeng also checked it out. Group announcement. The chat function of this group is as follows. 1. The group owner can use all systems in the group at will. 2. Invite new systems to join every month. 3. The system bound by the group owner can stay on the host for 1 month. 4. The strength of the group owner will be improved, and the corresponding level functions of the system will also be improved. 5. The system level will be displayed after the name. The higher the level, the stronger the system will naturally be. 6. The system also has sign-in, red envelopes, documents, and KTV. The rest of the content, Yu Qingfeng didn't read it anymore. It was densely packed with a large area, all of which were functions that ordinary groups should have, nothing special. He closed the group announcement and then saw more than a dozen messages coming out. Shinhao system, LV1 the real and fake system can actually be upgraded with the host. Devouring system, LV2 this is too powerful. I have existed for 1,000,000 years, and it is the first time I heard that the system can be upgraded. In my cognition, once a system is created, it is fixed and cannot be improved. Ability lottery system, LV2 that's right. I think so too. Fuck, where is the group leader? Ability lottery system, LV2, the group leader chooses me. I want to upgrade. As long as you choose me, I will immediately give you an S-level ability newbie gift package. Chef system, LV1 boss. I saw 2 level 2 bosses, shivering. Shinhao system, LV1 sure trembles and
adds one more.
Looking at the group members in the chat group who have adapted and entered the state, Yu Qingfeng also has a general understanding of the system.
There are high and low levels between systems.
This level is like a symbol of strength. The higher the level, the higher the status, the stronger the strength. Naturally, the level is low, and the status and strength are limited. The vast majority of systems are already fixed at birth, and they cannot be improved at all, and they are doomed. But his chat group is different. He can actually upgrade the system and the host together, and the strength is improved simultaneously. Mutual benefit and win-win results, complementary advantages.
It's simply the perfect cycle. With these systems, I want to gain a foothold in this world. Isn't it easy?
You received the ad of the group member ability lottery system. Suddenly, a panel popped up in front of Yu Qingfeng's eyes, and he found that someone in the group at him, immediately took back his distracting thoughts and returned to the chat group.
Chat group, ability lottery system, LV2. Where is the group leader?
Group leader, come out quickly. At
ability lottery system, LV2. Are you still hesitating which system to choose?
Choose me quickly. I want to be your system. Good brother is online. The ability is the ability you think. Just choose me.
Ability lottery system, LV2. As long as you choose me, my newbie gift package will directly give you an SSS level ability. Seeing the news in the group, Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but be surprised.
In his memory, the world he traveled to was called Blue Star, which was essentially not much different from the
Earth he was on before, and could basically be regarded as a parallel world.
The only difference is the pattern between countries and the global events that occurred 20 years ago. Blue Star has 3 superpowers, namely Kyushu Kingdom, Hairy Bear Country and Lighthouse Country. 20 years ago, a global awakening of abilities sparked earth-shaking changes. At that time, the Blue Star suddenly appeared in a mysterious space secret realm, in which many ferocious monsters and lost castles lurked. Whenever a secret realm appears, monsters will rush out, wreak havoc on the world, and bring disasters to mankind again and again.
However, anyone who comes into contact with the secret realm and survives will awaken their abilities.
Each country immediately sent elite troops to investigate, and in just 2 years, a major breakthrough was made, and the secret of the awakening of supernatural abilities was clarified. It was also at that time that countries officially called these secret places underground cities. In the 5th year, Blue Star found the most basic cultivation methods, and then began to explore dungeons on a large scale. In the 6th year, the news of the dungeon was officially announced, and the whole world was boiling.
As more and more
people awaken their abilities, countries have divided their abilities into levels, from the lowest F level to the highest SSS level.
Although the nominal highest level is SSS, the highest ability actually measured is currently only S level.
When Yu Qingfeng heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked.
If he can awaken his SSS level ability, he can instantly reverse the predicament in front of him and enjoy a
steady stream of resources and treatment.
As long as the detection level of Blue Star is improved, he can soar into the sky. After all, SSS level abilities are unprecedented.
Thinking of this, Yu Qingfeng spoke in the group.
Yu Qingfeng, is there really such a thing?
Ability lottery system, LV2. Really, don't look at me as just a second level system, but at least SSS level abilities are possible to obtain.
Each of my SSS level abilities was born after millions of years of condensation. Aren't you excited?
Chef system, LV1. I think the group leader should choose me. As long as you choose me, you can eat and drink without worry, and your life will be new and silky.
Shenhouse system, LV1. Now there is a system to give gift packages to novices, so it's strange if you don't swallow it privately?
The group leader chooses me. What kind of food is enjoyed? As long as you spend money, there is no way to run away.
Devouring system, LV2. A group of dogs.
Looking at the self-recommendation of the system, Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but cry and laugh, but he was secretly proud in his heart, and even had a little taste of Versailles. Alas, those systems that others can't need desperately are vying to bind to him in front of him, and life is really real and boring. Except for the phagocytic system, he basically knew the role of the rest of the systems. The most useful thing for him now is the ability lottery system. As long as the strange can be strong, the eyes are also expected to recover completely. As for the devouring system, Yu Qingfeng understood that it was a devouring class at a glance at the name, and it was of little use to him at the moment.
After thinking for a moment, Yu Qingfeng finally chose the ability lottery system, and privately told the system about his current predicament, and wanted the system to help him obtain an ability about the eyes. After hearing this, the ability lottery system agreed boldly. Yu Qingfeng opened the system chat group panel, found the ability lottery system in the group chat list, tapped the avatar, and the selection panel popped up. Binding to the ability lottery system.
As soon as the finger was pressed, a mechanical sound immediately sounded in my mind. Ding! The ability lottery system is successfully bound. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, a glimmer of light flashed in Yu Qingfeng's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the novice gift package.
Open. Yu Qingfeng seemed to guess the next sentence of the system and hurriedly answered. Ding! Open the newbie gift package and get the SSS level talent annihilation. Is it used? Definitely use.
His voice trembled a little. and his hand slowly loosened the gauze from his eyes, revealing his festering eyes. The next moment, a burst of black energy rushed into his body, slowly transforming his body. This power was extremely powerful, accompanied by severe pain, and he held back to feel the flow of energy. The genes in Yu Qingfeng's body are collapsing, recombining, and collapsing again. About half an hour later, those excess black energy condensed in his eyes. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but scream. Damn, what's going on? I remember that the awakening ability didn't seem to be so painful. In the original owner's memory, aren't those who awaken their abilities able to succeed in an instant? Why am I so uncomfortable? This is not scientific. This is unreasonable. The screams attracted the surrounding neighbors, and everyone poked their heads out and looked at the dilapidated rental house with sympathetic faces. A bald middle-aged uncle walked up to a group of ants nearby and asked, was Qingfeng retaliated against by the Qian group, or was the debt collector come to the door? The ants talked a lot. We don't know very well. We only know that the Qingfeng family is quite miserable, obviously the controller of the U group, but it ended up like this. Yes, the world is really unpredictable. By the way, let's call Yu Wenyao quickly. If his son is killed, it will be troublesome. Well, it is indeed time to call. At this time, Yu Qingfeng had woken up, sweat soaked his whole body, and lay on the bed. Yes, the words from outside clearly penetrated into his ears, and at this moment his body and talent were greatly improved. His hearing was several times sharper than before, from the roar of cars outside to the whispers of mosquitoes. Moreover, he was no longer blind. Lying in bed, he saw the long-lost ceiling. Although the ceiling is dirty and messy, in Yu Qingfeng's eyes, it is extremely kind. It's just that how do I feel like my eyes aren't open? Before he could think about it, a strong sense of powerlessness surged into his heart, and the ceiling in front of him became blurred. Under this feeling of powerlessness, Yu Qingfeng fell asleep heavily. I don't know how long it took, but Qingfeng became conscious again, and he heard two anxious voices in his ears. Qingfeng, are you okay? The ambulance will arrive soon. Hold on a little longer. Wenyao, are you finally back? Has the ambulance arrived? Yu Wenyao comforted his wife and said, the ambulance call has just been called. How could it be rushed back so quickly? I just bought a little life stone from others and used it for Qingfeng first. It can be heard from the voice that these are his parents. Hearing them so anxious, a warm current surged in his heart. In my memory, the original Yu Qingfeng was a troublemaker who often made his parents angry. Even though he was blind and penniless, his father still took him to the best doctor and never gave up on him. With the injection of pure energy from the life stone, Yu Qingfeng's physical functions quickly recovered. He opened his eyes and saw the anxious gaze of a mature woman, as well as the man sitting beside her, holding the stone of life and looking serious and anxious. This is exactly what his parents are. When they saw their son wake up, they raised their eyebrows slightly, and an indescribable excitement welled up in their hearts. But then he thought that Qingfeng's eyes were blind, and a deep sense of guilt suddenly surged in his heart. It's all my fault. If I had known, I shouldn't have gone out to buy fruit, but let those bastards of the Qin family take the opportunity to break in. Look at how messy this room is. Qinger must have suffered a lot. Yu Wenyao saw his wife blaming himself like this, and quickly comforted. It's okay, seeing that Qingfeng's face is much better now. Go to the hospital for a checkup later, and it will be fine soon. But the beast of the Qin family is really bold. Our Qinger has become like that, but they haven't let it go at all. Do they really think I don't know anything? With my only remaining connections, I have already found out that Qinger's eyes were plotted by them. Listening to his parents' words, Yu Qingfeng was a little confused. Didn't I open my eyes? I'm still looking at you. I thought to myself, are they going to give up on me? Or is my eyes too small to see clearly? It shouldn't be. Suddenly a sharp pain struck, and he felt the weakness of his body as he wanted to sit up, and he was immediately furious. He secretly shouted in his heart, System, are you in the ability lottery system? Ding, this system is online. Does the host want to hold a lottery? The system's voice was cold and serious, without the sand sculpture atmosphere in the group. System, what's wrong with you? Isn't the group very awesome? Why did they suddenly become so shy? In reality, you are submissive, but in the group, you let yourself go? No matter how Yu Qingfeng ridiculed, the system always repeated that sentence. Does the host want to hold a lottery? I smoked your second uncle. Isn't the group very sand sculpture? Why did it become like this after binding? Wait a minute. Bind? Yu Qingfeng suddenly thought that perhaps the system level was not high enough, and it could only perform basic operations for the time being, and it could not communicate freely like a chat group. Otherwise, it is not called a system chat group, just call the system upgrade factory. Forget it, forget it. With my current physical condition, I am recovering quickly, so I asked the system how to draw the lottery now. Is the system there? Ding, does the host want to hold a lottery? The next moment, his eyes changed drastically, and an extremely gorgeous new panel appeared, with an imposing momentum. There are only two buttons on the panel, one is a single draw and the other is a 10-draw draw. The specific prize cannot be explored. Okay. Yu Qingfeng tentatively clicked on the single draw with his consciousness. Ding, the current host lottery points are insufficient. Please get the lottery points. How to get lottery points? As soon as the words fell, the system immediately replied, Ding, as long as the host kills enemies or animals, animals, you can get lottery points. I see. But it's okay, when I'm almost recovered, I'll go to the dungeon to test the water and test it further. It is basically certain that only instinct is operating after the system is bound, and the consciousness exists but cannot communicate. The clues can also be seen from the truthful distribution of the previous newbie gift package. As long as you raise the level of the ability lottery system, you should be able to communicate with me normally. But this matter is not certain for a while. Wait a month before going to the group to ask about the ability lottery system. After roughly understanding the role of the system, Yu Qingfeng felt his body again, and at this time there was no previous feeling of powerlessness. But there was still some pain, especially in the lower back, which felt like soreness after a long period of intense exercise. Don't think crooked, normal exercise. Confirming that his body was able to move, he quickly propped up his body with both hands, trying to lean on the head of the bed. Yu Wenyao, who was originally in a heavy mood, saw his son waking up and was trying to sit up, and immediately stepped forward to help. Qingfeng, are you awake? How do you feel now? Is there any other discomfort in the body? Looking at his father's concerned face, the corners of Yu Qingfeng's eyes couldn't help but be a little wet. Dad, it's okay, I'm much better now. By the way, where is Mom? I heard her voice just now. Your mother went out to see if the ambulance had arrived. Ambulance? At this time, he suddenly remembered that his parents might have misunderstood and actually called an ambulance. He quickly said, Dad, don't call an ambulance, I'm fine. I feel much better now than before, I don't believe you. As he spoke, he encouraged his hands and was about to continue to say something, but because his arms were swinging too much, he twisted his body to his waist. The waist, which had not yet recovered, suddenly made matters worse. Dad, the main thing is that I feel is not yet finished by Qingfeng. Awakening, yes, I understand. Yu Wenyao saw that his son would rather damage his body than go to the hospital, and he suddenly seemed to have a sudden realization. I remember Qingfeng, you will have to respond to the call of the country in a few days and start volunteering to awaken your abilities. It makes sense now. An invisible energy erupted in Wenyao's body and was quickly suppressed by him. Son, you are threatened, aren't you? Those people in the Qian family are really vicious, not only bullying you, but also trying to threaten you by every means. First he came to bully Qingfeng, and then threatened not only to overdraw our family's last wealth but also to make Qingfeng unable to go to school to awaken his abilities. Yes, even if you make up for it later, physical injuries will also affect it and you won't be able to awaken good abilities, or you may not be able to awaken at all. Really, I really didn't expect it. Am I being threatened? Why don't I know at all? Just as he was about to refute, his father said in a tone of concern and comfort. Threatened? It's okay, now that we're all here, this kind of thing will never happen again. Don't worry. Still don't dare to say? I can't imagine how much psychological blow the Qian family has brought to you in just a few hours, and it may take a lot of time to erase this memory. You Qingfeng, don't hesitate. Qingfeng, if you are really threatened and don't dare to resist, just blink your eyes. Dad, I'm not threatened, the room is so messy, I did it when I awakened my ability. Yu Qingfeng finished speaking in one breath. I was afraid that my father would come up with something randomly. Yu Wenyao looked at his son with wide eyes. Did you awaken your abilities, or did you awaken on your own initiative? Yu Qingfeng didn't say much, just nodded slightly. Seeing his son's affirmative answer, Yu Wenyao just wanted to be happy, but seemed to remember something, frowned and said, but I heard from the neighbors that you called it so miserable that even the nearby rhubarb didn't dare to approach. Hearing this, I hurriedly ran out of the dungeon. Yu Qingfeng smiled bitterly. I can't tell clearly, maybe my awakened ability is more special. Look at me, I can see it now. Yu Wenyao stared at Qingfeng's eyes, frowning. What? You say you can see? How do I feel like your eyes haven't opened yet? Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng was stunned for a moment, and before he could understand what his father meant, he saw his father take out a small mirror and hand it over at some point. He took the mirror and examined it carefully. His appearance is reflected in the mirror, personable, handsome and extraordinary, with a noble spirit of a young man who was unparalleled and a stranger like Jade. When he turned his head to look at his eyes, he found that his eyelids were still closed. No wonder when I opened my eyes before, my parents didn't notice anything unusual. But it looks pretty handsome. Yu Wenyao saw the subtle expression change on his son's face, and he was sure for a while, Qingfeng can really see it. Close your eyes and look at the world. This is probably the ability of the eyes. He was both delighted and lost in thought, and there seemed to be no record of this ability in his memory. Let's ask Qingfeng. Even if you don't open your eyes, you can see outside? Qingfeng nodded in response. Then can you try to open your eyes and take a look? Hearing this, a new thought flashed in Qingfeng's eyes. Yes, since you can see the outside with your eyes closed, what happens when you open your eyes? Could it be the release of supernatural abilities? His heart moved, and he decided to give it a try. But when he was about to open his eyelids suddenly became as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The residual energy of the life stone that the body had just absorbed was instantly mobilized and condensed into a force. The next moment, his eyes suddenly opened. An indescribable momentum broke out instantly, and the airflow rolled in the room, causing the clothes and furniture to shake. At this time, Yu Qingfeng's eyes seemed to have a realistic filter, and everything around him became extremely slow. He clearly saw the trajectory of the objects around him. When he focused his attention on the front of him, the originally colorful picture gradually lost its color until it was completely gray. All the objects in front of you are instantly shattered into dust. Eyes close automatically. All this was done in less than a second. Yu Wenyao was stunned. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw his son open his eyes, and the next moment the walls and furniture of the house turned to ashes. This makes the already poor family situation worse. It is simply ice on the frost, snow, and Mishue Bingchang. Yu Wenyao, who came back to his senses, was deeply shocked by the power of Qingfan's ability. The power of this ability is at least S-level or higher. Why have I never heard of it? Could it be that my son has awakened to a new S-level talent? At this moment, Yu Qingfeng was also stunned. I learned from the ability lottery system before that this was an SSS-level skill, and after getting it, he couldn't wait to integrate it, and he didn't even figure out the specific ability. After personal testing, I didn't expect this ability to be so heaven-defying, annihilating everything at a glance, a veritable power of annihilation. It's just that this ability consumes a lot of energy, and the energy of the life stone that has just been absorbed is almost instantly exhausted. Dad, you should believe it now. I really awakened my abilities. I believe it. I believe it. Yu Wenyao patted his son on the back happily, and tears even flashed in the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and said to Qingfeng earnestly, Qingfeng, don't go to the compulsory awakening activities of the school the day after tomorrow. Take advantage of the fact that you can go directly to the Supernatural Ability Bureau to fill in the information. Also, don't tell others about the level of awakened ability talent. Improve your strength as soon as possible. After saying that, he called his wife, gave a few simple explanations, and then went to the Supernatural Bureau with a breeze. Because Yu Wenyao was once the controller of the U group, there are still few connections, but there is no shortage. With the remaining connections, he contacted the director of the Supernatural Bureau. Under the shocked gaze of the director, he passed the talent test and completed the confidential upload of information. Except for the military and colleges and universities, almost no one has the right to inquire about this information. Not only that, the director's original sense of alienation also quietly dissipated, replaced by a hint of flattery. He was naturally well aware of his father's approach, and exposing his talent too early would only attract the jealousy of his enemies, and even attract the conspiracy of foreign assassins. Although many S-level superpowers have been detected in the country, the vast majority of them died early. Only with strong strength can we gain a firm foothold in this world. After all, one's own strength is the most important thing compared to being protected. After getting the supernatural certificate, Qingfeng and his father did not go home immediately. They chose to go to the nearby dungeon entrance, hoping to take this opportunity to improve Qingfeng's basic combat effectiveness. Walking into the store, he bought a hat and mask at random to put on, and followed his father all the way to the southeast of Jiangcheng, walking out of the bustling urban area, gradually coming to the remote suburbs. The farther away from the city, the more surprised the breeze is. It stands to reason that the flow of people in the wild suburbs should be less and less, but there are more and more people in front of them. Is this the charm of the dungeon? All kinds of people passed by, and Qingfeng wondered in his heart, are these people all superpowers? Soon they arrived at an abandoned factory. Although it is abandoned, it is not inferior to the city center. There are weapons for sale, colorful crystals, and map guides for sale. In the center of the factory, there is an extremely huge crack from which you can clearly see the internal situation. In the gray sky, a few crows hover between them from time to time, and the ground is dark purple. At a glance, you can see that this is definitely not a blue star. The only thing that made Qingfeng feel a little kind was that there was no difference between the ground and the outside, and there were still many vendors peddling various items. Under the crack, several soldiers in military uniforms stood guard. Seeing this, Qingfeng couldn't help but wonder, how could there be soldiers here? Is it to prevent criminals from breaking in? This, as if seeing through his doubts, Yu Wenyao explained. If you want to enter the crack, you must show them the certificate of the person with the ability. This is to prevent those ordinary people who are curious but do not understand the danger from rushing in. In addition, there is also the role of registration. After entering the dungeon, an identity card will be issued. If the person with the ability dies in the dungeon and is discovered, the identity card can be given to these soldiers. This way you can get the corresponding rewards. The amount of reward depends on the contribution of the owner of the identity card, and the greater the contribution of the country, the more generous the reward will naturally be. Once you step into the dungeon, life is like walking on a single plank bridge, and the slightest mistake is doomed. Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng's heart was shocked. He knew that the dungeon was dangerous, but he didn't expect it to be so dangerous. No wonder it is known as the most dangerous career field in the world, and most of the people who step into this place are determined to return to heaven with their lives, in addition to the desire to become stronger. Okay, let's go in quickly. He handed the supernatural ID to the soldier, who operated a few times on the notebook and took the ID card from the side and handed it to them. Qingfeng took the identity card and went straight into the dungeon. As soon as he entered entered the dungeon, Qingfeng felt the change in the air. His breathing seemed a little depressing, and gravity seemed to become heavy. But soon, he got used to this strange feeling.
Lao Yu, aren't you going to rush home to accompany your son? Why are you still here? Is your son okay? A voice suddenly sounded, attracting Qingfeng's attention. He looked and saw a group of burly men walking towards them with smiles. Yu Wenyao also saw them, heard the question, and responded with a smile. My affairs over there have been dealt with, and my son is fine. That's why I hurried back. The big men smiled and said earnestly, alas, if you have time to spend with your family, you have to hurry. My youngest daughter looks forward to me accompanying her every day. Oh, who is this? As they spoke, they turned their heads to look at Yu Qingfeng. Yu Wenyao smiled and said, this is my employer. I just accepted his commission to help him improve his strength, so I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you this time. The big man waved his hand and said, it's okay, you go quickly, don't let your employer wait. I'll treat you to a drink when you're done. Okay. By the way, Lao Yu, do you remember the Black Tiger Gang? It seems to be eyeing you recently, pay attention. After saying that, the big man glanced at Qingfeng and turned to leave. The smile on Yu Wenyao's face suddenly dissipated, and his expression was solemn. Seeing this, Qingfeng couldn't help but ask, what is the Black Tiger Gang? He glanced at his son, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, let's talk as we go. As he spoke, he stepped forward. As they left, several vendors selling things on the spot looked at each other and hurriedly closed their stalls and left. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Yu Wenyao looked around and saw that there were few people, so he spoke. The Black Tiger Gang is a gang in the dungeon that specializes in killing people and making profits. Their targets are basically newcomers or singles. The killing technique is extremely superb, and the official has searched many times, but each time it has been fruitless due to insufficient evidence. The most important thing is that the strength of their leader has reached the gold level. Gold? Qingfeng's heart was shocked. Remember that the power division of this world is black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star, extraordinary, proud, and king. The gold level is ranked 4th. No wonder, the gold level is almost the hegemony. And now most people's strength is still in the bronze and silver stage. The gold level does not exceed tens of thousands of people in a city, and the platinum level is even fewer. This realm seems familiar no matter how you look at it. Could it be the system created by the internet fan teenager? Forget it, let's not think about this mess yet. Qingfeng's heart was faintly worried, and he said, Dad, why don't we hide away? Yu Wenyao smiled mysteriously a few times. It's okay, we'll stay near the entrance of the dungeon. Even if the Black Tiger Gang finds it with me here, it is not difficult to leave. Let's go, I'll take you to a remote place, suitable for your current situation. Seeing that his father was so familiar with the terrain, Qingfeng didn't say much. Soon, they came to a remote canyon in the southeast. There are few people here, close to the entrance, and the highest strength of the monster is the bronze level. Before the words fell, several purple-gray wolves slowly walked out of the wall. They are about 2 meters long, grinning, dark eyes are chilling, and the sound of saliva dripping clearly reaches the ears of Qingfeng. Qingfeng, these are the purple ghost wolves. Their strength is at the black iron level, and the highest is only bronze. They excel in speed and group attacks. Qingfeng, come and pick up a weapon. Listening to his father's words, Qingfeng walked up to him nervously. Yu Wenyao took out a bunch of weapons from nowhere and landed one after another, including spears, daggers, long swords, and machetes, almost all cold weapons. He didn't hesitate much and decisively chose a tang knife. The reason is simple. One is that he likes knives himself, and the other is that knives are the easiest weapons to use. Seeing that his son chose a knife, Yu Wenyao also asked curiously, why did you choose a knife? This sword is also good. I chose it on purpose, thinking you would like swords. Qingfeng pondered for a moment and said bluntly, the female canon only plays with the sword, and the real man plays with the knife. Those who play with swords are basically pretending to be criminals, and only knives are unpretentious and practical. Hearing this, Yu Wenyao's face was suddenly covered with black lines, and he silently moved his weapon back and then expressed his approval. Qingfeng picked up the tang knife and walked straight to Xialong, completely ignoring the strangeness on his father's face. Seeing Qingfeng holding a weapon, Purple Yulang showed a somewhat jealous look, wandering back and forth between the canyons, as if trying to find Qingfeng's flaws. Qingfeng was unhurried, holding the tang knife in both hands, and posing as if he were ready to fight. Even if 1 or 2 purple ghost wolves circled behind him, he did not panic. At this moment, the trajectory of the purple wolf was clear. After awakening his abilities, his hearing, vision, and perception were greatly improved. Although his physical fitness was extremely poor before, he has now returned to the level of ordinary people. Plus, this is his first time stepping into a dungeon, and the tension-fueled adrenaline pushes his insight and capabilities to the peak. Soon, a purple ghost wolf behind him couldn't wait, and suddenly pounced on Qingfeng at great speed. He instantly noticed something strange behind him, reacted quickly, and dodged sideways. At the moment of dodging, he watched the huge purple wolf pass by, and cold sweat suddenly slipped down his cheeks. He knew in his heart that if he was half a second late, he would be pounced, and he could only rely on his father to save him. The tang knife in his hand was held tight. tighter. His eyes were fixed on the purple ghost wolves. But after only a few minutes of stalemate, Qingfeng knew that this would not work. If you keep delaying, the monsters will only gather more and more. In this way, it is a dead end anyway. The only way to get out of this predicament is to take the initiative. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Yu Qingfeng's eyes. He quickly targeted a weaker purple spectral wolf directly in front of him. The purple wolf felt his gaze, and also confronted him with a tiger-eyed and faint gaze. It is not very large, and it is obviously the weakest member of the purple wolf pack. Yu Qingfeng tightened his calves, charged up and jumped, and quickly rushed over. Seeing this, purple Yulang howled into the sky, and then rushed straight to the breeze. The two sides quickly approached, staring at each other. Purple wolf jumped, his dark eyes staring at Yu Qingfeng's neck. When the sharp claws almost grabbed his neck, he cleverly dodged the attack in a strange and embarrassing posture. Taking advantage of the fact that the purple wolf had not yet landed, Yu Qingfeng instantly waved the tang knife in his hand and slashed upwards. The purple wolf screamed, blood gushed out, staining his collar red. Due to an abdominal injury, the purple spectral wolf could not stand still and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing the opportunity, Yu Qingfeng ran to the side of the purple wolf without hesitation, grabbed the tang knife and stabbed it fiercely towards the main artery. Afraid that the other party was not dead, he stabbed him a few more times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the black iron 1-star purple ghost wolf *1. Get 0.1 lottery points. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Yu Qingfeng immediately turned his head, his eyes locked on the rest of the purple ghost wolves. The battle just now made him clearly aware of his shortcomings. For example, when he swung his sword, the tang knife suddenly became as heavy as a 100-pound iron rod. This is not because the weapon has become heavier, but because he has exhausted his physical strength too quickly. There is also a large attack range. If he hadn't been always vigilant around him, once the purple ghost wolf approached just now, he would definitely be knocked down the moment he shook after attacking. At this time, Yu Qingfeng was already sweating, and his thoughts were running rapidly in his head. One attack plan after another was repeatedly deliberated in his mind, but almost all of them were doomed to death. Damn, since they are all dead, then use my last trump card. He secretly warned himself, I can't die anyway, Dad will save me back then. Just try to see how lethal my ability is to creatures. Not far away, Yu Wenyao witnessed his son killing a purple wolf, his eyes full of surprise. Even the weakest one in the wolf pack has reached the first star of black iron, and it is not an existence that ordinary people can easily deal with. However, Qingfeng actually killed one without help. Yu Wenyao originally just wanted Qingfeng to feel the ferocity of the monster firsthand, so that he could recognize his weight and then give him good guidance. But the current situation was far beyond his expectations. Just as he was about to deal with the remaining purple ghost wolves and praise his son, he saw Yu Qingfeng, who was usually cautious, rushed straight towards the wolves as if he had taken the wrong medicine. Then, Yu Wenyao witnessed his son take off his mask, and a strange area suddenly appeared in front of him. It was as if the color faded until it disappeared completely, and the wolves in front of them dissipated like dust in an instant. All this happens almost in less than a second. Yu Qingfeng's strength was also drained in an instant, and he fell straight to the spot. The voice of the system sounded manic in his head. Order, congratulations to the host for killing the black iron 7-star purple wolf *1. Get 0.7 lottery points. Order, congratulations to the host for killing the black iron 1-star purple ghost wolf *1. Get 0.1 lottery points. Order, congratulations to the host for killing the black iron 3-star purple ghost wolf *1. 0.3 lucky draw points. These purple wolves brought a full 3.3 lottery points to Yu Qingfeng. When Yu Wenyao saw his son fall to the ground, he immediately rushed to his side and killed several purple wolves behind him. He took out a few black crystals from his arms and took out a few more life stones. After absorbing the energy of the life stone, he handed several more black stones to his son. Yu Qingfeng asked puzzledly, Dad, what is this? Seeing that his son was safe, Yu Wenyao felt relieved and patiently explained, this is a spirit stone, the main resource for superpowers and martial artists to improve their strength. We can't absorb energy out of nothing from the air like in novels. If you want to improve your strength or gain energy, you have to go to the dungeon to kill monsters. When a monster dies, it will drop a spirit stone. Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng suddenly realized, but he keenly captured the word warrior and couldn't help but ask curiously, warrior? What is that? Hearing his son's question, Yu Wenyao looked at Qingfeng with a foolish look, with a bit of pity in his eyes. Warrior? I remember when you were a child, you always said you wanted to be a warrior, but now you don't even know warrior? Could it be that the head was broken by the Qian family's gang? Yu Qingfeng. Warriors are those who cannot awaken their abilities. They can also obtain energy through spirit stones to improve their strength, and the level of the realm is the same as that of those with special abilities. Moreover, it is not until the age of 18 that you start to absorb energy. The person with the ability must awaken the ability at the age of 18 before he can absorb the energy in the spirit stone, otherwise he is likely to become a vegetative state. The situation of martial artists is similar, but more demanding. They must practice martial arts hard all year round to improve their body's
body's resilience and endurance in order to successfully absorb spirit stones. Take the martial arts competition in the capital a few days ago. Teacher Ma's amazing lightning 5-whip abruptly repelled many A-level superpowers of the same level and finally won the championship of the competition. He became the most prestigious warrior in Kyoto. His martial arts gyms are all over the place, and there are genuine pirated copies. If you encounter a warrior in the future, don't take it lightly. Their combat power is not inferior to that of superpowers, or even stronger. After listening to his father's explanation, Yu Qingfeng nodded. No wonder there are so many martial arts gyms in this world. It turns out to be this reason. It turned out that it was necessary to practice martial arts early and then awaken the superpowers. No wonder it could take off quickly. Yuan Yao seemed to see Qingfeng's thoughts and said with a smile, if you can practice martial arts early and then awaken your abilities, you will indeed have a bit of an advantage at first. After all, you will practice more. But that's just that the body is stronger than ordinary people. Superpowers are not the main means of attack. After you go to college, you will specialize in martial arts. People with special abilities who don't go to college can also go to the martial arts gym to study. This kind of martial arts is called spiritual skills. So once you start cultivating, the martial artist and the person with special abilities actually have the same path, but the person with the ability is born with an extra spiritual skill. Is this world unfair to warriors? The world is not fair. Once a warrior is promoted to the silver level, the hardships and dedication behind it are really indescribable. Thinking of this, Qingfeng's gaze became more and more firm. He grabbed the spirit stone in his father's hand and began to cultivate it wholeheartedly. Yu Wenyao saw that his son quickly entered the state, and he was also relieved in his heart, and nodded slightly. Time passed slowly. A few black iron level spirit stones were exhausted, and Qingfeng's strength had also been raised to 4 stars of black iron. Feeling the strengthening of his body, he actually had the illusion that he could blast through the mountains with one punch. Qingfeng understood that this was just an illusion brought about by the rapid improvement of strength. After all, it was just a feeling. Seeing that his son had absorbed all the spirit stones, Yu Wenyao asked with a smile, how does it feel? The first time you absorbed spirit stones, with your talent, you should have reached 1 star of black iron, right? Qingfeng looked at his father and nodded and replied, I have now raised my strength to 4 stars of black iron. Whether it's strength or speed, it feels more than 10 times faster than before. Yu Wenyao, you have a black iron 4-star? Facing his father's dispensing gaze, Qingfeng nodded in gesture and then burst out with full momentum. Sure enough, in Yu Wenyao's perception, his son has steadily stepped into the threshold of the black iron 4-star. Is my son's talent SS class? At this rate, wouldn't it be possible to enter the bronze realm soon? Ah, great, Breeze. Your current strength should be no problem dealing with those purple ghost wolves. Go and exercise your actual combat level. The Breeze stepped into the canyon again. One by one, the purple ghost wolves appeared again, and with his first combat experience, he was no longer nervous. Holding the tang knife in his hand, he rushed towards the purple dark wolf. The strength of the black iron 4-star has brought an overall improvement in physical strength, endurance, and attack power. One by one the purple ghost wolves have fallen to the ground, and Qingfeng's combat experience is also rapidly accumulating. 2 days passed slowly. The lottery points of the ability lottery system have accumulated to 52.3 points, and you can imagine what kind of fate the purple wolf in the canyon has encountered in just 2 days. From the beginning when one person dealt with 2 or 3 wolves, to now almost killing with one knife, only the purple shadow wolf of about the black iron 7 stars could barely fight him, but it was easy to solve in just a few minutes. After the new round of purple spectral wolf was easily defeated, Qingfeng found a comfortable place to sit on the outskirts of the canyon. He communicated with the system with consciousness. System, I want to draw a lottery. As soon as the words fell, he came to the previous lottery page like a dragon flying in a phoenix. Click single draw. As the finger pressed, a huge gift box appeared in front of him, and then the gift box burst open instantly, and the colorful light scattered, gradually revealing a white background. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level ability. Bounce the brain shell, already in the system backpack. Qingfeng was stunned. Open the ability lottery system backpack. Long press the ability. The learn details button appears. He clicks to view, and soon the ability function appears. Bullet the brain case. This ability strengthens the power of the middle finger, multiplying the pain of hitting the brain case. No stamina, no energy cost, no cooldown. Qingfeng looked puzzled. What kind of thing is this? How could it have such a ability? Forget it. It's better than nothing. Maybe one day you can use it. Saying that, he was ready to start the lottery again. When I was preparing for the lottery, I found that the lottery points had dropped from the original 53.3 points to 43.3 points. A lottery at 10 o'clock. I thought that this lottery point could be drawn many times in a row, but I didn't expect it to be drawn once. Can we only rely on a single miracle? Or wait first, save enough 10 consecutive draws? He gritted his teeth and decided to try the miracle of single drawing, and decisively ordered 2 single draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level ability and charging the brain shell. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level ability, fancy brain shell.
Feng's face instantly darkened, and the whole person was not good, and he scolded in his heart, "Why are you all bullet heads? Can't you change something else? I'm too angry. It seems that I had to sacrifice the trick. I can still draw twice now, and this time I can't accept my fate." He stood up, took out the mineral water from his backpack, poured it out and washed his face. Then draw a gossip on the ground and look around to find what you think is a feng shui treasure land. As the draw approached again, he whispered, System, I have become stronger, and you should become stronger too. Is this the truth? Let's get something practical." After saying that, he raised his middle finger and clicked the single draw hard. This blow seemed to penetrate the system. The gift box bursts open and a purple background appears. Shock JPG. Purple. Is something good coming out? Immediately afterwards, a crisp system prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level water ability. Oh ha. Metaphysics Dafa will always drop God. Open the system backpack and click to use it immediately. A wonderful feeling instantly surged into my heart, not as domineering as annihilation, but as soft and warm as warm water. I saw Yu Qingfeng pick up the mineral water to wash his face, and the water droplets sprinkled on the ground slowly floated. The water gradually increased, and finally it was completely enveloped in the breeze. Not far away, Yu Wenyao had already noticed his son's abnormality, and hurriedly walked to his side and watched silently. Seeing his son surrounded by water, he couldn't help but be shocked. Is this posture awakening a new ability? Just wasted a bottle of water and woke up after doing a few weird moves? No way. I've never heard of a person who can awaken two abilities. What kind of talent does this have to be? Could it be that my son Qingfeng really has the qualifications of a king and a great emperor? After about 10 minutes, the breeze slowly walked out of the water. As soon as I came out, I saw my father staring at me eagerly. Xinger, have you awakened a new ability? Qingfeng nodded. Yu Wenyao, who was affirmed, couldn't help but smile on his face and asked curiously, Qingfeng, how did you wake up? Is it a feeling or something else? Qingfeng couldn't say it clearly for a while, and he couldn't directly admit that he had awakened his abilities, let alone expose anything. Besides, there is no system in this world at all, so there is no need to talk more. If you really say it, I'm afraid you will have to explain it for a long time. Qingfeng thought about it carefully, thinking of finding a perfunctory excuse. With a hint of confusion on his face, he said vaguely, as soon as I felt that my face was a little dark, I took out mineral water to wash my face, and found that I seemed to have an inexplicable affinity for water. I'm also a little uncomfortable, and I've been looking for a comfortable place. And then, awakened. This is vague, just like the ability itself. No one can tell what it has done to awaken naturally before awakening. This answer made Yu Wenyao stunned for a moment. Immediately, unprecedented excitement bloomed on his face, and he couldn't help but shout loudly, my son Qingfeng, he really has the temperament of the King of Kings. Hearing his father's shout, Qingfeng's heart tightened suddenly. He quickly scanned his surroundings and made sure that there was no one else, and then his heart relaxed slightly. Then, he said to his father, Dad, you can't say this, it's too unlucky. Yu Wenyao also felt that this was too ostentatious, and nodded, yes, it's unlucky, you have to hide your talent well. When the time comes, it will be a blockbuster. Seeing that his father was so cautious, Qingfeng could only be helpless. He couldn't explain much, after all, the last grave grass that called his son the capital of the emperor was already higher than the sky. By the way, Qingfeng, I suddenly remembered that I have to go home today. Why are you going back? Qingfeng asked curiously. It stands to reason that the dungeon is now well stocked, and it is no problem to stay for more than 10 days. That's right, after 2 months of your father's hard work, the foreign debt has almost been repaid. If you go back and pay back 100,000, it will basically be cleared. Qingfeng was shocked. He remembered that his father owed more than 8 million before. How could he pay it off so quickly? Seeing his son's puzzled eyes, Yu Wenyao showed a mysterious smile. Let's go home first, and tell you slowly on the way. 2 hours later, Qingfeng returned home. At this time, he was full of doubts and walked into the dilapidated rental house in a daze. Looking at the dilapidated furnishings in the house, he suddenly felt that the clown is me. On the way, my father's explanation was very simple. His strength had reached the gold level. As for where did this strength come from, it depends on the status of the Yu family before bankruptcy. The richest man in Zhangcheng, what can't be solved without money? I knocked on it by taking drugs. Almost one high-grade pill every day. It stands to reason that the effect will gradually weaken, but the amount is large, and the strength has been pushed to the gold level. Thinking of his father's high-end elixir a day, Qingfeng couldn't help but swallow. My dad actually has gold-level strength. Even my mother has silver-level strength. Although the family background is not shabby, the company's collapse was pitted by other shareholders, and those shareholders did not know that my dad had gold-level strength. It all makes sense. The Chen family and other shareholders coerced and tempted, and my dad used golden strength to suppress them, but the shares had already been corroded internally and could not be recovered. No wonder the Chen family and other shareholders did not dare to act rashly. No wonder their predecessors were so notorious and could live a stable life. It turns out that the clown is actually me. Entering the room, I found that there seemed to be a guest at home. Walking into the living room, I saw a
middle-aged man quietly sipping tea while his mother was talking excitedly next to him. Qingfeng met their eyes, and the mother's eyes lit up, and she immediately got up and pulled Qingfeng and said excitedly, "Teacher, this is my child."
How about it? Dignified appearance, jade tree in the wind, right?
By the way, Qingfeng, this is Qin Leshing, the vice president of the magic capital Demon Martial University, who is here to find you. Why are you stunned? Call the teacher. Qingfeng reacted and politely called out to the teacher.
Qin Leshing took a sip of tea, listened to Qingfeng's words, and nodded happily. Mother said with a smile, "Qingfeng, you just came back. Are you hungry?
Mom will buy groceries for you and cook a delicious meal, and you will have a good chat with the teacher here." Before the words fell, the door closed. Qin Leshing put down his teacup and stared straight at the breeze. He looked carefully and suddenly found that Qingfeng's strength had reached the fourth order of black iron. His eyes flashed with brilliance, and he sighed, Okay, since ancient times, heroes have been teenagers, but I didn't expect that as soon as you awakened your S-level ability, your strength has risen to 4 stars in black iron. So, I said it bluntly. Qingfeng, I hope you can join the magic capital Wu University.
At this time, Qingfeng's mind flashed with memories of Wuhan University.
Magic capital Wuhan University is one of the highest universities with the deepest heritage and the strongest strength in Kyushu Kingdom, and it is as famous as Nanchang Wuhan University, Zichinghua University, and Kyoto National Defense Martial Arts School. These 4 schools are tied for the top 4 universities in Kyushu and have countless resources and backgrounds that are ahead of other Wuhan universities. Those who can enter these universities are all the pride of heaven. Those who graduated from it all reached the platinum level without exception.
Qingfeng wondered in his heart, why did a university with such high standards and such a deep heritage look for him?
It stands to reason that there are many geniuses, and there are S-level awakenings every few years, although most of them die young, but there are really a lot of talents.
Why did the magic capital Wuhan University find me?
According to the rules, students usually awaken abilities in their sophomore year of high school and then start taking practical classes in their 3rd year of high school to learn abilities in combat experience. Until the college entrance examination is about to hold a grand competition, major universities will conduct a comprehensive evaluation of students' abilities and talents. But now he hasn't gone to school for supernatural awakening, and it's still early before the senior high school entrance examination, but he took the initiative to visit the door, which is what he was most confused about. In this regard, he was also full of curiosity.
Thinking of this, Qingfeng couldn't help but ask, Teacher Qin, I'm a little curious. You're curious why I took the initiative to find you, right?
Qin Leshing seemed to see through Qingfeng's mind and spoke first. Qingfeng nodded, yes, I really can't figure it out. You came to me on purpose without even taking the college entrance examination, which really flattered me. Ah, Qin Leshing smiled, obviously interested in Qingfeng.
Indeed, I came to you this time mainly on the way.
A diamond-level monster appeared in the dungeon near Jiangcheng, and it stands to reason that it should stay in the lower level of the dungeon, but it ran to the upper floor, causing a lot of casualties. After solving that matter, I happened to be checking if there were any good seedlings of natural awakening on the way back, but I didn't expect to meet you, and found that your talent is actually S-level, and the ability is even more unprecedented. In addition, your parents and I have met a few times and chatted a few times. Even if you take the college entrance examination, it is more than enough to enter our magic capital Wuhan University directly, so I'll stop by to recruit you.
I see. Qingfeng suddenly seemed to think of something and hurriedly asked, I want to know, is that magic capital Wu University very powerful? Can I modify the information? I'll join if I can.
Qin Leshing frowned and asked, with my authority, it is not difficult to modify the information, but what exactly do you want to change? Qingfeng responded without hesitation, I want to modify my supernatural talent. Seeing Qingfeng's firm gaze, Qin Leshing also guessed his thoughts.
Are you trying to avoid assassination by other countries?
Although this move can work for a while, sooner or later you will have to use the ability.
I can hide for a while, but I can't hide for a lifetime. Okay, I'll help you change it then.
Qin Leshing readily agreed. After all, this kind of genius that can be coveted by other countries can hide for a day. However, Qingfeng's next words made Qin Leshing's pupils suddenly dilated.
I saw Qingfeng smiling and speaking gently. Since you said so, I naturally understand that the day when I join the Magic Capital Martial Arts School and expose my talent will come sooner or later. But, what if I have another ability? What?
Qin Leshing's pupils suddenly dilated, and his face was full of disbelief.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can a person have 2 abilities?
Seeing that Vice Principal Qin was still skeptical, Qingfeng didn't say anything more, and directly released the water ability. I saw thin streams of water slowly condensed in the palm of Qingfeng's hand, and then swam freely in front of Qin Leshing. Seeing this scene in front of him, Qin Leshing was stunned, and he was a little in a daze. B-level water ability, as well as S-level ability. He was so excited that he could hardly control himself, thinking that he had really picked up a treasure.
Picked up a rare treasure.
Although dual system abilities are not absolutely impossible, the probability is extremely low, so low that it is almost negligible. The reason why he was so sure before was was because the Starshine powerhouses of Kyushu Kingdom had tried to fuse other abilities, but they failed without exception, and even suffered serious injuries. The so-called dual ability is only theoretically possible, but in fact it is not realistic at all. But the miracle with dual abilities in front of him was in front of him, or a combination of B-level and S-class. How could he not be excited? He understood even more that as long as there was a B-level ability as a cover, once the ability talent was modified on the file, Qingfeng's future growth was almost at his fingertips. Kyushu Kingdom will surely usher in a new star-level powerhouse. Okay, since you are willing to tell me this secret, it means that you are willing to join the magic capital Wu University? Qin Lushing's expression was colorful, and his eyes seemed to be looking at a priceless treasure. Even if Qingfeng was unwilling, Qin Lushing would try his best to pull him into the magic capital Wuda at this moment. Facing this fiery gaze, Yu Qingfeng nodded. Qin Lushing immediately took out a token and handed it to Qingfeng, and said excitedly, "You still have 1 year of high school, so you don't have to go to it directly. Don't go to the college entrance examination, go straight to college. I will go back and help you with all the information and registration. When school starts in August, take this token to the principal's office to find me." After saying that, he excitedly pushed the door out. Looking at the token in his hand, Yu Qingfeng felt that everything was like a dream. Forget it, this can be regarded as the pride of the sky. By the way, when my parents come back in the evening, I have to talk to them about it. Walking to the refrigerator, Qingfeng wanted to find something to eat. Just as I took out a plate of fruit from the refrigerator, my phone rang suddenly. When I picked up my phone, I saw that the caller ID was the high school class teacher. In the memory of the original owner, the head teacher was not impressed. He only felt that he was a middle-aged greasy fat uncle, relying on relationships to be a teacher to mess around, responsible for arranging class affairs, and actually not teaching. At that time, he still wanted to curry favor with the original owner from time to time. But except for signing in at school, the original owner is basically fooling around outside, so he doesn't know much about this person. At this moment, Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but wonder why the head teacher suddenly called him. When he connected the phone, he heard the other party's arrogant voice, "Yu Qingfeng, do you dare to be absent from the national obligation awakening ability?" Qingfeng frowned slightly. "Are you flouting the system set by Kyushu? Are you just disabled in your eyes and can't move your hands and feet? But you're right, anyway, if you're like that, you definitely won't be able to awaken any abilities, and you won't even be a warrior. You can only obediently learn cultural knowledge and be an ordinary person." "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot again, you're blind. Don't wake up this time. Wait, I'll give you a big mistake. Find a way to beg me, otherwise you won't even want to graduate next semester." On the other end, a middle-aged bald greasy man held a phone, with a big belly and spit splashing. Sitting next to him was a young man with a majestic spirit. The greasy uncle moved the phone away slightly, and said to the young man with a smile, "Don't worry, there is little money. This time it will definitely embarrass you Qingfeng. Although he was seriously injured, I would never let him go." The young man Xian Shao laughed after hearing this. "Well, you did a good job this time. Next time I will say a few more good words in front of my father." The voice was not small, as if he was deliberately mocking. Yu Qingfeng on the other end of the phone naturally heard clearly, and he knew in his heart that the money in the head teacher's mouth should be the Qian family's Qianzhang, the eldest young master of the Qian family. Now the situation is different from the past, and they have found the head teacher to target him. Looking at the attitude of the head teacher, he obviously didn't know that his father's strength was gold. Otherwise, even if there is a rich family to support it, it will not be so arrogant. These clowns, the original owner rarely intersects with the class teacher. Could it be that if the head teacher goes to curry favor with others, will I be different because of this? It seems that it is indeed a little different. So he responded not to be outdone. "Without the head teacher, I naturally awakened 2 days ago, or B-level water ability." He spoke heavily, with a special emphasis on natural awakening and B-grade. "If you don't believe it, then check it yourself." After saying that, he hung up the phone. On the other side, the head teacher was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Qian Zhang next to him with a slight trembling. Qian Zhang no longer maintained the calm attitude he had before. His face was full of astonishment and shock. How is that possible? So his eyes are also good? Didn't he probably awaken to the ability in his eyes? This reaction also startled the head teacher next to him, and he hurriedly persuaded, "Less money, won't it? This should be fake. Is that little beast really a natural awakening when he says it's a natural awakening? Most likely they are lying to us, bragging." He said this, but his trembling and panicked expression was still exposed. Seeing this situation, Shen Zhang snorted coldly, and he actually had no bottom in his heart. But hearing Yu Qingfeng's sworn tone, he had to be suspicious again. After all, this matter is possible regardless of whether it is true or false. If it is fake, it will only make Yu Qingfeng have more laughingstock and make him even more aggrieved. But is he deliberately bragging angrily, or is it really the case? No one can say. Won't you understand this answer as soon as the list of natural awakenings comes out tomorrow? If it's true, then Yu Qingfeng is lucky to be shit. The sweat on the head teacher's face came out. "Don't worry, even if he wakes up, I'll cover you." Suddenly a phone call came, and the mood that had just made him him feel better collapsed in an instant. He angrily turned on his phone and deleted all those Fox friends, leaving only his parents' contact information. In the evening, my parents bought a lot of vegetables and came back, and when they saw that Vice Principal Chin had left, they felt a little disappointed and muttered why they didn't say it in advance. At this time, Yu Qingfeng told his parents the news of skipping a grade and entering the magic capital Wuhan University. For a while, the parents who were complaining suddenly felt that these vegetables were not lost at all. Soon, half a month passed quietly, and it was mid-July. During this time, Qingfeng and his father frequently went in and out of the dungeon. Under the careful guidance of his father, Qingfeng was quickly promoted to 9-star Black Iron Dungeon. In the familiar canyon, Qingfeng easily defeated several purple wolves, and then skillfully peeled off their fur and took out the spirit stones hidden in his body. In the process, Qingfeng gradually understood the origin of the spirit stone. These spirit stones, like the setting in a zombie novel, are actually treasures hidden in the brains of monsters. In addition, monster fur is also a rare material. Regardless of the type, the selling price is quite considerable. Of course, the higher the level of the monster, the higher the selling price. For example, the claws collected by Qingfeng can be sold for more than 6 yuan each. With Qingfeng's current strength, he can easily collect hundreds of claws a day. When he was lucky, monsters gathered, and he charged into battle, and it was not a dream to collect thousands of them a day. The price of the spirit stones on the purple ghost wolf is not low. One can be sold for thousands of yuan, and the bronze level spirit stone is as high as 10,000 yuan. The value of silver and gold is even more unimaginable. Qingfeng used his water-based ability to clean the spirit stones and materials he had just collected, and looking at these glamorous loots, he couldn't help but whisper to himself, "No wonder my father can easily pay off his debts in 2 months." However, he also sighed, "Forget it, the refresh speed of the purple shadow wolf has slowed down significantly recently. It seems that it is time to change places, and I can't come here again for the time being." Just as Qingfeng was waiting for the purple spectral wolf to appear, his father walked up to him and handed him a few spirit stones. The color of these spirit stones is completely different from that of the black iron level, showing a special turquoise color. Qingfeng recognized it at a glance. This was the bronze level spirit stone. "Qingfeng, your strength has reached the black iron 9 stars, and after absorbing these bronze level spirit stones, you can almost enter the bronze level," father said. The breeze responded, and my father left to fight monsters nearby, leaving Qingfeng alone to look at the bronze level spirit stone in his hand, his face full of curiosity. He carefully cleaned it with his water-based ability, looked left and right, and finally put it in his pocket like a treasure. After all, this is a huge amount worth tens of thousands of yuan, and the color purity is also quite high, so it must not be lost. Just as Qingfeng was staring at the purple wolf refreshed in the canyon and was about to get up and make a move, several voices suddenly came from behind. "It seems that we have gained a lot today. I thought this kid was only a black iron level, but I didn't expect that he even had a bronze level spirit stone. This is simply extra income." Qingfeng turned his head and found several bald men in ragged clothes, with bare heads and tattoos all over their heads, standing there. They were followed by a few younger brothers. After staying in the dungeon for a long time, Qingfeng instinctively sensed their energy, which was much purer than the black iron level, and was bronze. The bald man saw Qingfeng's nervous expression, but smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, our boss is looking for you." But he suddenly showed a strange smile. "It doesn't matter if you die and see the boss." Before he finished speaking, he waved the big knife behind his back and rushed towards Qingfeng. "What's the situation?" Qingfeng was shocked and immediately activated his ability. Countless thin waters wrapped him like a tide, and at the same time quickly picked up the tang knife on the ground to fight. The huge big knife struck, and Qingfeng deftly dodged it. The blade split the air, stirring up airwaves and rolling up dust all over the ground. Qingfeng quickly locked on the target, keenly found the opponent's weaknesses, and in an instant, he had circled behind the bald man. Out of the knife, a fierce kick kicked that leg away. The tattooed bald man fell to the ground in response, howling in pain. That's it? This is the first time Qingfeng has confronted someone head-on. The other party is menacing, or a bronze big brother. He originally thought that the other party must be extremely powerful, so he was merciless and attacked with all his might. Unexpectedly, the remaining younger brothers saw their eldest brother fall to the ground and looked at each other, and they were immediately frightened and at a loss. The bald man who fell to the ground scolded while howling, crippled, hurry up, hurry up. He was just crippled by my airwaves, and he is exhausted now, so you can clean him up when you go up." Hearing what he said, the younger brothers' eyes lit up and they rushed over with knives. The situation seems critical. A few minutes later, almost all of the 7 or 8 little brothers broke their hands and legs, screaming repeatedly, and even the purple spectral wolf who had just appeared was frightened and fled. Qingfeng walked up to the bald brother and asked in a cold voice, "Who is your eldest brother?" The bald man grinned in pain and said, "My eldest brother is Yen Yong of the Black Tiger Gang. I will say anything, don't kill me." It was the eldest brother who saw that you and Yuan Yao were quite close. "Then the eldest brother asked me to invite you over. I was greedy for a while, and I wanted to take the opportunity to grab some materials and bronze-level spirit stones."
Qingfeng's cheeks twitched slightly. Do you often do this? Yes. No, I am a good citizen and never do anything harmful to heaven and earth. Hearing him say this, Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh angrily. He was so arrogant before, he came up and cut people, and he dared to call himself a good citizen?
Qingfeng naturally understands the principle of cutting grass and removing roots. Even if it cannot be completely eradicated now, it must not leave a living mouth. Once they go back, the trouble will only get bigger. Without hesitation, Qingfeng raised the tang knife and simply ended the life of the bald brother, leaving no one behind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the bronze 2-star spirit warrior and getting 2 lottery points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the bronze 1-star spirit warrior and getting 1 lottery point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the bronze 1-star spirit warrior and getting 1 lottery point. All of them are 1 bronze star, adding a total of 8 draw points to him. Qingfeng threw the corpses into the canyon and fed them to the purple wolf. After solving these, a feeling of nausea suddenly hit. When he first started killing, he didn't feel this way, but when he carried those bodies that were soft and paralyzed like rotten flesh, strange and unconscious, bright red wounds and flowing blood, thinking that he would eventually die, or it might become like that, Qingfeng couldn't help but retch. In the end, I couldn't help it, and hurriedly walked to the corner and vomited. At some point, a hand stretched out behind him and gently patted him on the back. Qingfeng looked back and saw that it was his father. Yu Wenyao had been silently watching Qingfeng's every move not far away, but he never made a move, because he knew that with Qingfeng's talent, these were the trials he would have to face sooner or later. Qingfeng turned his head and continued to vomit, then lit a bonfire and sat in place. He was not frightened, but was thinking about what if his father's strength had not yet reached the gold level, and his strength just now was not strong enough. What will be the ending? There is no need to think about it. On the day of bankruptcy, everything is doomed to be powerless. Those people were either killed by me or by my father, and I am destined to be the protected mom boy. What if the enemy is stronger than before this time, and it is a platinum level powerhouse? In the final analysis, it is still not strong enough. A belief in the desire to become stronger arose spontaneously in Qingfeng's heart, and his eyes gradually changed from confusion to firmness. He took out the bronze-level spirit stone and began to absorb it. The first bronze-level spirit stone went down, but it still did not break through to the bronze level. Qingfeng didn't care, and instead opened the long-lost chat group, wanting to see what other systems had been busy with lately. At this time, the chat group messages had accumulated to 99+, and he glanced at it casually, almost all of which were complaints from the systems about their hosts. Chat group. Shinhao system, LV1, my dick host really leaves me speechless. I can't walk when I meet a beautiful woman. I don't pretend to be rich and don't pretend to be a tiger, and I pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger all day long. Chef system, LV1, don't mention, my host is similar. I have a low level. I can't let people learn it instantly, and as a result, a simple plate of cucumbers, he didn't do it himself, he had to learn it immediately, and complained for a long time. Next time you have to choose a host. Devouring system, LV2, I'm pretty much the same. I met a more speechless person before, and when I encountered a natural material and earth treasure, I refused to let me devour and convert, and I secretly used it, and I almost exploded and died. No way, whoever let him be the son of luck on that side. I also spent a lot of energy to help him repair it. If I hadn't been too low level to talk to the host, I would have scolded him long ago. Watching the systems in the group complain about their hosts, Qingfeng was speechless for a while, and he didn't know how to respond. Simply close the chat group, take out a bronze level spirit stone again, and continue cultivating. Qian Jia. The original Chen Zhang was lying at home enjoying when the phone rang suddenly. He picked up the phone and heard the anxious voice of the head teacher. Xian Xiao, today I found the list of natural awakenings. There is indeed a breeze, and the ability to awaken is water. What to do? I heard that B-level abilities, as long as the resources are good enough, it is only a matter of time before you become a platinum level powerhouse, and there is even a chance to become a diamond level powerhouse. Xian Zhang heard the words diamond level, and his body trembled involuntarily. His first reaction was disbelief, so he hurriedly hung up the phone and hurriedly went out. This news must be told to the father. B-class. What kind of shit luck did you Qingfeng go? He has only awakened to his C-level ability, and if he wants to become a platinum level, he has to rely on probability. Why should he? Why can he awaken B-level abilities? Rushed to the company and went straight to his father Qian Xiong's office. Qian Xiong saw his son so panicked, his brows furrowed, but thinking that he had awakened his C-level ability, he didn't say much. Dad, Yu Qingfeng has awakened his ability. It is still a B-level water ability. Before he finished speaking, Xian Zhang saw his father's face suddenly gloomy, and his eyes became gloomy. How did you know this news? Xian Zhang quickly explained, it was the head teacher who told me, and I heard Qingfeng himself confirm it. He told him about what he had done against Yu Qingfeng with his head teacher. Xian Xiong slowly put away the fierceness on his face and said flatly, I knew about this for a long time. You go back and hold a class reunion. Try the situation well. If he doesn't come, belittle him. If he comes, I'll tell you what to do then. Xian Zhang was stunned for a moment, although he didn't understand his father's intentions, but he still
agreed, okay. After leaving the office, he turned on his mobile phone and sent a group message in the class group calling a class party in the name of the second class of high school in the future. When he was preparing to at Qingfeng, he found that he had left the group and his phone was blocked. At this time, Qingfeng was absorbing the second bronze-level spirit stone, and suddenly felt as if he had touched a certain threshold. His body seemed to be imprisoned by some force. As the spirit stone energy was completely absorbed, the energy of the bronze-level spirit stone collided wantonly in his body, as if he wanted to break through this confinement. After the impact again and again, Qingfeng felt that some kind of bondage in his body was finally broken, and his body and soul were sublimated. Physical strength, endurance, and mental strength have all been greatly improved. The change made Qingfeng's eyes light up. Have I awakened to the bronze level? Only 2 bronze spirit stones were absorbed, and 5 were useless. He opened his backpack, took out a pure steel pipe, and broke it hard. I thought it would be very difficult, but I didn't expect him to bend the steel pipe easily, and it took almost no effort. Then, he walked to a stone and threw a punch, and the stone shattered in response. Is it the strength of the bronze level? Looking at this posture, one punch has at least 5 tons of strength. There are 5,000 kilograms. Just as he was about to absorb the remaining 5 bronze-level spirit stones, his phone suddenly rang. At first glance, it was an unfamiliar number. When I connected the phone, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. After listening to the other party's intentions, Qingfeng didn't have much expression on his face, but paused for a moment and said lightly, "Okay, I will go to the class reunion." Hanging up the phone, Qingfeng's originally tenacious gaze gradually became cold. "Shen Zhang, I want to see what tricks you want to play. There are still 2 days left for the class reunion, so let's quickly absorb the spirit stone." Waking up from cultivation, all 5 spirit stones have been absorbed. He felt his own state, and sure enough, it would only become more and more difficult to improve his strength. The 5 high-purity bronze-level spirit stones didn't even improve by a star. By the way, I feel like today might be a good day. Try to see if you can draw something good. If you draw another ability, there will be another whole card at that time. While thinking, Qingfeng opened the ability lottery system. Ding, is the host a lottery? Qingfeng returned to the familiar sampling interface. Looking at the remaining 1,300 lottery points in the lower right corner, I felt at ease, and my happiness suddenly rose. These points were all earned by getting up early and being greedy for the dark and working hard to fight monsters. Without further ado, let's start with a shot of 10 consecutive draws. The lottery points in the lower right corner quickly dropped from 1,300 points to 1,200 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting thank you for your patronage. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the D-level ability guess the fist will win. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level ability guessing the fist will lose. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage. At first, it was not bad, but Qingfeng never expected his face to be so dark, except for guessing boxing will win and guessing boxing will lose. The rest is all thank you for your patronage. The key is that this is 10 consecutive draws, and only 2 useless abilities were hit. No, you have to rely on metaphysical sampling to check the Dafa. Qingfeng gathered a large amount of water with his ability and took a serious bath, then used the previous method to find a suitable place and draw gossip on the ground. He read the names of all the gods he knew, then returned to the lottery interface and prepared to draw again. Click on a single draw and a 10-draw. Well, okay. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level ability, playing the brain shell. In this way, it continued until there were only 300 lottery points left in the breeze. Guessing the fist and playing the brain shell were drawn a lot. Qingfeng couldn't help but despair in his heart, and he didn't even see the shadow of a C-level ability. The probability is chillingly low. The B-level ability that I hit before was simply the result of bursting character. Looking at the remaining 300 lottery points in his hand, Qingfengxin was crossed and decisively clicked the 10 consecutive draw buttons. 10 white lights emit from the interface. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining it. F-level ability Bullet Brain Shell X5. Woohoo, it's really infuriating. Is this garbage system made by Penguin? Just when Qingfeng was full of loss, the sound of the system in his mind sounded again. Ding, the host has collected 50 F-class Bullet Brain Shell abilities, and it will automatically fuse. Ding, congratulations to the host Bomb Brain Case Fusion upgrade to a B-level ability. Supreme Middle Finger. Order, congratulations to the host for getting the guarantee, the Supreme Middle Finger. The F-level ability Brain Shell has been removed from the lottery pool and can no longer be drawn. The system chat group detects that you have been promoted to bronze and have drawn 100 times in the ability lottery system. The ability lottery system has been upgraded. Ability lottery system, LV3, ding, the system has been upgraded, and this upgrade has added new abilities and items other than abilities. Please explore by yourself. A large array of information came one after another, and it was dizzy to see Qingfeng. After reading these contents carefully, Qingfeng couldn't help but cry and laugh. The crying thing is that the Supreme Middle Finger is actually guaranteed, and the laughing thing is that it will never be able to draw again after playing the brain case. Open the system backpack and click on the detailed introduction of the Supreme Middle Finger. Introduction, Supreme Middle Finger. Introduction, I am Yu Qingfeng, and you will be wiped out in the snap of your fingers. Supreme Middle Finger, raise the middle finger to the opponent, and the taunt effect is increased by 300%.
In the same realm, there is a 50% chance that the bullet brain will crack the opponent's skull.
Evaluation, playing the brain shell, playing the brain shell, playing the brain shell, playing the brain pulp, this and that. Yu Qingfeng. The last time I was so speechless, it was the last time.
After the system upgrade, there are indeed some changes, and there are more introductions and evaluations. However, the system says that new abilities have been added, as well as items other than abilities.
Or do you want to draw again?
This time it is impossible to be the same as before, and you will definitely be able to draw good things. If Qingfeng opened his eyes at this moment and looked at his bloodshot eyes, he would definitely find that he had completely gotten on top. In self-comfort, Qingfeng trembled and pressed the 10 draw button. Order, congratulations to the host for winning the consolation prize, Physique Enhancement Potion. Order, congratulations to the host for winning the consolation prize, Strength Enhancement Potion. Order, congratulations to the host for winning the consolation prize, Speed Enhancement Potion. Book. This 10 game draw was no longer as bleak as before, which relaxed Qingfeng's tense nerves a little.
Just by hearing the name, you know it's a potion that enhances physique, strength, and speed. Constitution Potion, permanent constitution +1 after drinking.
Qingfeng is too lazy to look closely at other medicines, and you can understand the effect by looking at a bottle. Without hesitation, he opened the colorful potions one by one and drank them directly. After the 10 bottles of potion were consumed, the bronze-level Breeze immediately sensed that his physique had improved, and his strength and speed had also increased slightly, although only minor changes. He didn't care, after all, it was much better than the previous "thank you for your patronage." With 100 lottery points left, Qingfeng decided to fight another day. After all, it was too dark today.
If Africans see his luck, I am afraid they will call him chief.
Qingfeng took out a few black iron-level spirit stones, sat down and began to absorb them seriously. 2 days passed slowly, the timer sounded, and the Breeze got up and turned off the timer. After simply reporting to his father, he left the dungeon. When I got home, I found that my mother was not there, and I didn't worry too much. After all, my strength had reached the silver level. I rummaged through my clothes in the bedroom and then walked into the bathroom. Since the awakening of the ability, I have basically lived in the dungeon, and my clothes and body have not been cleaned properly, and they are very dirty.
Qingfeng used his ability in the bathroom to condense a huge water ball suspended in the air.
He jumped into the water polo without hesitation. Perhaps because of his water-based ability, he had no problem breathing in the water. A refreshed Yu Qingfeng walked out of the bathroom, with a cheerful smile like the sun blooming on his face. Against the backdrop of this smile, everything around it seems overshadowed. Since moving to bronze, he has clearly felt his changes. Today's appearance is like a gentleman in the sky descending to the world, exuding pure and immaculate brilliance. No matter who sees it, it will be good. Looking around the time, I found that it was still early. Yu Qingfeng planned to play with his mobile phone and watch videos to kill time. In the blink of an eye, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. He got up, got into a taxi, and recalled Qian Zhang's words in his heart. Master, go to the 9 Days Hotel. Soon, Yu Qingfeng arrived at this magnificent luxury hotel. In my memory, the Jiutian Hotel is the highest standard hotel in Jiangcheng, and Zhang especially likes to party here. From this, it can be inferred that Qian Zhang's mind is clear. After asking the waiter, Yu Qingfeng went straight to the 10th floor of the Jiutian Hotel. Qian Zhang was really generous, and the waiter revealed that the 10th floor had been reserved by Qian Zhang, and the entire 10th floor was his territory. This approach is the same as the owner of Qingfeng's original body. Same hotel, same move. Yu Qingfeng walked into the elevator with an expressionless face, reached the 10th floor, and walked straight towards the dining area. At this time, many people had gathered in the dining area on the 10th floor, and they had different expressions. Some took the opportunity to flatter, and some were full of emotion, but without exception, they drank and talked about the Tianjia who had awakened their abilities this time.
Meanwhile, the money was walking in from the door.
Soon attracted everyone's attention, and those slick classmates, in order to get closer, flattered one after another. Thanks to Qian Xiao, we held such a big party, so that we could get together before the final class. Yes, to be able to participate in the luxurious party held by Qian Xiao, this high school life is not in vain.
Others echoed.
Qian Zhang's face was full of joy, his face was red, and he humbly responded to everyone's compliments.
Just when everyone was still immersed in the atmosphere of flattery, Yu Qingfeng pushed the door in.
Seeing that everyone didn't notice him, he found a corner by the window and quietly watched Qian Zhang show off his style. Suddenly, he felt a glimmer of gaze, turned his head to look, and saw two extremely beautiful girls. One is the appearance of a petite loli, and the other is the temperament of a royal sister with long legs and high and cold. Yu Qingfeng glanced at them, then turned his head and continued to watch Qian Zhang pretend. These two people are naturally familiar to Yu Qingfeng. They are both the school flowers of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, and the cold royal sister is named Wen Yayan. He knows her best
First, she is everyone's lady, the eldest lady of the Wen family, and she has been engaged to him since she was a child. Intermarriage between major families is common, after all, it can greatly consolidate the power of the family. Moreover, Yu Qingfeng and she are childhood sweethearts, growing up together since childhood, or classmates, which are all arranged by her parents. As for the cute lowly next to him, he was not impressed. I only remember the name. My name is Wen Xinyu. She is also extremely beautiful, but the original owner does not seem to be interested in her. Fortunately, the original owner doesn't like those entangled things. It's really lucky. Suddenly, Yu Qingfeng reacted. In the original owner's memory, he had privately pestered her like a licking dog. If it weren't for those things happening to the Yu family, even if he ignored her, she would definitely become his wife. But the predecessor was different, knowing the ending, but still took the initiative to please her, and as a result, the originally harmonious relationship became worse and worse. What a licking dog. Awesome. Qingfeng held back for a long time and spat out this exclamation softly. What? Awesome? A simple and loyal voice came from his ears. Qingfeng recognized who it was as soon as he heard it. He turned his head happily and saw a fat man with a young appearance and a slightly chubby figure. His name is Rong Hong. His family has encountered a change. His mother is seriously ill and in urgent need of a large amount of medical expenses, and the original owner took out millions of pocket money to help his mother treat her after learning about it. Since then, he has been following Yu Qingfeng. He spoke easily and knew that he was the young master of the Yu family, but he never flattered him in front of him. He didn't accept the money he gave him, and when he was rich, he still remembered the millions of life-saving money Yu Qingfeng gave him, and he would pay him back a little more every day. Even if he went bankrupt at home, he often came to visit him. Therefore, Yu Qingfeng especially likes to be with him. This is the real brother. Boss, you are much more handsome than before, and the scars on your eyes are gone. Why are you here at this party? The eyes are like this. It's inconvenient. What if something happens? But if you are like this now, you won't be too miserable in the future. It's really not good. You can still be a little white face. I think it's quite suitable. Rong Hong laughed. Listening to Rong Hong's words, Yu Qingfeng was not angry. Since he met him, he was like this. His mouth was damaged, and he had quarreled with him a lot. Qingfeng replied with a smile. Get out of here. My eyes are good. I can see clearly. Okay. After Rong Hong said this, it was as if he had heard it wrong. Boss, can you really see it? Seeing that Rong Hong's eyes were a little red, Yu Qingfeng nodded and said, I awakened a B-level water ability a few days ago. My body has been strengthened, and my eyes can naturally see. Although it is a little incomplete, I can't fully open it, but I can indeed see it. After saying that, he told Rong Hong everything that was happening around him. 3 hours later, Rong Hongxin believed it. Boss. His eyes were ruddy, and he hugged Yu Qingfeng. Qingfeng's face sank, and he pushed him away. A man's family is so faceless. By the way, boss, what are you doing here? Everyone knows that money is coming for you. Looking at Xianzheng not far away, Yu Qingfeng said disdainfully, since he came to me, I naturally won't refuse. Hong, have you awakened your abilities? Of course, I don't look at who my little brother is. I have awakened my B-level Earth-type ability. How about it? Don't lose face to you. Yu Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, wonderful, it's really wonderful. The two of us will definitely make a lot of money when we go to the construction site. You are responsible for making cement, and I am responsible for adding water. Yes, a match made in heaven. Rong Hong was stunned, and said excitedly, wonderful, as expected of the boss. I didn't expect it, but boss, you don't have any physical strength to add water, and my salary will increase greatly. Saying that, the two seemed to have returned to the past. Not far away, when Yayun and Wen Xinyu watched Yu Qingfeng and Rong Hong chat more and more speculatively, and exchanged glances with each other. Wen Xinyu spoke, I heard that Yu Qingfeng's eyes are better a few days ago, and this time it seems to be true. This party seems to have come for him, but he's just a disciple, so what if his awakening ability eyes are better? When Yayun's eyes were calm, and he stared at Yu Qingfeng not far away with a cold face. 10 minutes later, Xian Zhang ended his humble speech. Looking at Wen Yayun, she found that she didn't look at him at all, and followed her line of sight and saw Yu Qingfeng talking and laughing with Rong Hong. Immediately, his face darkened. When did he come? Xian Zhang went straight to Yu Qingfeng under everyone's gaze, and others naturally noticed him. When they saw Yu Qingfeng's handsome face, they were stunned. Yu Qingfeng, why don't you say hello to me first when you're here? Seeing that the person who came was Qian Zhang, Yu Qingfeng's originally relaxed and comfortable expression gradually restrained, and he responded coldly, I'm sorry, I see that you are surrounded by everyone, so I naturally can't disturb you. Qian Zhang sneered, Yu Qingfeng, do you feel uncomfortable? It's normal, it's all you who were surrounded before. I heard that you have awakened your B-level water ability, and your eyes are good, so you might as well show up to show up. As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Many unreasonable wall herbs wanted to take the opportunity to bully Yu Qingfeng and please Qian Zhang, but when they heard this, they immediately stopped, looked around, and awkwardly walked to the table next to them to start eating cake and dessert. Some people also knew that Yu Qingfeng had awakened to the B-level water ability and couldn't help but speak. Yes, Qingfeng, we have all seen the abilities of our classmates. I want to see how
how powerful your water ability is. Xian Jingjian saw that the people around him reacted like this, and he was secretly proud in his heart. The whole hotel is covered with surveillance. As long as my father confirms with his own eyes that you are a B-level superpower, he will definitely spend a lot of money to invite a dark webmaster. At that time, it will be difficult to live through today. At the same time, Yu Qingfeng's thoughts are very different. He understood that this was Qian Zhang's conspiracy, but it was just in line with his plan. Previously, his S-level talent was known to the vice principal not long after it was uploaded, and there was a possibility of leakage. In his eyes, this world is extremely dangerous, with many rich people and many strong people, plus the bloody killing in the dungeon. Qingfeng has a clear positioning for this world. Therefore, in order to prevent troubles before they happen, Qingfeng plans to use his abilities in the spotlight, so that the authenticity of the water-based abilities is beyond doubt. This is also the reason why he agreed to come to the party, and he inadvertently revealed his supernatural abilities. I didn't expect Qian Zhang to take the initiative. It's really a prophecy. Whatever you want. Naturally, everyone has seen each other's abilities, and naturally my abilities will not be hidden. Yu Qingfeng showed a cheerful smile, and then under the gaze of everyone, a water ball slowly condensed into his hand. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the crowd. This is really a B-level water ability. You can tell just by the size of this water balloon. I've seen a C-level water ability before, not to mention water balloon. It's not bad to be able to condense a bottle cap. The disdainful and sympathetic gaze that originally cast on Qingfeng instantly became envious. Soon, the situation was reversed, and Yu Qingfeng seemed to have returned to his former peak and gradually became the focus of this gathering. Xian Zhang watched all this coldly, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that Qingfeng would not survive tonight. Yu Qingfeng skillfully pushed the others away with great experience and continued to chat with Rong Hong. Seeing this, everyone no longer stepped forward to disturb them. Soon, the party was over, and he and Rong Hong planned to go to a nearby food stall for a good meal. Halfway through, Yu Qingfeng suddenly felt that something was wrong, and his heart tightened inexplicably. Looking around, this feeling is not wrong. It is with a strong killing intent. An ominous premonition welled up in my heart. This situation often only occurs when fighting with the purple spectral wolf, but this time it was even more intense. Qingfeng didn't think that his perception was wrong, and even if he was wrong, he had to take it seriously. After all, it was related to his own life. However, after checking around, I found no abnormal signs. Either he perceived it wrong, or the other party was stronger than him. He chose the latter without hesitation. Vigilance suddenly increased. He said to Rong Hong next to him, I suddenly remembered something today, and I will make an appointment next time, and I will leave first. After saying that, he left quickly. Seeing his anxious expression, Rong Hong didn't ask much, only shouted, okay, next time you invite me. Qingfeng waved his hand in response, his eyes scanning the surroundings alertly. At this moment, he neither dared to get too close to the crowd nor get too far away. Blatantly committing murder in Kyushu Kingdom is simply bold. Although Kyushu has always been peaceful and friendly, it is by no means timid. Once the matter becomes a big deal, Kyushu will quickly investigate the mastermind behind it and give justice to the people. Therefore, Kyushu is the safest place among all countries at present. Anyone who dares to come here must think twice before acting. Because of this, Yu Qingfeng is so cautious. The sense of danger gradually intensified, and his eyes even had a faint tendency to open automatically to protect his owner. It's close by. He quickly looked around, and then ran wildly in the northwest direction, while constantly sweeping the crowd. That killing intent slowly weakened. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked around again. A few minutes later, the alert breeze felt the palpitations again, and his eyeballs turned slightly, fixing on a young woman with a baby. The two looked at each other, and those cold eyes made Qingfeng suddenly fall into an ice cave. Fortunately, he didn't open his eyes, otherwise she would have found herself staring at her. Qingfeng continued to pretend to observe his surroundings, secretly aiming at the killer from time to time. The brain was running at high speed, not only looking for a way to break the game, but also guessing who wanted to kill him. Could it be Qian Zhang? Yu Qingfeng brought Qian Zhang's perspective to think. Wait a minute. That's right, most likely him. They knew that they had B-level abilities, and it was only a matter of time before they wanted to rise, so how could the hidden dangers remain? Knowing that my supernatural abilities have awakened, and my true power has been confirmed, after witnessing it with my own eyes, I will definitely spend a lot of money to hire a killer. Suddenly Qingfeng thought of Qian Zhang's reaction at the party, and everything seemed to make sense. Such a gathering, such a confident sending of killers, it is likely that even my father will be included. This killer is most likely a platinum-level powerhouse. But even if I didn't attend the party, Qian Zhang would send killers, but it was just a matter of time. If I don't come to this party, I can't predict who will assassinate me. Just when Qingfeng fell into confusion and despair, a voice came from beside him. It's okay, that person can't kill you. He turned his head to look and found a masculine man beside him at some point. The man was dressed in black. Yu Qingfeng's pupils suddenly dilated. Half an hour later. When did it come? When exactly is it close to me? Before he could think about it, the man said softly, don't worry, I won't hurt you. I accept the task
desk of Vice Principal Chin to protect you. I thought this matter could be easily solved, but I didn't expect that there was an unexpected surprise hidden. The big stone in Yu Qingfeng's heart finally landed. Except for his parents, no one knew that he was admitted by Principal Chin, and Yu Qingfeng naturally would not believe that the Qian family was so powerful and knew everything. Moreover, if he really wanted to harm him, he could have killed him quietly and pretended to be sudden death long ago. So Qingfeng has no doubts. I feel that the person who wants to kill me may be a platinum-level powerhouse. Are you sure to deal with it? He asked. The man in black smiled and said, that person is indeed platinum level, but he can't be called a real powerhouse. You go to a remote place first. There are too many people here. When the time comes, I'll help you solve that guy. After saying that, the man blended into the crowd and disappeared. The women were still waiting quietly, as if they were observing the timing, and everything around them was as usual, as if they had never seen the man in black that Qingfeng had just met. If it weren't for the sound just now echoing in his ears, Qingfeng almost wondered if he was hallucinating. He also secretly made up his mind that since that senior was so sure, he would naturally not deceive him casually. So, he started running again, this time no longer in a crowded place, but slowly moving away from the crowd. Seeing this, the killer woman had a cruel smile on her face and hurriedly followed. Her figure is like a ghost, like a cat and mouse, enjoying the thrill of playing with her prey. Soon, Yu Qingfeng ran to a park with few people. Looking around at the silence, he stopped. Finding that the woman didn't seem to be following closely, I was subconsciously relieved. But when he turned his head, he saw the woman staring at him, her eyes widening, and a strange smile on her lips. The defenseless Yu Qingfeng was suddenly startled. Seeing this, the woman became even more excited, and the corners of her mouth curvature climbed higher. Just as she was about to approach, the man in black suddenly appeared, grabbed the woman and then disappeared without a trace. About 10 minutes later, when the man in black reappeared, the strange woman had already fallen under his hands. It all happened too fast, especially what had just happened. He was completely confused, only knowing that the battle had just begun, and it was over. A platinum-level powerhouse fell in front of his eyes like this. Yu Qingfeng couldn't understand it at all, but his heart was extremely shocked. The man in black didn't say a word to Qingfeng at this moment, picked up the corpse on the ground, turned around and left, and disappeared in an instant. At this moment, a strong belief burst out in the breeze. He longed to become stronger, and at this moment, he completely saw the dangers of this world. As long as you are strong enough, you will not be passively beaten like you are now. This time it's platinum. What about next time? Thinking of this, Yu Qingfeng didn't dare to think too much. Anyway, the consequences were extremely serious. He knew very well that even if there was a system chat group in the future and countless system assistants, he would definitely become a peerless powerhouse. But that's the future after all. He is still fragile now, and the highest level of the group system is only level 3. By the way, there are still 7 days left until next month. When the time comes, a new system will join the group. Take a closer look at it then. Anyway, the ability lottery system will not be useful for the time being. I hope to have a more practical system. When I returned home, I saw the anxious look on my parents' faces, and suddenly thought, since the platinum level powerhouses have appeared, he is definitely not the only one who was attacked, but also his parents. Just as he was about to express his worries, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. It's the man in black. Instantly relieved, I felt that there should be nothing serious. This is a damn sense of security. The man in black walked up to Yu Qingfeng and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I took that corpse to get a bounty just now. By the way, come back and see your parents, they're fine. That killer should have his eye on you first. August is almost here, and when you go to the magic capital Wuhan University to see me, maybe it's time to call me senior. My mission is almost over. The assassination organization invited by the other party is quite famous on the dark web. I also collected evidence by the way. The assassination of you was indeed done by the Qian family. Indeed. Yu Qingfeng was not surprised by this. He can only say that the Qian family was too anxious. But it's good to be strong. It takes me half an hour to get here from home. And this future senior not only stopped by the security bureau to collect the bounty, but also went to the Qian family to investigate the background of the assassination organization and protect my parents. Platinum. It's really exaggerated. It's not the same as thinking about it in the breeze. The words of the black-clothed senior came again. Now I will give you a choice. Either report the Qian family to assassinate the Tianzhou personnel of the highest academy and seize their property. This matter is basically no problem. Besides, you are a talent in Kyushu, and the sentencing is not a big problem. The death penalty is probably a bit difficult. The second choice is to all the Qian family, he said, raising his hand and gesturing to cut his neck. Yu Qingfeng immediately understood. After pondering for a long time, he chose the second one. Yu Qingfeng is not the Holy Mother. Since the Qian family wants to kill him, he naturally has to be conscious of being killed. Moreover, he originally planned to wait until he became a silver-level powerhouse in the magic capital Wuda and come back to completely solve the Qian family. But now that he has the opportunity to solve it today, how could he let it go easily? When the black-clothed senior heard that he had chosen the latter, he was slightly stunned, and then laughed. Good boy, as
expected of being favored by Vice Principal Qin, bloody.
The next moment, the black-clothed senior disappeared instantly.
Yu Qingfeng turned his head to tell his parents about what happened today, and they all broke out in a cold sweat when they heard it. Just in case, Yu Qingfeng said, "Mom and Dad, why don't we settle in the magic capital? There are too many enemies in this river city." The parents looked at each other and said, it's okay. I can't settle down, so we have set up a company with the extra money in the past few days. Now the Qian family is gone, and there is nothing to worry about.
Other enemies don't have that much money to afford platinum-level powerhouses.
When you didn't come back, I heard from your senior that the appearance fee of platinum-level powerhouses on the dark web starts at least 100 million. You also know that I am a gold-level powerhouse, and when the news of the Qian family's accident spread, they didn't dare to touch us.
Besides, we are down now, but they may come to apologize.
Yu Qingfeng thought for a while, nodded, and finally didn't say anything more. Back in the room, he planned to rest early, but after experiencing today's events, he tossed and turned, and couldn't sleep for a long time, so he simply opened the chat group to see what those systems were talking about. Chat group. Chef system, LV1. Alas, why hasn't the ability lottery system come back yet? I miss it so much.
Shinhouse system, LV1, what do you mean by thinking about it? I'm embarrassed to expose you. You actually want to accompany the group leader instead of it.
Chef system, LV1. I was concentrating on the group leader's brother, and in a few days, a month will almost pass. Shinhouse system, LV1. It seems that there will be a new system to join the group chat at that time, and finally it's not just a few of us talking.
Devouring system, LV2. I found a detail. You look at the avatar of the ability lottery system. Shinhouse system, LV1. What details? Plug. Chef system, LV1. What's wrong? Shinhouse system, LV1. The ability lottery system has actually been upgraded to LV3.
Seeing these news, Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but cry and laugh, and then his eyes fell on the devouring system, and after thinking for a moment, he typed with his mind and asked, Yu Qingfeng, group leader at, I want to know what specific functions you have. Shinhouse system, LV1, found the wild herd leader. Request binding. Devouring system, LV2. My function is to devour everything, and then decompose the energy in it and feed it back to the host, helping to improve strength and life level. Other than that, there is no other function, just this one. After learning about this function, Yu Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and the devouring system seemed to be quite good.
What is the most important thing to enter a dungeon? Materials and monster corpses. That's great.
If you can devour all these materials and feed them back to yourself, your strength will definitely increase significantly, and the system can grow with itself. Even what cannot be swallowed now can be devoured in the future.
Something can't be swallowed?
Don't joke, even the second-level ability lottery system has SSS-level abilities, which can be imagined to be powerful in this system.
This system is really useful for him.
When it comes to the ability lottery system, Yu Qingfeng feels helpless. The abilities drawn from the system are indeed powerful, but the problem is that they can't be drawn at all. I recalled that I almost used up all the lottery points I had worked hard to save a few days ago, and in the end I only got a guaranteed prize. Thinking of this, I still felt a little uncomfortable.
The engulfing system shouldn't have this kind of trouble.
Speaking of that guarantee, Yu Qingfeng suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have used that supreme middle finger yet.
Why don't you try it in a dungeon tomorrow?
After a while with other systems, he quit the chat group. Cover the quilt well, and fall asleep with your head down. Before the breeze could get up, he was woken up by a noisy phone ringing. He picked up the phone impatiently. Before the words were spoken, a voice came eagerly from the other end of the phone. Big brother, the Qian family is gone. All the Qian family members died mysteriously.
But the ordinary employees of the Qian family are fine. Now, the Qian family is completely gone.
What a pleasure. Not only that, the evidence of the Qian family's crime has also been completely picked up by the Security Bureau, and all assets have been frozen, and this news has spread in Jiangchang.
Listening to the content of the phone, Yu Qingfeng gradually woke up.
He was not surprised. Thinking of the power shown by the senior yesterday, he couldn't help but shake his head.
Casually replied, Boss, from your tone, you just woke up, right? It's noon, and I'm still so lazy. Get up quickly, let's go to the construction site to make some extra money. Yu Qingfeng smiled and joked, roll on, I'm going to the dungeon to fight monsters and upgrade. Do you want to come with me? What? Are you going to a dungeon? Rong Hong's voice couldn't help but rise. Boss, you have just awakened, and you can go to the dungeon before you finish class? Boss, you are so good. Well, are you going?
If I don't go, I'll go by myself.
Go. How could I not go?
Boss, wait for me. There was a chaotic sound on the other end of the phone.
Mom, where's my pants?
Yu Qingfeng's head was full of black lines, thinking that you didn't get up yourself, and you were embarrassed to talk about me. This time he didn't go out with his father, and now that the Qian family has collapsed, he doesn't have to worry too much about his own safety. What's more, there was a platinum-level powerhouse secretly protecting him behind his back. Come to the entrance of the dungeon and wait for Rong Hong to arrive. Not long after, Rong Hong hurriedly ran over. Big brother, you came so fast. Hand the document to the guard and go straight into the dungeon. Yu Qingfeng Feng skillfully walked into the canyon and began to hunt the refreshed purple ghost wolf. Originally, Rong Hong's legs began to tremble when he saw the purple wolf, but the next scene made him stunned. I saw Yu Qingfeng drawing his knife and putting away the knife, and easily solved all the purple ghost wolves. During the whole process, I didn't even use my ability. Then he skillfully took out a knife and began to dissect the corpse of the purple ghost wolf. Rong Hong looked at Yu Qingfeng's skillful appearance, and a deep shock surged in his heart. Feeling that Rong Hong was standing still behind him, Yu Qingfeng turned his head and said, "Why are you stunned? Come here, I'll teach you how to dissect it." This sentence pulled Rong Hong back from his confusion. Fog grass, big brother, you are really good. You are obviously a B-level ability. Why are you so powerful? Rong Hong praised while learning anatomy from Yu Qingfeng. With your strength, big brother, you should have reached the black iron level, right? How many layers have you cultivated the basic cultivation method? Basic cultivation method? Yu Qingfeng almost forgot about this. The basic cultivation method is the spiritual skill that must be cultivated after the awakening of the ability and before absorbing the spirit stone. This is a common skill across the country, and it is not expensive, and it can be bought for a few hundred yuan. I really don't have money, but I can also find it on Baidu. Only by cultivating the basic cultivation method can the energy in the spirit stone be absorbed more effectively. The energy in the spirit stone is not 100% absorbable, and without basic cultivation methods, most of the energy will be lost. This spiritual skill is the most basic, and its main function is to increase the absorption speed and reduce energy leakage. The basic cultivation method has a total of 7 layers, and with each level, the efficiency of absorbing spirit stones will be greatly improved. However, Yu Qingfeng's ability talent is too high, and he doesn't need this thing at all. With his SSS-level talent, even if he doesn't practice basic cultivation methods, he can quickly and 100% absorb spirit stone energy. I didn't have time to practice before, and I soaked in the dungeon every day to improve my combat experience and ability proficiency, and I completely forgot about it. If I go back to practice now, will I speed up again? Forget it, don't rush yet. The current speed is not bad, and the spirit stone energy is not wasted. His father gave him a spirit stone, and he probably thought he had already practiced the basic cultivation method. After all, this thing is too common. After briefly dealing with Rong Hong, he continued to hunt. Rong Hong just stood aside and watched, unable to intervene at all, and would only let him go into battle when dissecting the corpse. Soon, night fell. Yu Qingfeng immediately lit a bonfire and began to distribute the loot. Although Rong Hong couldn't help much, but he had been assisting Yu Qingfeng in dissection. Yu Qingfeng gave half of the loot to Rong Hong with a big care, and just as he was dividing the spirit stone, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "How many layers have you cultivated the basic cultivation method to? Is there a floor?" Rong Hong scratched his head, not understanding why Yu Qingfeng suddenly mentioned this question, but still replied honestly, "My basic cultivation method has been cultivated to the first level." "Then did you bring the cultivation method with you? Let me help you see if there is a problem with your cultivation. If there is nothing wrong with it, I will give you a few more spirit stones, so that you can break through to the black iron realm tonight." Yu Qingfeng actually didn't know the right or wrong of cultivation at all. He just wanted to take advantage. It's not that he wants to pit Rong Hong, but Rong Hong has already cultivated to the first level, which is enough to prove that the cultivation method is correct. So, why did Yu Qingfeng say this? That is to cover up the secret, so that the basic cultivation method of prostitution is good. Rong Hong lit up after hearing this, and took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket. "Big brother, this is the basic cultivation method I bought in Kyushu. You can take a look, and then I will demonstrate it to you again." As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged. Yu Qingfeng didn't even look at Rong Hong again, his eyes focused on the cultivation method on his mobile phone. Half an hour passed, and Yu Qingfeng remembered the content clearly. He returned the phone to Rong Hong and said without changing his face, "Well, yes, you have no problem cultivating." After saying that, he threw 10 high-purity black iron spirit stones to Rong Hong. Rong Hong woke up from the cultivation method, and when he heard Yu Qingfeng say that his cultivation method was correct, he was happy in his heart, and began to absorb the spirit stone. Yu Qingfeng also took advantage of this free time to start practicing the basic cultivation method. 1 layer, 2nd floor, 3-story, 4 floors. The next morning, Yu Qingfeng cultivated the basic cultivation method to the 4th floor, then stopped, turned his head to look at Rong Hong, who was still absorbing spirit stones, and was surprised to find that he had only absorbed 4 spirit stones in one night. Seeing that Rong Hong was still absorbing spirit stones, Yu Qingfeng also took out a few spirit stones and began to absorb them. 10 minutes later, the two stood up again. The spirit stone in his hand that had turned into powder made him fall into deep thought. 10 black iron level spirit stones, 1 bronze level spirit stone. About 14 minutes, all absorbed. This speed is really exaggerated. He turned his head to look at Rong Hong, who was still absorbing the spirit stone, and seemed to absorb it a little faster. After spending half an hour absorbing all the spirit stones, the two began to brush the purple spectral wolf again. When Rong Hong woke up after absorbing it, the purple wolf piled up into a hill made him stunned. He immediately stood up, pulled
pulled out a knife and began to dissect. 5 days later, Rong Hong's strength was successfully promoted to the black iron level. Yu Qingfeng also began to impart some combat experience. Rong Hong easily killed a purple ghost wolf alone, and then skillfully began to dissect. Seeing this, Yu Qingfeng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Yes, strength, speed, and defense have all been significantly improved. Your earth-based abilities are not skilled enough, just practice more. I'm leaving the dungeon tomorrow and going to study somewhere else. There may be less time to come back." After hearing this, the smile on Rong Hong's face stagnated slightly. "Big brother, where are you going to high school?" "I'll go with you. I would like to go with me too. Who wouldn't want to bring a brother to have fun with? But is it so easy to enter the magic capital Wuhan University?" The score of the high school graduation examination of Moda Wuhan University must reach more than 500 points, and the strength must reach the bronze level. It is indeed a bit difficult to raise the strength to the bronze level in 1 year. But Rong Hong worked hard for a year with his B-level talent ability. It doesn't seem impossible. Yu Qingfeng smiled helplessly and said, "Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School is the best high school in Jiangcheng. When you graduate from high school and want to go to Wuhan University, try to see if you can enter the magic capital Wuhan University. I'm waiting for you in the magic capital Wu University." "Okay, big brother, with my talent, it's not so easy to go to the magic capital Wu University. When I go, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Don't kneel down and call me big brother, just hug your thighs. Ha ha ha." Yu Qingfeng couldn't laugh or cry. "When you come, you can't call me big brother, you can only call me senior." By the way, he reminded Rong Hong of the Black Tiger Gang, asking him to be more careful, and then continued to beat the purple spectral wolf with Rong Hong. The sky gradually darkened. When he sorted out the materials and left the dungeon, Qingfeng gave him a few more black iron level spirit stones before leaving. Now the black iron level spirit stone has not improved him much, and if he wants to improve his strength, he has to rely on the bronze level spirit stone. After returning home, Qingfeng handed the materials to his father. "Qingfeng, rest early, I've booked the ticket for you, and I'll leave early tomorrow. Also, wear more clothes." After listening to his parents' advice, Qingfeng returned to his room. "Thinking that I was leaving tomorrow, looking at this dilapidated rental house, I felt a little inexplicably reluctant in my heart. This month, it's really dreamy." Unknowingly, he has integrated into the role of the original owner. Since there is the memory of the original owner, it is not a seizure, but a fusion of souls, right? Forget it, from today onwards, the original owner is me, and I am the original owner. Damn, it's so emotional. Anyway, it's not that I won't come back, it's better to rest early, and when I have enough strength, I can go wherever I want. On August 1st, the new January, Yu Qingfeng packed his luggage early, set off for the airport, and boarded the plane. Sitting next to him was a senior in black. Yu Qingfeng sat on the comfortable airplane seat and turned his head and asked, "Senior, what's your name?" "I still don't know after so long. I haven't told you yet. My name is Gong Zhang. Gong Zhang's Gong, Gong Zhang's Shangda." "Gong Zhang? Fair, senior, this name is really good." The senior grinned. "Yes, I think it's good too. Alas, I didn't expect to go back to school so soon. As long as you arrive at school, my task is completed. I won't protect you next. However, thank you, you can still earn extra money by doing protection tasks." Yu Qingfeng became curious about the task. "What is the magic capital Wuda like? What is the task?" Gong Zhang looked at him and said, "Tasks are tasks issued by the school, usually placed on the school task network or private tasks. Completing tasks earns merit points." Qingfeng nodded. "What's the use of merit points?" Looking at Qingfeng, Gong Zhang nodded and said, "It's not a secret anyway, since I have nothing to do now, I'll tell you about it. If you have enough merit points, you can go to the library to exchange for spiritual skills in the martial arts school. Spiritual skills are not something you can learn if you want to, you have to come up with enough merit points, but every new student can get 300 merit points at the beginning. The rest, you have to earn it yourself. Since I entered Wuhan University, I have to fight, I have to grab it. The more merit points, the more things you can exchange. The strength will naturally be stronger. Don't underestimate these 300 merit points. Let me tell you, the platinum killer on the dark web has a bounty value of as high as 3,600 merit points, and the price of killing you is so much. So you should understand how valuable merit points are. After entering Wuhan University, everyone is equal except for talent, and the starting point is 300 merit points. If you want to stand out, you can only rely on talent. However, there are also many mediocre warriors who have successfully counterattacked. Just like a brother of mine, he has not awakened his abilities, and his talent test cannot be D-level. He looks very ordinary, but now his strength is on par with mine. His physical body alone is not something ordinary people can deal with. Speaking of this, Gong Zhang's face showed a hint of solemnity and then slowly faded. He patted Yu Qingfeng's back carelessly. "I told you so much. I hope you don't feel that you can be high with your B-level abilities awakened. You see, there are A-level abilities, and even S-level abilities. Maybe, you can't even beat the C-level ability in the end. The magic capital Wuhan University is the place where Tianjiao gathers. You know what I mean?" After listening to this, Yu Qingfeng had a clearer understanding of the magic magic capital Wuhan University. How can such a system not cultivate strong people? If you want to learn spiritual skills, you have to work hard to exchange them and become stronger. Fog grass. It seems that in this world, talent is not everything that determines everything. Especially the brother mentioned by the senior, his talent is not D-level, he has no supernatural abilities, but his strength can be compared with that of his seniors, which is really a ruthless character. All of them who can enter the magic capital Wuda are either people who can't do it, or ruthless people who have uneven roads. Hard work is hard work. What does this have to do with me? By the way, speaking of hanging, today happens to be a new January, and the new system should be launched in the group. New plugins. Open it and take a look. Ding, new system detected. Is it invited? Yes, no. Yu Qingfeng did not hesitate and clicked yes directly. In the chat group, several messages were quickly refreshed. Chat group. Spend money to become stronger system, LV2, to enter the chat group. The women's clothing system, LV1, enters the chat group. Pick up the attribute system, LV2, and enter the chat group. Hang up the system, LV2, to enter the chat group. Suddenly, the original diving group members were blown out. Chef system, LV1, welcome newcomers. Welcome newcomers. If you don't understand the group rules, you can read the group announcement. Shinhouse system, LV1, spend money to become stronger system, LV2. Then, the two systems uttered a sentence almost at the same time. Brother, we are a perfect match. Yu Qingfeng, group leader, replied, I still have 312.1 lottery points, don't swallow it privately, next time you will find a little less. You know, JPG. Ability lottery system, LV3, okay, but host, have you been a little dark lately? I adjusted the probability to 30%, but you didn't win anything, but you won a guarantee. The ability lottery system has been banned by the group owner for 30 minutes. It's really to the point, especially that innocent expression, which makes people wonder if my luck is really that bad. Thinking of how dark his face was during the lottery, Yu Qingfeng's face was suddenly covered with black lines. After reading the group announcement, the other systems were unbelievable, but I heard that the ability lottery system had been upgraded to LV3, so I could only believe it. Spend money to become stronger system, LV2, the group leader chooses me, I can become stronger by spending money. Women's clothing system, LV1, the group leader chooses me, I can make you the focus of everyone's attention, the function is women's clothing, and then, it's gone. Hang up system, LV2, hang up and get stronger. Attribute pickup system, LV2, as long as attribute fragments appear on the ground, the host can permanently obtain the enhancement of this attribute when picked up. Crowd system, At this time, Yu Qingfeng was still hesitating, choosing a difficult illness, and he didn't know which system to choose. The women's clothing system was the first to be eliminated by him, not because of the difficulty of choosing at all, but because he didn't want women's clothing at all. The chef system was also excluded from him because he did not intend to be a chef. The two bindings of the Shinhouse system and the spending money to become stronger system are powerful, but now he can only choose one, so he also gave up. The ability lottery system is directly eliminated without hesitation. After all, that kind of African chief-style system cannot be touched. The hang-up system is not used for the time being, he needs to practice combat experience, unless it is a super hang-up system, but now it is only LV2. In the end, there are only two ways left, the attribute pickup system and the devouring system. The attribute pickup system can quickly improve strength, and the devouring system is equally powerful, especially in the dungeon is simply a god assist. But on the college campus, there seems to be nothing good to devour. Yu Qingfeng simply closed his eyes, like a point general, he chose whoever he wanted, this time it was all up to fate. Count soldiers, ride horses to fight, have money to drink, and get out of here. In the end, he chose the attribute pickup system. The attribute picking system has been bound by the group owner. When the other group members saw the news, they were envious, and they were selected as soon as they came. Yu Qingfeng's mind sounded the binding system prompt. Ding, the attribute system is successfully bound. The moment the binding was successful, he felt that his eyes seemed to have changed in some way, and this feeling was only for a moment. Yu Qingfeng, who was full of excitement, looked around, wanting to see what the attribute point looked like. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw a huge ball of light suspended in the crotch of Senior Gongzhang. He subconsciously reached out to pick it up. As soon as he touched the ball of light, Gongzhang opened his eyes instantly and quickly grabbed Yu Qingfeng's hand. Then, he stared at Yu Qingfeng with a frightened and unbelievable look. Yu Qingfeng was stunned there, without any reaction. It wasn't that he didn't notice that his hand was being grabbed, but a hurried voice came from his head. Ding, pick up strength attribute plus 100. Yu Qingfeng's power skyrocketed instantly, a feeling that he had only experienced when he broke through. When he came to his senses, he saw Senior Gongzhang's strange gaze and his hand suspended above his crotch. Suddenly, Yu Qingfeng mistakenly thought that Gongzhang was thinking of himself as and hurriedly explained, it's not what you think, I just wanted to borrow it to go to the toilet. There was a sincere and determined gaze in his eyes. Gongzhang glanced at his eyes, and then revealed a heartfelt desire, and there was even a little excitement in the depths of his eyes. Looking at his expression, Yu Qingfeng suddenly understood that his innocence was gone. About 4 hours later, Yu Qingfeng and the others finally got off the plane and arrived at the magic capital. Looking at the bustling streets and high-rise buildings, Yu Qingfeng was in a good mood, but Gong Zhang was completely different. Since getting off the plane, Gong Zhang has kept a certain distance from Yu Qingfeng. It's easy to say about the initial misunderstanding, but what level of character is Gong Zhang? The strength has reached the platinum level. He could clearly feel Yu Qingfeng's gaze. During the 4 hours on the plane, Yu Qingfeng secretly glanced at his crotch from time to time. When he got off the plane, he even suddenly squatted down and said he was picking up something, which, isn't it just smelling him? Gong Zhang even began to regret why he took on this task. If Yu Qingfeng knew what he was thinking, I am afraid he would feel that he was extremely aggrieved. The main thing is that Gong Zhang will produce power balls of light from time to time, and the location is always near the crotch. Therefore, Yu Qingfeng would glance at it from time to time. When he got off the plane, Gong Zhang's act of picking up things when he got up and left was completely his brain. Yu Qingfeng didn't know anything about Gong Zhang's speculations, only that he knew that he was rejected by him at the beginning. They called a taxi. Yu Qingfeng took one by himself, and Gong Zhengze took another. Master, go to the magic capital Wu University. The driver looked at Yu Qingfeng's face, nodded and said, the young man is really promising. Then they began to chat with Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng didn't feel annoyed, so he chatted about homely things. After a while, the car arrived at its destination. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw the words, the highest martial arts school in the magic capital, at the school gate, engraved in the center of the door. These words seem to have infinite charm, and if you savor them carefully, there is a dragon and snake finishing touch, and an epic atmosphere comes to your face. Lined with spacious aisles that are surprisingly wide enough to accommodate a dozen cars at a time. Approaching the school gate, the empty square is even wider, enough to park more than a dozen planes. Yu Qingfeng's first impression is big, magnificent and spectacular. After walking into the school gate, I came downstairs to the central building. At this time, many students are filling in the information. Yu Qingfeng followed him to inquire and learned that this was the admissions office, so he picked up the form and began to fill it out. After filling it out, the instructor on the spot handed Yu Qingfeng a sign. The sign says dormitory number 460 on the 6th floor. Just as he was about to leave, Yu Qingfeng suddenly discovered that there were countless small balls of light scattered on the ground in the crowd. Suddenly, his heart moved, and he didn't want to leave, so he immediately returned to the teacher and said, Teacher, look at how hard you are, let me help maintain order. The tutor's eyes lit up and he praised, okay, there is a lack of responsible people like you in society, and we are also very pleased that you have this heart. Yu Qingfeng replied without hesitation, this is what I should do. After saying that, he turned around and rushed into the crowd. Ding, pick up attribute points +1. Ding, pick up attribute points +1. Ding, pick up strength attribute points +1. Ding, pick up attribute points +1. Seeing Yu Qingfeng doing his best, the mentor was quite moved. Other mentors were also particularly impressed by him. Then, the mentor went to work on other things. Wu Grass, can you line up well? It's not that it's not your turn. Who suddenly push me? What? This is where the book is issued. Wait, don't touch my ass. Who is a pervert? Such voices came and went, and the already somewhat chaotic order suddenly became a pot of porridge. Yu Qingfeng ignored this. Anyway, he was only responsible for picking up attribute points. Soon, the teachers noticed the chaos, and when they were about to go down to control, Yu Qingfeng appeared in front of a teacher with disheveled hair. Teacher, I really can't control it. It's too difficult to maintain order. I'd better go back to the dormitory first. After saying that, he turned and left. The tutor looked at his messy clothes and his handsome face, and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. It's okay, kid, it's not your fault. The teachers didn't expect that the quality of these students was so poor, and it was a world of difference compared to you. There is a bronze-level spirit stone here, which is a compensation for you. Yu Qingfeng was also happy to pick up hundreds of attribute points, but he didn't expect this unexpected surprise. When he returned to the dormitory, he was surprised to find that it was a single room, not a shared dormitory. The house is simple, one bed, one toilet. The bedding is complete, there is a laptop on the table, and the screen displays class 14, followed by a class group chat and some introductions. I see, it seems that I was assigned to class 14, which is quite flat and stable. He joined the class group, settled his luggage, picked up the sign, and went to the principal's office. After several twists and turns, I finally found the principal's office. Knocking on the gorgeous door, a solemn voice came from inside. Please come in. He pushed the door in, and what came into view was a middle-aged man. The principal didn't look at him and asked coldly, what's the matter? He replied honestly, Vice Principal Chin asked me to bring this to the principal's office when the school started. Saying that, he put the token on the table. The principal glanced at it, and then at Yu Qingfeng. Bending over and taking a box from the bottom drawer, he muttered, no wonder Vice Principal Chin mysteriously handed me this box a few days ago. It turned out that the back door was opened. Take it, the key to the box is that token, just leave. Yu Qingfeng took the box and was about to leave, when the principal, who was originally careless, suddenly became serious
this and quickly flipped through Yu Qingfeng's information. When he saw the ability talent B-level water system, his eyes flashed. He whispered to himself, and only he could hear it, "Lao Qin, are you finally going to accept an apprentice?" Back in the dormitory, Yu Qingfeng looked at the box in his hand. The box is tightly structured, and the gaps are almost invisible. How do you open this thing? Half an hour later, when he was about to go to the principal to ask again, he suddenly felt a dent in his finger. He carefully looked at the shape of the depression, and then looked at the token next to it, and the two were almost identical. He picked up the token and aimed it at the hollow and pressed it up. The box suddenly cracked open, and a dazzling light shot out from inside. But it's stuck. It's open, but it's not fully turned on yet. He reached in and seemed to touch something. Just as he was about to take it out, the box suddenly burst open, and a white light burst out of it. The light went straight to my mind. Countless knowledge poured into his mind. Water control is a weapon. This spiritual skill is platinum level. It can manipulate water sources and condense into various weapons. He roughly sensed it and was pleasantly surprised to find that this was actually a spiritual skill. Close your eyes and start digesting carefully. A few hours later, Yu Qingfeng opened his eyes. The water in his hand slowly converged, condensing into a tang knife, which then turned into a sword. His understanding of water seems to have opened up a new world for him because of the spiritual skill of controlling water into a tool. Before Qingfeng, he could only use his ability to escape water in water balls. Although there are many of them and their power is not small, they are too limited after all. But now it's completely different. He can turn the water in his hand into a dart. As long as the control of the water is precise enough, even RPGs can be condensed. Mom no longer had to worry about me running out of weapons at critical moments. By the way, what is my strength now? Do you want to try a dungeon? However, the class group seems to say that there is a class meeting in the evening. Just as Yu Qingfeng was hesitating, a system panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength bronze 1.5 stars, plus. Strength 2.5 tons, plus. Speed 65 kilometers per hour, plus. Mental power 1 cubic meter, 1 ton, plus. Free no attribute points 560. System panel? Also, this should be a standard feature of the system. Well, except for the ability draw system. But what is the plus sign at the back of the system? Is it used to allocate those 560 non-attribute points? Yu Qingfeng tried to click the plus sign behind the strength, and sure enough, the original 560 points of non-attribute points became 559 points, and he also felt that his strength had increased. Interest suddenly increased. Without much hesitation, he directly invested 500 attributes and added it all to his strength. The system panel has also changed, and the power has increased from 2.5 to 3 tons. 1 attribute point is equal to 20 pounds of strength. Damn, it turns out that a child who has always punched a child is actually faster than cultivation? I can't be idle anymore. I have to hurry to the martial arts arena to take a look. Since attribute points are dropped from others, the martial arts arena must have the most attribute points. Thinking of this, Yu Qingfeng picked up his mobile phone and hurriedly left the dormitory. In the class group, under the guidance of the map released by the head teacher, Qingfeng quickly found the location of the martial arts arena. The training ground is divided into more than a dozen combat areas. As soon as I entered the door, there was a fierce competition in a battle zone not far away. Qingfeng looked in that direction, only to see that the ground was densely scattered with balls of light, and the smooth ground reflected the figure of the attribute point. This scene made Qingfeng's eyes almost straighten. Soon, the side on the martial arts field was quickly defeated. Just as Qingfeng was about to go up to pick up attribute points, he found that another player was coming. In desperation, Qingfeng could only wait a little longer. After half an hour, Qingfeng found that the ball of light began to slowly dissipate with a little heartache. In his anxiety, he caught a glimpse of a mop and a bucket not far away, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Without saying a word, he picked up the mop and pretended to mop the floor on the periphery. Soon, the two ended the battle, and before the other could come up, Qingfeng immediately rushed over. "Sorry, I'll drag it out here for now." When the others saw him cleaning, they didn't say much, but replied, "Thank you." Ding, pick up attribute points +1. Ding, pick up attribute points +1. Ding, pick up strength attribute points +1. Ding, pick up attribute points +1 times 40. When leaving, Qingfeng looked at the system panel and couldn't help but laugh out loud, and after a wave, he actually got 43 attributes, which was great. Just as Qingfeng was about to go to other combat zones to pick up attribute points, a student in that combat zone suddenly slipped. You have to wear slippers to fight in the battle zone, and the ground is already smooth, and the breeze just dragged it over the ground, and it naturally slipped to the ground. He turned his head to look, his face full of shock. What shocked him was not that he had caused trouble, but that the man fell out of a lot of attribute points, and his eyes lit up suddenly. Qingfeng quietly controlled a small amount of water to sprinkle at the man's feet, but the man slipped and fell again. Sure enough, a lot of attribute points fell out. In this way, the man suspiciously fell 7 or 8 times. Qingfeng immediately separated the water from the mop, ran to the battle area, and said, "I haven't finished cleaning the water on the ground yet. you guys came up. Then he began to carefully clean up the water on the ground. Gain 134 non-attribute points. The seniors were also a little embarrassed after hearing this, and quickly apologized to Qingfeng. I'm sorry. Soon, Qingfeng gained another 50 attribute points. In this way, the breeze mopped the floor in various areas, and the sound of falls came and went. He was even more ruthless, controlling their sweat to drip to their feet, prompting them to fall again, and many even asked Qingfeng to help clean up the venue. In the face of such a request, how could Qingfeng refuse? Outsiders looked at the martial arts arena and thought that the battle was extremely fierce. Insiders suspect that something strange is at work here. Many new students who had just entered the martial arts arena looked at the people who fell frequently with blank faces, and then looked at the breeze that was happily busy cleaning the venue. After a whole day, the happiness of the breeze is no less than the joy of being in the dungeon. Looking at the time, it was almost evening, and the class meeting was about to start. He said to everyone, I just entered the school and I have to go to the class meeting. I'm really sorry, I can't continue to help everyone clean. After hearing this, the seniors couldn't help but feel regretful and reluctantly watched the breeze leave. Looking at his fading back, he couldn't help but sigh. This kind of junior is really rare, but this floor is really evil, and it always makes people fall. That's right, I also found that I was not standing well, and if I really got into a fight, it would be dangerous. On the way to the class, Qingfeng glanced at the attribute points in his hand that could be assigned. Free no attribute points, 2,160. It was so cool that he didn't hesitate to add 1,000 points directly to his strength. Suddenly, the power of Qingfeng's punch increased to 4 tons. Below the bronze 5 stars, there is no invincible. Feeling this huge change, Qingfeng secretly sighed. I must get up early tomorrow and go to the martial arts arena to mop the floor. When I entered the classroom, I found that there were still many empty seats. The head teacher on the podium spoke. Find a seat and sit down. Qingfeng turned his head and saw that his head teacher was actually a girl, and she is a top-notch girl, tall, long-legged, and wearing glasses. The skin is fair and tender, and it seems to contain infinite power. Qingfeng didn't read much, because he knew that this kind of girl would not belong to you no matter how much she read it, but the knowledge in the book was yours, and the more she looked at it, the more profitable it became. He looked around the seat and found a beautiful girl sitting next to her, who looked at least at the level of a school flower. Many male students faintly revealed the meaning of encirclement in their eyes, especially her cold eyes. Qingfeng couldn't help but think of the bad memories of the original owner when he licked the dog. No, you have to sit a little farther away. This kind of person is often the focus of everyone, and there must be a lot of trouble. So, Qingfeng chose to sit on the far left opposite them. Soon, more than 40 people in the class arrived one after another, but the distribution of seats was a bit peculiar, like a gossip map. In particular, the number of male and female students is exactly equal, forming a direct proportional distribution. As for why it looks like Tai Chi, it is because Qingfeng is surrounded by girls, but the school flower is almost all boys. The head teacher looked at them in surprise, and when he saw that everyone had arrived, he cleared his throat and said, Okay, everyone is here. The location will not change in the future. If you want to change seats, you can talk to me privately. From now on, I will be your class teacher. My surname is Lu. Just call me Teacher Lu. Today's class meeting is not much, mainly about the importance of merit points, as well as tomorrow's opening ceremony and the arrangement of class positions. The opening ceremony is scheduled for 12:30 tomorrow at noon. Please be sure to arrive early. I hope you can all be prepared tomorrow. Okay, I've read your information. Who wants to be the squad leader? Soon, except for Qingfeng, almost the whole class raised their hands. Qingfeng scanned around boredly and found that many girls were secretly glancing at him, and he took advantage of the situation to look at the seat next to him. Just like the school flower, no one dares to sit next to him. Helpless and bored, the attribute points have not been added, and I feel bored for a while. He even suddenly wanted to change the hang-up system. As for what the teacher said, he didn't care at all. Meritorious points? I have known it for a long time. Monitor? This kind of trouble is naturally not of interest to him. Soon, Teacher Lu's voice sounded again. Since everyone wants to participate, then let's vote for the election. I will initiate a vote in the group, and the squad leader is up to you to decide. Subsequently, a voting interface popped up in the group. Qingfeng took a rough look and ignored it. Teacher Lu began to explain the role of merit points. After the other students voted, they all joined the lecture. Soon, the content of the tasks and merit points was explained, especially when everyone learned that they had 300 merit points at the beginning, and the highest could be exchanged for silver-level spiritual skills. Everyone was excited. Okay, the voting should be over, and I'm going to announce the results next. The result of this squad president election is, alas, there are actually 2 people who have a tie. In this case, the stronger one should be the squad leader, and the weaker one should be the deputy squad leaders. The squad leader is Tan Shaoyi. The deputy squad leader is Qingfeng. Qingfeng, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly woke up, and countless question marks flashed in his mind. I remember that I didn't participate in this election at all. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it, and sure enough, it showed 22 votes for Qingfeng and 22 votes for Tan Shaoyi.
Xiaohui. However, this is not right. Isn't there 45 people in our class? Oh no, I forgot to vote. Yu Qingfeng sat in place like a stone statue helplessly, staring at his phone in a daze. When he raised his head, he found that many girls were secretly smiling at him, their eyes full of ridicule. Qingfeng suddenly understood in his heart. It turns out that it is also a mistake to be handsome. Okay, that's it for today's class meeting. Don't forget tomorrow's opening ceremony. No need to queue, just stand in the designated area and listen to it. After the teacher finished speaking, he left the classroom, and the rest of the students were still enthusiastically discussing the use of merit points. Yu Qingfeng saw that they were all company, and wanted to go over to join in the fun, but he was quickly snubbed back by a pair of contemptuous eyes. He shook his head innocently. It seems that I am being hostile, isolated. It's really hateful. They are all unenterprising people. Did you come to the magic capital Wuhan University to find a girlfriend? It seems that the consciousness is really not high. Forget it. Anyway, my identity as the deputy squad leader makes them unhappy, and if they slack off for a few days, some people will naturally be unaccustomed to it, and it is not difficult to change people. However, the form mentioned by the teacher aroused Yu Qingfeng's interest, which recorded the strength of each student, and his information was updated by Vice Principal Qin for him. He was also curious about the strength that the Vice Principal marked on him. Yu Qingfeng turned on his mobile phone, sent a private message to Teacher Lu, and then got up and went back to the dormitory. After Yu Qingfeng left, the girls in the class began to whisper. Didn't classmate Yu close his eyes to recuperate? Ah, I've been watching him in front of him for a long time. Maybe his ability is related to his eyes, or is his ability mutation causing him to go blind? Nonsense, he walked normally just now. How could he not see? But that's really handsome. I don't know what the strength is. If the strength is not high, I am willing to raise him. The boy's reaction was completely different. Who is Yu Qingfeng? It's the person who left just now, especially the way he closed his eyes, pretending to be a mess. I'll try it another day. Come on, you still want to try? If you try, you probably won't see anything. But he is really pretending to be like that. Isn't this normal? There are many strange things about the magic city of Wudi. Let me tell you, I went to the sophomore martial arts arena today to watch the seniors fight, and they all fell miserably. Really? It seems that the strength of the sophomore seniors is similar to ours, and it should be easy to grab the task and get merit points, right? Then let's try it? When he returned to the dormitory, Yu Qingfeng received a form from Teacher Lu, and Teacher Lu also shared one in the class group. He quickly found his information, and the form read, Yu Qingfeng, Strength Bronze 4 stars. The most powerful in the group is the squad leader Tan Xiaohui, who has reached the Bronze 7 stars. The strength of other students is basically between 5 stars and 6 stars, only 1 or 2 have reached 6 stars, and there are many 4 stars. Wow, this is a really high-quality class. Yu Qingfeng secretly made up his mind to quickly improve his strength, at least to quickly reach the Bronze 4 stars. He sat on the bed and began to absorb the spirit stones, absorbing all the bronze-level spirit stones given by his mentor before within 10 minutes, and absorbed about 30 black iron-level spirit stones. The strength has steadily improved, and it has broken through to the 2nd star of bronze. I wanted to continue cultivating, but I didn't have a spirit stone. Just stopped. He got up and got dressed, ready to go to the gym, medical room, and other places to pick up attribute points, and at the same time familiarize himself with the campus environment. It took about 4 hours to pick up about 500 attribute points. Looking at the 500 points in his hand, Yu Qingfeng shook his head helplessly, thinking, there are too few attribute points dropped in other places, so it's better to be in the martial arts arena. I have to get up early tomorrow to help the seniors mop the floor. Day 2. Yu Qingfeng got up early and came to the training ground. Just as he was about to go in, a familiar figure appeared in the distance, Senior Gong Zhang. Qingfeng's eyes lit up. He was quite interested in this senior. He was on the plane before, and he could get 100 strength attribute points every half hour. He immediately stepped forward and waved his hand to greet him. Senior Gong Zhang. Gong Zhang turned his head to look and found that it was Yu Qingfeng, and immediately covered his crotch in a panic. After reacting, he smiled awkwardly and said, Junior brother Qingfeng, why are you here? I remember this seems to be the sophomore martial arts arena, right? Qingfeng touched his head and said righteously, I am in the magic capital, and I am not familiar with the place. If you want to improve your strength quickly, let's take a look at the performance of the seniors. By the way, senior, where are you going? Gong Zhang knew Qingfeng's intentions, nodded, and recognized his self-motivation. Hearing Qingfeng's question, he thought for a while and said subconsciously, I plan to go to the nearby dungeon to walk. Do you want to go with me? In an instant, he felt something was wrong, and he wondered why he wanted to invite this pervert. But it shouldn't come. I remember that there seems to be an opening ceremony today. Senior Gong Zhang, can I leave the school? Yu Qingfeng asked curiously. He just came to school yesterday and was not familiar with the rules here. Well, go out if you want. After all, most of our tasks are outside the school. Qingfeng nodded in understanding. Senior, I'm sorry, I still have an opening ceremony this afternoon. Next time. When he was about to say goodbye, Qingfeng suddenly found that another ball of light appeared on Gong Zhang's body, but fortunately,
this time the ball of light was in the neckline,
not in the crotch.
Wait, senior, your neckline is a little messy before leaving. Before the words fell, Qingfeng stepped forward quickly, grabbed his neckline and began to sort it out carefully. Ding, gain speed attribute 100. Gong Zhang's eyes immediately showed horror, and he quickly said, no, I can sort it out myself.
The senior suddenly remembered that there was something else to do, so he left first. As soon as the words fell, Gong Zhang instantly disappeared in front of Qingfeng.
Gong Zhang's nervous breeze was completely unaware, just thinking that he was really in trouble.
Alas, it's a good start, and it's cool to get 100 attributes just here.
When I was about to enter the training ground, I saw the seniors yesterday dragging a few people out and throwing them directly at the door. He scolded and said, get out, don't come out to find trouble next time if you don't have that ability.
The few people were embarrassed and were about to leave, but Yu Qingfeng next to them shouted in surprise, Yu Qingfeng, how are you here?
Hearing someone calling his name, Qingfeng also looked at the people curiously.
Are you?
Several people saw that Yu Qingfeng couldn't recognize themselves, so they began to introduce themselves. After hearing this, Qingfeng realized that these people were actually his classmates. When he first entered the school, he saw with his own eyes that the sophomore seniors were fighting, and they all fell to the ground, so he rushed forward to challenge without hesitation.
He even took out 100 merit points as a bet.
As a result, he was injured on the spot without catching a single move, and was dragged out by his seniors in embarrassment.
So that's how it is. Wait, what are the names of these juniors? Forget it doesn't matter anyway. Students, do what you can. After saying that, Qingfeng wanted to say hello to yesterday's seniors.
When those classmates saw that he was going to talk to his seniors, they mistakenly thought that he also wanted to challenge, and they were speechless. Was it only we who had to do what we could?
You can just go up there? They are unwilling to sneer.
We have lost several bronze 5-stars. Does his deputy squad leader want to use the strength of the bronze 4-star to scrape them down? They completely misunderstood Qingfeng's intentions. As soon as Qingfeng spoke, he walked up to the seniors with great familiarity and said with a smile, hello seniors, I'm here again. When several seniors saw that it was Yu Qingfeng, their faces immediately smiled.
Qingfeng came so early, these people are your classmates?
The classmates were stunned when they saw Qingfeng greeting him so cordially, as if they were old friends who had known each other for a long time. They stared blankly at Qingfeng, their hearts full of doubts. Yu Qingfeng glanced at these classmates and smiled, yes, they are my classmates, but I am not very familiar with them. I just came to school yesterday.
But I have a lot of respect for my seniors.
Several seniors also smiled. Well said, the gap between people is big. Look at how polite Qingfeng is to the juniors, and then look at these people.
Alas, those students scolded in their hearts, are you polite? While everyone was watching, Yu Qingfeng and his seniors walked into the martial arts hall together talking and laughing.
This time, Yu Qingfeng changed his strategy and did not dare to let his opponent slip with control sweat like yesterday. After all, every time he is present, the other party slips every time, and sooner or later he will be suspected. Coupled with getting familiar with the seniors, sooner or later he will find out that he is a water-type superpower, and when the time comes, thinking of the classmates outside, who might be like them, Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a little scared. So he decided to change his strategy, take the long-term development route, and slowly cut leaks. After the seniors finished the battle, he helped wipe sweat and hand over water, and he could easily get attribute points.
Just think of it as a part-time job.
The time soon reached 11:30. Qingfeng glanced at the time, then looked at the morning harvest and obtained a total of 632 non-attribute points.
Current no attribute points, 2,195.
Woohoo, take off. After saying goodbye to the seniors, Qingfeng bought some food casually and rushed to the playground that the head teacher said. When he came to the playground, Qingfeng was stunned, only to see that the playground in front of him was wide enough to be comparable to 2 airstrips.
He reacted quickly. Oh no, blood loss.
If I had known that if I had come directly to the playground yesterday, I would have been able to earn a lot of attribute points.
It was 12 o'clock.
Countless freshmen gathered under the podium, standing scattered and not lined up neatly.
It seems that there are other arrangements for this opening ceremony.
Except for these freshmen, Qingfeng didn't see any other seniors. It seemed that only freshmen participated.
Because in Qingfeng's perception, it was almost all bronze level.
Just when Qingfeng was curious, the principal stepped onto the podium. His strong posture was steady and majestic, and he did not have the lazy appearance that Qingfeng had seen before.
I am very happy about this opening ceremony.
This was followed by an hour-long explanation of the do's and don'ts and some regular school discourse. Just when Qingfeng thought he was overly concerned, the principal suddenly said the key words. Since we are building a beautiful campus together, in addition to serving the motherland, we must also establish a new trend.
Finally, I will hold an event.
After saying that, he looked at the teacher beside him. The teacher nodded in response, raised his hands, and countless dust gathered into a platform. There are 10 platforms here. As long as someone stands up within 2 hours, they will become the top 10 Tianjiao among the freshmen and become role models. Courage, heart, strength, these are all necessary factors to become a strong man. I know you stood out in high school and were geniuses for a while, but
don't be complacent. Whether you participate or not, this event allows you to see the gaps between each other. I hope you can become the arm of Kyushu Kingdom, become a peerless powerhouse who protects one side. As for the reward, of course, those who go up will receive 500 meritorious deeds and a gold-level spiritual skill. The principal's words fell, instantly setting off an uproar among countless freshmen. Qingfeng's mood was the same, and he felt something was wrong when he came in, especially yesterday. Teacher Lu seemed to have hinted. Now that's the case, the opening is so intense. Gong Zhang is right. Since he has come to the magic capital Wuhan University, everything has to be fought for by himself, and if he doesn't have the strength, he has to desperately enhance his strength, otherwise he will only be left far behind. Thinking of this, Qingfeng glanced at the surrounding crowd, then opened the system, and added all 2,000 points of attributes to the strength. Suddenly, his strength reached 7 tons, a full 14,000 pounds. No one below the 8 stars of bronze is unbeatable. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed by. Since you have to fight, you must fight to the end. He got up and jumped directly onto the first aerial platform. Standing on it, looking down at the other freshmen, Qingfeng suddenly felt like looking down on all living beings. The freshmen who were still discussing were stunned when they saw someone jumping on it, and then looked in the direction of the principal and the others. Only then did I understand that when the principal didn't speak, the game had already started. The people who were still discussing together just now met in the next second. They are all unique geniuses, and they are looked up to. How can they allow someone to stand taller than them, have more honors, and be stronger? For a while, countless people were eyeing Qingfeng and wanted to give him some color. Other smart people also quickly occupied other air platforms. Qingfeng was naturally not to be outdone, and soon waves of freshmen rushed towards him with all their might. He sensed the other party, almost all of whom were masters of the 5th and 6th order of bronze. Qingfeng disdainfully didn't even condense the tang knife and knocked back the new friends with just one punch. His light-hearted appearance immediately made countless people who claimed to be geniuses feel frustrated. This is the first time they have suffered a blow in talent. Many people began to give up the idea of doing something to Qingfeng and turned to compete for other platforms. Qingfeng looked at his feet and found that half of the students had turned to other platforms, and he couldn't help but be a little dissatisfied. Don't go, I just put in a lot of effort. No, I have to find a way to provoke hatred. The corners of Yu Qingfeng's mouth rose slightly, as if he had a flash of inspiration, and a wonderful idea appeared in his mind. Don't move. I'm going to start dressing 13 years, too. He cleared his throat, used his ability to enhance his voice, and said, "You really disappointed me." As soon as this sentence came out, almost all the students were stunned, and their eyes fell on Yu Qingfeng in unison. I came to this school to see the geniuses of my generation, but I didn't expect that there were many hypocrites who claimed to be geniuses. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar below. Everyone looked at Qingfeng with strong anger. I'm right, I know you're so angry that your teeth are itchy, but what's the use of that? Can anyone get me out of here? No, right? Many of you can't beat me and choose to run away. It's ridiculous. I have seen the real Tianjiao. They are tens of millions of times stronger than you. Before the words fell, a voice of disobedience came from the crowd. Then tell me, what is so great about Tianjiao in your mouth? Qingfeng smiled slightly. The Tianjiao I know is not like you. He is strong. He is a senior of the demon capital Wu University, named Gongzhang. As soon as this name came out, the people who had heard of Gongzhang among the freshmen were immediately shocked. Most people are vaguely familiar with this name, but it is difficult to recall the detailed origin for a while. Who is Gongzhang? Someone couldn't help but ask curiously. Seeing that many people didn't know, the rest of the students explained. He is our junior senior, a real Tianjiao. I participated in the national competition in my sophomore year. The individual competition even entered the top 4. Now that I'm only a junior, I've been promoted to platinum. Hearing this, everyone gasped and was convinced. What's even more shocking is that Qingfeng actually has some intersections with Gongzhang. On the high platform, Yu Qingfeng's voice sounded again. Gongzhang told me that the magic capital Wu University has gathered countless geniuses. Even if the talent is mediocre, it is still fought for and fought by one's own efforts. Never think that you are inferior to others. Never have a trace of timidity. He also gave an example. The name was not told to me, only that the person's talent was lower than D level, and he had not even awakened his abilities, but his strength was equal to that of senior Gongzhang. Look at you again. When you enter the magic capital Wu University, most of your talents are below sea level, and if you encounter something you can't beat, you will be cowardly and run away. This is the so-called Tianjiao? Are you embarrassed to call yourself Tianjiao? Embarrassed to say that you are a genius? As soon as the words fell, countless water flowed around the breeze, and a tang knife slowly condensed in his hand. The light blue tang knife shines in the sun and shines dazzlingly. In the eyes of the freshmen, Yu Qingfeng seemed to have incarnated as a god, a supreme being, looking at them indifferently. This soul torture deeply shocked the vast majority of freshmen present. Many teachers suddenly narrowed their eyes and stared at the tang knife in Yu Qingfeng's hand, and the shadow of a certain vice principal appeared in their minds. Teacher Lu also picked up Yu Qingfeng's information and whispered, "This little guy really only has bronze 4 stars? stars? And it's really a water-type ability, isn't it a bluff? Countless people were shocked. When they came back to their senses and looked at Yu Qingfeng again, they saw him slowly raise his hands and raise a middle finger. Supreme middle finger. The middle finger seems to be blessed by special effects, shining gorgeously. The freshmen looked at that finger, as if they had been enchanted, and inexplicable anger and unwillingness welled up in their hearts. They launched a crusade against Qingfeng, and even those geniuses who had already gained a foothold on the platform took the initiative to jump off the platform and rush towards him. In the face of nearly 10,000 freshmen, Yu Qingfeng secretly shouted in his heart, "It seems that I am playing big this time. Fuck, it's all for the attribute point." Batches of freshmen jumped onto the platform, and the breeze shot them down with a punch. Defeat one, come again, and gradually increase in strength, as if it will never end. While fighting, Qingfeng picks up attribute light balls to improve his own strength. The two sides attacked each other like perpetual motion machines, and some freshmen Qingfeng couldn't even beat them, so they could only repel each other. Fortunately, the platform is in mid-air, and if it is on the ground, it may not last 10 minutes. An hour or so passed. Some of the freshmen who were so tired that they lay down were resting in the distance, their faces were bruised, looking at Yu Qingfeng standing like a god of war, and they felt ashamed of themselves. They looked at their companions who were still fighting and found that there were many who were stronger than themselves. Gradually, they began to reflect on Qingfeng's words, and felt more and more that they were arrogant, conceited and sitting in a well and watching the sky, as he said. At this time, Yu Qingfeng also felt a little overdrawn. There was a red-haired man in the audience, whose strength was comparable to Qingfeng, but he was repeatedly pushed out of the ring. At this moment, he picked up his big knife and took the opportunity to jump into the ring. Immediately afterwards, nearly 6 opponents who were on par with the red-haired man also seized the opportunity and jumped into the ring. They were all defeated by Qingfeng again and again, and one of them was Tan Shaoi, the squad leader whom Qingfeng knew. At this time, they both admired and ignited fierce fighting spirit in their eyes. Qingfeng put away the tang knife and immediately condensed a long stick. Seeing this, the red-haired man's eyes tightened, and he raised his big knife and slashed at Qingfeng. The breeze dodges quickly and jumps like a pole vault. After kicking Tan Shaoi in the abdomen and kicking her off the stage, he waved the stick in his hand. Because Qingfeng's weapon is made of water, the length changes at will, just like the golden hoop stick in the hands of the legendary Monkey King. Change the size as you like. The other 6 people hadn't seen it clearly, and hurriedly pulled out their weapons to block them, but as soon as the water condensed stick touched their weapons, it quickly collapsed. The club went straight through the defense, and then condensed into a stick again behind the back of the weapon, striking them all in the chest and knocking them all out of the ring. This time a lot of light balls fell, and Qingfeng quickly rushed up to collect them. Ding! Pick up non-attribute points 669. Yu Qingfeng quickly added some points. Invest all the 669 attribute points you just got into your strength. This shocking blow made many people at the scene stunned. Even the principal looked stunned. The principal looked at Yu Qingfeng, who was immovable in the air ring, and silently speculated in his heart. If I'm not mistaken, the spiritual skills taught by the vice principal to this kid are his unique method of controlling water into a weapon. In order to successfully digest and cultivate, you must have a very high ability to control the water element, and it is even more difficult to condense weapons. This kid has successfully cultivated in just one day, and his understanding of water is so deep. Either they are talented, or they are extremely friendly to the water element. Apparently the latter. This blow has the style of Vice Principal Qin back then. If the principal knew that Yu Qingfeng had successfully condensed the water vessel for the first time in digestion and cultivation, I am afraid that his jaw would be shocked. After this blow, Yu Qingfeng completely became the focus of all freshmen. Some freshmen who had awakened their water-based abilities looked at him on the small arena in the air, their eyes showing incomparable yearning and admiration. With that amazing blow alone, everyone understood that no one could knock him off the stage. This game is completely unsolvable. Tan Shaoi looked at Yu Qingfeng in high spirits, then looked at the time, then turned around and went to other platforms to continue competing. Now there are less than 20% of the freshmen who still have the strength to fight. Qingfeng saw that everyone was no longer paying attention here, and he was slowly relieved, secretly thinking that next time I would definitely not pretend to force it again. Damn, I almost got rid of it. Fortunately, there is a plugin, otherwise the society will die on the spot. Another half hour passed, and all 10 aerial platforms were full. Although the battles on other platforms are also very exciting, many freshmen feel that the gap is obvious at first glance. They couldn't help but set their sights in the direction of Yu Qingfeng. Compared with Qingfeng's stunning performance, other platforms are overshadowed. 2 hours later, this sudden competition was completely over. Qingfeng and 10 other people stood beside the principal, waiting for the award. The principal distributed the tokens one by one with a smile and said, "This token can be exchanged for a gold-level spiritual skill in the library. The 500 merit points have been directly credited to your account. When your strength reaches the silver level, you can log into the campus task network to view the details." The freshmen in the audience listened with envy. ability. That is a gold level spiritual skill. If you buy it outside, you have to spend tens of millions. Of course, they are just envious and convinced of this competition. There is no objection to these 10 heavenly pride. Secretly vow, you must work hard to become stronger. Strive to have a place in the ranks of Tianjiao in the future. At this point, the opening ceremony officially ended. The 3 words Yu Qingfeng, like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, resounded throughout the freshman group. Many people even began to give him nicknames. Among them, the most recognized is the title of Demon King, but these breezes are not known for the time being. The breeze back in the dormitory fell asleep as soon as he lay down, which is the price of pretending. When I woke up, it was already 12 o'clock at noon. Fortunately, there was no class today, and evening self-study was not arranged. Qingfeng opened the campus network and ordered a hamburger takeaway. The system panel is then opened. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength, bronze 2.5 stars. Strength, 12 tons, bronze level invincibility. Speed, 79 kilometers per hour. Mental power, 3 square meters. Free no attribute points, 0. Qingfeng looked at the panel, feeling happy in his heart, recalling that he had exerted too much physical strength before, and could only barely recover by attribute points, which was really tormenting. If I do it again, I will still punch the remaining 9 Tianjia. Because it was a martial arts school, the delivery boy was fast and arrived at the door of the dormitory in a few minutes. After eating the hamburger, Qingfeng began to visit the campus network. As soon as I opened the exclusive campus network of Moda Wuhan University, I saw a striking title. The biggest dark horse of freshman Yu Qingfeng recorded the whole process. Qingfeng opened curiously. If you don't see it, you won't know. You will be shocked when you see it, and in less than a day, the number of views has exceeded 1 million. In the video, the colorful barrage keeps floating by. Qingfeng boss awesome. Welcome back. Since then, the freshmen have awakened. Countless barrages fly on the screen. After a few minutes, Qingfeng found the button to turn off the barrage. At the end of the 2-hour video, he was still unsatisfied and full of emotion. It turned out that when I couldn't hold on, I wasn't embarrassed at all, but quite handsome. Looking at the comment area, a familiar name came into view, his black-clothed senior Gongzhang. At this moment, senior Gongzhang's comment was pinned. Gongzhang, I didn't expect that he would keep a few words in his heart. Shenhu, hey, I didn't expect me to be so concerned about Gongzhang. Under these 2 comments, many freshmen shouted big guys, but Qingfeng didn't read much. After all, the content was similar. Shenhu, is this the big brother who has no talent and no ability mentioned by Gongzhang? It's amazing. I still remember Gongzhang said to him on the plane that this senior was extremely physically strong, and ordinary people couldn't shake it at all. Qingfeng was curious and planned to find an opportunity to visit. The attributes dropped by that person must not be bad. But forget it, they're all big guys. How can they have time to hang out with me? If you have the opportunity in the future, you will definitely visit well. By the way, it's okay now. Why don't you go to the library to exchange for gold level spiritual skills? Before going out, Qingfeng took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Open your phone's map and find the location of the library. Looking around, Qingfeng found that there were indeed not many people who came out to do activities at night, but he didn't care. After walking for about half an hour, Qingfeng finally arrived at the library. The library was open around the clock, and Qingfeng walked straight in. After handing the token to the guarding teacher, the teacher glanced at Qingfeng energetically and then took him into the gold level area. After briefly introducing all the gold level spiritual skills collected here, the teacher withdrew. Even the guardian teacher can't enter this area at will. Looking at least tens of thousands of gold level spiritual skills, Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. This is indeed the institution with the deepest heritage and the strongest strength. Looking around the partition, Qingfeng thought, now his strength have reached a rather terrifying level. What is lacking most at the moment is defense and speed. But defense doesn't seem to be a priority at the moment. With his current strength, it is not a problem to condense water into armor at all. So, what is missing is speed. Thinking of this, Qingfeng went straight to the speed area and began to look for a speed skill that suited him. After layers of screening, Qingfeng finally chose a body technique called Dragon and Snake Dance Steps. This spiritual skill is quite strange. Like a dragon and snake, it can quickly pass through any terrain, and it is more like a ghost and poisonous snake, which can take people's lives silently. At the same time, it dodges most of the damage. Such a powerful function is simply priceless in the eyes of Qingfeng. He can both attack and walk, and has both foot strength and attack. Of course, this spiritual skill also has disadvantages. The cultivation speed is slow, and it requires the cultivator to be extraordinarily talented. However, in the face of Qingfeng's SSS-level talent, these are not a problem. So he chose this book without hesitation, took out the spiritual light ball and handed it to the teacher outside to register, and then left the library. The breeze walked towards the playground. Even though it is 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, there are still many seniors on the playground who are practicing hard. He found a quiet and uninhabited corner and began to concentrate on cultivating and digesting the knowledge in the spiritual skill ball in his hand. About an hour later, Qingfeng slowly woke up. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he pursed his lips lips unsatisfied. After getting up and moving his body, Qingfeng wanted to try the dragon and snake dance. At this moment, Qingfeng had initially mastered the essentials of the dragon and snake dance steps. He walked to the runway and started running. The energy in the body flowed slightly, and a wonderful feeling emerged in the whole body in an instant, as if he had become a snake, and the muscles of the whole body could be flexibly mobilized at any time. It has both strength and softness, and it feels very strange. With this feeling, Qingfeng tried to run, instantly like a cheetah, and the strength of the soles of his feet was mobilized to the extreme, reaching the most comfortable state. The oncoming breeze and resistance seemed to be easily resolved by the body. After running a lap, Qingfeng felt slightly tired. It's not because he is not strong enough, but the area of the playground is too big. Just as Qingfeng was about to stop and rest, suddenly a senior ran past him and dropped an attribute ball of light. Qingfeng quickly picked it up. Attribute speed plus 15. The speed attribute has been increased by 15 points in one go, and there is no doubt that this is dropped by the sophomore senior. Suddenly Qingfeng was in high spirits, no longer feeling tired, and quickly caught up with the senior with the help of dragon and snake dance steps and continued running. During this period, Qingfeng picked up the attribute light ball left by the senior from time to time. Coincidentally, whenever he was about to collapse, the senior would always drop an elemental light ball. After the breeze picked it up, he regained his strength and continued to run. The time soon came to 6 o'clock in the morning. Qingfeng ran with the senior for 2 hours, and the number of people on the playground gradually increased. Many freshmen and old students have the habit of running in the morning. There is also a group of freshmen who are inspired by Qingfeng's efforts and begin to catch up desperately and strive to become stronger. Just as everyone was about to start running, several lewd sophomore seniors next to them began to talk in a low voice, which happened to be caught by Qingfeng's ears. "Did you see that guy in white?" I stared at him for a long time. His eyes were confused, as if he cared about lewdness, and he kept following a man, and I suspected he was a pervert. Indeed, when I was resting, I saw that he had been running for 2 hours in a row, so endurance, 80% gay, and he was still squatting. "Maybe you're observing something indescribable." The freshmen looked up, and sure enough, they saw the man in white not far away, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Yu Qingfeng. Today's Yu Qingfeng is a role model among freshmen. How can he not be angry when he is slandered like this? Suddenly, anger surged in his heart. He pointed to the seniors next to him and angrily scolded, "You are just jealous of others who are better than you, so you will slander them indiscriminately. That's a role model for our freshman year." After hearing this, the seniors cast mocking glances at him and sneered, "That's it? Is this your example?" It seems that the freshman year is really getting more and more depraved, and I think he is a pervert. Since he is your role model, isn't his freshman year all perverted? As soon as the words fell, the seniors next to him burst into laughter, leaving the freshman's face flushed and speechless. Soon, other freshmen also noticed the dispute here and joined in the condemnation. One of the girls with a pure and cute appearance stood up. "He is a role model for our freshman year and my idol." At the opening ceremony, he woke up everyone with his words and suppressed the entire freshman with his invincible strength. "Can you do it? When you laugh at him, do you forget his identity? He's only a freshman. I also heard from you that he has been running for 2 hours. Can you catch up with your seniors for so long in your freshman year?" The speed of the seniors, you know it in your heart. "I hope you apologize to Yu Qingfeng." The crowd immediately erupted in applause and cheers. "Well said." The lewd sophomore seniors were speechless for a while, their faces were flushed, and they didn't even have the strength to refute. After all, they didn't have this strength in their freshman year, and even now, they didn't dare to single out the entire freshman year. And they had seen that video, but they didn't recognize it. These words immediately aroused public anger. Someone among the freshmen asked curiously, "Who was that girl just now? He is really eloquent and beautiful." Yes. "Oh, I know, she is by Seeing, who ranked 4th in the freshman school flower list, but I didn't expect her to like you Qingfeng. It's over, my wife is gone, and compared with Qingfeng, there is nothing to compare with it." Just as everyone was still discussing, a lewd-looking senior stood up unconvinced. He looked at By Seeing with a little jealousy and covetousness in his eyes, and said, "Since he can single-handedly challenge the entire freshman year, he should naturally be able to beat me, right? I'm not convinced. Maybe it's all an illusion, it's just a deliberate hype. I don't believe that the strength of a freshman is not even a bronze 6 star, but he can be so powerful. I want to have a heads up with your example. Life and death." Speaking of this, the senior's jealousy was completely revealed. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and his eyes were almost red. As soon as these words came out, the other seniors looked at him with a hint of shock. The freshman didn't understand the meaning behind these words at all. The sophomore senior who joined in the fun also explained, "Life and death heads up is a life and death heads up, literally. However, if one side surrenders, the life and death head-to-head battle will be over. It's just that who can say it easily, that's the problem. It's really shameless, the senior still bullies the junior, you really have the face to say it." In the face of these comments, the lewd senior chose to pretend not to see it and rushed straight towards Yu Qingfeng. At the same time, Qingfeng is also immersed in the fun of collecting attributes. The sky gradually gradually brightened, and he was about to go to the martial arts arena to collect another wave of attribute points. Suddenly, I saw a person with a lewd face and an angry expression running over. Looking at that appearance, Qingfeng's first reaction was to encounter a pervert and immediately turned around and ran away. He instantly launched the dragon and snake dance with great speed. The senior who chased after him shouted, "Qingfeng, I want to fight you to the death." Qingfeng's mind was full of doubts. What kind of hatred is this? He stopped, turned to look at the lewd senior and asked, "Why? I think you're upset." At this time, Qingfeng's strength could already perceive the silver level, and he took advantage of the situation to perceive the senior's strength, silver 1 star. Suddenly, Qingfeng stared at him with a look of waste. This is not that Qingfeng looks down on him, but that if the sophomore does not reach silver, he is likely to be repeated or transferred. Juniors do not have golden strength and will also face the same fate. And this senior barely reached the silver star, neither hard nor enterprising, but he was looking for a freshman to fight to the death, trying to find the only remaining sense of existence. Whoever sees him will look at him like a waste. "Okay, I'll accept it," Qingfeng said lightly, "but I don't have much time lately. How about a one-on-one battle on Friday afternoon?" The senior was a little stunned when he saw Qingfeng agree so happily and decisively. Such a simple agreement made him start to feel a little fearful in his heart, and he was a little worried that there would be a trump card behind Qingfeng, but now he was embarrassed to regret it. It can be said that he fell into the embarrassing situation of riding a tiger. However, when he thought that he was the strength of a silver star, he shouldn't have been afraid of dealing with a bronze-level opponent, and his self-confidence surged in his heart again, and finally nodded in agreement. And just like that, a week later, a death battle between freshman and sophomore years began. This showdown immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone watched, and even the campus forum was swiped by this incident. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, many sophomore seniors felt very ashamed. At the same time, they were also curious about why Qingfeng accepted the challenge so confidently, and what whole cards did he have. After all, the gap between bronze and silver is very large, and they are not at the same level of life at all, which can be said to be very different. You too, you just entered school and caused such a big thing. I don't know how to evaluate you. Are you confident in dealing with silver? Teacher Lu's warm voice like a spring breeze made Qingfeng feel comfortable, and he nodded firmly on this question. "I am very confident in my strength. As long as you can lend me some spirit stones, it will be enough." This is by no means arrogance. According to his 12-ton strength, he himself has already reached the level of half a silver. As long as there are enough spirit stones to improve the realm, it is not a problem to face 1 or 2 stars of silver. So, Qingfeng went to the head teacher's office as soon as possible, wanting to borrow some spirit stones. Seeing his confident expression, Teacher Lu also nodded, and then conjured up a box from his hand, handed the box to Qingfeng and said, "Take it, there are 50 bronze-level spirit stones in it, which are of no use to me. If you can come back alive, don't forget to pay me back." Qingfeng took the box and took a closer look, and sure enough, it contained a lot of spirit stones. "Okay, thank you, Teacher Lu." After saying that, he left the office. Back in the dormitory, Qingfeng immediately took out the spirit stone and began to absorb it. A day passed quickly. Qingfeng absorbed all 50 spirit stones, and his strength also broke through to bronze 4 stars. When he woke up from his cultivation, he opened the system panel as soon as possible. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength bronze 4.5 stars, plus, invincible under 1 star of silver. Strength 15 tons, plus, speed 140 kilometers per hour, plus, mental power 5 cubic meters, plus, 235. Qingfeng nodded, and he still wanted to continue cultivating in his heart, with the goal of breaking through to the bottleneck of bronze 9 stars. It's a pity that there are not enough spirit stones. Even these 50 bronze-level spirit stones only allowed him to improve 2 small realms. It is conceivable that once the strength reaches the silver stage, the resources required will be even larger. Forget it, go to the martial arts arena to pick up some attribute points first, and then think about other things slowly. Just as Qingfeng was about to leave the dormitory, he suddenly remembered the dungeon. Since attributes are generated by the human body, then monsters in the dungeon will inevitably produce attributes. Not only can you improve your strength, but you can also get spirit stones. This thought made his eyes light up, and he immediately turned on his mobile phone and used Baidu to check the nearby permanent dungeon. Soon, he discovered that there was an underground city on the south side of the Magic City. The first floor of this dungeon is damp and cold, and is a subsidiary of the largest dungeon in the magic capital, Space Rift, and most of the monsters in it are bronze level, and the highest is even gold level. Baidu's introduction mentioned that there is a large swamp here, so this underground city is called a sinister quagmire. Qingfeng thought for a while and decided to go here. After all, this place was very suitable for his water-based abilities. When he left the dormitory, many people recognized him. Like a star, the crowd of onlookers surrounded him, but Qingfeng didn't care at all. In the eyes of everyone, he left the school. The news quickly sparked discussions in the campus forum. "I heard that Yu Qingfeng, a freshman, left school. Did he go to the dungeon? Our family Qingfeng is desperate. Even if we face a life and death duel, we don't panic." "Shouldn't this be panicking to go to the dungeon?" dungeon to improve your strength? I don't care, he's the pride of his freshman year. I think he's a fool, purely for show. If he really has strength, why don't he do it earlier? That's right, I think he's just struggling to the death. Soon, Qingfeng came to the sinister quagmire, handed over the documents to the guarding officers, and then entered the dungeon with his bag. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt plenty of water vapor filling the air. The sky was cloudy, as if it could rain at any time. If it were other superpowers or warriors, they would definitely be uncomfortable with this humid air and muddy land. But Qingfeng didn't care at all. He also feels unusually comfortable, which is the benefit of water affinity and water abilities. If you fight here, Qingfeng's strength will definitely be more than 100%. Looking around, most of the people gathered here were street vendors, many of which were python skins and python fangs. After carefully examining these materials, Qingfeng also determined the target he needed to collect. After not staying here for long, he took out Baidu and inquired about the location of the nearby swamp. As usual, Qingfeng chose a remote swamp, where the maximum strength of monsters was silver. When you first arrive at the swamp, you will see a mysterious scene of dead branches, dense puddles, and a mixture of water, wood, aquatic plants and mud. It's both quiet and dangerous. In this complex terrain, Qingfeng walked on the water, quickly shuttling around in search of traces of monsters. As soon as he crossed a not too deep water, a huge mouth suddenly opened and almost bit him. He stopped, looked back, and found that there was a 2-meter-long crocodile lurking under the shallow pool. A little induction, confirmed to be silver. Immediately understood, it turned out that the reason why this vast swamp was remote was because the monsters were hiding in the depths of the quagmire. But that's okay, opening the door is a silver-level monster, which does give me enough welcome gifts. He immediately condensed a giant blade in his hand and controlled the giant blade to attack fiercely. Qingfeng always kept his distance, and his attacks depended on manipulating the giant blade. Once the giant crocodile tried to approach, he quickly moved the dragon and snake dance steps, coupled with water-type abilities, making it difficult to move. Relying on this cunning tactic, the giant crocodile finally ran out of strength and fell to the ground. The battle lasted for more than half an hour before Qingfeng completely killed it. Pick up non-attribute points plus 532. For the sake of safety, Qingfeng also deliberately whipped the corpse, condensing 4 giant blades in one go, and was extremely cautious. When dealing with the giant crocodile, he found a spirit stone in his body that emitted a white light, and immediately knew that it was a silver-level spirit stone. After taking out the spirit stone, he peeled off his nails, bones and skin. After finally confirming that there was really nothing to take away, Qingfeng left the place completely. This time Qingfeng already knew where those monsters were hiding, so wherever he went, he would use his water-type ability to condense spikes and stab into the quagmire. In this way, he easily solved quite a few monsters. Just as Qingfeng was about to absorb the few spirit stones in his hand, suddenly there was a noisy buzzing sound not far away. Curious, he walked over to check, and was suddenly surprised to find that there was a black substance like a dark cloud floating in the air not far away, actually wriggling. When he got closer to take a closer look, he was even more shocked. It wasn't black matter at all, but thousands of palm-sized mosquitoes. This kind of existence, even platinum-level powerhouses may fall because of this, extremely dangerous. Fortunately, these mosquitoes didn't seem to find him, and Qingfeng was still in his heart when he left. He secretly scolded, "Who wrote the information on Baidu?" Obviously, the highest danger is only at the gold level. In fact, Qingfeng didn't know that the monsters that were once the most powerful here were indeed only silver level, but since these mosquitoes appeared, the danger level has skyrocketed. That's why no one cares about it here. The breeze that first arrived chose this swamp. He kept this area in mind, and when he was about to leave to continue hunting, he suddenly felt the ground trembling slightly under his feet. After careful perception, it was found that the vibration came from behind him, and it was menacing. He quickly used his water-type abilities to wrap himself up and hide under branches and quagmire in the corners like the giant crocodile. The roots of this tree are intricate, and with the overgrown weeds ahead, it is just right to peek outside. Soon, the source of the shaking appeared in front of Qingfeng. A swamp frog about 2 meters long appeared, followed by another one after another, with thousands of them, and their strength was at least silver. Qingfeng suddenly felt speechless. These giant frogs were obviously heading in the direction of the mosquito swarm, obviously out to feed. He thought to himself that there was no need to participate, and when they were all gone, it was time for him to leave this dangerous place. Next time, at least you have to wait until you reach the silver level. When all the giant frogs left, Qingfeng was about to get up, but his pupils suddenly dilated. Closed eyes almost opened. Not far away, a huge snake head slowly lurked in the swamp, and the big snake head that emerged from the water was 5 or 6 meters long. Titan Python. This is a monster that only appears on the second floor of the sinister quagmire, with the lowest strength being silver 7 stars, and has the ability to sense body temperature. Countless information from Baidu came to his mind, and Qingfeng suddenly realized that something was wrong. It's over. If it senses my body temperature, it will definitely be over. Is it prayer, or waiting for the judgment of fate? At this moment, Qingfeng was unusually calm, and his mind was running rapidly.
quickly. He thought of a possibility. So many giant frogs had just appeared, and the Titan Python's attention must have been focused on them. Even if he saw him, he would not take action easily, so as not to alarm the giant frogs and mosquitoes and make it self-defeating. Once this happens, Titan Python is equivalent to losing watermelon and picking up sesame seeds. He was nervous and didn't dare to make a move, so he could only silently pray that the Titan Python would not find him. As Qingfeng expected, the Titan Monty Python's eyes were fixed on the giant frogs, not noticing him, and quietly waiting for the opportunity. Suddenly, the buzzing suddenly amplified, like an alarm. Qingfeng understood. The giant frogs began to forage, and the Titan Python would follow suit. Sure enough, as expected, the Titan Python slowly moved forward until the huge snake head was completely hidden in the quagmire in front of Qingfeng's eyes. At this time, Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He walked out of the quagmire cautiously, for fear of making a little noise. He was also grateful that he had a water-type ability, until he was completely out of the water, and he looked in the direction of the mosquito swarm. I saw countless mosquitoes crawling all over the body of the giant frog, and the giant frogs were like normal people, concentrating on whipping their tongues to forage. Qingfeng was a little stunned when he saw it, and secretly sighed in his heart. This is probably the true portrayal of the food chain. However, he was also calculating that if he could kill all so many monsters, how many silver spirit stones he could get should be easily upgraded to 9-star bronze. Unfortunately, it can only be given up now. When he was about to leave, he found that the attribute points dropped by the giant frog during the foraging battle fell like raindrops, as if they didn't need money at all. This made Qingfeng's eyes flash with a hint of greed. Why don't you observe the final result of the battle first? If you don't have a chance, slip away early. If it's still possible, wait for the Titan Python to leave before picking up the attribute points. So, Qingfeng, who was just about to leave, turned to a nearby water tree with shallow water and close to the exit. Even if the Titan Python spotted him attacking, he was confident that he would get out safely. In this way, he hid in the tree and began to watch the biological war quietly. First, in the dense mosquito swarm, a tongue more than 10 meters long sticks out from time to time, and the saliva secreted on the tongue is stained with countless mosquitoes. Not to be outdone, the mosquitoes attacked frantically whenever they had the opportunity, and did not miss any opportunity. However, the sharp tube didn't seem to penetrate the thick skin of the giant frog. After more than 10 minutes, the mosquitoes gradually decreased, and the giant mosquito colony that was originally dense as a cloud now only has hundreds left. The Titan Python, which has been lurking in the underwater quagmire, has finally begun to act. It opened its bloody mouth and quickly attacked the giant frog like a death passage, biting one in one bite, and before the giant frog could react, it was already swallowed into its belly. The sudden change caused the giant frogs to wake up and frantically attack the Titan Python with their whip-like tongues. The Titan Python also felt the pain and quickly dived into the quagmire, turning around and attacking the other giant frog. Just when the giant frog was about to be bitten, it jumped hard and jumped more than 10 meters in the air. How could the Titan Python let go of this opportunity and jumped up suddenly? Its huge body, more than 10 meters long, just supported this attack. The giant frog was bitten hard in the air and slowly swallowed into the giant python's belly. Instead of choosing to escape, the rest of the giant frogs launched a frantic counterattack against the Titan Monty Python, seemingly determined to fight to the death. As the Titan Python devoured 7 or 8 giant frogs, multiple scars began to appear on its body, and Qingfeng thought it would choose to retreat. However, the Titan Python refused to give up at all, and continued to attack violently, trying to devour more giant frogs. It seemed to completely ignore the scars on its body and frantically charged at the other giant frogs. Attribute points continue to fall from Titan Pythons like a cascading waterfall. After about 4 hours, Qingfeng was a little stunned, and the Titan Python devoured more than 200 giant frogs, but it was still unfinished and continued to look for prey. The scars on its body were hideous, but the energy was still strong, and if this continued, thousands of giant frogs would probably not be able to escape. Qingfeng couldn't help but swallow his saliva, secretly shocked in his heart. Is this the second tier of top creatures, Titan Python? Its strength is really terrifying. After devouring about 400 giant frogs, the Titan Python's essence began to decline gradually, and it was obvious that it was powerless. This scene made Qingfeng happy. If this continued, the Titan Python might die here. As long as he waits for the giant frog to leave, all the rich attribute points scattered on the ground will belong to him. This is simply a good opportunity to reap the benefits of fishermen. 5 hours passed, and the breeze almost merged with the trees, and the Titan Python was still full of strength, swallowing 800 giant frogs. It seems that the illusion of the previous decline in essence was completely deliberately used by it to bluff the giant frog. At the same time, Qingfeng also began to speculate on the strength of this Titan Monty Python. It was likely that it was at the peak of silver, and urgently needed a large amount of spirit stones and flesh and blood to advance to the golden rank. This forced it to fight with its determination, and now it seems that the possibility of success in advancing is extremely high. After another 3 hours, there were only a dozen giant frogs left, which originally exceeded 1,000, and the Titan Python was also on the verge of death. But it still became more and more courageous, and the remaining giant frogs finally panicked.
After losing 7 or 8 more, the giant frogs were completely confused, turned around and fled in a hurry.
The Titan python immediately chased after him. When they disappeared from sight, Qingfeng felt a burst of joy in his heart, and when he got off the tree, he couldn't help but tremble slightly, and hurriedly ran to the place where they were fighting fiercely. Ding! Pick up no attribute plus 1231. Ding! Pick up spiritual power attribute plus 1223. Ding! Pick up power attribute plus 3231. Ding! Pick up no attribute plus 1131. Ding! Pick up no attribute plus 7131. Qingfeng quickly opened the system panel and checked the number of attribute points.
Free no attribute points, 9,728.
Refreshing. This feeling is simply crooked. This was a pleasure he had never experienced before, and the boredom he had felt when he was Voldemort before almost disappeared, but he began to like it a little. Qingfeng searched around the neighborhood again, and actually picked up a lot of attribute points. Now he has more than 11,000 attribute points in his hand, which is amazing. In order not to waste it, Qingfeng repeatedly searched this area to make sure that no resources were missed, and was planning to leave this place. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a deafening hissing sound suddenly came from behind, accompanied by a gust of wind. Qingfeng turned his head and found that the Titan python had returned at some point. Suddenly his heart was shocked.
Damn, didn't it chase the giant frog? Why did it come back again?
Qingfeng immediately turned around and galloped away, starting the dragon and snake dance steps, and the figure quickly sprinted towards the entrance like a ghost.
Looking at its injury, it shouldn't be able to chase too far. Half an hour later. Are you still chasing?
I thought that the Titan python would give up after chasing it for a while, but I didn't expect that after half an hour, it still chased after it.
This guy is obviously red-eyed, and everyone he sees wants to tear it up. Grass.
Qingfeng scolded in his heart.
You still want to chase me if you are injured like this? I don't show my power. I really think I'm Hello Kitty. He quickly opened the system panel and added all the more than 10,000 attributes in his hand to the strength, and the power instantly soared to 28 tons. Turning around suddenly, a saber was condensed in his hand, and he rushed towards the giant python with the help of dragon and snake dance steps. This knife went straight into the abdomen of the Titan python.
The sudden attack made the python unable to react for a while. Its hiss shook the entire swamp, and its huge body of more than 10 meters fell heavily to the ground, and then struggled to stand up again and began to run backwards.
Qingfeng sneered, after chasing the young master for so long, do you still want to run away?
The identity changed instantly, and the initiative of the pursuit shifted from the Titan Monty Python to the hands of Qingfeng. At this moment, the giant python was puzzled. Obviously the human in front of him only had the strength of 4 bronze stars, but he showed the strength of 5 silver stars. I thought it was just an after-dinner dessert, but I didn't expect it to be a deep-water beast.
How can this human pretend to be like this? The water filament is so small that it is almost invisible, like countless ropes, entangled the Titan python.
He pulled hard, and the silk thread pierced deep into the python's body. If it weren't for the toughness of the python's body, it would have been torn to pieces. Seeing the giant python restrained, Qingfeng quickly absorbed the surrounding water, grabbed it like a claw, and approached quickly with himself. He quickly found the python 7 inches. Whether the old saying was effective or not, at least it was the only weakness he knew. With a swing of the saber, he slashed fiercely.
The Titan python opened its mouth wide and let out a mournful hiss. There is a play. Qingfeng was about to make persistent efforts, but the giant python swept fiercely with its giant tail and hit Qingfeng with a blow.
His whole body was knocked out and fell heavily.
This blow seriously injured Qingfeng.
He struggled to stand up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could stand firm, the giant python's huge snake tail had already waved again, whipping him. Qingfeng's eyes were cold, and he slowly opened his eyes without panic. In an instant, the whole world seemed to stand still. The leaves falling from the water trees in the swamp froze in the air, and a strange space appeared in front of Qingfeng's eyes. In this space, the colors fade quickly. Until the color is completely gone, the leaves begin to slowly break and dissipate into ashes. The Titan python's body seemed to have fallen into a black hole and quickly began to disintegrate. About 2 seconds later, the python's spine was revealed. Qingfeng quickly closed his eyes and controlled the silk thread again, wrapping it around the exposed spine.
He pulled hard. The snake's head immediately broke and separated. The giant frog that had not yet been digested flowed out of its neck.
Qingfeng did not dare to relax at all, and the water in his hand condensed into a sharp dart and began to attack the Titan python's head. Even if the snake's head is cut off, the snake still has residual reflexes. This is the experience that Bai Yi taught him in his previous life. The rest can be eaten with confidence after removing the snake head. Ahem, I went to the wrong channel. He manipulated the silk thread and threw the snake's head far away before he began to dissect the corpse in detail. First of all, deal with those giant frogs that have not yet been digested, and the first few swallowed are already bloody and fleshy, which makes people sick to the stomach. Every time a giant frog is dissected, the breeze will condense the water flow and clean it carefully. In this way, among the more more than 1,000 giant frogs. In addition to the dozens that were digested, Qingfeng obtained a total of 812 silver-level spirit stones. Among them, there are more than 300 silver-grade spirit stones with higher purity. Then there is the spirit stone of the giant python. Due to the huge size of the giant python, Qingfeng searched for a long time before finding it near the snake's head. This spirit stone shows a gradient of pearl white and gold, half golden and half white. If it hadn't taken the initiative to find Qingfeng, I am afraid that its strength would have been promoted to the gold level. For this rich harvest, Qingfeng didn't even dare to think about it. He originally just wanted to get some attribute points, but he didn't expect to become the biggest winner in the end. This is simply a rich overnight experience, and the harvest is extremely rich. He made a rudimentary bag out of the snakeskin left over from the Titan python. All the silver-level spirit stones were put in. Such a large bag of spirit stones, even if a gold-level powerhouse saw it, it was inevitable that he would be moved. As for the materials of the giant frog, Qingfeng had no intention of collecting them, so he simply took some snake skin and fangs of the Titan python and left here. Qingfeng found a quiet place, and after confirming that there were no monsters nearby, he began to absorb the spirit stone. 3 days passed in a flash, and Qingfeng absorbed 500 bronze-level spirit stones before barely raising his strength to 9 bronze stars. At this time, he clearly felt the existence of the bottleneck. He took out the half-silver, half-gold Titan Monty Python spirit stone, intending to break through to the silver realm in one fell swoop. An hour later, Qingfeng woke up and found that his strength had not successfully broken through to silver, and he was inevitably a little disappointed, but he was not discouraged. Maybe it's just because of a lack of combat experience. He thought to himself, if he went to the dungeon to improve his mood later, he might be able to successfully break through. System, open the properties panel. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength, bronze 9-star peak. Strength, 38 tons, plus, invincible below 7 stars of silver. Speed, 240 kilometers per hour, plus, mental power, 15 cubic meters, plus, free no attribute points, 328. When he fought Titan Python before, his strength was only 28 tons, but now with the improvement of his strength realm, his strength has reached 38 tons. The invincible power below the silver 7 stars is a full 38 tons, equivalent to 76,000 pounds. Now he has just reached the strength of the silver 7 stars. It is conceivable that it will be extremely difficult to improve strength in the future. Thinking back to the giant python, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If his strength recovers a little more, he may not even be able to take a blow. Forget it, it's better to leave this ghost place quickly. As for the information on Baidu, he decided to read it all as a joke. If you know which editor wrote it behind it, Qingfeng must not be able to help but want to play his head. After putting the remaining 300 silver-level spirit stones into the snakeskin bag, he left the dungeon. Instead of subsiding, the discussion of this life-and-death struggle on campus intensified. The freshmen who were originally just onlookers were also affected by those sunspots. The sophomore sunspots said that the overall strength of the freshman year was too weak, and the generation was not as good as the generation. The freshmen were naturally not to be outdone, counterattacking that the sophomores were all obscene men, and when they saw women, their legs were weak, they were not motivated, and they chewed their tongues behind their backs to spread rumors. The words were sharp, almost hitting the other party's sore spot. If it weren't for the network barrier, the freshman and sophomore would have fought long ago. As for the junior year, he never planned to get involved in this matter, and only occasionally posted a few comments. Today, the campus forum, which had just calmed down a little, was stirred up again. The title of a post reads, "Freshman role model Yu Qingfeng returns to campus." Is it the return of the king, or is it a fear of escaping to throw in the towel? The post was also accompanied by a photo of Qingfeng returning with a snakeskin bag. During this time, Qingfeng has not shown up, which has made many people who have blackened him black for 3 whole days. Now that he's back, the freshmen are naturally excited. In this regard, Qingfeng behaved quite calmly. Even if the senior hit him 3 times, he would have no problem. Back in the dormitory, Qingfeng took off his clothes and took a shower, and put on the pure white clothes he bought in Pin Cc, which made his temperament look particularly proud. There is a sense of being otherworldly. I turned on my phone and looked at the forum, and found that there was chaos, and I felt very bad, so I simply turned off my phone. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that he seemed to have nothing to do. The absorbing spirit stone has reached the bottleneck, and if he goes to the martial arts arena, the attribute light ball there will not be able to satisfy him. The forum is so messy that it's irritating, and there is nothing good about TV series and anime. Alas, thinking of this, Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Since you have nowhere to go, it's better to go to class honestly. He remembers that there was still a week of basic theoretical knowledge classes at school. If you have nothing to do, then go to class. The teacher's lectures are definitely much more accurate than the information on Baidu. When he thought of the content on Baidu, Qingfeng couldn't help but want to beat people. Leave the dormitory and come to the classroom. As soon as he entered the door, countless eyes fell on him in unison. Teacher Lu on the podium saw him coming back, smiled slightly, didn't say much, and Qingfeng quickly sat back to
to his position. However, as soon as the breeze appeared, the atmosphere in the classroom immediately became uneasy. Both boys and girls can't help but look in the direction he is from time to time. Even the squad leader Tan Shui, who usually doesn't care much about these things, couldn't help but look at Qingfeng. At this time, Mr. Lu began to talk about speculation about the dungeon. Regarding the dungeon, scientists believe that it is likely to be an otherworld, completely independent of the world as we know it. There is also speculation that the other world is merging with our world, and the entrance is the cracks that often appear. Such a crack is likely to be a spacetime crack, a product of the fusion of the two worlds. These cracks can appear around us at any time. They will be present in various forms. It may be at the entrance of the subway or after you open the door. It may also be in your closet. This kind of crack is called a short-term dungeon, which is different from the long-term dungeon we are familiar with. It will only appear for a short time. The places where this kind of ephemeral dungeon connects are random. You may not know when a transient dungeon will appear in your backyard, and the entrance is still in the kennel. But don't go in when you encounter it. The most correct way at this time is to tell the Supernatural Ability Bureau or the Security Bureau. If you go in, this dungeon is likely to be connected to more than a dozen floors underground, and the monsters in it are at least gold level, and going in is looking for death. If you have to explore, maybe by the time you plan to return, the dungeon entrance is closed. If you want to come out at this time, that is, come to the top floor, which is the first floor, and find the entrance to the Changzhou dungeon. So the dungeon is not an independent space. The theory of independent space was overturned a few years ago, and the evidence is that many people have entered the ephemeral dungeon and then come out of the long-term dungeon. So each dungeon entrance is actually a random door to another world. Of course, these are just guesses, but it is a fact that the dungeons are interconnected. If you get lost inside, you can try to find other long-term dungeons, or encounter the entrance to the ephemeral dungeon. Okay, it's time for us to get out of class. Qingfeng comes to my office. At this time, Qingfeng was fascinated by the sound and found that class had ended. She got up and followed teacher Lu to her office. She took out her office notebook and looked at it, and also asked Yu Qingfeng next to her. The dungeon harvest should be good this time. Are you sure to deal with silver now? Yu Qingfeng looked at teacher Lu's office book, nodded and said, "Don't worry, I can deal with that wasted silver with one hand." Teacher Lu glanced at Qingfeng and said, "You can't say too much. You have to know that even if the wasted silver you said was once a genius, you just can't compete with others. And even the most garbage and the least strong silver is still silver, which should not be taken lightly." A coldness rose in Qingfeng's eyes. Can't compete? When you see a girl you like, if you don't work hard to make progress, you will bully those with poor strength. He also had murderous intentions. This is indisputable. I think he's really good at fighting. Qingfeng took out a silver one-star giant frog spirit stone from his pocket. He put it on the table and said, "This is what I hunted in the dungeon, and I will repay you the bronze-level spirit stone I borrowed before." Teacher Lu glanced blankly at the spirit stone on the table, his beautiful eyes shining. "Yes, it seems that my worries are unnecessary, but I still have to take every enemy seriously. Don't be arrogant and complacent with a certain amount of strength." Qingfeng was almost tired of listening to these words, and secretly slandered in his heart. It turned out that the teacher's words were really unified. Qingfeng has heard almost enough of these words in his previous life. It's just that the format has changed, and it can only be said that it is very familiar but not completely familiar. After chatting with teacher Lu, Qingfeng went to the martial arts arena to help the senior deliver water. This move is naturally seen by others, and now Yu Qingfeng is like a star in full swing. Whatever you do will be sent to the forum for discussion. Qingfeng didn't mind either. He knew that no one would care about him in a few days after the life and death struggle was over. After all, people also have to practice, so how can they have so much time? It's just that I was eaten by the gimmick of freshman and sophomore PK. The seniors were immediately moved when they saw how Qingfeng cared about them even if they were facing such a difficult situation. Some even wanted to abolish the lewd senior before the life and death struggle, but they were also stopped by Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng also had other plans. Qingfeng would naturally not kill this kind of person, not that he was indecisive, but he really has nothing to do with him. It's just that I was angry for a while, but I was impulsive and had murderous intent. But naturally, he would not let him go easily. Qingfeng planned to beat him into a useless person, just as revenge for the murderous intent. They are all adults and have to pay the price for their decisions. After all, cultivation must pay attention to the understanding of the mind. If he just defeated him, Qingfeng himself would be a little unreasonable. In this way, Qingfeng stayed in the martial arts arena for a day, and after returning to the dormitory, Qingfeng took out his textbook and began to tutor for the courses he had left in the past few days. Since I went to listen to that class today, I have a very deep impression of the dungeon. For the common sense in these textbooks, Qingfeng still wants to make up for it quickly. Midday. Qingfeng woke up in a daze, looked at the time, and scolded secretly. Yesterday I wanted to study hard, but after watching for 2 hours, I wanted to sleep. The knowledge in the book is all about the very hardcore theoretical knowledge of dungeons. For Yu Qingfeng, the eldest young master who was fooling around outside in the original high school, it was not clear that the knowledge of his previous life was
was not useful here. Then I fell asleep while looking at it. This sleep went straight to the afternoon. Qingfeng used his ability to wash his face casually and went out to the cafeteria to buy breakfast. Went for lunch. After eating and drinking, he took out his textbook and went to Teacher Lu to ask for knowledge. The next time is a serious intellectual discussion. It wasn't until Teacher Lu's reminder that Qingfeng remembered that there was still a duel. Teacher Lu was also speechless. You will also forget such an important thing. Let's go together. All right. Teacher Lu came to the door of the martial arts arena and pushed the door in. Suddenly, countless noises came into his ears, and the martial arts arena, which was originally normal with a normal flow of people, was already full of people at this time. There are cameras even at the top. There were even many people in the audience who were live broadcasting. Banners, signs, you name it, and even a kiosk. Seeing these things full of black lines, I immediately felt that this was the magic capital Wuhan University, which was more than a technical school. Then Qingfeng went to the shop to buy a bottle of Coke. After drinking, standing in the center of the training ground, the senior also stood up. Teacher Lu took out the red seal and the life and death exemption statement, and the two sides had signed a life and death agreement. Qingfeng probably took a look and then drew it. Soon Teacher Lu also retreated to the edge of the martial arts arena and stood with the rest of the teachers. With the beginning of the duel, Qingfeng didn't panic at all, just glanced at it briefly, and then stared at the senior opposite without care. Seeing that the other party did not attack him, he also looked at him. After so long, Qingfeng still didn't know what the other party's name was, so he politely asked out of respect, "It's been so long, I still don't know what your name is." The other party was also stunned after hearing this, and sneered confidently, "My name is Zhang Lai, and I am the one who killed you today." As he spoke, he raised the sword in his hand and waved it towards Yu Qingfeng. These attacks were easily dodged by Yu Qingfeng. Qingfeng was a little surprised by the fluctuations from the other party. Completely different from the previous perception, the other party broke through to the silver 2-star. But this strength is not enough. Qingfeng raised his middle finger to the opponent's sword, and suddenly the fire splashed. Qingfeng was expressionless, and then knocked the opponent to the ground with a gentle force. The audience exploded in this scene. Missed grass, what did I just see? Did the Demon King Yu Qingfeng just take it with a middle finger? That's right, Wu Chao, is he hanging? As expected of being called the Demon King by the freshmen, there is indeed a famous man. Not far away, several freshmen and ninth role models saw Qingfeng's strength, and cold sweat flowed inexplicably. The red-haired man asked Tan Shui, who had bright eyes next to him, could it be that Yu Qingfeng has hidden his strength since the opening ceremony? Talking about Shui? Talk about Shui. Ah, yes, what did you just say? Tan Shui was a little fascinated by it, and only now did she realize her gaffe. The red-haired man was also helpless. I said that the opening ceremony of Yu Qingfeng is a hidden strength? Tan Shui nodded. Yes, this possibility is very high. At this time, Yu Qingfeng didn't want to drag on any longer, and summoned Tang Dao to abolish him quickly and end the farce. The breeze quickly hit the fallen senior. Just as he was about to arrive, Senior Tai suddenly raised his head, and more than a dozen poisonous needles came out of his cuffs. Qingfeng's eyes shrank back quickly. Dodged these poisonous needles. Qingfeng stopped and sensed what it was. Poisonous needles? Qingfeng found that the poison in it was found in it. Even if it was silver 5-star and there was no antidote, it could lead to death. This despicable method immediately annoyed Qingfeng. The murderous intent of the breeze overflowed, and the murderous aura was also condensed around him, even though everyone in the audience clearly felt it. He said coldly to the senior who hadn't gotten up yet, I just wanted to abolish you, but I didn't expect you to play in. It seems that if you don't put me to death, you won't give up. After saying that, countless small and invisible filaments appeared in Qingfeng's hand, and these filaments trapped the other senior in an instant. This made the senior very scared. He wanted to stand up and gesture with Qingfeng again, but he was surprised to find that he seemed to be bound by something. I can't get up even if I want to. Qingfeng snapped his fingers slightly, and in an instant, the senior who was still lying on the ground turned into minced meat. The freshmen in the audience were stunned for a moment, and then were horrified to find that the original senior had become minced meat. The brain plasma was mixed with blood and flowed out slowly. The screams came and went, and so did the vomits. Qingfeng probably looked at it and found that the screaming were basically freshmen. Sitting at the front of the audience, a little confused, with a few drops of blood on their faces, he said tremblingly to the people next to him, murdered? Really killed? The man next to him nodded, then immediately began to scream like the rest. Most of these freshmen have never seen anyone kill, even if they knew in advance, but when they saw the teacher present, they thought the teacher would stop it. But I really didn't expect it. Unexpectedly, it really killed someone. Especially some boys and girls. They have the best resources in high school, but they are protected almost rarely in contact with dungeons, and they are vases with only realms and no actual combat. This kind of minced meat quickly hit their worldview. Some freshman students after vomiting want to see what kind of expression Qingfeng is, and they should feel uncomfortable. But when they saw Yu Qingfeng, they found that Qingfeng still had the same expression, without the slightest change. It seems to have adapted very early. This situation shocked many people. Looking at the pile of minced meat, Qingfeng Feng didn't wait long and said to Teacher Lu and left the training ground. The principal of the principal's office turned off the live broadcast in his hand.
I can't help but sigh that the younger generation is terrifying.
On this day, the news of the victory of the freshman Demon King over the sophomore Silver 2-star was also instantly spread throughout the entire Magic Capital. Yu Qingfeng's live video of the sophomore senior also went crazy on the forum.
The Demon King is too high profile. Indeed, if this is the case, many people will target the door-to-door challenge. I think it's just a clown. Still jumping clown, do you have this strength?
Yu Qingfeng, who returned to the dormitory, opened the forum and saw these comments. Also smiled disdainfully and retorted in his heart.
High profile? That's right. I'm looking forward to the rest of Tinjiao challenging me. If you don't have a high profile, will you pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger?
This will only affect your own development.
Only remain invincible in school. This is the truth. That's right.
Once he stands on a high place, there will be more and more proud sons of heaven to challenge him, so that Qingfeng will only become more and more courageous. Actual combat will only advance by leaps and bounds. On the contrary, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger will have a group of waste to find a sense of superiority, and the trouble will only increase, and the resources will become less and less.
There are very few opportunities to fight with Tianjiao. How to improve the actual combat in this way? Do you rely on those wastes who are looking for trouble? Since there are so many benefits, why hide it? There are enemies. Wouldn't it be nice to defeat it with one punch? In the magic capital Wuhan University, Senior Gongzheng has already said that it is a struggle. As long as it's valuable, the resources for cultivation will only increase, and the speed of cultivation will only become faster and faster. After all, the magic capital Wuhan University has been fighting since the opening ceremony. If he chooses to use the system to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger at that opening ceremony, then how long will his strength drag on? When will the dragon and snake dance step be met and learned? In the final analysis, it's still a fight. Warriors must fight. Those with special abilities must fight. Strength must be fought. Resources must be fought for. This is the way of survival of the magic capital.
Turning off the mobile phone, Qingfeng lay on the bed. At this time his mood was also very growing, and he also understood that since he was facing an enemy with murderous intent, even if it is a misunderstanding, it is indeed a murderous intent. Do it without a hint of mercy, otherwise the consequences can be fatal. Alas, this world is not mine after all. Strength can make the difference. In this regard, Qingfeng got up, moved his body, and then sat in front of the seat and began to read a book. Soon half a month passed. The popularity of Yu Qingfeng was also quickly replaced by new things. During this period, Qingfeng was still very low-key. In addition to going to Teacher Lu's place to make up lessons, he went to the martial arts arena to pick up attributes. Life is not bad. At this time, Yu Qingfeng sat in his seat, quietly waiting for Teacher Lu's arrival. Soon, Teacher Lu stepped through the classroom door and quickly came to the podium and said, "There is actually nothing to talk about today. The course is over, and the rest is the practical class.
By the end of the actual combat
class, you have combat knowledge, cultivation knowledge, and combat experience, and the rest is your own cultivation and development. When the time comes, if you encounter problems in cultivation, you can find a teacher, and if you want to learn spiritual skills, you can also come to me to exchange them. Then you will prepare after you go back. The practical class is held in the dungeon. This is a special practice. I hope you will also prepare early." Saying that, he said some precautions and left the classroom. The classmates also began to discuss this matter. They had all been to the dungeon, but they had only been there once. The rest of the cultivation resources are given by the high school. They were naturally excited to go to the dungeon this time, and the rest of the students would look at Yu Qingfeng from time to time when discussing the dungeon. When Yu Qingfeng came back before, they could see the forum photos clearly. In that photo, Qingfeng's clothes were messy, and he had a snakeskin bag in his hand, and everyone guessed that he had gone to the dungeon.
Many people want to ask Qingfeng what it's like to be in a dungeon,
but they didn't dare to say it, and they didn't even dare to get close. After all, in their eyes, he is a ruthless person who has killed people. After leaving the class, Qingfeng went to the cafeteria to eat a little, then returned to the dormitory and began to take out the hundreds of silver-level spirit stones. Secretly, try again today to see if you can absorb and break through to the silver level. As the 28 spirit stones were absorbed, Qingfeng also woke up, and he couldn't help but feel lost in his heart. He had been stuck at the peak of bronze for a while. It just can't break through. Qingfeng also asked Teacher Lu, and Teacher Lu's answer was to ask Yu Qingfeng not to be too anxious and precipitate. Alas, forget it. I still pack up and prepare to go to the dungeon with Teacher Lu tomorrow, but I don't know what the actual combat class looks like. It should be quite relaxed. The next day, Qingfeng and others waited at the school gate early until the bus arrived. Get into the bus and look at the scenery passing by. I found that this direction seems to be the largest dungeon in the Magic City, Space Rift. I looked at Teacher Lu sitting in front of me and found that Teacher Lu was also looking at him. He asked, "Teacher Lu, are we going to the dungeon this time to go to the space crack in the largest dungeon in the Magic City?" "Yes," Teacher Lu said. Many people who secretly peeked at Yu Qingfeng were also shocked. They
They knew that Ching Feng didn't play with his mobile phone, he just looked outside and guessed where he was going. How familiar this was. The girls in the class looked at Yu Ching Feng and worshipped them even more fanatically. The boys secretly TSK and didn't dare to have too much opinion. Soon arrived at the destination. The entrance to the underground city is extremely wide around here, and there are no houses. Stalls are everywhere. Many students are looking around, and from time to time they will buy some materials that they don't know what they are useful. Teacher Lu reorganized the team. He summoned the class to the center and led them into the space crack. Ching Feng stepped on the entrance of the dungeon, and the dazzling sunlight shone in front of Ching Feng. Looking at the blue normal sky, he couldn't help but sigh a little. It turns out that the dungeon also has such a sky. Thinking of encountering a dungeon before, it was either a dark cloud or a dark purple ominous place. Now, a normal dungeon is finally known. Looking ahead, Ching Feng was surprised to find that the surrounding stone bricks stood up, and behind him was the entrance, and he was in a huge city. There are countless modern houses, as well as cars and house stalls, which are completely different from the simple trading places that Ching Feng saw before. There were many soldiers standing guard above the city wall. It seems to be patrolling to see if there are any monsters nearby. This is the complete establishment of a human stronghold in the dungeon. Teacher Lu counted the number of people and said, since everyone has arrived, let's go. I will also go to the territory of the magic capital Wu University and wait for the basic accommodation to be arranged. You can start your free activities today. The students' eyes lit up after hearing this, and a teenager in the same class said, Teacher, is there also the territory of our demon capital Wu University in this dungeon? Teacher Lu nodded, smiled confidently and said, that's right, there is a territory exclusive to the magic capital Wu University, and that is where you take practical classes. As for why there is a territory, in fact, most of the establishment of this city was built by the students and teachers of our magic capital Wuhan University, so it's normal to have a region. Let's go, hurry up, you can move freely quickly. Soon Ching Feng and the others came to the magic capital Wuda in the Void Rift. Ching Feng observed and found that there was no difference between the gate and the magic capital Wuda in reality. However, the breeze faintly felt that the area seemed to be wider. At the same time, it was also found that many students went back and forth out of the school gate, and these people are extremely murderous, and they seem to have killed many people like monsters. Suddenly reminded Ching Feng of Senior Gong Zhang. The last time he saw Gong Zhang was still in the martial arts arena. I heard him say that he was going to the dungeon. Is he coming here? Are these people all juniors, those elusive junior students? It seems that this is how it should be. After passing through the school gate, Teacher Lu led them to the back of the college, and suddenly found that there was an extremely wide playground behind the school. There are many more equipment than before. The sun, in particular, seems to be extremely sunny. And there is only one house here, and I don't know what the specific function of Ching Feng is, maybe it is equipment. After coming here, Teacher Lu looked at Ching Feng and the others and said, this is where you will live in the future. Set up a tent and sleep casually. After hearing this, the other students also asked with black lines, Teacher Lu, can't you live in those houses? No, Teacher Lu said, although the martial arts school in the dungeon is built according to the outside, there are actually very few dormitories, and only your seniors can live there. The rest of the places are for weapons, tools, and important items. You can't mess around. But there is a place you can go to. That place is the house behind me, and this place is where you take a bath. The rest of the students were also full of black lines after hearing this. Before they could continue to complain, Teacher Lu's voice came over again, but you don't have to worry, it's like this year, and the dormitory for next year's sophomore year should be ready. When you finish your studies in the second half of next year, won't you have a place to live in your sophomore year? What about the teacher's freshman year? Yu Ching Feng asked. Freshman? I didn't plan to build their dormitory. You look at such a wide place here. Just set up a tent to transition to it. Breeze. Students. Absolutely, really amazing. Tan Shaoi, Yu Ching Feng, you two go get the tent with me, and the rest of the students will move around here first, Teacher Lu said. Ching Feng walked up to Teacher Lu, and the same was true for Tan Shaoi. Tan Shaoi quietly glanced at Yu Ching Feng, and Yu Ching Feng heard the teacher talk about the location of the tent, and after learning that it was in the equipment room, Ching Feng also nodded. Just walked to the equipment room, and Tan Shaoi hurriedly followed when he saw this. When he came to the equipment room, Ching Feng casually rummaged through the tent and said, here to Tan Shaoi next to him. Took out the bag containing the entire tent and said to Tan Shaoi, this is for you, I'll see if there are any other tents. Hearing Yu Ching Feng talking to her, Tan Shaoi was a little nervous, and took the tent over in a daze. Ching Feng continued to turn his head to look to see if there were any tents. Finally, I found another bag in a corner. Looking at the dust on it, Ching Feng looked disgusted. I really don't know what the school thinks, a good equipment room is so dirty. After complaining in his heart, he turned his head and almost bumped into Tan Shaoi's mouth to mouth. Yu Ching Feng was also speechless, and said with a somewhat resentful expression full of black lines, squad leader, didn't I tell you to leave first? I want to wait for you together. Tan Shaoi suddenly felt that this sentence was wrong, and then quickly changed her words and said, I want to wait for you and then talk to you about something. These won't be greedy for my body, right? Just almost almost lost his first kiss, and sure enough, the boy outside had to protect himself. Ahem, squad leader, what's the matter with you? Qingfeng said. That's right, my brother is also a student of the magic capital Wuhan University. He knows some inside story, and there is actually such a thing as teaming up behind this practical class. This is to ensure safety and refine team consciousness, and multiple people can save a lot of effort when they go to the dungeon next time. Hearing this, Qingfeng subconsciously thought of Ronghong, thinking of Ronghong's clean and neat method of collecting spirit stone materials, and couldn't help but nod in agreement. So I want to invite you to my team when the time comes. It's not impossible for me to come to your team. This sentence was very quiet, but Qingfeng still heard it. He subconsciously ignored this. He was a little surprised about forming a squad. Is there still such a distribution plan? At the same time, he also asked curiously, how many people form a team? 4 people, Tan Shaoi said. 4 people? Indeed, shooters, defenses, attacks, and wet nurses are just the best match. You're right, this is a very considerate fact. Your team should also be very strong, and it may be much easier to enter the dungeon. Tan Shaoi was happy, and before she could speak, Yu Qingfeng's words came again. Hook up, verbal value, but I refuse. Tan Shaoi was petrified in an instant. Qingfeng also said directly, let's wait until the time comes. If I must choose, I will consider it carefully. If it's not a must, I would prefer to be alone. Okay, let's go quickly. Teacher Lu and the others are in a hurry. Tan Shaoi nodded in some disappointment, and when she looked at Yu Qingfeng again, she found that he had already left the equipment room. Hurriedly followed Yu Qingfeng and gradually slowed down next to him. From time to time, he glanced at Yu Qingfeng next to him, and suddenly a sense of loss surged into his heart. This is a feeling she has never experienced when she is so old. Tan Shaoi secretly wondered, is her charm not big enough, or does Yu Qingfeng like men? What the senior said before is true. No, how is it possible? It's okay, at least this time we talked, and it shouldn't be a problem to invite him next time. Back to the playground. When the classmates saw that Yu Qingfeng and Tan Shaoi were together, they were also envious, and at the same time, they sighed that they were a good match. Talking about Shaoi, why should she follow my male god? Yu Qingfeng, why should he follow my goddess? After sending the tent down with her and seeing that nothing seemed to happen, Qingfeng also left the school. I ran to the market at the entrance of the dungeon, and at the same time brought the fangs that had been pulled out of the Titan python before. Thinking that this fang was of no use to him, he planned to sell it casually and cheaply. Qingfeng looked around, and finally found a random place to sit down, exposing the Titan python's fangs. It looks like a stall on the spot. If someone knows, someone will naturally ask about it. Half an hour passed, and Qingfeng was a little tired of waiting. Suddenly at this time, an old man came to Yu Qingfeng and said, this one in your hand should be a fang of the Titan python. Looking at this body shape, it should be the smallest one. It looks like it hasn't been upgraded to gold yet. Little brother, do you have any idea of selling him to me? I just needed a Titan python fang. Hearing this, Qingfeng became energetic and hurriedly said, sell. Dare to ask how much the old man plans to pay? I can tell you, this Titan python is about to advance to the gold level. I was lucky enough to kill him. I don't sell it without the right price. The old man was also slightly stunned after hearing this, and then laughed. Little brother, don't joke, you still want to kill the half-step golden Titan Monty python at the bronze level. But looking at the quality and style, it is indeed a bit like a half-step golden Titan python. Qingfeng frowned slightly, feeling that this old man was not simple. It's best to have a small amount of intersection with this kind of person, in case it's not good to come to find fault or a bad person. Qingfeng thought about it carefully or said, do you want to buy it? If you don't buy it, I'll leave. Buy. Look at this, quality is intact. It should be a good quality material. 50 silver level spirit stones are sold or not. Sell. Suddenly the old man chuckled in his heart and said secretly, after the calf, the bid is high. The quality of this fang is not as high as I thought, and I didn't expect it to be lost to a young man for so long. At this time, the old man was a little confused. Will this person do business? Can't pull? What the old man didn't know was that Qingfeng was actually not very clear about the price of this thing, and he didn't really need this kind of thing. Just change a little spirit stone is enough. But I didn't expect that I could directly exchange for 50 silver level spirit stones, and Qingfeng naturally changed them without saying a word. The old man looked at the Titan python in his hand and watched it repeatedly, and was relieved to find that there was no problem. The calf is finished, but the calf is not completely finished. At the same time, the old man also understands that Qingfeng does not understand the price. This old man is also very good at doing business, knowing that Qingfeng does not understand the price, and also gave Qingfeng 70 silver level spirit stones according to the regular price. At the same time, he also gave Qingfeng a business card, hoping that next time there is something good to sell to him directly. For the old man's generosity and sincerity, Yu Qingfeng did not expect it, took the business card and looked at it, which read treasure building, the owner Wan Yangfeng. When he looked up, he found that the person had left and put away his business card. Qingfeng also nodded in this regard, and his favorability towards this old man has also improved a lot. Qingfeng plans to go here if there is no place to deal with materials in the future. Qingfeng went shopping without anything. He probably looked at them all
well and found that there were a lot of monster materials unique to the space secret realm, such as antlion jaws, sandworm shells, and other items.
There are also some weapons. Sandworm shells can craft hard bronze-level armor.
The jaw can be used to make weapons, but these have no effect on the breeze. If there are silver-level materials here, or the weapon breeze will still consider whether to buy it or not. The hardness of his water control device is actually determined by his strength. For example, Qingfeng's strength is still at the peak of bronze, and the condensed weapons are also at the peak of bronze. Therefore, foreign objects are not completely useless to the breeze.
It's just that the level is similar, and they don't have their own convenience.
The helpless breeze planned to go back to school, and turned around to find a road that could go up the city wall.
Without thinking too much, Qingfeng walked up.
When Qingfeng stood next to a soldier, Qingfeng also saw the scenery outside the city wall. It was a forest, and then next to it was a desert. Behind the forest desert, Qingfeng faintly saw the planet. This kind of scene is the first time that Qingfeng has seen it, and it is also a quiet viewing scenery here for a while. The soldier next to him just glanced at him, then turned his head and continued to stand guard.
For you Qingfeng, there are actually a lot of people who come up to see the scenery.
Anyway, anyone can climb the city wall, and it is not surprising about this.
Soon it was evening.
Qingfeng also returned to school, and when he was about to return to his tent to lie down, Teacher Lu suddenly gathered them together. The students in line looked at each other. They both saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. At this time, Teacher Lu walked out, and now his momentum has changed rapidly, and he is simply the same as before. Lost the previous kind temperament.
Only seriously.
Under this momentum, the rest of the students also stopped talking to each other. Teacher Lu looked at it and found that everyone had arrived and spoke directly. Presumably, everyone is also interested in this 16th. The city also has a general understanding, so it's time to play, and it's time to get down to business, and from now on, we will start the physical training before the actual combat class.
That's right, it's going to start now, right? Teacher Lu showed a humane smile. Many students shivered inexplicably.
Teacher Lu easily took out a box and placed it in front of everyone, saying, "These things are the equipment for physical classes. There are 2 boxes in total, you take one for each box."
"Forget it, squad leader, come up and send it to everyone, right?"
Tan Shaohui stood up and took out something like a bracelet from one box, and then took out something like a weighted sandbag tied to her feet from another box.
It's just that the seemingly load-bearing sandbag seems to be different from the normal one.
This sandbag has a black metal shell. It looks very tech-savvy and shines even at night. I sent these things to my classmates. They looked curiously, and Qingfeng was the same. After distributing all the items in the box, Teacher Lu also spoke, "Bring the thicker ring to your feet like a weight-bearing sandbag. Then put that bracelet on your arm."
"Have you brought them all?"
"If you bring them all, you can start them, and you can find the start button nearby." After Qingfeng equipped all these things, he also felt a little heavy, but he quickly got used to it. I looked for the button, and sure enough, there was an obvious button on the side of the bracelet. The same goes for the foot bags. After pressing all of them, the breeze suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. Most of the power in the body is unusable. Qingfeng instantly locked his gaze on the bracelet. He could clearly sense that it was this thing that was suppressing and limiting his energy. If the bracelet is this function, then what about the foot bag? Qingfeng raised his legs slightly, and suddenly a wave of gravity instantly surged on his feet, weighing as much as 1,000 pounds. But fortunately, the strength and physique of the breeze are very high. If you used the spiritual energy in your body before, you can burst out with 38 tons of power. Now it is limited and still has 10 tons of power. For the weight-bearing foot bag on the foot, it feels like it's not very heavy, but there is still a certain weight, and I probably estimated the weight.
4 tons.
It may be nothing to Qingfeng, but it is different for other students. Looking at other students,
the expression of difficulty is fully displayed on the face.
Teacher Lu looked at the crowd and found that they knew the mystery, and then said, "After you bring these, you can start running exercises. There is no limit on the number of laps, just run until you are exhausted. Your weight and movement trajectory will be displayed on my laptop. If you can't stand it, you can tell me. I'll take your weight off."
But in this way, it is not as good as others from the beginning, let alone in the future.
So the future is your own. Naturally it is up to you to decide, and I won't force you. Everyone was silent, they looked at each other, and no one proposed to modify the load.
Since you have no objection, let's run.
By the way, since I don't want to modify the weight, then I'll add a reward. Whoever persists until the end falls, there will be an additional reward. As for whether you can get this additional reward, it is up to you to fight for it. Some people in the class were gearing up, as if they wanted to take this opportunity to show their strength, and started running with the rest of the classmates. There was only one person left in place, and that person was Qingfeng. He slowly walked towards Teacher Lu and said, "I want to increase the weight." Teacher Lu glanced at him in surprise and said, "The weight is 4 tons now. If you want to increase the weight, I am afraid you won't be able to run far."
"Are you sure you want to add it?" Qingfeng didn't speak, just nodded.
Teacher Lu also shook his head, then opened the laptop in his hand and said to Qingfeng, "How much do you want to add?"
7 tons, Qingfeng said.
Teacher Lu looked at Qingfeng, saw his serious face, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll change
arrange it for you. Qingfeng also quickly started running. The gravity under my feet made the breeze feel real. Behind the breeze, Teacher Lu saw him jogging expressionlessly like an ordinary person and sighed in his heart that he was really a monster. Qingfeng quickly caught up with everyone in the class and then slowly slowed down. At the end of the crowd, pick up the attribute ball of light. In this way, Qingfeng and the others ran for 5 hours and they were still running. It was also at this time that someone couldn't stand it and fainted. Qingfeng stepped over the man, looked back and found that a man in black had come at some point. Lift the man up and run in the direction of Teacher Lu. Qingfeng didn't care and continued to run. With the passage of time, more and more people fell to the ground, and now there are less than 10 people who are still running on the playground. At this time, Qingfeng was also very tired, and the spiritual energy hidden in his body wanted to come out to repair his physical functions. But as soon as there is this restlessness, the bracelet will be activated. The spiritual energy was suppressed to death, and it could not be mobilized at all. However, Qingfeng has not yet reached his limit, and he still has a lot of spare energy, but the feeling of dry mouth is not very comfortable. Another 6 hours have passed, and now there are only 2 people in the entire playground. One is Yu Qingfeng and the other is the squad leader Tan Shui. Now Qingfeng had no attributes to pick up, so he quickened his speed and ran to Tan Shui to look at her. Suddenly Yu Qingfeng found that Tan Shui was already a little delirious at this time. Sweat wets hair and clothes. Qingfeng looked at her like this and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He slowed down again and returned to the rear to recite the mantra of purifying his heart from his previous life. The heart is like ice, the sky is not frightened, everything is calm, the spirit is calm. About an hour later, Tan Shui also fell. Only Yu Qingfeng was still struggling to support him, and now he had not reached his limit, but Qingfeng's eyes began to be a little muddled. The energy in the body is gradually rushing towards the limit of consumption. After another 3 hours, the sky began to shine. Qingfeng's function has been completely reached the limit, but with endurance, he is still trying to run forward. He could no longer see the road in front of him, and he can only run by his feelings. The sweat has been completely soaked, and the abdominal muscles on the body can be faintly seen. At some point, Teacher Lu was already observing behind Qingfeng. Seeing that Yu Qingfeng still had some spare strength that did not fall, he also shook his head inside. The magic capital Wuhan University has really picked up a treasure, and I also understand why the vice principal took a fancy to him and vaguely wanted to train him into an apprentice. If only I had met me earlier, otherwise you would have been my apprentice. In this way, Qingfeng ran for about 3 hours and finally lost his strength and fell down. When the breeze falls, he clearly sensed that someone had caught him, and the soft touch on the top of his head was very comfortable, and he couldn't help but rub it subconsciously. In this way, in the hallucination and reality, Qingfeng fainted and fell asleep. When Yu Qingfeng woke up again, he found himself in the bathroom. The feeling of soreness in his body made him enjoy it very much, and he couldn't help but stretch and look at the bathroom, and found that most of his classmates were here. At the same time, I found myself soaking in a bathtub. The water soaking him was green and he didn't know what it was. Qingfeng wanted to control the water to see, only to find that the spiritual energy suppression bracelet had not been taken off. I looked at my feet again and found that the weight-bearing footbag was not removed. Qingfeng didn't think much about it. Anyway, the school wouldn't be harmful to him. The breeze opens the system in boredom. Ding, absorb power attribute +1. Ding, absorb power attribute +1. Ding, absorb power attribute +1. Frowning, Qingfeng looked at the bucket and then looked at the green water. Could it be this thing? Is this some kind of body refining potion? Medicines to improve the body? However, according to the speed of absorption of attribute points, the benefits are very great. Immersed in the mind, he used his water affinity to perceive it and found that his body was like a very hungry beast. Absorb energy molecules in the greedy water. Immediately, I also understood Teacher Lu's previous intentions. After soaking for about 4 hours, Qingfeng felt that his body had reached a certain state of saturation, and he naturally did not plan to continue soaking. Get up directly, get dressed and go outside. At this time, the sun was shining directly, the sun was shining, and the breeze moved his body, and he came to his tent. When you are about to drink some water. Finding Teacher Lu who was still sitting in the distance looking at the computer, Qingfeng was not afraid of disturbing her and walked straight up. Raising his head, Teacher Lu looked at the person in the room, his face became inexplicably rosy, and then quickly lowered his head to Yu Qingfeng and said, "Get up? When you get up, keep running, and that's how it will be for the next half month. No matter the wind or rain, run until you are powerless. If you want to be worse than others, you can also choose not to run." Qingfeng suddenly wanted to vomit blood. What a devil! Quickly drank the water in the water glass and started running again. In this way, the days of Qingfeng go back and forth like this. Run, faint, wake up, absorb, get up, run, faint. In this way, half a month passed quickly. On the last day, Qingfeng slowly woke up and found that it was still a familiar bathtub, and he felt inexplicably lost, but thinking that this was the last day, his originally numb face rarely showed a smile. This half month has been too painful, dull and numb. While bored, Qingfeng wanted to see how many power attribute points the system absorbed this time, but no matter how much he called in his heart,
heart. The system did not respond. At this time, a message suddenly popped up, and Qingfeng looked at it carefully.
Ding, do you invite new system members? Yes, no. So a month has passed? Time flies so fast. Qingfeng chose yes.
At the same time, in the chat group, the ability lottery system is very powerful in the chat group. Ability lottery system, LV3, I am the strongest under the LV3 system group leader, and you are embarrassed to be presumptuous in front of me.
Hang up system, LV2, what's wrong with me being presumptuous? Can you still come over and smoke me?
Chef system, LV1, when the new system comes, there will definitely be someone higher than you. Devouring system, LV2, Xiaoyi is also floating. I am annoyed when I see him in the group. Ability lottery system, LV3, can you call me a little different? Only the group leader can call me like that. Just LV2 is too presumptuous.
The new system level is higher than mine?
It's impossible for me to see the highest level 3. If I come to level 4, I will lick him on the spot as a father.
Ding, God level selection system, LV4, to enter the group chat.
The assassination system, LV1, enters the group chat.
Automatic training system, LV3, to enter the group chat.
Ability lottery system, LV3. Chef system, LV1, Xiaoyi came out to lick dad.
Chef system, LV1, alas, group status -1.
You Qingfeng, group owner, you can read the group announcement and then talk about your functions.
Okay.
God level selection system, LV4, unexpectedly, entering the system that also improves the level of the system is worthy of the heavens in all worlds. There are all systems. My role is to give you a choice, and each choice will have a different reward.
Automatic cultivation system, LV3 me? My words are automatic cultivation. Exercises and realms are automatically cultivated. Assassination system, LV1, the city is ordinary. The assassination system, chef system, LV1, I understand your pain.
The God level selection system has been bound by the group leader. Ability lottery system, LV3, now I'm the biggest.
Well, are there a few of the same 3-level systems?
Yes,
qualified to be on an equal footing with me? Crowd system.
Qingfeng thought carefully and finally decided to choose the God level selection system. One reason was the high level.
The second is simple and convenient. Just make a choice.
No need to run around like the attribute system, although the strength improves quickly. It's just that sometimes it's a bit embarrassing to pick up attribute light balls and be seen.
The rest is fine.
The main reason for choosing this is the word God level in this system. At first glance, it is not an ordinary system. Ding, the group is full. If you want to invite a new system again, please ask the host to increase the number of personnel in time. The sudden news made Qingfeng stunned for a moment.
Is there an upper limit to this thing? How to raise the upper limit? Qingfeng asked.
Ding, the strength of the host group members can increase the number of group members when the collective strength reaches LV2.
It turned out to be like this. Okay, I know, Qingfeng said.
After staying in the bathroom medicine bucket for more than an hour, he slowly got up and put on his clothes.
When he got out of the bathroom, Qingfeng saw people lying weak and numb not far away and didn't know what to do.
From their eyes, Qingfeng saw confusion.
It's really troublesome.
However, in this way, they have lost a lot of interest in mobile phones and game entertainment facilities, even if they no longer have to run.
They didn't take it out for entertainment, they just sat there in a daze. It's like thinking about life.
However, Teacher Lu gave them enough time to relax, and soon 2 days passed, and the students who were originally numb suddenly became alive again. They are also excited, their own endurance, resistance, and physique have been strengthened a lot. In the evening, Teacher Lu asked them to gather together again.
What else is there to do with Teacher Lu this time? Isn't it some kind of devil training?
A male classmate said to the classmate next to him, which student was confused. I just heard what a surprise it was from the class leader.
Surprise? I think it's a fright.
Forget it, let's hurry up and queue up. 45 people lined up neatly, waiting for Mr. Lu's arrival. Many students were whispering next to them. Soon, Teacher Lu, who had a gentle and unstern aura, appeared in front of them, and everyone subconsciously stood up straight and did not dare to talk to each other anymore. But when many people saw Teacher Lu like this, their memories slowly collapsed without some tears.
Shouted in my heart, this is our gentle Teacher Lu.
Teacher Lu looked at them and chuckled, your efforts are all obvious to all, and the surprise I said is actually the result of your own efforts.
The next moment, Teacher Lu opened his notebook and pressed a button. Suddenly handcuffed, weighted sandbags fell to the ground.
A huge aura appeared on the 45 people, and the spiritual energy that had been suppressed was completely released at this moment.
Instantly hit them one bottleneck after another.
45 collective breakthroughs. Some broke through 3 small realms in one go. Some went directly to the peak of bronze. And the silver shackles that Qingfeng had originally troubled him for a long time also became shattered in the impact of these spiritual energies, and his mood broke through to the silver 2 stars in one fell swoop. The huge silver glow envelopes the breeze. The students who had swelled up after some breakthroughs instantly calmed down and stared blankly at this vision. I don't care how far I have broken through. This is breakthrough to the vision that only silver has, someone said. Who broke through to silver? After several searches, they found that the light of these visions gradually condensed together and slowly landed on Qingfeng's body.
It's the Demon King who broke through. The first silver of the entire freshman year was born. Even the class next door is attracted by the vision.
Shock, vague, and powerless, surged into everyone's hearts, and then secretly clenched their fists and made up their minds to cultivate hard. Yu Qingfeng's breakthrough was like a huge slap. Instantly beat the person who was a little inflated and proud back to the same place.
Recognized the gap between reality. Teacher Lu also looked at Yu Qingfeng in surprise.
He had asked her before how to break through silver,
and the answer she gave was precipitation.
Precipitation. The silver period is a huge threshold for superpowers and warriors, and it is extremely difficult to break through.
Once crossed, there will be qualitative changes.
This is not only the level of life but also the nature of the heart.
Now this little guy actually took the opportunity to break through to silver in one go, which she didn't expect.
I thought that Qingfeng would get a first-line opportunity at most.
It will take a while to break through.
It seems that Qingfeng's ability talent should not only be B-level, but probably A-level.
Teacher Lu stood up and spoke.
Okay, this time the breeze has broken through to silver. Everyone should also help cheer up, and you should also work hard to get stronger.
Don't slack off. If you want to play, you will have time to play in the future.
Teacher Lu's words also completely pulled them back to reality, and they looked at Yu Qingfeng with envious eyes. Especially among the girls, that kind of look wants to eat him. Squad leader Tan Shaoi was also among them, and those beautiful eyes seemed to be unable to tolerate anything else, and there was only one Yu Qingfeng in his eyes. The next day, the news of Yu Qingfeng's breakthrough to silver spread all over the campus in an instant, and the original campus forum almost forgot about him.
This instantly sounded. It's even hotter than before. Campus forum comments. Fog grass, it's really fake. It won't be open, right? Is Yu Qingfeng's talent really only B-level? This freshman year is too fierce. No, I have to work hard. Cut. What is there to say? Isn't it normal to break through to silver?
He is only B-level talent, and when he reaches the peak of silver and encounters a golden bottleneck, he may be stuck for a year or two, and it is not certain whether platinum can be reached in this life.
Who sprinkled vinegar on the forum? Sour. Is it really sour?
The Demon King is worthy of being a Demon King. He is handsome, talented, and works so hard. It's simply YYDS. Immediately, the entire campus was stimulated by Yu Qingfeng's breakthrough.
The cultivation frenzy has begun.
Especially the pressure of freshman year is huge.
There is such a demon on their heads, wanting to fight. I want to fight.
Then you must practice hard, until you surpass him. At noon, Yu Qingfeng, who was looking at his mobile phone while eating, saw a message from Teacher Lu in the class group. I clicked on it and looked at it, and found that Teacher Lu asked them to form a team. And it's the kind that everyone must participate, and there is no class limit for this team, so you can team up with whoever you want.
After forming a team, practical lessons will begin.
Qingfeng scratched his head. He had almost no friends in this school, and when he wanted to take the initiative to get close to others would feel that sense of unfamiliarity and awe.
Is this the loneliness of Tianjiao? Forget it, let's talk about it then.
Qingfeng watched the anime for more than an hour, planning to get up and move around. I saw that not far away, the squad leader Tan Shaoi slowly walked towards him, and there was a pure and cute girl next to her. They came to Qingfeng and said, Qingfeng, I can invite you to join our team. Saying this, the pure and lovely beautiful classmate next to her also hid behind the monitor leader. Before Qingfeng could react, a panel appeared in front of him, and 3 options gradually appeared on the panel.
Option 1, woman, you are greedy for my body. I will not join your team even if I die. Bonus cultivation speed plus 10. Option 2, become the squad leader Tan Shaoi's licking dog, give her the best materials, give her the best protection, and finally see her dislike you and go to the palace of marriage with others.
Reward strength breaks through to 2 silver stars.
Option 3, I Yu Qingfeng raised my arrogant head, let go of the burden of Tianjiao, and reluctantly joined. Break through the silver 3-star and reward the silver technique Hanyu hand. Grass, I still have a choice. Do I have a choice? I have no choice. I choose 3 to join.
Qingfeng smiled at the squad leaders, pretended to think about it and said, I join. The 2 women were also happy when they heard this, and the squad leader Tan Shaoi also pulled out the girl next to her and said to Qingfeng, she is the 4th in our freshman school flower list. By seeing nodded at Yu Qingfeng and stretched out her little hand. Yu Qingfeng looked at the small palm of the thin white and tender flesh, and didn't care, shook hands with her, and introduced himself by the way, and then left here. By seeing saw Yu Qingfeng leaving and wanted to keep him and say a few more words, but nothing came out of his mouth. The squad leader Tan Shaoi is also used to this, and she can't understand Qingfeng's actions, and every move is so surprising to her. I had walked by her several times before, but Qingfeng didn't even look at her whether he was alive or dead, and didn't even say the most basic greetings. Forget it, seeing, let's go and look for the last member. Then she turned her head and walked away, and the oncoming boy walked up to her to greet her. By seeing and the squad leader Tan Shaoi left without even looking at it. But suddenly thinking of something, Tan Shaoi quickly turned around and said sorry to those classmates.
Then he said hello again.
The students were also surprised and quickly said that it was okay. At this time, Tan Shaoi seemed to understand something, she used to be arrogant, and she was arrogant towards ordinary people or people whose own strength was inferior to her. He was so arrogant that she didn't even look at her when someone greeted her. She grew up being called a genius. Except for his parents, he never looked up to anyone again.
Now there are people who are more dazzling and powerful than her.
That person, just like her, didn't even look at her before realizing that his arrogance was so ridiculous.
Tianjiao has the arrogance of Tianjiao, but there are Tianjiao who are more talented than these Tianjiao. Even this arrogance will not be worth mentioning. But is Yu Qingfeng the kind of arrogant person?
He may have felt this way when he was dueling with his sophomore senior at the opening ceremony, but after her observation of Qingfeng, Tan Shaoi found that she was wrong.
During the speech, the breeze woke everyone up. Let them recognize the reality during the duel.
When the forum discussed the explosion, he never said a word about his gossip. Instead, he went to the dungeon to practice silently. After coming back, I have enough strength and go to the martial arts arena to serve those seniors.
Concentrate on discussing cultivation. He was always behind everyone during running training. Silent.
Even if he is the first to break through to silver in his freshman year,
he doesn't have any pride either.
He is not greedy for vanity, does not care about fame and fortune, does not care about beauty, only cares about his cultivation and strengthens his Taoist heart in the face of temptation.
I can't hold on to it. Tan Shaoi has realized. I see, has Qingfeng been reminding me?
The most important thing is to seek your own heart in doing things, and you have to let go of that arrogant attitude and go further with the breeze? So he obviously refused to join the team before, but now he agrees. It turned out that it was this secret and intention that practiced together with him.
Yes, it must be like this.
Tan Shaoi became more and more sure of the guess in his heart. However, she didn't know that Qingfeng didn't see it. She really didn't see it. Every time something is shirked because of unfamiliarity, and most of it is really something.
For example, Yu Qingfeng at this time
just got the reward of the God-level selection system, got the strength of 3 silver stars, and also got a spiritual skill. Yu Qingfeng went to practice spiritual skills. Qingfeng woke up from absorbing spiritual skills, and also understood the role of this cold jade hand. As long as he practiced to the beginning, the hand will change, like cold jade. Not only that, but your hands will become stronger, and your grip and fighting will be greatly improved.
Cultivate to Deshang. The hand will be as strong as jade and anti-poison. It also has ice attributes.
This function is the most important thing for Qingfeng. That is, the hands will become slender and good-looking, full of ornamentation. After a day of cultivation, Qingfeng completely mastered it.
Easily cultivated to Deshang.
Looking at the hands as exquisite as jade, Qingfeng nodded secretly, picked up a stone and easily crushed it into powder. When the condensed water breeze was about to wash his hands, he found that the water was gradually condensing into ice.
Yu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. In this way, can ice spikes be condensed to attack?
He wanted to look into the distance, and wanted to use his ability to make an ice spike rise from the ground in the distance, but he failed. After half an hour of groping, Qingfeng found that if he wanted to condense into ice, he had to touch his hand before he could condense into ice.
It doesn't seem to be of any use.
If he had to use his hands, he could use a water control device to condense into a dart.
It's a lot better than this thing. However, it may be a little useful when drinking Coke without ice in summer.
Early in the morning, Qingfeng heard Teacher Lu calling him outside the tent.
Hurry up and put on your clothes. Sleepy Eyes poked out his head and said, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong, Teacher Lu?"
Then Qingfeng discovered that in addition to Teacher Lu, there was also a woman who did not know the squad leader Tan Shaoi, and by seeing, Teacher Lu saw that Qingfeng had not woken up yet and also said, "It's 5 o'clock, it's time to get up. I remember that the silver level strength is completely free from sleeping, but you sleep so soundly, why don't you practice hard when you have this time?"
Qingfeng doesn't care about this, cultivation.
I have a hang, no matter how much I practice, I am faster than them, so he naturally didn't dare to say this, so he could only say, "Teacher, sleeping is a must, and cultivating too hastily will only slow down the pace. I want to go step by step, so that the quilt can give my soul peace and stability." Teacher Lu did not refute, and directly said to the business, "I will be the teacher of your squad, and we will gather at the school gate in the afternoon." Teacher Lu said this, and his eyes looked at Yu Qingfeng extremely sharply, but Qingfeng didn't care at all, but the places he paid attention to were different.
"What?" Yu Qingfeng asked. "Teacher Lu, since you are teaching the rest of our students, what should we do?" "Naturally, it is taught by other teachers," Teacher Lu said. "A squad and a teacher? Good guy, is this the heritage of the magic capital? There are so many powerful teachers." Qingfeng didn't think about it either. Since existence makes sense, Qingfeng doesn't care very much. Yawned, stuck his head back into the tent, pulled the quilt back and lay down.
Black lines appeared on Teacher Lu's head. As soon as he opened the zipper, he pulled out Yu Qingfeng, who had just been lying in bed, and said directly, "Do you really want to wait until noon to come? Look at your team. It's just you. You still don't know the implication? I'm giving you the steps down and letting you get up now. Why are you not motivated at all?" Order, trigger, selection. Option 1, I have never been self-motivated in Yu Qingfeng. I just have to sleep for a day. Bonus cultivation
cultivation speed plus 20. Option 2. Get up immediately, pat Teacher Lu on the shoulder, and say righteously, Teacher Lu, how can this kind of thing not be carried out until noon? As the saying goes, heaven rewards hard work, and if you don't work hard at this time, when will you wait? Bonus cultivation speed plus 60, space ring plus 1. Option 3. Slap Teacher Lu a few times, and said proudly, Ayu Qingfeng's strength has reached 3 stars in silver, I can be invincible in the world alone, and I need a fart team to cooperate. Bonus training speed plus 100. I choose 2. Qingfeng immediately got up, patted Teacher Lu on the shoulder, then looked at Teacher Lu seriously, then patted his chest and said righteously, Teacher Lu, am I that kind of person? I just went back to my bed to take a look. As the saying goes, heaven rewards hard work. How could I be so slack? How could I make you wait like this? Am I that kind of person? If you don't work hard at this time, how long will you stay? Ding, choose the success reward cultivation speed plus 60, space ring plus 1. Looking at Yu Qingfeng who looked like this, Teacher Lu was also speechless, and said softly, next time you say such an encouraging word, please put down the sleeping pillow first. Yu Qingfeng threw the cartoon pillow into his tent, touched his head to hide his embarrassment, and then quickly took out a towel from the tent. The next day, after soaking it with water, I wiped my face casually. Teacher Lu saw that Qingfeng was almost ready, and also said, let's go to the arsenal with me and pick a suitable weapon. On the way, Qingfeng also knew who the new member was, and his name was Yushi, who was also the 7th goddess on the freshman school flower list. After knowing her, Qingfeng's eyes gradually became firm. Secretly said in my heart, in a group of thousands of flowers, naturally not a single leaf should touch me. The time has come to test the party in cadres. Stick to your own position, this is a test. Only by completing this trial can the Dao heart be more stable. Following Mr. Lu, he quickly arrived at the weapons room. Teacher Lu took out the key and opened the door of the weapon room. The originally dark weapon room lit up instantly, and the small door outside was hidden inside, and rows of cold weapons were neatly placed together, unstoppable. Looking at the breeze, his eyes were a little hot. By the way, have you figured out what the name of your team is? Teacher Lu's words made them look at each other, and then Qingfeng and the others said neatly no. Why don't you think of one, teacher? Qingfeng asked tentatively. Teacher Lu nodded. Okay, then I'll think of one for you. Don't be idle, go find the right weapon for you. I'll tell you when I've thought about it. Qingfeng and the others nodded. Then start choosing your own weapon. Although Qingfeng has a water control device, it does not mean that he can't hold a weapon. Looking at these handsome appearances, Qingfeng was a little moved when he thought about it. While choosing weapons, I also tried my best to memorize the appearance of these weapons, and waited until I became more proficient in water-based abilities that day. Assemble custom weapons yourself. It's still very happy to think about it. Soon, about 2 hours passed, and the squad leader and the others had already found and prepared, but Qingfeng was still looking around in the weapons room. They are also waiting patiently for Qingfeng. After another half hour, Teacher Lu really couldn't stand it, so he casually took a tang knife and threw it to Yu Qingfeng and pulled him out. Teacher Lu, what are you doing? Am I still choosing my beloved weapon? Hearing this, Teacher Lu took back the tang knife without saying a word, threw it into the weapon room and closed the door, and said, I don't think the weapon room has your favorite equipment, so you should use your water control device as a weapon. Forget it. Next time I go to those famous games on the internet to observe it. After all, who would dislike a handsome weapon? Completely forgot what he had said to his father before. In the end, I still like to pretend to be fancy. By the way, have you thought of the name of the teacher's team? Yu Qingfeng asked curiously. Naturally, I came up with a safe name for you, and very realistic. Teacher Lu said with a smile. The squad leaders also gathered around. The 3 women and 1 men's squad said this name under the gaze of Qingfeng and the others. I'm really cheap for Mao to let Teacher Lu name it. Looking at Teacher Lu, Qingfeng silently walked to Tan Xiaoyi's side and said softly, otherwise, we can think of one ourselves. This name is not worthy of us. After hearing this, Tan Xiaoyi also nodded. These words were naturally heard by Teacher Lu, with a kind smile on his face, and knocked on Qingfeng's head. I think the name is very good, and it was such a happy decision, so let's call it a team of 3 women and 1 man. Okay, let's go. It's almost time. It's time to go out of town and teach you how to kill monsters. Out of town? Qingfeng asked curiously. Teacher Lu, is the actual combat class going to be held outside the city? Well, the practical course is to teach you how to deal with monsters in the dungeon, and the rest is to protect your safety. It's a practical class, but in fact, apart from the protection of the teacher, the rest is your own efforts. How is it? In the future, after you graduate, do you want to come to the magic capital Wuhan University as a teacher? The benefits here are quite good, and you will have this strength in the future. Teacher Lu also joked. Be a teacher? How can such a tiring thing be? Well, fair. It's not uncommon at all. If he is short of money, the Shinhouse system will call out a large amount of money, and then take out the hang-up system and automatic cultivation system. You can lie flat directly. Qingfeng casually slapped the eye and didn't continue chatting. Walking through the huge city gate, Teacher Lu skillfully led them through an eastern trail to a desert. This desert was the desert that Yu Qingfeng had seen on the city wall before. Just came here, not far away to start refreshing monsters.
monsters. It was a strange insect nesting in the sand, and they rushed at them quickly.
Tan Shaoyi and Bai Xiying quickly made a fighting state.
The green light in Bai Xiying's hand flashed and shrouded Tan Shaoyi's body. Feeling the sudden increase in power, Tan Shaoyi swung his spear and slammed it straight on the shell of the bug, shaking it back a few meters. This is called a sandworm. It is a bronze-level monster, and the danger level is not very high, so when attacking, you have to look for weaknesses to hit him.
No matter what the monster is, you have to find a weakness.
Teacher Lu's voice came slowly. One turned around and talked about Shaoyi in high spirits, staring carefully at the sandworm to find weaknesses, and finally found a gap and hit the gap with a spear. At this moment, a new sandworm was refreshed and rushed towards Tan Shaoyi. Just when she was about to collide, Yushir suddenly appeared beside her, and a wall of fire rose fiercely. She picked up the bow and arrow in her hand and shot it at the sandworm. The flames quickly filled the arrow, hit the sandworm that was raiding, and the flames of the arrow also exploded quickly, knocking the sandworm away more than 10 meters.
After Tan Shaoyi saw that it was okay, he quickly lifted the gun body and rotated it quickly, pried open the shell of the sandworm straight with the tip of the gun, and inserted into the body to solve the battle.
Papa, Teacher Lu applauded. Walking to their side, he said, the first cooperation is already very perfect, or a genius is easy to lead and knows what teamwork is. But Yushir and others were also happy after hearing this. Thank you, teacher, we will continue to work hard. Soon several more sandworms appeared. The three girls quickly topped up and attacked. Yu Qingfeng took out the cola he had prepared early, and added ice by the way, which is the correct use of Han Yu's hand. Qingfeng also uses a water control device to simply condense into a chair, lying on it and watching three extremely beautiful girls fight, drinking iced cola in a cup. Very chic. He didn't realize that Teacher Lu had come behind him at all.
Qingfeng, your little life is good. It's quite chic. Qingfeng took a sip and said, that's natural.
Then I looked up and saw Teacher Lu's kind smiling face.
Frightened, Qingfeng quickly jumped.
It's not that Teacher Lu listened to my explanation. My strength is too high, and I can't join in. Do you think it's too much for me to bully bronze with a silver?
This kind of good thing should naturally be done by them. But if you don't join it, how can you increase your ability to cooperate? Teacher Lu said. Qingfeng quickly condensed a new water chair. Teacher Lu, you sit down.
He also handed her the cola in his hand. Teacher Lu sat up, and Qingfeng's words slowly came. Then why don't you do this? I'll protect them as a defense.
Isn't there a certain teamwork in this way? Well, Teacher Lu raised his eyebrows. Then why don't you go? Hearing Teacher Lu's affirmation, Qingfeng lay down with peace of mind and said, this is my long-range shield.
Saying that, Qingfeng raised his hand, casually condensed a shield, and then controlled these shields to fly in the direction of the third woman.
Then the shield was like an eye.
Once a sandworm attacks, that water shield will appear beside them to block the sandworm.
Qingfeng was lying quietly next to Teacher Lu. Then control the shield. There is a feeling of playing a game. With Qingfeng's shield, they quickly ended the battle and came to Yu Qingfeng's side excitedly.
Bai Xiying looked at him like a little fangirl, her eyes shining. The other two women also had different expressions. Qingfeng, teach them how to dissect these bugs,
Teacher Lu said while drinking Coke.
Qingfeng was also speechless and said, I have never solved a bug like this, teacher.
Teacher Lu said slowly, you have solved other monsters, don't you take a few of this thing and try your hand? But don't say that your water chair is pretty good. Comfortable. The breeze is full of black lines.
I took my third daughter to unplane the sandworm, but the sandworm was indeed simple, and I knew that there were those materials when I was in the market before. After wasting a sandworm, he easily and perfectly dissected it. Then he taught them how to dissect it step by step. In this way, the day passed quickly, and the days were fulfilling. When they returned to the city, they took a large bag of materials and played. Qingfeng and Teacher Lu walked side by side. Bai Xiying turned her head from time to time to see the clear wind with her peripheral vision, and found that he was also a clever person when talking to Teacher Lu.
Ran up to them and said, Teacher Lu, what should we do with these materials?
Teacher Lu said casually, sell it casually.
Ah, it's so late, we don't know where we can sell it.
At this time, Qingfeng suddenly thought of a place and said to them, I know a place, come with me. He followed the route in his memory and found the treasure building.
This place is the address that the old man said before, an ordinary Kyushu-style building.
The sign of a treasure building in front of it is erected on the second floor. The treasure building has 3 floors. Qingfeng opened the door and looked, and saw the shopkeeper and an old man, who was the one Yu Qingfeng had met before. Qingfeng swept around and found that there were no people in the desolate area.
But it's still a candlelight. When the old man saw Yu Qingfeng coming, he also said happily, you are here, little doll, do you have good materials this time? Oh, I also brought a guest here. Bai Xiying and others entered it and looked at each other curiously. Qingfeng smiled and said, yes, but there is no good material. This is an ordinary sandworm material. Do you accept it? Collect it.
I take everything here, the old man said. Teacher Lu's beautiful eyes looked at all this and became more interested in Qingfeng. Bai Xiying brought the materials, Qingfeng said to her. Bai Xiying was also happy to hear that Qingfeng was calling her, and ran over excitedly and gave him the bag containing the materials. Qingfeng took the bag and handed it to the old man. The old man probably looked at it, nodded nodded and said, the shells of these sandworms can be used to make basic weapon materials. There is also a certain medicinal value.
I estimate it's about 100 bronze-level spirit stones. What do you think?
Xingfeng looked around, nodded when he heard this answer, and said, no problem. After selling these materials to the old man, Xingfeng also asked curiously, by the way, I don't think there is anyone in your pavilion.
Are you the only one here?
The owner of that business card, Wan Yongfeng, should be your old man. Yes, you should be able to see that my business here is sluggish. I don't have any employees here, and the landlord here is also me, Wan Yongfeng said. So that's how it is. Okay, since everything is sold out, I don't think it's very early, so let's leave first. Saying that, he waved his hand to Wan Yongfeng and called the rest of the women to leave the treasure building. Just went out. Teacher Lu also jokingly said, okay, I've only been here for a few days, and the owner who sells materials has been found, and it looks good. The price that person bought is much higher than outside. It stands to reason that this little material sells for up to 90 spirit stones, which is about the same. But you sure listened to this and also looked at Xingfeng.
The admiring look on his face could not be hidden.
Xingfeng waved his hand and said, I just happened to meet him. Teacher, you also know, except for the time we were given on the first day, where have I gone out?
Teacher Lu also smiled and thought too.
In this way, more than a week passed quickly. During this period, it is to fight sandworms to hone practical experience, and then to unplane sandworms until the evening to sell the materials to Old Man Wan. That's all. Teacher Lu and the other three women are becoming more and more familiar with Old Man Wan. At the same time, Xingfeng and they began to understand each other. On this day, the last day of the week, the breeze condensed the water chair and sat with Teacher Lu as usual.
Drink the iced cola in your hand.
Suddenly, there was a violent siren sound in the distance of City 16, which almost summed up a radius of dozens of miles. The loud voice scared Xingfeng to the ground with the cola in his hand. He quickly stood up and watched for a while, then quickly raised his hand to condense the silk threads, and the sandworms who were still fighting against them were seconds. Turned his head to Teacher Lu and said, Teacher, is something going on? Teacher Lu nodded subconsciously with a solemn expression, quickly picked up the breeze and they quickly ran towards the city. Yu Qingfeng, who was hugged by Teacher Lu, could clearly see her exquisite cheeks when he looked up, and he knew that something big was wrong when he saw her serious expression.
Xingfeng asked Teacher Lu, what happened to Teacher Lu? Teacher Lu looked at it and then said to Yu Qingfeng and the others, this alarm sound is that a beast tide is coming. Shock.
Judging from the sound of the alarm, the scale is likely to have reached the gold level. This scale should rarely appear, but I didn't expect it to happen today. After saying that, Teacher Lu felt that it was almost impossible for them to return to the city in a very short time at their current speed. What's more, she is still dragging 4 people with her, but she was still galloping fast. After hearing this, Xingfeng also knew that he couldn't help much, so he honestly promised that he would not move around and not cause trouble to Teacher Lu. A few minutes later, Xingfeng clearly saw that something seemed to be crawling quickly in the sand in front of them, attacking them.
I haven't had time to remind you yet.
Countless sandworms jumped out of the sand.
Come to them.
Teacher Lu put them down, his hands condensed into ice, and he slapped them handsomely on the ground, and countless ice spikes gushed out from the ground. The breeze lit up in front of his eyes. It also quickly condensed into a huge water ball hanging in the air, and then the rain and dew attacked the sandworms. The sandworm that touched the water was quickly frozen by Teacher Lu's ice.
Quickly kill these thousands of sandworms in an instant. But almost within seconds, the sandworm attacked again. It seems to be a constant stream.
Teacher Lu's beautiful eyes froze, and the air around her instantly cooled, and a blue ice-colored protective shield slowly appeared around her. Xingfeng and the others were also relieved when they looked at this protective shield. Teacher Lu came to them and said, Xingfeng, this protective shield is enough to last for a few hours. As long as it is not gold level, it basically can't break my barrier. The rest of you stay here. I'll go out and see if there are any students outside. Then before Xingfeng and the others could speak, Teacher Lu opened his mouth and killed out of the barrier. Only they were left to stare at each other. When Teacher Lu was killing out, Xingfeng and the others saw a trace of a gap. Outside, there were sandworms that could not see the edge, slowly attacking them. Fortunately, there is a protective cover. Otherwise, staying here is looking for death. But most of them rushed to City 16. After about 10 minutes, Teacher Lu appeared in the barrier with other teachers and students. Without saying anything, he turned his head and left again. The same goes for that teacher. Soon many students came, including Xingfeng and many classmates. In this way, there are more and more people in the enchantment. The size of the enchantment is getting bigger and bigger. The monsters' attacks are also getting more and more fierce. Some teachers stayed behind to maintain the stability of the barrier. Just like that, a few hours passed quickly. In the barrier, there were originally only a few Qingfeng people, but it turned into a few thousand people. For a few hours, Teacher Lu didn't take a break at all, and kept rushing outside. Xingfeng shook his head helplessly. He knew that his current strength was completely untouchable, and the silver-level strength might last for more than 10 minutes outside, but it will soon be consumed and die outside. Looking at Bai Siying and the others, they also had worried expressions, but there is no fear in sight. Then Xingfeng looked at the rest of the students and found that many of them were were worried and scared, and their bodies trembled obviously. Some even lay on their friends' bodies and cried bitterly. Qingfeng shook his head again. Just as he was about to take out a spirit stone for cultivation, the barrier suddenly trembled violently. A deafening blow came. The sandworms crawling all over the barrier retreated. The outside scenery was revealed, and they saw a huge yellow ant attacking the barrier with its sharp claws and teeth at the top of the barrier. He subconsciously sensed the ant. I found that I couldn't perceive the level at all, and I immediately guessed that this was a gold level. Most of the thousands of students were already very scared, and this stimulation was even more out of proportion, and they began to scream. Bai Xiying and the others are the complete opposite. With a serious expression, he quickly picked up his weapon and looked nervously at the monster above. The teacher who stayed in the barrier also quickly stood up to stabilize their emotions. Qingfeng looked at them coldly, but after thinking about it, he was relieved. After all, everyone is afraid of death, but go to a school with such specifications. But he is still like ordinary people, and he is out of proportion and adds trouble, which really makes people feel bad. Even Bai Xiying, who has no family background, is not afraid. A teacher in the enchantment quickly went out, took the ant above his head for a second and walked back in indifferently. This scene made everyone regain a sense of security. A few more hours passed. Rescue is slow to come. Many teachers have found something wrong. One of the teachers who was closer to Qingfeng and the other middle-aged teacher said, "I feel a little wrong. I have a very bad feeling. It's been a day. Why hasn't anyone come to the rescue? And Teacher Lu and the others don't seem to have come back. It stands to reason that a mere gold-level beast tide shouldn't be like this." The middle-aged teacher did nod after hearing this. The gold tide happens once or twice a year, but it can be solved in almost half a day. What's more, there are still 2 diamond-level powerhouses in City 16. If you want to explain the current situation now, you can only say that this beast tide may not be more than gold. The teacher was also shocked when he heard this, and said, "How is it possible? If it weren't for the gold level, how could the gold level sound the alarm of the gold level?" In fact, this teacher also knew in his heart that this was not a gold level beast tide at all, and he was just asking for psychological comfort when he said this. The middle-aged teacher's face was serious. It seems that he wants to say something, but he doesn't know whether to say it or not. The teacher's pupils slowly shrank. He said, "You don't mean to say, this time it may be a diamond-level beast tide. By the time the city lord reacts, it's too late? City, it may have been breached now?" This conjecture the teacher himself couldn't believe that he had such a terrible guess. The middle-aged teacher just nodded seriously. Not far away, even Yu Qingfeng, who was pretending to practice an eavesdropping on the conversation of the two, shuddered inexplicably. Diamond? That is something that Qingfeng can't even think of now, and he can only see it on TV. Now he directly gave him a diamond-level beast tide. Isn't this a joke? Although it is impossible to be sure, there is also this possibility. After all, this is from the mouths of experienced teachers, and both teachers think so. Hours passed quickly. The students also took out the spirit stones distributed by the teacher to replenish their energy. Starving to death is definitely not starving. There are so many monsters outside. The teacher casually went out and took a few low-level spirit stones to replenish the students' physical energy, which was still easy. If it weren't for the fact that there were still many teachers here in the enchantment, I'm afraid the students wouldn't have been able to stand the riots. The situation in the barrier is quite good, and there are no major problems. Yu Qingfeng and Tan Xiaoyi talked about some combat experience and some actual combat cases during this period. Then there will be a few jokes from time to time. Even Ludo. Naturally, they also enjoy it. Originally, they were still worried, but it was useless for Qingfeng to tell them that it was useless. As long as they didn't add chaos, it was not certain that they would die. Even if you can't wait for rescue and die here, you can't be too nervous and leave some last beauty and joy, which is also good. They seemed to be right. Then he played backgammon with Qingfeng. Many teachers saw this scene and sighed that these children were really big-hearted. In this way, Qingfeng played tense and exciting backgammon with them for another morning. Then he tells ghost stories at night, and from time to time he secretly takes out a few bottles of coke from the space ring for them to drink. If you ignore the situation of the external barrier, it can be said that life is quite nourishing. Qingfeng is handsome, and they are all school flowers. Their actions were naturally seen by others, and their original sad and fearful emotions were also a little mobilized, began to become a little cheerful. Day 4. Rescue has not arrived, and the teachers have begun to gradually understand the current situation. At the same time, they were also sure that this attack was likely to be a diamond-level beast tide, and they had already attacked the city. Presumably, City 16 is not very comfortable. Yu Qingfeng was cultivating, and then from time to time he played Ludo in the water system group. Time moved to the evening. Qingfeng and they had just finished a game of Ludo, and there was a great vibration outside the barrier again. This shock did not come from the attack, but from the ground. Soon wake up the sleeping students. In a daze, they didn't understand what was going on, and then they saw countless gold-level ants outside retreating. After retreating a certain distance, a huge flying ant with yellow armor appeared behind those sand ants, with wings, a sharp scimitar like a mantis, and a body length of more than 10 meters. The huge size and hideous appearance scared the
the students awake on the spot. 1, 2, 3. They saw a dozen in total. A teacher also exclaimed after seeing it, "This is a platinum-level mantis ant." Suddenly countless students were in an uproar, and some were even frightened to faint. For this kind of monster, the teachers have no way. Even if one comes, they can't directly kill it in seconds. If they rush out to fight, they may be affected by those gold-level sand ants and die outside. What's more, there are more than a dozen of them coming now. The only reliable and safe way now is to fight him in the barrier. But with so many mantis ants, it shouldn't last long. Just when everyone's hearts were like ashes, more than a dozen mantis ants didn't even look at them, and hurriedly flew towards City 16, leaving only one or two in place. Suddenly they saw hope again. For this situation, one of the teachers who was good at analysis instantly lit up and said loudly, "Those mantis ants should have gone to attack City 16, and the sudden reinforcements from the beast tide are likely to have survived City 16, and began a counteroffensive. Rescue should come soon. We must believe in the country and believe in the magic capital." This sentence was obviously deliberately given to the students, and the thousands of students seemed to see hope. Yu Qingfeng also showed a happy smile, because he knows that this analysis is not a big pie, especially for students. Why does Qingfeng know? The reason is simple, because the teachers are laughing too. I'm laughing sincerely. The huge and sharp scimitar of the mantis ant's forelimbs attacked fiercely above the barrier, causing the entire barrier to shake. The barrier that was originally maintained instantly broke into a small piece. Seeing this, the teachers hurriedly stepped forward to make up for it. In this way, he began to use his spiritual energy to quickly top it and hold on to this defensive barrier. Countless gold-level sand ants also quickly stepped forward to attack. The teachers persisted like this for several hours, and the spiritual energy in the teachers' bodies was also rapidly consumed. At the same time, an option appeared in front of Yu Qingfeng. Option 1, wake up everyone and start a passionate speech. Use your eloquence to revive them. Reward, the collective perception of the 3 women and 1 man team broke through 2 stars. Option 2, hide behind the teachers for fear of cowering, and then add chaos and make a big fuss to provide negative energy. Bonus, a gold-level weapon. Option 3, don't move. Yu Qingfeng, was about to start pretending again, using my water-type abilities to create special effects, and then began to give passionate speeches, and used water-based abilities to make a stunning blow. Shock everyone. Reward, the collective perception of the 3 women and 1 male team broke through 3 stars. A gold-level weapon. He looked at the third option, and Qingfeng fell silent. Start pretending at this time, and shock the audience? And what you get is just the previous options. How could I take the opportunity to pretend to be so serious at this time? The teachers are trying so hard to protect us. Do I still want to steal their limelight? Do I still have humanity? Am I the kind of king who forced me? Well, I am. Qingfeng thought for 2 seconds and instantly chose 3. Pretending to be forced is my intention, and not pretending is against my original intention, so I choose to pretend. A gold-level tang knife appeared in the space ring. The appearance looked handsome, dragon pattern, phoenix handle. By seeing, who had been secretly observing the breeze, noticed that something was wrong with him, seemed to be in a daze, and also stepped forward and asked, "You, Qingfeng, what are you thinking?" The breeze that had just eased from the handsome tang knife. Hearing this, By seeing asked him again, and immediately took the opportunity to show a sad expression and said, "Alas, the current teachers have paid too much for us." His voice gradually amplified. Many people heard this sentence, and the worried students looked at Qingfeng. Then Qingfeng stepped lightly, and the surrounding water slowly condensed, enveloping him, and said lightly, "Now, the teachers have almost done their best for us, and we are afraid of falling weak, hiding behind them all the time. Be protected. In this way, we will not be able to grow. We can't grow up like this. Can we only be willing to be protected?" Many people bowed their heads when they heard this, feeling a little ashamed. This time, we have encountered a great enemy of life and death. If we are lucky enough to survive under the protection of the teachers, what about the next time? Will there be a teacher who will come out to protect you? Now that the teachers are a little tired, it's time for us to show our heroic posture. Even if it's a weak energy, we have to contribute. Protect this last guarantee. Yu Qingfeng's voice was exciting. The water-based ability special effects that bloomed with all his might looked divine and brilliant in his silver-white silver aura energy. It happened that the first rays of the morning sun shone on him at this time. Shine brightly. Countless students' eyes became firm, and they echoed loudly, "That's right, the demon king of Qingfeng is right. We are timid enough, so it's time to wash away this label." Yu Qingfeng looked at him and nodded. It was also at this time that the shield broke a huge hole, and many monsters took the opportunity to run in. The people who were still shouting to cater to Qingfeng just now were also frightened by this scene. Embarrassed and frightened, he hid behind the rest of the classmates. The other students, one second they saw this classmate say righteously, and the next second they turned into a mouse and hid. Many people fell into a trough in an instant, also hid in fear. Just the other students thought that Qingfeng would hide in the same embarrassment and fear as that classmate, but they found that Qingfeng did not. He still stood straight. The next moment, the breeze moved. A golden tang knife with a dragon pattern and phoenix handle suddenly appeared appeared in his hand, resolute on his face. Slash at those monsters with all your might. The golden knife suddenly shone brightly, and a very terrifying knife chi appeared. Split all those sandworm monsters in half. Countless people were stunned. This result was something they didn't expect. You must know that those monsters are gold level strength. Now Qingfeng has easily solved them all. More than 1,000 students seemed to see hope, but seeing Qingfeng's mighty posture, they thought of their previous actions. Suddenly I felt even more ashamed of myself. However, Qingfeng's next sentence made them a little cryy. I saw him say, I know you are very afraid, everyone is afraid, but what's the use of being afraid? If the barrier is gone, we will be gone. If this continues, I may not dare to resist until I die. We should rise now. We are the magic capital of Wuda. We are the pride of Kyushu. Even if we die, we will die glorious and heroic. Hold on to the end to bite their skin, leaving a heroic posture. The eyes of countless people burst out with brilliance. When they heard Qingfeng's words, their blood boiled and they became majestic again, as if they were not afraid of heaven and earth. Many people have begun to run to the teachers to provide energy to the barrier. The teachers also burst into tears when they saw this move. Order, distribute the other half of the reward. Yu Qingfeng felt that he suddenly burst out with powerful power, and this power directly helped him break through to the silver 6 star. Open the system panel. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength, silver 6 stars. Strength, 55 tons. Speed, 320 kilometers per hour. Mental power, 30 cubic meters. He squeezed his fist confidently and looked at where there was a loophole for the monsters to take the opportunity to come in, and if there was, he would give them a knife. At this time, Bai Seeing, who was standing next to him, was dumbfounded, and the expression on his face when he looked at Qingfeng became even more admiring. To be so calm in such a crisis situation. He even woke up other students and killed gold-level sand ants. What a noble character this is. What a terrifying strength. Suddenly she felt that something she had suppressed for a long time suddenly loosened. The body gradually released a silver-white glow. In addition to her, the same is true for talking about Shaoi in poetry. I'm breaking through to silver? This feeling is still silver 2 stars. Tan Shaoi said incredulously. What the hell is going on? Is it a breakthrough in the state of mind? Before they could think, the barrier trembled a little, and they quickly came to the edge to provide energy to replenish it. The enchantment is too much. Cracks have begun to appear gradually, and there are even quite a few holes. Those monsters who took the opportunity to come in were slashed to death by the breeze with gold-level weapons. Just like that, I persisted for another 2 hours. Just when they thought they couldn't hold out to the rescue, helicopters appeared in the sky to cover the sky. Missiles were launched downwards. Blow up countless sand ants. After blowing up an open space, countless soldiers jumped down from it. One of the figures was Teacher Lu, whom Qingfeng and the others were familiar with. At this time, Teacher Lu was like a god descending to earth, attacking the mantis ant. Frozen countless gold-level sand ants. At this moment, the teachers and students breathed a sigh of relief. The barrier also completely collapsed at this time. Seeing countless soldiers fighting against sand ants, Qingfeng rushed out without thinking, took out a tang knife to help those soldiers. Some soldiers saw this move and wanted to stop him, but when he saw Qingfeng's knife and sand ant, he immediately didn't know what to say. At this time, the breeze was like a warrior, killing indiscriminately in the sand ant colony. The tang knife in his hand was full of energy, and countless knife chi flashed. Sand ants touched by this kind of knife chi will instantly become 2.5. Soon, with the help of more and more soldiers, this monster area was also swept away in an instant. The corpses of monsters on the ground are everywhere. Yu Qingfeng looked in the direction of Teacher Lu and found that she had solved the mantis ant. He quickly ran to her side and said, Teacher Lu, are you okay? Teacher Lu glanced at Qingfeng, then at Qingfeng's Tang Dao, and also smiled. It's okay, but it seems that your family is not simple. I'm willing to give you this kind of top-level gold-level weapon. Qingfeng touched his head and smiled. By the way, Teacher Lu, what happened to you outside? The other students should be fine, right? Well, none of them are fine. Let's talk about it on the road. Teacher Lu said and got up and got on the plane. Yu Qingfeng put the tang knife away and put it into the space ring and got on the helicopter. Sitting on the plane, Teacher Lu's eyes froze, and his heart became more and more unable to see through him as a student. There is even a storage ring. No wonder you can take out Coke every time to drink. Tan Shaoi and the others hurriedly caught up and sat down after seeing Qingfeng get on the plane. Teacher Lu, who was sitting in his seat, looked at Tan Shaoi and the others nodded happily and said, It's very good. It has only been a few days to break through to silver. Thank you for the award, teacher, Tan Shaoi said humbly. Soon the plane took off, and after flying at high altitude for about half an hour, a shocking scenery came into view. Under the plane, they saw numerous huge corpses, and countless human corpses. The fire is skyrocketing. The blood penetrated the entire desert, and the bright red land seemed to tell the tragedy here. Before Qingfeng and the others could speak, Teacher Lu said, I can't figure out why it triggered a diamond-level beast tide, and the sudden attack almost slaughtered the entire city of number 16. One of the 2 diamond-level powerhouses guarding City 16 almost fell. Speaking of myself, I wanted to go back after finding that there were no more
students to be saved, but there were too many monsters.
There is nowhere to go. I can only speed up to the city.
When I tried my best to return to the city, I found that the city was also stable, and it had nothing to do with me, so I immediately contacted the military to send personnel to rescue you. But I didn't expect that the beast tide did not end completely, but came with the most violent offensive.
We had to fight. This time it can be said that there were heavy casualties. That's why I'm late, sorry.
But fortunately, the location of the enchantment I left behind is relatively remote, and there are no powerful monsters that have escaped the disaster.
Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't forgive myself.
Hearing this, Qingfeng also hurriedly said, it's not the teacher's fault, and the teacher has saved so many other students.
Yes, teacher, don't blame yourself too much. Tan Shaoi also said. Teacher Lu looked at them with a little red in his eyes and said, really? Well, really.
After hearing this answer, Teacher Lu instantly changed his face and shouted to Yu Qingfeng, thank you for a bottle of Coke. Qingfeng and the others saw the long-lost city number 16. The magnificent city was unobstructed in the air, but the city was not as prosperous as before. There are so many 100,000,000 little chaos. In the air breeze, they saw countless houses being destroyed, many soldiers cleaning up the mess, and many corpses torn in half on the ground. Some of them didn't even have whole corpses, only minced meat scattered on the ground.
Dust is everywhere.
In the air, the sensitive ears of the breeze could not hear any crying, only a long silence. Under the infection of this atmosphere, Qingfeng's eyes were a little red and his mood was a little depressed. The helicopter slowly flew to the military base in City 16. Just got off the plane, Qingfeng saw an acquaintance, and that person was Vice Principal Qin. At this time, he seemed to have been waiting here. Qin Lesheng walked forward quickly, felt Qingfeng's strength, and immediately widened his eyes and looked at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief. It's only been a few months, and now Qingfeng's strength has reached 6 silver stars.
What kind of monster is it? This speed far exceeds anyone today.
Qin Lesheng shook his head inside secretly, and seemed to think of something and said, Qingfeng, how is the water control instrument I gave you?
Do you like that spiritual skill?
Qingfeng smiled and said, Vice Principal Qin, I like it very much. The water control device has also been perfected.
Ah, just like it.
By the way, Qingfeng, come with me, I have something to tell you.
Qinlo Holy Spirit mysteriously left here with a breeze. Teacher Lu, Qingfeng actually knows the vice principal, and the relationship seems to be quite good. By seeing looked at Qingfeng's back leaving in disbelief and said to Teacher Lu,
well, they may be a master-apprentice relationship, and the teachers of the whole school know some, but the specifics are not very clear.
Master and apprentice? Tan Shaoi asked thoughtfully.
Well, Teacher Lu nodded and said, this is not a secret. The water control tool learned by Qingfeng is one of Vice Principal Qin's famous stunts. So that's how it is. Teacher Lu looked at the place where Qingfeng left, and then said to them, okay, let's hurry up and leave the dungeon and go back to school. The current dungeon is still too dangerous. At this time, Qingfeng followed Qin Lesheng to an office. He asked Qingfeng directly, Qingfeng, I want to accept you as an apprentice. Qingfeng didn't speak, as if he was thinking. In fact, I wasn't thinking, but the option appeared again in front of Qingfeng. Option 1, said to Qin Lesheng, little vice principal, you still want to be the master of the young master, you dream, and then slap him. Reward, strength breaks through to the peak of silver. Option 2, agree to apprentice and kowtow 3 times, call the master. Reward water ability level to A level.
Qingfeng's eyelids twitched and said secretly, do I still have a choice?
Before Qingfeng could make a choice, Qin Lesheng's voice came again. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I may not be able to teach you anything about your other ability, but the water ability is different. I am also a top water system superpower in Kyushu now. At the same time, he is also one of the 4-star powerhouses in Kyushu. Become my apprentice, not to mention status, there are many water-based spiritual skills that you can learn. I won't bind you either, I'm just asking you to pass my mantle. I'm also a little old. Kyushu needs a new powerhouse, and your talent is very suitable. At this time, Yu Qingfeng's heart was also not calm. Unexpectedly, Vice Principal Qin turned out to be a star-level powerhouse. There are only 6 known supreme powerhouses in Kyushu today, including 4-star level and 2 extraordinary level. Qingfeng nodded, and also understood why Vice Principal Qin appeared here, presumably to calm the Diamond Beast tide. But at the same time, I also found a blind spot, that is, I didn't understand why Vice Principal Qin wanted to teach the mantle so early. Qin Lesheng seemed to see Qingfeng's doubts. He spoke directly, this world is not as stable as you think, and the Diamond level beast tide has happened more than once.
There are all kinds of instability, and every time there are heavy casualties.
For example, your Jiangcheng happened a few months ago.
Qingfeng frowned. How many months ago was Jiangcheng?
Suddenly he seemed to think of something. His pupils suddenly narrowed, and he thought of what he said when he first met Vice Principal Qin. At that time, Vice Principal Qin just said, there is a diamond level monster running to the upper level.
Simply skip it lightly. So that time was also a diamond level beast tide? Seeing Qingfeng's reaction, Qin Lesheng nodded and said, surely you guessed it too? That time I went to Jiangcheng to deal with the diamond level beast tide.
The truth about the diamond beast tide has not been told to the people, but some news has prevaricated.
This is to avoid panic and stabilize social security.
No media dares to report report these things. We suppressed it by various means, not afraid to report. But the social harm is too great.
Because these diamond-level beast tides are artificially manipulated.
What? Xingfeng's voice couldn't help but get louder, looking at Vice Principal Qin in disbelief, and his heart couldn't calm down for a long time.
Such a tragic resistance to the beast tide, but there was someone behind it?
Qin Leshing continued, humanity is not as united as you think, and many cults that have gained strength have emerged. You will know this in your sophomore year. When you get to the sophomore year when you can take on the task, you will find that in fact, most of the tasks are to capture cultists.
So Kyushu can now be said to be an external and internal trouble. Xingfeng, have you thought about it? Do you want to be my apprentice? I choose to. Master.
Xingfeng knelt down to Qin Leshing and kowtowed 3 times. Qin Leshing was also happy.
He quickly helped him up and said, "What age is it? You still need to kowtow and hand over tea instead."
Xingfeng was also helpless in his heart, and there was no way to choose to ask for a knock.
Ding, reward distribution.
The breeze that just got up sensed that the body's affinity for water seemed to be higher.
You can also see water molecules floating in the air in the eyes.
Qin Leshing looked at Xingfeng and became more and more satisfied. In fact, even if Xingfeng did not agree to be his apprentice, he would still teach him his mantle. He took out a spiritual ball of light and handed it to Xingfeng. Xingfeng took it, crushed it, and began to absorb the knowledge inside.
Tsunami. Star-level spiritual skills. This spiritual skill can be cultivated to the peak to create a realm, in which you can become the master of the ocean. It will not consume energy and fabricate a monstrous tsunami at will.
Xingfeng couldn't think of it. It was a star-level spiritual skill. After 6 hours, Xingfeng digested all the knowledge inside. When he woke up, he found that Master was not there, and he hurried to the open space outside. I want to use the spiritual skills I have just learned to see the power of them. Soon the breeze found a relatively open lawn.
Display a tsunami on the lawn. Xingfeng's spiritual energy instantly dropped a section.
A huge wave slowly condensed behind him, about 4 meters high. The width reaches more than 10 meters.
The tsunami rushed forward and looked unstoppable.
The lawn through which the tsunami passed was all swept and divided by the energy of this explosion. It hit until it was more than 20 meters before slowly stopping. In the process, he also felt the power of it.
Xingfeng understands that there is absolutely no one under the gold. The huge waves condensed by the tsunami are full of destruction. The water molecules in it are very tyrannical. Like an angry thunder god, rush forward to destroy everything. If someone gets hit, it must not be a very pleasant feeling.
After knowing the power of this spiritual skill, Xingfeng nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to go back, he turned around and saw his master, Qin Leshing, Vice Principal Qin, looking at him from a distance. Xingfeng hurriedly ran over. Before he could speak, he heard Qin Leshing say, "Xingfeng, the power of the tsunami is determined by how much spiritual energy you have.
The more energy, the bigger the tsunami will naturally be.
When you comprehend the highest mystery of the tsunami, you will be surprised to find that the mystery is that you can summon a monstrous tsunami without the support of spiritual energy at all.
The next few days will be Qin Leshing's water talent guiding you." Xingfeng.
Xingfeng's understanding of water has also reached a new level. Soon a month passed in a hurry, and Xingfeng took the opportunity to break through to the silver 7 stars during this period. Qin Leshing also left on the last day of last month because of his busy official duties. Before leaving, he also gave Xingfeng a new spiritual skill, gold-level spiritual skills. This spiritual skill is called a water blast arrow. This is used with a water control device. Condense an arrow that explodes when it hits an enemy. The power is also very huge. If you have to compare, it can be said that it is equivalent to a grenade.
Xingfeng left the dungeon. Back at school, the first thing he saw was Teacher Lu,
and Xingfeng already had a plan in his heart at this time. The plan is to raise the level of low-level systems to LV2. So I had to tell Teacher Lu that I was going to implement Vice Principal Qin's special training, and I wouldn't be able to come back in a few months, and Teacher Lu naturally agreed after hearing this. There is no way to disagree, and the Vice Principal pressed on his head. After returning to the dormitory and preparing all his things, he left the school again.
Xingfeng opened a hotel suite outside.
In the hotel, he opened a system chat group. At this time, many systems are still talking about their hosts. Xingfeng did not choose to talk to them, but looked at it in the list of group members.
There are only 4 LV1 levels in the group: Chef System, Assassination System, Women's Clothing System, Shinhouse System. These 4.
Xingfeng thought about it and was the first to rule out the Women's Clothing System.
For this system, Xingfeng is resisting from the bottom of his heart. If he is known to others, won't his lifelong reputation be gone? At this time, Xingfeng thought about what the forum would react to. Shocked.
The magic capital Wuhan University, the freshman role model Xingfeng actually has such a habit.
Why is it that in the middle of the night in Xingfeng, women's clothing is involuntarily or the master's task?
Really, thinking of the headline parties in the forum, Xingfeng felt that he might have no face to live in this world. After thinking about it, Xingfeng chose the assassination system. In the system chat group, the assassination system is chatting with other group members. Suddenly he was bound by the group leader. He also looked confused.
Group butler, order, the assassination system is bound by the group leader. Other systems immediately exploded when they saw the news.
They all began to speculate whether Qingfeng had encountered some trouble and chose the assassination system.
The Shinhao system is even more dejected. Said, why didn't the group leader choose me? I was obviously the first to come. Want to kill? Isn't it still possible to kill if you have money?
Seeing this news, Qingfeng also smiled helplessly and sent a message in the group. You Qingfeng, group leader, I will start to choose low-level systems one by one later. The chef system, which had been diving, immediately jumped out when he saw the news.
Chef system, LV1 really? Can I too? The group master is really good to us.
Qingfeng smiled helplessly and then closed the group chat. Ding, the assassination system is successfully bound.
Ding, has the host opened the novice gift package? Yes. Ding, the host gains lurking mastery, sniper rifle mastery. Oh, Qingfeng became interested and asked the system, what is the specific function of the system?
The gloomy system voice came from Ding, as long as the host sets an assassination target he can get assassination points, and enough assassination points can be exchanged for various weapon skills. After Qingfeng understood, he also opened the mall and looked at it. There is a dazzling array of skills: fighting mastery, hacking mastery, pistol mastery, sniper rifles, anti-material sniper rifles and so on.
Looked at his assassination point. 0. Laughed to death. There is no assassination point at all.
I opened my laptop from my backpack, logged into the dark web and started looking for the target of the assassination.
The dark web is actually no secret. Even the official of Kyushu will issue an assassination mission above. Saying that it is an assassination mission is actually no different from a bounty. The next day,
just logged in and saw a top-ranked assassination mission.
Assassinate any of the Kyushu National Star Shine level powerhouses.
All of them are considered to have completed the task, and the assassination reward is 5-star level spirit stones,
a star level weapon.
Qingfeng sighed secretly. It was really a big handiwork. However, looking at this publisher, it looks like another country, a country that has the confidence to kill star level monsters and also comes with star level weapons. I'm afraid there is only a lighthouse country. As for the third-ranked Mao Xiongwa Qingfeng, he naturally would not doubt it.
After all, it is a friendly country.
Qingfeng continued to check the information on the dark web, and in the list, he was either rich or leader. In this way, the breeze kept sliding. In the list of strength, it has fallen from diamond to platinum crystal, and then to the golden area.
Suddenly the breeze stopped. He saw a familiar figure on the dark web. It reads, assassination target, Black Tiger Gang leader Yen Yong. Strength gold level 4 stars, employer demands to uproot the Black Tiger Gang. The assassination reward is 300 million yuan, a silver level natural treasure.
Without thinking about it, Qingfeng chose to take it.
This is an old acquaintance.
I have a grudge against myself, and I also have a grudge against my father. Just thinking that there was no place to operate, this person came.
Ding, has the host determined the assassination target? Black Tiger Gang leader Yen Yong. Yes, no, yes. After clicking connect, Qingfeng booked a ticket to Jiangcheng.
I also opened the Taobao and found a handsome black dress. Then he spent hundreds of millions of dollars to buy a bronze evil ghost mask. In less than an afternoon, Qingfeng received the evil ghost mask, but anything below the extraordinary quality, as long as it is not a remote area, it can be received almost the same day. Looking at the evil ghost mask that had just been taken out of the express box, Qingfeng sensed it and put it on with peace of mind after confirming that it was a bronze level.
This mask is made the day after tomorrow.
The material used to make this mask in the Taobao profile is made of minerals dropped by the ore monsters in the Mindfall dungeon.
It has a certain defensive effect and can isolate bronze level perception.
These functions are of no use to Qingfeng. Qingfeng bought it for the sake of one word: handsome.
If he wasn't handsome, Qingfeng wouldn't choose him at all.
Now it can be said that it is ready. Just wait for the next day to get on the plane. Sitting cross-legged, the breeze began to absorb silver-level spirit stones. Qingfeng came to the airport early to get on the plane, and he had no intention of returning to Jiangcheng Qingfeng to meet his parents this time. After getting off the plane, Qingfeng went straight to the entrance of the abandoned factory dungeon. Enter it directly without registering with the soldiers. The familiar entrance from memory appeared in front of him again, and he was now dressed in black and wearing a ghost mask that was quickly noticed. Qingfeng just wants this effect. He came to a vendor, took out a silver-level spirit stone from everyone's eyes, and bought a little purple wolfskin casually, and said to the vendor, no need to look for it. From the tone, many of them secretly watched this scene and instantly understood that this was a rich second generation, and the children of the nobles came here to play.
It can be heard from the tone and disdain. Among them, the dark whistle of the Black Tiger Gang was also happy to see it.
Hurriedly closed the stall and left. These small actions were naturally clearly seen by Qingfeng, the silver level, and he also sneered in his heart.
After buying something, Qingfeng was about to leave here alone, so that those Black Tiger Gang secret outposts could take advantage of it. But the stall owner, who had not yet stepped out of the breeze to buy the purple wolfskin, quickly stopped him and said, little brother, it's not safe here. If you want to go out alone, alone, you may be robbed," the stall owner said very vaguely. Some of the secret whistles who stayed to watch the breeze were also secretly scolded. Naturally, he is also clear about these breezes. How can they rob me if he doesn't go out by himself? How do I get intelligence? Pretending to be arrogant and scolding, "Hee, my father Wang Ergu, the richest man in our village. Who dares to rob me? Who dares? I want to see who dares to see my father. I will see how he explains." With a wave of his sleeves, the breeze rose, and he strode out in style, and finally left the gathering place at the entrance. This scene made the Black Tiger Gang's secret sentinel a little dumbfounded, and at the same time, they also began to be a little suspicious, discussed with each other, and decided to investigate this Wang Ergu. The breeze came to the canyon before. When I came to the top of the canyon, I looked down and found that there was another person here. Qingfeng took a closer look and found that the person was his good brother Rong Hong. He is similar to him now. It is comparable to the purple wolf. Earth-type abilities are also used to fly. The originally fat body has also become capable. Sure enough, fat people are potential stocks. No wonder they didn't send me a message. It turned out that they secretly worked hard here to make a blockbuster. Seeing him working so hard, Qingfeng also smiled. After thinking about it, Qingfeng left here. He didn't plan to meet Rong Hong. One was that he would cause trouble for him, and the other was that he was now attracting those gangsters of the Black Tiger Gang. After leaving the canyon, the breeze began to wander around. From time to time, he will also walk past some other warriors, providing his location and increasing the number of witnesses. Qingfeng, who was wandering outside, quickly found a cave and walked in curiously, and the sound of water dripping could be heard from time to time in the dark cave. This made Qingfeng a little alert. Generally, places like this where there is water often have living things. However, it stands to reason that there will be no monsters more than silver on the first floor of the dungeon. Look for the sound of water to get close to the water source, and go around the cave to find a glowing water source. The water source is sparkling, and you can faintly see cone-shaped stalactites. It seems that the sound of water droplets is here. When I came to the water's edge, I looked curiously to see what was glowing at the bottom of the water. In the crystal clear water, except for some aquatic plants and some fish, there are no fish. Is it the water that is glowing? It seems that this possibility is not impossible. Use the ability to control the water source, and the moment the water source comes up, the breeze clearly sees the water glowing. It seems that the water is glowing, but when he looked closely, he realized that he was wrong. It's not the water that glows, but the plankton in the water that glows. These creatures are extremely subtle, otherwise they would glow. The breeze may not be visible. Such a pool of glowing plankton? Is there any aggression? He looked at the fish in the pool and everything seemed normal. Yu Qingfeng took out a pack of chicken feet from the space ring and slowly stretched the chicken feet into the glowing water. The next moment, countless luminous plankton began to gather, and in just a few seconds, the whole chicken feet were eaten. Even began to burrow into the bone. Frightened, Qingfeng immediately threw away the chicken feet. These plankton are aggressive and extremely terrifying. So how did these fish survive? Before Qingfeng could think too much, a voice came from outside the cave. "Head, where did that kid go? I heard others say that it should be nearby." "Wait a minute, look at a cave here. It seems that kid should be inside." "Damn, that kid is also brainless. What is there to be arrogant about the richest man in the village? We have been investigating for so long. When I catch that kid, I must teach him a good lesson, and his dad will come to the door sooner or later. Look at what it looks like to give his son a run." "Head, you're right." After hearing this sound, Qingfeng quickly found a place to hide. There were rustling footsteps in the cave. Soon Qingfeng saw who was coming. There were more than a dozen people on the other side, and the leader was a fat man and a thin man. The thin man seems to have a sense of pleasing the fat man. These people walked past Qingfeng, and they didn't see where Qingfeng was at all. Because the clothes themselves are black, and the cave itself is dark, the strength is higher than theirs. There is also lurking mastery. It is basically impossible to find him. In this way, these people were looking for Qingfeng, and Qingfeng followed them behind them. They searched for a long time but couldn't find Qingfeng. The fat man ordered them to look for it separately. Half an hour later, the fat and thin people who took the lead also found the glowing water source. "Look at the beautiful sparkling glowing water." The thin man shouted. "Head, could this be a glowing spirit spring? The spiritual spring that can basically be refreshed as long as you take a sip. Not only can it improve the foundation, but it will also be of great help to practice." The fat man was also happy after hearing this. It seems that yes, we are rich. At the same time, I also played a trick in my heart. With so many spiritual springs, if you drink them all, wouldn't it be easy to improve your strength to silver? Hand in? No way. Sell? Impossible to sell. However, you can share a point with the skinny monkey. As for the others, the fat man's coldness flashed by. He said to the thin monkey next to him, "Call all the brothers." As for the young man, "Don't look for it, now we are rich. And that gentleman should not be here. If he really saw us inside, he would have come out to shout." The thin man seemed to think of something. He also glanced at the fat man with a lewd smile, and hurriedly went to call the brothers who were still looking for him elsewhere. When those brothers heard that there was a spiritual spring, they also hurriedly ran over. The mouse
mouth also began to cheer. The skinny monkey and the fat man glanced at each other, and with a fierce face, they directly took out a knife and slashed at the former good brother. Those brothers themselves are fox friends and dog friends, and their strength is not as strong as theirs. One fat and one thin, like evil spirits from hell, laughing wildly. Qingfeng saw it and wanted to take off his mask and give it to them. In a few minutes, more than a dozen brothers were killed by them. The thin man seemed to be thirsty, looked at Lingquan, quickly picked up the kettle and scooped a spoonful into the cup, laughed obscenely and ran to the fat man's side and said, "Head, please drink first." The fat man looked at the thin monkey's face, the face that was still very hideous and obscene with bloodstains on his face, and also laughed and said, "Okay." Then he picked up the kettle in the skinny monkey's hand and drank it. At night, after taking a few sips, he gave the kettle to the thin man and said, "Thin monkey, you also drink a little. I was tired of killing it just now. You can also replenish it." The skinny monkey's eyes lit up, and he took the kettle and swallowed. Just after drinking, they started talking about some evil things. All the murder and arson became their jokes. Laughing. If Qingfeng hadn't heard it clearly, he would have thought it was really something that ordinary people would talk about. The chill of the breeze is also getting stronger, but Qingfeng had no intention of doing it. If they die like this now, it will be too cheap for them. The water they drank was not a glowing spiritual spring, but another world water that made people go to hell. Soon the fat man reacted. He said to the thin monkey, "Don't say it, the spiritual spring water is different. I have already felt the strangeness in my stomach. I'm afraid it won't be long before I can break through to the silver period. Hurry up, take advantage of the current time when the spirit spring water is working, absorb the spirit stone." The skinny monkey did the same right away. Sitting cross-legged, he took out the spirit stone and began to absorb it. After half an hour, the fat man's face became whiter and whiter, and he finally felt that something was wrong, and quickly opened his eyes to question the thin monkey. But when he looked at the skinny monkey, people were dumbfounded. At this time, where is the skinny monkey still human? The entire skull is exposed, the eyeballs are eaten, and the brain is eaten. The jaw was dislocated and fell to the ground. A big hole in my stomach. The fat man wanted to get up, but he had no strength at all. He could only cover his stomach in place, and his jaw and esophagus began to feel stabbing pain. He began to panic. Just as he was about to take out his mobile phone for help, Qingfeng stood in front of him. Kick his phone away. Looking at them indifferently, the fat man raised his head and saw a hideous and terrifying red-faced evil ghost appearing in front of him. Panicked. After finding out that it was the person he had been looking for, he also crawled to Qingfeng's feet and begged bitterly, "Big brother, can you save me? I don't want to die yet. As long as I go out, I will definitely give you a lot of banknotes, as well as countless beautiful young models and beauties. And as long as you save me, I can introduce you to the Black Tiger Gang, and you can go sideways when the time comes." Qingfeng kicked him and kicked his hand away. Asked the fat man, "Then where is your Black Tiger Gang headquarters? I'll call someone to save you." The fat man seemed to see hope and quickly said, "Our headquarters takes the entrance of the dungeon as the southeast, northwest, and northwest, on the second mountain in the northwest. Ancestor, please, hurry up and call someone." He said so, but in fact, he already had a grudge in his heart. "Boy, wait, when I am saved, I will plant stolen goods and blame you, let you kick my hand, and I will pump your tendons." After learning about the headquarters, Qingfeng was not in a hurry. Set up a campfire not far away and take out a roast goose from your space backpack, a case of Coke, a notebook. There is also a comfortable folding chair. After all these things are done, start roasting the goose. The fat man also scolded his mother when he saw this, and he also understood that the person in front of him didn't want to help him at all. He also gave him the address of the headquarters. "I even want to slowly appreciate my death." It seemed to be a mask reflected on Qingfeng's face, and the fat man directly scolded, "Liar, you deserve to die, you will go to hell if you don't save you." Spit splashing, extremely ugly. Qingfeng looked at him indifferently. "I don't care in my heart, I'm going to hell? You should be the one who should go to hell, right?" Qingfeng calmly opened the notebook and then found the map on the first floor of the abandoned factory dungeon in Jiangcheng. Soon Qingfeng determined the location of their headquarters. The fat man who had been scolding Qingfeng stopped scolding, and those miniature plankton ate his vocal cords, and his jaw was shaking. It's a bit like the zombie movie he watched in his previous life. The zombies in it. Qingfeng also got up and put the roast goose into the space ring, and threw the fat man who was still alive but unable to move into the pool. The same goes for the thin man. In almost less than 10 minutes, there were no bones left of the two people. Looking at these pools, Qingfeng felt that keeping them was also a scourge, and the damage was still so high that it should be a good weapon. So he decided to go out and buy a bronze water storage bag. Soon, 30 minutes later, Qingfeng came back again, opened the water storage bag, and controlled the glowing tan water to pour it carefully and slowly. Half an hour later, after Qingfeng was sure that it would not leak out, he was completely relieved. However, there are too many of these dangerous luminous tan waters, and Qingfeng only holds half of tan and can't hold it. There is no way. Qingfeng plans to solve Yen Yang first and come back to find a way. At the same time, a warning street sign was left here. I hope passers-by see it and don't drink it. 2 hours later, Qingfeng also found the place the fat man said by leaning on the map marker. This is a not very tall mountain. There is a village on the mountain. There are many people guarding the mountain, and there are many stones transported out from time to time. Looking at these breezes is also speechless. It's the 21st century, and you still come to occupy the mountain as king? Use dragon and snake dance steps plus lurking mastery. Like a ghost, Yu Qingfeng quickly approached their edge, because Qingfeng was lurking and proficient, so no one noticed him. Qingfeng probably looked at the direction of their patrol. I found that there are many blind spots in the places they patrol. A water dagger was also condensed in his hand, and when one party turned his head to patrol, he easily took down a head with lightning speed. Drag him into the grass. Why not put it in a space ring, you ask? Qingfeng's answer is simple. It will stay in his belongings. In this way, Qingfeng easily killed all the guards and patrols outside, unaware. The breeze slowly entered the village above. He soon discovered that the people here were ordinary gangsters, and it seemed that they were living for the patrol guards. But soon Qingfeng found a passage to the mountain at their wellhead. Jump into it. He quickly discovered that there were many people inside. Their strength was similar to that of the people outside, and they were all bronze 7 or 8 stars. Everyone is working hard to dig mountains and expand the land. Their arms were covered with tattoos, and the evil energy they emitted invisibly was extremely strong. At first glance, it killed a lot of people. After Qingfeng determined that the strength of the people here was only bronze, he didn't plan to play the assassination trick, took out the tang knife in the ring, and used the dragon and snake dance step with all his might. Kill all the people here in an instant. They didn't understand what was going on until they died. They only saw a black shadow passing by quickly, and then their eyes went black. This mission is very clear. The first killed Yen Yong, and the second destroyed the Black Tiger gang. From the moment he saw the fat and thin one, Qingfeng had already made a decision. This kind of gang that does all kinds of evil is naturally a non-retention. Kill them all. Just like that, you have an assassin who is lurking and proficient. There is also the ability to transform endless weapons, plus silver level strength. Come and assassinate everyone here. As long as everyone is killed and retreats sadly, this is the perfect assassination. After Qingfeng killed all the way, he quickly came to a place that was even more empty than before, and there was a blood pool in the center of this place. There are also strange statues of all kinds. In front of the middle blood pool was kneeling a bald head. The bald head has numerous black dragon stripes that extend below the neck. The bald head was burly, and there were many scars on his hands, and he looked like he had been on the battlefield for a long time. At the same time, there will be an inexplicable aura around him. This bald breeze recognized who it was at a glance. This person was Yen Yong. Photos have been provided on the dark web. At this time, Qingfeng was still thinking about how he should respond. Yen Yong stood up suddenly, subconsciously hiding. This move frightened Qingfeng into thinking that he had been discovered, but it doesn't seem to be. 10 minutes later, many gangsters at the entrance below pulled more than a dozen boys and girls onto the stage and came to the front of the blood pool. The gangsters also pushed aside with a sense of understanding. Qingfeng was a little curious. What did Yen Yong want to do? And the next moment, he pulled out his knife and slashed at the neck of the boy in the front. The next moment, the teenager's head fell. The blood from the aorta in the boy's neck sprayed out wildly. Countless boys and girls behind them also began to scream when they saw this scene. Yen Yong didn't care about those screams, but grabbed the young man and poured the blood into the blood pool like a water dispenser. Cult. This word suddenly appeared in Qingfeng's mind. Before he could think about it, Yen Yong's voice spread throughout the entire underground space. Great Lord of Blood Mist, I offer you the fresh blood of the best years. Please have mercy on your followers. After saying that, the statue seemed to feel something in the next moment. Bloody fog slowly approached the blood pool, and then a blood-colored energy visible to the naked eye drilled into Yen Yong's body. Being drilled into that unknown and unclear energy, Yen Yong's expression was very enjoyable. The next moment, Qingfeng clearly felt that Yen Yong had become stronger. Sacrifice? No, I have to stop it quickly. What if I can't beat it if all of them are sacrificed? Qingfeng's confidence to kill Yen Yong is the gold level Tang sword. There is also a terrifying body comparable to the gold level physical strength, but I didn't expect it. Yen Yong actually had something to do with the cult. Without thinking about it carefully, the breeze jumped straight down. Using all his strength to dance with dragons and snakes, plus Tang Dao instantly came to Yen Yong's side. Insert it straight into Yen Yong's heart. Then Qingfeng also instantly beheaded the other gangsters standing next to him. Yen Yong felt that his physical functions were rapidly depleting. At the same time, he looked at the man in black with evil spirits in disbelief in front of him, asked, "Who are you? The one who killed you?" Yu Qingfeng didn't have too much nonsense, and raised his tang knife again and killed Yen Yong. Seeing the menacing knife, Yen Yong also panicked and hurriedly retreated. Now his heart has been completely cut by the breeze. The only thing that supported Yen Yong's life was his gold level strength. Since it is necessary to support the energy supply of the heart, how can it be distracted and use strength and energy to fight back? Even if it is escaped, it will not be fast. So Qingfeng easily beheaded him with this knife. Just when Qingfeng thought it was over, he found that his assassination system did not show the target dead. This, Yen Yong is not dead? Qingfeng instantly became alert, stepped back more than 10 meters, and looked at Yin Yong, who had been beheaded on the ground. I saw Yin Yong's body slowly stand up, picked up his head strangely, and then smiled strangely. It's really dangerous, if I really die at your hands if I am one step later.
He rests his head on his neck.
Then there were a lot of strange shredded flesh on his body and head, wriggling strangely. It seems to blend with each other and long for each other.
Finally, it was completely integrated. Yin Yong's head is back.
A strange blood-colored mist appeared, floating in this space.
Day 3.
Qingfeng hurriedly used his own spiritual energy to protect himself, and Yin Yong couldn't help but laugh as he felt the energy aura coming from his body.
I can't imagine it.
Yin Yong, have been in my life for several years, but I didn't expect to almost die of silver.
Fortunately, there is a great blood mist lord protecting me.
For Yin Yong's resurrection, Qingfeng only felt troubled and rushed forward without continuing to listen to his BB raise the tang knife. Seeing Qingfeng rushing over, Yin Yong also raised his fist and attacked him. Yin Yong's fist was very fast, almost a bow, and a force had instantly come to Qingfeng's face. When he was about to hit, the breeze dragon and snake dance step was launched with all his might.
The ghostly figure is easy to dodge.
And Yin Yong's punch was naturally empty, but the power was very huge, and the fist wind of that punch completely smashed a stone pillar.
Qingfeng lifted the tang knife again, a pick.
Moving through Yin Yong's brain, the system still did not receive news of the success of the mission.
He quickly pulled out the tang knife.
Relying on the same attack technique as the poisonous snake, Yin Yong was entangled and attacked.
Soon, under the attack of one knife after another, Yin Yong became untouched.
Even Qingfeng used the supreme middle finger on Yin Yong.
Play Yin Yong's brain.
I was also very lucky to start a bone crack, and the skull was also shattered. Under so many attacks, he was not dead. Looking at Yin Yong, who was gradually repairing, Qingfeng secretly scolded the monster.
Yin Yong's head quickly recovered, feeling himself say to Qingfeng,
"It hurts, it really hurts. I didn't expect that your silver would be on par with gold, but it's still too weak. I don't know the power of blood mist at all.
Are you curious why I can repair myself every time? That's thanks to you." Qingfeng frowned. The reason is unknown.
Yin Yong's voice continued, "If you hadn't killed everyone, I wouldn't have so many sacrifices for me to recover." "That's right, in fact, this whole mountain is an altar. I just wanted to absorb the minions you killed, but I didn't expect you to be so cruel and kill thousands of people on the entire mountain. But kill well, kill well. Ha 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 ha. It is an honor for those wastes to provide such a huge role at such an important juncture." Yin Yong's words made Qingfeng understand that he cleaned up too cleanly, and the result was the bane.
But he didn't know when he assassinated, and the dark web didn't say anything.
If he had known it a long time ago, he would definitely lurk indirectly and kill Yin Yong first.
Grass, a plant. The breeze instantly uses the tsunami.
Behind him appeared a huge tsunami 5 or 6 meters high and more than 10 meters wide. Yin Yong was also a little confused when he saw this tsunami. When he thought that Qingfeng's strength also let go of his worries, he was not afraid at all. Now his strength has reached the peak of gold.
What would you think when you see this skill that seems to be a high-level bull 13, and the releaser is a silver? What power does a skill released by silver strength have to him? Yin Yong didn't even hide.
Looking at the menacing tsunami, he said, "Ha, you never know what strength I have now. Show you the power of blood mist. Surrender to this power."
He stretched out his palm as if waiting for a tsunami's embrace.
The next moment, Yin Yong was swept away, and even his body was torn apart by the violent undercurrent of this tsunami.
Yin Yong? What the hell?
Before Yin Yong could react, Qingfeng condensed a bow in his hand, and the water explosion arrow began to slowly condense in his hand.
It was a random shot at Yin Yong. An explosion slowly came.
Yin Yong's body was completely destroyed at this time, and rows of minced meat fell to the ground.
"I want you to die." Yin Yong's angry howl came again.
The next moment, he instantly came to Qingfeng's side, and he was caught by him before he could react.
Surprise!
His speed instantly became much faster.
The moment he was caught, Qingfeng looked at Yin Yong.
"I found that he no longer looks like a human at all. His body has become particularly large, his muscles are knotted, and his face has not been fully repaired. He looked hideous and terrifying."
Before Qingfeng could continue to think, he was thrown out by Yin Yong.
The breeze flew out for several meters in this inertia, until it hit the stone wall before stopping.
Qingfeng stood up swayingly.
Shaking his head, he shook off his mask. Qingfeng's appearance was also exposed, and this scene was naturally seen by Yin Yong.
Suddenly Yin Yong was a little shocked and stopped wanting to attack.
He saw that Qingfeng was so young and handsome. If he joined them to dedicate it to that adult, she should be very satisfied. Yin Yong came to Qingfeng and said, "Do you want to join our blood mist sect? As long as you join, you will have the same incomparably powerful power as me. Coupled with your talent, it will not be a problem to become a star-level powerhouse at that time." Qingfeng still has no nonsense, and runs the dragon and snake dance steps with all his might. Quickly distanced himself from Yin Yong, but Yin Yong seemed to know in advance and chased after him. But the distance was always more than 10 meters apart, which seemed to be deliberately done by Yin Yong.
Qingfeng's spiritual energy was rapidly consuming.
"Now you can't kill me anymore. Join the blood
blood mist sect. Everything you want is here. Kill people if you want to kill and do whatever you want, and you will even be favored by that adult. Be her little white face. Yin Yang's voice came again. Qingfeng scolded secretly. Damn it, join you? I don't want to live the kind of life of hiding in Tibet. There was no way. Qingfeng opened the space ring and took out the water storage bag. The breeze stopped quickly. Raise the tang knife that has been holding it in your hand and slash hard. Countless luminous water sources fell out, and Qingfeng immediately controlled these water sources. Condense this water into a water explosion arrow. Quickly attack Yin Yang. Yin Yang also sneered when he saw this scene. Is there no spiritual energy? Use your own reserve of water. Wait for this water to shine again. Could it be the natural treasure luminous spiritual spring? Violently destroy natural things. Violently destroy natural things. For this blow, Yin Yang chose to let me accept it. And then I didn't hide. Let these arrows explode in the flesh. Ha ha, you're really stupid. This kind of natural material and earth treasure is used as the last weapon. Don't you know that this will only increase my strength? In that case, I will accept it unceremoniously. Even Yin Yang absorbed it without wasting a drop. Soon Yin Yang realized that something was wrong, and he suddenly felt that something was biting his body. And this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. What you just burst out is not some glowing spirit spring water at all. Yin Yang reacted. To you Qingfeng, he asked. What the hell is it? I have cancelled my plan to win you over. You must die. Yin Yang ran towards Yu Qingfeng with all his might, and Qingfeng saw that he was also running the dragon and snake dance steps with all his might, and quickly opened the distance. Soon he found that Yin Yang's speed seemed to be much slower. Immediately, I also understood the reason, because the internal biting of those glowing plankton greatly slowed down Yin Yang's speed and body coordination. Plus now Yin Yang's incomparably powerful recovery ability. Almost those plankton bit him, and Yin Yang's physical body recovered a little. This is almost a perfect cycle. Today's Yin Yang can be said to be very painful. After figuring out these keys, Yu Qingfeng also used a water control device to quickly condense a bow and arrow, a sliding shovel, a turn, a water explosion, easily hit Yin Yang's body. You despicable villain, don't let me hit you, or I want you to be wiped out. Yin Yang's angry voice came again. Several water explosive arrows hit Yin Yang again. Yin Yang was so angry that he also scolded. Boy, come here, how about we real men one-on-one? Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng also sneered and said, heads up, aren't we just heading heads now? Then you kid don't run. Yin Yang said again, this is my strength, why don't I take advantage of it? If you have the ability, you can self-abandon your cultivation and fight me head-on. The scolded Yin Yang was speechless, can only speed up angrily. But Yin Yang soon found in despair that his spiritual energy was already a bit unmobilizable. Yin Yangquan, who was much slower, couldn't beat Yu Qingfeng at all, and Qingfeng kept attacking him. This made Yin Yang very angry. This damn glowing water. What the hell is it? Yin Yang was ruthless in his heart, grabbed his painful arm and pulled it off, and actually tore off a large piece of his flesh and blood. While his arm had not yet recovered, Yin Yang hurriedly looked over. It was found that his blood contained a lot of luminous substances. Looking closely, he found that this luminous substance turned out to be a miniature creature, gnawing on his flesh. Suddenly a chill surged in Yin Yang. You despicable villain, you actually use this kind of trick. Is it me or you are a cult? After knowing the source of his body, Yin Yang also began to destroy his body, but within a few minutes, the body recovered. That kind of recovery speed is shocking to see. Yu Qingfeng. Such a good opportunity, Qingfeng naturally would not give up, condensing water explosive arrows and shooting them indiscriminately. This made Yin Yang uncomfortable. Yu Qingfeng, who was output by OB in the distance, was thinking about the current situation rapidly at this time. Yu Qingfeng, who had enough time to think, quickly knew how to deal with it. Now the entire mountain is an altar, so if I destroy those altars, will Yin Yang's body not recover? Isn't the core of today's altar the blood pool in the middle? It may also be those statues, and those strange flesh and chi come out of those statues. It's all ruined. The water explosive arrows that were originally shot at Yin Yang immediately turned to those strange statues, and then easily exploded them one arrow after another. Yin Yang, who was still tearing up his body, found that the speed of recovery was much slower. Suddenly startled, looking in the direction of the statue. The next moment, I saw a water explosion arrow hitting the blood pool. Little beast. Yin Yang no longer tore up his body to eliminate those glowing creatures, but launched an attack on Yu Qingfeng with all his might. In an instant, he came to Yu Qingfeng's face. But at this time, Yu Qingfeng had already pulled the second arrow Xian. Looking at the sudden Yin Yang, he smiled slightly. Let go gently. The water explosion arrow is shot again. Yin Yang wanted to stop it, and he had to catch it with a bow. Yu Qingfeng had already anticipated this situation and slowly opened his eyes. SSS-level abilities are activated instantly. An indescribable momentum exploded, and everything in front of Qingfeng's eyes seemed to be frozen in time and space. Static. When he broke out this momentum, Yin Yang's pupils had actually noticed, and he looked at Qingfeng only to see that his temperament had completely changed. The dim pupils were like death descending. The whole body suddenly stiffened, countless cold sweats came out behind his back, and the body conveyed create a feeling of death. An inexplicable fear surged into Yen Yong's heart. This is what? Monster. The color in front of Yu Qingfeng is getting darker and darker, until there is no aftermath at all. Everything in front of me began to crumble. Yen Yong's arms began to dissipate like dust. Although all this time is only 1 second, Yen Yong's perception of himself is very strong when he is strengthened by the altar. So in this second, Yen Yong can still think normally. No, it's not so much normal thinking, it's actually instinctive thinking. Is this a dual ability? Could it be that this person in front of him is also a cult person? It is a horror killing machine made by a cult. No, I can't die yet. At this moment, Yen Yong was afraid, but he couldn't do anything, so he could only watch his arm begin to slowly dissipate. Just when Yen Yong thought he was going to finish, Yu Qingfeng suddenly couldn't kneel down on 1 foot. Yen Yong, who was only half of his body left, seemed to see hope here. At the same time, it is also a lament of the impermanence of the world. Just as he was about to laugh, a tang knife pierced him, and that water explosion arrow just hit the blood pool at this time. The arrow exploded after hitting, and the blood in the blood pool was blown to pieces. Yen Yong looked at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief and said, "Don't you have no spiritual energy? How could it be?" Yen Yong's eyes widened and fell to the ground before he finished speaking. Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Yen Yong's dead face, and said softly, "Who told you that I can't move without spiritual power? I'm a person who has experienced long-term endurance training." Order, complete the assassination mission. Order, the difficulty of this task is being evaluated. SSS level. Ordered, task completion is being evaluated. Full completion, evaluation, SSS level, an hour later. Get rewards, assassination points, 99,999 points. Ding, the level of the assassination system you bind has been increased to LV2. The last one is the system chat group release. After getting these news, Yu Qingfeng also laughed. Unexpectedly, the first task completed the system upgrade. Leaning weakly against the edge of the wall, he took out a few silver-level spirit stones from the space ring and began to absorb and recover. Today's Yu Qingfeng's basic cultivation method has been cultivated to full completion. It took almost less than half an hour to restore strength to its peak. Qingfeng also looted away before leaving, and obtained a total of 13,232 bronze-level spirit stones and 2,312 silver-level spirit stones. It can be said that it is a wave of fat. In fact, there are still many places that I haven't checked, but Yu Qingfeng doesn't dare to stay for a long time. What if this person from the Blood Mist sect suddenly came? It would be bad. Put the mask back on, then quickly went out to buy a few more kettles and came back, and went back to the cave. Seeing that there was still half-tan Yu Qingfeng, he rubbed his hands. Although this thing does not improve his body, the power of this thing is really great. There is this kind of thing as a trump card. Even if you don't use the gold-level tang knife, you can easily solve a gold-level powerhouse. Today's Yu Qingfeng can be said to be invincible under platinum. Of course, the luminous plankton is not counted when it runs out, but it should be impossible to use it up. After all, Yu Qingfeng is a water system, and this thing can control recycling. After taking away all these glowing planers, he also left the dungeon. At the same time, not long after Qingfeng left, a man dressed in red who couldn't see his face clearly walked to Yen Yong's underground base. When she came to the blood pool in the center, she found that it had turned into ruins, and she was immediately furious. After his search, Yen Yong was found. But at this time, Yen Yong was just a corpse lying flat on the ground. Looking at Yen Yong's corpse, he roared angrily, "Who is it? Who did this? What a waste! But since the person who dares to kill me, I will kill you no matter who you are." She slammed the stone wall, causing the entire peak to tremble. Countless stones began to tremble and then fell to the ground until they were completely submerged here. Yu Qingfeng found a comfortable hotel, took out the spirit stone carelessly and prepared to start cultivating. Just when he was cultivating, he suddenly thought of something. Open the system panel and start viewing the system mall. Current assassination point, 99,999. Combat mastery, assassination point, 999. Knife mastery, assassination point, 999. Dagger mastery, assassination points, 999. Swordsmanship mastery, assassination point, 999. Proficient in firearms, assassination point, 9,999. Yu Qingfeng probably took a look and exchanged it all without thinking. Ding assassination point 13995. Current assassination point 86,004. With these breezes, the strength has grown significantly, especially now. Got combat mastery, firearms mastery, dagger mastery, and lurking mastery. The current Yu Qingfeng can be said to be an assassination master. As long as the realm does not exceed him too much, basically assassinating no one will leave a trace. Just when Qingfeng was about to turn off the assassination system, he discovered a new feature. One is the map function. There is also a hostile location display. The map function is to determine the location of the target after you have determined it. Hostile location display, even those who are hostile to themselves will be displayed on the map. At the same time, Qingfeng also found that there were new levels of firearms
firearms in the weapon mall. None of these weapons are ordinary weapons.
Qingfeng only saw it written. Barrett, destruction, platinum power. Price, 999999 assassination point. Desert Eagle, silver level power. Price, 9999. Barrett sniper rifle, silver power. Price, 9999. Gatling rose gold, gold level power. Price, 999999.
By now comes with 2000 rounds. The eyes of the breeze were about to open when these weapons were about to open. In the end, he lamented that the assassination points were not enough, so Yu Qingfeng bought a Desert Eagle without thinking about it.
Regardless of 3, 7, or 21, buy one first.
After taking it out of the system backpack, Qingfeng's first feeling was handsome. Cold silver-white gun body, very beautiful line design.
Woohoo, how can a boy not like guns?
Qingfeng bought a few thousand more bullets, and came to the dungeon excitedly. This time he didn't do too much disguise. After entering the dungeon, Qingfeng came to a deeper place. Soon a vine suddenly emerged from under the ground. Will be hoisted by Qingfeng and hung in the air, Yu Qingfeng observed, and soon found an ugly flower mouth.
It seems to be his vine.
Qingfeng probably sensed it and found that his strength was about to reach silver. The corners of Qingfeng's mouth curled up a smile. Immediately took out the Desert Eagle from the space ring, and quickly loaded it was a shot for him. Even though it was dangling by the vines in the air, for Yu Qingfeng, who was proficient in firearms, this shot hit directly. The flower monster's aura instantly withered, and the vines that caught the breeze were quickly withdrawn. Qingfeng also turned around handsomely and shot him again in the air. The flower monster instantly lost its breath and fell to the ground and withered. Readily, with this weapon, I don't need to do anything to fight mobs. As long as I put on a handsome pose, I can solve it one by one. In this way, Qingfeng took the Desert Eagle and started slaughtering in the dungeon. Thousands of bronze-level spirit stones were obtained in one day, and when he returned to the hotel, he remembered that he had forgotten to submit the task on the dark web.
After submission, messages from the dark web also came quickly.
Hello dear sir, we will verify the truth.
If the verification is successful, you will be given a secret address, or you provide an address and we will put the payment there.
Qingfeng thought for a while and replied with a good. I went back to bed and started sleeping, and the next day the dark web intelligence station was very fast, and the review was completed quickly.
Gave Qingfeng an address.
After looking at the address, Qingfeng planned to pick it up at noon. Although for the dark web, assassinations of this level should not be seen in sight, let alone killers, but Qingfeng still disguises himself. Finally found the reward of the dark web near the trash can of a shady alley. Back at the hotel, Qingfeng couldn't wait to open the reward box, which contained a black card without a password.
There is also a silvery white apple. At the same time, there is a note written under them. It reads,
Hello dear sir, your reward of 300 million yuan in silver-level natural materials and treasures have been delivered. Please keep this black card well, and in the future, after you complete the task on the assassination network, the cash reward will be credited to this black card.
Rest assured, the dark web won't expose anyone's information. If you don't feel at ease, you can put money into your card.
Naturally, he was worried and transferred the money privately.
After doing all these things, he also turned on his mobile phone Baidu and began to check the efficacy of this silver white apple. Soon he found it.
Silver-level apples belong to the natural materials and earth treasures in the dungeon. Warrior superpowers can improve a certain amount of strength, improve physical fitness, strength, speed, etc., and can also increase a certain upper limit of talent,
generally used to eat when cultivating breakthroughs. Note, each person can only eat 10, and there will be no more effect after exceeding it. Today's market price, 60 million won.
Or apple, I thought it had a very big name.
Breakthrough? Breaking through when the breeze talent reaches SSS level is as simple as eating and drinking, unless it is a big realm. The big realm is not very difficult.
Last time Qingfeng broke through from bronze to silver in a month. As long as there is enough mood to break through, there is basically no bottleneck.
Think of these.
He didn't think too much, found a comfortable place to watch TV, and nibbled on silver apples. But not to mention that the taste is very good, even Qingfeng wants to buy more to eat. Yu Qingfeng quickly finished eating, and he began to practice when he was bored. The rest of the time, in addition to cultivating, Qingfeng is to see what tasks can be accepted on the dark web.
But I never found a suitable one.
During this time, he also raised his strength to 9 silver stars, just one step away from gold. In this way, this month simply passed. Open the chat group. Qingfeng chose the Shinhouse system without even looking at it.
Ding, the Shinhouse system is successfully bound. Ding, get a newbie gift package, 100 times back. Time limit 3 hours, start now. Oh, Yu Qingfeng became interested.
Open the system panel to see this 100x rebate function. It didn't take him a few minutes to know the effect of this 100-fold return. That is, as long as you spend $1, you can get 100 yuan.
Qingfeng looked at his 300 million in his carriage and couldn't help but fall into deep thought.
As expected of the Shinhouse system, since there is a 100-fold rebate when you spend money, Qingfeng opened Taobao after thinking about it. Qingfeng suddenly thought of the silver-level apple before and clicked on the natural materials and earth treasure area.
area. Without saying a word, I didn't even look at it, just clicked to buy it for the silver level apple. One purchase is 2 boxes. After buying, Qingfeng also bought a bunch of snacks and a lot of gold level daily necessities. In addition to snacks, there are many ingredients. This is preparation for the next system. When he thought of the women's clothing system, Qingfeng felt speechless inexplicably, and even a little unlovable. After buying everything that Taba should buy, Qingfeng couldn't think of anything to consume, and after thinking about it, Qingfeng came to the real estate, bought a few villas, and then a dozen luxury cars. Come to the mansion, find a place to lie down, and suddenly feel that everything in the world doesn't matter. Now the money in his card is as high as 81.2 billion, more than 2 billion more than the company before my father's bankruptcy. At this time, the 100-fold return was over, and Qingfeng still felt a little unsatisfied, the feeling that money could be spent without thinking. It's so cool. Without thinking too much, Qingfeng opened the Shark Live broadcast platform. See what good streams are available. The shark fighting in this world is very different from the previous life. There is a warrior area and a supernatural area. Most of them are live broadcast themes for exploring dungeons. However, there are also many live broadcasts that die inside. Qingfeng clicked on the female anchor area and found that most of the female anchors were the kind of coquettishness. Qingfeng felt very boring. Before he crossed over, the original owner had played a lot, and now he was even more disdainful of these when he crossed over. Soon he saw a pure and cute female anchor. When I clicked in, I just heard her singing. The voice is sweet and clear, as if the throat was kissed by a pure angel. After a song, Qingfeng felt a little unsatisfied. After looking at the anchor's name is Xiaoruan, Qingfeng nodded slightly. I looked at the popularity again and found that the popularity was a bit low. There are probably only a few thousand people. So not flaunt, no one watches the high-quality anchor. Qingfeng clicks on the recharge page without saying a word. Log in to your shark fighting account. Take the name Lord of Heaven. Directly recharge 100 million yuan, and then reward Xiaoruan's live broadcast room like crazy. However, before tipping, Qingfeng found that the spaceship could be sent to customize the number of sends, and it must have happened a lot of things similar to Qingfeng. He directly customized 100 shots, with a value of 10 million yuan. In this way, Qingfeng sent it out without blinking his eyes. Spaceships floated over the live broadcast room. Xiaoruan was stunned. Soon he reacted and quickly said, "Thank you for the spaceship of the Lord of Heaven." She saw more and more spaceships, and she was also a little overwhelmed, and quickly said, "Thank you to the Lord of Heaven, a spaceship that doesn't need to spend so much money is 10W yuan." But Qingfeng ignored it. Just looking at the number of people, soon some people who ate melons for unknown reasons came to the live broadcast room. At the same time, the barrage also exploded. Which local tyrant is squandering here? I was already in this live broadcast room when I saw the first spaceship, and now there are more than 50 spaceships, which is simply a local tyrant. Fog grass, misty grass, who is this lord of the heavenly court? Yes, it's the first time I've seen him in such a long time playing shark fighting. Could it be a trumpet of some big guy? Soon this barrage was refuted. How is it possible? Today is the day when the anchor's popularity ranking is set. If it is really a trumpet, how can it be possible to brush this little anchor? The barrage in the live broadcast room is also divided. Soon the popularity of the live broadcast room came to 20W, and the attention and fans of the anchor were also rising like crazy. Xiaoruan watched the barrage in the live broadcast room increase and more, and the number of people in the live broadcast room was also increasing, especially the spaceship that was still refreshing and floating above the live broadcast. I felt a little overwhelmed. Qingfeng seemed to see it too, and typed and said, "No, you deserve these gifts. If you really don't want to go, you can sing a song." A golden barrage with extremely gorgeous special effects runs through the entire barrage area. Suddenly everyone who saw it boiled. They all typed in the barrage area to tell their thoughts. Fog grass, is this the big guy? Tipping millions just to listen to songs? Why is the gap between people so big? Although the money is not mine, I feel like it's mine. It's been a long time since the shark fight has been so lively. It's still at this kind of critical moment, or this kind of little anchor. I feel like today is a sleepless night. Some old fans who were originally in the small soft live broadcast room also began to cry and call their mothers. It's over. The pure goddess in our hearts has been favored by the greasy uncle. What kind of bullshit, Lord of Heaven? I don't allow you to look down on Xiaoruan. Brothers, now we have encountered a severe test, and now this Lord of Heaven suddenly appears. It must be because he has taken a fancy to our little softness. We must defend our own white princess. Looking at these barrages, Qingfeng was also a little dumbfounded. Qingfeng saw it, and Xiaoruan naturally saw it too, and her face turned pale when she saw these barrages. I already have a bad feeling in my heart. It's done. The next day. Am I really favored by some rich man? No. But how many spaceships he has driven, even if I can't afford to pay it back for 10 years. Pale and soft, with tears in his eyes, he opened his mouth with some despair. Lord of Heaven, or, why don't I return these gifts to you? Hearing these words, Qingfeng was also stunned for a moment. I also know in my heart that she has listened to the fans. Typing said, I just think your singing voice is very good, so I gave you a tip. I really
really don't mean anything else. I'll put this here, your fans can take screenshots to testify.
Frying the pan again in the live broadcast room. Screenshot. I took a screenshot. This is the world of the big guy. I didn't expect me to be able to spy on one or two. My life is worth it.
Good guy, it's really too deep upstairs.
Foggrass, brothers, Shaoran is on the list. What? Shaoran is actually on the list. Digging a trench is awesome.
At the same time, on the PK list of the whole site, Shaoran's figure improved rapidly, and he fell down one ranking after another, until he stopped until more than 20.
Yu Qingfeng went out and took a look. It was found that it was indeed so.
When I was planning to ask Shaoran to sing another song and go offline, I went to practice. The Shinhouse system suddenly reacted. Ding, release the task, help Shaoran win the first place in the ranking, reward, 53% of the shares of Shark Fighting Live.
Suddenly Yu Qingfeng's eyes lit up.
His eyes almost opened unconsciously, and Qingfeng still reacted quickly, otherwise he might have to live in a mansion.
This is 53% of the shares of the Fighting Shark. That's not ordinary.
Today's Fighting Shark is the largest live broadcast platform in Kyushu country, and the second largest is the Huya live broadcast platform.
The annual income of tens of billions is easy.
Although my main return is to practice, these can be left to my dad to manage.
It's impossible to be overshadowed by someone again this time, right?
With this share, my father's status has been improved again, and it is no longer as simple as being the richest man in Jiangcheng, and there should be no problem in squeezing into the top 20 in the country.
When you run out of money, ask your dad for it. Anyway, it's not a shame.
Thinking of this, without thinking too much, I rushed 200 million again.
For this share, what is a mere 200 million, and then 200 spaceships were sent again.
At this time, at the top of the screen, 100 spaceships had just ended. Then another 200 ships came. Everyone in the live broadcast room was also confused.
Small soft, water friends in the live broadcast room?
Before they could react, they saw the barrage of the Lord of Heaven. Everyone, I think there are too few pure anchors like this, and I decided to let her be on the list so that more people can see it. The popularity of the live broadcast room is also increasing, and the total number of people in the live broadcast room has reached more than 10 million. Many people wanted to grab shark fins, and they were also stunned when they saw the barrage of the Lord of Heaven. They all began to look closely at the anchor coming.
I found that it seems to be useless except for being a little cute and eye-catching. Immediately afterwards, the Lord of Heaven sent a barrage again.
Shaoran, I want to listen to the song and take out your best one.
No matter what, I will definitely give you stability on this list.
Suddenly countless tens of millions of viewers instantly fried the pot, and they all lamented that this sentence was too domineering. What kind of confidence and wealth does this Lord of Heaven have to say such domineering words?
My brother begged for support, and I also want to hear your domineering words.
I'm really convinced, and from today onwards I have a new idol again.
Lord of Heaven YYDS.
There are naturally some that are praised, and there are also those who slander them. Many other people from the live broadcast room also began to mock when they heard this. Laughed to death. This is still the Lord of the Heavenly Court. I think it is the nouveau riche of a village, the Lord of the Village Court, and he is beyond his ability.
That's right, isn't there just a few stinky money?
It's really a little overpowering. I have tap water, and it's almost impossible to become the first on the list from the perspective of
passers-by.
I heard that the current list of Chi-Chi is now more than 500 spaceships, and I think the Lord of Heaven is a little bigger.
Upstairs, can you take off Kiki's fan card first?
You level 16 fan card. I find it hard to believe that you are tap water.
This is high-end black, but it does make sense. Is the Lord of Heaven really so rich?
500 spaceships. This money can buy a silver apple. Shaoran looked at the live broadcast room and started to quarrel. She has been unknown for a while, and she doesn't know how to deal with it for a while. Just when she was about to close the live broadcast room in fright, her own private message suddenly popped up a pop-up window. When she clicked on it, she found that the person who sent her the message was none other than the Lord of Heaven. Shaoran only saw that the content of the message above was, "Don't be afraid, just sing. I'll take care of the rest." At this moment, Shaoran had an inexplicable sense of security, and suddenly began to be a little curious about the Lord of Heaven. She was silent for a moment, slowly opened his music collection, and then found his favorite and best ancient song Chiliang. At this moment, her heart was extremely uneasy. Shaoran's family is an ordinary family, and in this kind of world where warriors are rampant, rich people, and people with superpowers are everywhere, it seems extremely small.
She has a dream like many normal people. Her dream is simple and pure. Just want to be a singer. Just spread your singing voice all over the land of Kyushu. But her family is ordinary and has no money to support this bottomless dream.
You can only open a small live broadcast room. Sing to people who like to listen to her sing. Now there is a stage of of tens of millions of people here, and there is a big guy who is still supporting her, whether it's greedy for her body or not. But those few sentences just to listen to her song really moved her.
Relaxed again, and slowly spoke in the noisy live broadcast room.
I am used to integrating joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness into powder.
What if the cliché is sung? The white bones and blue ashes are all mine.
Duckweed in troubled times endures watching the beacon fire burn the mountains and rivers. I dare not forget to worry about the country,
even if no one knows me.
At this time, she felt like the protagonist of this story, tragic, helpless, and worried. Her singing voice is very clear, just like the long-standing fans of the small soft live broadcast room have described, white and holy. After hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room slowly slowed down the typing speed in their hands, and began to slowly discuss and abuse each other.
The barrage is getting less and less, gradually entering a good situation. Xiao Ruan's voice came again. People in the audience walk by and don't see the old colors.
The people on the stage sang heartbreak farewell songs. Love words are difficult to ink. She sings with blood.
Who is the guest when the curtain starts and the curtain ends? You sing and I'll appear. Don't laugh at the absurdity of the wind and moon drama. I also asked Xing Wang. I also sang the rise and fall of the song. How to think about the ruthless Tao and the sentient Tao.
The Tao is ruthless, the Tao is affectionate, and it takes time to think.
This drama is like a high tide, stimulating people's hearts. Shock and magnificence come to your face.
The pure white and clean singing voice is sonorous and powerful, without any weakness, and even a little magnificent and sad. These few songs seemed to have magic in her mouth, and inexplicably a kind of coldness and sadness surged into her heart. The song Chilean can be said to be a household name.
How can they not know the story behind it?
At this moment, the live broadcast room fell into dead silence, and no one sent a barrage. Only the dazzling array of spaceships on the screen tell of support and affirmation for him.
After one song,
the live broadcast room was still silent in the singing just now, and a few seconds later, the scattered barrage reappeared. Missed grass, I finally know why the Lord of Heaven is so optimistic about her. Just this singing reminds me of when I was a child, carefree days. Once there was a play, I would go to the show with my grandfather and the others. Yes, I grew up in the countryside, and now I don't have time to rest, so I just watched the live broadcast in a daze.
The anchor sang.
It made me feel so deeply that I couldn't help but start thinking about the future of opera. Where did this sad feeling come from?
Is it the moving story behind the song, or is it a mediocre self?
I very much agree with the Lord of Heaven now. No matter what, Xiao Ruan must come first. That's right, the first one this time must belong to her.
+1+1. Road to fans. Zayasov's attention also jumped to millions in an instant, and it is even rising.
In addition to Yu Qingfeng's spaceship, there are countless planes sent out.
These are not naval forces, they are all gifts given to her spontaneously. Zayasov's ranking also rose from 20 to 5th place before stopping.
After listening to a song of Chilean, even Yu Qingfeng felt very amazing and immersed in it, and it was not like this when he heard Xiao Ruan singing for the first time. At that time, I just felt very calm when I listened to it,
but now this sense of resonance makes him feel a little incredible.
Looking at the rankings, I found that I had reached the 5th place, and the corners of my mouth were slightly raised. Without saying a word, 600 spaceships were sent. In an instant, the ranking was refreshed again, flying straight into the sky.
The ranking is directly ranked first.
Even the number of popular fans exceeded that of Kiki, who was originally the first.
Kiki's live broadcast room.
Wearing a cheongsam, exposing her black silk thighs, and from time to time the spring light bursts, Kiki, who ridiculed fans, was stunned when she saw her ranking. She looked at her ranking in disbelief. You must know that this ranking is an important credential for determining the first sister of the shark fighting, especially someone like her who knows the inside story. It can be said that it is firmly in the first place.
As a result, it became the second.
Forget about being taken away from the first place, but she doesn't know this first place yet. Who is this little soft? I have no impression at all in my memory. Many fans of Kiki also discovered this problem and swiped the screen on the barrage. Her millions of fans were fried, expressing their disbelief, seeing that the fans were discussing wildly, plus she swore that the first was hers.
I couldn't help but feel annoyed. He quickly said to the fans, "Brothers, don't panic, this first must be ours, I'll ask about the situation." In a guild chat group, a president named Qinghua was furious in the group. What's going on? What's going on? Didn't we say that let's let the first sister Kiki under the guild be the first on the list? Are you going against your word? And who is this little soft, and which guild is the lord of the heavenly court? Soon the presidents of other guilds also came out and said a little unjustly, "President Xinhua, we don't know either. I also want to know, especially who the Lord of Heaven is," and the second of our guild was also pushed down by him. After getting the answers from the other presidents, President Xinghua's expression was also gloomy. One of the presidents of the group suddenly said, "Everyone, could this Lord of Heaven be a member of the guild over there in Huya? I remember, their platform seems to have news that they are going to fight sharks to develop. If it's true, then it's probably today." Xinghua thought about it carefully, as if there was such a thing. Damn it. Damn Hoya Guild. Even if their Kiki has regained the first place, place, then the Huya Guild is basically stable in the second list. If you control public opinion again, you want to gain a firm foothold in the shark fighting easily. You can even suppress us shark fighting guilds. After figuring out the pros and cons, the more Qinghua felt that it was like this. There was also a sneer in his heart. Since you Huya want to fight, my blue and white guild will accompany you to the end. Qinghua turned on her phone and told Kiki that she would help her solve it. Then he opened the group chat and said in his guild, mobilize 100 million funds out, whether you lose or not. This time we have decided on the first place. You must not be looked down upon by the Huya Guild. Guild member, good president. At the same time, Kiki's live broadcast room also received messages from the guilds, and she was relieved to see that it could be solved. Looking at the first place in the current rankings, Xiaosoft, and the dazzling first logo, I couldn't help but feel a little jealous in my heart. Obviously a little-known little anchor. Why would such a local tyrant reward her with so many gifts? Suddenly an idea also popped up in her heart. The audience in the live broadcast room also began to induce, brothers, it's okay. Our brother is the richest man in shark fighting. Wait and help me regain the first place. I hope all fans don't skimp on their tips. But this sister is really, she suddenly appeared and scared her sister. Her aggrieved expression obviously flashed on her face. Countless Braincy fans on the brain have also lost their minds. They all spoke. Don't worry, Sister Chi-Chi will always be our first sister. Who is this little soft? It's really neither big nor small. Let's go. Brothers, let's teach her a lesson and let her know the rules of shark fighting. Small soft live room. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room was very enthusiastic, especially when they saw Xiaoruan win the first place. The cheers completely detonated in the live broadcast room. Oh, it's really awesome. Who is this Lord of Heaven? No matter who he is, now let's congratulate the birth of the first sister of the fighting shark. Welcome to the first sister of the shark fighting. Welcome to the first sister of the shark fighting. Welcome to the first sister of the shark fighting. At this time, the live broadcast room was also having a lot of fun, and it was at this time that the barrage suddenly changed. Countless fans wearing the Kiki brand entered the live broadcast room and said, Chi-Chi Army, come to the ward round, welcome quickly. Chi-Chi Army, come to the ward round, welcome quickly. Chi-Chi Army, come to the ward round, welcome quickly. Yu Qingfeng frowned. I typed a few words on the screen, but after thinking about it, I deleted them. Opened the private message interface and typed to Xiaoruan. Wait a minute, the live broadcast room may be a bit chaotic. You turn off the barrage now. Don't watch it. Xiaoruan also found something strange. Just as he was about to welcome him stupidly, he saw a private message from the Lord of Heaven. It is also to hide the barrage software and not to look at it. After hiding the barrage, looking at the account of the Lord of Heaven was a little in a daze. Thinking of the decision he had made for himself, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable throbbing and inexplicable peace of mind in his heart. At this time, Yu Qingfeng thought to himself, is it that the Shinhouse system has its own troubles? Alas, given such a task. At the beginning, Yu Qingfeng just wanted her to be on the list. Now you have to take the first. A bit of a hassle. Since they won the first place, there are naturally some people who are jealous to slander them, and these Kiki fans seem to be bad at first glance. It hasn't been long since Xiaosoft won the first place. These fans came in droves. Although it is said to be troublesome, it is actually not a trouble. After all, Qingfeng has an absolute financial advantage. The trouble to talk about will only affect the mood by the foul language on the internet. These barrages in the live broadcast room have not stopped. This makes many people feel dissatisfied. Seeing that Xiaoruan had no welcome at all, and there was nothing good to say about these barrages, these Kiki fans began to scold. What, don't you know how to welcome Sister Chi-Chi's army of fans? I think the quality of this live broadcast room is like this. Why can green tea be ranked first? That's it. How can the sound do this? Is it taken care of by this Lord of Heavenly Court? Wearing so tightly, are you not confident in your figure, and you still want to be the first sister of shark fighting? The number of your fans should also be fake. Your sponsor dad is so rich, it's normal to buy some zombie fans. Yes, when today passes, I see that there are very few people staying in this live broadcast room. These words made Xiaoruan's fans fry on the spot. Scolded on the spot. What are you? Your sister Chi-Chi is just a waste who relies on the top of the list. A few words, showing your shoulders will seduce you dicks to the end. Come to other people's live broadcast rooms to scold people, and we want us to welcome you well, you are really majestic. It's really qualitative. These words directly hit their sore spots. No matter how much they scolded, they seemed a little powerless. It was at this time, just when they didn't know how to refute it, the spaceship was displayed again at the top of the live broadcast of the whole site. A total of 300 ships. In Kiki's live broadcast room. Suddenly these fans seemed to have a backer, and they were a lot more confident. It's really laughing to death. How are you Lord of Heaven turning the tide, and it's impossible to send another 400 spaceships, right? I was really laughed at, and I dared to ignore our sister Chi-Chi when I got a temporary list. Now it's the first. If you can still be the first, I will eat the computer screen on the spot. Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh when he saw this barrage. Take a screenshot immediately, then click on the homepage of the person who sent the barrage to find his ID and take a screenshot again. Hang these screenshots screenshots on your own shark fighting homepage. After doing this, Xingfeng clicked on the gift bar and sent 1000 shots directly. Suddenly the entire live broadcast room became a little stuck, and the special effects of the 1000-round spaceship floated in the live broadcast room like missiles. A few minutes later, the live broadcast room also became stuck. Kiki's fans looked at the spaceship above the computer screen and fell into a drowsy. Fog grass, 100 million, Lord of Heaven YYDS. Haha, the slap in the face came too fast. What about the one who said he would eat the computer screen before? I want to see if he eats it. Brothers, I originally wanted to go to the homepage of the Lord of Heavenly Court to see how much it actually cost, but I saw something really funny. What's funny? You go and see for yourself. Many people were aroused by this barrage and waited until they opened the homepage of the Lord of Heaven. It's really tense, can't hold on. Ha, I really laughed to death, and I even gave ID a close-up. Now I can't change my name to escape. Panda, have you seen my bamboo shoots? What? Taken away by the Lord of Heaven? That's fine. The fans in the small soft live broadcast room also straightened their backs. It's a mockery for Kiki's fans. At the same time, another live broadcast room. Shichi saw that she had come from first place to second place again, and she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Pick up your phone again and open the private message. At this time, Xinhua was a little weak, and after looking at the gap with Sherwan's live broadcast, he found that he had to brush at least 1200 spaceships to regain the first place on the list. Xinhua was also angry, but it can only be incompetent and furious. If you brush the 1200 round spaceship now, there should be no problem in regaining the top spot. But Kiki is not worth the price at all. He is not a fool either, and the disadvantages far outweigh the benefits. Even if he brushed it, what if the Lord of Heaven still had it? The company and the trade union will lose a lot of money, and they will be ridiculed. Moreover, the current Lord of Heaven sent 1000 spaceships in one go. No matter what, he had already established his position in shark fighting. Now if you honestly take the second place, you can still get your money back. In the future, shark fighting activities will not be absent, but there will be a lot of names. Thinking about these blue and white suddenly feeling, the second seems to be good. Just thinking of this, Kiki sent him a private message. President, I'm falling again. Can I continue to brush the spaceship? Xinhua thought about it carefully, and typed and said, forget it, I'll take the second one this time. I don't know the identity of the Lord of Heaven now, I'll investigate it later. You can change the topic too. By the way, call all your fans back, don't let them cause trouble. When the Lord of Heaven will embarrass you, I'm afraid you won't be able to do the second one. The other party's Lord of Heaven should have a lot of background, even if I give him a face this time. When Kiki saw these messages, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She did not dare to disobey the union's decision. After all, she was a money-making tool promoted by the trade union. If you are disobedient, according to the financial and material resources of the guild, it is easy to launch a second Kiki. Soon, in addition to some brain-dead fans clamoring in Xiasoft's live broadcast room, it returned to its previous state. Xingfeng saw that the other party's fans were called back. The corners of his mouth also smiled, and he brushed the spaceship 200 times again. At this moment, the guilds who secretly observed this live broadcast room were also completely stunned. Lord of Heaven YYDS. This is a real big brother. I'm really convinced. Xiasoft's ranking is also completely solid in the first place. It's 12 o'clock. At this time, the ranking of the live broadcast room is also completely fixed. Yu Qingfeng also received a system message. Order, congratulations to the host for obtaining 53% of the shares of the fighting shark. Order, Shinhao system is promoted to LV2. It seems that low-level systems are easier to upgrade. Closing the live broadcast room, Qingfeng looked at the sudden contract and smiled, and went out to go through the transfer procedures without saying a word. After these things are solved, it is also to check what functions the upgraded Shinhao system has. After 20 minutes of exploration, he found that the Shinhao system had an additional system panel and an exchange mall. Exchange points are required in the exchange mall to redeem, and these exchange points need to be obtained by doing tasks. Xingfeng felt speechless, but unfortunately, in addition to being able to exchange money in the exchange mall, you can also exchange money. Can only be exchanged for money. As expected of the Shinhao system, he has nothing but money. Xingfeng got up and ate a silver-level apple, and when he was about to start cultivating, he received a call from his father. It seems that it should have received a share transfer. When I connected the phone, I heard the other party's urgent voice. Xingfeng, what have you been doing in the Magic City in the past few months? Why do you have 53% of the shares of the fighting shark? And transfer him to me. Xingfeng took out an apple again, took a bite and said unhurriedly, Dad, you also know that I am now focusing on cultivation, and I accidentally got the shares. I don't have time to manage, so I won't give it to anyone. Is this human language? However, Yu Wenyao thought about it carefully, as if it was such a truth, and said, okay, I have completed the formalities now. Is there a shortage of money? If it's missing, I'll call you over 100 million points. Xingfeng hurriedly refused, and said flatly, no, Dad, I still have tens of billions on my body, which is enough for me to use for a while. Yu Wenyao,
who was confused, hung up the phone, and his son's words that he didn't need it, as well as tens of billions of dollars that he had used for a while, deeply stimulated him.
Is it enough for you for a while?
I think it's enough for you to use it for a few lifetimes. Yu Qingfeng saw that his father hung up the phone, and he quickly finished eating apples.
Began to practice.
A month later, Qingfeng easily stepped to the gold level of 1 star.
Strength and spiritual power have been greatly improved. Thinking of this,
at this time, Qingfeng felt that if he used the tsunami spiritual skill, he would definitely be able to do it with a tsunami more than 20 meters high.
Even the water explosion arrows have been greatly improved. System, open the properties panel. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength, gold 1 star. Strength, 96 tons. Speed, 560 kilometers per hour.
Mental power, 65 cubic meters. It's more than 1 notch higher than before. Unable to wait, Yu Qingfeng hurried to the dungeon and found a place where no one was empty.
Tsunami.
A tsunami more than 20 meters high and hundreds of meters wide appeared behind him.
Rush forward with an unstoppable momentum. All the stones and weeds on the ground were washed away by the tsunami, and it can be said that no grass grows wherever the tsunami goes.
But at the same time, Qingfeng also felt that his spiritual power was half less.
The consumption of this tsunami can be said to be not small.
When Qingfeng was about to go back, he saw a huge stone not far away.
A bow and arrow condensed in his hand,
aimed at the stone and shot over.
Water bomb arrows
hit the stone, and a huge explosion came, and the stone also fell apart.
Now the power of the water explosion arrow is about the same as that of a missile. Nodding in satisfaction, Qingfeng returned home. Open the system chat group and start thinking about which system you should choose.
His eyes have always been on the women's clothing system. After thinking about it carefully, it is better to die early and be reborn early. Anyway, sooner or later I will choose him.
Qingfeng's trembling hand gently clicked on the women's clothing system and then chose to bind.
Order, the women's clothing system is bound by the group owner.
Crowd system, hang-up system, LV2 what's going on? The group is mainly dressed as women. Chef system, LV1Y. Why the hell is it? Why don't the group leaders choose me even if they dress up as women? Devouring system, LV2 maybe the group leader likes women's clothing.
Chef system, LV1 I don't believe it. I don't listen. How can the group leader be that kind of pervert? Ability lottery system, LV3 I didn't expect the group leader to have this kind of hobby. The previous resistance seemed to be fake, but in fact, I was already excited to death. Ding, the ability lottery system has been banned by the group owner for 3 days.
Yu Qingfeng, group leader, you the calf. I won't choose you when I'm discussing. What do you know? I am firm in my Taoist heart. I'm facing my fear. I'll choose the chef system next month. Chef system, LV1 really? I knew that the group leader was the best for me, and my status could finally not be the lowest.
Yu Qingfeng closed the group chat.
Ding, the women's clothing system is successfully bound.
Order, congratulations to the host for getting the newbie gift package. Order, host obtained, advanced camouflage, makeup mastery, false sound mastery.
Ding, release system tasks.
Mission content, women's clothing is only once and countless times, so teenagers wear women's clothing to gain 10W popularity.
Reward, god-level acting skills. Ahem, Qingfeng drooling was about to spurt out. I couldn't believe it. 100,000 popularity? Isn't this to be seen by 100,000 people?
No, this is absolutely not possible.
I regret it. What bullshit is firm in the heart? What bullshit faces fear? Do you think that my reputation in Qingfeng is going to be ruined by this dog system? What should I do with 100,000 popularity and start a live broadcast? No, absolutely not. The widespread of live broadcasts is so high, if I am recognized, wouldn't I be finished? So what should I do now? Is it a woman's outfit? Nightclub drinking? Cosplay? Wait, cosplay seems to be possible.
The popularity of the first cos itself is very high. The second is that there are many women's clothing bosses, and the third is very limited.
Those who know me in the Magic City will definitely not be interested in this. At that time, if I put on a little better makeup, wouldn't my sister be born?
The more Qingfeng thinks about it, the more feasible it feels. Open the mobile phone software to see if there is a comic exhibition recently, and I have seen a lot of this month's comic exhibition breeze, especially Jiangcheng.
There are comic cons almost every day, especially in the last month.
There are more than 30 comic exhibitions.
Qingfeng was shocked. Is this systematic? Isn't this just tailor-made for me? What do you really want? I still can't complete this task for so many days. I took a look and found that there is a comic exhibition today, and it's still 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yu Qingfeng looked at the time again and found that it was only 11 o'clock. He immediately opened Taobao and spent a lot of money to buy a bunch of clothes, and said domineeringly to the customer service, "This is the address, it will be delivered within 1 hour, and I will give you a big drop of banknotes at that time."
Also sent a red envelope of 200W to customer service.
The customer service originally wanted to curse, but when he saw the delivery address, it instantly calmed down.
Because that's a rich area. No,
every house in it starts at hundreds of millions, not to mention that the address he gave is still a separate rich area. Seeing that the other party sent another 200W red envelope, the Taobao store immediately didn't care. Delivered directly to your door. But when I saw his order, I was also stunned. Thousands of women's cos clothes, what Lolita, what Dead Reservoir Water, what JK girl skirt, Royal Sister black stockings, lowly white silk, blue and white striped panties. There are also a lot of cosmetics. Everything you should have. Is this a rich woman? Developed. The customer service tirelessly prepared all the items and came to the rich villa area excitedly. After many tests, he finally came to Yu Qingfeng's doorstep. He rang the doorbell. The next moment, he only saw a very handsome man walking out of it. Male? He subconsciously looked behind Qingfeng and found that there was no one in the huge room. A terrible thought came to mind. Did I meet a women's clothing boss? Asked Yu Qingfeng tentatively, are you Mr. Yu? For me, just put things here. Then Yu Qingfeng tipped the Taobao store for a few million without saying a word. Qingfeng subconsciously opened the package and came to the mirror to be right with himself. After the size was correct, I was about to bring in all the packages when I saw the strange eyes of the delivery boy. Fog grass. Forget that this goods are not gone. He quickly explained, listen to me, this is for my sister. My sister looks similar to me, so, before Qingfeng continued to explain, I saw the delivery guy with a look that I understood. It didn't mean that Qingfeng left quickly after explaining. When leaving, the customer service brother thought to himself, I didn't expect the current rich to play so fancy, and I really can't keep up with their thinking. As for what Yu Qingfeng said, he didn't believe a word. Looks like your sister? Are all sizes the same? Qingfeng watched the delivery brother leave, and the idea of killing people in silences arose inexplicably. But I quickly suppressed this terrible thought. He died before the expedition was successful. Looking at the time, it was already 1 o'clock, and Qingfeng quickly came to the mirror. He took out his makeup, and he was proficient in makeup, and countless makeup techniques emerged in his mind. One of the 4 major magic arts in Kyushu, makeup. A few minutes later, a mature royal sister who was 70% similar to Yu Qingfeng appeared. Qingfeng looked at himself, then turned around and took a good look again, very satisfied with himself. Since I'm a women's clothing boss now, I have to think of a name. Or just call it Caviar. Yu is a surname. The child represents childlike innocence, and the word sauce is to better integrate into the circle. Yes, from today onwards, this person will be called Yu Zhejiang. It is my sister, not Yu Qingfeng himself. Yu Qingfeng took apart all the clothes and put them in his space ring. Think about it carefully. What cost suit should I wear? At this time, Yu Qingfeng didn't realize that he had brought it into the minds of the women's clothing boss. After some thought, Qingfeng decided to wear a maid outfit. Take out the maid outfit from the space ring and put it on your body carefully. Yu Qingfeng transformed, and an aristocratic and elegant aura spread on his body, and a small white lace headgear was worn on his head. Each of the beautiful wigs seemed to be carefully cared for by Qingfeng, and hung behind them meticulously. Playful and cute decorations with a touch of nobility. A long black dress with a perfect curvature, elegant folds covered with a white lace apron. Vintage small black leather shoes and a long skirt fit perfectly. Yu Qingfeng looked at his perfect self in the mirror, and also showed a noble smile like a royal sister. There is only a teapot prop plate. Unfortunately, there was not much time to prepare now, so Yu Qingfeng got into his luxury car and drove to the comic exhibition gathering place. Zhangchun, White Dragon Animation Exhibition. People came and went, very lively. At this time, the comic exhibition has actually begun, and countless people who like anime wear their favorite character costumes for everyone to watch and take pictures. There are also quite a few people who are not wearing cosplay costumes, but they have various cameras in their hands. There are also many tourists who are sightseeing, and they are holding the peripheral dolls of the comic exhibition in their hands. At this moment, the roar of a car caught everyone's attention. A cool black and white Lamborghini slowly drove in, then found the parking space at the door and stopped. Everyone looked at this Lamborghini with burning eyes. Everyone wants to see who the owner of this car is. Yu Qingfeng was sitting in the car at the moment, and his heart was rising and falling. You must know that he was not very nervous when he turned the tide in front of thousands of freshmen and showed his power, but now it takes a lot of courage to get on the bus. He took a deep breath, opened the door. The dazzling sunlight just shone on Yu Qingfeng's exquisite face. He stepped out. Elegant black silk, walking out with a long skirt. In the eyes of everyone, a peerless royal sister wearing a gorgeous maid costume, looking cold and lonely, and 183 tall walked down. Countless people were instantly in an uproar. They originally thought that it was a middle-aged uncle or a rich young man, but they didn't expect that what came down was a peerless woman with a demonic appearance. Especially when they saw his clothes clearly, they were immediately amazed. The luxurious maid outfit on her body seemed to tell everyone that he was also here to participate in the comic exhibition. Someone in the crowd quickly took out a camera and took a picture at Yu Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng was very nervous at this time, seeing so many people taking pictures of him. Now he just wants to run back to his car. But when he came out, he was embarrassed to go back, and waved to them with a blushing face. Qingfeng had no idea how many people had nosebleeds caused by his somewhat shy behavior. In the eyes of outsiders, outsiders, Qingfeng had just looked a little evasive. Yun Jiaoyu was timid, wanted to refuse but greeted, and his face was crimson. Ding, popularity plus 131. Hearing the sound of the system, Yu Qingfeng also plucked up courage. Using pseudo-pronunciation proficiency, he smiled at them and said hello. This voice is crisp and pleasant, like a fairy descending to earth. Sweet, tactful, eloquent, and even with some coldness. Paired with that healing smile, the otaku present cheered and said that he had found a new goddess. Soon after a long time, Yu Qingfeng gradually let go. There was no shelf to chat with other cos at the comic show, and someone found him to take pictures, and Qingfeng was extremely happy. Just as the comic exhibition was about to end, a young man came to Yu Qingfeng with a slight trembling and whispered, "Sister, can I take a picture of you?" After hearing this, Qingfeng also smiled and said, "No problem." This smile melted the hearts of countless people who looked here. Ding, popularity plus 513. Qingfeng, who wants to take pictures with him, is not rejected. After all, this is all popularity. As time went by, Qingfeng actually liked this feeling inexplicably. Frightened, he quickly dispelled this terrible thought. More and more people are looking for Yu Qingfeng, and there are more and more poses asking for photos. Perfect. But they were all normal postures, so Qingfeng also agreed. There are more and more people watching to take pictures around him, and it seems that there is nothing to take pictures of this comic exhibition except him. Yu Zijian suddenly appeared in the Comic-Con, a dark horse-like character. Naturally, it also made some people unhappy. So when Qingfeng and a boy made a shoulder-to-shoulder pose, someone in the crowd who was taking pictures suddenly shouted, "How can we have such a person in the comic exhibition? Don't we just come out to sell? Is it so upright now? Security guard, where is the security guard?" Yu Qingfeng looked in which direction and found a woman in red wearing an ancient costume, and she pointed at Yu Qingfeng and began to call the security guard. "How can such an indecent action be made? Don't you know that men and women are not close?" The woman in red costume said endlessly. Her words were like guns, her mouth was fast and her tongue was long, and she was slandering Yu Qingfeng. This matter quickly attracted attention. The security guard also came slowly. The woman in red looked a little red, and seeing that Yu Qingfeng had no intention of refuting her, her heart rose with pleasure. Unforgiving, seeing the security guard walking not far away, he hurriedly ran over to grab the security guard, pointed at Yu Qingfeng and said, "The security guard is him. Why did you put him in? Isn't this ruining the reputation of our Comic-Con? Look at him. Don't look at him now. Just now he hooked up with this man, which is vulgar. I'm still wearing a maid costume, and I don't know if it's cos or who I really serve." Regardless of whether it is true or false, a mess is to buckle your hat at Yu Qingfeng. Order, popularity plus 873. The security guard looked at Yu Qingfeng and found that this person was the great beauty who drove a Lamborghini in the morning. I looked at the woman in red next to me who looked like a shrew, and I also recognized that this person was the daughter of a rich man in Zhangchang. It's over, she can't afford to mess with either side. At this time, the security guard regretted why he was so cheap and had to come over to watch the fun. Although the security guard did not know Yu Qingfeng, the specific identity was not very accurate. But he knows this shrew in red. She likes comic exhibitions very much, and she is notoriously unreasonable. When I encounter something better than her and is more popular than her, there is basically no good fruit to eat. The security guard thought that it was already at this point anyway, and the comic exhibition should be closed. It should be no problem to ask this person to leave. He carefully came to Yu Qingfeng and said, "Can that person come with me?" Yu Qingfeng glanced at the security guard and nodded. Just followed the security guard. The crowd, who immediately knew the whole process, was in an uproar. But they didn't dare to come out and speak out. After all, they were all mixed in this comic exhibition. Naturally, they also know this woman. Soon Yu Qingfeng and the security guard came outside, just when he wanted to see what the security guard would do with him. I heard the security guard say kindly, "I'm really sorry, I can't afford to mess with that person. If I have to say it, that person is the overlord of this area. It seems that you should be jealous. I'm just a small security guard. If I mess with her, I won't have a job, and it might end up even worse." Hearing this security guard's desire to survive, Yu Qingfeng also smiled at the security guard and said, "It's okay. Anyway, the comic show is about to end, and I just want to go home. Then I'll go back first." The gentle and crisp voice, the understanding gentle smile, the security guards who looked at it were a little crazy. It took a few seconds for him to react, and he bent down to thank Yu Qingfeng without even looking at it. But when he raised his head after thanking him, where could he still see Yu Qingfeng's figure? 10 minutes later, Yu Qingfeng returned home. After taking off his clothes, pants, and wig headgear, he hurried to the bathroom to take a shower. Walked out of the bathroom with ease. I just laid down on the sofa. Unexpectedly, the women's clothing boss is so tired. Obviously, the weather is starting to get colder, and there is so much sweat. It made me a little out of breath. But think about it, today is really an exciting day. In fact, what Yu Qingfeng didn't know was how he, as a gold-level powerhouse, could be affected by these weak external factors. These sweats and stuffy feelings are caused by being too nervous. As for the shrew called the security guard, Yu Qingfeng naturally didn't take it to heart. The comfortable sofa and relaxed relaxed mood quickly made him feel a little sleepy. Within a few minutes, the breeze fell asleep. By the time he woke up again, it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. After washing his face, he picked up his mobile phone and started playing, and after another 2 hours, just when Yu Qingfeng was about to turn off his mobile phone and stay up late to practice, he saw a video that was rapidly rising. The cover of the video is none other than yourself's sister. Click on the video, and the causes and consequences of the security incident are also completely sorted out. After watching the video, Qingfeng also knew that someone was recording the video himself, and he recorded the whole incident completely. And he mustered up the courage to send the video. But what I didn't expect was that it fermented quickly. The internet was also very speechless about this woman in red, and they expressed their views in the comment area. I think she is corrupting this circle herself. To put it bluntly, it's sour. My first impression of this woman is bitter, and many comic shows should be like this. That's right, I said that there have been so many prejudices in the comic show recently, and it turns out that these people are the scourge. Alas, but this sister is really good looking, and I don't know if I can see him at the next comic show. I shouldn't be able to see it. How could I come again when I encounter this kind of thing? Since it's in Jiangcheng, there will be a comic exhibition in the northern city of Jiangcheng tomorrow, and I plan to try it to see if I can meet it. I have an idea, that is, have you ever thought that this sister is a man? Isn't that even more exciting? What does it mean to be more excited? I can't understand the world more and more, and I can't imagine that there are so many perverts. Since this matter has been sent out, how popular is my current status? There should be a lot. When sleeping, the breeze turns off the system's prompt sound. When he opened it again, he found that the popularity value at this time was only more than 4W. Obviously this video has 100,000 views. How is the popularity of this thing calculated? Alas, damn it. I thought my women's career could end early. In the rest of the time, Yu Qingfeng swiped another video related to him. This video is that he threatened in the live broadcast room of Xiaoruan before that if Xiaoruan won the first place again, he would eat the computer, and he really did it. Fortunately, the other party is a warrior. If it were an ordinary person, I would probably be dead by now. Before cultivating, Qingfeng thought of the video called The Security Guard, thought about it, picked up the phone and talked to his father. Soon the company of the shrew in red went bankrupt. The woman in red was also retaliated against by the person she had bullied. The years are like arrows, and time has soon come to the last day of the month. At this time, Yu Qingfeng was handy with women's clothing, and during this time, Qingfeng often appeared in major comic exhibitions. The popularity is also getting bigger and bigger. 7 or 8 days ago, he already had 9W popularity. It was also from that day that he went out without wearing women's clothing, and he didn't go to the comic show. The main thing is to be sure. In his idea and plan, as long as he waits until the last day of this month, where to go to more than 30 comic show gangsters, the popularity of this 1W is also easy, plus the experience of the previous LV1 system. If you want to upgrade, you only need to complete a task, so Qingfeng has been staying at home to practice when 9W is popular. It's the last day of the month. He wore a blue and white JK uniform and got into his luxury car to go to the comic exhibition, which was relatively tight and started at 11 o'clock. All the comic exhibitions in Jiangcheng this last month are at this point. Yu Qingfeng doesn't know why, maybe the Comic Con has told each other. When I arrived at the nearby comic exhibition, I was recognized by people before I got off the bus and watched. You can even see many of them holding his signs. As soon as I pushed the door, someone came up and held a sign of Qingfeng and asked to take a picture. Qingfeng naturally won't refuse. Soon the comic exhibition began, and after recent frequent appearances, Yu Qingfeng gradually became the central figure. But Qingfeng also felt sick at times. Because of his recent birth, naturally some people have also set their sights on his beauty. He came to hinder him every day, and even met a lewd man following him a few days ago, but was discovered by Qingfeng. It was beaten violently. This is also one of the reasons why Qingfeng wanted to practice at home a few days ago. What made him feel most disgusted was that there were still people dressed in women's clothing to take advantage of him, and that day, Yu Qingfeng was so frightened that he couldn't sleep all night. If I tell them that I am a man, I am afraid that they will want to kill me the most. Yu Qingfeng thought so. Qingfeng spent about an hour at this comic show. Just as I was about to say goodbye to other comic shows with others, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Ephemeral dungeon. This answer suddenly popped up in Qingfeng's mind. Through the huge crack, Qingfeng could clearly see the other side of the crack, which was a blood-colored world. The sky is bloody, and the plants are bloody. It is likely that the monster inside is also bloody. Suddenly, at this time, a huge suction came from the space crack, as if it wanted to suck everyone in. Yu Qingfeng reacted quickly and wanted to grab his car, but one step later, he was still sucked in. The breeze quickly adjusted its position in the air and landed safely. Qingfeng probably looked around and found that this was a plane, and the blood-colored weeds were about half a person tall. Then Qingfeng looked at the people around him again. At least a few thousand people were found involved. They also looked around in confusion. It didn't take long for them to land, and the space crack began to slowly close, and almost everyone
everyone noticed this scene. Many people want to jump up and return to the blue star, but they didn't expect that the red turf soil was very sticky, and many people just jumped up and fell to eat. Yu Qingfeng raised his leg slightly. Sure enough, the blood-colored viscous in his footsteps sucked him hard. Even Yu Qingfeng is capable of walking normally. Some people fall and even walk is troublesome, which makes many people feel very uneasy, knowing that in this case they are likely to fall into a very dangerous dungeon. It was at this moment that someone suddenly collapsed and cried. I saw the person who was crying and collapse, muttering, "We can't live anymore, we will definitely die here." His words are getting louder and louder. It seemed that something terrifying stimulated his nerves. The person close to him asked dissatisfiedly, "What do you mean by this? Curse us to death, right?" The collapsed man replied loudly, "Do you know what place this is? This is the bloody place on the 10th floor of the Space Rift dungeon in the Magic City. The general strength of the monsters here has reached gold. Even diamonds are not impossible. You have to know that we humans are now exploring the first echelon of the dungeon to explore the 30th floor. The 10th floor can be said to be the ranks of the second echelon." Everyone also showed an unbelievable look. Some people couldn't believe this reality, dragged their sticky steps to the front of the person and said loudly, "Impossible? Are you lying to us? I don't believe such a ridiculous thing. How can it be teleported to the 10th floor all at once?" The man said so, but his body trembled obviously, and his face was pale. It seems that he also has no evidence to refute, and this time he came to the dungeon for less than 10 minutes, and many people began to collapse and cry. The ground suddenly began to tremble a little, and a huge bloody worm quickly rushed out of the ground and swallowed one person. Just when they were helpless and desperate, a bright light shone on everyone's bodies, and the next moment the person who shined with the bright light instantly disappeared in place. The same is true for Yu Qingfeng. At the same time, there is a very large repercussion in the real world. Almost the entire Jiangqing saw this space crack. That's right, this space crack is not just a comic exhibition. All the people in the more than 30 comic exhibitions disappeared and came to the dungeon. In addition to these comic shows, there were also people who gathered and were sucked away. What star concert? What school graduation ceremony? As long as there are many people, they will be absorbed by space cracks. It can be said that there are a lot of people missing in the entire Jiangqing, and this number is at least more than 100,000. Those who were not sucked in were shocked and confused. The Supernatural Ability Bureau, the Security Bureau, and the National Defense Bureau are fully dispatched. At this tense moment, the Fighting Shark and Huya platforms in Jiangqing TV were hacked. Commercials, anime, and TV dramas on TV have all been replaced with live broadcasts. The entire shark fight, Huya, is in a semi-paralyzed state. In the live broadcast room is a huge slate clearing. There are many ancient texts on the stone tablets. What is this? What happened today? Just when the people were still wondering, a person slowly appeared in the live broadcast room. The man was a woman, she was exposed, and the majestic mountain in front of him was only wrapped in a few pieces of red cloth. There are a lot of gold jewelry on his body, some exotic flavor. Her appearance is also very good looking, and just when the people were confused, the woman in the live broadcast room spoke, said loudly, "Pigs in Jiangcheng, hello." The people who heard this sentence were angry on the spot. What did she just say? She actually called Jiangqing a pig. Before the people could spit out the fragrance, the woman in the live broadcast room spoke again, "You can understand this despair. This will be the moment when our blood mist sect is famous all over the world, and me will be the first great sacrifice to destroy a city." Her smile was a little distorted, and she said to the camera with her head tilted and her eyes small, "At this time, you must be very curious about what happened, right? In fact, it is very simple. The appearance of this brief dungeon crack is actually a great masterpiece of our blood mist sect. It was even sacrificed to the great lord of blood mist. Look at what this is." As soon as the picture in the live broadcast room turned, a huge underground maze appeared, in which tens of thousands of people were separated in various places. Yu Qingfeng is also inside. The people were completely shocked, especially the barrage of fighting sharks at this time has been flying all over the sky. Mist grass, what did I see? I saw my classmates inside. Isn't that Yu Zijiang? I like him very much. Jiang Chang is too miserable. What does this high priest want to do? Ah, my Yu Zichan, my humble knight is late. The high priestess spoke again, speaking in a somewhat fanatic tone. Crazy. See, I'm in the middle of this maze. Guess what we're going to do? That's right, we're going to sacrifice all of them. The entire maze is a huge altar created by our blood mist sect, and there are dangers, until you see them all sacrificed and die. It's Jiangqing's turn. After starting the altar and successfully sacrificing, more than 30 diamond-level monsters will be controlled. At that time, you will become a stepping stone to my blood mist sect. At this moment, countless people were stunned, they were a little incredulous, and a little timid, had even driven to other cities. No, it's just a diamond level. We have extraordinary and star-level powerhouses in Kyushu, they will definitely come to save us. This sentence has regained confidence for many people. He raised his hand into a fist and said loudly, "That's right, the star-level powerhouse will save us when he comes back." This call is getting louder and louder. The high priest suddenly showed showed a little panic. People thought she was scared, and their voices became even stronger. The high priest trembled and said, "What? Yes, Kyushu has a deterrent powerhouse like Xingyao and extraordinary. What the hell am I doing?" Before he could continue, the high priestess suddenly burst out laughing. He said arrogantly, "The current star-level powerhouse in Kyushu is now trapped by us in an extremely cold place, and he wants to get out of trouble for at least a week. As for you extraordinary powerhouses in Kyushu, ha 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 ha, it's impossible to save you, they're trapped now, since we dare to do it. Naturally, you are fully prepared. Okay, you take your time to enjoy the last days of these pigs. Watch them howl in despair, watch them suffer unwillingly. They will all be transferred to you at that time." Fright, panic, fear, despair instantly surged into the hearts of the people of Jiangcheng. Shark fighting live room barrage. It's over, my parents are still in Jiangcheng. Is it too late for me to go back now? Blood Mist sect. I know it's a cult that has been active recently. What's wrong with our transcendent in Kyushu? Based on my years of watching diplomacy, it is likely to be held back by the extraordinary level of some countries. Of course, this is my conjecture. It's not a conjecture, it's a fact. There are only a few extraordinary powerhouses in the world. The extraordinary monsters in the dungeon can't come out again. I think this possibility is very high. Some countries just look at us in Kyushu unhappy. If Jiangcheng is slaughtered this time, its international status will be greatly reduced. It seems really very possible that you say this. Damn, it must be the lighthouse country that did it. Our country obviously did not steal, rob, and deceive like him. They are all developing safely and steadily. They really deserve to die. Then Jiangcheng really has no choice. As soon as this barrage came out, the entire live broadcast room fell silent. Can't we mobilize people from other cities to support? Can't. This must wait until the star-level powerhouse makes a move before it can stabilize. Every diamond-level powerhouse needs to sit in a city, and when they come, their city will be attacked by a cult. At that time, the whole of Kyushu will be in chaos. The only way now is to alienate the personnel and let the diamond-level powerhouses in nearby cities hold these monsters and wait for the arrival of the star-level powerhouses. But what? But Jiangcheng is a first-tier city. There are tens of millions of people in total, and it is impossible to transfer the population. Although there are 10 diamonds in charge, they are not enough at all. Once more than 30 diamond-level monsters arrive, they will definitely be accompanied by a tide of tens of millions of platinum-level beasts. At that time, I will be powerless to return to the sky. What? Why is this happening? Do we have to go through this catastrophe in Kyushu? Yes, I am from Jiangcheng, and I will go back tomorrow on a business trip. My family, young and old, are still inside. Alas, I just received a call from my parents telling me to live well, and they transferred all their savings to me. Upstairs mourning. Damn cult, I will join the security bureau in the future. I will kill one when I see a cult, and avenge the people of Jiangcheng. The popularity of the live broadcast room is getting bigger and bigger. Even other cities are always paying attention to the situation here. Dungeons. Yu Qingfeng touched his head and looked around, and he found that there were many strange runes on the surrounding walls. He said he was a little confused, and Qingfeng didn't know where he was now. Were we teleported over? Or is the place where we landed itself a relic and then touched by someone to cause us to be teleported away? Qingfeng thought carefully and felt that he couldn't figure it out, so he simply didn't want to. He was surrounded by walls, and the light was not particularly dark, just enough to see the road ahead. He walked forward cautiously. Soon Qingfeng smoothly walked to a corner, and he walked to the left. After all, the man was on the left and the woman was on the right. In this way, Yu Qingfeng wandered around like a headless fly. Shark fighting live room barrage. You see, Yu Zhejiang has started to act. Really, he hasn't shown a look of panic until now, but it's really a pity. I really like him so much. Yu Zhejiang, who is he? In the barrage, someone asked who Yu Zhejiang was, and soon enthusiastic netizens explained and answered. Yu Zhejiang is a cute girl who has been very popular at the recent comic show, and his casseroles are perfectly restored. The heroine of the previous security incident. It's the one in the corner of the maze. Yes, the beautiful sister with a blue and white striped skirt, a white top, white stockings, a blue bow on the neckline, and her eyes always closed. Yes, it's him. Wow, he looks really good. Meanwhile, sister, I can. Oh, it turns out to be him. I remember, I can often see him in some strange software lately. It should be AI face swapping. I was very curious about whose face it was at that time. Good guys, fellows. It's really a pity to hear you say that. He seems to have gotten lost, and he's lucky that he hasn't encountered a monster until now. I really can't bear to see our Subchan die. At the same time, Qingfeng walked for about an hour and soon noticed something was wrong, and he found that he seemed to have been standing still. He made a mark in place and walked forward again. This time he still saw the corner, but he didn't intend to turn. After walking straight for about 10 minutes, he saw the mark he had made. At the same time, I am sure that I am trapped here. Ding, congratulations to the host's popularity for increasing to 10W and receiving a reward for god-level acting skills. Ding, system level raised to LV2. Yu Qingfeng was a little confused, and he couldn't understand why his popularity was suddenly full. Could it it be that those dead houses on the Blue Star heard that I was absorbed by the ephemeral dungeon and was heartbroken and hyped up? It seems that this is the only explanation that is more reasonable. The breeze opens the system. As always, start to see what has been updated after the system upgrade. Like the previous system, the system mall has been updated, and Qingfeng clicked on it without thinking about it. In the system mall of the women's clothing system, you can see at a glance that the first and most expensive item in the first column is the most expensive. It was a long crutch with a yellow bow. Qingfeng felt a little familiar inexplicably, and an ominous premonition arose. He trembled and clicked to check the details. Monkey Soju's magic wand. Price, 1000 W. Now the special price, only 10 W popularity value. Introduction. With the magic staff of Monkey Soju, all you need to do is shout the slogan of transformation, the key scepter that hides the power of darkness. Show your true power in front of me, and you Zijiang, who made an agreement with you, ordered you, the seal is lifted. You can transform into a magical girl, and with the blessing of transforming into a magical girl, your strength will increase by 10 times. Pictured JPG. Aha! Qingfeng's eyes were about to go blind, and he wanted to cry without tears. Especially that picture turned out to be what Yu Qingfeng looked like after putting on a magical girl. Damn it! What a cheating father! I don't want to be a horse Monkey Soju, but his strength has increased tenfold, which is really exciting. And it is also a special price that can be bought for only 10 W of popularity value, and he now just has a popularity value of 100,000. Which is more important, life or fame? It must be fame. Even if people are not in the world, they must remain innocent in the world. Even if I Yu Qingfeng jump down from here, I will starve to death and die outside. I won't buy this horse Monkey Soju magic wand. Hey mom, it's so fragrant. In the end, Yu Qingfeng still bought it. Ahem, it's still very good to be a trump card to save your life. Now that the task has been completed, I should stay in place honestly and wait until the next day to call up the assassination system. When the time comes, open the map and take a good look at what happened. Then Qingfeng leaned against the wall and began to practice. This scene made fans who had been observing him in the live broadcast room start a crazy discussion. It seems that Yu Zijiang found that he had been circling in circles, so he simply sat down to practice. Is this giving up hope? I think this is the right choice. I see that other people are killed by monsters or mechanisms within a few minutes of wandering around. The entire flesh and blood were devoured by the altar, and no bones remained. Indeed, as long as Yu Zijiang and the others die later, the disaster in Jiangcheng will be later. My Yu Zichan. Now he may have begun to despair in his heart. I even wanted to cry bitterly. How nice it would be if I was by his side at this time, and I would comfort him well. Yes, I see the struggle on his face. Speaking of Yu Zijiang, what kind of strength is he a cultivator? I think the spirit stone he took out to cultivate seems to be a silver-level spirit stone. You don't have to think about this, the rank must be in bronze. Someone immediately came out and retorted, how do you know? Our Yu Zijiang is so perfect, and the strength should be at least in silver. I think you guys are really stunned. I also know some of Yu Zijiang. He often participates in Comic Cons, where he has so much time to practice. Besides, I remember that Yu Zijiang's family seems to be very good. Lamborghini is on his side, and now the JK on him is genuine. What's so strange about having a silver-level spirit stone? I think Yu Zijiang is starting to be a little scared, and wants to cultivate to bring him a sense of security. These words are also agreed by many people. Qingfeng sat for a day. Nowadays, almost everyone in Kyushu can't sleep at night, and there are more warriors, so the current live broadcast room can be said to be very energetic. Regarding the fighting shark, the discussion of Yu Zijiang continues. Even after a day, they were still enjoying discussing, not how boring they were, but because they really liked Yu Zijiang too much. I'm afraid that it won't be long before I can see his beautiful and moving cheeks again. At this time, Qingfeng, when he heard the popularity in his ears, had begun to stop calling. It is also a guess that the day may have passed. Tryingly called the system. Sure enough, no one paid attention to him. Open the system chat group again, and choose the assassination system directly without too much nonsense. Ding, the assassination system has been bound by the group leader. The message of the group housekeeper in the chat group told the public system. Suddenly, the system group, which was originally a little deserted, instantly bubbled up, and the discussion began to analyze what the group owner was missing now. Among them, the devouring system had a strong sense of envy and said, unexpectedly, the assassination system is loved by the group leaders. Alas, I am the first batch of systems to enter the chat group. Soon there was a systematic rebuttal immediately. Automatic cultivation system, LV3, you are not the worst at all. In fact, you are pretty good, at least LV2. Look at the current chef system. She was still in the group just now, saying a few words from time to time, talking and laughing, and very cheerful. Look at the present. The avatar is gray. The chef system suddenly bubbled up and a strong outburst of dissatisfaction erupted. Chef system, LV1, the group leader, you went back on your word, you told me before, and it was my turn after the women's clothing system. You cheated money, it's too much. It's a pity that I still protect you and love you so much, but now I am treacherous and let down my weak system,
Yu Qingfeng, group leader. Okay, I'm in a little trouble now. You can ask the women's clothing system, and I will definitely choose you after I solve the trouble. Chef system, LV1. Really, the group leader is really good to me.
Crowd system. Ability lottery system, LV3. Fog grass. Awesome, is this licking the dog? Ability lottery system, LV3. What happened to the group leader? The women's clothing system uploaded the picture. The systems were a little curious and just asked her what happened and why she uploaded the picture. The systems opened the group album extremely skillfully.
Then they saw the group leader in the maid costume, the group leader in the dead reservoir water, the group leader in the bunny girl, the group leader in Rem, and the group leader in JK girls.
Crowd system, fog grass.
Ability lottery system, LV3. The group leader's women's clothing is really good. It's really good. Post a little more next time. Ding, the ability lottery system was banned by the group owner for 15 days. Order, the women's clothing system was banned by the group owner for 30 days. Order, the women's clothing system is unable to upload pictures by the group owner's permission. At this time, Yu Qingfeng's face was full of black lines.
To the system group in private is to ask, can I delete a group album? Order, this system cannot interfere with the uploaded picture. Even the group leader can't do it? It's over. Qingfeng was a little desperate, thinking of the future. I don't know what those systems will think of him. But, system chat group, there seems to be a solution. This made Yu Qingfeng find hope and quickly said, but what? Order, but you can lock the group album. Unless you allow it, other systems can't see it. Lock me up,
Qingfeng said without hesitation.
And change the name of this album to Taboo. Send me a group announcement, no one can say this. Yu Qingfeng's face turned red. It seems to tell some ulterior secrets.
Although Qingfeng didn't know whether the systems were living things or not, he knew that after getting along for so long, these systems were similar to people. There are joys, and sorrows. So Qingfeng never used them as tools to ruthlessly improve his strength. Although it is said to be mutually beneficial and complementary, it is more like a friend to Qingfeng. He still joins the group chat discussion from time to time, talking and laughing.
It adds a lot of fun on the long journey.
But now this women's clothing system is too much, and I even uploaded the photos of its women's clothing to the group album, and I can't delete it.
How to gain a foothold in the group in the future. Woohoo! Shark fighting live room. As fans of Zhejiang, they naturally saw his strangeness.
The way he was flushed and shy, wanting to find a hole in the ground to hide, instantly made countless people start to get excited.
Although they don't know why this is happening, they don't care about these details.
Our Zhejiang's shy appearance is so cute.
Fuck, isn't it just a 10-story dungeon? I don't care.
For my goddess, I will fight to the death to save him.
Why is Zhejiang suddenly blushing and shy? Is she missing her boyfriend? Zhejiang.
The next time I open a room with him, remember to use the cover I gave me, so that I can feel very involved. Alas, I hate myself for not having the strength now. If I have the strength, Zhejiang will not be in a desperate situation. Some people like it, and naturally some people hate it, and even some jealous people have long been eyeing him. Especially these barrages made them feel bored. What garbage, Yu Zhejiang is still thinking about that kind of thing, and it is not a good bird at first glance.
Yes, if he doesn't go to the Comic-Con, maybe not so many people can sacrifice. It won't let Jianchun fall into this dangerous situation.
You guys are also funny. For the happiness of a dying person, I think his appearance is just like that. I really don't understand what is to brag about. It's not as good as my brother. Soon, this kind of very offensive words were immediately replied to.
What do you mean? This kind of thing is blamed on our subsauce. If it is really as you said, is it the school graduation ceremony? And those traffic star tours, are there unshirkable responsibilities? The quarrel here quickly caught the attention of other people watching the livestream.
They all fixed their eyes on Yu Zhejiang's body. At this time, Qingfeng had already adjusted his state, and immediately turned on the map function of the assassination system, and soon a super complex and huge maze appeared in front of Qingfeng's eyes.
Is this an underground labyrinth?
It seems inevitable that I will go back and forth in place before, since the assassination system also comes with an enemy hostility display.
So basically all the monsters on the map are red, including the entire dungeon. Is the entire dungeon alive, or is this dungeon hostile to me? Qingfeng couldn't figure it out.
But he found that this dungeon was really dangerous.
Almost everywhere is full of monsters, and there are even many mechanisms.
Fortunately, Qingfeng is now in a position that is a little off the lower right, otherwise he may have to go through some trouble. At the same time, Qingfeng was a little confused. He always felt that the area in the center of the maze seemed a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere.
Especially the bright red area on the outskirts. That kind of line, that kind of symbol.
Soon Qingfeng remembered, this was exactly the same as the lines in the blood pool in the middle when he went to kill Yin Yong before.
Blood Mist Sect. We were teleported here. What is the cult doing? Qingfeng was a little incredulous.
Suddenly, he thought of the comic exhibition on the last day of last month, and Qingfeng vaguely remembered that there were at least 30 places that day.
And the timing of the start of the comic exhibition is at 11 o'clock. Could it be that these activities have been prepared by the Blood Mist Sect for a long time? So, what do so many people want to do? Is it still the same sacrifice as before? Sacrifice?
Wait, I should know by now why the entire maze is hostile to me. This time it is likely the same as before.
The entire maze could be an altar. Qingfeng's experience of Yen Yon is still vivid in his mind.
In his brief cognition, the Blood Mist sect likes to engage in sacrifices, and at the same time, it also likes to make the altar bigger.
There are many thieves behind me.
If that's the case, it makes sense. If we're all sacrifices, it's normal for the labyrinth to be hostile to me.
Is the maze alive? Definitely not. I'm afraid it's the hostility of the sacrifice that controls the altar. The next day, Qingfeng was a little annoyed and didn't understand why he could need it every time. This time I am afraid that the number of people will be. The scale is not small.
But with so many people, Kyushu's rescue should come soon.
Forget it. I'd better speed up and go to the central government to see the situation. System, determine the assassination target. Everyone who is hostile to me. Ding, the assassination target has been determined. Ding, the time limit is 3 days. Reward assassination points 999. And time limits?
Forget it. Qingfeng shrank the map to the upper right of his sight. Then he used the dragon and snake dance steps to quickly go to the nearby place where the monsters were dense, and with the map he easily found the right exit. It took about 10 minutes, and Qingfeng skillfully bypassed all kinds of dead ends, and finally he came to a relatively narrow passage. This passage is very dark. His brows furrowed. In the map, this is a large red area, and the only explanation is that this is a trap. But he felt something was wrong. In the map of Qingfeng, this is the only way to get to the center. Since it is a necessary passage, why is there a trap? Shark fighting live room. Foggrass, is Zijiang open, easily bypassing a lot of dead ends. Zijiang's luck is really good. Didn't you notice that Zijiang's speed is so fast? This speed is at least silver, right? Yes, a goddess is a goddess. No matter how perfect, she does everything. It's a pity that this talented genius is going to fall here. Soon someone recognized the place in the barrage of the live broadcast room.
Ah, I know this place. The last time I watched a person came here, but when he walked in, he was shot into a hornet's nest by an arrow.
The corpse flesh and blood are absorbed by the dungeon, and there are no bones left.
Hiss, no, is it really fake?
It's true, many people here have been here, and almost all of them have died here.
Is my Zijiang going to enter life here?
It was also at this time that a recognized god in the Shark Live broadcast room stood up and said, "I really don't understand this Blood Mist sect. Why do you want to do a live broadcast? Do you really want to appreciate our despair?"
From our point of view, we know that this dungeon is a maze, and we can see tens of thousands of people in the maze, but the people in the dungeon maze don't know. I'll give you an analysis.
This is the only passage to the center, and there are only a few similar passages on the periphery, but they are all traps. The last one who survives will definitely come to this narrow passage. If someone dies here, they may think it's a trap and look for another exit. Let their own families know the answer and the way to survive, but they can't do anything about it, and they are deeply trapped in despair and pain that cannot be told them. The Blood Mist sect is really too cruel. It can be said that it is completely inhumane.
These analyses instantly frightened countless people. I just looked closely and looked at the distribution of the entire maze. Sure enough, as the great god said, the maze has a line of exits, and after passing a certain level, they will definitely come to Yu Zijiang's location. Aha, my Yu Zijiang, it was good to practice well in place before. Why did you start walking around?
Yu Qingfeng, who was standing in place, had been thinking for a while. During this time, he was also observing the map and making analysis, and the final conclusion was similar to that of the barrage god. But after all, it's not exactly the same, or there is a deviation.
What does that mean? Obviously, these are all traps.
Do you want to see us kill each other, or do you want to see us can't find the north and run around like headless flies,
and then finally die in despair in this labyrinth that may be an altar?
The coldness in his eyes was even stronger.
The Blood Mist sect likes to play this set.
Since you want a sacrifice, why not just kill them?
You love to play. Then I will naturally accompany you to the end. He changed his strategy, his body arched slightly, and he ran the dragon and snake dance steps with all his might and quickly rushed into the passage. Just stepped in, the wall in the narrow passage seemed to sense something, shooting rows of arrows. Qingfeng felt the danger and secretly scolded in his heart, so fast. It seems that the Blood Mist sect has no intention of letting people pass. You must know that now Qingfeng is running the dragon and snake dance step with all its might, and the speed is at least as high as 660 kilometers per hour. But the moment he stepped here, the mechanism was triggered. Qingfeng immediately stopped and began to dodge these arrows. This passage was very dark, and the arrows shot out were completely invisible, and only some blurred shadows could be seen. After barely dodging a few arrows, he quickly used his ability to condense a lot of water balls to float around him. Protect yourself tightly. As long as an arrow touches the water, the breeze can perceive it, and used to dodge. After more than 10 minutes, the breeze easily dodged all of them. At the same time, the arrows on the wall are no longer fired, and it seems that the arrows have run out. The breeze moves, the cold jade hand palm becomes as crystal clear as jade, and gently gropes the arrows on the ground. Pick one up and walk out of the dimly lit passage.
passage. Holding this arrow, he left this dark passage. After walking out of the dark passage, the light shone on Qingfeng's face again. By the light, he looked at the dark arrow in his hand, and he found that this arrow had an extremely strong aura. Even if there is a cold jade hand to guard against it, it can still feel the ultimate fatal danger, and at the same time, there is black smoke on the arrow. Poisonous. It turned out to be a gold-level arrow. In the outside world, a gold-level arrow can be said to be priceless. If you want to buy it, you need to make a reservation, and you can only buy a dozen bottles at a time. Although a dozen is enough, after all, it is gold-level, very durable, powerful, and can be recycled. But there are hundreds of them here. Suddenly Qingfeng's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly ran back, picking up all the arrows on the ground. After about 10 minutes, Qingfeng took all the arrows from this dimly lit passage. There are more than 1,000 in total. He patiently checked and found that all of them were gold-level arrows. Qingfeng excited. Changing his plan again, he opened the map to find other passages, memorized the route, and started to act excitedly. That's right, this time Qingfeng plans to take the 3 light policy, which are stealing light, taking light and grabbing light. If you don't take the benefits, you are a fool. Besides, this is still the benefit of the Blood Mist sect. At the same time, the live broadcast room has completely exploded. Fog grass, is this my subsauce, so strong? B-level water system ability, and how good to use. Yu Zijiang is really proud. This kind of Tianjiu is going to fall in the dungeon. What a misfortune for Kyushu. Ah, it's really crazy. With my eyes closed, my ability flicked, and I dodged a lot, especially the cold and arrogant expression. It's worth celebrating. I didn't expect Yu Zijiang to use up all the arrows in the trap, and if other survivors came here, they could safely enter the middle level. But if they knew that this was a live broadcast, if they knew that this was a conspiracy of the Blood Mist sect, they might not find an exit and stay together, try to ensure that they don't die, and then wait for the rescue of the star-level powerhouse. Yes, although this exit to the middle level is no longer dangerous, there are many monsters in the middle level. When discussing in the live broadcast room, Qingfeng came to a dark alley again. This time the entrance to the dark trail is guarded by an extremely large vine. The upper part of the vine has a bright red flower. There are tens of millions of people in the live broadcast room, most of whom are well informed, and when they see this monster, they exclaim and shoot barrages. Foggrass, Yu Zijiang's current luck is really too bad. She actually met the flower vine demon, and her strength is as high as gold. And that flower has the function of bewitching and enchanting, especially his vines. The general weapons are constantly cut. It seems that my Subchan's life is coming to an end by now. At the same time, the flower vine demon had already seen Yu Qingfeng and used his charm, and the pungent fragrance of flowers slowly floated in. Qingfeng just felt that his eyes were a little erratic. Soon, a man slowly appeared in front of Yu Qingfeng. He instantly became alert. I looked at it carefully. He is the kind of extremely handsome guy who wants muscles and muscles, looks good, and abs with abs, not even wearing pants. It can be said that it is very huge. Qingfeng froze in place, his face covered with black lines. The flower vine demon saw that Qingfeng did not move, thinking that he was charmed by him, and he couldn't walk. The vines are also slowly approaching. At this time, in Qingfeng's eyes, the scantily clad man slowly approached him. Qingfeng immediately felt frightened and said loudly, "Don't come here." This sentence made the flower vine demon a little confused, and soon he reacted, thinking that Qingfeng was very shy, and quickly controlled the charm to make the man take off his clothes. Then he walked up to Yu Qingfeng and stroked him gently. Qingfeng still stood in place, indicating that he wanted to wash his eyes. Then the next moment, the vine stretches down. The man was stunned for a moment, and Yu Qingfeng instantly understood that expression, as if he was saying, with a handle? Ah, innocence is gone. What happened recently? Yu Qingfeng directly lost his mind, took out the gold-level tang knife in the space ring and slashed at this person for a while. The flower vine demon didn't react, and was cut into pieces by the sharp tang knife. Ding! Assassination successful, assassination point plus 15,151. Woohoo! My Subchan was touched in the end. Fog grass. Just when everyone in the live broadcast room was worried, Caviar suddenly conjured up a tang knife and cut the vines out. Fog grass. What happened? How did Yu Zijiang get rid of the charm? I understand, Zijiang found something wrong from the beginning. Standing in place is not being enchanted, but resisting the charm and looking for sobriety deep in the heart. Tianjiao, it must be the Tianjiao in the Supreme Academy. Such Tianjiao is going to die in it. Is it really a loss for Kyushu? Is it going to harm us Kyushu? So characterized, I have now hammered it. Those AI face changes on the internet, and those who say that Zijiang is sullen are all rumors. Yes, Zijiang's mentality. The appearance really looks like a real fairy. What a garbage female star. From now on Zijiang is the only goddess in my heart. Just when the people in the live broadcast room thought that Qingfeng was going to turn around and leave, the breeze went straight into that passage. Fog grass, what is Zijiang doing? Once again, countless gold-level arrows were shot, and this time Qingfeng could be said to be very experienced, and he easily dodged them all. The kind of familiarity that the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned about. There are more and more people in Yu Zijiang. If the women's clothing system is still there at this time, Qingfeng's popularity will definitely break 1 million. 10 minutes later, Qingfeng walked out again. His face was not tired, but his face was rosy, and he seemed to be very satisfied with this move. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned.
Could it be that Yu Zijian's main weapon is a bow and arrow?
Then there were no arrows left in his storage, so,
take it from the maze?
That's not right. Didn't you take hundreds of them before? It seems to be enough, and the arrows can be taken back when they are shot.
Aren't you stupid? This kind of dangerous arrow must be extraordinary. Maybe it's a gold level arrow. Gold level? Just kidding. Is the Blood Mist sect so rich?
It's not impossible. When the sacrifice is over, they have time to recycle these arrows.
It seems to be true. Wait, look at Yu Zijian's route now. He seems to have gone to the third passage. How is it possible? Yu Zijian doesn't know the map. 10 minutes later,
under the gaze of millions of people in the live broadcast room, Yu Zijian did come to the third exit channel and extremely skillfully consumed the arrows. Then he happily took all the arrows. Brothers, I went to check the information. This arrow is called Black Mane Arrow, and the quality is gold, and it has extremely strong poison. I have observed it more than a dozen times, and it is indeed very similar. Foggrass, I'll say why Zijiang collects these arrows. Blood Mist sect, if you go to recover arrows, you must be confused. You must be thinking about me, so many arrows. Amazing, really amazing. It's simply a bandit. I didn't expect you to be like this, Yu Zijiang. I'm even more curious about the origin of this Blood Mist sect and why there are so many gold level arrows. Alas, yes, it seems that the Blood Mist sect has been secretly accumulating strength. 10 minutes later. At this time, the breeze was already very close to the third passage, and just when it was a few corners away, the ground suddenly shook violently. He looked at the map and found that there was a huge red dot that seemed to be rushing this way.
Qingfeng quickly looked in the direction of the red dot.
The survivors were found, as well as the huge rollerball more than 10 meters high behind them.
Ah, help, who will save me?
In front of the giant ball, there were about a dozen people fleeing in a hurry. It seems that they have touched some kind of mechanism. Qingfeng used dragon and snake dance steps, ghostly posture, and quickly picked up those who were about to be crushed. Then he took them and jumped to the back of the rollerball. After putting the man down, Qingfeng continued to jump back, jumping repeatedly like this, rescuing the rest of the people one by one as before. After Qingfeng was sure that there was no one else, he also asked those who were still frightened, "Are you okay?"
Qingfeng subconsciously used the female voice, and the crisp and pleasant voice made many people subconsciously relax.
At the same time, the thought of wanting to take the initiative to get close to him also arose in his heart. A handsome but a little embarrassed, walking towards Qingfeng while tidying up his clothes, and after a few steps, the man came to Qingfeng and said, "It's okay, how could something happen to me with you, a beauty?"
"Ahem, let me introduce you, I am." Qingfeng frowned. Nia Hongsheng? He knew this person and had a hatred for the original body.
He was a rich second generation, and his achievements were the third richest in Jiangcheng. At that time the first was the Yu family, the second was the Qian family, and the third was the Nia family.
It's funny, when the Yu family went bankrupt and the Qian family went bankrupt.
It should have become the richest man in Jiangcheng, but it was surpassed by the Wen family, became the second richest man in Jiangcheng. In my memory, I used to call him a brother, but after he fell into a trap, he was even more down, and was even almost killed by him. After becoming the second richest man in Jiangcheng, he was even more lawless. It's very fancy to play every day. Qingfeng had no intention of continuing to listen, and directly interrupted, "You should find a safe corner and wait for the rescue of Kyushu. This spacecrack is likely to be the work of a cult, and this maze is not a relic in the dungeon. Stop running around." The rest of the people also exclaimed after hearing this. "What is this maze? What is this occult?
Then what are they doing teleporting us over?"
Qingfeng also did not hide it. After all, being able to save one was a probably sacrifice. I destroyed a den of the Blood Mist sect before. I can only say that this cult is very terrifying, especially like to play the sacrificial set.
More than a dozen people were in an uproar.
They all looked at Qingfeng in disbelief, and they didn't expect that a person with such a handsome appearance and such a young age would be so strong. Alone he destroyed a cult stronghold.
Obviously they are all human. Why is the gap so huge? Qingfeng looked at the time and said, "Okay, if you bump into other survivors, remember to tell them. I'll hurry up and get the central government to take a look."
More than a dozen people were a little reluctant to let Qingfeng leave when they heard that he was leaving, and wanted him to stay and protect them.
But they also know that this is not right, so I didn't say anything to stop it.
But there is one person who doesn't think so, and that person is Nia Hongsheng. When Qingfeng turned to leave, he grabbed Qingfeng's hand.
Qingfeng turned his head, looked at him coldly and asked, "Do you have anything wrong?" The man said, "I need your protection, is that okay?"
"As long as you protect me, I will definitely give you good resources when I go out.
You can even marry into a wealthy family."
"Let me tell you the truth. I am Nia Hongsheng, the son of the second richest man in Jiangcheng." Before he could finish speaking, he felt an extremely strong resentment and murderous intent. He quickly let go of his hand. Qingfeng resisted the urge to cut him and said, "I still have something important to do, and I always feel that something is wrong. So I want to go to the central government to see
see what the situation is. If you want me to protect you, you can follow me, but whether you can survive is another matter. The meaning of Qingfeng is already very obvious.
Nia Hongxing's face turned blue and purple, as if he felt a little incredulous about Qingfeng's refusal.
He looked at the others behind him again. You know, these people were actually pulled by him.
It was Nia Hongxing who ensured that they had no worries about food and clothing after talking about his background, and bragged to them a lot when he was on the road. For the sake of face, Nia Hongxing grabbed Yu Qingfeng's hand and said, I am Nia Hongxing of Jiangcheng. I think your clothes should be quite poor at home. It should be quite sassy in private. As long as you protect me and become my woman, I will give you the best resources, and there is no problem in becoming a platinum crystal level powerhouse according to your talent.
Even become a diamond. Are you done? The coldness of the breeze is even stronger. Nia Hongxing was a little confused. It's over. Since you're done, then I'm leaving. What? Nia Hongxing was a little shocked. He wasn't even moved?
He hurriedly said, what's wrong with becoming a woman of the Nia family? You can climb directly in the future without making too much effort.
By the way, your parents. Ha ha ha, yes. As long as you become my Nia Hongxing's woman, your family will live a better life. Otherwise, it may be better.
He didn't say the rest of the words. Nia Hongxing almost used coercion to the extreme.
Since you are dressed like this, you must be participating in the Comic-Con to make some extra money. I have seen a lot of people like you. As long as you.
Before he could finish speaking, Qingfeng instantly pulled out his knife and cut off his somewhat arrogant head.
Blood gushed out and the head fell.
All this happened too fast, and Nia Hongxing's mouth was still moving. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't speak, so he could only look at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief with wide eyes. The others had long been frightened by this scene and fled everywhere.
Well, no assassination point? Could it be that there was no hatred for me before killing? No way. Qingfeng put away the tang knife, slowly picked up his head, and then said in his ear, Nia Hongxing, is it so arrogant to become the second richest man in Jiangcheng? You must be curious about who I am. It's me, Yu Qingfeng.
Nia Hongxing's brain, which could still think, instantly went down, stunned, completely stunned. His face was full of disbelief. He wanted to speak, but his vocal cords were cut off. How could he speak? He could only look at the beautiful woman in front of him in great horror. Man, suddenly thinking of the rumors in Jiangcheng a few months ago, Yu Qingfeng's eyes were better, but they couldn't open them, and the girl in front of her couldn't open her eyes.
It is really possible that Yu Qingfeng said this. What? Why did it become like this? Wasn't he afraid that we would go to other cities? Why did he come back?
If I listen to his words carefully and hide, won't there be no such thing? I'm not reconciled.
Yu Qingfeng, I want you to die.
After saying this, Qingfeng put Nia Hongxing's head on the ground, and then slowly was swallowed up by the dungeon. Ding! Assassination successful. Reward 123 assassination points. Bronze level monsters all have more than 2,000 points. This Nia Hongxing dares to speak like this to a person who is much stronger than him.
Family background? Has he always been so brave? How could I not know before? Meanwhile, Blue Star.
In the Nia family, a middle-aged man was devastated when he saw his son beheaded by this man named Yu Zijiang. That's right, this person is Nia Hongxing's father, Nia Shengtian.
Oh, quick, find Yu Zijiang's parents for me. I want them to die. Since you want to kill my son, I will kill your whole family. Yes, I want you to be ruined.
Nia Shengtian suddenly thought of something, and quickly picked up the phone and said something. Sitting on the chair, he took out a pack of cigarettes tremblingly and smoked it. Looking at the family photo on the expensive small-leaf rosewood table, tears flowed. Yu Zijiang doesn't care whether you are a genius or not. Not only do I want your whole family to die to avenge my son, but I also want you to be ruined.
Become the public enemy of Kyushu. Shark fighting live room.
Everyone who saw this scene was stunned.
Boy, you can't hear the sound in the live broadcast room.
They only saw Nia Hongxing and Yu Zijiang say something, and then there was a conflict, and Nia Hongxing suddenly grabbed Yu Zijiang's hand. After Nia Hongxing's expression changed, he was beheaded by Qingfeng. Qingfeng also picked up his head as if he was saying something.
What the hell is going on?
What did this Nia Hongxing say? It directly made Yu Zijiang kill, and he cut it down without hesitation. Upstairs, you use it very spiritually. Yu Zijiang, who killed people, is still so beautiful. It is simply the reincarnation of a killing angel. Especially when I picked up its head, it really seemed to be sickly. I like sick and delicate things the most. Why-why-dius? You say on the internet that you like sick girls, shout why-why-dius, and wait until you really meet sick girls, but you are shouting for help.
Yu Zijiang, you don't even blink an eye when you kill someone. Nonsense, people close their eyes. What happened? I really want to know. Me too, I'm really curious.
Nia Hongxing, this stupid 13, I have long wanted to kill him. I heard that there are many people who died at his hands, and they threaten and play with girls every day.
Yes, after the collapse of the Yu family and the Qian family, this cargo thief is arrogant.
At this time, there were suddenly more and more negative comments about Yuko-chan. What kind of garbage Yuzi-chan, at this time still puts pressure on our Kyushu. Every person who dies is a sacrifice to the dungeon.
That's right, every person who dies is putting Jojo Jiangcheng in danger. What kind of garbage man? Maybe it's a cult.
I know that this Yu Zijiang is not a good person. I
can see it before. Now killing people doesn't change their faces. There must be no shortage of such things. Nia Hongsheng is really pitiful. He must have a relationship with Yu Zijiang. That's right, there must be a relationship. It must have been Nia Hongsheng's brother who was dumped by Yu Zijiang and then infatuated to save it, and finally was solved by this ruthless woman. Damn it, Nia Hongsheng is obviously such a good person. That's right. Do you still have a conscience when you scold Nia Hongsheng? How much is a barrage? Earn money together. Nia Hongsheng's pocket money is something you dicks can't earn in your life. Let's not talk about this yet. I think Yu Zijiang is a traitor to Kyushu. That's right, Yu Zijiang is a traitor to Kyushu. Traitor, traitor, traitor. Many fans of Yu Zijiang wanted to refute, but the barrage that had just been sent out was submerged in the sea of people. Countless melon-eating masses blindly follow the trend and criticize. Everything they hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything they see is a perspective, not the truth. Soon they raised the keyboard in their hands, thinking they were supreme gods. They open their mouths, thinking that they are on the commanding heights of morality. Things are getting worse and worse. This has been discussed on almost every platform. Now you can see insulting Yu Zijiang everywhere. Yu Qingfeng didn't know all this at all. Even if he knew, Qingfeng would definitely smile disdainfully. What are you talking about, Yu Zijiang? What does it have to do with me, Yu Qingfeng? At this time, the breeze had already come to the fourth place, which was the last passage. Dodge all arrows with ease. After collecting the current arrows, rush to the center. This move, no one complained, but the trolls found an opportunity and began to attack wildly. I finally know why Yu Zijiang collected these arrows. He was with the Blood Mist sect. That's right, seeing that he is so familiar with the road, he must have come to the dungeon often, and these arrows may be collected by the sacrifice that asked him to collect. Qingfeng was moving forward rapidly and killed monsters when he saw them on the road. Most of them are gold level, and Yu Qingfeng's assassination points are also increasing. Just when Qingfeng came to the middle level, Qingfeng encountered a new monster. The monster had blood-colored fangs and a body covered in red hair. Qingfeng didn't know what kind of monster this was, but he recognized the aura on his body, which was similar to the blood-colored worm on the 10th floor before. At the same time, Qingfeng is also determined, and now he is still on the 10th floor. If he found the exit in the middle where he suspected to be an altar, he would still face a major crisis. Pull out the tang knife and slash at the red-haired monster. It took no more than 3 minutes and was easily cut down by him. Looking at the map, Qingfeng found that if there was a distance, he could leave the middle level and come to the upper level. The number of monsters can be clearly seen in the map, which can be said to be very large. But Qingfeng did not feel fear at all, but inexplicably felt excited and quickened his pace. 10 minutes later, the breeze came to the upper level. This place is different from the lower middle level. There are no longer huge rune walls around it, but it is abnormally empty. This open area is almost full of monsters. Here you can already see the situation in the center. In the center is a huge floating sky island, and below the floating sky island is a huge magma. There are also many monsters in the magma wandering happily in it. Qingfeng carried the tang knife like a ruthless killing machine, slashing at the monsters on the upper floor. Countless monsters have seen Yu Qingfeng. They rushed towards him like a tide of beasts. Qingfeng had just killed a monster, stopped to look at the menacing monsters, and the corners of Qingfeng's mouth curled slightly, also rushed towards them. This is all an assassination point. At this moment, the citizens of Kyushu watching the live broadcast all looked at Yu Qingfeng. The reason is very simple. Qingfeng is the first person to reach the upper level. Originally, they thought that Qingfeng would retreat when they saw so many monsters, but what they didn't expect was that they would kill the monsters excitedly. Bang! The most shocking thing is the shark fighting live broadcast room. This scene made the rhythm of insulting Yu Zijiang stop. Mist grass, this Yu Zijiang is really the gentle goddess of the comic show, they said. It's really fake, it won't be a mistake. The strength is really terrifying. In the face of so many gold level monsters, they are not afraid, but rush over. The key is that I am still at ease now. I went to the comic exhibition half a month ago and took a photo with him, and I felt that I was very good at that time. To be honest, I can't believe that Yu Zijiang is a traitor to Kyushu. He just killed a Nia Hongsheng after all, and we all saw that he rescued a lot of compatriots along the way. Yes, what I am curious about now is what Nia Hongsheng said, and why Yu Zijiang was so angry that he killed and beheaded him. In the information I consulted, Yu Zijiang is a very talkative person, especially at the comic exhibition. Almost the visitors do not refuse to take pictures with people gently. When there is a lot of discussion on the internet. Magic City, Yu Wenyao. At this time, Yu Wenyao and his wife had already come to the magic capital. Rather than coming to the magic capital, they should have just gotten off the plane. Originally, he heard that Zhangcheng was being targeted by a cult and might destroy the city, so they thought about it again and finally decided to take a private jet to the magic capital to find their son. After arriving in the magic city, I found Teacher Lu, but Teacher Lu said that Qingfeng had been away from school for a while. It seems to be going to practice. They also let go of their worries a little. They rented a mansion casually. As soon as I settled down, I turned on the TV to see what the current situation was, and as soon as I turned on the TV, I saw the latest report on the current altar maze. 1 in Kyushu. That is, the official news channel of Kyushu, and it is also the channel that Yu Wenyao watches now. At this time, the altar maze is being broadcast live. It was at this time that the news host slowly walked out with the manuscript, suppressed his emotions to the camera, and said in a trembling tone, Yu Zijiang is a very famous cos recently released by Jiangcheng. Because of her demonic appearance and good voice, she quickly became popular in the cos circle. In particular, the background, age, and family are not known, even the name is fake. He is such an unsung hero who has not given up hope and has repeatedly saved his compatriots from danger. Destroy countless hidden weapons to ensure the safety of your compatriots. Singing all the way to the central altar in order to find the truth, to seek hope. Even if you encounter thousands of monsters, you still don't show your timidity. He didn't give in. He went all out, and he showed the spirit of Kyushu's 5,000-year-old bravery. He carries a knife and shows the whole majesty of Kyushu. This cult's move seriously endangers our country. We will never give in. We will fight to the end. Here, I declare the highest will of the Kyushu people state, Kyushu will never give in, and we will fight the bloodmist sect to the end at any cost. When the host's voice said the last word, it was a little out of tune. You must know that he is the best announcer selected by Kyushu, and he is out of tune at this time, and you can imagine the ups and downs of his feelings. After the host finished speaking, he also submitted a close-up of the picture to Yu Zijiang. On TV, Yu Zijiang is like a god-killing god in the world. When you see a monster, you cut one, almost killing with a knife. The more Yu Wenyao looked, the more he felt something was wrong. The figure of the big killer always felt as if he had seen it somewhere. The figure of Qingfeng inexplicably appeared in my mind. Suddenly my heart was shocked. His voice trembled and said to his wife, Wife, does it feel a bit familiar? Is it our Qinger? Yu's mother also said in disbelief, probably not. She didn't have much confidence in this. They looked at it in silence. The beautiful woman who killed the quartet on TV is too similar to their own son. Also with eyes closed. It's also a water-type ability. And the 7 points similar appearance. Recognized almost at a glance, this is their son. They were a little incredulous. What the hell is going on? Didn't he study hard in the magic capital Wu University? Why did he go back to Jiangcheng again? Was also involved. When did you return to Jiangcheng? Stinky boy, don't say a word to us when you go back. Yu's father said this, as if he had drained all his strength. Yu's mother felt even more devastated. They really can't accept it. By the way, I can't see clearly in the live broadcast room. I went to check this Yu Zijiang. Maybe it just looks like it, and the ability is similar. After all, there are so many superpowers, and it's normal to see with your eyes closed. Yu's father hurriedly got up and took out his notebook. Begin to find Yu Zijiang's identity. Soon a Comic-Con website appeared with photos of women's clothing. The background is obviously Comic-Con, and he also searched for the video of the security guard. Suddenly I was 100% sure in my heart. This Yu Zijiang is his son Yu Qingfeng, although the photos are not 100% accurate. But he knew about this security video when Yu Qingfeng called him and asked him to acquire and close a company. And it is also a company in Jiangcheng. He asked Qingfeng. Qingfeng was also foolish, so he had to check it himself, and he didn't know where he had offended his son. The last one is unknown, but the woman in red in this security incident video is the eldest lady of that company. Wait, why are you scolding him in the comment area? Soon, Yu Wenyao discovered that there were barrages in the comment area and videos, all scolding Yu Zijiang. Yu Wenyao's face sank instantly, took out his mobile phone and dialed the phone. Soon, the phone was connected, and the other party said respectfully, Mr. Yu, do you have any instructions? You go find out for me why so many people are black Yuko-chan. Okay. 10 minutes later, the call came back again. Mr. Yu, I have found out the news you want to check. There are other platforms for fighting sharks, and most of the insults to Yu Zijiang are new accounts, which means that someone deliberately smears them. The details of the smear have also been figured out. It's Nie Shengtian from Jiangcheng. The suspected cause is that Yu Zijiang beheaded Nie Shengtian's son, and at the same time, he was also looking for the assassination of Yu Zijiang's parents on the dark web. Nie Shengtian? He naturally knew that he had greeted him a lot when he was in Jiangcheng, and he also had a deep understanding of this person. After all, it was the original competitor. In Yu Wenyao's heart, this person is a short-sighted person who must be reported. His son is not a good thing, and after the bankruptcy of the Yu family, he often came to visit and ridicule. Took a deep breath and said, you also go to buy the navy and support Yuzi sauce. Also, just suppress the Nie group for me and go bankrupt for him, and the rest is nothing. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Back in front of the TV, Yu's mother saw Yu Wenyao coming back and quickly asked, how is it? Yu Wenyao didn't speak, and Yu's mother also knew the answer. Couldn't help crying, and Yu Wenyao patted her back and leaned together. It's okay, this kid's life is very hard. At this moment, Yu Qingfeng had been killing for half an hour. The originally beautiful JK suit is covered in stains and has a fishy smell. But he didn't care. He didn't feel tired. He only felt that he could stand until dawn. Since buying knife skills, his understanding of knives has been greatly improved, whether it is chopping, cutting, scraping, teasing, pricking, striking.
striking, splitting, entanglement, blocking, sliding, chop, split, cut, tease, prick, stab, wrap, fan, block, slide, scratch, scrape, chop, split, and scrape, all handy. It's almost rotten in my heart, as if I've rehearsed it thousands of times. After more than 10 minutes, the monsters in this area were also solved. Looking not far away, there were still a large number of monsters attacking him.
Qingfeng didn't rest anymore, and went straight up.
You must know that when fighting these monsters, Qingfeng did not use all his strength or even release his abilities like this. Not to mention that the spiritual skills can be said to be completely unused, all relying on their own strength.
Order: assassinate silver-level monsters, reward assassination points plus 1,269.
Order:
assassinate gold-level monsters, reward assassination points plus 75,367.
Order:
assassinate gold-level monsters, reward assassination points plus 11,567.
Order:
assassinate gold-level monsters, reward assassination points plus 35,347.
Just when the breeze was about to kill the red eye, the ground shook violently. The empty island in the center suddenly shone brightly. The entire maze began to glow, and countless complex runes slowly floated out,
quickly gathered towards the empty island in the sky. Qingfeng's eyes opened slightly and looked in the direction of the altar.
As far as Qingfeng's gaze reached, the space-time around him suddenly slowed down a lot. But even if Qingfeng opened a small part of his eyes, he still couldn't see what was happening on the empty island in the center. He could only vaguely see a woman in red dancing there.
Wait, it won't be in this place to shoot Douyin videos, right? Oh, a gold-level monster that looked like an orangutan slapped its chest and roared at you, Qingfeng.
He rushed towards the breeze with a stick. The same goes for other monsters. They are completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter.
Qingfeng opened half of his eyes and looked at those menacing monsters, so he simply didn't conserve his spiritual power, and just killed them quickly. In less than 5 minutes, these monsters were completely wiped out by Qingfeng. But Qingfeng's spiritual power also consumed nearly half. Even if there is no annihilation effect, it just slows down the surrounding time and space. But does it consume so much of my spiritual power? Do you want to rest and recover for a while?
Forget it, hurry up. It's better to hurry up and take a look on the empty island.
Meanwhile, shark fighting live room.
The High Priest and Cardinal appeared in the live broadcast room again, and she laughed wildly.
Ha, the sacrifice is about to begin.
Poor Kyushu people, enjoy this last scene. Saying that the entire altar completely turned red, the earth rippled, and countless characters slowly floated in, blending into the altar at the feet of the High Priest.
The magma below is surging.
It seemed to have a lifting platform, slowly revealing more than a dozen huge black iron chains. The people of Kyushu stared intently at the chain. The barrage of shark fighting surged. If you don't adjust the barrage to 0.5 times, you can't see what they're talking about.
How can there be such a huge chain? Is this suppressing something?
Soon, the bottom end of the iron chain appeared, and more than 30 diamond-level blood-colored worms appeared, and these blood-colored worms were extremely large, each of which was at least a few kilometers long.
They are struggling to get rid of these huge chains, but it was in vain either way. Someone in the fighting shark was quickly recognized. Trembling typing said, "This is a diamond-level blood-colored worm."
Why is it a bloodworm? If the bloodworm enters the blue star to attack Kyushu, even if the star-level powerhouse comes, it may not be able to solve it perfectly.
Some people in the barrage were confused. They all asked, why, just a few diamonds? If the star powerhouse comes, won't it be solved with a snap of fingers?
Some people also explained, the most important thing about the blood-colored worm is not simply that it has strong attack ability, but that it can burrow into the ground.
They are like fish in water underground.
More than 30 blood-colored worms are not only as simple as Jiangcheng. If not controlled in time, the cities around Jiangcheng may face a catastrophe.
Countless people were in an uproar, shocked, confused, trembling, fearful. Now it's not just Jiangcheng,
but the cities near Jiangcheng have become restless.
The fear brought by the blood mist sect permeated the land of Kyushu.
The High Priest's voice came again, and her demeanor was very crazy.
See, this is the diamond-level monster that our blood mist sect is about to control. Feeling despair?
As long as you wait for all these runes to be gathered, the labyrinth altar will devour everyone. At that time, I will be able to control these more than 30 blood-colored worms, and then I will control them to rule Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng will be shrouded in my shadow.
Is this your blood mist sect's plan?
A sudden and beautiful female voice rose behind the High Priest.
The High Priest quickly turned his head to look. She was a little too carried away and didn't even know that someone was coming.
Turning his head, he saw a stunning woman wearing a JK uniform, holding a tang knife and her eyes closed. The High Priest felt the strength of the breeze. Only 1 star in gold. Looking at his cheek again, jealousy rose in his heart. Seeing his Yuxiong from his cheek, he found that Yu Qingfeng was not as big as him, and suddenly his heart was proud again.
Even trembled.
The High Priest looked at Yu Qingfeng's strength and grade, and his appreciation unexpectedly rose, and he said to him, "You should have participated in the Comic-Con and then accidentally been sucked into the dungeon, right? I think your talent is good. Why don't you assist me? I can keep you alive. You have to think clearly, right?"
right? I am a platinum peak powerhouse. Qingfeng was silent. The people of Kyushu were also silent. They didn't know when Yu Zijiang came here. But the talent and strength revealed by Qingfeng before were obvious to all. If they really went to the Blood Mist sect, Kyushu will have one more difficult figure in the future, and at the same time, Kyushu's reputation will drop a lot internationally again. It is likely to fall from the second in the world to the third or even fourth again, and no one can effectively restrict the so-called free sanctions of the lighthouse country. The high priest saw that Qingfeng seemed to have made a decision in his heart, and asked, "Have you thought about it?" Qingfeng nodded. "Since you've thought about it, tell me your answer out loud." "Yes, I can promise you to join the Blood Mist sect to protect yourself." So, the verbal road, "But I refuse." "Nanny, bah, what?" The high priest was in disbelief. "You actually refused? Ha, I really don't understand you Kyushu people. Are you sure to beat me, or for that ethereal sense of honor? But it's okay. Anyway, I'm a little unpleasing to your eyes. I'll tell you the truth. I'm now broadcasting live to various platforms in Kyushu. I want the people of Kyushu to watch you die. I'm going to cut your face and become my collectible." Qingfeng looked incredulous. The high priest thought he was frightened when he saw him like this, laughed even more presumptuously, looking sick. The citizens of Kyushu were silent. Even those who have insulted Qingfeng will send sorry in the live broadcast room or under some platforms. However, what they didn't know was that Qingfeng was shocked that he was actually broadcast live. And it's a live broadcast. Fog grass, I know. Who? It's been too bad these days. My women's clothing won't be known to my parents. Won't Teacher Lu know, right? You won't know everything. Complete calf. Life itself is a gorgeous adventure. Either fall or see a wider world. Dapeng rose with the wind in one day and soared straight up to 90,000 miles. Qingfeng was very open to this. So for Qingfeng, even if he dies here, it is worth it. But the only thing that is unacceptable is to leave a stain after death. People can die, but they must remain innocent in the world. Especially recently he has been pretending to be 13 frequently. That may be the case then. Shocked, the magic capital Wu University, the freshman role model Yu Qingfeng turned out to be a women's clothing boss. A little secret about Yu Qingfeng. Yu Zijiang? Yu Qingfeng? The love story of these two. Ah, Qingfeng's brain thought rapidly. Did you show any flaws recently? And soon Qingfeng came up with the answer. That is, yes. Especially the biggest flaw he still holds in his hand. It's this gold-level tang knife. If Teacher Lu and the others saw me, they would just think that I look like me at most. But with this knife it is different. The breeze blows gently, and my heart is like ashes. If you can see his eyes, you will find that his eyes are bleak. Inexplicable hatred surged in my heart. He scolded the high priest. "You fuck. Forget about sacrificial sneak attacks and intimidation. Your TM is still so high profile. Forget it if you are so high profile, and you still do live broadcasts. Even if you do live broadcasts, you still tell me this cruel fact." Without thinking about it, he scolded directly, and the high priest who scolded him was stunned. "I want to talk back." But before he could say anything, he was scolded back by Qingfeng. "Even if you say it, your thoughts will be interrupted." Shark fighting live room. Ha, good scolding. I wanted to scold her for a long time, but this high priest didn't know how to watch the barrage at all. That's right, Zijiang is right. Ah, yes. Open swing. What goddesses on the internet are false, and even Zijiang will scold people. But I didn't expect you Zijiang's choice. After all, now she has given up hope of living, and she scolded happily for the last time. As soon as this sentence came out, the live broadcast room was silent again. Yes, Zijiang is really brave. She didn't give up until the end. Like moths to a flame. I think of a sentence from Lu Sun. May the young people of Kyushu get rid of the air conditioning and just go upwards, without having to listen to the words of those who give up on themselves. Those who can do things do things. Those who can make sounds. If there is a bit of heat, a point of light, it will make fireflies like fireflies, and they can also emit a little light in the dark, without waiting for the torch. If there is no torch after that, I will be the only light. Mr. Lu Sun is eternal. Mr. Lu Sun is eternal. That's right, since some of our people in Jiangcheng can't leave or move, instead of surviving and fearing to death, it is better to show the prestige of Kyushu's 1,000-year-old great power. Even if I don't even have a bronze level, I still pick up my hammer and share hardships with Jiangcheng. Brothers, don't say anything. I'll go to the security bureau or go to the dungeon front line. I have already written a suicide note, although my strength is only silver level or a dish in front of the diamond level beast tide, but I don't regret it. Yes, even if it's a mayfly shaking a tree. At this moment, the people of Jiangcheng awakened. Aerodrome. Migrant Rescue in Kyushu has rescued more than 200,000 people day and night to other safe cities. There are hundreds of planes going back and forth every time. But it's still not enough. People are in a hurry, and they all want to leave the land of right and wrong. But at this moment today, there is still a rescue point at the airport, and there are still more than a dozen planes that are not full, but no one is noisy. Quiet. What does that mean? They didn't stand together in piles as usual, coaxing and making noise. In the corner of the airport, two old people were ragged, and holes were everywhere. The two looked at each other and smiled. Take out a bottle of liquor that has been treasured for many years from a tattered backpack. Usually the two two of them have been reluctant to drink, but now they have all poured out half of it. The two toasted and said, "Old Li Tu, how are you afraid of death?" After hearing this, Lao Li Tu also patted his chest and said disdainfully, "Funny, isn't it just to resist to the death? I, Lao Li, have been wandering for half a year, and I have never been the kind of person who was greedy for life and afraid of death." As he spoke, he drank the drink. The two laughed out loud. At this time, several captains on the plane also felt something was wrong, picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "What happened? Why haven't you organized passengers to get on the plane? Now Jiangcheng is racing against time, and it can't be even a second late." After 2 or 3 minutes, the walkie-talkie still hadn't replied. The captain didn't know what was going on, so he said to the co-pilot, "You are checking on the plane, go down and see what's going on." Got up and got off the plane and walked towards the hall. Soon he came to the hall, but saw a scene that moved him all his life. They did not exclude each other, did not scramble, and supported each other in silence and tears. Someone asked the old woman to go first. Some people asked their parents to go first. Some people asked their children to go first. Some people even had their turn on this flight, but they resolutely turned their heads and left the plane hall. What the hell is going on? A guard maintaining order saw someone coming in the opposite direction from the entrance of the plane. Wearing the uniform of the captain, he also hurriedly ran over. Before the guard could speak, the captain asked, "What's going on here? It wasn't like this when I came last time." The guard had tears in his eyes and told what had happened. The captain was shocked. Tears flashed in the corners of his eyes, and he said, "How can we in the great country of Kyushu be greedy for life and afraid of death? But you can't turn your head to death when you see hope. Otherwise, what is our rescue? Now a large number of troops are already on their way, and the soldiers are not dead yet. How can the people go first? Ashamed, ashamed." The captain said to the guards, "Whether they want to go or not, get on the plane in order." After hearing this, the guard immediately ran to tell him. At this time, Yu Qingfeng was still out putting. The high priest really couldn't scold him, so he simply didn't scold him. Direct doing. The blood-colored energy surged in her hands and attacked towards Yu Qingfeng. Qingfeng felt the powerful spiritual power. Just wanted to make a dodging action, but found that the blood-colored energy was already in front of his eyes. Qingfeng subconsciously opened half of his eyes. Barely dodged. The blood-colored energy continued to float rapidly behind Qingfeng. Then it hit a boulder of several hundred meters floating in the air, and the boulder shattered in response, and the airwave hit Yu Qingfeng's back. Qingfeng turned his head and glanced at it. Looking at the power of the destruction, I was a little confused. Is this the power of a platinum-level powerhouse? The high priest was a little surprised. He didn't expect Qingfeng to be able to dodge her blow. Facing Yu Qingfeng, he asked, "What's your name?" Qingfeng did not respond, but gathered hundreds of Zhuge crossbows with water and loaded all the black main arrows. It was an attack against the high priest. The high priest was a little shocked when he saw the breeze-condensing Zhuge lion cross. Which star-level powerhouse is this? Before he could think about it, hundreds of black arrows were shot at the high priest. Today's Qingfeng strength has reached the gold level, and the condensed weapons are also gold level. Gold level arrows plus gold level Zhuge crossbows. The speed of ejaculation is naturally fast. But this is nothing to the high priest. Her strength is the peak powerhouse of platinum crystals, and she easily dodged these arrows. The high priest looked at the black-on arrow that was shot. His eyes froze, and he said to Qingfeng, "I didn't expect that the black main arrows of our bloodnist sect were collected by you, but this will save me from recycling them when the time comes." The high priest quickly approached Qingfeng. The speed is very fast, and the high priest cannot be seen at all. Only the afterimage can be seen. Qingfeng instantly opened half of his eyes and found that the high priest had come in front of him. He quickly controlled the crossbow to attack the high priest. Feeling the arrows fired quickly retreated, she couldn't believe it. Qingfeng could actually see his true body. "I see how long you can last with these arrows." Live broadcast room. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw the high priest taking the initiative to attack, they thought that Yu Zijian was going to end here. Unexpectedly, Yu Zijian hit over. Not only did he dodge over, but he also counterattacked. The black-on arrow finally came in handy. But it didn't seem to take long. The black main arrows obtained from those channels were only a few thousand, and according to Zijiang's repeating crossbow, it probably wouldn't last long. The gold level avoided the blow of the peak of platinum crystal, and the future is really limitless. It's a pity. TSK, damn it. Qingfeng felt that there were fewer and fewer arrows in the space ring. I can't pay attention to it in my heart. Am I going to use that trick? Once I run out of arrows, I will definitely not be able to escape the high priest's attack. Damn it. If the society dies, the society will die. It's a big deal. I don't admit it even if I die. It's fine. When the new system arrives, I'll see if I can create a clone. When the time comes, Yu Zijiang is Yu Zijiang, and Yu Qingfeng is Yu Qingfeng. The two are brother and sister. Thinking of this, he used his mental power to control these arrows to continue attacking, and took out the magic staff of horse monkey Soju from the space ring. The high priest saw Qingfeng take out a long staff and didn't know why. I thought it was also a gold-level weapon. He opened his mouth and mocked, "It's useless. No matter what weapon you take out, it's useless." The next moment she saw it. Qingfeng Feng picked up the magic wand and raised his staff, showing a resolute and brave face. He said loudly, "O scepter of the key that hides the power of darkness, show your true power in front of me, and you Zijiang, who made an agreement with you, ordered you, the seal is lifted." Yuan Yao, subway old man looking at mobile phone emoticon JPG. What kind of thing am I born?
The next moment, Qingfeng's body emitted a whole light and the clothes instantly dissolved and disappeared, replaced by a pink skirt, and the scepter in his hand was also opened and transformed into a 5-pointed star magic wand.
The breath of the breeze is also skyrocketing rapidly. The strength soared all the way until the peak of gold. Is it true that the strength has increased tenfold and the realm has increased tenfold? It seems to be counted.
Now the high priest was completely confused. The live broadcast room was boiling.
Is this a magical girl?
Mom, magical girls really exist.
So there have always been magical girls guarding us in this world? This is the point, there are really magical girls for Mao.
Isn't it normal to have magical girls? I used to see them when I was a child.
Where did you watch it when you were a child? TV. The high priest's eyes were gloomy. She couldn't understand.
She clearly felt that Qingfeng's strength had instantly risen to the peak of gold.
Is it the long battle? When did Kyushu invent this kind of spiritual weapon that temporarily ascended the realm?
TSK, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised.
The pinnacle of gold? It's a pity that it's still not enough.
As long as she gets close once, Qingfeng can be said to be dead.
He mocked Qingfeng. Is this your trump card?
The strength has been raised to the golden peak, which is still too far away for me. When you run out of arrows, your spiritual weapon will belong to me. If I analyze the secrets inside, the overall strength of our blood mist sect will be greatly improved again. Yu Qingfeng naturally knew this truth.
Gold versus platinum crystal peak.
Feeling that there were fewer and fewer arrows in the space ring, he didn't panic at all.
Slowly opened the assassination system mall. Barrett destruction, platinum crystal level power. Price, 999999 assassination point. Desert Eagle, silver level power. Price, 9999. Barrett sniper rifle, silver power. Price, 9999. Gatling Rose, gold level power. Price, 999999. Buy now with 11,000 rounds. Destruction tank 096, diamond level power. Price, 99999. Buy now at a loss and get 2 shells. Automatic turret C901 type, gold level power. Price 99999. Limited time special price not 99999, not 88888, only 998. Current assassination point 1412299. Qingfeng smiled. Immediately purchased destruction tank 096, Gatling Rose, Barrett destruction. As for the automatic turret Qingfeng, he directly bought thousands of units. Current remaining assassination points 1,124,942. The system should have seen my difficulties, but that's okay. High priest, you can't blame me either. After all, times have changed. Who told you to put so many monsters in the maze? Isn't this just brushing the assassination points? After more than 10 minutes, the black main arrows were completely used up. The scene was just like this. Live broadcast room. Fog grass, the black main arrow is gone. Now Yu Zijiang is completely gone. I can't bear to watch it anymore. Zijiang.
I will go to the military region and the Kyoto National Defense Martial Arts Academy in the future in order to avenge my Sunshine.
Magic City Wu University. Teacher Lu's beautiful eyes trembled. My heart is full of reluctance.
She only said to herself in a voice she could only hear, alas, geniuses all die early. Luning Xuan, you should look away. I hope that half of the class can survive in the junior year. But after Vice Principal Qin came back and learned that Qingfeng was dead, I am afraid that this blood mist sect will be destroyed. The high priest suddenly laughed wildly. Ha, I haven't sacrificed a Tianjia like you yet. It seems that I got what I wanted today. The next moment, the high priest became a little suspicious, because she saw that Qingfeng did not panic in the slightest. Is this still a whole card, or pretend to be a ghost? It's not that the high priest is too cautious, but he can't figure out every step of Qingfeng's operation. I can't sisterly. It must be pretending to be a ghost, or accepting fate. The high priest directly used all his strength and rushed straight to the breeze. Just when the breeze was about to approach, the corners of Qingfeng's mouth were raised wildly, and his expression was a little subtle, as if he was sickly and delicate. Pink Gatling appeared in his hands. The high priest's pupils widened, and he didn't dodge after discovering that it was Gatling. Laughed, how could a mere Gatling hurt me? Before she could finish speaking, the barrel in front of the pink Gatling quickly turned up. The muzzle flame of the rose special effect soared out. A bullet of gold level peak power was fired. In just 1 second, hundreds of bullets hit the high priest directly. The high priest vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. This time it really hurt her, and blood flowed out of her stomach. It was clear that several bullets were fired. She was originally disheveled, and now she is even more dilapidated, and a lot of spring light is leaking out. Qingfeng's smile is more beautiful and darker. He said to the high priest, "My lord, times have changed." Live broadcast room. The question mark on the screen is frantically refreshed in the live broadcast room.
room. Is this TM Gatling, or is it Gatling with a rose on the muzzle? The more powdered the weapon, the harder it hits. Has Kyushu developed this kind of spiritual weapon now? I always thought that the most spiritual weapons were swords and clubs, but I didn't expect that there were guns. Fog Grass, since you have this weapon, if it is energy production, what kind of garbage blood mist sect? What garbage lighthouse country? It's all younger brothers. I'm really afraid that you Zijian will pull out a nuclear bomb at the next moment. Haha, Fog Grass, why didn't I think of a nuclear bomb? The breeze strafed again. This time the high priest did not dare to be careless, and dodged the strafing in a panic. Before she could come to her senses, the breeze shot hit again. The situation changed in an instant. Xingfeng left 3 points of attention and thought carefully in his heart about what to do next. After all, this is not a solution. Although Gatling Rose does not stop the cooling effect, a high priest can always dodge. Wait until the altar is completely activated. He can control more than 30 diamond-level monsters. At that time, you will lose no matter what. What happened? Soon Xingfeng had an idea to control the crossbow operation with mental power to control Gatling to aim and strafe. After freeing your hands, Xingfeng took out the automatic turret from the space ring and began to connect the stable line. The high priests who were still hiding were stunned. This is a fortress? Then she saw an even more desperate scene. That is, Xingfeng took out one automatic battery after another. It seems never-ending. Soon all the thousands of units were installed, and the lines were all connected. There is no power supply. Xingfeng once again spent millions of assassination points to buy a gold-level silent version of a small generator. Soon, the automatic turret, which had been bowed and not started, began to rotate regularly. He identified himself as a safe person and the high priest as a dangerous person. All the batteries were aimed at the high priest. Xingfeng even took out boxes of bullets from the box. The high priest was completely confused, and she felt that she really couldn't keep up with the times. Do you want to be such a beast? Didn't you say that Kyushu banned guns? Why did he have so many weapons? The high priest wanted to stop the breeze, but just as he wanted to get closer, he felt the danger and dodged one bullet after another. That Gatling is simply outputting all the time. It seems like bullets will never run out. She could only watch as the breeze adjusted the automatic turret. After Xingfeng prepared everything, he took out the folding lounge chair in the space ring, and took out a bottle of red wine, a sun umbrella to block the sun, and a small table. Don't move, I'm going to start pretending. He lay down on a folding chair, took out a remote control, and pressed it gently. Countless batteries immediately intelligently selected the high priest as the target of the attack. The sound of bullets was like a waterfall flowing down, resounding through the sky, and the bullets were shot out like thousands of troops. The ground trembled. In just an instant, the high priest felt the danger on all sides, and no matter how much she expected and avoided it in her heart, she could not escape safely. Bullets poured out like a torrential rain. She was also ruthless in her heart. Give up dodging directly and decisively, and face these bullets head-on. The high priest made a very irrational decision. He rushed straight towards Yu Qingfeng. Thousands of bullets hit her in an instant. The first bullet hit him in the abdomen and was fine. The second shot was fine. The 50th shot he felt pain. The 100th shot was a little broken. The 40th shot had caused minor damage, and the 5th shot half a bullet shot into the skin. The high priest rushed over a few steps and started to dodge again, although most of the bullets were useless to her, but they couldn't withstand the large amount. She regretted it a little. Why didn't she learn a little more defensive spiritual skills? If you don't take the initiative to attack, you won't be so embarrassed. Damn, what's your name? Ah, I'm going crazy. Can we go head-to-head? Are you a real hero? You don't talk about martial arts. I advise you to feed the rat juice. Whatever you say, it doesn't help. Xingfeng didn't reply, but drank the red wine quietly, looking at her vigilantly. Live broadcast room. I'm really convinced. What is there in Yu Zijiang's portable space? The more I look at it, the more I am shocked. Dora-chan. It's too beautiful. Are these weapons that Yu Zijiang researched by himself? Or is Kyushu guarding against a genius like her? Woohoo, this kind of automatic battery is obviously basically formed. You just need to plan it well over time. Then those cities in the underground city will not be too tragic when encountering the beast tide. Yes, basically the gold level beast tide doesn't need to worry at all. The senior management of Kyushu's highest scientific research department also saw this technology. They have seriously demanded from the military region that they must be protected by Zhejiang. In this way, the rescue team that originally went to the dungeon to find the maze altar changed from 5 of them to the current 10. The high priest felt that it was not a way to go on like this, so he took out a red dagger and staggered to the vicinity of the altar. It was inserted into his heart. Above the sacrificial platform, there were countless obscure runes, and in these runes there was also a cloud of blood-colored energy. When the high priest pierced his own heart, these energies and characters split and drifted towards the high priest's heart. Her physical physique began to gradually grow. The clothes on his body were completely torn and fell to the ground, and under the attack of gold-level bullets, his skin began to fester. Her body was the same as Yin Yang before. Xingfeng immediately got up, and the dragon and snake dance steps were already in full swing. As soon as something is wrong, it will be opened immediately. immediately. Half-step diamond. Haha, your bullets can't do any harm to me at all, unless you still have bullets at the peak of the platinum crystal level. Otherwise, you can't hurt me at all. The next moment, the high priest's eyes were pierced. Ah, looked at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief. I saw Yu Qingfeng holding a black sniper rifle, and through the scope of the sniper rifle, he saw Yu Qingfeng with his eyes half open. He stared at her like this, and from that look she could see endless destruction. All living beings seemed to be completely incapable of seeing him. It was a kind of death gaze that looked down on the world. Qingfeng saw that the high priest's eyes had not recovered, and he also let down his guard in his heart. He thought that he had the same perverted resilience as Yin Yong. It seems that this altar is only used to control diamond-level monsters. You can't have the ability to recover pervertedly like Yin Yong. Tut. Qingfeng smashed his mouth and said, "Damn, it scared me. I thought you were going to amplify the move. I didn't expect this." The high priest listened to these words, and an absurd thought slowly arose in his heart. This time, fear, confusion, took care of her. She looked at Yu Qingfeng in horror. "You TM are prepared. You don't talk about martial arts. I advise you to feed the mouse juice. Our blood mist sect will not let you go. And these weapons are absolutely impossible for you to have. Have we been exposed a long time ago? Kyushu sent you to lurk near the comic exhibition a long time ago, right? Did you kill my subordinate Yin Yong? Has Kyushu been watching our blood mist sex jokes?" At this moment, the high priest was extremely panicked. Qingfeng did not respond to the high priest's question. Instead, he slowly raised Barrett again, destruction. There is no need to continue playing with Qingfeng. He could feel that the high priest's sacrifice of his heart and blood this time allowed him to briefly raise his strength to half a step diamond. But this has also hurt her foundation. Coupled with this blow, both spiritual power and his spiritual power have obviously dropped to the lowest level. In other words, this is the most suitable time to kill her. The high priest saw Qingfeng raise his sniper rifle again, and immediately panicked. She could feel that he would surely die if this shot went down. "Please, I can't die yet. I was forced to do this. I was originally a kind girl. Please, as long as you let me go, I will never appear in Kyushu." Jiangcheng. Qingfeng did not hesitate to pull the trigger again. With a crisp gunshot, the high priest fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for assassinating the peak powerhouse of the platinum crystal level and obtaining the assassination point 9999999. Yu Qingfeng also let out a long breath and sighed to the sky. It's finally solved. It doesn't seem to be difficult. Then this altar is missing. At the same time, the whole country of Kyushu celebrated. Shark fighting live room. It's solved? It's unbelievable. Ah, Jiangcheng doesn't need to be destroyed. The people of Jiangcheng and Kyushu are saved. Shin TM is not very difficult. What Zhejiang said is too easy. If you think about it, it doesn't seem to be very difficult. Damn, who said that you can't become a warrior in the future, and you can only have children without talent? Who says that reading literature is hopeless? I want to take the scientific research exam, just like you Zhejiang, to develop weapons that are beneficial to our country. Dignity is only above the edge of the sword, and truth is only within the range of the cannon. The truth never changes. At this moment, people in Kyushu who have no talent to be a martial artist or have no awakening abilities seem to have found a purpose in life. Qingfeng had been observing around the altar for some time. He couldn't understand these weird and obscure lines at all. I also went to look for the body of the high priest, and there was nothing else except some spirit stones. So how to stop the altar? Is it a direct attack? The destruction in the breeze raised in his hand was a shot. Sure enough, the next moment, the runes and energy in the sky were confused. This method works. Thinking of this, Qingfeng once again shot at the blood ball above, but the effect is still too low. Seeing that the frequency of these rune fusions was getting faster and faster, Qingfeng simply took it out and destroyed the tank 096. A huge black object appeared, a cold barrel, and a completely wrapped steel skin. The lines of the tracks are clearly visible. Qingfeng took out the instructions given by the assassination system. Soon the breeze found the entrance to enter. Open the lid, get in by yourself, and press the lid tightly. Before entering, Qingfeng also took the high priest's live broadcast equipment in. After a few more minutes, Qingfeng was completely familiar with the operation. He said to the camera in the live broadcast room, "Lao Tai, our family has been very poor since we were children. We can only eat oolong every day. We can't afford rice, and we don't even have a decent weapon. Now I can only drive this tank." As he spoke, he took out a cannonball from the space ring. Loading the shells, controlling the sense of direction, facing the sky with the pair of obscure runes is a shot. The power of the diamond level exploded instantly. Countless runes were also scattered. The blood-colored energy also slowly disappeared. Order: successfully assassinate the altar maze to obtain assassination points. 999,999. Order: successfully complete the assassination mission. Ordered: under evaluation. Order: this task score SSS. Mission reward: 999,9999 assassination point. Live broadcast room. At this time, the live broadcast room was also full of barrages and question marks. What kind of thing? Take a look. Is this human language? What? Is Zhejiang so poor, I can't even afford afford to eat rice, I am willing to give alms and exchange my rice for your oron. Others eat oolong, I eat wailong. The power of this tank is too great. Looking at its airwaves, it should at least be a diamond, right? It seems that this altar must be diamond level to stop it. The Blood Mist sect has a deep plan. If the high priest has an accident, this altar will continue. It's a pity that I met Zhejiang. Brothers, Zhejiang's state seems a little wrong. Just when Qingfeng thought it was over, countless blood appeared in front of his eyes, and he vaguely saw a scene. In the scene, Qingfeng saw a magnificent hall, and there were countless blood-colored thick pulp surging on the side walls of the hall. There is a blood-colored throne above the hall. A figure sits on the throne. Qingfeng couldn't see his appearance, only his blood-red eyes. It's you who ruined my plan. It's ridiculous to be solved by an ant like you. In that case, stay and be buried. Then Qingfeng's head was dizzy, and Qingfeng found himself back in the driver's seat of the tank. What happened just now? Is it an illusion? Just as Qingfeng was about to come out to retrieve the tank, there was a huge noise outside. He hurriedly looked through the periscope in the tank to observe the situation outside. He only saw a few huge figures shaking non-stop, along with the empty island. Those huge figures, Qingfeng immediately recognized them. It's those blood-colored worms. Aren't they locked? How did they get rid of the chains? Could it be that this is also the calculation of the Blood Mist sect? Soon Sorashima received their influence and became shaky. Qingfeng can't take care of that much. Quickly returned to the tank seat and tried to take the opportunity to drive the tank away. But he had just started and drove away a few steps when a huge roar came again, and then Qingfeng felt a sense of weightlessness. The breeze is not good. After about a few seconds, the feeling of weightlessness suddenly stopped. A huge impact ensued. He came to the periscope again to see what was going on outside, but when he came to the periscope to look outside, he suddenly felt despair. He couldn't see what was going on outside, because the outside has been covered with red rolling magma. Alas, but fortunately, there is this tank, otherwise it may be hung. Diamond level quality really lives up to its name. Qingfeng checked the high priest's equipment, and soon Qingfeng found the switch for barrage comments. After turning on the barrage, countless comments are frantically refreshing. What the hell happened? Fog grass, the world has just turned around. Did the empty island fall into the magma? Probably not. Zhejiang is fine now, so he should be fine. Qingfeng greeted the camera and said, "Brothers, it's okay, it's all a small problem. Just now the bloody worm got rid of the shackles and overturned the empty island. Isn't it just falling into the magma? Just remember to rescue it when the time comes." 666. What do you mean is a small problem? This is falling into magma. I'm afraid it won't be long before the tank melts. Awesome, it's still the familiar saying. The tank shouldn't melt, after all. This is a tank with diamond level power. It will take at least a few days to rescue. So what does you Zhejiang eat? Isn't Zhejiang a gold level powerhouse? It seems that it's okay not to eat for a few days. Besides, didn't Zhejiang find a lot of spirit stones on the high priest's body? Those spirit stones are more than enough to support for a few months. It seems to be right. Qingfeng looked at their worries, and his heart also warmed up, and said, "Don't worry, my life should be quite nourishing," and took out a mountain of snacks from the space ring. Then there are all kinds of canned food, canned braised pork, canned seafood, canned fruit. There are even barbecue grills, pots and pans, various spices, soy sauce, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, ketchup, salad dressing. These things stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. Fog grass, I'm really convinced. You never know what is in you Zhejiang's backpack. I just had nothing to eat and couldn't satisfy my appetite, and now I realize that my thoughts are superfluous. The smug breeze said, "That's right, how could I be hungry myself? These are enough for me to eat for several years. Mainly because I often go to the dungeon, I can't buy a little food when I have nothing to eat, and I can't be hungry. So, you don't have to worry too much, as long as there are no accidents, there should be basically nothing wrong." As soon as Qingfeng finished speaking, the tank suddenly shook. It seems like I hit something. Is this the end? Qingfeng wondered. Subsequently, the signal in the live broadcast room became lower and lower, and the live broadcast room also started and sometimes did not. Mist grass, Zhejiang has consecrated his mouth, right? Ahaha, I was laughed at. So what is the situation now? I had an ominous feeling. What ominous premonition? As long as Zhejiang doesn't die and open the exit of the tank, it's basically nothing. It should be that Zhejiang fell too deep into the magma, and the network started to be a little bad. Speaking of the network, I actually admire the Blood Mist sect very much. We in Kyushu have only covered the 9th layer of the network, and they actually did a good job of the 10th layer. Ha ha ha. After more than 10 minutes, the live broadcast room lost contact. Yu Qingfeng also felt that he was unlucky enough, and he didn't expect the magma here to be so deep. He thought it was the end, but he could still clearly feel that he was slowly falling. Originally, his plan was to wait for rescue, and then chat with netizens by the way to watch the drama or something. It seems that it is not possible. Bored Breeze opened a few cans and started eating. I don't know how long it took when the Breeze was about to fall asleep when the tank suddenly made a violent noise. The Breeze surged and rolled in it like marbles in a shaken cup. He wanted to see what was going on, but now he could only be dominated by inertia, and in the impact again and again, Qingfeng Feng gradually lost consciousness. Feng woke up and found himself lying on the bed. A white and soft wooden bed? The sun shines through the window near the head of the bed. Feng felt the temperature of the sun. It was very warm and real. He looked around and found that it was a wooden house. The furniture is also very complete. Through the window, he could also see a lot of flowers and plants and butterflies, a paradise-like scene. Memories suddenly came to me. Here, I remember I felt like I had fallen into the magma. Then I encountered some kind of bump that directly knocked me out. Could it be that I have been saved at this time? It seems that this is the only explanation, Feng said to himself. Getting up, Feng quickly found that his clothes had been changed. A white dress was on his body, and there were many foxes with gold rims engraved on it. Ancientry? This kind of pajamas is quite good, very comfortable to wear, and the material should be made of good silk. Wait a minute. Wrong. Feng suddenly thought of something. I couldn't help but feel panicked. If my body has been touched, change my clothes. Isn't Yu Zijian's identity as a man completely exposed? This, Feng wanted to take out the computer to see if the news outside was flying all over the sky, and found that his space ring didn't know where it went. Feng quickly got up and began rummaging through the wooden house. But no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find it. He looked in the direction of the wooden door. He could feel that if he walked out of this gate, he would definitely meet someone and be laughed at. Who? I will never use the women's clothing system again next time. Feng thought about it. Anyway, sooner or later he would encounter it. Instead of not daring to go out, it was better to face it calmly, and pushed open the wooden door in his heart and walked out. Pushing open the wooden door, it was not as serious as he imagined, and the warm sunlight shone on him. Fresh air is coming. There is a stone table, a stone bench, and a woman near the door of the wooden door. The woman had white hair, was about 1.8 meters tall, graceful, out-of-the-water hibiscus, with clear eyebrows and beautiful eyes, pink jade, and as beautiful as a crown of jade. She behaved elegantly and calmly drank the tea on the table. Feng was stunned. I don't know who this person is at all. He calmed down and thought in his mind. Finally, an answer was drawn. That is, he has never seen this person. In this way, Feng looked at her in a daze, and a few minutes later, Feng walked up to the woman and sat down. Asked her, hello, where is this? Was I saved by you? At this time, Feng was completely awake, and he was not so flustered in sorting out his thoughts and thinking in the first few minutes. Now he has sorted out two situations. One was rescued by the official rescue teams in Kyushu, and the other was that he was rescued by a diamond-level powerhouse who happened to pass by. As for whether it really happened to pass by Feng, I don't know. It may be that there is another plan, or it may be a coincidence to rescue. The beautiful woman glanced at Feng and said with a smile, you are awake, this is my home, and it was my little brothers who saved you. I'm really sorry. The voice was crisp and pleasant, and Feng enjoyed it a little, but Feng couldn't understand her words. In the clouds and mist. Feng didn't know what she meant when she said it was bad. Then thank you for saving my life. Feng arched his hands at her and said, I still have some urgent matters at home, and I will come back in a few days to repay you. Get up and leave. Before he could take a few steps, he heard a voice coming from behind him. I'm afraid you can't leave here. Feng instantly became alert, slowly turned his head and felt the strength of the other party. By the way, Feng was surprised to find that he couldn't feel it at all. In other words, her strength level is higher than that of Feng. She laughed when she saw Feng so nervous. That smile was very beautiful, and Feng was inexplicably stunned. Soon Feng woke up. She was also slightly stunned when she saw Feng wake up from her charm so quickly, and said with a smile, my name is Feng Zhouyue and I am the master here. You can call me September. And don't get me wrong, I won't let you go out because you can't go out with your current strength. If you go out now, I'm afraid you'll have no bones left to eat in less than 10 minutes. Feng hadn't understood what this meant yet. The ground suddenly trembled, and blood-colored worms emerged from the ground. All of them were nearly a kilometer tall, and their body length was a little invisible, and Feng instantly knew that this was a diamond-level blood-colored worm. Boy, how could this be? Didn't the bloody worm break free and escape? Did they take the initiative to attack Jianchang after escaping? Wait a minute, am I still in the dungeon? Before Feng could react, the blood-colored worms began to gradually shrink and finally turned into a half-human, half-insect body of about 3 meters. They walked in respectfully, knelt at the door and said, the surrounding situation has been investigated, there are no living things. The division of the adult territory is coming to an end. I hope you will go there in the evening. Listening to these words, Feng felt that the 3 views established not long ago collapsed in an instant. Damn, forget it if I was cheated by Baidu last time. I thought the information of the magic capital Wuhan University was reliable, and I studied seriously for so long. It's really too hasty. In the knowledge of Feng studies, it is impossible for a diamond-level monster to have spiritual intelligence, even if it is a star level to have spiritual intelligence. Monsters cannot transform into humans like in novels. But the few blood-colored worms in front of him were obviously half-transformed. The key is that they can still talk, which directly shows that these monsters are sensible. Is this a monster or a monster? Looking at these blood-colored worms,
worms, Xingfeng subconsciously retreated, just took a step back and hit something soft on the back of his head. Xingfeng turned his head to look and found that it was a huge white fox, with white hair shining in indescribable light. This makes the white fox look sacred and majestic. The key is that this white fox has 7 tails. When did she come to my back? Suddenly a huge sense of oppression spread, and Xingfeng could feel that the other party could kill himself with just one thought. When Xingfeng was at a loss, the white fox became a human form. That person was the woman who called herself Feng Jojo before. This isn't a monster anymore, it's a monster. Feng Jojo sat back on the stone bench before and stretched out his hand to let Yu Qingfeng sit down. Obviously, the previous move was to tease Qingfeng. Qingfeng also quickly adjusted his condition. He knew that the other party was not hostile. Judging from the current situation, it is almost easy for the other party to kill him. After thinking about it, Qingfeng also came to her again and sat down. Feng Jojo lifted the kettle and poured him a glass. Qingfeng took a sip. Feng Jojo said, "If you have any questions, you can ask me now, and I can answer you." More than an hour later, Qingfeng also understands a general ins and outs. The few blood-colored worms that were originally captured by the blood mist sect themselves lived in this area, and they also had spiritual intelligence. Because of his playfulness, he was arrested by the people of the blood mist sect. Later, Qingfeng destroyed the altar to allow them to escape, and it was also this news that told Feng Joyue. Saying that Qingfeng was golden and his strength fell into the magma again, Feng Jojo taught them a lesson, and then asked them to come back to save Yu Qingfeng. As for why it is so bumpy, the reason is simple. These bumps are caused by the blood-colored worm dragging the tank at high speed. After hearing this, Qingfeng was speechless. At the same time, I am also glad that my women's clothing has not been exposed. So that's it. Qingfeng simply called her September. After all, people don't mind. How could Qingfeng mind? After a moment of silence, Qingfeng said, "Actually, September, you don't have to call them back to save me. Actually, the place where I am staying is very safe, and it won't be long before I will be rescued by my compatriots." Feng Joyue smiled slightly and said, "I knew this when I saw that iron lump, but it's not a bad thing for you to come to us this time." Qingfeng was a little curious and asked, "Why do you say that?" Feng Joyue's answer was simple. "You are cursed. To put it simply, you are cursed by the Lord of Blood Mist. If you want to return to the secret realm of your humans, I'm afraid no one can save you." Curse? He suddenly thought of the picture he saw after destroying the altar. It seems that the picture is not an illusion. Qingfeng smiled bitterly. "Alas, I didn't expect that this world was deeper than I imagined." Turning to September, he continued to ask, "Then how long can I live now? Is there any way to lift the curse?" Feng Joyue looked at Qingfeng with bright eyes, and after a long time he said, "Originally, you lived for a maximum of 4 months at the beginning. But I have fought against the Lord of the Blood Mist, and I am still very clear about his abilities, so I have eliminated more than half of your curse. But not completely eliminated. You are still alive for at least 4 years now. The level of the cursed secret technique that mainly casts on you is the star level, and I don't know the core of it very well, but if I want to understand it thoroughly, you may have been killed here by me. But I'm also curious why the Lord of the Blood Mist gave you such a high curse under gold." After digesting these words, I was not overly curious about Feng Joyue's strength, but Qingfeng also has a bottom in his heart, that is, her strength is at least at the star level. Plus those blood-colored worms had such respect for her before, so Qingfeng didn't feel much shock. Instead, he adapted here at a very fast pace. Feng Joyue saw that these words did not calm down in the breeze, and the smile on her face was even happier. "Then how should I completely lift these things?" Qingfeng asked the most critical question. September thought for a while and said, "Actually, as long as your strength is raised to your so-called star level during this period, you will be able to fight the curse yourself. When the time comes, take some time to improve your strength to extraordinary, and you can completely solve it yourself." Is it like this? Qingfeng nodded. In the final analysis, he still didn't have enough strength. "But I have so many systems by my side. Breaking through Xingyou in 3 years should not be a problem at all." I have one last question. Can I go back now? In fact, Qingfeng still has a lot of questions. For example, why do you have wisdom? Why can it change shape, etc.? But Qingfeng knew that saying it now might cause the other party's displeasure. This kind of question is as if to say, why can you walk? Why can you use chopsticks? You can buy things the same. Isn't this treating the other person as a fool? Feng Jojo thought for a while and said, "No, I can't come to the area above the 50 floors for some reason. So if you want to go back now, I'm afraid you can't. In addition, the curse is equivalent to a locator now. If I ask someone to protect you up, I'm afraid they will be in danger themselves." Qingfeng's expression instantly froze. Asked a little sluggishly, "What floor are we now?" 50 floors, although it's only 50 floors, you don't have to panic. This is my territory. As long as you don't leave this yard, no one can touch you. Fog grass. I can't sisterly. The 10th floor is the limit level he has been to, and the key 10th floor is still pulled in. He had never seen the scenery on the 2nd floor. Now that he has been taken directly to the 50th floor, is this reasonable? Feng Jojo saw that there was no problem with Qingfeng, and even looked a little stunned, and couldn't help but laugh out loud, and
and slowly said to Qingfeng, "Okay, this hut is where you will live in the future. You can tell me if you have any needs. If you want to send a letter to your parents at home, there is no problem, but it is a bit troublesome. I don't understand why your human secret realm is at the top. I remember that the top level is basically monsters without spiritual intelligence, and the Blood Mist sect even incites our emotions of war with you humans." This sentence seems to be deliberately said to Qingfeng. After thanking her, he also returned to the wooden house. He sat on the bed and looked at the scenery outside, digesting today's content. Qingfeng was full of doubts in his heart. At the same time, I also kept these doubts in my heart. 1. Why can't Feng Jojo go to the area above the 50th floor? Is it restricted by something? 2. That is why the information held by humans is not right. Logically it shouldn't be, if those blood-colored worms can go up. Plus Feng Joyu also knows the existence of human beings, it should logically be good. No matter how much you drop, you won't be completely unaware that these creatures can have spiritual intelligence, right? Sure enough, the water in this world is too deep. There is also the Lord of the Blood Mist, who seems to have always shown signs of activity, but rarely appears in front of outsiders. Coupled with the previous words of September, it shows that September knows the Lord of Blood Mist very well. In other words, the Lord of the Blood Mist may not be human. His strength is similar to that of September, so it is likely that he will not be able to go to places above 50 floors like September. So the members of the Blood Mist sect can only rely on sacrifices to obtain the power of the Lord of the Blood Mist? This explanation seems very reasonable. Alas, let's see it in a few days. Now the question is, since I can't go out, how can I become stronger? Hang-up system? Automatic training system? Or a new system? Forget it. Open the system group and see the situation. System chat group. Shinhouse system, LV2. Alas, I feel that the group leader will not choose me. I am too poor. Except for money, there is only money. God level selection system, LV4. It's okay. You and spending money to become stronger are simply a perfect match. Automatic cultivation system, LV3. Mistgrass, LV4. Boss has appeared. I haven't seen your water group before. What are you doing? God level selection system, LV4. Yes, I recently encountered a new system. He and I grabbed the host, and in the end I couldn't grab him, but that system was also very good to me, and gave me a drop of Pango essence blood, saying that I found Pango not long ago. Spend money to become a stronger system, LV2. Pango essence blood. I met the big guy. I heard that the systems that can participate in blood drawing are at least LV6 level. Women's clothing system, LV2. What kind of blood draw? I am very satisfied to reach LV2 in my life. Pick up the attribute system, LV2. I don't know when the assassination system will come back. It should be soon. I really served my host. Particularly go. I go to the sect martial arts arena every day to pick up attributes, like a sweeping monk. I can understand this at first, but the problem is that he has been sweeping like this for more than 40 years. The strength can soar, and he is still sweeping the floor there. I miss our group leader, and I miss the days of adventure with him in the swamp. Hang-up system, LV2. Your host is similar to mine. My host directly found a coffin to lie down, and this has been lying down for more than 10 years. Chef system, LV1I. I was complained about by the host every day and wanted to cry. JPG. Devouring system, LV2. The status of the chef system is getting lower and lower. Looking at the complaints in the group, Qingfeng also shook his head and secretly said, this group of sand sculptures, but Pango essence blood, alas. Why don't you choose the god level selection system? Before he could think about it, somehow his head began to become a little dizzy. My body also began to become a little tired, and I didn't do anything today. Qingfeng didn't care, thinking to himself, alas, forget it. Let's think about these questions tomorrow. Qingfeng covered the quilt and fell into a deep sleep. Opening his eyes, Qingfeng found that he had come to a space filled with fog, and he subconsciously wanted to use the spiritual power on his body, but he found that he couldn't feel the aura. Where is it? Am I crossing again? He stood in place, and he couldn't be sure for a while. The fog obscured his vision. He could only see about a step or two away, and Qingfeng took a few steps tentatively. The fog seemed to hide from him. It was also a step or two backwards. Qingfeng saw that these fogs would avoid him, and Qingfeng walked up with confidence. It took about 10 minutes to walk. He saw a pillar. Walking over, Qingfeng found that this pillar seemed to have been seen somewhere, and he quickly thought that this was not the blood-colored pillar of the Lord of Blood Mist's hall. Could it be that this is the ghost of the Lord of Blood Mist? Qingfeng's body tensed subconsciously, and suddenly he found that he could use the spiritual energy that he couldn't use at first. Trigger the spiritual energy on the body. Qingfeng opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes again, the breeze saw through these fogs. The Grand Hall appeared in front of Qingfeng, which was the same view that Qingfeng saw when he destroyed the labyrinth altar. The only difference was that there was no longer a figure in the hall, but a very powerful blood energy. Strange runes floated around the blood-colored energy. These energies seemed to have found the breeze and attacked him quickly, and the strange runes emitted a dazzling red light. Bloody people appeared in the nearby blood pool. They slowly walked towards the breeze. Qingfeng wanted to use his spiritual power, but in the next second, another rune shone brightly. Suddenly Qingfeng couldn't see clearly again, and his spiritual power disappeared. Countless blood men emerged from the fog and surrounded the breeze. One by one, they slowly approached the breeze. There are more and more bloody people. One by one pounce on you. Qingfeng wanted to struggle and hit with his fists, but no matter how much the blow was ineffective, Qingfeng was slowly wrapped in these bloody men. Qingfeng hurriedly got up and looked around in horror. Looking at the wooden bed that had been soaked with his own sweat, he thought to himself, is this a dream? This dream is too real. What's wrong? Warm voice came in my ears. Qingfeng turned his head to look, and I don't know when September appeared beside him. He smiled awkwardly and said, it's okay, I just had a nightmare. Hearing that it was a nightmare, September came and asked with interest, can you talk to me about it? He also just wanted to talk to September about the nightmare. In his senses, it didn't look like a dream at all. 10 minutes later, Qingfeng told the whole process to September. September was also a little solemn and said, well, this is not a dream, but a curse imprinted in your spiritual sea. Is that massive energy a curse? However, it's okay, the current curse can't really hurt you, at most it scares you. If you encounter this kind of dream again, you will jump into those pools of blood. If you die in a dream, you will naturally wake up. September's voice came slowly again. So it is. Qingfeng looked at September carefully and said softly, September, do you see my storage ring? September saw Qingfeng's gaze and the corners of his mouth raised slightly again, and he said with interest, your storage ring is with me. But I'm a little embarrassed. I've seen something inside. I'm a little curious. You are obviously a man, but you bought so much women's clothing. Do you have any strange habits? Damn, how should I quibble? Damn it, don't you know that it's wrong to rummage through other people's things? Qingfeng thought for a while, showed a sincere face to September, and said, no, I plan to prepare this for my clone. I know a spiritual skill that can cultivate an incarnation, and that incarnation is a woman, which is a preparation for the incarnation. September smiled even more and threw the ring back to him. I'll take some of those clothes, you won't mind, right? As he spoke, he lifted his skirt, revealing his black silk thighs and swaying in front of Qingfeng. The fleshy beautiful legs flashed in front of Qingfeng, but Qingfeng really looked at it. I couldn't help but chant ice determination in my heart. If the heart is clear, the sky is not frightened, the hope is fixed, and the spirit is calm. Seeing Qingfeng, he looked unmoved. September also felt bored and said, okay, I won't tease you, this is your breakfast, and I will deliver your breakfast in the future. After saying that, he walked out of the wooden house in September. Seeing September leaving, Qingfeng also breathed a sigh of relief, and he looked at the rich breakfast left behind and planned to get up and start cooking. You Qingfeng, who had just gotten up, said softly, alas, after all, in this world, only love and food cannot be disappointed, although love has not yet arrived, but food must not be left out. It's over. Just when he was about to eat, September suddenly poked her head out and smiled at the breeze. I forgot to tell you, I made this meal. After saying that, he closed the door again. Her words made Qingfeng a little confused. He felt something was wrong. It stands to reason that the temperament of strong people of this level should be quite arrogant, but Qingfeng couldn't feel it at all on Feng Zhouyue's body. Is there any purpose for this? Qingfeng didn't want to continue thinking about it, and took out disposable chopsticks from the space ring, picked up the food and ate it. This taste, it's like my dark cuisine, but the breeze didn't spit it out. Because in his mind, the words of September came to mind. He had a feeling that something ominous might happen if he spit it out. Especially just in September, she came back and told him that she cooked it herself. Now that I think about it, it seems to have something else. Maybe her mental power is still shrouded in this room to observe his performance, plus her elusive figure. I have to eat it with tears in my eyes. Yu Qingfeng was a little confused. Obviously it looked so appetizing. Why did it taste so strange? How did she do this? If she could cook, the food she made should be quite delicious. Wait a minute. Does September say that she will deliver all the meals in the future? She won't make all the dishes every day, right? Qingfeng suddenly felt a little desperate. At this moment, he actually thought of the inactive, ordinary, and indifferent chef system in the system group every day. Sure enough, Kamen Rider is right, plain is true. 10 minutes later, Qingfeng ate all the food with his idea. Just finished eating, September appeared in front of Qingfeng. This time, the breeze was startled. Fog grass, elusive. Before Qingfeng could ask, the other party had a fatal question. How delicious is it? Yu Qingfeng's face was flat, but in fact, he complained wildly in his heart. WDNMD, can this TM be delicious? I almost died. But he didn't dare to say anything. Qingfeng nodded and said expressionlessly, it's delicious. September seemed to be even happier, and said in Qingfeng's ear with some temptation, then I'll make it for you every day from now on, okay? No. Before Qingfeng could say it, he saw the kind gaze on September's gentle face. The nuclear goods eyes were staring at him like this. Qingfeng's cold sweat flowed down instantly, and he held back what he was going to say. No, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. It's already my honor to be able to eat such delicious food. In fact, Qingfeng originally wanted to say not good, but that look, Qingfeng instantly frightened. Bah! What does it mean to be cowardly? I'm from the heart. Right, that's right. I'm just from the heart. September nodded, seemingly very satisfied with the words, patted Qingfeng on the shoulder and said, you're
you're welcome, this should be done. Then in September, it disappeared again.
Qingfeng is also helpless.
The difference in strength is too great, and now Qingfeng always feels that he is being watched.
But he dared not be angry.
Damn it, after all, I still fell into the dragon pool and tiger's den. He went back to bed and pretended to start practicing, but in fact opened the system chat group. For nothing else, to protect one's innocence.
System chat group.
You Qingfeng, group leader at Brothers, who has skills similar to clones on you, you must be realistic and I urgently need it now. The crowd system saw the group leader suddenly appear. Whether it is diving or not diving, it all comes out in bubbles. Chef system, LV1, my dear group leader appeared, thinking of his 150th day.
Ability lottery system, LV3, about the skills of clones? I have, but can you draw the group leader?
Ding, the ability lottery system has been banned by the group owner for an hour. Shenhouse system, LV2, I really laughed to death. Why do you say you have nothing to do to mess with the group leader?
I don't know the ability of the doppelganger. I only have money.
Automatic cultivation system, LV3, I don't know, but as long as the group leader has the spiritual skills of the exercises, I can help you practice.
Does the group leader want to kill someone, so he wants to hide his identity? Women's clothing system, LV2M, if this is really the case, won't I give you makeup mastery and god-level acting skills? If you want to play another person, that's more than enough, right?
Qingfeng's face is full of black lines. I haven't been harmed by you yet.
Damn it.
God-level selection system, LV4, I have a sigh. The group leader can choose me. When the group leader goes to the water's edge to see yourself, and then I will give you a choice. You Qingfeng, group leader, okay, my reputation is finally going to be saved.
Chef system, LV1, did the group leader not choose me again? I understand, you don't have to explain. After all, I am the one system that carries everything. I have so many expectations, so many regrets. Do you know? You Qingfeng, group leader.
You Qingfeng, group leader, I will choose you in the next system. I have been trapped recently, and it is difficult to swallow what I eat.
Chef system, LV1, Omega, really? Great, I know that the group leader loves me. I can't eat well. How can this be?
Ding, the ability lottery system has been unbanned. Seeing this news, Qingfeng realized that an hour had passed before he knew it. Just as I was about to exit the system chat group, ability lottery system, LV3, maybe the group leader will get out of trouble next month and he won't choose you at that time.
Chef system, LV1 at Omega, really? Shaoi, is what he said true?
Ability lottery system,
LV3, don't you want the group leader to get out of trouble?
Chef system, LV1, woo, oh, no, the group leader got out of trouble and I cried.
I'm too late to be happy. Woo, really, I'm happy.
You Qingfeng's face is full of black lines. Ding, the ability lottery system was banned by the group owner for 1 day. It took a long time for you Qingfeng to coax the chef system well. Qingfeng swiped the group chat again. When he thought that he could completely get rid of the fate of being ruined, Qingfeng's mood couldn't help but get better at the meeting. My mind changed from the chat group. Qingfeng felt that there seemed to be someone in front of him, and he looked forward. Suddenly found that September's face was going to be attached to his body. Qingfeng subconsciously stepped back.
A little confused, he said to September, what are you doing? September also felt a little funny when she saw Qingfeng's reaction, and continued to slowly approach Qingfeng, saying, what do you think I want to do? You Qingfeng. September laughed. It's okay, I just see you sitting cross-legged and should be cultivating, but I feel like you're sleeping, and I can't feel the energy law of your reciprocation at all.
So, September's voice suddenly softened,
slowly crawled to Qingfeng's ear and said, you are attracting my attention, aren't you?
Qingfeng wanted to cry, hateful I was in the water group, but the spirit stone was absorbed unknowingly, and I forgot to take out a new one.
No, September, you misunderstood.
I am cultivating my mental strength, forming a cyclical route in my mind, which allows me to improve the quality of my sleep.
We humans pay attention to science.
Those experts said that you can effectively control your emotions, control your own pulse, improve your concentration, and effectively absorb spirit stones.
Qingfeng is a serious nonsense. What is said is justified and well-founded. Then can you teach me? September said. You Qingfeng.
He complained in his heart, damn it, it's all because those experts say it's too divine. If it really had these effects, I would have learned it long ago. You dare to learn, but I dare not teach. Finally, Qingfeng opened the topic and said, September, why are you suddenly looking for me again?
September showed a playful smile again and said, it seems that this meditation is really broad and profound. It's night, you don't even know. Since I'm here, I'm naturally here to bring you dinner.
Qingfeng looked at the window and found that the sky had darkened. September took out today's meal from the storage space and handed it to you Qingfeng. He looked at the food handed over as it was in the morning, and it looked extremely gorgeous and good-looking. If you don't look at it like this usually, you are still very appetizing, especially one of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The eggs look incredibly soft and the tomatoes are even more watery and juicy. September looked at the breeze with his eyes fixed on these dishes, and said proudly, do you see these dishes? Do they look very appetizing? I made all these dishes, right? Aren't you moved? What September didn't know was that that Qingfeng stared at these dishes because he was lost in thought.
Qingfeng nodded.
If you're moved, then hurry up. September did not leave this time, but took out chopsticks and handed them to Qingfeng.
Looked at him expectantly. You Qingfeng.
Touching is very touching, but also a little unmoved. In this way, under September's gaze, he trembled and stretched out his chopsticks and ate all the current meals with a slight trembling.
The process is generally difficult to describe. September saw Qingfeng solve all the food and asked very happily, "Isn't it delicious?"
Yu Qingfeng was also helpless, showing a happy expression and saying,
It's delicious. If there is any, I will definitely eat it.
It's not early now, so you should hurry back in September. In September, it was also eye-catching to see Qingfeng like to eat so much.
So you haven't eaten yet, are you?
The next moment, September took out a large plate of soft-shelled turtle soup from her hand again. Since you haven't eaten yet, I still have soft-shelled turtle soup prepared for you at noon, and I thought you were full, so I didn't take it out.
It seems that my previous thoughts were wrong.
No, you were right before. At this time, Yu Qingfeng really wanted to slap himself a few times, and then said, "What a cheap mouth."
Half an hour later, Qingfeng didn't move his chopsticks for a long time. September was a little hesitant when she saw Qingfeng, and she also said to Hashan, "You lied to me before, right?" "No," Qingfeng said quickly. "Since it's not, then why don't you start eating yet?" September was a little confused. "Ahem. The main reason is that this soft-shelled turtle soup is so exquisite that I don't know how to eat it."
At this time, Qingfeng was a little grateful to God for giving him such a mouth.
September is sudden,
patted the breeze and said, "It's okay, since I can make the first bowl, I can naturally make the second bowl."
He was a little desperate.
I even regretted why I said those nonsense in the first place. He began to resent God a little.
"Damn, isn't it just a meal? I haven't been to any place in Yu Qingfeng. I haven't eaten anything, and I'm done." Ali gives.
As soon as he got angry, he began to bury his head in hard work.
An hour later, Cheng Fengxing finished eating without love. September is also happy to put away the plate.
Before leaving, he said softly, "Finally, some people think my food is delicious, sister, they just don't know the goods."
Burst.
It turns out that you know that the food you cook is unpalatable. In this way, the subtime passed slowly. A month has finally passed, and the relationship with September is getting better and better during this period. Qingfeng excitedly opened the system chat group.
Without hesitation, I chose the chef system.
Order,
the chef system is successfully bound.
Order, congratulations to the host for getting the newbie gift package. Order, the newbie gift package has been automatically opened for you. Congratulations to the host for getting the pot and pan gift package, seasoning, spices, and a sack. Recipe, golden egg fried rice recipe. Ding, release the task. Come on cutie, you will become a new generation of food gods, and the mission goal is to conquer a person's taste buds.
Time limit 24 hours. Finally coming, finally coming. Do you know, chef system, do you know how I got here in the past 23 days?
Qingfeng felt so excited for the first time, and you can imagine the devastation that these 23 days of September have done to him. It was at this time that September walked in. Seeing Qingfeng, who was a little excited, he also hurriedly ran over and greeted. "What's wrong with you?
Is the curse onset? Damn blood mist sect. It's okay, I'll vent my anger on you now."
At this time, Qingfeng felt as if he had eaten soft rice. Seeing that September was leaving, Qingfeng also quickly stopped and said, "It's okay, I just thought of happy things."
Bang.
"By the way, I'll cook it for you for lunch today in September. I'm embarrassed every time I eat you."
God-level acting skills are launched.
In September's eyes, Qingfeng is a person who has received favors all year round and wants to repay them. She agreed without thinking.
Woohoo.
Seeing that September agreed, Qingfeng also showed a relieved smile.
Finally liberated, as long as she conquers her taste buds, she will definitely come to me to cook every day in the future, and I will still have to eat that unpalatable thing then?
At this moment, the breeze seems to see the future.
The more I think about it, the more excited I become.
In my mind, I began to think about the recipe for golden egg fried rice. A few minutes later, Qingfeng also knew what to do, and said to September in front of him, "In that case, then you come over again at noon."
"Just eat it then."
She looked at the breeze with a bright smile, and nodded subconsciously.
"Okay, then I'll come back at noon," and then left in September.
Qingfeng saw that September was leaving, and hurriedly came outside. At this time, the sun shines outside the wooden house, and the climate is suitable. Open the space ring, take out a huge table and prepare all the materials to be prepared. After taking out the rice cooker, barbecue grill, generator, and other items, Qingfeng slowly took out the rice, washed 280 g of rice, and then put it in it with 400 milliliters of water.
Click on the rice cooker after steaming.
Qingfeng began to think about another thing. The recipe states that if you want the rice to be distinct, you have to put it in the refrigerator in advance, and then put it in a plastic bag to break it up.
Plastic bag he has, but he didn't have a refrigerator.
His storage space can actually be equivalent to keeping it fresh. As long as it is put in the space, it will not deteriorate no matter how long it takes. In other words, the originally hot pork rib soup has been placed in the storage space for hundreds of years, and it is still steaming after taking it out. So the refrigerator is not in the scope of
Qingfeng's consideration, so I didn't buy it. Soon the breeze's rice was cooked. Take out all the rice, and look at the rice. Breeze is a little difficult. Suddenly he thought of a solution. He washed his hands and began to grab them evenly with his hands, and the breeze urged Han Yu's hands, and his arms, which were originally at room temperature, instantly became cold. Alas, I am really a little clever ghost. It seems that this Han Yu hand is not in vain, but it still comes in handy. In this way, the step of breaking up is also omitted, which can not only improve the separation of rice grains, but also improve the taste of rice grains. After about half an hour, Qingfeng looked at the rice and felt that it was almost over. I looked at the time, and it was only 10:30. It was still early, and Qingfeng slowly came to the table, diced the green onions and beat the eggs for later use. Then come to the pot, pour the appropriate oil, pour half of the eggs prepared early into it, and start stir-frying. This time there was only one chance, so Qingfeng carefully controlled the heat, and soon the crystal clear eggs were quickly out of the pot, soft and chewy. Then quickly put the rice into the remaining half of the egg mixture and stir-fry. Stir well and pour it into the pot to start stir-frying. Add soy sauce and stir-fry until even, stir well with rice, add eggs and stir-fry well. Out of the pot. A crystal clear golden rice is out of the pot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making golden egg fried rice, which is being evaluated. S+ rating, A+ quality. Finally done. After looking at the system's evaluation, Qingfeng also felt stable. Well, it looks delicious. That's natural. You don't look at who did it. Qingfeng was a little proud. But you don't do as gorgeous as mine, alas. Hearing this, Qingfeng turned his head a little unhappy, and when he was about to say something, he realized that the person speaking was September. At this time, September was looking at him with burning eyes. Fog grass. Why did she come so soon? Qingfeng hurriedly looked at the time and found that it was exactly 11 o'clock. Good guy, is this pinched? Qingfeng cleared his throat and said warmly to September, since you are here, then try the lunch I cooked. She glanced at Qingfeng, her beautiful eyes shining. At this moment, September was already a little impatient, and when he heard the permission of the breeze, he picked up the bowls and chopsticks and ate them. A bite of golden egg fried rice goes down without any egg smell, and the texture is soft and glutinous. September is bright. Completely ignoring the image and began to feast. Qingfeng looked at September and laughed. He knew that in the future, September would definitely ask him to cook every day, and he would not suffer from her meals at that time. At the same time, Qingfeng's mind also came with a system task reminder. Mission goal, conquer a person's taste buds. Time limit 24 hours, completed. Order, the chef system is upgraded to LV2. Order, the system chat group has been successfully upgraded, and new permissions are open to the group owner. Ding, did the chat group find out if the new system members were invited to join? Yes, no. Qingfeng clicked yes without hesitation. In the system chat group, curse system, LV4, enter group chat. Play the system, LV4, enter the group chat. Live broadcast system, LV3, enters group chat. Ability lottery system, LV3. Finally, a new person is here. Damn, why the rank of newcomers is so high now, and my status is going down again. Crowd system, welcome newcomers. Women's clothing system, LV2 newcomer women's clothing explosive photo. There is no problem with your host's photo. Group housekeeper, if you don't know the system group, you can watch the group announcement. New systems, okay. At this time, the system group will appear again. After the system chat group is updated, the group owner can choose another system as a subsystem. Suddenly all the systems instantly fried the pan, and Qingfeng was also surprised, and now he can choose two systems. Woohoo has taken off. Ability lottery system, LV3, dig a groove, plugin, double plugin. The rest of the system, the group owner chooses me. You Qingfeng, group leader, you should prepare your clone skill. God level selection system, LV4 OK. Order, the God level selection system has been bound by the group leader. The boulder that had been hanging in Qingfeng's heart also fell. Qingfeng condensed a water mirror in front of him, and suddenly a familiar option appeared in front of him. Choice 1, I'm really handsome 13, reward, a stinky beauty talent. Choice 2, I'm really ugly 13, reward supernatural power, yin and yang. He chose 2. Suddenly his body underwent wonderful changes, and countless knowledge appeared in his mind. Divine power yin and yang. Function, like yin and yang polar gossip, the main body can condense a clone, and the strength of the clone is the same as the main body. Condensing the third clone will reduce the strength by half. If the main body and the clone are together, it will increase double the strength. Note, up to 4 clones can be condensed. Qingfeng had a clear understanding in his heart, as if he had an epiphany. The various functions of yin and yang magical powers in his mind were instantly memorized, as if Qingfeng was born with this magical power. Just when Qingfeng wanted to try, September suddenly hugged him. The breeze broke free and looked at September. Finding that something was wrong with her state at this time, Qingfeng saw teardrops gathering in the corners of her eyes. Before Qingfeng could speak, what was going on? September said, Qingfeng, is there still this egg fried rice? I still want. At this time, it was so delicious that you cried, right? Qingfeng was also a little dumbfounded, and handed his share to September.
September. However, this also made Qingfeng a little curious. What was the improvement after the chef system upgrade? And also opened the system panel. As with the previous system, there was an additional system mall, and Qingfeng clicked in without hesitation. Once again, a dazzling array of recipes appeared in front of Qingfeng. Qingfeng casually clicked on the advanced version of a golden egg fried rice. Golden egg fried rice advanced edition. Successful production, 50% increase in cultivation speed, 100% increase in satiety. Price, 50 delicious points. Is it true? When the system level rises to LV2, it will develop extraordinary powers. Well, the Shinhouse system is an exception. But the Shinhouse system and the spending system can already be combined. It seems good if you think so. Qingfeng clicked on a recipe again. Obsidian soft-shelled turtle soup. Successful production, 50% increase in cultivation speed, 100% increase in satiety, 50% increase in defense. Effect, not afraid of magma flames. Price, 3,111 delicious points. Good guys put stacked buffs on it. But how do I get this delicious spot? At this time, September picked up her chopsticks again in front of Qingfeng and began to taste the golden egg fried rice. One bite is full of happiness. At the same time, a hint also appeared in Qingfeng's mind. Delicious plus 10. Delicious plus 10. Delicious plus 10. Qingfeng looked at September again and found that every time she took a bite, the delicious point in Qingfeng's mind would be plus 10 points. At the same time, Qingfeng also knew how to get this delicious spot. Almost within a few minutes, Qingfeng already had 400 or 500 delicious points. After buying an upgraded version of golden egg fried rice in the mall, I plan to go back to my wooden house. September is also full of food and drink. She looked at Qingfeng admiringly and found that he seemed to be going back to the wooden house. September thought he was too tired, so she didn't intend to disturb Qingfeng. When I was about to leave, suddenly thinking that I seemed to have eaten his portion, guilt welled up in my heart. I secretly made up my mind to go back and make the same bowl of egg fried rice for Qingfeng. The breeze that returned to the wooden house activated the magical power of yin and yang, and the shadows suddenly changed drastically, and countless black mist began to slowly condense. Finally, a female Qingfeng was formed, and at the same time, Qingfeng's vision also had an additional perspective, and the control of another self seemed to be like instinct. It's not hard at all. Qingfeng looked at his female nudity, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He controlled the female clone and said to himself, "You blushed like a bubble pot. I didn't expect you to be like this, Qingfeng, interested in yourself. Hurry up and take out the women's clothes and put them on for Miss Ben." Complaining about himself, Qingfeng's face turned even redder. Quickly took out the women's clothing from the space ring, controlled the other body to put it on incomparably familiar. Now that there is a clone, the name Yu Zijiang is definitely not good. That's a screen name, and he plans to give himself a nice name. Soon he knew what name he should choose, so he called Yuqingyi. From then on, Qingfeng was Qingfeng, Yuqingyi was Yuqingyi. The two were brothers and sisters, and it was Yuqingyi who defeated the high priest, not Qingfeng. Alas, Qingfeng's words almost believed him. It can be seen that the psychological suggestion is strong. Qingfeng took the clone back, returned to the bed and began to practice. Before Qingfeng could practice for a few minutes, he was woken up again, and his eyes were open to September's face. He was a little accustomed to it. I looked at the sky outside and found that it was quite bright. Suddenly I don't know what September is looking for him for. Damn it, it's like this every time, and I've been cultivating for so long and I'm almost lonely. No, even if it's a star-level powerhouse, I have to talk to her well. Otherwise, if this progress continues, you may really be cursed to death. September, what are you doing this time? I still have to practice hard. If nothing happens, I will continue to practice. Hey, September smiled a little silly. He replied to Qingfeng, "That's right. I see that you don't seem to have eaten enough at noon today. So I made one for you." September's smile was even worse. He looked at September's smile like a devil. He took a deep breath and said to September, "Actually, you don't have to be like this. I don't have much appetite today, and if the curse is not removed for a day, I will be restless for a day. My top priority at present is to cultivate well and strive to break the curse. But seeing that you like to eat the dishes I cooked so much today, or I will make them all in the future. But there is a requirement for eating the dishes I cooked, that is, don't disturb me during cultivation. Is that okay?" September looked at Qingfeng and blinked his big eyes. Then he glanced at the egg fried rice he had just taken out, took back the egg fried rice and said to Qingfeng, "Really? As long as I don't disturb you when you practice, you will contract future meals?" Enan Qingfeng's forehead was like a chicken pecking at rice, and he nodded frantically. "Okay, you can practice well," September said. Qingfeng was relieved, took out a lot of spirit stones in one breath and began to absorb them, and September had not left at this time. She seemed to have some free time today. She looked at Qingfeng like this. After a few minutes, September said, "Actually, your talent is very good. As long as you have my help, it will actually take 2 years to cultivate to Xingyao. So, you don't have to be so anxious." Hearing this, Qingfeng really wanted to complain, "Isn't this eating soft rice? And I am indeed not very anxious, but I am very anxious when you bring your food." Naturally, he didn't dare to say these words. After After thinking for a while, he said, it is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. If you blindly rely on others,
it will not grow. September asked with some curiosity, why? Wouldn't it be nice to be stronger?
I think a person's life and death, joys and sorrows, are inevitable, but they must not be escaped.
It is precisely because of these that we can understand the meaning of becoming stronger.
Everyone has everyone's helplessness, everyone has everyone's mission, and some people will not hesitate for their ideals even if there is an abyss ahead.
I call this kind of person a hero.
We have a saying in Blue Star, that is, there is only one kind of heroism in the world, that is, to still love life after recognizing the truth of life. September's silence seemed to have some understanding, and after a while, he said, you're right, some people become depressed after seeing the truth of life clearly, and some people love life but don't see the truth of life clearly, and those who have both are heroes.
Qingfeng, what do you think is life? September said,
I think that when people live, everything is life. Some people enjoy happiness, this is life, and some people are in dire straits, which is also life.
Anything can be summed up in life. September laughed. Yu Qingfeng was a little puzzled. He didn't know what September was laughing at, and asked, is there something wrong with what I said?
Ahem, what you said is fine. I can't believe these words came out of your mouth. I have observed that you are only 18 years old. It stands to reason that it should be a high-spirited young man. Qingfeng was also a little embarrassed. He couldn't say that he was a traverser. Although he was fused with this body and soul, he was still very impressed by the memories of his previous life.
Okay, I won't bother you anymore.
September slowly got up and pushed open the door and left. Seeing that September was leaving, Qingfeng also took out a bunch of spirit stones and began to cultivate. At the same time, the consciousness is also in the chat group of the word system.
System chat group. Yu Qingfeng, group leader at LV4, play the system, LV4, live broadcast system, LV3, what are your functions? Curse system, LV4, group master, you are finally out. My function is very simple, not very bells and whistles, it is a curse. Unconditional curses.
Specific curses such as poor cultivation, going crazy, choking on drinking water, accidentally falling into a dung pit, etc. After knowing these functions, Qingfeng was instantly moved. Damn, the dog will be the lord of the blood mist. Since you curse me, I will curse you too, see whose life is longer. Playing system, LV4, my words are to play. As long as the host plays a character in an anime or novel, you can get his skills and supernatural powers.
This is not bad either.
Live broadcast system, LV3, ahem, my function is very simple, live broadcast. As long as the group host broadcasts live, you can gain popularity, and if you have popularity, you can exchange various items.
This okay.
However, it seems to be useful for contacting family members. These new systems seem to be very powerful. Yu Qingfeng, group leader, okay, I know.
Then the water group cultivation began.
Not long after September went out, a half-shaped, blood-colored worm came to her side and respectfully said, Her Highness the Ninth Princess is bloody looking for you.
Okay, September's face instantly turned cold. She probably knew something.
In an instant, he came to a glorious hall. At this time, the bloody pacing back and forth in the hall saw the arrival of the Ninth Princess and hurriedly greeted him.
September didn't talk nonsense and asked, what are you looking for me?
Ninth Princess, the rest of the great nobles continue to ask you for the last place in the ruins. No matter how much I stop at this time, it is useless.
Well, I know, take me to see them.
September was expressionless, as if no words could move her, and a powerful aura spread around her. Soon, under the bloody lead, they came to a guest room. There are 7 or 8 graceful and luxurious young women in the guest room.
Each looks demonic.
When they saw the arrival of September, they also glanced at each other.
Perfunctory to September.
The first young woman in the first row took the lead in speaking and said, Your Highness the Ninth Princess, I think you should hand over the last place. It's useless for you to take that place. It would be better to give the quota to other great nobles now, so that we can improve the strength of our Fox clan, right?
Others also echoed, that's right, didn't the previous places be given to us?
In September, the inner fire rises. These great nobles are becoming more and more presumptuous. They used to give you a place for the sake of the face of their own clan, and they gave you a place several times, but you really think that this place belongs to you? Quiet. The temperature around the September opening seems to have cooled down. A powerful coercion erupted from September. But this sentence was still useless. These big nobles directly ignored the coercion, but the big nobles still kept their mouths shut.
September glanced at them and said, I won't give you a place this time. I've found the right person, and there's no waste as you say.
Hearing this, they were a little incredulous.
The Ninth Princess is confused. She can't give the quota to others in a hurry. September looked at these big nobles and was completely angry. Do you think this princess has no vision? They were instantly speechless. Besides, why do you care so much about this place? If I remember correctly, it seems that each of you has one, right? A big nobleman immediately said, Our G clan is twice as talented. There are 2 talented people.
It is a 7-tailed yellow fox, so the number of places is not very sufficient. A big nobleman dressed in purple said, Your G clan is just like that. Not as good as our Geo clan. This time my son is talented, but the 8-tailed purple fox.
Ninth Princess, this is not child's play.
September's
spoke again. This time, our Fox clan has already occupied more than a dozen of the relics in the secret realm. Why are you not sure about this? I know what you're worried about. Aren't you just afraid of being surpassed by other surnames of Fox clans? I put my words here. My place will not be given to any surname Fox clan, and I will not waste it. I already have a chosen candidate. The rest of the great nobles will know that when they hear that September is so determined, they will know that this quota will not come back. At the same time, after making sure that other clans would not get a place, he felt relieved. They all left the scene. September was also relieved to see the departure of these great nobles. I also feel very tired inside. After probably dealing with some more trivial matters, September returned to the wooden house. She came to Qingfeng again and looked at him like this. It is also a secret way in my heart. As a human being, I am so good-looking, talented, high-minded, and can cook. I knew I was making it unpalatable and ate it. It's really cute to think about it. But I really want to see his eyes. They must be very good-looking. September's mood unconsciously let go. Sure enough, I'm still comfortable staying here, and when my sister and the others come back, I'll live here. In this way, time passed slowly. Qingfeng also woke up from his cultivation, and just woke up to see September's face. I looked at the time again and found that it was already night. He also smiled at September and said, "Can I eat golden fried rice today?" September relied on the breeze and deliberately rubbed him, and said teasingly, "Okay, you can do whatever you want. You Qingfeng." At this moment, Qingfeng was a little immune, and he teased him like this almost every day. He quickly pushed her away and said, "Okay, today I will make you an enhanced version of golden egg fried rice." Soon the upgraded version of the golden egg fried rice was made. This time he made a large amount of egg fried rice, but he always had a feeling that there was not enough to eat in September. Qingfeng handed the golden egg fried rice to September. September couldn't wait to take it, approached his nose and smelled it. "Wow, Qingfeng, is this the upgraded version of the golden egg fried rice you said? It smells really good." She quickly raised her chopsticks and took a bite. Suddenly she felt the baptism of her soul, and at the same time she felt some changes in her body. This feeling, September was suddenly shocked, looked at Qingfeng and said, "Have you ever gone out?" No, Qingfeng was a little confused. "Then why can your ingredients increase the speed of cultivation? This taste and feeling will not be wrong. Did you go out to steal the eggs of other strange beasts?" "Good guy, so that's it," Qingfeng said proudly. "Don't worry, I didn't go out. You see, I used ordinary eggs." "As for why you feel that way, maybe it's because of my superb craftsmanship." September looked at it and found that it was indeed an ordinary egg. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he looked at Qingfeng excitedly and said, "Qingfeng, you are simply a chef in the world. Since you are so skilled, if I go out to steal a strange beast egg, wouldn't this effect be better?" Qingfeng nodded. "I think this is the truth." "Then you go get a strange beast egg next time. I haven't eaten a strange beast egg yet." Hee. September smiled, patted his chest and said, "No problem." Qingfeng also picked up the bowl and chopsticks and took a bite. Suddenly my nose soured. How long has it been since I ate something so delicious? In September, I was also a little embarrassed to see the breeze. They quickly finished the golden egg fried rice. At this time, Qingfeng's body was slowly condensing a wave of energy. Under the gentle warmth of this energy, he felt that he could break through to the golden 2-star today. Open personal properties panel. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength, gold 1 star, can be broken. Strength, 96 tons. Speed, 560 kilometers per hour. Mental power, 65 cubic meters. Sure enough, he could break through. He quickly took out the spirit stone and said to September, "I feel like I'm going to break through." Before Qingfeng began to cultivate and break through, September quickly stopped him and said, "You can't break through now." Qingfeng asked a little puzzled. "Why?" September began to explain, "Because you haven't eaten the treasures of heaven and earth yet. Every time you break through to the gold level, you need to eat a natural material and earth treasure to stabilize the foundation, and it will also greatly improve your strength. Your human race's average gold level only has a strength physique of 80 tons, but if you eat the best natural materials and earth treasures to assist, you can increase your strength physique by at least 200 tons, so you'd better not break through 50 floors. Even those unconscious creatures will rely on their instincts to find natural materials and earthly treasures. If you don't eat, the realm will still break through, but your potential, strength are not as high as those who swallow natural materials and earthly treasures." After the explanation in September, Qingfeng also understood. At the same time, he once again felt that his college was in vain. Is this why humans can't defeat monsters of the same level in dungeons? With this curiosity, he said to September, "Do we humans know?" September looked at him like a fool. "Naturally, I know, but your natural treasures need to go to the dungeon to find them yourself. And we have a relatively stable secret realm. This secret realm is opened once a year, and it will almost be opened next month. But don't worry, I have asked many geniuses to go in and find natural treasures for you." Good guy, am I really fostered? Qingfeng thought carefully and asked September, "Can I go to the secret realm to fight for it by myself?" He didn't want to rely on September for everything. This feeling of being protected like flowers in a greenhouse made Qingfeng feel bad. September pursed her lips and said, "Yes. However, only our Fox clan clan can enter this secret realm. Is it like this? It seems that there is no chance, but I have a solution, and your strength will also grow significantly, and you can leave this wooden house at the same time. Qingfeng was a little excited and asked, what way? September's body emitted a dazzling light, and a drop of essence and blood slowly floated out of September's body, and the moment the essence and blood floated, her face instantly turned white. That is to eat the essence and blood of our Fox clan, so that there is a probability of obtaining the bloodline of our Fox clan, and at the same time, it also has some characteristics of our Fox clan. You can naturally go out then. But your talent is so high, there should be no problem with awakening the 8-tailed purple fox bloodline. Anyway, you work hard to awaken the 8 tails as much as possible. September looked at the breeze with burning eyes, and Qingfeng still stayed in place. Rather than staying where he is, there is a choice in front of him. Option 1, refuse, and said, a mere inferior fox bloodline, I am not uncommon in Qingfeng. You must know that I am you. Qingfeng is an SSS level ability awakener. This bloodline is not worthy of me. September's favorability is reduced to the lowest, with a king level coffin board. Option 2, agree. Drink it all in one go, because it is the essence and blood of the 9-tailed white fox. There will be a probability to awaken the 9-tailed white fox bloodline after drinking it. Reward, 100% awaken the 9-tailed white fox bloodline. Good guy, if I choose one, will it be over directly? But September is a 9-tailed white fox? Isn't the 9-tailed fox a species only found in myths and legends? Qingfeng did not hesitate and chose 2. Slowly swallow the essence and blood into your mouth. Ding, the reward has been distributed. Suddenly Qingfeng's body was extremely hot, and the pure and terrifying powerful energy in the essence and blood was running around in his body. This feeling is too familiar to him. I remember that it was the same when the SSS ability was awakened, but it seemed that this time it was far more painful than the last time. Damn, I am not what I used to be. Look at me not absorbing you. All the spiritual skills on Qingfeng's body were running at full strength. The essence and blood in his body also began to slowly merge with the breeze, and a phantom shadow slowly condensed behind him. It was a fox. September's beautiful eyes widened, and she also wanted to see how many bloodlines Qingfeng awakened. Soon, the energy on Qingfeng's body began to slowly subside. The phantom of the huge fox behind him was also slowly condensed successfully, with snow-white hair, shining and sacred. September's pupils dilate instantly. This is a white fox. September hurriedly grabbed the breeze. This time he was unexpected, took a step back, and suddenly the floor exploded. Countless air currents hovered under his feet, and the dust was filled. Qingfeng quickly opened the system panel. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength gold 1 star. Strength 346 tons. Speed 1460 kilometers per hour. Mental power 265 cubic meters. The attributes are completely renewed. Whether it is strength, speed, or spiritual power, they are ridiculously strong. Mist grass, misty grass. The strength and physique have been increased by 250 tons, and the mental strength has also increased by 200 cubic meters. Good guys, awesome. No wonder humans can't defeat those powerful monsters. I just awakened my bloodline and it was several times stronger than before. Sure enough, there are limits to human beings, so I don't want to be human Jojo. Qingfeng looked at September, who was still holding him, and asked a little Versailles, what's wrong? Did I fail to awaken? He discovered a point, and after awakening his bloodline, he became more cordial with September. September only reacted at this time. Hurriedly said, no, you awakened a 9-tailed white fox bloodline. You see, September pointed to the back. Qingfeng turned his head to look and found a sacred white fox phantom behind him, but without 9 tails. There is only one. What is this? Qingfeng was a little confused, and said to September, but he only has 1 tail, and the 9-tailed fox has a very high status in the Fox clan? September also patiently explained to him, the tail needs to look at your realm, and now you have just awakened and your bloodline can condense 2 tails. When you reach the platinum crystal level, you can condense a tail again. You can understand it like this: black iron, 1 tail, bronze, 1 tail, silver, 2 tails, gold, 3 tails, platinum crystal, 4 tails, diamond, 5 tails, star, 6 tails, transcendent, 7 tails, proud, 8 tails, king, 9 tails. Every time you condense a tail, you can get a magical power. Now you already have one. What kind of magical power do you sense? September said with some expectation. Qingfeng was also shocked after hearing this, and quickly sensed it. At the same time, he was also shocked by September's strength. Even though he had been prepared before, Qingfeng clearly remembered that September had 7 tails. This, if you follow what September says, then isn't she an extraordinary powerhouse? Fog grass, with this kind of big guy around, it still smells like eating soft rice. A few minutes later, he really found that he had learned a magical power at some point, and through the connection with the magical power, Qingfeng also knew the function of this magical power. Divine power, tail cut off resurrection. After death, drop a tail and a large realm to resurrect it. The tail can be recondensed. Boy, with this magical power, can I go to the waves? September saw Qingfeng's happy expression and said, what kind of magical power? Our 9-tailed white fox has recorded a lot of magical power. powers. Xingfeng also told the truth. It is of resurrection with a broken tail. After hearing this, September was shocked. She had heard of this kind of magical power, and her eldest sister had this magical power. I know this kind of magical power. This kind of life-saving magical power is extremely rare. In September, I really didn't expect Qingfeng's talent to be so high. Continuing to explain the common sense of the fox tribe to Qingfeng, our fox tribe is divided into 9 grades: one-tailed hart fox, two-tailed ghost fox, three-tailed spirit fox, four-tailed young fox, five-tailed black fox, six-tailed fairy fox, seven-tailed hidden fox, eight-tailed holy fox, nine-tailed heavenly fox, one-tailed hart fox, cyan, also known as green fox, two-tailed ghost fox, gray, also known as gray fox, three-tailed spirit fox, green, also known as green fox, four-tailed young fox, red, also known as red fox, fire fox, five-tailed black fox, black, also known as black fox, six-tailed fairy fox, blue, also known as blue fox, seven-tailed hidden fox, yellow, also known as yellow fox, eight-tailed holy fox, purple, also known as purple fox, nine-tailed heavenly fox, white, also known as white fox. It is very simple for us fox people to check their talents, that is, to look at the color of their hair. At the same time, there is a very strong hierarchy. The hierarchical status is divided into 1-3 tails, such as the people, 4 tails, such as officials, 456 small nobles, 78 large nobles, and 9 tails, such as emperors. Qingfeng suddenly felt 5 thunderstorms. Have I become a fox on a fox? Just when Qingfeng was still digesting the information, September gave him 2 tokens and said, "This is for you. The blue token is going to the secret realm, and the red token is a place for a relic. This is a map of the ruins. You can take it. If you encounter danger, or a game that is certain to die, crush the blue token. This kind of secret realm can only be entered by gold level. As long as it exceeds gold, it cannot be entered. This is the contract we made with other races. So what do I have to worry about? I have a platinum sniper rifle and a Gatling, and I'm invincible in it. If there is a sudden death that does not have long eyes, it will be over." But Qingfeng nodded. "The rest of the time, you can condense the other tail." September seems to be taking the matter very seriously. Qingfeng also took over. He looked at the 2 tokens carefully. The blue token had a very obvious fox on it, and the red token was the same, but the fox was 9-tailed. After glancing at September again, Qingfeng returned to bed and began to condense the other 2 magical powers. September is not just watching. When cultivating in the breeze, he knew how to condense his tail. More than 10 days have passed. At this time, the breeze was still short, and the last tail did not condense. Powerful energy radiated throughout the room, and September stood quietly beside it, waiting for the breeze to condense. Behind Qingfeng, the outline of the 3rd tail became more and more obvious, until it is completely condensed. Qingfeng also woke up from the mind that channeled energy. It's done. Magical powers, energy capture. After killing the enemy, you can steal all the opponent's energy, or not. Divine power, very handsome. When you run away, the enemy will be confused by your handsome appearance. This is the magical power of Qingfeng's awakening. The second one is fine, but the 3rd breeze really wants to complain. God is handsome. Seeing that Qingfeng had become a breeze, September also asked, "What are these 2 supernatural powers?" "Energy capture." Her eyes lit up and she said, "I know this. My 3-tailed ability is energy capture." "What about another one?" Qingfeng became a little hesitant and said, "Run." He ran very handsome. Poof. September laughed at the breeze without any image. After more than 10 minutes, seeing Qingfeng a little embarrassed, September also held back a smile and said, Okay, this magical power is actually very powerful. Someone in our fox clan was once hunted by an enemy, and then he hid in a place to condense a new tail and obtain new magical powers, and this is it. Finally, he was discovered by the enemy, and the enemy found that he was very attractive to run, so he put down his hatred and married him. Isn't it touching? This is unreasonable. This is really too grass. Any hatred is said to be let go. Did you steal her lollipop? September also felt funny when she saw Qingfeng's confused appearance. He said to Qingfeng, Okay, I've been escorting you every day these days, and I still have a lot of things I haven't done. You make me more egg fried rice first, and I'll come over to eat it after I'm busy. I'll take you to see our Tianhu city tomorrow." Qingfeng also nodded. I was also a little excited, wanting to see what the scenery on the 50th floor was like. Just when September was about to leave, she suddenly turned back to Qingfeng and said, "I found that your half-fox appearance is quite cute." After saying that, he disappeared in an instant. Half a fox? What is it? Qingfeng returned to the bed and understood what September said. Suddenly he felt as if he had touched something. He picked it up and saw that it was a fox tail, and Qingfeng hurriedly looked back and found 3 tails behind him. "Since I have a tail, don't I have ears?" He touched his head, and sure enough, he touched his ear. Qingfeng condensed a water mirror in front of him, and Qingfeng's whole picture was revealed, and his snow-white ears and tail shone with bursts of brilliance. He should be worthy of him, personable, heroic, jade tree in the wind, and his magnificent appearance. There is no sense of disobedience. Readers who read my books look like this. It seems like this. Not bad? By the way, this thing should be able to be hidden. Qingfeng thought that
that September was completely human, and he also began to try how to hide it. Soon the tail and ears slowly disappeared under his control. After seeing that it was completely gone, Qingfeng also smiled.
Just come outside and start cooking. This time Qingfeng understood a truth, that is, there will never be a mistake in burning more, and more will be put into the space ring. If you want to eat it in September, just take it out. He.
Qingfeng burned a bag of rice in one go. Then, as if practicing iron sand palms, repeatedly beat and knead with your hands. After more than 10 hours, Qingfeng made a large pot, and then put all these fried rice into the space ring. Ding! The host makes the 1000th serving of golden egg fried rice, and gets the hidden achievement, Fried Rice Master, to reward 5000 delicious points.
Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected joy. I thought it would be impossible to buy anything in the chef's store this month, but I didn't expect the system to reward me. Open the marketplace.
A familiar purchase page appeared in front of Qingfeng.
In the upper right corner is his leftover delicious snack. Currently there should be 5720 delicious points. Well, it seems like quite a lot. Qingfeng clicked directly on the special price area without thinking. Rows of lists appear. Chicken stewed pork rib recipe. Successfully crafted. Stamina 15%, speed percent 12, kidney replenishment plus 15, satiety plus 120. Price, 2233, special price $12.99.
Qingfeng bought it directly without thinking. It was so arrogant.
He continued to read. Spicy crayfish recipe. Crafting successful, strength 15%, speed percent 12, satiety plus 120. Price, $12.33, special price $23.33.
The special price for Mao is still expensive. Could it be that the chef's system is submissive in the group and it is a heavy blow to the host?
Depend on. I thought the initial system was good to talk. Is it a black-bellied system?
While Qingfeng was thinking, the system panel suddenly jumped out.
Order, found a bug. Being solved. Order, get the system compensation spicy crayfish recipe. Did it turn out that there was a bug?
A formula for free prostitution. Qingfeng is still in a very good mood at this time. After Qingfeng bought a few recipes, by the way, he had nothing to do and lay on the bed in a daze. It seems that after awakening the nine-tailed fox bloodline, the whole person has become a little lazy. I unconsciously thought of September, suddenly a little curious about what Tianhu City is like. He had been here for a long time, and he knew that there was no difference between the creatures here and humans, just like the systems in the group. They all have a strong sense of self. Forget it, let's sleep first, I haven't slept well.
The time came to 3 p.m. the next day. At this time,
Qingfeng woke up in a daze, stretched out and looked at the sky outside, and found that it was a little brighter than before going to bed.
I understand that I have slept until the next day.
But why hasn't September come yet? I won't encounter any trouble again.
Alas, even if I encounter trouble, I can't help.
Qingfeng took out the golden egg fried rice in a notebook and watched several movies that had been released before. At the critical moment of the movie, he felt as if someone was behind him. Turning his head, he found that it was September.
When did you come? Qingfeng asked.
September said carelessly, it's been a long time, but your story here is good. Show me when you have time.
Qingfeng glanced at his notebook and nodded.
Took out an egg fried rice from the space ring and took it in September.
Leaned down and teased, it burns so quickly?
It's still this familiar feeling. Said to September, I did a lot this time, I don't have to cook for a while.
Eat it quickly, it will be cold later. Take me to Tianhu City to take a look after eating. September also nodded. Ahem.
10 minutes later, Qingfeng and Jojo stepped out of the yard, and Qingfeng looked around at the deep forest outside, which he rarely saw. After walking for about 10 minutes, Qingfeng saw a huge door.
Cross the giant door. This location is just right for a view of Skyfox City.
Tianhu City was displayed in front of Qingfeng, with heavy traffic and shoulder to shoulder, 10 miles of long streets, bright lights, endless rivers, and full of people.
Magnificent and magnificent.
The architecture is similar to what Qingfeng thinks, all of which are in the ancient style of Kyushu. At the same time, he also found himself above a huge forest of empty islands, and Qingfeng glanced at September.
September took him to the street in an instant. The people on the street are in a state of half-fox.
There are those who sell buns, and there are those who buy trinkets. If Qingfeng hadn't known it himself, he would have thought he had crossed over.
And September went shopping.
Just as I was about to go to September's residence, there was a noise in front of Qingfeng.
Wow, it's the eldest son of the Dove clan.
I heard that the eldest son condensed a third tail at a young age. Not only is he not proud, but he is also approachable. Qingfeng heard the sound and looked at it, and found that everyone on the street looked at a handsome man in a purple robe. The man was also extremely personable, and he would return the bow to anyone who greeted him. Qingfeng looked at September and found that September's smiling face was pulled down a little.
This detail was naturally noticed by Qingfeng, so he asked, who is this person?
September also explained, the Dove clan.
Our Fox clan has 9 major clans, namely Ji, Feng, Jiu, Chu, Hong, Zhou, Su, Bai, and Min.
It was this person before, which put me under a lot of pressure. The relic quota left for you was snatched up by several other clans. Among them, there is an 8-tailed
holy fox from the Hato clan, and it is him. I had 3 places, one for my own clan, another one is to give doves, but they are still not satisfied. You still want to ask me for the last place. Later, the various clans also wanted it, which gave me a headache for a while. Don't look at his superficial scenery, he is actually a hypocrite, doing one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes. Qingfeng turned his head and asked, what's his name? When he turned to look at September, he found that September looked at him like a dead man. Dove Jade Book. Indeed, the name does mean a bit of a hypocrite. In the novels he read in his previous life, the surface scenery was incomparable, and the name also had book characters and jade characters, looking like a gentleman who was magnanimous. Basically hypocrites. After all, there are not so many true gentlemen. Since he was a hypocrite, seeing that Zhou Yushu seemed to be coming this way, he hurriedly took out the evil ghost mask from the space ring and put it on his belt. If it is true as September said, then you must not show your true face in front of such hypocrites. In this way, if he provokes Qingfeng next time, he will be able to take revenge and go back. Zhou Yushu didn't know that he and Qingfeng had never seen a bad friend, so Qingfeng wanted to prepare for future revenge. September glanced at the breeze. He also felt a little funny, and said to Qingfeng, you are awakening the 9-tailed white fox bloodline. Are you so afraid of an 8-tailed purple fox? If he messes with you, it would be nice to let his Taoist heart collapse at that time. Qingfeng touched his head and said, I'm not afraid. You also know that I am a human race, although I have awakened the 9-tailed fox bloodline, but I am still a human race in essence. In addition, I am famous in the human race. If I am recognized, wouldn't it be troublesome for you? Besides, the 8-tailed holy fox seems to be a very strong species, so will it harm the interests of the Fox clan if he casually collapses his Taoist heart? After all, this is also a big help. Wait for September to talk about the heart? Qingfeng reacted at this time. How did she know the words Dao Xin? Was it really a demon race? September smiled and said, yes, but there are few holy foxes. But our Fox clan is not very lacking, and there will be 1 or 2 holy foxes every year or two, so there is no shortage at all. Although there is no shortage, you must be curious why there are so few holy foxes, right? Because there are very few holy foxes that can survive. They are either assassinated by other clans or assassinated by other races. He is so high profile and doesn't know how to restrain himself, and he is basically useless. If his mother hadn't been a nobleman of the 8 tails, I am afraid he would have been useless on the day he was born. Besides, you also know that even if our Fox clan has 7 or 8 tails, we will try our best to protect these holy foxes. Will the status of the 9-tailed fox be shaken? The main combat power of our Fox clan is personal combat power. It's not a group combat power, so the Fox clan has always been ruled by the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Only one of the 9-tailed heavenly foxes is 7-tailed, and the other 8 are all 9-tailed. Under the protection of this absolute combat power, do you think someone can assassinate the holy fox? The hint in September is very obvious. It can be said that he beats around the bush and tells Qingfeng the secret. Mist grass, misty grass. Is this the heritage of the Fox clan, a king-level powerhouse, 8 people? The strongest of the human race is extraordinary, and the king level is still just a guess, but now Qingfeng directly knows the 8 king-level powerhouses. According to September, the Fox clan noble circle is also very chaotic, especially the last few sentences. It is obvious that the appearance of the holy fox depends on whether the Fox clan needs it, and if it is not needed, the 9-tailed heavenly fox will open one eye and close one eye to erase it. When Qingfeng was talking to September, Zhou Yushu also found them and walked towards them. It didn't take long for him to come to September. He bowed to September and said, Ninth Princess, I didn't expect to see you here. My mother said that Zhou mainly gave the last place to our Zhou clan and was willing to exchange it for purple natural materials and earth treasures. September's face pulled down a little. When Qingfeng saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Zhou Yushu. When you come up, you step on the thunder accurately. I said, we won't give the quota to any clan this time, and I have already handed over the quota to someone else. Zhou Yushu's face remained unchanged, and a smile was always on his face. Ninth Princess, I know this is the reason. Now our Zhou clan is no worse than other clans, second only to the Feng clan. What's more, our Zhou clan has produced 3 7-tailed yellow foxes, 1 purple fox, and now one of the 7-tailed yellow fox has not yet had a place to stay. If the Ninth Princess gives us this place, the Fox clan will be even stronger. Before Zhou Yushu could continue, he saw the breeze next to September. Frowned. September glanced at Qingfeng and smiled. This is Feng Yeshua, and my quota was given to him. Saying that, he asked Qingfeng to take out the token. Qingfeng was also helpless and took out the token. Zhou Yushu naturally saw that the smile on his face slowly disappeared, and he wanted to say something more. I saw September pulling the breeze and disappearing in place. Looking at the disappearance of Qingfeng and the others, Zhou Yushu's face was also blue and red, and he wanted to go crazy. But he can feel the gaze of the people around him. I could only show a kind smile again, but this smile was extremely unnatural, even a little weird. Finally, Feng Yeshue, right? Okay, I remember you. I want to see how capable you are. Qingfeng was also relieved to see that he had returned to the wooden house. He was afraid that he would take off his mask in September.
But the wooden house is still comfortable. The outside world is too dangerous. At this time, September also said to Qingfeng, when the secret realm starts next month, remember to teach him a good lesson. It's best to strip off his clothes and pants. Let him come out naked. Qingfeng had a Cold War. He didn't expect September to be so dark-bellied. Just now, it was obvious that he deliberately transferred the pot to Qingfeng's body, using people's hearts to make Zhou Yushu curious and hateful towards him. At that time, even if Qingfeng doesn't look for trouble, Zhou Yushu will also take the initiative to come to him for trouble. But Qingfeng didn't care. Anyway, September wouldn't harm him. Since he is still alive now, it means that he is useful to live, and he doesn't understand Feng Zhouyue's mind and doesn't dare to speculate. But judging from the last few months, September can be said to be very good for him. He even used his own essence and blood to help Qingfeng awaken his bloodline. As for September's attitude towards the holy fox, Qingfeng didn't care at all, and when he saw him awakening the nine-tailed white fox bloodline in September, he could completely kill him. But she didn't teach him carefully. He even told Qingfeng all kinds of secrets, and did not regard him as an outsider at all. But September must have her intention in doing this. But Qingfeng could be sure that this was a calculation against other clans. Damn it, September must be dark. It's just right. However, Qingfeng was a little curious. That is, what was the purple natural material and earth treasure? If you don't understand, ask what is the purple natural material and earth treasure? September no longer had that serious appearance at this time, showing a half-fox appearance and lying lazily on the table, hearing the breeze ask. The white fox's ears were also erected, seemed to be interested, and turned his head to Qingfeng and explained, the natural materials and earth treasures in the secret realm are divided into 3 equal parts. The first equal part is purple, which is the best. The second equal part is blue, which is a fine product. The third equal part is white, which is ordinary. Each small realm can only absorb one, and the white quality of natural materials and earthly treasures can only increase physical strength by up to 20 tons. Almost useless. If it's blue, you can add more than 120 tons. The most important thing is to improve talent and foundation. Purple is different, whether it is strength, physique, speed, talent, it increases a lot, and it can even increase lifespan. By the way, this time their clans want this relic place so much because this ruin may appear golden natural materials and earth treasures. As long as you absorb a golden heavenly material and earth treasure, you will basically stabilize to the extraordinary level. The Dove Jade book also wants to use that to save his life. September suddenly got up and approached the breeze. You are so smart, you should know the preciousness of this medicine, if it is taken by an 8-tailed holy fox and eaten. September did not continue, but Qingfeng already knew. At this time, he also knew what September was calculating. From the previous views, September desperately wanted to kill this Dove Jade book. Once this golden heavenly material and earth treasure is captured by the Dove Jade book, then he will be completely protected by the Fox clan, because whether it is talent, blood, or potential, it has almost reached the top. Especially Qingfeng knew that he was very ostentatious. Fame is good as it can be seen before. If this is all dead, the reputation of the Fox clan will be affected, and the rule of the Ninetails will also be affected, and it will be basically impossible to kill him at that time. Even September came out to protect him. In this way, the smile of September before the mysterious chicken is hidden. Qingfeng felt that the outside world was too dangerous, and I wanted to go back to the magic capital. Once Qingfeng suppresses Zhou Yushu, and all his clothes and pants are stripped off and he comes out alone, his reputation will be suppressed. Other Fox clans will feel that the Dove Jade book does not match the rumored genius. The Hato clan will also be hit. Qingfeng continued to calculate, and his heart couldn't help but tremble a little. If you do it secretly in September, at that time, Zhou Yushu will definitely die, and you Qingfeng, also took this opportunity to appear in front of the public, and the pseudonym given to him in September is definitely not taken casually. Feng Yeshue. The surname is Feng. In this way, not only can he openly replace the reputation of the Dove Jade book but also make everyone feel that he is a dark horse hidden in the snow. It can also greatly increase the reputation and status of the Feng clan. Increase your dominance in September. Dig, trench, trench. Qingfeng's gaze at September was a little scared. This woman is too ruthless. Is it a long time ago, or did you just think of it before? Wait until September said that there were 9-tailed foxes, one of which only had 7 tails, and he looked at the state of September half-fox. Just 7 tails. Qingfeng smiled a little reluctantly and said, are there only 9 heavenly foxes in the Fox clan? September also found it funny to see Qingfeng's expression. No jokingly said, no, that's good. But September's next sentence suddenly made Qingfeng break out in a cold sweat. Isn't there still you? Ha ha ha, September laughed, smiling happily. Okay, it's good to know. I told you at the beginning, I am the ruler of the 50th floor. Temporary. My sister and the others have gone to the 70s or so floors to do errands, and they may not come back for a while, although it is the first time to take power. But there are other clans in the Hato clan that don't take me seriously at all. I have repeatedly violated the majesty, and I have committed the following crimes. My
sister told me that since the clans are restless, they will naturally use thunder means to wait for Jiu Yushu to die. Other clans should be at peace. If they are restless, I will send a large army to their house and frame them. September said it without hiding it at all. The breeze is dull. September was afraid of Qingfeng and was afraid of her, so she also said, I won't harm you, I like you very much, not to mention that you are the blood of the nine-tailed heavenly fox. Just join us in the future. The most important thing is that we fox people like to stay with humans. Why? Qingfeng said subconsciously. It's very simple. Our fox clan used to live in your secret realm, and was even regarded as a mythical beast by your human race, which is auspiciousness and a symbol of love. Fog grass. The breeze is cold and sweaty. The nine-tailed fox did have these meanings, but it was later demonized. But he didn't dare to say it. At the same time, he was also shocked. He didn't expect that the fox clan was not a creature in the dungeon at all, but a native creature of Blue Star. But now information technology is so developed. Modern people should basically know that the nine-tailed fox is demonized. Then what do you like about me? September thought for a moment. Your soul is pure. I have discovered it since I saw you. One of my supernatural powers is that I can see people's hearts. It is precisely because of these supernatural powers that I am almost a tool fox for my sisters, and I am asked to observe the fox heart every day. Other clans, none of the hearts are clean, especially the Dove Jade Book. Anyway, I won't harm you. Then in September, a series of guarantees were made, and Xingfeng's guard was slowly lowered. Although these guards are useless, especially in the face of the absolute strength of September. September also seems to know this, and has been calming the breeze. My heart is very clean. It can't be that the system blocked me. And at this time, the God-level selection system also appeared. Option 1, debunk September. Think she has been harming you. Reward, King-level coffin board, paranoia. Choice 2, believe in September. Make sure that September will not harm you. Reward, 2,500 pounds platinum bow. Qingfeng was indeed a little nervous, and the system came to comfort him, but it was good that he got a new weapon for nothing. At the same time, he is also 100% sure that September will not harm him. Option 2, I believe in you in September. Qingfeng said. September saw Qingfeng return to normal, and wanted to laugh. Qingfeng's appearance before was simply a big conspiracy discovered. A frightened little rabbit. Ding, the reward has been distributed. Ha! A month passed quickly, during which Qingfeng did not dare to practice at all. I'm afraid that if I don't care, I will break through. I have been playing with September, and by the way, I told Qingfeng some common sense. Qingfeng knew that although the 50th floor was ruled by September, there were still other races, and the strength of those races was also very high. But none of them are kings, and the highest is arrogant. But it's also outrageous. Their races also have kings and strong people, but they are all at the bottom. I heard that September said that kings are almost everywhere in the lower levels, and there are even more than kings. There are also some matters in the secret realm, as well as how to absorb natural materials and earthly treasures, which are all unimportant small issues. For natural materials and earthly treasures, Qingfeng has a very bold idea. From September's mouth, I learned that a small realm can only absorb one natural material and earth treasure, and if you want to absorb the second one, you must have someone else transmit it perfectly. This effect can be superimposed. But if you do this, the consumption can be said to be very large, and the transmission failure is redundant. But Qingfeng is different. He is a man with a devouring system. As long as you choose the devouring system, then there is no problem in absorbing as many natural materials and earth treasures as you want. But this is just speculation. This month, Qingfeng also thought about how to choose the system. Open system chat group. Ding, a new month has arrived, and I found that one person can be invited to the system, whether to invite or not. Is there only one invitable system this time? Yes. System chat group. God level sign-in system, LV4, to enter the chat group. Crowd system, welcome newcomers. Group housekeeper, newcomers can check the group announcement for information. Shinhouse system, LV2, the new system is coming. It's a new month, and I don't know who the group leader will choose. The competitive pressure is too great now. It's obviously not a living thing, but I feel the pain of a living thing. You should know that you have been with the group leader for so long. God level selection system, LV4, I do know one thing. It seems to be the devouring system. As for the other one, I don't know much about it. When the devouring system saw that the group leader chose him, it immediately stood up. Devouring system, LV2, is the group leader finally going to choose me? Automatic cultivation system, LV3, no, there is none. Devouring system, LV2, obviously you talked about me. Look at this chat history yourself. God level selection system withdrawal message. Phagocytosis, LV2. Chef system, LV2. I'm back. I'm finally upgraded. Let me tell you, the group leader is really handsome. I really want to be pampered by him again. Ding, the devouring system was successfully bound by the group owner. Ding, the curse system is successfully bound by the group leader. Yu Qingfeng, group leader at, what function do you have? God level sign-in system, LV for me? My function is to check in, and you can get various items by checking in. Yu Qingfeng, group leader, that relationship is good. Can you sign in for anything? God level sign-in system system, LV4 Girls' underwear are all signed out for you, so don't worry, I can sign in for anything. This system doesn't seem to be very serious.
There were footsteps in his ears, and Qingfeng came out of the system group and took a look. It was found that it was September. At the same time, there was a big change in front of his eyes, and each item appeared in front of him with options that could be devoured.
There is also a book in the upper right corner. Qingfeng took out the unfinished silver apple from his backpack and clicked to devour it. Apple is gone.
Order, successfully devoured, silver-level natural materials and earth treasures, feeding back the host's 10-ton strength physique.
Fog grass. Silver apples have long been useless to him, and the devouring system can break this limitation, so to speak.
There is no problem at all with natural materials and earthly treasures.
Qingfeng, didn't the apple in your hand give me it? September quietly watches the breeze.
She came in and saw Qingfeng take out a silver apple and then took it back. Qingfeng also reacted and explained, "It's for you. I just see that the quality is not very good." He also took out a new apple for September again. She also gladly accepted and ate it. While eating fruit, September said to Qingfeng, "Wait for the token to shine, and you can be teleported to the secret realm. This secret place is open for 3 months. Take as many purple natural materials and earth treasures as possible. If there is a golden natural material and earth treasure in that ruin, if you can't get it, you will destroy it.
And if you meet the Dove Jade book, it's over."
Okay, I know Qingfeng was also helpless. At the same time, I also feel sorry for the Dove Jade book. In September, after seeing the breeze ready, he also left the wooden house. Qingfeng, on the other hand, continued to work on another system. The function of the curse system is that book, as long as the curse is written in the notebook, it will be cursed.
You can only curse 3 times a day. No consumption. Qingfeng wrote it without any hesitation.
Character: Bloodmist sect, Lord of Bloodmist. Curse: poor cultivation, constipation, choking on drinking water, eating sugarcane will lose teeth, and everything will not go well.
Ding, the curse succeeded. Twice more. Qingfeng thought about it carefully. Instantly had an idea.
Characters: Fox Clan, Dove Jade Book. Curse: falling on the ground, cultivating is not smooth, encountering natural materials and earth treasures are picked up by you Qingfeng, and if you fall, you will definitely stick your face to and make a fool of yourself in front of your confidant. Order: the curse succeeds. Qingfeng nodded with satisfaction and said softly, "After all, you Qingfeng, am not a devil, so that's it." In September, I happened to come to a square, and there was a huge high platform in the center of the square, and there was a fox mountain and fox sea below the high platform.
In addition to the fox tribe, there are other races.
On the other side of the high platform, there is a very high platform, and the platform is obviously a grandstand.
The clans sat in the stands.
Fly above in September and take the most opulent seats. Although it can be teleported anywhere, this sense of ritual must be there. Soon, most of the people who participated in this secret realm reached the top of the high platform.
The crowd is bustling.
Suddenly someone said, "Jiu Yushu, the young Master Jiu is here."
Where is he?
I saw it, and sure enough, as the rumors said, he was handsome and dressed in a purple robe.
Ah,
Jiu Yushu was dressed in a purple robe, with a jade fan in his hand, smiling at the people coming and going, and he looked at the ring.
A frown. Because he didn't see Feng Yeshua, the corner of his mouth also smiled. Didn't he dare to come? He jumped.
Make a particularly handsome posture, enjoy everyone's praise in the high sky, and suddenly the aura in his body is inexplicably on a business trip and he can't mobilize it.
Sudden change of direction. Fell into the nearby grass, Facebook posted.
When he felt ashamed on the front, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly rioted again, and he flew to his crush goddess by Qingxue.
That look was extremely embarrassing. There was no high-spirited appearance before.
The scene was dead and silent, and the stool on September's but was not yet warm, so I saw such a wonderful scene. After carefully observing the luck of the Dove Jade book, she found that she was shrouded in some kind of black energy at some point, and she immediately knew what it was because she had often dealt with the Lord of Bloodmist. Curse. This curse does not seem particularly deadly, but bad luck. September wants to deduce the curse and find the person behind the curse, then thank him in person. But no matter how he deduced it, he just couldn't find a clue.
Simply don't deduce.
Anyway, as long as he hates the Book of Jiu, it is a friendly army.
The audience under the high platform didn't know who burst into laughter. This smile directly drove the audience, especially other races, laughing forward and backward.
Ha 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 ha, is this the strongest Tianzhou of the Dove clan today?
It seems to be inconsistent with the rumors.
Ah, yes, but this is really outrageous. It will be out of breath for Mao to run the aura.
Don't say it, my confidence is back.
Yes. The Fox clans of the Dove clan also lowered their heads, which was the most humiliating time they had had in recent years. They all looked at the Dove Jade book that was still lying on the ground with some resentment. The status of the Dove Jade book is subconsciously declining. At this time, Jiu Yushu did not dare to get up, which was really embarrassing, especially now. He is still in front of the goddess he has been secretly in love with for a long time, and he pretended to be 13 in front of him a few days ago. Today's slap in the face is too fast. At this time, the other races noticed something
something strange, said loudly, "Hey?" Wondering why the Dove Jade book still can't get up? Could it be that you broke a bone? I think he felt too embarrassed and didn't dare to get up. Haha, deceive yourself.
These words were like whispers in Jiu Yushu's ears, like demonic words.
He got up in one go.
When he stood up, he looked at Bai Qingshue's beautiful eyes, and Jiu Yushu couldn't help but look a little dull, and kept smirking. Bai Qingshue saw him get up and subconsciously took a step back. Then he looked at him, and soon an indescribable smell came. What shocked her the most was that he was still smirking. Originally, she still had a good impression of Jiu Yushu, but when she saw his appearance, her favorability instantly dropped to the minimum. At this time, the patriarch of the Jiu clan couldn't stand it anymore. "Yushu, what are you doing? Hurry up and find a place to stand up." Just one sentence instantly made Jiu Yushu react. Standing directly next to Bai Qingshue, and standing very close, it seemed that he was intentionally approaching. Bai Qingshue frowned, glanced at him, and changed positions.
Jiu Yushu was also very embarrassed, secretly scolding myself for what happened today.
Soon the tokens in their hands glowed, and the next moment more than a dozen disappeared in place.
The same is true for Yu Qingfeng.
In the secret realm, in a dense forest, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure was none other than Yu Qingfeng.
He looked around.
He sighed softly, as expected of the Fox clan. "You can teleport to the secret realm with a token, if you have this technology."
"Is there an exit from all directions?"
"Even if an enemy attacks at that time, as long as you hold the token, you can teleport.
You can even fight back."
Suddenly the ground trembled at this time, and a huge pillar of light suddenly rushed into the sky on the ground, and the pillar of light had only two colors, one was purple and the other was blue.
"Okay.
These pillars of light should be the guidance of the location of the heavenly materials and earth treasures that September said. The purple pillar of light should be a first-class natural material and earth treasure.
Ollie give. It's over."
Qingfeng rushed towards the nearest natural material and earth treasure without thinking.
It was very smooth along the way.
There was no monster that didn't have long eyes, and soon he found a creek. In the center of the stream stood a plant, and there was a fruit on it, which looked somewhat similar to a person, and was surrounded by purple light. Discover natural materials and earth treasures. Human face fruit can be devoured.
Human face fruit? It's really appropriate.
Just as Qingfeng was about to get up to pick, the grass on the opposite side suddenly moved.
Someone?
Yu Qingfeng, who had always been more cautious, returned to his original position, and even found a more hidden place to hide. With the blessing of latent mastery, he blended perfectly with nature.
He wanted to see what was going on first. If it is a person, he will act according to the opportunity, and if it is a monster, he will come out and explode. Soon a figure rushed out of the grass. He immediately recognized who the person was, none other than Jiu Yushu. Qingfeng was stunned. It takes no effort to get it. Is this taking the initiative to come to the door?
At this time, Jiu Yushu was also relieved when he saw the human face fruit.
"It seems that I will arrive first."
When Qingfeng thought he was going to pick it, he found that he didn't, but came to the stream and rubbed his face frantically.
What happened to the Dove Jade book? Which tendon was wrong?
Qingfeng had no idea that he was the initiator of this matter.
10 minutes later.
The next moment, he saw an even more crazy scene, and Qingfeng saw Jiu Yushu slowly taking off his clothes.
"Start a good bath in the stream. Do 8-tailed purple foxes love cleanliness so much?"
The next moment shocked his three views even more, and the originally crystal clear stream gradually turned into feces yellow.
"It's been a long time since I took a shower. Why is there still a stinky smell?"
He silently put the prepared Desert Eagle back, took out the anti-material sniper rifle, and aimed it at Jiu Yushu's head. Soon, Jiu Yushu had already finished taking a bath.
He came to the face fruit and picked it off. When Qingfeng was about to shoot, a huge monster suddenly appeared on the ground, entangled Jiu Yushu to death. Mist grass, misty grass. Qingfeng means spicy eyes, tentacles play?
The trapped Jiu Yushu was unstable in his hand, and the human face fruit fell not far away.
Coincidentally, it just fell in front of Qingfeng. Qingfeng looked at the human face fruit on the ground and fell into deep thought.
He looked at the Dove Jade book that was still fighting with the monster again, and left this place with the human face fruit without saying a word. At this time, he remembered that he seemed to have cursed Jiu Yushu. He also knows why there is a shirt smell and why he rubs his face wildly.
It must be very difficult to get there. Wait a minute. Since I have cursed, can I follow him and pick up leaks? Wouldn't this be too miserable?
Qingfeng thought so in his mind, but his legs were already on the way back. Soon, Qingfeng found a giant tree above, quietly watching Jiu Yushu fight with the monster. About 10 minutes later, the monster was also defeated by Jiu Yushu.
He was frantically looking for the human face fruit around,
but I couldn't find it, and Qingfeng was gnawing chicken feet on the tree. About half an hour passed, and Jiu Yushu couldn't find the human face fruit, thinking that it was washed away by the stream. So I simply went to find other natural materials and treasures. Jiu Yushu looked at the map and found that there were purple natural materials and earth treasures nearby, and he set off immediately.
He knows that where everyone teleports is random.
Maybe this purple natural material and earth treasure was taken away by someone, and at this time he just wanted to race for time and seize the purple heavenly material
material and earth treasure as quickly as possible, then go directly to capture the blue. He is one who does not want to leave for other clans and other races. In particular, he knew that Feng Yeshua was also in this secret realm, and a sense of urgency surged inexplicably. Once you have a plan, move forward. Just as he took a step, he accidentally tripped over the vine, and he immediately used the aura to stabilize himself, but the aura was still out of breath. Fall again. The face just fell on the shore. The breeze in the dark looked at this scene and was also staggered. Zhou Yushu got up, picked up his weapon and slashed at the vines, and said, "Damn, why do you keep tripping me? Did I mess with you? And why is there still sure? If I remember correctly, there are only gold-level monsters in the gold-level secret realm. How can there be a monster beast in this realm? The key is that I have met more than once. Who the hell is it? Come out. I won't cut you to death if you see the young master." Zhou Yushu was angry at the trees, and Qingfeng was also speechless. This is obviously a bad person, and the road is uneven. Just as he was watching the play, he happened to see a grizzly bear nearby pulling sure, looking like he was enjoying it. Qingfeng smirked. Without any hesitation, he came to the grizzly bear. He said all the bad things that Zhou Yushu said to him, and although the grizzly bear opened his spiritual wisdom, it was always just a little bit. I can't understand a lot of what Qingfeng said. Although he couldn't understand it, he saw Zhou Yushu not far away getting madly angry, and he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. He slowly approached the Dove Jade Book. Soon the vibrant trees were cut down by him, and Zhou Yushu saw that the trees were like this, and he also let go of the anger in his heart. Just as he was about to leave, he bumped into a grizzly bear, and Zhou Yushu felt the breath of the grizzly bear. Boy, gold 7 stars. This rank grizzly bear should be sensitive. Zhou Yushu wanted to hurry up and seize the heavenly treasures, but he didn't want to say to the grizzly bear, "That big brother bear, do you have anything to do?" He also released his own momentum. He said he was not to be outdone. I saw the grizzly bear pointing to the already blurred shore on the ground, and then patted himself as if to say, "This is what I pulled. How do you want to drip?" Zhou Yushu held back his resentment. His face was red, as if he wanted to get angry, but in the end he held back and gave Grizzly a silver apple that was no longer useful to him. The grizzly bear didn't embarrass him when he saw Apple, so let him go. Leaving this place, Zhou Yushu, who was on the way, scolded loudly, "Damn, you all bullied me. Wait for me to take back that treasure. I don't have good fruit for you." He hurried to the direction of the heavenly materials and earth treasures, and soon came to a mountain. There is a cliff here. There is a mysterious flower on the cliff, and the surrounding area is also shrouded in purple airflow, and the bottom of the cliff is actually a swamp. Zhou Yushu also smiled when he saw the flower, and the previous haze dissipated a little. It seems that no one has come here yet. The gold level cannot fly yet, but this kind of cliff is a small meaning to him. Just as he was about to get closer, he found that the cliff was very steep, and not only that, but also very cold and smooth. It seemed that he couldn't jump, so Zhou Yushu honestly found a good angle and slowly climbed down. Ding! Find the treasure of heaven and earth, the flower of cold, which can be swallowed. Oh ha! Since I am by the side of Zhou Yushu, how will I pick up the leaks of natural materials and earth treasures this time? Last time it was a monster beast that guarded the treasures of heaven and earth, so will it be the same this time? After a while, the Dove Jade Book came to the cold flower. He picked the cold flower, and the cold instantly conveyed it to the Dove Jade Book. A tremor in his hand almost fell under a cliff. The cold flower was also blown to the top of the cliff by the airflow in the cliff, and Zhou Yushu was also relieved to see that the flower did not fall. The breeze took the cold flower in his hand. I looked at the Dove Jade Book that almost fell. He smiled like a sunny one, raised one foot, and stepped on it hard, with a force of 346 tons, 692,000. This foot made the cliff tremble slightly, and it was precisely because of this slight tremor that Zhou Yushu fell without holding on. WDNMD, why are you so unlucky? Soon the sound of falling water was heard from the bottom of the cliff. "Aw, thief god, did you mean it?" A scream and roar were also transmitted, and Xingfeng's face was full of pity. If someone asks him if he did it, Xingfeng definitely denied it, and reasonably explained, "I was just passing by. Where did I know what was going on? I just saw an ant and wanted to trample it to death. It's just a little harder when you step on it. I didn't expect that there was a person below, and I couldn't blame him for falling." Xingfeng found a suitable reason for himself and gladly accepted this cold flower. If September were here, she would definitely wonder if there was something wrong with her magical powers, and she would feel that Xingfeng's heart was white. At this time, the Dove Jade Book was all mud, and I wanted to climb up, but the wall was too slippery. Now he was very anxious in his heart, afraid that the flower of cold would float away or be picked up, and as he walked along the swamp, he found a huge nest. There was a purple light flashing in the center of the nest. Zhou Yushu's eyes lit up. "Have I met a baby?" He quickly came to the top of the nest and saw a purple egg. "Is this some kind of creature's egg? Or something?" Yu Qingfeng, who was observing him on the top of the cliff, saw that he had obtained another purple natural material and earth treasure, and his face suddenly turned ecstatic. "Look carefully at the egg." Ding! Found purple natural materials and earth treasures, poisonous toad saliva. Toad? Saliva? Toad's saliva? Bang! Just as Zhou Yushu was still happy, huge eyes suddenly opened on the
wall of the nest, startling him. Jiu Yushu looked at those eyes carefully, only to find out that it was a toad that was good at hiding. That body was at least 5 or 6 meters tall, and if you didn't pay attention, you would think it was a huge stone. The huge tongue attacked the dove jade book. Jiu Yushu turned sideways, his body dodged the attack, but the poisonous toad saliva in his hand fell and was hit by his tongue. Fly straight up the cliff. At this time, Qingfeng held the roast duck in his hands and ate it, and suddenly a black shadow rushed up, just smashing Qingfeng's roast duck. Instead, it is poisonous toad saliva. Fog grass, the roast duck I just took out. Alas, forget it. Qingfeng took it for granted that the poisonous toad saliva was included in the space ring, and after calculating the time, it took less than 5 hours to come in from the wooden house to the secret realm, and he obtained 3 purple natural materials and earth treasures. It can only be said that Woohoo took off. This curse system is really powerful. If it is the other way around, it can be said to be a blessing system. Qingfeng got up, glanced down the cliff, and found that Jiu Yushu was still fighting with the toad, and took out popcorn in folding seats again, eat melons and watch the show again. At this time, Jiu Yushu was also completely angry. Directly transformed into a body, a purple 3-meter fox appeared. The purple light shone brightly in his physical energy, and there were 3 tails on his back, all of which were fried hair. The dove jade book's spiritual skills are not used, just go up and gnaw it. Not to be outdone, the toad slowly secreted venom from its body, and even if he was bitten, it attacked frantically with its tongue. Unfortunately, these attacks did not do much damage to him. 8-tailed purple fox. His physical body alone surpasses most fierce beasts, not to mention his supernatural powers, which is even more bizarre. Generally, creatures will avoid it when they see it, but this toad is not afraid at all. It's not that the toad doesn't measure its own strength. The strength of this toad has reached the 8-star gold level, and he thinks that even if he can't beat this 1-star fox clan, you can also retreat completely. Magical power imprisoned. The 8-tailed purple fox inherited the magical power appeared, and the moment when he was originally alive was suppressed. He couldn't move. Spiritual power cannot be used either. The dove jade book turned into a half-fox, and pulled out the sword and pointed it at the toad for a burst of output. Soon the toad fell to the ground without resistance. Qingfeng frowned when he saw this. Is this absolute confinement? It seems that in addition to imprisonment, it also seals the spiritual energy in the toad's body. Is the dove jade book strong? Very strong. This is the most powerful tianjia that Qingfeng has ever seen. But if you fight Qingfeng can beat him violently, but you can't kill him in seconds. It seems that my strength is still not strong enough. Thinking of the opening ceremony of the magic capital Wuhan University, which one is not a knife and a child? 10 minutes later, Jiu Yushu finally came up again, and at this time he was embarrassed, with holes in his clothes everywhere and a stench. He searched for a few hours at the top of the cliff, and then at the bottom of the cliff for a few hours, and the 2 natural treasures seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. No matter how you look for it, you can't find it. He sat decadently on the top of the cliff and fell into a life of doubt. At this time, the sound of several people chatting happily came from the east of the cliff. Bai Qingxue and several women came to the top of the cliff talking and laughing, just when they wanted to find the natural materials and earth treasures. A person was found sitting on the edge of a cliff. They looked closely and saw that it was the dove jade book. They couldn't believe that after only a few hours of coming in, Jiu Yushu became like this. It's hard to imagine that he was still a national male god a few days ago. Several women who had admired him for a long time came to him and began to learn more. Bai Qingxue also came over to ask. When Jiu Yushu saw that it was Bai Qingxue, he couldn't hold back instantly. But he has a good face, and he can't say that he is unlucky. If I tell the truth, wouldn't it mean that my Taoist heart is unstable? Immature? No, you must not tell the truth. Suddenly he thought of something, and cried to Bai Qingxue. That's right, I met a junior who the 9th princess was optimistic about a few days ago, and he was at the same level as us. He's wearing a ghost mask. I can't say the name, after all, he is the person the 9th princess favors. I'm afraid he can't compare. As he spoke, he sighed symbolically. Yu Qingfeng, who was hiding in the shadows, was stunned. Foggrass, this acting skills, it's really a pity not to act. When I first came in, I met the human face fruit, and I was about to pick it but was taken away by that despicable villain, and even mocked me. Like a clown. What's even more excessive is that he actually followed me. Not only did it take my flower of cold, but it also caused me to fall into the cliff swamp, but I was lucky enough to find a new purple natural material and earth treasure below. But he still took it away, and left the toad to fight against me. As he spoke, he pointed to the toad corpse below the cliff. The girls looked at it, and sure enough, giant toad carcasses float on the water. What does it matter to me, although it is true that he did it? Yu Qingfeng said that this is slander and absolute slander. Bai Qingxue's expression was frosty, and she said in a cold voice, I didn't expect that our fox clan still has such a despicable fox. It's actually the Tianjia that the 9th princess fancy. What's his name? I will definitely meet him when I meet him. Jiu Yushu's expression was hesitant to speak, as if there was some taboo. Bai Qingxue also patted Jiu Yushu with a big care, and said, it's okay, I just know him. Jiu Yushu seemed to be persuaded, and said, his name
name is Feng Yeshue. Hearing this name, Bai Qingxue also secretly said in her heart, sure enough, it turned out to be Feng, and she had never heard of this name. It seems to be a hidden Tianjiao. Since he can force the Dove Jade Book to be like this, his strength must be good. But I can't spare such a despicable fox. Zhou Yushu, don't worry, if I meet him, I will definitely avenge you. The Dove Jade Book is also very touching. Zhou Yushu chatted with them for half an hour and also parted ways, and there was a limit to the time when the secret realm was opened. They have to collect enough natural materials and earth treasures in a few months to stabilize their foundation. So they didn't have too much chatter, so they went to look for natural treasures. Qingfeng looked at the direction in which Zhou Yushu was leaving and also followed. During the journey, Zhou Yushu often fell to the ground inexplicably, so he also became extremely cautious. Soon, he came to a place where natural materials and earth treasures were located. This time it was not that there was no one there, but more than a dozen people gathered. But one of the Dove Jade books seems to be particularly familiar. He came to a man with great skill and said, Brother Ji, long time no see. Others saw Zhou Yushu walking towards Ji Mingyuan. They all began to sigh, alas, let's go, we can't get the natural materials and earthly treasures here. Yes, one is the first genius of the Ji family, and the other is the first genius of the Dove. How can this natural material and earth treasure compete for them? Many fox tribes and other races shook their heads, walked away a lot. But there is also a part of them that stays in place. They want to see who will take the natural materials and earth treasures here. After all, this is the second first genius. Once you know the winner or loser, you can go out and brag to everyone. Ji Mingyuan also frowned when he saw that the person who came was Zhou Yushu. When he was in Tianhu City, his relationship with Zhou Yushu was not very good, and he suddenly came to say hello, which was obviously close. This made him wonder if there was a deeper plan. So it's Brother Dove, what are you looking for me for? If it's this natural treasure, I'm afraid I won't be able to give in. Zhou Yushu also smiled embarrassedly after hearing this. It's not like this. The natural materials and treasures here are naturally obtained by those who have the ability. I just came over to say hello. Ji Mingyuan didn't believe anything about his words, but he couldn't ask directly, so he could only beat around the bush and say, then what are you looking for me for? Brother Ji, we are also the top of the clan anyway, isn't it good to chat with each other to increase feelings? Sure enough, he was uneasy and kind. He didn't think that Zhou Yushu would come to him for a long time. He simply exposed it and said, I know you don't have a good heart, what the hell is going on? Zhou Yushu's smile also froze, and he simply said, I hope you will give me the natural materials and earth treasures here. In the end, it wasn't about that. Ji Mingyuan sneered, I said, I will not give in to this natural treasure. Zhou Yushu saw that he was so determined, and also said, okay, I won't grab the natural materials and earth treasures here with you, so how about we join forces? You and I have joined forces to get some natural materials and earthly treasures? I'll help you get this natural treasure. How about you help me get the next one? That's right, this is the plan of the Dove Jade Book. The previous bad luck made him remember in his heart, knowing his shortcomings, if there was an extra helper, those natural treasures would never be lost. Ji Mingyuan looked at Zhou Yushu in surprise. I found that his eyes were very sincere. For the first day of the Dove clan, it must be disdainful of deceiving people, so the credibility is also very high. He thought about it carefully. Indeed, if he really joined forces with him, he couldn't get any natural materials and earth treasures, and even greatly increased the speed of seizing the heavenly materials and earth treasures, and also promised that he would help him be the first to seize the treasure of heaven and earth. Thinking about it this way, full of sincerity. Okay, I agree with you and I to join forces, but the natural materials and earth treasures here must belong to me, Ji Mingyuan said. Zhou Yushu was also happy to see that he agreed. The others also shook their heads when they saw this scene and left the place directly. What they say is no secret either. The strength to enter the secret realm has reached gold, and it is easy to hear their conversation. This time the two of them joined forces. The natural materials and earth treasures here must not be obtained. Soon there were only 3 people here. The 2 are naturally Zhou Yushu, and the other is Yu Qingfeng hiding in the shadows. Qingfeng said that he didn't care about their team, anyway, as long as the natural material and earth treasure were his. In the end, time passed slowly. Qingfeng found a problem, that is, Zhou Yushu fell unevenly. In particular, Zhou Yushu himself seemed to know that he was now jumping frantically and repeatedly in a pile of stones, and he did not fall down no matter what. I am happy to do this. It was as if a new continent had been discovered. Seeing this scene, Qingfeng also understood that the day should have passed. Can't you imagine that there is no night in the secret realm? Now that the curse has expired, I will curse it again. Don't go too far this time, after all, I'm not the kind of cruel person either. The breeze opens the curse system. Sure enough, the cursed time countdown has disappeared. He thought for a moment and rewrote. Characters: Fox Clan, Dove Clan, Pigeon Jade Book, curse, falling on the ground, cultivating unsmoothly, making a fool of oneself in front of a confidant, suspicious of gods and ghosts, absorbing natural materials and earth treasures will inevitably fail, and often encountering purple heavenly materials and earth treasures. Characters: Fox Clan, Ji Mingyuan.
Mingyuan, curse, when encountering natural materials and earthly treasures, they must be picked up by you Qingfeng. There was still one curse position left. Qingfeng thought about it and left this position to the Lord of Blood Mist. After all, it was too rude not to return a little bit after being cursed by him for so long. As the saying goes, etiquette is exchanged. Character, Blood Mist sect, Lord of Blood Mist, curse, poor cultivation, constipation, choking on drinking water, eating sugarcane will lose teeth, everything is not going well, snapping will definitely break the trap, giving birth to a son has no butthole, cultivation is easy to go crazy, the Taoist heart is unstable, the curse backlash, he will definitely be hunted down by his enemies, ambushed in the Kyushu. Blood Mist sect's den exposed, walking to the egg, and everyone who sees the Lord of the Blood Mist thinks he is unhappy and betrayed. Qingfeng wrote a lot in one go. Curses that were almost written on a page, and Qingfeng shook his head when he saw that there was no place to write it, thinking in his heart, that's it, after all, you Qingfeng, am not a devil. Just write this, it seems that I am still too kind. What a living bodhisattva has come to the world. Order, the curse succeeded. Not far away, Zhou Yushu was still jumping repeatedly, and he was almost moved to cry. Whew, I finally won't fall again. This thought just appeared, and he slipped and fell to the ground again. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. Wait, I must have been too excited to pay attention just now and fell. He stood up again cautiously. This time he had to jump seriously and repeatedly, and just after the jump he fell again. Woo, don't play with me like this. He didn't believe in evil, so he kept jumping sideways and then fell all the time. Ji Mingyuan, who had just come back to find the natural treasure, was confused. He saw that the Dove Jade book was like a hammer, standing up and smashing his head on the ground in a pile of stones in an open space. He came to the back of the Dove Jade book with a black face full of black lines and said, Brother Zhou, what are you doing? Zhou Yushu's heart chuckled, immediately stood up and said, I. Before he could finish speaking, he fell to the ground again. It was also at this time that a huge crack appeared on the ground, which grew bigger and bigger, and suddenly shook violently. Ji Mingyuan found that something was wrong and immediately retreated with the Dove Jade book. The small open space that was originally good also collapsed in an instant. A huge pit was also exposed. Ji Mingyuan looked at this pit and was also stunned, and said to Zhou Yushu, it is worthy of being the first day of the Zhou clan. It seems that Brother Dove has long noticed that something is wrong here, and he is probably trying to hear if the ground is hollow or not. I thought you were idle and had this little habit of falling flat. Now it seems that I am still careful. Brother Dove is a great talent. Zhou Yushu also showed a very reluctant smile after hearing this, and said awkwardly, I didn't expect it. Brother Ji discovered my purpose so early. It's not simple. Overall, it was very embarrassing. Ji Mingyuan looked at the deep pit and said to Zhou Yushu, the natural materials and earth treasures indicated by this purple cursor should be below. Let's hurry up. Zhou Yushu also nodded and jumped down. Qingfeng was also stunned when he saw this scene, and his heart was also ecstatic. It seemed that the curse was feasible. He originally saw that Ji Mingyuan and the others had not found this natural treasure for a long time, so he simply wrote in the curse, I often encounter purple natural materials and earth treasures. Unexpectedly, it was realized shortly after it was written. But this is fine. Qingfeng came to the edge near the collapsed cave, looked down, and found that it was empty and bottomless. Very dark. It seems that it is not the same as seeing the end. Qingfeng thought for a moment and jumped down, but he was cautious, basically jumped down a little, and then lay down on the cliff to take a look. The moment he landed, he immediately used his latent mastery. The bottom of the cave was not as dark as imagined. It could only be said to be dim, surrounded by spider webs and several caves. When he came down, Qingfeng didn't see Zhou Yushu and the others. It may be in these caves. Is this a spider cave, and why are there so many spider webs? Look at the guard. This natural treasure is probably a spider. Soon, Qingfeng noticed that something seemed to be moving in the corner, and even emitted a faint green light. He came to the thing carefully. This thing was shrouded in cobwebs and emitted a faint light, and Qingfeng recognized it at a glance. It's a spider egg. The reason for the glow may be that the shell is about to break, and it should be frightened by the collapsed stone. My Buddha is merciful. Qingfeng raised his foot and crushed the spider eggs. As soon as he turned his head, he found that the originally dim cave suddenly lit up. The same goes for the surrounding walls. See, fog grass, these are all spider eggs? Before Qingfeng could think about it, the spider eggs at the top of the wall burst like fireworks. Qingfeng immediately ran towards the only cave that did not glow. After entering the cave, the breeze quickly destroyed the walls, and countless stones fell to block the cave. What's going on? The voice of the Dove Jade book came from the cave. Qingfeng immediately used his latent mastery. Lying behind a stone, Zhou Yushu and Ji Mingyuan soon came to the entrance of the cave, and they also found that the cave was covered by stones, which was also strange. It seems that the exit is blocked. It should be that the wall hasn't stabilized yet. Watch me blast it open. After hearing this, Qingfeng, who was hiding in the dark, also got up cautiously and walked behind them, and soon Qingfeng came to an extremely wide underground cave. The passages here are well connected in all directions. At this time, Zhou Yushu and the others had already dredged the entrance. After Qingfeng heard the sound, he also ran towards the central cave.
Jiao Yushu them.
As soon as it exploded, the exit passage was exposed, and then they saw a scene of numbness on their scalps, and a group of glowing spiders with bronze strength were devouring each other. The strength is also growing rapidly. They also stopped biting each other when they saw Jiao Yushu. As if they had found new food, they rushed towards them collectively.
Mist grass, misty grass. This is the cave spider.
Ji Mingyuan reacted instantly and collapsed the cave again. Just when they breathed a sigh of relief, the little spiders dug burrows and dug over, and they suddenly felt bad.
Run quickly to the back.
At the same time, Xingfeng noticed a bright light ahead, thinking he had found an exit, and quickened his pace. Soon came to the bright place. Xingfeng looked ahead and found that this was not an exit at all. The birds here are singing and the flowers are fragrant, and countless flowers and plants look like an underground sea of flowers, and there is a very huge luminous sphere in the center of the sea of flowers.
These lights come from the glowing ball.
Under this light, the breeze has a feeling of being under the sun. Not only that, but below the central sphere of the sea of flowers, there is a glowing plant.
Purple gas surrounds.
Ding, find that the natural material and earth treasure, poisonous buds of the sea of flowers, can be devoured. When Xingfeng heard the movement behind him, he also quickly ran to the poisonous buds in the sea of flowers, picked them off, and then ran to the top of the sea of flowers. Find a blind spot in a rock and hide well. At the same time, Jiao Yushu and Ji Mingyuan ran quickly through the cave, passing through this cave, and then rushing out of another cave. The group of spiders is also chasing after them behind their backs. In this process, Jiao Yushu was the worst, almost falling after a few steps, and falling after running a few steps. They came to the central cave under the temptation of cave by cave. Similarly, when they saw the light ahead, they thought they had found an exit, and they ran desperately, and after a while they ran to the sea of flowers. They saw that this was a dead end and decided not to run. They all took out their weapons. They waited at the entrance of the cave for a long time, and when they found that the little spiders had not arrived, they were relieved. At the same time, they were also very curious why they suddenly stopped chasing, and the two of them walked back cautiously. When I came to the entrance of this cave, I found that all the little spiders were guarding the cave entrance. No matter how provocative Jiao Yushu was, he just wouldn't come in. It was as if he had met a great natural enemy. In this regard, the two of them were also relieved. When Jiao Yushu was planning to go to the Sea of Flowers with Ji Mingyuan, one fell and rolled outside the cave. The spiders outside were stunned. Ji Mingyuan was also stunned. The Dove Jade Book is even more confused. He reacted quickly and ran towards Ji Mingyuan, and those spiders also reacted just when they wanted to stand up. Jiao Yushu fell again. Soon the spiders didn't care about Jiao Yushu. They thought that eating Jiao Yushu's head would get sick, or Ji Mingyuan was normal. Jiao Yushu, are you polite? He got up and came safely to Ji Mingyuan's side. At this time, Ji Mingyuan's face was full of admiration, and he said to him, as expected of the first day of the Dove clan, this courage, this confidence.
Sure enough, there are no false people under the fame.
Jiao Yushu was confused. What do you understand? Brother Dove just tested whether they were self-conscious, right? First pretend to fall, and then deliberately roll out of the cave once is definitely not good, so Brother Dove will do it again.
Sure enough, these cave demon spiders won't attack.
This courage, this majesty, this self-confidence, I, Ji, am ashamed of myself.
Ahem, he coughed awkwardly, and he reacted instantly. He said with a look of Tianjiao, Brother Ji, you can't belittle yourself. I think you can guess this. It's not simple. The name of the Ji family. You definitely deserve it.
Jiao Yushu is also not blushing and not beating. He was still a little embarrassed at first, but the second time he was a little embarrassed. It can be said that he was completely adapted, even deceived himself.
That's right, it's all my intention.
After several commercial blows, they also came to the Sea of Flowers. Brother Ji, we ran through those caves before, and we didn't find any trace of natural materials and earth treasures.
Do you think this natural material and earth treasure will be here? Ji Mingyuan also nodded and said, it seems to be here.
I know this place. The patriarch once told us that this place is an underground sea of flowers, and the generation conditions are extremely harsh. It is not a wonderful place in this sea of flowers. It can even be said to be extremely dangerous. Jiao Yushu was also curious and asked, why? Below the light ball of the sea of flowers should be the natural treasures. The only natural materials and earthly treasures that can be generated in the sea of flowers are poisonous buds in the sea of flowers. Although the poisonous bud of the sea of flowers is not poisonous on the outside, as long as he is born, he will be targeted by poisonous monsters and monsters. In other words, only the king and victor of these monsters can become guardian monsters. From the perspective of the spiders we met, the poisonous buds in the sea of flowers should have an owner. Once we take away the poisonous buds in the sea of flowers, they will be sensed by the owner.
We may be done by then. You can only crush the token back.
But fortunately, we found out in advance, as long as we return here to pick up the items before leaving the secret realm. Jiao Yushu also suddenly realized, I see, this trick is indeed clever. After hearing this, Xingfeng, who was hiding in the blind spot above, also felt a chuckle in his heart.
Mist grass, misty grass.
Jiao Yushu and the others also came to the central government, but found that there were no poisonous poisonous buds in the sea of flowers at all, only
a footprint. Damn, someone has been here.
The only exit here is there, and it seems that the person should have directly obtained the natural materials and earth treasures and crushed the token.
And retreated.
Jiao Yushu wanted to cry a little, but he didn't understand.
He couldn't understand.
In the end, was he too back, and then Ji Mingyuan was also affected. Just as they were about to leave in disappointment, the ground suddenly shook loudly, and something seemed to suddenly rise from below the sea of flowers. Suddenly the two of them felt a little bad.
Soon a giant white spider appeared.
The spider is white, about 10 meters long, the branches are jade white, and the eyes are also white, which looks extremely ugly. They felt the breath and found that they couldn't feel it at all.
This shows that the strength is at least half-step platinum crystal or platinum crystal level, and this secret realm can only accommodate gold-level monsters.
In this case, it is obvious, this is a half-step platinum crystal monster, and now Ji Mingyuan and the two are only 1 star of gold.
This is a white jade poisonous spider, and its strength is at least 7 stars of gold.
It's okay, I heard that they have a high spiritual, Ji Mingyuan said. Yu Qingfeng, who was hiding in a high place, probably sensed the white jade spider and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. I thought it was so ruthless. Now as long as Qingfeng is willing to devour all the purple natural materials and earth treasures, he can defeat it without using any foreign objects. What's more, he still has a bunch of whole card weapons that are useless. But Jiao Yushu was different. A drop of obvious sweat flowed down his cheek, and he said to Ji Mingyuan next to him,
"Since he has spiritual wisdom, we haven't done anything, so he shouldn't embarrass us, right?" Ji Mingyuan didn't speak, just nodded.
He seemed to be thinking about something, plucked up the courage, and took a step forward and said, "We just passed by and didn't take anything from you.
Do you believe it?" The white jade poisonous spider's strange and deaf eyes looked at them, as if to say, "Will I believe your nonsense?"
The white jade poisonous spider was also a little angry. She just slept, trying to adjust herself to the best state, and then promoted to platinum crystal. As a result, he just woke up and found that the natural materials and earthly treasures he was reluctant to eat were missing. Then I found that there were 2 outsiders, or 2 foxes. I wanted them to take it out, but they refused to admit it.
How cunning this is. How greedy this is. Angry.
Without giving them time to continue explaining, the huge white spider claws like jade attacked them.
Ji Mingyuan and Jiao Shuyu quickly dodged this blow. Ji Mingyuan quickly said, "White jade poisonous spider, this matter is really not what we did. Otherwise it would be better like this. How about I dedicate all our natural materials and treasures to you, as long as you let us go."
As he spoke, he took out 5 kinds of purple natural materials and earth treasures from his storage space. The white jade poisonous spider also stopped attacking. She looked at Ji Mingyuan's natural materials and treasures, and there were no poisonous buds in the sea of flowers. She looked at Jiao Shuyu again. At this time, Jiao Shuyu hesitated.
"No matter what, I can't hold back a fart."
Ji Mingyuan also said, "Give her the natural materials and earth treasures. It will be important for us to enter the ruins when the time comes. Among the ruins, there must be a lot of purple natural materials and earth treasures."
Jiao Shuyu naturally understood this sentence, but the problem is that he doesn't have any natural treasures, not even ordinary white natural treasures.
"Brother Ji, I haven't collected the natural materials and earth treasures yet."
This sentence directly gave Ji Mingyuan no more rectification. Ji Mingyuan didn't believe any of these words.
A city government sees so deeply, and its strength is still the first in the Jiao clan. How can it be that there is not a natural treasure for so long? Could it be that he took the poisonous buds of the sea of flowers here?
Jiao Shuyu was also very hard. Knowing that Ji Mingyuan didn't believe it, he would never believe it if he encountered this kind of thing. Seeing Ji Mingyuan's suspicious gaze,
he simply threw his storage space to Ji Mingyuan. After Ji Mingyuan caught it, he used his mental power to probe, and found that there were indeed no natural materials and earth treasures except for some valuable clothes and weapons. He turned his head in disbelief and said, "Brother Jiao, you really don't have any natural talents and earthly treasures, do you?"
Jiao Yushu nodded. "Fog grass, then you have been in for so long. Are you here for a vacation?" "Maybe I'm here to find guilt," Jiao Yushu replied without thinking. Ji Mingyuan,
"That, white jade poisonous spider, we are just a little bit of natural treasures.
Can you let us go?"
The white jade poisonous spider was completely angry, and the natural materials and earth treasures that Ji Mingyuan took out were indeed good things, but there is no poisonous bud in the sea of flowers. The other fox clan was still hesitating. It was obvious that he took it, and he didn't dare to admit it. As soon as she broke up these natural materials and earthly treasures, she released poison and began to attack. Ji Mingyuan also took out his weapon and started fighting. A huge burst of energy erupted, and countless flowers here were destroyed by energy waves.
Magical powers. Locked Jiao Yushu used magical powers to trap the white jade spider.
But this powerful magical power still couldn't be controlled for too long, and Jiao Yushu quickly felt difficult. He said to Ji Mingyuan, "Hurry up, let's escape directly from the cave entrance." As he spoke, he slowly stepped back. They came to the entrance of the cave, turned around and ran. The white jade spider broke free from control and rushed forward. Soon it was quiet again, and Qingfeng, who had been hiding in the dead corner above, saw them all leaving. Also jumped down. Pick up those natural materials and earthly treasures that fell to the ground. This curse was really great, and after Qingfeng picked up those natural materials and earth treasures, he also left the cave. When I came outside, I looked and found that the dense forest above the original was in disarray, and there were dilapidated and broken branches everywhere. Seeing this situation, Qingfeng also understood in his heart that it might take a lot of time to find the Zhou Yushu, so I just didn't look for it. Originally, Qingfeng was still planning to harm them. Forget it. Anyway, there is a curse of picking up leaks, and it is not easy to meet the two of them. Qingfeng casually found a direction to move forward. Just a few steps away, Qingfeng felt that something seemed to be moving in his pocket, and he reached into it. I touched a soft little thing. Qingfeng took it out and found that it was actually a hamster. Ding! Found an ancient Xenospecies treasure hunt rat cub, which can be devoured. This gadget is an ancient xenomorph, and in my memory, the ancient xenos should all look fierce and have a big body. After the treasure hunt mouse saw that he was discovered by Qingfeng, his body trembled and did not dare to move. It's so frightening. Qingfeng looked closely at the treasure hunt rat and found no characteristics, and its appearance was similar to the hamster sold by Blue Star. The hair is black and white, unexpectedly cute. Devouring system, since you know this, can you tell me about the usefulness of this treasure hunting rat? Qingfeng tentatively inquired about the phagocytic system. I thought it would be the same as usual, and I couldn't speak, but the devouring system actually gave Qingfeng the answer. Treasure hunt mouse. The legendary ancient beasts, the top 5,000 on the list of strange beasts, have extremely high spiritual intelligence, are born with a unique connection with natural materials and earth treasures and various treasures, and look for various natural materials and earth treasures to strengthen themselves when they are young. When you become an adult, you will become a powerful beast. Fog grass. The system actually gave the answer. After a few fumbles, Qingfeng realized that this was a function that came with the system. After reading these news, Qingfeng also understood how this treasure hunting rat came, and it was likely that when Qingfeng seized the poisonous buds in the sea of flowers, he accidentally let him climb on it and put it in his pocket. Qingfeng took out his weapon and threatened the little guy. I will be your master in the future, and you will tell me about the good things in the future, and I will never treat you badly after I get it. When the treasure hunt saw the dagger in Qingfeng's hand, he also nodded quickly. Seeing the treasure hunt mouse nodding voluntarily, Qingfeng also nodded and said, very good. In the future, we will share blessings and difficulties. I take 90% of the treasure I have won, and you will take 10%. Saying that, Qingfeng took out A4 paper and made a simple contract. Treasure hunt mouse, please be a person. Under the persuasion of Qingfeng and reasonably, the treasure hunt rat also signed this contract. Qingfeng naturally wouldn't treat him badly, took out a silver-grade apple from the space ring and gave it to the treasure hunting mouse. The treasure hunt mouse was also very happy to get the apple, and nodded directly. Qingfeng put him in his pocket and left this place. Since the absence of the jade book, Qingfeng felt that this secret realm was very boring. Now he no longer needs to find natural materials and earth treasures at all, and now he has 10 purple natural materials and earth treasures on his body. There is no problem at all in using one for each small realm. Anyway, if it is not enough by then, the natural materials and earth treasures of the Dove Jade book will also be his. Ahem, it's all picked up, right? They are all picked up. Anyway, it's not enough to pick up natural materials and treasures. Qingfeng casually found a place to sit. The treasure hunt rat was also taken out and placed on the ground. Meanwhile, he took out a few silver apples for him to eat. Then Qingfeng found an open space, cleaned up everything around, and took out the table and other items in the space ring. There are also various vegetarian dishes. In the rest of the time, Qingfeng made a few dishes extremely skillfully, spicy crayfish, and stuffy chicken soup. The treasure hunting rats eating apples on the side were stunned. Qingfeng looked at the rich food on the table and nodded, but it always felt as if something was missing, so he took out the barbecue grill again and began to skewer the meat. Then start grilling the shish skewers. The aroma wafts in all directions. Many carnivores are attracted to this scent. After 2 hours, Qingfeng took out a skewer and gave it to the treasure hunt mouse. The treasure hunt rat approached and sniffed it, took the skewer and took a bite. He was instantly sluggish, his pupils dilated, and he looked very cute. At this moment, the treasure hunt rat seems to have gone to heaven. This taste is something he has never felt when he is so old. Not only that, but as an ancient xenotype, he could clearly feel that his cultivation speed seemed to have accelerated a little. The silver-level apples that I ate not long ago also went up a notch in refining speed. The treasure hunt rat came to Qingfeng and bowed to him, indicating that he still wanted it. Qingfeng also smiled when he saw that he finished eating so quickly. Do you still want it? Okay, I still have a lot here. I'll take it to me after eating. Qingfeng divided more than a dozen strings for treasure hunting rats. The strength of the treasure hunt rat is not very high, only 3 stars of silver, and his body is not very big, and his small hands look very cute when he picks up the kebab several times larger than him. Qingfeng wanted to tease when he saw it. At the same time, Qingfeng also found that many animals had gathered here. Today, Qingfeng was in a good mood and distributed the skewers to them. In In this area, there was a lot of fun between strange beasts, and many of them caught a lot of rabbits and came over to cook for Qingfeng. Qingfeng is naturally very willing. After all, it's a free ingredient. At a distance of a few hundred meters from the breeze, Bai Qingxue smelled a fragrance. As fox people, their noses were naturally very sensitive, and they quickly smelled that someone was cooking. And there are a lot of meals made. Several girls around Bai Qingxue also spoke. Senior sister Bai, let's go and take a look. If you enter the secret realm and don't look for natural materials and treasures to cook here, you must be a very interesting person. Yes, senior sister Bai, now let's go, maybe we can have a meal. I haven't eaten for a long time. Bai Qingxue was speechless and said, it's all at the gold level, how can you still eat? I think you are greedy. Okay, then let's go take a look. The girl who was said to be greedy also joked, I think senior sister is also greedy. Looking for a fight, right? Bai Qingxue said angrily. Soon they came to the vicinity of Yu Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng, who was still enjoying cooking to pass the time, felt the people around him and thought it was a new animal. There is no care. But the next moment, he felt danger coming from the side. Qingfeng instinctively stepped back to dodge, and an arrow passed by him. He looked in the direction of the arrow with some anger. Finding several women standing on the branches, Qingfeng immediately recognized them. These were the ones who comforted Jiu Yushu on the edge of the cliff. Qingfeng pretended not to know them and bowed to them. May I ask who you are? I don't seem to have offended you, have I? Bai Qingxue looked at Yu Qingfeng coldly and said, are you Feng Yeshua? It's just below. Qingfeng did not deny it, and at the same time knew in his heart why he was attacking him. That's right, it's you who hit you. Before Qingfeng could continue to speak, an arrow came again. Qingfeng dodged the arrow and said, there are so many people, do you think you can't win? How can there be so many rules for beating a despicable villain like you? Bai Qingxue said. Qingfeng smiled slightly and said, this is the first group beating by you, brothers, give it to me. Bai Qingxue, is there more than one person here? At the next moment, about a few hundred golden age monsters put down the food in their hands and rushed towards Bai Qingxue fiercely. They all felt that this fox clan was too much. Actually attacked Yu Qingfeng, great good people, they couldn't help but attack first, they had already wanted to get on it. Now Yu Qingfeng agrees. It was also on without saying a word. Bai Qingxue frowned. Why are there so many golden monsters? Are these all tamed by him? Bai Qingxue realized that something was wrong and wanted to retreat first, but how could it be possible to retreat safely under the attack of so many monsters? She had just retreated when she felt the dangerous aura behind her, and immediately jumped up to avoid the attack of a monster. Suspended in the air, she was caught and attacked by the giant eagle that kept hovering in the sky. Although the attack damage was not very high, she fell to the ground again and was photographed aside by the giant bear that had been waiting for a long time. Several women who came with Bai Qingxue were also photographed. Now only Bai Qingxue still has the ability to act, and Qingfeng smiled faintly and came behind her in an instant. It's fast. Bai Qingxue's eyes widened, she couldn't believe it, and the next moment her eyes went black and she fell straight down. Qingfeng knocked her out directly with a blow of the knife. He grabbed these people by the neck and tied them all up like a hairy crab. He looked at the stunning girls, and Qingfeng was speechless in his heart. Since you want to attack, won't you look at the occasion? Don't you see so many monsters around you eating my things here? Alas, it's silly. At the same time, Qingfeng was also thinking about what should be done in his heart. From the previous performance, Jiu Shuyu seemed to have special feelings for this Bai Qingxue. The embarrassed appearance on the cliff was just hit by them. Obviously, against the curse. In any case, this person is likely to be his crush, or a confidant. Suddenly Qingfeng seemed to think of something fun. The corners of his mouth curled up. The treasure hunter looked at Qingfeng, and he suddenly felt that something bad might be happening. Qingfeng distributed the food to those monsters again. This time these monsters ate more delicious than before. After dividing the food, Qingfeng came to a nearby cave, took out the long-lost makeup tools, and then condensed a clone. A similar appearance to Qingfeng Qifeng appeared. Qingfeng continued to control the clone and control the gender to male, from 7 points similar to 6 points. Then turn on the makeup tool, and in one operation, a sword eyebrows and starry eyes, with a handsome expression, dressed in white like a peerless heavenly immortal. He tried to get the doppelganger to open his eyes. Under the absolute control of the clone, he slowly opened his eyes, and the SSS-level ability was indeed not activated. Black eyes like the universe appeared, indifferent to the world, the feeling of reigning over the world. It turns out that my eyes look like this. He controlled the clone to put on the evil ghost mask and walked out. The main body hides in the cave. Qingfeng slowly came to them, began to think in his heart, and finally he condensed the water and splashed it all on them. The cold water instantly woke them up. At a glance, he saw the evil ghost mask close at hand, thinking that he was dead, and couldn't help but scream. Only Bai Qingxue looked at the breeze coldly. Qingfeng smiled lightly and said, why did you attack me? I remember to have no grievances with you. Or is someone instructing you? Despicable villain, don't think that I don't know the dirty things you do. It's just a shame for our fox clan. Bai Qingxue said very angrily. Qingfeng pretended to be a little angry and said, why am I despicable and shameless? It's It seems that you are the despicable, and you came to attack me for no reason. You're embarrassed to say I'm a despicable villain. Hey woman,
Since I'm mean, can you tell me how despicable I am?
a woman next to Bai Qingxue said angrily after hearing this, you harmed senior brother Jiu. The corners of Qingfeng's mouth curled slightly.
Took the bait.
Then he showed a confused tone and said, senior brother Jiu, who is he? What kind of scourge is this scourge you are talking about? Their eyes were even colder when they saw Qingfeng, as if they were looking at a piece of garbage. You don't have to pretend, seize brother Jiu's natural materials and earthly treasures, and take advantage of people's dangers, humiliate and sneak attacks and other despicable acts. Don't you dare to admit what you have done? Now you still want to trick me and wait. If we don't know the truth, I'm afraid we will really be deceived by you.
Qingfeng, who has god-level acting skills, did not panic at all, and said, I've never done this. Do you have any evidence?
Or did you see it with your own eyes?
I've been staying in this place lately, so it's possible to do that kind of despicable thing to your senior brother?
I haven't seen the Dove brothers you mentioned, and I may not know them.
If you have no evidence, aren't you wronging me? I can't imagine that the Fox clan still has people like you. You are scum.
Bai Qingxue was speechless for a moment, her face flushed with incomparable redness. She knew that Qingfeng was right, they really had no evidence, and in the final analysis, it was just Jiu Shuyu's one-sided words. But they believe in Jiu Shuyu's character.
One of the women thought for a moment and spoke again. You are still quibbling. Who doesn't know the name of Jiu Shuyu? But you are still pretending to be stupid here. Isn't it a thief to shirk responsibility?
Qingfeng said in a tone of sudden realization. It turns out to be Jiu Shuyu. I naturally know this person, but I only have a one-sided relationship with him.
How can you harm him?
Feng Yeshua absolutely cannot do such a despicable thing. As he spoke, he untied them from the ropes. He also deliberately said, it seems to be a misunderstanding.
One-sided fate?
Bai Qingxue didn't want to believe it at all. If it was a one-sided fate, how could brother Jiu slander him for a while? But when he was loosened, he couldn't help but start to be suspicious.
Is it really a misunderstanding?
Qingfeng untied all the ropes and then asked them to sit down at the table. He also enthusiastically made several stools and chairs. Bai Qingxue looked at Qingfeng coldly at what Qingfeng had done, and couldn't make up her mind, so she sat down and said according to Qingfeng's intentions, you said that you only have
a one-sided relationship with brother Jiu?
I believe in the character of the Dove brothers. Could it be that he will still wrongfully accuse you on the first day of the Dove clan?
You, Qingfeng said without pressure. Then do you know my character?
You are so sure that I did it.
Do you have any evidence? You slander me with your character without evidence?
Seeing Bai Qingxue's embarrassed face, her face changed for a while. Since you said you were upright, why are you wearing a mask?
Don't you dare to see anyone? Qingfeng smiled slightly, thinking to himself, it's coming, I'm taking the bait. Alas, in the end, you still don't believe me.
Qingfeng raised his arm and took off his mask, revealing his shocking face. While they were stunned, Qingfeng sighed slightly and said, I think you are thinking, but in fact you are just reorganizing your prejudices.
The people who wronged me know better than I do how wronged I am. Since you don't believe it, why don't you investigate it clearly and then decide the truth? You can also ask the Ninth Princess. Will the Ninth Princess avenge my personal revenge?
The first time I saw Jiu Shuyu, it was when the Ninth Princess took me shopping, and I spent the rest of my time practicing penance on the empty island. Qingfeng sneered in his heart. My handsome man's plan will definitely make you inexplicably show your favor. Coupled with the words of the moral commanding heights, the content is justified and well-founded, and it is simply impeccable.
Let's see if you believe it.
Qingfeng's plan is very simple, that is, to dismantle their cognition of Jiu Shuyu. Then the backhand is using them to hit Jiu Shuyu's reputation. Yu Qingfeng felt more and more that he was the villain. Bai Qingxue looked at his face, and a sense of affection and closeness arose in her heart inexplicably, and at the same time, she listened to these words. These words are like stormy waves. She thought about it carefully. It made sense. It can be seen from his previous strength that he is very strong.
Since it is a strong Tianjiao, how could it use such a promising move? Tianjiao has the pride of Tianjiao.
That's why she hates people who are very disgusted. But if he was really the kind of person who could crush the tokens and let them withdraw from the secret realm, he didn't. Now that I think about it carefully, if he is really that kind of despicable and vulgar person, how could he show mercy?
To save your reputation? It's completely unreasonable. Since it's to save your reputation, why take off your mask and show them it? It's completely unnecessary. The biggest bug is the Ninth Princess. How could she keep such a person by her side?
I heard from my mother that it seems that the Ninth Princess has the magical ability to observe people's hearts.
If it was really that kind of despicable person, how could he stay around?
Qingfeng put on the mask again, and the contrast of the evil ghost mask instantly woke her up. Suddenly she thought of something again, and her heart was shocked.
What a terrifying charm effect. No wonder he has been wearing a mask. In this case, if he doesn't wear a mask, I'm afraid he will often be harassed, right?
And judging from Feng Yeshua's demeanor, he is definitely a gentleman and a magnanimous person.
Is it really Jiu Shuyu who is lying? So why did he lie to us? I get it.
Strength, appearance, bearing, Jiu Shuyu is completely inferior to Feng Yeshua, a person who has always been been held in the palm of his hand.
You will definitely be jealous when you see someone better than him. It must be jealousy.
Wants to ruin Feng Yeshua's reputation in public opinion. Let this dark horse be crushed in despair and completely lose the future.
I didn't expect Brother Dove to be so scheming.
She immediately said to Qingfeng, indeed, judging from your previous actions, you are definitely not the kind of person who is indiscriminate.
This is trust in the ninth princess.
Several sisters around them were shocked to see that senior sister Bai actually believed it, although they also believed it very much.
The main reason is that the power of appearance is too great. But one of the people who secretly had a crush on Zhou Shuyu quickly said to Bai Qingxue, senior sister Bai, do we have to believe this person without evidence? Bai Qingxue also said, we don't have any evidence either.
Then in front of Qingfeng, they said all their previous inner conjectures, and they thought about it carefully. Indeed, logical thinking and rationality are very high. After hearing this, Qingfeng also fell into deep suspicion. If he hadn't known the truth, he would have believed it long ago. Then all the women apologized to Qingfeng for hugging their fists. Qingfeng was very calm, waved his hand, and said, it's okay, misunderstandings are common, just solve it. This sentence instantly made their favorability for Qingfeng explode.
Bai Qingxue said, I admire Brother Feng's mind, but I'm a little curious, have you really only met once?
Bai Qingxue was still a little suspicious, although this suspicion was harmless, but she still said it with her heart. After hearing this, Yu Qingfeng said, that's natural, I've been staying here since I came into the secret realm, and I've never seen the Dove Jade book, and I haven't even gone to seize the natural materials and earth treasures.
Just cook here occasionally and feed these monsters.
Just after saying that, an ordinary-looking fox clan came not far away, and came to Yu Qingfeng very excitedly.
Then I found out that there were other people. When I came to the women, I was shocked to find that it was Bai Qingxue.
He quickly arched his hands at the women and said, I have seen senior sister Bai.
Bai Qingxue looked at this person, and asked inexplicably curiously, are you?
The man said, I am an unknown junior of the Ji family, and senior sister Bai has long admired the great name. Bai Qingxue was also not interested after hearing this. There were tens of thousands of foxes participating in the secret realm this time, how could she remember it clearly? The man was also a little embarrassed to see that Bai Qingxue stopped paying attention to him. He hurriedly ran to Yu Qingfeng and said, Brother Feng, thank you, there is indeed a purple natural material treasure not far away. I can't put it into words, I will give this blue natural material and earth treasure to Brother Feng. That's right, this person is the third clone of Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng immediately made a tone that was very familiar with this person and said, alas, it is not easy for you to cultivate, and I can't want this blue natural material and earth treasure. Now that you already have purple natural materials and earth treasures as the foundation, even if the rest are all blue heavenly materials and earth treasures, you will have a lot of achievements in the future. Go, now time is racing against time to find new natural materials and earthly treasures. The man was moved to tears and said, Brother Feng, I remember this kindness. Just as the man was about to leave, Bai Qingxue, who had been listening to them, suddenly said, Li Erden is right, I want to ask Brother Feng if he has been here. Li Erden also nodded and said, that's right, I was here when I entered the secret realm, and when I came in, I met Brother Feng, and when I talked to him, I knew that Brother Feng actually had a secret realm token, and I knew that there were many purple natural materials and earth treasures in the secret realm. So I didn't plan to compete with us from the beginning, so that we ordinary people also have a future. Not only that, but he also showed me the way and found a purple natural material treasure. I've never heard of such a benevolent and righteous person, I'm really ashamed. Okay, senior sister, I still have to find natural materials and treasures, so I will retire first.
Now that the evidence is in front of him, Bai Qingxue also completely believes it.
Brother Feng is really a great talent, and I am really ashamed to think about it, Bai Qingxue said. Yu Qingfeng said tactfully, for me, these natural materials and earth treasures are useless, and the natural materials and earth treasures in the secret ruins are what I want. So the natural materials and earth treasures outside are not so important to me. After saying that, Qingfeng got up and put all kinds of food in front of them one by one and said, I made all these foods, if you don't dislike it, eat a little too. I still have a lot more here. They saw that Qingfeng was hospitable, regardless of their past grievances, and their favorability could be said to be crazy and refreshing. Bai Qingxue, looking at the extremely tempting food,
I couldn't help but take a bite. Suddenly amazing. She could feel that her cultivation speed and physical physique had improved to a certain extent. She took another bite.
Soon finished the food. Looking at the empty plate, she fell into deep thought.
Is this spiritual food? It's still a good spiritual food.
She was sure in her heart that ordinary exotic beast ingredients did not have this effect. She grew up eating spiritual food.
Now she doesn't have much effect on eating spiritual food. At most, you can only be full. But now eat Brother Feng's food.
It was very obvious to perceive the changes brought, and one could imagine the preciousness of this spiritual food.
Brother Feng
actually took it out and treated her without hesitation. You must know that they treated him like that not long ago, and if you think about it from the other side, there must be a grudge in your heart, but Brother Feng completely abandoned
abandoned the previous suspicion. This is the real young master. Bai Qingxue was 100% sure in her heart that Brother Feng was definitely not the kind of person Zhou Shuyu said. As for why there are such perfect people, Bai Qingxue has actually helped Yu Qingfeng make up for it in her heart. She believes that Yu Qingfeng must have grown up under the care of the ninth princess since he was a child. I have never heard of the name must be well protected, so it is likely that he has never been born and has been cultivating hard in the empty island. The reason why he is so upright is that he must have never met despicable villains and those with dark hearts. A few days ago, the secret realm was about to open, and the ninth princess took him down to the empty island to satisfy the curious Yu Qingfeng to see the bustling Tianhu city. As a result, I met Zhou Shuyu. Zhou Shuyu was unwilling, unable to believe that there would be such a perfect person, just so discord. I didn't expect Zhou Shuyu to be so vicious. He must be a hypocrite with a sanctimonious appearance. Her favorability towards Zhou Shuyu deteriorated unconsciously. At the same time, Yu Qingfeng was playing with the treasure-hunting mouse. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw them finishing the food, and he smiled slightly, took a few more pieces of food and handed them to them. It's good for you to eat more of these foods. Bai Qingxue saw Qingfeng handing over the food again, and when she heard the words like a spring breeze, her heart trembled slightly. It seemed that some kind of decision had been made in his heart, and he said to Qingfeng, "Brother Feng, it is good that you had the idea of not competing for natural materials and earth treasures before. But what if there are no natural materials and earthly treasures in the ruins? I know Brother Feng is upright in his heart, but there are really few people like Brother Feng in this world." At this time, Yu Qingfeng looked confused. It seemed that there was no link in his plan. Could it be that this girl made up for something in her mind? He didn't speak, just nodded. Anyway, there is a universal way to deal with it in the past life. No matter what the other person says, as long as it is yes, it's over. I really don't know how to deal with it, and it's rotten. Bai Qingxue's words came again. There are more than a dozen fox clans with the secret realm relics this time. There are also a lot of other races. It can be said that the arrogance of heaven is rising, and it is very difficult to get a little benefit in such a grand event. I'm not doubting Brother Feng's talent, but it's really unsafe. Yu Qingfeng nodded casually and said, yes, but I complained in my heart, I'm not safe, it's just stable. 10 purple natural materials and earth treasures are completely enough for me to spend the gold, and when I frantically devour them with the system and the secret realm, it's over. What can they do with me then? Collectively attack me. I can choose not to fight, just crush the token and go back. Bai Qingxue didn't hear his carelessness at all, but was a little happy in her heart, feeling that Qingfeng had listened to it. How about this? We will give you 1 or 2 natural materials and earth treasures, which may not be useful to you, but this is my apology to you. When she said this, Bai Qingxue was a little shy. Right, wrong. The other women were also very shocked when they heard this. They all looked at Bai Qingxue in disbelief, and one of them said, "Senior sister Bai, this is not good." Bai Qingxue immediately retracted her youthful appearance and said to her good sisters, "Brother Feng is so broad-minded, this is what he deserves." Even Yu Qingfeng was stunned at this time. And this kind of good thing? How can this not be done? People who can prosper for free or not are fools. Although he thought so in his heart, he couldn't do it on the surface. Yu Qingfeng pretended to think, then shook his head regretfully and said, "Forget it. I also know that there may not be many natural treasures in the ruins, but it doesn't matter to me. If not, I'll just do it again next year. Anyway, the secret realm opens once a year. I still prefer daily life to practice, and that kind of carefree days are really desirable. Besides, your natural materials and earthly treasures are also obtained through great hardships, and I am ashamed to take them." At this moment, the breeze looks like a decent gentleman, a person of noble character, and the sacred brilliance of integrity envelopes them. When Bai Qingxue heard this, her heart was shocked, and her curiosity about Qingfeng became even deeper, and she looked at him with beautiful eyes. "Be more determined in your heart. Brother Feng is a great talent, such a person of noble character. I misunderstood him before. It really shouldn't be." At this time, sending natural materials and earthly treasures can be regarded as a sophisticated human feeling, and there will be a reason to contact him more at that time. A person like Brother Feng will definitely be a blockbuster in the ruins. When I get close to him then, won't I be a fairy couple in the eyes of others? Thinking about it, her face couldn't help but turn red. She glanced at Yu Qingfeng shyly, and then immediately took out 2 purple natural materials and earth treasures. He said while handing it to Qingfeng, "Brother Feng, no, to a benevolent and righteous person like you, the real number is rare in our Fox clan. If you wait until next year, I'm afraid you will fall behind a lot. Brother Feng will be behind then. Besides, Brother Feng, you don't have to feel guilty. This natural treasure is our reckless compensation for you before. Is this good?" Qingfeng also nodded and accepted it very reluctantly. "In that case, I, Feng, will accept it, and if I need to help me Feng in the future, I will help depending on the situation." Originally, Qingfeng's plan had no intention of taking the other party's natural materials and earthly treasures, but just wanted to worsen their relationship with Zhou Shuyu. But I didn't expect an unexpected joy. Although Qingfeng and Zhou Shuyu did not have any deep hatred, but the position is different.
September is so good to him, it is impossible to be ungrateful and be a white-eyed wolf. Where absolute justice comes from in the world, just like war, where there is right and wrong, it is just a matter of different positions.
Yu Qingfeng, in order to return the gift, cook again and make a lot of dishes to entertain them.
A day passed quickly, and they were also going to find new natural treasures, and told Qingfeng that they would come back in a few days. After Qingfeng waved goodbye to them, he also began to clean up the remnants of the meal, and suddenly seemed to have forgotten something.
I don't have a curse today.
Qingfeng turned on the curse system again. He thought about it carefully. This curse must not be too much. After thinking about it carefully, Qingfeng showed a somewhat strange smile.
Ahem, I said that I am Yu Qingfeng and not the devil.
Characters: Fox Clan, Dove Clan, Pigeon Jade Book. Curse: falling on the ground, cultivating unsmoothly, making a fool of oneself in front of a confidant, suspicious of gods and ghosts, absorbing natural materials and earth treasures, will inevitably fail, and often encountering purple heavenly materials and earth treasures.
I often meet Yu Qingfeng.
When encountering natural materials and earthly treasures, they will definitely be picked up by the breeze. Characters: Fox Clan, Ji Mingyuan. Curse: when encountering natural materials and earth treasures, they must be picked up by Yu Qingfeng, and they have inexplicable ideas about Qingfeng. Character: Bloodmist Sect, Lord of Bloodmist. Curse: cultivation is not going well, everything is not going well, slapping must be broken, giving birth to a son has no asshole, cultivation is easy to go crazy, Taoist heart is unstable. Curse: backlash, must be hunted by enemies, ambushed in the Kyushu Bloodmist Sect den, exposed, walking to the egg. People who see the Lord of Bloodmist feel that he is unhappy, betrayed, the final conspiracy is all exposed, and he meets the enemy of life and death. Order: the curse succeeded.
Ah, it's comfortable.
Every time Qingfeng saw a page full of curses, he felt inexplicably at ease. After cleaning up the garbage, there was nothing to do. Just as he was about to leave to look for natural materials and earth treasures, Qingfeng felt something strange in his calf, looked down, and found that the treasure hunt rat was tinkering below.
Grab it and place it on the table.
Seeing that it seemed to be very anxious, he kept bowing to Qingfeng, and Qingfeng also noticed its strangeness.
He said to the treasure hunting mouse, "Did you find something?"
The treasure hunt mouse saw Qingfeng and finally paid attention to it.
Also nodded quickly.
Hurriedly ran in one direction, ran a certain distance and stopped to look at him. Qingfeng also understood that he wanted him to follow. Qingfeng dissipated the clone and came out and hurriedly followed the treasure hunt mouse. Soon, under the leadership of the treasure hunting mouse, Qingfeng saw a cave which was extremely hidden, and Qingfeng cleaned up the weeds outside before seeing it. From time to time, cold winds blow through the caves. Qingfeng grabbed the treasure hunt mouse and looked at it. The treasure hunt rat also stood up, put his hands on his hips, and then began to gesture frantically with his hands, and Qingfeng looked at it for a long time before he understood the general meaning.
You mean there are natural materials and earth treasures here? Qingfeng asked tentatively.
It nodded frantically, and Qingfeng looked at the sky and found that there was no mark here that natural materials and earth treasures should have. With doubts and curiosity, I also walked in tentatively. The hole/cave was extremely dark and bottomless, but there was a clear sound of flowing water, and Qingfeng took out a counterfeit lighter. Then take out the gas canister directly. The gas canister was opened and lit directly, and the huge fire gushed out instantly, illuminating the cave, and Qingfeng did not panic at all with the huge burning gas canister. Don't imitate, it's all necessary for the plot. If you really do this, it will explode. He also said softly, it's still the heat of the gas tank, and it can be used as a torch at critical moments. Walking into the cave, cone-shaped stalactites that seem to have evolved for thousands of years appeared in the breeze's gaze. The cave seems to lead to a deep underground.
Little guy, is there really a treasure here? Qingfeng asked. The treasure hunt mouse also nodded quickly.
Since the treasure hunt rat said there must be. It's over, Ollie give. While going further down, Qingfeng found that there were still some steps here, which looked a little old.
It seems that this is some kind of ruin?
If this is the case, it is likely that there are really natural treasures. He glanced at the treasure hunt rat again,
and the treasure hunt rat also looked at him cutely.
Qingfeng continued to walk down, without encountering any threats along the way, and soon they came to a seemingly flat place. Under the light of the breeze gas tank, Qingfeng saw a flowing underground river in the center, and there seemed to be a road on the opposite side of the underground river, connecting left and right. When Qingfeng hesitated and didn't know where to go, the treasure hunt mouse pointed out the answer and asked Qingfeng to go left. He also walked to the left without hesitation. After walking for about 10 minutes, Qingfeng noticed that there seemed to be a bright light in the distance. Accelerating the pace, the next moment the cave was illuminated by blue light, and the stones on the ground in the underground river were clearly visible,
dispelling the darkness as a blue glowing vine.
At the same time, Qingfeng also noticed that on the opposite side, there was a purple tree, and there were many red fruits above the trees, surrounded by purple breaths.
Ding! Find the treasure of heaven and earth, Zhugua. Devourable. Mist grass, misty grass. Are these all purple natural materials and earth treasures?
Qingfeng was a little excited, grabbed the treasure hunt mouse and jumped in front of Zhuguashu. Qingfeng extremely skillfully extinguished the gas can in his hand, put it back into the the space ring and then collected Zhuguo extremely happily. The treasure hunt mouse ran directly to the top of the tree and found a vermilion fruit and gnawed it. Yu Qingfeng got the Zhuguo and put it in the space ring. His hand was as fast as the wind, almost to the point of being shadowless. The vermilion tree, which was originally full, was plundered in less than a minute. Just as Qingfeng was about to leave, the ground suddenly shook violently and the underground river began to churn. A huge giant snake appeared, and those cold eyes stared at him like this. Qingfeng didn't panic at all, sensed the strength, and found that it was actually a golden 9-star. It seems that this is the monster beast guarding Zhuguo. The strength is quite strong. Qingfeng took out the platinum crystal bow he obtained before. The water arrow condensed and shot at him. This arrow was ordinary, but it was like a stormy wave, lightning speed, and it hit the giant snake in an instant. The huge body was also driven by this, and it was directly nailed to the wall, and the treasure hunt rat hiding in the breeze pocket was stunned. The breeze once again condensed a few arrows to mend the knife. The giant snake, which was originally like a rainbow, also died violently on the spot, and under the bow and arrow of the Qingfeng platinum crystal level, it looked extremely fragile. Ding! Find the corpse of the monster snake, which can be devoured. Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and came to the head of the giant snake. TSK, this is actually a giant snake? Hui! Qingfeng is not unfamiliar with this creature, and in his previous life he heard that the snake is a kind of dragon and is often in the water. Now I actually saw it. It's still that big, it should be delicious when burned. Forget it, or devour it. But since there are snakes, is there really a dragon? The nine-tailed fox has come out. It should be normal to have a dragon. If you can eat dragon meat, this life is worth it. Click to confirm the devouring, and soon the snake's huge body began to slowly dissipate into light. These rays blend into Qingfeng's body. He could clearly feel that his body was gradually getting stronger, and after a minute, the hundreds of meters long snake was swallowed up by the breeze. Ding! Devour successfully. Physical strength plus 300 tons, spiritual strength plus 100 cubic. Fog grass, is it so fierce? Yu Qingfeng couldn't wait to open the system panel and check his current attributes, which was the first time he had added such high attribute points. Inexplicably a little excited. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength gold 1 star. Strength 646 tons. Gold is invincible. Speed 1460 kilometers per hour. Mental power 365 cubic meters. Now he has reached the point of golden invincibility. You don't need to rely on any foreign objects to beat creatures below platinum crystals. Woohoo, take off. Can I do a dove book jade with one punch now? Since devouring a snake has such a big improvement, what about the heavenly material and earth treasure? Now let's take the opportunity to devour these natural materials and earthly treasures. Qingfeng took out a vermilion fruit, threw it to the treasure hunting rat, and then left it alone. Sit down on the spot and start devouring Zhuguo. Order, find the treasure of heaven and earth. Zhuguo can be devoured. Devour. Ding! Successfully devour Zhuguo and gain plus 120 tons of physical strength. Spirit plus 50. Ding! Successfully devour Zhuguo and gain plus 120 tons of physical strength. Spirit plus 50. Ding! Successfully devour Zhuguo and gain plus 120 tons of physical strength. Spirit plus 50. X9. Ding! Devouring system upgrade LV3. Oh ha! I just devoured such a little thing, and then I upgraded? At this time, Yu Qingfeng had only devoured 9 purple vermilion fruits, and there were at least 5 more in the space ring, and Qingfeng did not intend to devour them all. These 5 Zhuguo were left by him to the treasure hunting rat. Qingfeng grabbed the treasure hunt rat that was still gnawing on Zhuguo and returned the same way to leave the cave. Qingfeng saw 2 familiar figures as soon as he came out of the cave, none other than Jiu Shuyu and Ji Mingyuan. The two of them also saw Yu Qingfeng. Ji Mingyuan saw that Yu Qingfeng had an inexplicable good impression, and just when he wanted to make friends, Jiu Shuyu suddenly sneered. I finally found you. I heard that the 9th princess handed over the last secret realm relic to you. I hope you will give him to us Jiushi with a little acquaintance. Ji Mingyuan? This one has a grudge against Brother Dove? But listen to Brother Jiu's words, that relic token is on him? That relationship is good. Presumably he is also a Tianjiao. If I get along well with him, there must be a lot of topics to talk about. This is what Ji Mingyuan thinks. Jiu Shuyu is completely different. Damn it, I finally found him. If I get his natural treasures and tokens, those losses at the beginning will be nothing. I want to see how strong the person the 9th princess fancy is. Even if it's ridiculously strong, I'm not afraid. After all, we have 2 foxes now. I can't beat it, and I can't beat it in a group. When the time comes, take away the natural materials and earth treasures, the secret relics token. Crush his token again, and then unless the 9th princess gives him natural treasures, he can only wait until next year to come back. It is impossible to catch up with me then. What if the 9th princess gave him natural treasures? Jiu Shuyu didn't think about it at all. If it was really given, they Jiu Sure could also take the opportunity to attack the 9th princess, and they would get a lot of benefits at that time. Bang! He looked at Yu Qingfeng and found that he was dressed in white, his clothes were not stained with and he looked arrogant and noble, which immediately made Jiu Shuyu a little jealous. Jiu Shuyu looked at his clothes.
clothes. Meanwhile, the purple robe was already black and dusty everywhere. It's simply a game against the sky. No matter what, I want you to be worse than me. Zhou Shuyu thought of it and did it. Pointing at Yu Qingfeng, he said again, Feng Yeshua, hurry up and hand over all your natural materials and earth treasures and secret realm quotas, otherwise the two of us will not have your good fruits to eat. Right, brother Ji? No, Ji Mingyuan said mercilessly. Zhou Shuyu looked at Ji Mingyuan with a shocked face, turned his head and said, why? Aren't we brothers who share life and death? At this time, Ji Mingyuan was also very tormented in his heart. He wanted to help Zhou Shuyu, but inexplicably had a good impression of the person wearing the evil ghost mask in front of him, and neither side wanted to fight against each other. Instead, he opened his mouth to explain, I have no grudge against him, and our robbery is a very shameful thing. Why don't you, Dove brother? You can reconcile. If I really want to fight, I won't make a move. Ji Mingyuan's tone was very decisive, and Zhou Shuyu nodded after hearing this. In my heart, I also analyzed the reason why Ji Mingyuan didn't make a move. The reason is simple. He and Ji Mingyuan themselves are different clans. If he wants to attack a stranger, it would be a very unwise decision to make enemies. However, I must fight this person. If you can't beat me, I will escape. Anyway, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. In that case, brother Ji, don't stop it. Zhou Shuyu instantly came to Yu Qingfeng, and just when he raised his hand to attack, Qingfeng raised his hands and handed Zhugui to him. This time it was directly given to Zhou Shuyu. He took Zhugui in a daze, and took a closer look. It was indeed a natural treasure, not a trap. Suddenly his face became a little playful. Retreated to Ji Mingyuan's side and deliberately said, this is the Tianjia that the ninth princess is interested in? It's really wasteful, isn't it? Before the fight started, I was so scared that I handed over the natural materials and earth treasures to me, which was simply an insult to the name of Tianjia. It's a pity that I have always regarded you as the biggest opponent of this secret realm. I can't think of it. Ji Mingyuan was also puzzled, not understanding why Yu Qingfeng wanted to hand over the natural materials and earth treasures to him, but he didn't say anything. It's really wasteful. In that case, I'll send you this waste out of the secret realm. Zhou Shuyu, who was just about to attack Yu Qingfeng, suddenly slipped under his feet. The natural materials and earth treasures in his hand fell to the ground and rolled to Yu Qingfeng's feet. Yu Qingfeng picked up Zhugua, then the corners of his mouth curled slightly, and he said to Zhou Shuyu with a smile, is this your ability? It's just that, it will fall to the ground. Did I just give you a chance? I'll give you a chance, but you're useless. You're useless. At this time, Zhou Shuyu's face was crimson and ashamed. Qingfeng smiled slightly, slowly came to Zhou Shuyu, and put Zhugua on the ground. This scene directly made Zhou Shuyu angry. He said to Qingfeng, Feng Yeshua, how can you insult me like this? You wait, I want you to look good. When Zhou Shuyu said this, his face was down, and he didn't dare to look at Yu Qingfeng. I really wanted to find a place to get in. Seeing this scene, Yu Qingfeng wanted to laugh a little, and said, I'm giving you another chance, not humiliating you. I am in. Feng Yeshua is not that kind of fox. Then he walked back to his original position, made a provocative look, and then slowly raised his middle finger at Zhou Shuyu. The supreme middle finger. Anxious. Aren't you fucking provoking and humiliating me? Zhou Shuyu scolded his mother in his heart. He saw the middle finger, and the hatred in his heart was instantly triggered, and his manic emotions pulled his heart. Under the activation of the supreme middle finger, Zhou Shuyu lost his mind almost instantly, looked at Yu Qingfeng angrily, gritted his teeth and picked up Zhugua and rushed towards Yu Qingfeng. But after running a few steps, he fell again. Zhugua fell again. But before he could roll in front of Yu Qingfeng, Zhugua was picked up by him again, and he ran towards Yu Qingfeng again unwillingly and angrily. Just when he was about to attack Yu Qingfeng with Zhugua, he slipped and fell to the ground again. Ji Mingyuan not far away was dumbfounded. At the same time, I was also sure in my heart that Zhou Shuyu's intentional fall before was not for any other purpose, but really very unlucky to fall. Zhou Shuyu knocked the ground in shame and anger, and said with some crying, why is this happening? Is God playing with me? He glanced at Yu Qingfeng, then at the Zhugui in his hand, and smashed it without saying a word. Qingfeng saw that his Zhugua was wasted. Facial expressions are also stagnant. Directly grabbed Zhou Shuyu and said, just you TM split my melon. Zhugua, right? Zhou Shuyu saw that Qingfeng picked him up, and his heart was also proud. The purpose of his smashing Zhugua was to arouse his anger and take the opportunity to attack. This is a good time. Raise your hand and attack Yu Qingfeng's head with all his might, with a lightning speed. Just when Zhou Shuyu felt that he had succeeded, Yu Qingfeng laughed disdainfully. The next moment, his hand was easily grabbed by Yu Qingfeng. Zhou Shuyu's eyes widened. He couldn't believe this scene at all, and before he could think too much, Yu Qingfeng's ordinary punch hit his face with an ordinary punch at the peak of gold. With this punch, Qingfeng did not use his spiritual power, but the power was still extremely huge, directly blasting Zhou Shuyu away. Zhou Shuyu was blown away for hundreds of meters before barely stopping. At this time, he vomited blood and had a cyst on his face. He looked at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief. He didn't understand why Yu Qingfeng's strength was so terrifying. With that punch just now, I barely took his punch. Although he did not use his spiritual
power to protect his body to a large extent, his proud physical body would naturally not be bad. He could also clearly perceive that that punch definitely did not use spiritual power. If you use all your strength, you will definitely explain it here. When did Feng Shui appear like this kind of monster? No wonder the ninth princess would give him a place before. No wonder he had never heard of his name.
He must also be an eight-tailed purple fox. Talent is above me. No, you can't fight this kind of monster, even if you don't get the quota. Staying in the secret realm is the key, and everything can be saved when you reach the ruins.
Zhou Shuyu wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but as soon as he turned around, he saw Yu Qingfeng.
He's so fast. Is it going to end here? No, my ruins haven't gone yet. Zhou Shuyu saw Ji Mingyuan not far away, and said loudly, "Brother Ji, save me."
At this time, Ji Mingyuan was also a little sluggish, and he looked at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief. He was clear about Zhou Shuyu's strength. Even if you use all your strength, you can't have the upper hand. At most you can tie it.
What does this mean? But Zhou Shuyu couldn't beat this Feng Yeshue. Hearing Zhou Shuyu ask him for help, he immediately felt speechless. You were all in seconds. Am I the gourd baby to save my grandfather?
What's more, he also has an inexplicable crush on Feng Yeshue. He coughed and said, "Brother Dove, I told you before that I will not participate in the grievances between you.
Besides, didn't you say it when you did it before? Tell me not to take action. That's it."
Zhou Shuyu was suddenly speechless. Yu Qingfeng also glanced at Ji Mingyuan. I found that I couldn't feel the hostility on him at all, and I knew it in my heart. It should be because of that curse. But this is good. Qingfeng grabbed Zhou Shuyu and beat him violently, and soon, Zhou Shuyu's face turned blue and purple.
The originally handsome appearance has become sparse.
Qingfeng still felt that it was not enough and continued to beat. The original big eyes could only see a small slit, and seeing such a miserable appearance, Qingfeng also sighed.
It's really a sin.
What I hate most is violence. Zhou Shuyu really wanted to cry without tears at this time.
You've beaten me like this, and you're embarrassed to say that you don't like violence?
Yu Qingfeng took out Zhuguo again, came to Zhou Shuyu and said again, "No, Zhou Shuyu, I gave you a chance before, but you are useless, so that's good.
Do you really want to leave this place now?
I'll give you another chance, as long as you can take Zhuguo away from me. How about I give you all the natural talents? At the same time, I will send you away safely.
I'm Feng Yeshue, what I say counts. This is Zhuguo."
Yu Qingfeng took out his hand and exposed Zhuguo. Zhou Shuyu, with a gloomy face, he had no idea what Yu Qingfeng was doing. He saw Zhuguo in Yu Qingfeng's hand and was thinking about whether there was some trick, which could be seen from Yu Qingfeng's statement that he did not like violence.
He is a person who speaks inconsistently.
Just when he was still doubting the authenticity, Qingfeng had already begun to shout the countdown.
3.
Qingfeng quickly took Zhuguo back, then grabbed Zhou Shuyu's head with his hand and said, "You're so useless. I've given you a chance, right?"
Did I give you a chance?
Qingfeng grabbed Zhou Shuyu's hair and slapped him. "I'll give you a chance. You're useless. You're useless." A few slaps came down, and he was directly stunned. Yu Qingfeng found that Zhou Shuyu was fainting, and he was speechless, and he splashed it awake with condensation. Zhou Shuyu, who was suddenly woken up, opened his eyes and saw that it was still the familiar evil ghost mask, and the fear in his heart was infinitely magnified. He began to suspect that this was a real evil spirit coming to the world.
Qingfeng said again angrily, "At the beginning, you may not understand the rules and have not adapted. I will give you one last chance this time."
"It's still like that. I'll let you go when I count to 3 and grab it. The natural materials and earth treasures promised before are also unchanged." Zhou Shuyu looked at Yu Qingfeng. This time he had to grab it no matter what, and he didn't care if it was a trap or not. "Even if you don't want natural materials and earthly treasures, just leave." Qingfeng put Zhuguo in his hand again and said, 3. Then he took it back instantly, leaving a confused look on his face. "This." Yu Qingfeng slapped a few more times and said, "I gave you a chance. You were useless."
"It's useless."
Then Zhou Shuyu was knocked unconscious again. This time Yu Qingfeng didn't intend to wake him up but began to strip him naked. He still remembers September's request. Anyway, it was to defeat Dao Xin and then strip naked to humiliate him. Qingfeng stripped off all his clothes, pants, underwear, etc., and also took away his storage space. Not far away, Ji Mingyuan saw the whole process, but he didn't dare to speak, afraid that he would be the same as Zhou Shuyu,
hiding in the corner and shivering.
The strange thing is that he treated Zhou Shuyu like this. He didn't feel angry, but the more he looked at Qingfeng, the more pleasing he became.
Could it be that I really hate Zhou Shuyu very much? It must be like this.
In that case, Brother Feng did the right thing. Yu Qingfeng, looking at Zhou Shuyu, who had nothing to pick up, also shook his head helplessly and threw Zhou Shuyu into the cave.
He didn't want to care about the rest.
Anyway, according to his physical body, he would definitely not be eaten by beasts and monsters.
It's not certain whether it will be seen by other animals in heat.
Qingfeng clapped his hands and stretched his waist.
Ji Mingyuan, who was not far away, cautiously came to Qingfeng, then bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Can I walk with you?"
His tone was a little humble.
It seems that he is afraid that Yu Qingfeng will refuse.
But Yu Qingfeng said enthusiastically, "Naturally, there is no problem." Qingfeng had no intention of targeting other clans. The main target
target is only a dove book jade, and then it is to get the golden natural material and earth treasure that may appear. His tasks are just these two. Now that one has been completed, it is just the golden natural material and earth treasure missing. Ji Mingyuan saw that Yu Qingfeng was so easy to talk to, and the tension in his heart relaxed, and he began to chat with Qingfeng normally. Qingfeng also chatted with him as he walked. Unknowingly, Qingfeng and Ji Mingyuan also came to the place where they had been cooking before. I didn't expect Brother Feng to be so noble. It should have been unavoidable to deal with Jiao like this before. I'm ashamed to say it, it's obviously the first day of the Jiao clan, but it's so despicable that it wants to rely on robbery. Yu Qingfeng was also very happy to belittle a few words. Sit down, chatting with Ji Mingyuan, while seeing what functions the devouring system has after the upgrade. In half an hour of exploration, Qingfeng was surprised to find that the devouring system had one more function. This feature is synthesis. As long as the same level of natural materials and minerals are fused, the quality and upper limit of efficacy will be greatly improved. If this is the case, can the purple natural materials and earth treasures be made into gold? Yu Qingfeng thought of it and did it. Anyway, what he doesn't lack most now is natural materials and earth treasures. Qingfeng found the fusion button, and soon an alchemy furnace background appeared in the sea of consciousness, and 8 slots also appeared. The quaint atmosphere is coming. Qingfeng was suddenly speechless. The heart is also complaining. Boy, is this not a fool of the host? Obviously just had this function, so he made the aura so old and forced so high. Qingfeng took out 4 vermilion fruits, put them on the slot hole, and clicked to start fusing them. Ding, it is integrating. At the next moment, the light in Qingfeng's consciousness was very strong, and the golden light enveloped his entire sea of consciousness, and a systematic sound rushed out. Ding, successful fusion, golden natural materials and earth treasures, Zhuguo. Golden legend. It really became golden Zhuguo. It only takes 4 to synthesize golden natural materials and earth treasures, which seems not very precious, according to what September said. As long as you have a golden natural material and earth treasure, you will definitely achieve extraordinary achievements. So can I create transcendentality with the devouring system? Qingfeng did not hesitate and continued to take out the flower of cold as well as the human face fruit. Click merge. Ding, successful fusion, golden natural materials and earth treasures, cold flowers and jade noodle fruits. To upgrade quality? He originally planned to take 2 to test the water, but he didn't expect to be promoted. That seems a bit off, right? Could it be that I wasted 2 more natural materials and earthly treasures? It should be impossible. If it is based on synthesis to improve quality, it is likely that 2 golden qualities are combined together. Then if I fuse it once, will there be other colors? Qingfeng put the cold flower jade noodle fruit and vermilion fruit into the fusion table, click to synthesize. Ding, the synthesis is successful. The red natural material and earth treasure. Cold jade human face red fruit. Fog grass, red. Suddenly Qingfeng was a little tangled. He was thinking about whether this red natural material and earth treasure should be devoured or cultivated to become the foundation of 1-star gold. When Yu Qingfeng was hesitating, by the way, he promoted all his other natural materials and treasures to gold. Now he has a total of 5 golden natural materials and earth treasures, and 1 red natural material and earth treasure. At the same time, Qingfeng also found that the red natural material and earth treasure seemed to be promoted, and after thinking for a while, he put in a golden natural material and earth treasure again. Ding, successful devouring, red natural materials and earth treasures, cold jade human face vermilion fruit, top. It's the top. System, can you come out and answer it? Is it that red is the top natural material and earth treasure, and it cannot be integrated and promoted again? Order, yes. The system is concise, and the breeze does not hesitate, and directly uses the cold jade human face vermilion fruit as the foundation of the golden star. In fact, he still wanted to wait, but I was afraid that if I waited any longer, I would accidentally break through. Exiting the system, he also quickly said to Ji Mingyuan, Brother Ji, these egg fried rice are of great use to cultivation. You have a good meal here. I feel an opportunity to break through, and I just have a few purple natural materials and earth treasures, so apologize for the trip first. Ji Mingyuan also nodded quickly after hearing this. It turned out to be an opportunity for a breakthrough. To be honest, I had a lot of purple natural materials and earth treasures before, but I lost them. The opportunity to break through has never appeared, otherwise I would have used it long ago and wouldn't have wasted those natural materials and treasures. Brother Feng, find a safe place to break through. I will protect you for the Dharma. There are even free bodyguards. Qingfeng did not refuse, came to a mountain, took out a gold-level tang knife, slashed horizontally and vertically, and a cave was born. After Ji Mingyuan saw it, he also secretly sighed at the exquisite strength of Qingfeng's knife skills. The breeze carved a simple stone bed into the cave and sealed the cave entrance, came to the top of the stone bed, took out a large number of silver and gold-level spirit stones. Suddenly he thought of something again. Since the natural materials and earth treasure ores can be fused, what about the spirit stones? Can spirit stones also be fused? Qingfeng Qingfeng tried to put the spirit stone into the fusion table.
After half an hour of long fusion, Qingfeng finally combined his thousands of spirit stones into one. Originally, the space ring was a little crowded, but it was a lot empty in an instant. However, thousands of gold and silver level spirit stones can only be fused into one diamond level spirit stone.
It seems that it will be more and more difficult to cultivate in the future. It's a pity that I'm an open man.
Qingfeng looked at the diamond level spirit stone in his hand, then took out the red natural material and earth treasure, and began to cultivate a breakthrough.
However, there was a storm outside. Meanwhile,
at the moment when Qingfeng took out the red top natural materials and earth treasures, the sky was instantly dyed red, and this scene was directly seen by all the Secret Realm personnel.
They are all curious about what happened. Ji Mingyuan was eating fragrantly outside, and the sudden change in the sky frightened him so much that he subconsciously retreated and spilled the food on the ground.
Suddenly felt extremely distressed. This is a dish made by Brother Feng. It can't be wasted, and when I pick it up and eat it, I am also curious about what is wrong with the sky. He had seen in ancient books before that if a natural material and earth treasure were born, there would be a peak vision in the air.
Could it be that the golden natural material and earth treasure were born? Is there really a golden natural material and earth treasure in the ruins?
Even the Fox tribe and other races that had been guarding the outside world had discovered this strangeness.
They want to deduce it,
but nothing can be deduced. What they can be sure of is the vision of the natural material and earth treasure accident, so they don't pay too much attention to it, but pay more attention to the result.
In September, his brows furrowed.
When she deduced, she performed a familiar scene.
Thinking in my heart, could it be that the person who cursed Jiu Shuyu did it?
At this time, Yu Qingfeng was completely unaware of the situation outside. He was concentrating on cultivation at this time, and his energy and physical state had now reached its peak.
One thought can break through.
But if you want to use the heavenly materials and earth treasures as a foundation assistance, you must absorb the heavenly materials and earth treasures between the breakthrough gaps. In order to be 100% successful, Qingfeng even opened half of his eyes.
It's now.
A golden crack appeared in front of Qingfeng. Seize the opportunity and immediately attract the top red natural materials and earthly treasures. The natural materials and earth treasures instantly turned into powder and slowly flowed into this crack.
Time passed slowly.
After half an hour, Qingfeng finally absorbed it and released all the impact power that had been suppressed for a long time.
Almost an instant,
Qingfeng broke through to the golden 2 stars. At the moment of the breakthrough, the breeze was also comfortable, and he quickly opened the system panel to check his current attributes.
Name, Yu Qingfeng.
Strength, gold 2 stars.
726. Speed, 2,460 kilometers per hour. Mental power, 1,815 cubic meters. Woohoo is really strong, adding more than 1,000.
When he just got up, he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart, and the information washed through his mind, and he was also happy after reading these messages. The red natural materials and earth treasures actually have their own magical powers.
Supernatural power 1, change of appearance.
You can change your appearance anytime, anywhere. The magical power comes from the red human face fruit.
Magical power 2, ice. Can condense into ice. Control the ice.
Magical power transformation can be said to be a very heaven-defying ability. Whether it is escaping or fooling people, it is an artifact.
As for the magical power ice, it is the same as the ice ability.
If you want to obtain supernatural powers, you can only use natural materials and earth treasures as the foundation. If you devour the system, you can also obtain supernatural powers.
It's directly invincible.
But Qingfeng didn't hold out hope. After all, the role of the phagocytic system is to help devour and then feed back to the host. How can the supernatural power feed back and transmit it? Qingfeng came to the entrance of the cave and flew out of the huge stone in an instant with a light touch.
Just came out.
Qingfeng saw several familiar figures. It was Bai Qingxue and others. After Ji Mingyuan and Bai Qingxue saw Yu Qingfeng's successful breakthrough, they also hurriedly came to congratulate him. Congratulations to Brother Feng for successfully breaking through to the golden 2 star.
Yu Qingfeng also signaled, nodded slightly, and said, it's just a fluke.
It's also thanks to the purple natural materials and earth treasures given by Bai Qingxue, otherwise I might have to wait until the ruins start to break through.
Yu Qingfeng is serious nonsense.
Bai Qingxue's face turned inexplicably red, and she grabbed her clothes with her hand and said nervously, no thanks, it's all I should do.
Apologies.
Qingfeng was also curious about why they suddenly came back, so he asked, why did you come back? I remember that you didn't arrive for 2 days. Ji Mingyuan saw that he could interject and quickly said, Brother Feng, that's it, the ruins are open.
Is the ruins open? Didn't September say it would open in a month?
Brother Feng, I don't know. When Brother Feng went in to cultivate a breakthrough, the sky suddenly turned blood red, seemingly covering the entire secret realm. The blood red just faded. When the bloody sky appeared, the token of the ruins glowed and opened in advance. The sky vision is likely to be related to the early opening of this ruin. It is likely that golden natural materials and earth treasures will appear in this ruin.
Miss Bai, when you see the secret realm opening, you go back the same way and want to go with us. Yu Qingfeng nodded. So that's how it is, bloody sky? It shouldn't be me who did it, right? But it's okay, go to the ruins in advance, seize all the natural materials and earth treasures inside, and then synthesize 9 stars of gold. All the foundations of heavenly materials and earthly treasures are red. How terrifying will it be then? Qingfeng took back all the tables and other items without saying a word, and then followed the 2 people to the entrance of the ruins. In the cave, Zhou Shuyu had just woken up, and he looked around and found a dark area. He lay down again and wanted to sleep for a while, but suddenly he felt something was wrong, and he quickly got up, and a few memories suddenly came to his mind. And with it comes anger. I was crushed and came to the outside world? There is no darkness in the secret realm, only this possibility. Damn it. Just when he was about to collapse and cry, he suddenly felt that something seemed to be moving under his body. There is something faintly shining not far away. He quickly got up and picked up the glowing thing, and he took a closer look that it turned out to be the key to the entrance to the ruins passage. This relic key was naturally left by Yu Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng felt that since he had to do it, he would do it to the extreme, which completely made Zhou Shuyu's heart collapse. At the same time, he also discovered that the furry creature was a grizzly bear. The memory surged again, and suddenly the chrysanthemum tightened, and the memory of being ravaged for several hours came flooding up, and his tears couldn't help but flow. Woo-woo, am I being taken by a male bear? Now Zhou Shuyu is happy and sad, and the sad thing is that his innocence is ruined, or destroyed on the male bear. The good news is that he is still in the secret realm, and the token is still there. Ah, since you left the token to me, I will definitely return it 100-fold in the ruins. After the angry Zhou Shuyu killed the grizzly bear, it directly turned into an 8-tailed purple fox and ran rapidly towards the ruins. Yu Qingfeng and the others came at the entrance of the ruins. At this time, the ruins were already full of people. Some are Tianjiao with quotas, and some are here to join in the fun. Seeing so many people, Qingfeng didn't feel very good. Take out the sheep mask and Bumpman mask from the backpack. Handed these masks to Ji Mingyuan, and the two said, "There are many people here. I have a bad feeling. Let's keep a low profile." The two of them took the mask and nodded. They looked at the mask curiously, and the Xianjiang and Ultraman on the mask were species they had never seen before. I was also a little surprised, and I looked at it for a long time before putting on the mask. They came to the center of the crowd. Qingfeng took a closer look at the appearance of the ruins, which were very huge and looked like they were once a very magnificent palace. The appearance's magnificent and ancient patterns are all over the surface. There seem to be many remnants of houses nearby. Qingfeng deduced that this place could once be a sect that protected one side, or it could also be a country. After about 10 minutes, Bai Qingshuet and Ji Mingyuan saw that many Tianjia were already standing at the front of the ruins. They are looked at with the envy of many people. Qingfeng actually didn't know most of the Fox tribe's Tianjiao, and he also asked Bai Qingshuet and the others, "What are our Fox clan Tianjiao?" Ji Mingyuan knew from Bai Qingshuet that Yu Qingfeng was the Tianjiao hidden by the 9th princess, and he didn't know anything about the situation outside. Also immediately gave an explanation. There are actually many clans of our Fox clan, the most representative of which are our 9 major clans, and they are also the 9 most powerful clans. This time, the Fox clan has the relics quota is the first genius of each clan. These geniuses are Feng Shi, Feng Jiushuang, Chu Shi, Chu Feiwen, Min Shi, Min Jiais, Zhou family, Zhou Yangi, Su family, Su Yuan, Hong family, Hong Yangi. After listening, Qingfeng also understood who the Tianjiao of each clan was. In that case, the Fox clan is now only one Zhou Shuyu away from us, and the rest are basically all together? Yu Qingfeng said. Naturally, these words were heard by some people who expressed great disdain for it, thinking that they were bragging. If it was really Tianjiao, why would he still stand nearby with them? You should have stood in front of the ruins early. In their cognition, Tianjiao is an unattainable and untouchable arrogant person, but they didn't dare to mock Yu Qingfeng and others, because they can feel that these people's aura is stronger than their own. Look at it, it's Zhou Shuyu. Several groups of Fox clans not far away screamed loudly. Yu Qingfeng and the others looked in the direction they indicated. Sure enough, they saw a 3-tailed fox with a body length of 7 or 8 meters, purple hair on the outside, and the light of the Holy Spirit from time to time. The purple fox condensed 3 tails in the golden star, and who is it not Zhou Shuyu? When Bai Qingshuo saw that she was directly incarnated into her own body, she also scolded softly, "I really don't understand what is there to show off. The direct gap between foxes is really big. Brother Feng must also be an 8-tailed purple fox, but he acts so low-key, not ostentatious, not arrogant," looking at Zhou Shuyu. Alas, sure enough, there are uneven times. Ji Mingyuan and Yu Qingfeng naturally heard this. Ji Mingyuan trembled, but he could understand why Zhou Shuyu directly transformed into this body, because he had no clothes in his form. He saw with his own eyes that Yu Qingfeng cruelly stripped off all his clothes and pants, and the process was very cruel. Now that he has come to his senses, he has no clothes or pants, so he must have no choice but to incarnate as a person. Suddenly he felt a little chilled. Looking at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief, a terrible thought suddenly sprouted in his heart. Is this also in Brother Feng's calculations? With this idea, he began began to reason seriously. Stripping off the body of the dove book jade and at the same time returning the place of the relic to him, isn't it just calculating that the body of the dove book jade will transform into the body to come to the front of the ruins? Except for Jiu Shuyu, the fox clan is all seven-tailed yellow foxes. Such ostentatious will definitely provoke the dissatisfaction of other fox clan Tianjiao, especially since they don't know the secret. I thought that Jiu Shuyu deliberately exposed his body, was superior to them, and looked down on them. Ji Mingyuan also understood instantly. He understood why Brother Feng wanted to pick up Jiu Shuyu's clothes and pants, and instead of taking away the place of the relic, he returned it to him. It turns out that there is such a deep calculation in it, and even if it was calculated from that time, I didn't know why at all. High, really high. It seems that everything is very smooth. This kind of civil and military person, am I really comparable to him? Becoming his subordinate, it seems to be a good decision. Unconsciously, Ji Mingyuan developed admiration for Qingfeng. If Qingfeng could hear Ji Mingyuan's heart, he would definitely praise him. In terms of brain supplements, you are still strong. He took off Jiu Shuyu's clothes, which was purely a request for September. 10 minutes later, the ruins seemed to sense that all the channel tokens were present, and they also emitted golden light, and the huge and magnificent hall emitted light. The same goes for those who also hold tokens. The moment Qingfeng and the others emitted light, everyone around them exploded. Those three braggarts people turned out to be really Tianjia who had a place for relics. Fortunately, I didn't quarrel with them. Yes, I always thought they were crazy, fantasizing that they were proud ghosts, and I didn't expect the clown to be me. I'm really damned, even if it's fake. I should make friends. Well, if I believe it at that time, I can also make friends with Tianjiao. It's a pity. The Tianjiao in front of the ruins looked at Qingfeng and the others in a strange way. Among them, the one that grits its teeth the most is Jiu Shuyu. The golden light grew bigger and bigger until it finally covered them all. The next moment they disappeared in an instant. When Qingfeng saw clearly again, he found that he was already in a dilapidated temple. He looked around and didn't see Bai Qingshuai and Ji Mingyuan. It seems that the relic token is randomly teleported. I think they should have been teleported to other places. Qingfeng swept the dust off his body, stood up and looked around. I found that there was a Buddha statue next to it. The Buddha statue was all gold, sitting dignified on the stone lotus. The Buddha statue opened half of its eyes, and seemed to be staring at Qingfeng. Qingfeng also stared at the golden Buddha. Ding! Found the purple natural material and earth treasure, disguised as a lotus. Devourable. Disguised lotus? Could it be the stone lotus under the golden Buddha seat? Qingfeng smiled slightly. This is a good start. Unexpectedly, there is a purple heavenly material and earth treasure. It seems that this heavenly material and earth treasure also has spiritual wisdom. Could it be that other heavenly materials and earth treasures also have spiritual wisdom? Or is this natural material and earth treasure more special? The golden Buddha, who had always been weird, suddenly saw Qingfeng smile strangely. An ominous premonition surged up. Qingfeng used his spiritual power with all his might, and his punch was about to hit the golden Buddha. The disguised lotus clearly sensed the power in it, and was also very panicked in his heart. That is, when Qingfeng was about to punch, the golden Buddha actually ran away strangely, which looked very funny. Qingfeng did not rush forward to chase. Instead, he quietly said to Shi Lianhua, "Do you think you can escape by transforming into a golden Buddha?" Shi Lianhua was instantly shocked. He didn't understand how Qingfeng saw through it, and now his only thought was to run away. Just when he transformed into a bird and wanted to escape, it was too late. Qingfeng grabbed him and put him into the storage space, and the golden Buddha who was still running away gradually disappeared. The breeze seen in this scene is also amazing. At the same time, he also determined that this natural material and earth treasure had spiritual wisdom, and it was also beautiful. Since it has spiritual wisdom, it must be very old, and the efficacy and effect of the medicine must be better. Qingfeng stepped out of the temple and felt the fresh air outside, and it was also at this time that a voice suddenly came out of his mind. It should be a voice that suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. "I am the owner of the ruins. Since you can enter my tomb, it means that you are destined to be with me. You only need to come to the central tower alive. You can get my last relic, the golden treasure of heaven and earth, and then there is none." Qingfeng listened to this, always feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. It seems a little too deliberate. 10 minutes later, Qingfeng came to a mountain peak, looked at it, and found that there was indeed a very tall tower not far away, and there seemed to be a golden light flashing above the tower. It seems that there is really a golden natural treasure. At this time, Qingfeng didn't want to go to the central tower for the time being. Anyway, he didn't look down on the golden natural materials and earth treasures now. If you go to these, it will definitely take a lot of time. He only needs 2 purple natural materials and earth treasures to exchange for 1 golden heavenly material earth treasure. Why bother to compete for them? His main target now is those purple natural materials and earth treasures. Qingfeng slowly released the treasure hunt mouse and told it about what he wanted to find the purple natural material and earth treasure. The treasure hunt rat also immediately understood. Facing Qingfeng is baring his teeth and dancing claws, which seems to mean that this kind of small thing string is wrapped around it. It started looking for it well. Soon the treasure hunt mouse seemed to sense something, and after a few squeaks, it hurriedly ran in one direction. The breeze hurriedly caught up. Half an hour later, the breeze passed through the lawn and woods to a ruined ruin, and under the leadership of the treasure hunting mouse, he soon found a 7-colored flower in the pool of the central square of the ruins. Ding! Found the purple natural material and earth treasure colorful purple chrysanthemum, which can be devoured. Ding! Found the purple natural material and earth treasure colorful purple spring, which can be devoured. Introduction. Colorful purple yuquan and colorful purple chrysanthemum are natural treasures that accompany each other and are inseparable good brothers. Devouring together will have a quadruple boost. Woohoo! As expected of a relic, as they said, there are many natural materials and earth treasures, and I found 2 purple natural materials and earth treasures in just half an hour after entering. He carefully observed this natural treasure. I found that there were many monsters around, and there were many dryads in addition to monsters. They did not fight each other for natural materials and earthly treasures. Instead, it is protection. Qingfeng was stunned. He had heard of monsters competing for natural materials and earthly treasures, but he had never seen so many monsters protecting heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In order to find out, Qingfeng observed for nearly 10 minutes. He didn't see anything unusual. He showed up directly. In an instant, countless monsters locked on him. All of them looked at Qingfeng as if they were facing a great enemy. Qingfeng slowly approached. He could feel the ultimate killing intent from the monster beast every step he took. It seemed to be a warning. He directly ignored the warning and walked over, punching a child to kill it. The corpses of the monster were everywhere. When Qingfeng attacked, many monsters could actually escape, but they didn't. Qingfeng couldn't even feel the emotions they were afraid of. On the contrary, the frequency of attacks is getting higher and higher, and the more you fight, the more courageous you become. It seems that the treasure of the heavens and the earth is their extremely precious family. It's like a mayfly shaking a tree. Qingfeng was not moved, but became more and more confused, and in almost less than 10 minutes, Qingfeng solved all the monsters. He is standing in front of this natural treasure now. If you look closely, there seems to be nothing special except for the colorful light. Fancy whistle. Just when he was about to pick up the colorful purple chrysanthemum, colorful purple chrysanthemums suddenly grew legs, and they ran away. Qingfeng was just about to go up to chase after it, but the colorful purple yuquan suddenly condensed a sailor and caught it back. What happened? Ding! This system found that the natural materials and earth treasures are communicating, and the translation function has been added. ZZ. Qingfeng was stunned, and then heard 2 voices in his mind. Colorful purple spring. What are you doing? Why did you catch me? We are brothers. Go to your mother's brother, since it is my brother who takes me away. What does it mean for you to abandon me? Didn't I go to move the rescue soldiers for you? Don't worry, while that fool is stunned now, I still have a chance to escape, and when the time comes, I will call all the other natural treasures and let him know how powerful we are. This human being is so strong. Will I still be alive then? I think you will find a safe place to hide when the time comes. Since you want to abandon me, don't blame me for being unjust. At the next moment, the colorful purple spring in front of Qingfeng once again condensed a hand and grabbed the colorful purple chrysanthemum. At this time, Qingfeng thought of the introduction of the system. Good guy, this is really a good brother. He quickly grabbed the colorful purple chrysanthemum, and then used his water-based ability to hold up the colorful purple spring and accept it all. With the purple natural material and earth treasure, Qingfeng directly clicked on the synthesis without hesitation. Ding! The synthesis is successful. Golden natural materials and earth treasures, colorful 9 secluded springs. Qingfeng took out an egg fried rice for the treasure mouse, and after the treasure mouse finished eating, Qingfeng was also gearing up to find new natural treasures. In this way, there is Qingfeng, a treasure hunting rat, and there is no grass everywhere he goes. In the process of plundering the natural materials and earthly treasures, Qingfeng encountered many monsters, and they were all the same as before, desperately protecting the natural materials and earthly treasures. At the same time, Qingfeng also understood that the natural materials and earth treasures in the ruins all had spiritual wisdom, and they seemed to be able to control the monsters. It seemed that he was still plotting something, and Qingfeng tried to eavesdrop several times, but each time he was discovered by the monsters. Then the natural materials and earth treasures fled, and the breeze chased them. It's a pity that they can't run away from Qingfeng, and they are pinched by Qingfeng when the monsters don't react. Fortunately, after the natural materials and earth treasures are synthesized by Qingfeng, the spiritual wisdom will disappear. 3 days passed in the ruins without realizing it. In addition to cursing the Lord of Blood Mist and Zhou Shuyu, it is to find natural materials and earth treasures. In 3 days, Qingfeng has 3 top red natural materials and earth treasures, 10 golden natural materials and earth treasures, and 1 purple treasure, and it was smooth sailing along the way, almost all the way to the side. The only thing that upset Qingfeng was their conspiracy. He couldn't hear it all, and every time he stopped at a critical moment. Now Qingfeng has gradually approached the central position, and traces of man-made can gradually be seen around. At this time, Qingfeng was resting next to a cliff, and Qingfeng had just taken out the pots and pans, wanting to
add some buffs to himself. The treasure hunt rat that had been beside him suddenly called a few times, and Qingfeng immediately understood that there was a natural treasure nearby. Honestly put away the pots and pans, and secretly followed the treasure hunter to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Ding! Found the purple natural material and earth treasure cold flower, which can be devoured. Ding! Found the purple natural material and earth treasure cold flower, which can be devoured.
Is it the flower of cold again? Or 2, the flower of cold, does it love to grow on the edge of the cliff so much?
It's a pity that the dove book jade is missing. Today, the flowers of the cold still exist, but the doves and jade of the past are gone.
That's right.
Qingfeng was also full of emotion in his heart, and inexplicably missed Jiu Shuyu. When Qingfeng was thinking, the translation came to his mind again.
Brother, have you heard?
Recently, a devil with an evil ghost mask appeared, and many natural talents and earth treasures were killed. I know this, my distant cousin suffered from his poisonous hands. Alas, it's all blaming the pure young holy spring for not doing well, insisting on introducing these outsiders into it and telling us to hide. Well, many natural treasures are still captured if they hide well. If they had known that, they shouldn't have believed it in the first place. This can't be blamed on the pure yang holy spring, and who knew that this devil would appear? You supported it the most when you voted and made the decision, and you were still coaxing.
Can we be blamed for this?
Pure yang holy spring is a golden natural treasure. If I vote no, I don't feel like I will live now.
Forget it, let's talk about something else.
Gone, Yu Qingfeng, who was lying on the cliff, was really angry, and it was like this again, every time.
Every time it comes to a critical moment, these natural treasures no longer talk about it.
Damn it, riddles and natural treasures are all dead. But this time there is a new message point. He knew about the pure yang holy spring. He could hear it from many natural materials and earth treasures before, but he never knew where it was or what it looked like. This time, I learned that it was a golden natural material and earth treasure. Then the only place with golden natural materials and earth treasures is the tower in the center, and Qingfeng also wants to leave after taking all the cold flowers in his pocket. They had just walked down the mountain. Then Qingfeng sensed the direction and walked towards the central tower. Just as they passed a suspension bridge,
the way was blocked.
The other party was not a fox tribe, but a half-human, half-snake race. There are 5 snake people blocking the way, and Qingfeng can still sense one in the grass, which has reached the golden 2 stars.
They seem to be very united. There is no infighting, and they rob collectively. One of the snake people stood up and said to Yu Qingfeng, "Fox boy,
we snake people are not interested in the golden natural materials and earth treasures. As long as you give us a purple heavenly material and earth treasure, I will let you go, otherwise we will drag you here. You can't participate in the competition for the golden treasure."
It's good to be clever.
Knowing that they can't compete with other Tianjiao will maximize their interests, they may not be able to grab the golden heavenly materials and earth treasures, then the purple heavenly materials and earth treasures must be the most. But which one in the grass is comparable to Jiu Shuyu, and he has almost snatched the natural materials and earth treasures.
But he didn't. You can imagine their intentions.
Qingfeng smiled kindly and said, "I don't have purple natural materials and earth treasures, but I can rob you." The most threatening words came from the soft voice like Mu Chunfeng, which made many snake people stunned. But the next moment they all burst into laughter. At this moment, a female voice slowly came from the grass, "Fox boy, you have to know that it is not easy to rob us. Although we have only 6 places, our 6 snake people are all here." The figure in the grass slowly appeared. She was wearing red clothes with a bit of exotic style, and her appearance was also very demonic, and she twisted her body and slowly walked to Qingfeng. Qingfeng sneered and said, "Put away your charm, it's useless to me." The snake woman was stunned, and her eyes, which were originally a little frivolous, also became solemn. "I'm really sorry, my charm will be activated on its own from time to time.
May I ask your name?"
Qingfeng thought for a while and said, "Jiu Shuyu." Hearing this name, the snake woman was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yu Qingfeng with some playfulness, and said, "It turns out to be the dove master. Didn't I tell you before, I must have a purple natural material treasure, and you just readily agreed to look for it. Why did you go out for a while and change your clothes and wear an evil ghost mask, and even your tone has become different?"
"This fox brother, we are not fools. What's your name?"
Qingfeng slowly took off his mask, changed his face to Jiu Shuyu's face, then looked at them and said, "It's very simple, I regret it." The next moment, the breeze went straight to work. A punch hit the snake woman's stomach hard, causing it to fly hundreds of meters away. Before the other snake clans could react, he directly used the dragon and snake dance steps, and the ghostly body technique came to them almost instantly, or a punch for a child. The other snake tribes were blasted more than 70 meters because of the trees behind them as a buffer, and under this extreme force, except for the snake tribe woman who was still awake, the other snake tribes lost consciousness instantly after being hit. The snake woman, like Jiu Shuyu before, looked at Yu Qingfeng with a shocked look a few hundred meters away. She said she couldn't sisterly, especially when he saw Jiu Shuyu's face. He was confused on the spot. "Good guy, I told you to find a natural treasure for us. You can't find it and come back to us to look for it, right?" He also deliberately changed his clothes and pants.
"Put aside to tease me."
Qingfeng came to the snake woman, grabbed her hand, and took off her space ring. spring. Then he used his consciousness to explore. It was found that there were hundreds of purple natural materials and earth treasures inside.
Seeing Qingfeng's eyes straightened, the fog grass was simply a boy who scattered money. I didn't expect robbery to be so profitable.
At this time, the snake woman's eyes became more and more frightened when she saw Qingfeng. She saw that Qingfeng's face was getting darker and darker, and she would smile strangely from time to time.
What is he trying to do?
Could it be that he is greedy for my beauty? No, I heard that Jiao Shuyu is unparalleled, but he is also a gentleman anyway, so he shouldn't behave like such a beast. But what if? At this time, Yu Qingfeng imagined the future and decided to rob well and strive to become bigger and stronger. After he transformed all these purple heavenly materials and earth treasures into golden heavenly materials and earth treasures,
came to the snake man woman and said, "Why don't we cooperate?" The snake woman was stunned and said incomprehensibly, "What to cooperate with?" Qingfeng smiled slightly. "I think you really don't understand, right? Brother Jiao, what do you know? Come, let Brother Dove teach you well." "Don't, Brother Dove, don't Brother Dove."
About half an hour passed, and Yu Qingfeng nodded with satisfaction, and said to the snake people, "Remember the essentials I just told you, do it again now." When the snake people heard this, they secretly ran to the back of the grass, and then the 6 people suddenly jumped out, their breath surging, as if they had a determination to die.
He said loudly to the breeze, "I opened this place, I planted this tree, if you want to pass through here, leave behind natural materials and treasures. If you don't give it, I'll hit you out of the shore. We are people who are covered by the dove boy, so don't be ignorant." Okay, very energetic.
The more Qingfeng looked at it, the more satisfied he became, worthy of the results of his half an hour of training. He is also very pleased with this achievement.
As long as you rob like this, bah!
It's to take the travel expense as well, and the natural materials and earth treasures you get will definitely be divided into your snake people.
Remember to take my name Jiao Shuyu. Come on, do a good job. I'll go to the central government to see the situation.
As he spoke, he turned his head and left this place, and several snake people looked at Yu Qingfeng's back with tears in their eyes. It is conceivable what kind of mental torture they suffered in just half an hour. Not only were the natural materials and treasures robbed, but they were also taught to rob like this.
It's not human.
After this episode, Qingfeng also quickly came to the bottom of the tower. The overall color of the tower is white, and the body shape is magnificent. There are still a lot of runes flashing on the appearance, which is very extraordinary. The gate of the tower alone is a few hundred meters. The breeze was like a tiny ant in front of the tower. He was just about to step in, but was blocked by a mysterious energy barrier. Qingfeng touched the mysterious barrier and whispered slightly, "Can't you go in yet?"
"I've been going around all the way, and it's still early." Qingfeng was a little helpless.
Just when he wanted to go back to play with the snake people, he heard a fight not far away, and Qingfeng became energetic on the spot. As a legal good citizen of Kyushu, he naturally couldn't get used to fighting, so Qingfeng hurried to persuade the fight with righteous words. Qingfeng quickly arrived at the scene, and not far away, there were 3 black shadows attacking each other, one wearing a purple robe and 2 wearing a yellow coat. The purple robe is a woman, holding a purple natural treasure in her hand. The 2 men in yellow coats were men, and the 2 of them were in a group and collectively attacked the woman in the purple robe.
None of them are fox tribes. Qingfeng did not feel close to the bloodline. The woman in the purple robe seemed to be a little unable to support it and said loudly, "You are so hateful. Do you have to learn from the snake race?" The yellow-robed brothers looked at each other and said, "Our 2 brothers are definitely taking a fancy to this natural treasure. What's wrong with us just wanting to come back?"
"You are shameless. This natural treasure is obviously the one I discovered and chased first," the purple-robed woman retorted loudly with an ugly face.
After hearing this, the yellow-robed brothers also smiled cheaply and said, "What evidence do you have?
Besides, even if you found it first, this thing is destined to be with my second brother, so you should honestly give it to our 2 brothers."
Qingfeng was also extremely angry after hearing this.
Without saying a word, he jumped out and said to the second brother, in broad daylight, "How dare you rob?
Don't you even want Tianjiao's face?"
The purple-robed woman seemed to see hope and hurriedly ran in the direction of Yu Qingfeng. When the yellow-robed brothers saw Yu Qingfeng suddenly appearing, their faces also changed and said, "This is a matter between us, brother, you are too lenient."
Qingfeng looked at the purple-robed woman hiding behind him, comforted him, and responded, "I have taken care of this kind of thing."
The purple-robed woman was also moved in her heart after hearing this. "I didn't expect that there were really such people in the world who were righteous and courageous.
I don't know the height of the sky the second brother is on us."
A giant sword appeared in the hands of the yellow-robed brothers at the same time, and they came towards Yu Qingfeng menacingly. Qingfeng stood calmly. She saw that Qingfeng was so calm, and the woman in the purple robe also lowered her hanging heart a little, thinking that Qingfeng was sure of it. She still carefully explained to Qingfeng, "This giant sword is a gold-level spiritual weapon, very powerful, but the disadvantage is that it moves slowly. As long as you run away and dodge with your heart, you won't be attacked at all."
Qingfeng nodded, indicating that he knew. But a few seconds passed.
Yu Qingfeng still had no intention of making a move, and the purple-robed woman began to panic.
"You know the ghost."
Seeing that the fierce offensive was about to come to her, she couldn't help but feel that Qingfeng Qingfeng was a little bigger, just when she was thinking about whether to abandon Yu Qingfeng and escape.
The breeze is moving.
I saw Yu Qingfeng slowly raise a thin white and slender hand. Under the witness of the purple-robed woman, the middle finger of the breeze was slowly bent, as if there was endless power gathering.
The space is a little distorted.
The yellow-robed brothers were also a little suspicious when they saw this, but when they thought of their own strength, as well as the blessing of gold-level spiritual weapons,
confidence skyrocketed. Pretend to be a ghost, suffer death.
Qingfeng said softly, supreme middle finger. Under the simultaneous activation of the bullet brain case and the supreme middle finger, the giant sword of the yellow-robed brothers began to fall apart and turn into powder. This scene directly made the yellow-robed brothers and the purple-robed women dumbfounded, and they all looked at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief.
Especially the three of them, they knew how strong the gold-level spiritual weapon was. What's more, this is still the giant sword of the main killing.
The yellow-robed brothers were stunned for a few seconds. They knew that they couldn't escape much with this absolute strength, so they hurriedly ran to Qingfeng and knelt down regardless of their face, begging Qingfeng not to crush their tokens. Qingfeng raised his head to look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said with a hint of sadness, as a person, what I don't like the most is fighting. Don't worry, I will never embarrass you.
It's just that your approach is really unbearable. It's simply insulting. Is this something you can do? Is this something Tianjiao can do? Don't you feel ashamed? Even the dignity of Tianjiao has been lost. Are you embarrassed to say that you are Tianjiao? It's a shame to have the name of Tianjiao, and I don't know who taught you. I will even hand over the relics to you.
The two yellow-robed brothers were also very ashamed after hearing this, and they both nodded quickly. The woman in the purple robe also looked at Yu Qingfeng with great spirits. In this way, Qingfeng taught them a lesson for more than half an hour and a beautiful society for half an hour.
Understand?
We Tianjiao must be democratic, civilized, harmonious, free, equal, just, rule of law, patriotic, dedicated, honest and friendly.
If you can't do this, what kind of Tianjiao are you?
Qingfeng said that he was a little thirsty and planned to shut up and rest for a while. The yellow-robed brothers saw Yu Qingfeng and stopped talking. He pinched his clothes in his hand, and then glanced at Yu Qingfeng nervously. It's a pity that Qingfeng is wearing a mask, and they can't see Qingfeng's expression. They could only muster up the courage to say, we will change what you say, and if we don't change it well, we will never come out with the name of Tianjiao.
Definitely not insult your understanding of Tianjiao.
Absolutely do it. Democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and friendliness.
Qingfeng nodded, and the second brother hurriedly said, can we go?
Well, you can go, Qingfeng said. The yellow-robed brothers were also overjoyed to hear that they could leave, and after quickly thanking them, they were about to leave. They had only taken a few steps when Qingfeng's words came again. You can leave, but leave me with all the natural materials and earthly treasures. The faces of the two brothers, who originally had happy faces, instantly pulled down. The two of them carefully turned their heads to Yu Qingfeng and said, these natural materials and earthly treasures are all found with great effort. And you didn't say it before that snatching other people's natural materials and earthly treasures is a disgrace to the status of heavenly pride.
Really? I said that to you. What does it have to do with me?
Qingfeng sneered. Let me say it again, leave all the natural materials and earthly treasures. They all heard the coldness in their tones. The yellow-robed brothers looked at each other hesitantly, and after several inner struggles, they finally said with a smile, okay, we give. The two brothers smiled on the surface, but in their hearts they scolded Qingfeng to death.
WDNMD, what about the Tianjiao posture that was said before? In terms of shamelessness, are our two brothers better than you? Is this a human thing? Don't let me know what race you are, and when I find out, I will definitely ask someone to teach you a good lesson. Damn, woo-woo, it's really too bullying.
Wait for the time to find someone to teach you a lesson. I hope you don't get the natural treasure and put away the mask and hide in the crowd. They directly threw the storage space to Yu Qingfeng. Qingfeng probably sensed it and found that the two storage bags combined contained at least 100 kinds of purple natural materials and earth treasures. There are also quite a few blues. The two brothers' faces twitched a little, and they said to Qingfeng kindly, natural materials and earthly treasures have been given, can we leave? Well, you guys leave, Qingfeng said. When the brothers hadn't taken a few steps, Qingfeng stopped them again. Their originally ruthless faces were replaced with friendly smiling faces again, and they looked at Yu Qingfeng and said, do you have anything else? Qingfeng waved his hand and said, actually, it's nothing, but you seem to be very unconvinced. How do you know? We are absolutely convinced. The two brothers were shocked and hurriedly said, really, in this world, the weak eat the strong. You take our natural materials and treasures for granted. Can you endure it like this? Qingfeng is also speechless. God is right. I have taken all your natural treasures, and you can respond to me with a hippie smile. At this time, Qingfeng also knew how they got the quota for this ruin. He is so tactful in life, and his strength is not bad. If he can't get a quota, there will be ghosts, and he really doesn't know which ghost race gave birth to them. Qingfeng thought for a while and suddenly smiled strangely. The treasure hunt rat hiding in the breeze pocket seemed to sense something, and quickly hid and trembled. Yu Qingfeng said to the two brothers, okay, then you go. Saying saying that, Xingfeng tampered with his hair but accidentally dropped the mask on his face. At the moment of falling, Xingfeng completely exposed Jiu Shuyu's face.
Xingfeng pretended to be in a hurry and quickly put the mask back on.
The two brothers were eye-catching. They saw it clearly, and they were determined to teach them a good lesson. Xingfeng smiled slightly.
Pretending to be suspicious, he said to the two brothers, "Did you see it?" This tone had a certain killing intent, and the two brothers were frightened and hurriedly said, "No, it was too fast just now, we can't see it even if we want to."
"Okay, you guys get out of here," Xingfeng said impatiently.
The two brothers fled in an instant this time, for fear that the breeze would stop them.
The purple-robed woman saw Xingfeng looking at her, and quickly gestured and said, "Thank you for the rescue of this brother."
The little girl is grateful.
Before she could finish speaking,
Xingfeng said impatiently, "What about them? What about yours?"
She looked at Xingfeng in disbelief. Xingfeng didn't have a dick, so she directly took the natural materials and earth treasures in her hands. At the same time, he also took his storage space. All this happened very quickly, and when I saw that the items were in hand, I weighed them in my hands, and found a direction and quickly escaped. But, the purple-robed woman who remained in place has not reacted yet.
"What happened just now? I was robbed by a new male god?"
"No, I was robbed."
"Fog grass, that person didn't help me at all. He was also a shameless person who was eyeing me."
"But he looks good." The moment the breeze mask fell, she could also see it clearly.
No,
I want to find my senior sister. This kind of person is too much." At this time, the yellow-robed brothers had come a few hundred meters away. The eldest brother quickly stopped and said to his younger brother, "How about it? Do you see that kid's appearance?"
I saw it.
"Okay, let's hurry up and draw that kid's appearance, don't forget it," and then shake the brother and let him know what social sinister is. At the same time, Jiu Shuyu finally found a purple natural material treasure and had just returned to the broken bridge. The snake people suddenly jumped out and said loudly, "I opened this place, I planted this mountain. If you want to pass through here, leave behind the natural materials and earth treasures. If you don't give it, I'll hit you out of the shore. We advise you to get to know each other. We are people who are covered by the dove. Don't be ignorant."
And human-natured doves? That relationship is good. Maybe I can save a natural treasure, and the snake people have become more orderly like this? Could it be that there are too many robberies, and a complete industrial chain has been formed?
Jiu Shuyu coughed and said, "I found the purple sky." Before he could finish speaking, the snake people seemed to see the devil and looked at him in horror. Then the red-clad woman appeared and said to them, "Quick, fast, the dove boy is back. Hurry up and line up." They quickly lined up like military training. After arranging neatly, the waist and horse were united, and he bent down and bowed his head and said, "I'm really sorry, young Master Dove. We didn't expect it to be you."
Jiu Shuyu was stunned. "I went to honestly find a natural treasure for you to rob. How? Attitude has become so good?"
Jiu Shuyu smiled awkwardly and said, hello. Then I want to cross the bridge, can I?" When the snake people heard that Jiu Shuyu was going to cross the bridge, they immediately lined up and gestured to ask him to cross the bridge. He really couldn't stand such a change. Carefully came to the snake man woman, and then put the natural treasure he had just obtained into her hands.
Jiu Shuyu always felt that something was wrong.
"Give this natural treasure for peace of mind." Jiu Shuyu also crossed the bridge safely for the time being.
The snake people also looked at Jiu Shuyu with a confused face.
Which snake woman saw this move and said in her mind, "Young Master Dove is teaching us. By the way, look at the results of our training."
Giving us natural materials and earthly treasures must be a reminder not to let anyone go.
Don't look at him now that he's gone. He might have to walk back from the other end later. Quick, fast, you must get 100 points of spirit. After hearing this, the other snake people also felt that this was the truth. They really didn't expect that this devil was still staring at them. As expected of the Fox clan, they are cunning by nature. They also immediately made a vigilant gesture at all times.
1, 2.
Jiu Shuyu was also strange when he saw that he was intact. Could it be that the snake people suddenly discovered their conscience?
Don't rob and start serving the people well?
Then did I lose a purple natural material and earth treasure? Alas, just rest assured. Soon, he came to the tower where Qingfeng had stayed before.
Alas, it has finally arrived. This tower is really big.
The momentum is magnificent, and the feeling of epic insignificance arises spontaneously. As expected of a place to store golden heavenly materials and earth treasures, I should still have time to go in now. I hope those heavenly pride have not reached the top level yet. Just as Jiu Shuyu was about to step in, his head hit the protective shield.
Suddenly he was also overjoyed. The tower hadn't opened yet.
If that's the case, I just need to be safe and jump out at the end of this competition for natural materials and earth treasures. The chances of success are huge. If I go to find natural materials and earth treasures at this time, I will raise my realm to 2 stars of gold.
Then my certainty is even higher.
At that time, our Jiu clan will become the largest nobleman under the emperor. Jiu Shuyu began to fantasize about the future before entering the tower.
Just as he was fantasizing, an abrupt voice came. "Brothers, it's him."
Jiu Shuyu turned his head to look and saw 2 people wearing yellow robes with fified eyebrows. The person who spoke was the 2 brothers in the yellow robe, and at this time there were already hundreds of people standing behind their two brothers.
In addition to the two brothers, there are many other races. Most of them are brothers they know. The two of them themselves are extremely tactful. I often make friends with some Tianjiao.
From time to time, they will sell favors to them, and there are many hole cards if anyone provokes them.
Basically, there will be no good ending.
From time to time, I will find hundreds of Tianjiao to find a place for themselves.
Zhou Shuyu looked confused, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said cautiously, "Are you okay?"
The two brothers gave him a slap directly without thinking, and then said, "You are really funny. We said we didn't see your face if we didn't see it." This slap directly stunned him, and Zhou Shuyu smiled bitterly. "Brother, I don't seem to provoke you, right?
Did you recognize the wrong person?" The yellow-robed brothers glanced at each other and then laughed. "Boy, you can pretend. Don't think that we really don't know you if you change clothes and take off your mask."
Well, if you hadn't taken off your mask at that time, our two brothers might really have nothing to do with you. But since we have seen the appearance, there is no good fruit to eat.
Don't talk nonsense, brothers, fuck it.
Hundreds of people released their own breaths in a mighty manner, and with the pressure of these breaths alone, Zhou Shuyu couldn't run at all.
I can't resist.
In this way, each of them punched Zhou Shuyu directly, and Zhou Shuyu could not resist at all, but could only be beaten.
Just like that, about a few hours later,
Zhou Shuyu is not a person again, a ghost, and his face is blue and purple.
In the end, he was still saying, "I didn't do it, I really didn't do it."
After the two brothers were cool, they also spat on it. Take out his storage bag straight out. Looking inside, he found that there was nothing, not even daily clothes. It was empty. Even the bronze-level monks outside were not so miserable.
"Big brother, are we really looking for the wrong one?"
The eldest brother glanced at the younger brother and then thought and said, "No, his aura is strong, and his strength is also above us.
If it weren't for the large number of us, we might not be able to beat it." Could it be that he secretly treasured the heavenly materials and earth, just as the two of them were thinking?
Not far away, several figures hurriedly came to Zhou Shuyu. The sudden appearance of the figure directly startled the two yellow-robed brothers. Several beautiful-looking girls frowned slightly when they saw Zhou Shuyu.
Zhou Shuyu also looked at them and suddenly seemed to see hope.
Quickly dragging his tired body, he came behind them and said, "Everyone, I hope you can save me. These people attack me indiscriminately."
"I didn't do anything. As long as you take me away, I can make a promise."
Before Zhou Shuyu could finish speaking, a purple-robed girl squeezed out from several girls and then said to his senior sisters, "It's him. That's right, he snatched my natural materials and treasures. Don't look at his miserable appearance. I know him even if he turns to ashes." "No, eldest sister, I really don't know you." Zhou Shuyu wanted to cry without tears. Originally, he thought his luck was a little better, but he didn't expect that he would carry it even more.
Could it be that someone is cursing me?
No, my mother is extraordinary. If someone curses me, she should crack it.
Is it really my bad luck?
I didn't expect that my dove book, the name of a lifetime, should have shown its power in the ruins, but in the end it ended up like this. At this time, his face was lonely. When several girls saw the miserable appearance of Zhou Shuyu, they all looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They still knew the name of the Fox clan Zhou Shuyu. The rumored Zhou Shuyu, a graceful young man, swings a jade fan in his hand, which can be described as the leader of Tianzhou.
The family heritage alone is much stronger than everyone here. How can you lose face for such a little resource? It must have been calculated.
A woman in green clothes stood up and said to the two yellow-robed brothers, "Everyone, you must have recognized the wrong person. This is the Fox clan, the Dove clan, and the young master of the Dove book. You should have heard some rumors about him. He is the first true gentleman in Tianhu City. Since he has this title, how can he shamelessly snatch your natural materials and earthly treasures? I'm afraid you are being calculated." Hundreds of brothers behind the two yellow-robed brothers were also shocked when they heard this. They really couldn't imagine that this person was Zhou Shuyu. After learning that they had beaten them, they all glared at the two brothers. The yellow-robed brothers were sweating. Did they really hit the wrong person? The two thought about it carefully, and it seemed that there were indeed a lot of unreasonableness. One is that the clothes have different sounds, and the other is that if it is really the natural treasures he snatched, and he doesn't know that his appearance has been exposed, those natural materials and earth treasures should be hidden in the storage space. But there was nothing.
It's over. Is it really calculated? Not only that, but it also provoked the first day of the Fox clan Dove. They and Zhou Shuyu have never met.
Even if there are hundreds of brothers behind, they are all remote races, and there are almost no Tianjiao who can recognize the Fox clan. And there are only 1 or 2 places for each race, and there are more than a dozen places for those real races, so they will team up with each other and follow the two brothers to take revenge. As a result, I didn't expect to directly provoke someone who shouldn't have messed with me. The two brothers also wanted to cry without tears. The natural treasure was robbed, and the wrong person was beaten. Who can I talk to about this? Zhou Shuyu is also lonely enough, although the Fox clan quota is divided among various clans.
Civil strife, but it is not that there is no partner in the same industry, right? As long as there is a partner, it will not be like this.
Wait, for something is wrong. Since it is a Dove book jade, shouldn't it have thousands of whole cards and spirit stones? But why is there not even the most basic spirit stone in his storage space? They
They instantly thought of a solution. The two yellow-robed brothers looked at each other, both understood their intentions from each other's eyes, and then sang and said in harmony, "That's not necessarily. I heard that the Dove clan has a deep heritage. How can it be possible that the natural materials and earth treasures have not been snatched? Especially in his storage space, there is not even the most basic spirit stone. This person may not be Jiu Shuyu, he just looks alike." Hundreds of brothers behind him also nodded when they heard this. They had all seen it with their own eyes. This person was really poor. "Big brother, what you said is right. I heard that Jiu Shuyu is not so down and out and glamorous. This person is definitely not Jiu Shuyu. I have admired the Dove young master for a long time. I know him very well, so why not recognize him and beat the Dove? Since it's not Jiu Shuyu, nor is it the one who robbed us, let's let him go." The eldest brother nodded. The second brother is right. Then he kicked Jiu Shuyu and said, "Okay, get out of here. By the way, if you meet a masked person and talk to me, and next time, don't report the name of our idol role model to protect yourself, otherwise I will beat you once when I see you." Jiu Shuyu, who was originally a little desperate to accept fate, seemed to see hope. He quickly said, yes, I will never use the name of Jiu Shuyu to protect myself next time. I was forced to do so just now. I'm just a person from a remote family. I'm leaving. I'll leave right away." After saying that, he fled in embarrassment on the spot. After hearing this, those women looked at the fleeing Jiu Shuyu, and they were also silent. They all knew that this was Jiu Shuyu. Whether it is the strength of the breath, it is no worse than them, or even higher. At the same time, they also knew the abacus of the two yellow-robed brothers. Since it is Jiu Shuyu, it must be a lot of money. But there is nothing, and it is still so depressed. This is just a step. After having this step, take advantage of the trend to tout Jiu Shuyu, and then let Jiu Shuyu go, even if he comes to take revenge. The two brothers can also say that they just beat a poor and similar person, and then asked back, "Is that person you, the Dove boy himself?" Jiu Shuyu will definitely have a good face and not admit it. Really? In this way, the obvious crisis has also been resolved. The girls glanced at the two brothers deeply, and then asked, "May I ask your name?" "Big brother Huang Xianshan, little brother Huang Xianbao, race weasel family." The woman in green nodded and did not report her name, but left a sentence. "I wrote it down. He left this place." Yu Qingfeng, who was watching this drama not far away, was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect it to end so soon. After thinking about it, there was nothing to do, so I decided to go back to the Snake Clan to get the natural materials and earth treasures. At this time, Jiu Shuyu found a relatively dense jungle and then leaned pitifully against the trees. I vented my unwillingness in my heart. Damn, I almost confessed. If it weren't for their large numbers, I wouldn't have been suppressed. Several small races can actually bully my head, especially those two people with thief eyebrows and rat eyes. I wrote down the feud of punching and kicking, but those women seemed a little familiar. There can be so many people. It must be the Crane Clan. Fortunately, I am not familiar with them, otherwise I really can't see anyone. The Crane Clan knew that it was me, and they might tell me that I was beaten by an unknown race, and then it would definitely be a real disgrace. The status in the Fox Clan has been greatly reduced, but fortunately, his reputation was not exposed. Even if I reveal my name, they still think it is fake, and my reputation has not been ruined. Forget it, I'll still recuperate here. When I was almost healed by myself, I went to find a purple natural material and earth treasure and raised the realm first, so that I would be sure enough when competing for the tower. Soon Yu Qingfeng came to the territory of the snake people. He saw from a distance that the snake people were still strengthening their training. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and quickly found a corner to observe. In a few minutes of observation, Qingfeng found that they seemed to be more orderly, and the intensity of training was gradually strengthened. Qingfeng in the dark nodded, secretly sighing that he was worthy of being a bandit he had taught, and even if he left, they still strictly followed their wishes. There are too few such obedient Tianjiao races. No, they are all so dedicated. How can I squeeze them so much? Why don't you give some rewards? Qingfeng observed for a few minutes, and then walked out with a big grin. When the snake people saw Qingfeng's arrival, they also hurriedly ran to Qingfeng, stood upright, and then waited for the snake girl in red to come. Bend down quickly and say loudly, "Hello big brother, so energetic." You drop, and you drop, get up quickly," Qingfeng said with great satisfaction. Qingfeng came to the snake girl in red and said, "How is it? How many natural materials and earth treasures have you grabbed during this period? Is there a dozen?" The snake girl in red nodded slightly and said, "Yes, we got 19 natural materials and earth treasures. But I don't think anyone will come again. What do you say?" Qingfeng asked puzzled. The red snake girl also explained, "There are about 300 races that can enter the ruins this time, and the number of places is about 500. There were more than 300 people who passed through us before. The remaining 100 or so people should not come. Their goal should also be purple natural materials and earth treasures, and they think they can't get them for golden natural materials and earth treasures." Qingfeng nodded. "Truly, if this is the case, there is no need to consume it at all. It is better to find a lone Tianjiao and snatch the natural materials and treasures." Qingfeng thought for a moment and said, "Okay, give me those natural materials and earthly treasures." She trembled slightly, and then said to Qingfeng, "Young Master Dove, we can't beat you, but we are also doing things for you. Can you leave us a little of this benefit? After the secret realm is over, there should still be a month outside, and we can also compete outside for the heavenly materials and earth treasures to return to the blood. Before the snake woman could finish speaking, the sky not far away suddenly began to burst out with golden light, accompanied by strong airwaves. Qingfeng narrowed his eyes and used his mental power to quickly check what was going on, and under the exploration of his spiritual power, he saw that the protective shield of the original tower began to gradually dissolve, and the golden light and airwaves came from the inside of the protective shield of the tower. This change made everyone in the ruins look at the tower. Is it on? Qingfeng thought in his heart. Then he looked at the snake man woman and said, "What's your name?" The snake woman was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Qingfeng suddenly wanted to know her name. Did he recognize us? She hesitated and then said, "My name is Xian Nanqing." "Then would you like to team up with me? Let's go join in the fun, and I promise you a golden natural material and earth treasure. How about it?" Qingfeng slowly spoke, and his words were amazing. Xian Nanqing's breathing couldn't help but begin to become rapid. "Young Master Jiu, do you mean to give us the golden natural materials and earth treasures on the tower?" Qingfeng nodded. "We do." She couldn't believe that Qingfeng would give them the golden natural materials and earth treasures. From the moment they knew Qingfeng's strength, they knew that they had no fate with the golden natural materials and earth treasures. At first, their snake people's plan was to rob the purple heavenly materials and earth treasures, and then compete for the golden heavenly materials and earth treasures. But there was an accident, and they also worked for the change. In the end, I never expected that this boss would still be a good boss, promising a golden natural treasure. Qingfeng saw Xian Manqing's excited appearance, and shook his head helplessly. "Alas, for the sake of you helping me get more than 100 golden natural materials and earth treasures, I will give you a golden natural material and earth treasure. But you guys don't know anything. Just a golden treasure of heaven and earth will excite you like this." Qingfeng took out the masks of Xianjiang and Grey Wolf and said to them, "Okay, since you agreed, bring your mask and come with me." Xian Manqing. The characteristics of their snake people are half human and half snakes. As long as they see the lower body, they know that they are snake people. The key is that as long as they are close to the tower, they have been robbed by them. It can well be imagined. Hidden loneliness. Qingfeng saw her thoughts and said, "Bringing this is not to hide your identity, but a ritual." Meanwhile, Xian Manqing nodded obediently. After distributing the mask to the other snake people, "Get ready to go." Qingfeng also nodded after seeing the 6 of them put on their masks, and said, "From now on, your code names are Lazy Sheep, Boiling Sheep, Beautiful Sheep, Slow Sheep, Grey Wolf, Jiao Wolf. If you meet Xianjiang and Ultraman, they are people with similar mask painting styles like you, and they are friendly troops. Don't attack them." In this way, Qingfeng took everyone in the sheep village to the central tower quickly. When Qingfeng came to the bottom of the tower, he had already seen many people rushing into the tower. Qingfeng looked up and looked along the top of the huge tower, and found that at some point, a giant platform had appeared. On the platform, he could see a golden pool as if he were in the breeze. Golden natural treasure. He hurriedly said to Mei Yang, "Can you see the golden natural materials and earth treasures above the empty island?" The snake people all looked at it carefully, and they all said they could see it. The platform is at a height of 10,000 feet, and you can actually see 1 or 2 of the empty islands. Is it intentional? Qingfeng began to feel a little wrong. At first, it was just a guess that there were natural materials and earthly treasures, but this time the natural materials and earthly treasures appeared directly, and the key was that anyone could see them vaguely, as if to say, "The natural treasures are here, who can get them?" Qingfeng took out the treasure hunt rat again and said to the treasure mouse, "Can you see it?" The treasure hunter shook his head. Seeing the treasure hunt mouse shaking his head, Qingfeng also guessed that there seemed to be a requirement to see the top of the empty island. Could it be seen when it reached the gold level? If this is the case, not everyone can see it? The ruins that came in were all the pride of all races. No wonder everyone rushed in. At this time, Qingfeng became a little suspicious. Now he thinks of the voice of the owner of the ruins before, and it seems that he has the intention of guiding him to the center from that time. Is it a robbery? Qingfeng thought of the plot in the novel of the previous life. He took a closer look at the 10 or so top red natural materials and earth treasures in his backpack, as well as more than 120 kinds of golden natural materials and earth treasures. "There seems to be confidence in my heart," said to the snake people, let's go in too." After Qingfeng and the others entered the tower, they found that it was really gorgeous inside. There is not too much in it, only a giant spiral staircase. As for why it is gorgeous, mainly the floor stairs, columns, and walls, all of which are made of transparent white jade. At the top of the tower, there is also a golden light. Under the illumination of this light through the white jade it looks refined, brilliant, and radiant. The feeling of sacred and gorgeous is coming. At the same time, the breeze also heard the echo here, which seemed to be very loud. Almost as soon as you walk, there is a sound that resounds throughout the tower. When he came in, Qingfeng found that there were already many people standing on the ground, staring at the top, motionless. Alas, the races in the dungeon are really too unaware of prevention. Don't you know that you will get cervical spondylosis like this? When will the the real intellectuals stand up. Qingfeng came to a Tianjia who seemed to have been looking up for a long time and said, "Brother, what's going on? Why don't you go up?" "But look here." This sentence also resounded throughout the tower, and almost anyone could hear it. Many people looked at Qingfeng and then continued to stare at the tower after looking at it for a while. Footsteps came one after another in the sky above the tower, and Qingfeng also looked up and he saw many people above him one after another. They are going up step by step. Yes. The Tianjia who was asked by Qingfeng also looked over and said, "Oh, that's right, this white jade step seems to be a test step. Just one step will be a bit of pressure. It seems that the first to reach the top can get the golden heavenly material and earth treasure. Those of us who look up and watch are people who can't move forward any longer. Come down in advance to see who can reach the top." Alas, they all say that we are geniuses and are proud of heaven. But Tianjiao also has a division. His words were full of regret. "Ah, yes, yes." After Qingfeng responded, he was also more sure of the conjecture in his heart. This was probably an act of snatching. Since it is a house, then naturally it is necessary to have the best and strongest body. This jade platform is just right to select the most outstanding and talented people. Then give the natural materials and earth treasures to that person. Then take the opportunity to take the house. This golden genius is probably for the owner of the ruins. High, really high. But the owner of the ruins has been dead for so long, and his spiritual power can still be taken away? If this is the case, then how strong will the owner of the ruins be in his lifetime? But what if this is not a robbery? So what else will you do? Bury all the Tianjiao? It should be impossible. After all, there is a brand. As long as it is crushed, you can leave. No, there are too few stabilizing factors. This is simply irresponsible for one's own life. In case there is any way to shield the ruins so that they can't go back, isn't it just a finished calf? Thinking of this, Qingfeng said to the snake people, "I have something to go out for, and I'll be back in 2 minutes." Before the snake people could respond, Qingfeng left. When Qingfeng came back again, he was already a clone. That's right, in order to prepare for the breeze, he finally decided to let the clone in, no matter what the unstable factors were. It would not cause him any harm. In order to be more careful, he also put all kinds of whole cards into the clone's storage bag. Qingfeng felt that it was almost over, and also came to the side of the snake people, saying that they could go up, and the snake people also nodded. Just when Qingfeng was about to take a step up, an abrupt voice stopped him. "That masked fool, do you remember us?" Qingfeng turned his head to look and found that it was the two yellow-robed brothers. Their expressions now were like eating sure, and when they looked at Qingfeng, their eyes seemed to be about to spew fire. "I can't wait to eat him." Qingfeng chuckled and said, "Of course I remember. Is there anything wrong?" Huang Xianshan and Huang Xianbao wanted to cry and said, "Okay, it's really you. Dare to be brave. You have a kind. I really don't know why you wear this kind of mask. Everyone is Tianjiao. Can't you still recognize who is who? Especially those snake clans behind you. Everyone can see it, right? Just because you are wearing this kind of mask, I almost offended the two Fox clan Tianjiao again." Qingfeng's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that there was a new story before coming in? It's a pity that I missed it. Huang Xianbao said loudly, "Since you are here, let's settle the new and old accounts together." Brothers are him. About 100 Tianjiao looked at Qingfeng angrily. Qingfeng stretched out his Chanshan jade hand again and said softly, "Supreme middle finger plus cold jade hand plus brain bounce melon promax plus S version." The air was instantly squeezed, and a strong momentum danced in Qingfeng's fingers, and the air around it cooled down in an instant. The biting cold winds slowly drifted down. The two Huang Xianshan brothers also looked at Qingfeng extremely cautiously, and then said to the brothers, "Brothers, we are defeated by this strange spiritual skill trick. Remember to dodge. Let's not be afraid. How much worse can Tianjia be? We are numerous, and this strange spiritual skill cannot break our defense at all." Hearing this, Qingfeng's supreme middle finger Promax Plus, which was originally ready to go, suddenly stopped. Qingfeng smiled strangely, and then took back his Chanshan jade hand. The two brothers and the people present didn't understand what was going on. Thinking that the spiritual skill could not be released, they all began to laugh. "That's it, I thought how violent the momentum was just now. I didn't expect it. It's really stupid. Brothers, you see that this masked man is inferior." Qingfeng said, "You are right, your spiritual skills are really inferior." Then he quickly took out a handful of Gatling and said to them, "How can this thing be used now?" They all looked at Qingfeng Gatling curiously, not knowing what it was, and the next moment the barrel turned. The muzzle special effects of the roses slowly appeared, and the bullets were like invisible phantoms, all hitting the mighty 100 or so people. The two brothers were also confused. When they felt the pain, they had been shot hundreds of times, although they were not fatal, but it hurt. Qingfeng uses silver Gatling. The sound of Gatling's pump echoed inside the tower. Qingfeng also slowly spoke, "Manhwa Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 pure depleted uranium bombs, 3,600 revolutions in one breath, great compassion, and compassion for the world. Amat Ba." This sentence was also clearly conveyed to the ears of each Tianjiao. They are all curious about which god Gatling Bodhisattva is. The strong noise made by Gatling can be said to have attracted everyone's attention. Even the Tianjia who were still climbing the steps looked at Qingfeng. Qingfeng didn't care. air, very steadily holding the Gatling and strafing hard. The Tianjiao people were all curious when they saw this weapon, and they really didn't expect that a small spiritual weapon could exert such brave power. Especially the sentence that Qingfeng said, Manhwa Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 pure depleted uranium bombs, 3,600 RPM and 1 breath, great compassion, and compassion to the world. At first glance, he is a master of Buddhism. But why haven't they seen it in the illusion? Is it hidden power? If it is really a hidden power, it must be not low to be able to obtain its inheritance talent. This kind of person can only make friends, not be enemies. The jade steps were about 500 floors, and at this time, Ji Mingyuan was also extremely excited to see the familiar figure, and quickly shouted, "Brother Feng, we are here." Bai Qingxue, who was originally a little uninterested, heard that it was Feng Yeshua, and hurriedly looked down, and sure enough, it was him, said excitedly, "We're here." These two sentences, mixed with the sound of Gatling's machine guns, echoed inside the tower, and the rest of the Tianjiao looked in their direction. Even Yu Qingfeng looked up. Yu Qingfeng saw a person wearing a sheep mask and an Ultraman mask waving to them. Qingfeng also held Gatling with one hand, and also waved his hand in response to Ji Mingyuan and the others. This scene was also surprised by the two yellow-robed brothers. Behind him, more than 100 Tianjiao people trembled and said, "They are really a group. We provoked the Fox Clan's Tianjiao." More than 100 people, many of them began to collapse, and they had already thought about what kind of treatment they would encounter after leaving the secret realm. The entire family or sect Taoist temple will be suppressed. At that time, they may be targeted by other races, and it is not impossible to exterminate them a little seriously. Especially the Fox clan they actually provoked. That was the first force on the 50 floors. Don't look at the various clans of the Fox clan fighting infighting. On the surface, there are at least a dozen extraordinary powerhouses sitting in charge. 8 king-level statues. All of them have extremely strange magical powers. Even if they resisted collectively, it was impossible to win at all, unless their king returned to intercede. But for a few juniors, it is not cost-effective to have a bad relationship with the Fox clan at all. About 2 minutes passed, and Qingfeng finished 1,000 bullets, just when he wanted to reload and continue mental and physical torture. The other party directly began to beg for mercy. More than 100 people, except for the yellow-robed brothers, all admitted their mistakes. Qingfeng also stopped Gatling and looked at the two brothers playfully. The two brothers looked around awkwardly, and then ran to Qingfeng a little cowardly and said, "Oh, it turns out to be the eldest brother. I wasn't playing with you just now, so don't be angry, big brother." Seeing their thick skin, Qingfeng was also speechless. He said empty-handedly, "Get out of here, since you saw me and provoked me, you can't show it?" The two brothers hesitated for a moment. Qingfeng saw that they were hesitating, and he was about to use the supreme middle finger without thinking. The two brothers were also panicked when they saw this. Huang Xianshan said directly to the little brother, "Little brother, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take out all our natural materials and treasures." Then he turned to Qingfeng and said, "Big brother, calm down, my little brother is ignorant, give it to you, give it to you, give it to you." Qingfeng took the purple natural materials and earth treasures handed over. After counting carefully, I found that there were more than a dozen types. He was a little surprised, knowing that he had just been robbed of his fortune not long ago, and they had found more than a dozen in such a short period of time. This made Qingfeng a little look up to the two of them. If Jiu Shuyu was here, he would have to shout when he saw it. It was impossible. Since they have this ability, how can they let this fat duck be so injured? And when the ruins are over, maybe they can harvest it again. Capitalists have to say their conscience when they see it. Qingfeng was a little upset about the two of them before, but for some reason he suddenly felt that they were so considerate. Qingfeng's eyes instantly became tender. Put away all those natural materials and earthly treasures, and also said to the two of them, "Okay, for your sincerity. Forget it this time. After all, I'm not a devil, and my heart is still very kind. It's not like some Tianjiao who will retaliate in private. But if you have a next time, it won't be enough for such a little natural treasure." After hearing this, the two also nodded hurriedly and said, yes, you are right, we definitely don't dare." "Then can we go now?" Qingfeng nodded and signaled, and the tense bodies of the two brothers instantly relaxed, and then ran to the 100-member brotherhood. This matter was over, and Qingfeng glanced at the top of his head again. Ji Mingyuan saw Qingfeng looking at him again, and also waved his hand at him. As for Bai Qingxue, he kept waving his hand when he found the breeze, the kind that didn't stop. Qingfeng nodded at them. Also came to the jade platform. As soon as Qingfeng took a step, he felt a small coercion, which was extremely small, and he might not be able to feel it if his body came. Only the Qingfeng clone can feel it when he controls the perception 100%. It feels like a feather falling on your shoulder. The breeze is rising step by step, and the weight of the feather is getting higher and higher. Qingfeng's current physique was extremely strong, and he directly ignored this kind of coercion. The first layer, the second and third floors. In just 2 minutes, I came to the 500th floor. It was also on this floor of the jade steps that they met Ji Mingyuan and Bai Qingxue, and Qingfeng came to their side in a few steps. As for the snake people, except for Xian Nanqing, who was wearing a beautiful sheep mask, they were basically stuck on the 400th floor. Ji Mingyuan said very excitedly, Brother Feng, we finally saw you. You don't know that we have been looking for you for a long time. Xing Feng pretended to be embarrassed and said, really? That's really embarrassing. You also know that my purple natural materials and earth treasures are scarce. So I've been looking for natural materials and treasures. The yellow-robed brothers below almost burst into foul language when they heard this sentence, and they all robbed us of hundreds of natural materials and earth treasures, and you still say that you have few purple natural materials and earth treasures? Your natural materials and earthly treasures are considered few, so what are we? Bai Qingxue also suddenly realized after hearing this, and hurriedly said, I see, Brother Feng doesn't have to be attached to purple natural materials and earth treasures, even if he doesn't, so what? When the time comes, we will testify for you and tell the ninth princess about your great benevolence and righteousness, and even if Brother Feng does not have purple natural materials and earth treasures, the ninth princess will definitely compensate you. Ji Mingyuan also nodded and said, that's right, Brother Feng, don't worry. Xing Feng said in a slightly hesitant tone, thank you too, but I have more than a dozen kinds of natural materials and earth treasures now, so it's not a special need. Let's hurry up and climb to a high place. Ji Mingyuan nodded and said, okay, it is really rare for golden natural materials and earth treasures to appear in this ruins. If it is obtained by our Fox clan, its combat power will definitely increase a lot. Xian Manxing, who had been eavesdropping behind Yu Qingfeng, was a little surprised. He didn't understand why everyone wanted to call him Brother Feng. Isn't he surnamed Dove? Isn't he Jiao Shuyu? But his face will definitely not be wrong. As time passed, Qingfeng and the others slowly came to the 700th step, and on the way up, Qingfeng and Ji Mingyuan met many Tianjiao one after another. Qingfeng also greeted them in a friendly manner. He even gave them an upgraded version of egg fried rice to eat, which gained a lot of goodwill. After Bai Qingxue and the others saw it, they also felt that Yu Qingfeng was a good person and a true gentleman, but what they didn't know was that Qingfeng had resided in their bodies. It is equivalent to marking. When the ruins are over, Qingfeng will change his face and go to crusade, asking for a meal. Coupled with the favorability of the previous brush, no matter what, I will not suspect Qingfeng's head. Qingfeng stopped to rest, and saw that there seemed to be a person in the corner ahead who was just excited to go over and serve egg fried rice. The jade steps suddenly slipped a step. The jade wall suddenly surged, and arrows suddenly shot out. This feeling is so familiar. Qingfeng subconsciously dodged and perfectly dodged all the arrows. He quickly condensed the ice wall, and the arrow shot out again. After having an ice wall, those arrows could not threaten Yu Qingfeng. All the arrows are shot into the ice wall. Qingfeng slowly controlled the ice wall, and when he came to him, he pulled out the arrows on the ice wall, and probably felt it. It was the aura of a gold-level spiritual weapon. Bai Qingxue and Ji Mingyuan were also suddenly startled. Qingfeng turned his head to face, and they said, you don't need to panic, I'm here. After saying that, Qingfeng jumped again, and the arrow was shot again. This time the breeze is ready. Get out of the ice wall in advance and block the archery holes. After more than 10 minutes, after Qingfeng found that the arrows were no longer coming out of the archery holes, he also turned his head to them and said, it's really dangerous, but fortunately, I've used up all the arrows. When you step forward, you won't be threatened. Then he calmly pocketed these gold-level arrows. Although the gold-level arrows were no longer useful to him. But is this a problem? If you don't take the benefits, you are a fool. When I return to Tianhu City, I may be able to sell it for a lot of money, and then use the money to exchange it for purple and blue natural materials and earth treasures. It's really not possible. When I return to the modern city, you can hand it over to the country. The benefits can be said to be a lot. Bai Qingxue and Ji Mingyuan were also a little moved after seeing Qingfeng's actions. As expected of young Master Feng, the way he thinks is for us. If I take the lead, I will definitely tell you to be careful after passing the organs. But Brother Feng actually solved the trouble directly for the latecomers, and following Brother Feng is really, it's so secure. Yu Qingfeng smiled awkwardly and said, it's all a matter of raising your hand. The applause sounded, and Qingfeng looked in the direction from which the sound came. I found a woman walking down slowly. This person was the figure that Qingfeng saw, and Qingfeng also relaxed his brows when he saw her. He actually took the initiative to walk down. Did he give up? That's a good feeling. Just as she was about to take out the upgraded version of the egg fried rice, the woman came to Yu Qingfeng and said, you are also a member of the Fox clan, and you are also a member of our Feng clan? Qingfeng took a closer look at the woman's appearance. Good looking is good looking, but her appearance is not perfect and demonic. It can only be said that she is beautiful and pure, but she seems to have a special charm in her body. Overall very attractive. Bai Qingxue saw the comber. Her face was also a little bloomy. She looked at Yu Qingfeng and then said, Feng Jiushuan, what are you doing here? At this time, you are very close to the top of the tower, but what does it mean that you have been hiding here? If you keep going, you should reach the 800th floor, right? It's one step closer to getting the golden natural treasure. Is it not enough to get here? Qingfeng was also a little surprised when he heard her name. She is the Feng family's first day of proud phoenix 9 frosts? Is the talent a seven-tailed yellow fox? Qingfeng sensed the strength and found that the degree of surging spiritual power of the aura was no worse than that of Jiu Shuyu. It's a pity that it's Feng. It's really a happy one. If it were other clans, there must be a lot of natural materials and earth treasures with this strength, and when the ruins were over, he would definitely want to collect the meal fee well. As for why the two Tianjiao around you don't snatch it, it's very simple. Qingfeng has collected protection fees from them. Feng Jiushuang looked at Bai Qingxue, then looked at Yu Qingfeng and said, yes, if I were to use my current strength, I would definitely easily reach the top of the 800th floor. But if I'm not mistaken, you are also a seven-tailed yellow fox, right? And it is still a lot earlier than us to go up the jade steps, but why is the speed of going up to the jade platform getting slower and slower? Bai Qingxue didn't know what to say, and said angrily, okay, whatever you want, we're leaving. Qingfeng could hear from the tone that Bai Qingxue seemed to have a festival with Feng Jiushuang, and the resentment seems to be quite big. Ji Mingyuan thought about it on the spot and then said tentatively to Feng Jiushuang, do you want to walk with us? Feng Jiushuang's face suddenly turned red, and he looked at Yu Qingfeng subconsciously and then quickly looked away and said, no, I'm not. I'm just a little curious. Feng Jiushuang was obviously a little flustered. Qingfeng called the good guy. I'm wearing a mask, can't my handsome mask stop it? Bai Qingxue seemed to look at Feng Jiushuang in disbelief, and the hostility towards her in her heart became even stronger, and the mask was taken off. Revealing fox charm eyes, he stared at Feng Jiushuang with a hostile face. Feng Jiushuang saw her expression and explained, I'm just curious if this brother Feng you mentioned is from our clan. Do we Fox clan have other surnames surnamed Feng? Feng Jiushuang. But I've never seen him. Feng Jiushuang asked his question. Bai Qingxue said proudly, brother Feng is from your Feng clan, and he has been trained by the 9th princess since he was a child. I have been on the empty island for many years, and I have almost never come down. How could you have seen it in your own clan? The place of this relic was also given by the 9th princess, and he is still the good brother I waited for. She said the word good brother very heavily, as if she was showing off something. Feng Jiushuang frowned slightly and looked at Ji Mingyuan. Ji Mingyuan found that she was looking at him, and also understood that she wanted to determine the authenticity from him. Ji Mingyuan thought carefully and finally nodded. The breeze captures this detail. Knowing that Ji Mingyuan and Feng Jiushuang seem to have an extraordinary relationship. Seeing Ji Mingyuan nodding, Feng Jiushuang said suspiciously, no, I often look for the 9th princess, but the 9th princess has never told me about it. How could I tell you this kind of thing? Bai Qingxue mocked. Feng Jiushuang looked at Bai Qingxue coldly and said, if you don't tell me, will I tell you? Bai Qingxue, but after thinking about it for a long time, I didn't know how to refute it. Qingfeng also smiled and said, I am indeed a member of the Feng clan. This is my token to enter the relic. He took out the token, shook it in front of Feng Jiushuang, and then quickly put it into the space ring, although the process was fast. But for a genius like Feng Jiushuang, it was nothing, and the moment Qingfeng took it out, he subconsciously began to sense. And when Qingfeng took it out, he did not deliberately hide his breath. So the moment she sensed it, she sensed the breath and energy remnants of the 9th princess, and at the same time, she also felt that Qingfeng deliberately released a little Fox clan's aura. This also made Feng Jiushuang sure that Qingfeng was indeed a member of the Fox clan, and indeed had a relationship with the 9th princess. Xian Manqing, who had been following Qingfeng, was confused. Isn't he Jiu Shuyu? Is he the Fox clan Feng clan? Suddenly she thought of the incomprehensible expression of the real Jiu Shuyu when he passed the bridge. What a terrible disguise. If he had attacked our snake people before and shattered our tokens, I am afraid he would only have a grudge against Jiu Shuyu, and he himself will be fine at all. At this time, they had been deadlocked here for about 7 or 8 minutes. Ji Mingyuan looked at Feng Jiushuang and said, Feng Jiushuang, did you come down to determine this matter? This is the critical moment to compete for natural materials and earth treasures, and it seems that there is time to verify Brother Feng's identity. Besides, the identity has been verified now. Why don't you let us pass? Feng Jiushuang nodded and said, I'm not interested in this golden natural treasure, and I won't let you go because I think it's a bit strange. At the same time, I am also curious about this Feng Gongzi, and I really want to see if Bai Qingxue is as good as Bai Qingxue praised along the way. Strange? Ji Mingyuan said softly. That's right. It's very strange. On the 700th floor, what we say will no longer be passed on, but the people below can still see us. This was measured by myself. I scolded Bai Qingxue loudly here more than a dozen times, and she didn't react. That's why I'm waiting for you here. Bai Qingxue, since young Master Feng is also our Fox clan, I won't hide it. I think the appearance of the golden natural material earth treasure this time is a bit too deliberate. I was also excited to compete for natural materials and earth treasures at the beginning, but the higher you go, the stronger the coercion. You should know my physique, young Master Ji. As long as it encounters coercion and urgency, the brain will think quickly, and I have analyzed this, but the more I analyze it, the more chill I become. Feng Jiushuang said it very well. Everyone looked at Ji Mingyuan. Ji Mingyuan nodded and said, yes, I used to be childhood sweethearts with her, and I also engaged a doll at the beginning. Then we broke up. Feng Jiushuang's physique is that once he receives foreign pressure or inner pressure, he will think wildly. wildly, which is a very terrible physique. When I was a child, I played games with her, peekaboo, and I was about to find her, but she felt pressured and thought I was going to kill her. In the end, he took out the spiritual weapon and almost killed me. Fortunately, my mother is by my side, otherwise I would have been gone. All, good guy, I know how you broke up, and this is not a physique, this is paranoia, it is a disease. Got to be cured. Now Ji Mingyuan was a little nervous when he thought about it, and he said to Feng Zhoushuang speechlessly, then what do you think is tricky? Feng Zhoushuang said with a mysterious face, I feel that there may be a powerful force here to take us away. Think about it. Why? She said Qingfeng's previous speculation as it was. At first, Ji Mingyuan and the others didn't take it to heart at all, but the more they listened, the more frightened they became. Except for Yu Qingfeng, their faces gradually darkened. Even Bai Qingxue, who had always wanted to find fault, didn't say a mockery, but said with a little trembling, this should just be your guess, right? She was really scared. If she had scoffed before, she would have scoffed, but the details in it seemed to make sense. Think about it carefully, it's terrifying. At the same time, Bai Qingxue also found that Yu Qingfeng did not seem to be afraid, and his breath was not disturbed at all, which showed that his heart was very calm. Could it be that Brother Feng already knew? It shouldn't be possible. If you know in advance, why do you want to come in? Is it not surprising? Curious, she finally said to Qingfeng, Brother Feng, I look at your breath, there is no disorder at all, but it is very stable. Brother Feng, did you guess it from the beginning? Otherwise, why are you so calm? Everyone looked at Yu Qingfeng. Qingfeng was silent for a moment, then let out a hearty laugh and said, well, that's right, if someone really wants to take it, I will cut it down with a sword. He said it lightly and plainly. Ji Mingyuan and the others looked at him in shock. That was a great power. If it really succeeds, the Fox Clan will have one more hidden danger, or a hidden danger that the Fox Clan has cultivated with all its might. Feng Zhoushuang looked at Qingfeng and said with some fear, that is a powerful power, how can we beat it? It's like going to die. I've been observing you for a long time, and I see that you are very enthusiastic, and from time to time you will send egg fried rice to others. I heard people who have eaten egg fried rice, what they say seems to be that they can increase the speed of cultivation and repair the damage. I thought a gentleman like you should cherish his life and not be arrogant, and I want to persuade you to walk with me and go down the tower reasonably. It's over. It's over. If I go on now, will the power be detected, or is it that the power is eavesdropping on us? Qingfeng's heart was complaining. You see that people are really accurate, and a righteous gentleman like me is really very life-saving, so it is my doppelganger who came in. So I didn't panic at all. Of course, Qingfeng wouldn't say that. He straightened his clothes, and then said in a tone where everything was under control. Actually, it's not as serious as you think. I, Feng Yeshua, am not a fool. Did I come in to die? Dare to come in naturally has a certain certainty. Besides, since the owner of the ruins wants to take the house, it means that he doesn't have much mental strength now, and he can't maintain it for a long time, and he urgently needs a carrier. Besides, since it is a snatch, they will definitely take away the best Tianju in their body. How could we be elected if we are so backward? When we get to the top, we don't need to be afraid of being silenced, but we still have tokens on us, and if he wants to silence us, we can also go back to Tianhu City. I feel like he will definitely not silence. It must be hidden after the successful seizure. If you swagger around, even if you succeed in taking the house. He didn't live long before he was killed by the power of the Fox Clan. Thinking about it this way, we are actually not in much danger, and we can even know the specific details and report them to the 9th princess or the patriarch of each clan. Qingfeng can be said to be a serious nonsense. Nonsense, but not completely nonsense. Now the words are all his guesses, and the result of everything still has to be seen in the end. As for why Yu Qingfeng can say things that he is not sure about, he can still say so confidently, it is completely dependent on Qingfeng's mouth effort. What he hated most in his life was those pretending to be 13 criminals. The second hatred is not to let him pretend to be a 13th offender. After everyone heard this, Bai Qingxue's eyes lit up, and the little hand that had been holding onto her clothes, and she was so nervous that she had nowhere to put it, slowly let go. She panicked when she heard about the house, so she didn't think too much about it, but now she has a few reassuring words of Qingfeng. I'm not so scared. Admiring Yu Qingfeng more and more, she looked at Feng Zhoushuang and found that her face was a little embarrassed, so she hurriedly ran to Yu Qingfeng's side. Straightening his chest, Yu Xiong trembled in front of him, and said mockingly to her, Brother Feng is the real arrogance. His personality is not arrogant or impatient. He is approachable. He is very good to everyone. Not only so, resourceful and courageous. It's not like some people just want to run away, and they don't even have the invincibility of the basic Tianjia. Feng Zhoushuang, you obviously know that this is just your guess, but you want to pull us away. Feng Yeshue is also a guess, but he is fully prepared and sure to come. This is the gap. Feng Zhoushuang, you will definitely not go long in the future. Feng Zhoushuang was silent. This time he didn't know how to refute, and from the beginning, these were just speculations. Not true. Ji Mingyuan's eyes had been occupied by worship, and his eyes were shining when he saw Qingfeng. Qingfeng faintly saw his longing eyes through the mask, and couldn't help but be a little scared, afraid that he was a gay guy. He had seen the animal world in his previous life, and he saw the lion
lion and the lion slapping with his own eyes. That scene, it was simply amazing. This is true. Yu Qingfeng was deeply afraid that the fox would also have this interest. If this was really the case, Qingfeng would probably withdraw directly from the secret realm. Please let him go in September. Yu Qingfeng continued, in that case, I will definitely continue to move forward, and if you are not at ease, you cannot come. After saying that, Qingfeng began to move forward. Ji Mingyuan and Bai Qingxue didn't even think about keeping up with Yu Qingfeng. Xin Manqing hesitated for a moment but still followed. As for Feng Zhoushuan, he was still struggling in place, and in the end, he was ruthless in his heart, and he also followed. After about 20 minutes, Qingfeng and the others also reached the top. Except for Yu Qingfeng, all of them were out of breath. The 800 floors in front of them were fine, but when they reached the 900 floors, they were simply thousands of tons pressed on their bodies. Really? Every step is difficult. As for 2,726. However, Qingfeng still pretended to be tired on the road. Qingfeng looked at the general appearance of the top floor, almost the same as the first floor. The ground is jade bricks, but there are no jade walls and jade pillars. In addition to emptiness, there is also emptiness. It was already above the clouds, but the oxygen was abundant, and the breeze from time to time made people feel comfortable. Not far away, you can see a road leading to the empty island, where you can also see the whole picture of the empty island, with birds singing and flowers fragrant and dense plants. At the same time, the golden light also came from that direction. In addition to the empty island, there are 19 tianjiao not far from the left. Their eyes were all fixed on Yu Qingfeng and the others. Most of these tianjiao Qingfeng don't know each other, and the only old acquaintance who is more familiar with it is Jiu Shuyu. There is also an old man in front of these tianjiao. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, and he looked at Yu Qingfeng and the others with a peaceful face. Qingfeng suddenly felt that something was wrong, and he began to doubt in his heart. Could it be that the owner of the ruins has not died yet? If this is the case, it will definitely not be beaten. It can be said that there is no chance of winning at all. However, when Qingfeng sensed his strength, he also felt relieved. The old man's strength on the surface is only 4 stars of gold. Qingfeng sensed the old man's mental power and found that the old man's mental strength was not as good as his. Strength can be hidden, but the spiritual power that emanates cannot. At least not now. You must reach the platinum crystal level to have enough mental power control, and at that time you can suppress your mental power. The gold level does not use mental power, it can only be used for testing, and the most use is to sense danger. Qingfeng's spiritual power had reached the level of platinum crystal 1 star at this time, so as long as the other party releases spiritual power or is sensed by him, he can estimate the approximate strength. The real strength of this old man should be like a golden 9 star. The mental power is also extremely full, and there is no intention of depletion at all, but the physical functions seem to be beginning to collapse in age. In this way, he really needs to give up a new carrier. Qingfeng is afraid this old man is not the owner of the ruins, just a housekeeper. Then the calf is over. The old man slowly came to Qingfeng and the others, and said, "We have been waiting for you for a long time." Qingfeng bowed slightly and said, "Senior." Before he finished speaking, the old man raised his hand to interrupt him, and then walked not far away and said to Qingfeng and the 19 tianjia, "I know you all want this golden natural treasure. This natural treasure is also my last preparation for you, but before that, you might as well listen to my story, and there will be a choice for you when the time comes." Qingfeng looked at Bai Qingxue and the others, and then found that Bai Qingxue and the others were also looking at him, and Qingfeng nodded meaningfully at them. Then Qingfeng said to the old man, "I'm willing to listen to 1 or 2. When other tianjiao saw Qingfeng say this, they also had a good impression. After all, Qingfeng said that I was waiting, not me. They all learned from Qingfeng and said, "I am willing to listen to 1 or 2. The old man looked at Yu Qingfeng with some appreciation, and then said slowly, "There used to be a prosperous sect here, and the name of this sect is called the Medicine Sect. It is also the first alchemy sect hundreds of thousands of years ago. In the sect, there is never a shortage of natural materials and earthly treasures, and all the disciples are like dragons, and their luck is extremely strong. As long as you are a disciple of the Medicine Sect, you can dominate a country by applying for a name, and I am the sect master of this sect." The old man's face was lonely, proud but also sad. It seems that he doesn't need to tell the story behind it, and they have guessed 1 or 2. The 19 tianjiao looked at the old man in disbelief. They could still understand the sect before. After all, it didn't hurt to know the glory of this ruin. But this old-timer actually said that he was the sect master of this Neo 13 sect. That's starting to be a bit of nonsense. Could it be that he still lived for more than 100,000 years? Even if it was a king, he could only live for 100,000 years at most. And they looked at the old man again, and the expression on his face didn't seem to be a lie. A terrifying conjecture took root in their minds. That conjecture was that the old man's strength at that time had exceeded the realm of the king, and as tianjiao, they all knew that there was still a realm above the king. It's just that it hasn't appeared again in hundreds of thousands of years. This has gradually become a fantasy realm that ordinary people guess. As a tianjiao, his life experience and his foundation are prominent, so he naturally knows that there is still a realm on the king. This is the only way to explain the current situation
situation. The 19 Tianjia were shocked. He turned his head to look at Yu Qingfeng on the other side, and Qingfeng also pretended to be very shocked when he saw the old man. The old man also nodded when he saw their very shocked expressions, which was exactly the effect he wanted. He glanced at the empty island calmly. The corners of the old man's mouth curled up slightly, and he continued, I think you also guessed that our sect was destroyed. At the beginning, about a dozen top sects suddenly launched an attack on us, and at that time, I happened to open up this small world and wanted to add a new medicine garden to the sect, so I couldn't spare time. I didn't take it to heart at that time. After all, the medicine sect is powerful, and there are hundreds or thousands of kings alone. But I never expected that the other party would be more than a dozen big sects, attacking collectively, and the disciples of the medicine sect did not escape, but bravely faced them, waiting for my arrival. But I didn't show up. When I come out, all the members of the medicine sect were killed, and I wanted to take revenge, but when I arrived at their sect, I found that the medicine sect fought back and destroyed all those sects. I feel sorry for my disciples. The realm Dao heart is broken. I returned to this small world, and from time to time I planted some natural materials and treasures to waste my time. Hearing this, the 19 Tianjia took a breath. The ruins here turned out to be opened by him. The key was not to store materials or hide the sect. The initial determination was actually to plant natural materials and earth treasures. The key is, how can natural materials and earthly treasures be planted? Isn't it a divine creature raised by nature? If they can really plant it, then it can be said that their visit to the secret place is meaningless. What shocked them the most was that the medicine sect still left all the prosperous sects when it was finally destroyed. This is still done by the sect. A magnificent top force with a magnificent momentum, and everyone like a dragon appeared in front of their eyes. Just as they were thinking, the old man's old voice slowly came again. I am here to steal my life for hundreds of thousands of years, and the deadline is approaching. So we take the initiative to let the ruins appear and set up this trial tower. As long as it is a talented Tianjiao, it can come up. I have only one purpose in doing this, that is, to find my heir and let me inherit. Recreate the glory of the medicine sect for me. At the end, the tone was very solemn. They all got excited. Qingfeng quietly watched him pretend, thinking about how to deal with him. He hated two kinds of people all his life. One was pretending to be in front of him, and the other was not letting him pretend. Zhou Shuyu and the Tianjiao crowd believed it directly. He looked in the direction of Yu Qingfeng, and the fists in his hands couldn't help but begin to clench. Qingfeng noticed his gaze, and also turned his head to look at Zhou Shuyu, then took off his mask and showed him a hearty smile. Zhou Shuyu saw Qingfeng's face and found that he seemed to be more handsome than himself. Suddenly became even more annoyed. I treat you as an opponent, but you are still here with a hippie smile with me. Angrily, he walked out by himself and said respectfully to the old man, Senior, then how should we obtain your inheritance? The old man was waiting for this sentence, and immediately said, It is possible for all of you present, as long as one of you arrives at the empty island in the distance. When the old man said this, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became solemn. They were still gathered together, but gradually separated, and they all looked at each other vigilantly, as if they only needed to wait for the old man to say the beginning. They were like fighting each other. At this moment, Qingfeng felt more than a dozen eyes one after another, and this kind of gaze appeared from time to time. It was a little uncomfortable to make the breeze. He took a step, and everyone looked at Yu Qingfeng. Qingfeng said directly, Senior, a few of us damaged the foundation before we came up, which also caused us to come up in the end. At this time, we are not suitable for fighting, otherwise I am afraid we will not be able to go on for a while, and we may not have the chance to inherit the inheritance of our predecessors this time. But seniors, we finally came up once, can you keep us here to watch? Bai Qingshuo, Ji Mingyuan, and the others glanced at each other, and then immediately understood, and said with a wry smile, Brother Feng is right, even if we compete for it in the end, I'm afraid there is no way to absorb the inheritance. Feng Zhoushuan was even more outrageous. He also vomited a mouthful of blood when they spoke, and to outsiders, it seemed as if he had tried to suppress it for a long time, and finally couldn't help but spit it out. Zhou Shuyu was also overjoyed to see this scene. No matter what Yu Qingfeng had planned, as long as this time he let this power completely give up on him, it would be a great success. You will become the biggest dark horse. He quickly said to the old man, They are right, senior, he is a member of our Fox clan and a friend of mine. Our Fox clan all have bloodline induction, what they said is true, and the foundation is damaged. Because of the 19 people who came up, there were 6 Fox clans. The Fox clan Tianju were stunned for a moment, and they also thought of the key, glanced at Zhou Shuyu, and then quickly nodded and said, That's true. Although they didn't know what Yu Qingfeng and the others had planned, they wanted to see one less competitor. The old man also felt sorry when he heard it. He nodded to Yu Qingfeng and the others, and said, In that case, okay, seeing that you are seriously injured, I will leave you here to watch. I agreed in advance that you can't participate in this competition if you are the first to come to the empty island. I won't give you the inheritance either. Qingfeng and the others quickly thanked him. Thank you, senior. We are only here to watch, and by the way, we have no intention of cheating. The old man nodded. I stopped paying attention to Qingfeng and others. The faces of 19 people were also full of happiness. After all, this is a few fewer fewer competitors. The old man coughed and said, "Let's start." In an instant, Zhou Shuyu appeared in the appearance of a half-fox, and purple flowing but sacred hair appeared. A huge amount of energy burst out of his body. What? Zhou Shuyu was actually promoted to 2 stars of gold. The woman of the Crane clan exclaimed. In an instant, countless spearheads were aimed at Zhou Shuyu. Zhou Shuyu didn't panic at all, and even began to say loudly, "You go up together, just try your hands." Xingfeng and the others squatted in a corner not far away, each holding a phoenix claw in their hands, and said while nibbling, "Zhou Shuyu is so bad." Bai Qingxue nodded and said, "But it's okay, he will cry when the time comes." Ji Mingyuan's mouth was full of chicken feet, and then he said vaguely, "Is what that old man said true? I feel that he is only 4 stars in gold. I'm afraid there is someone else who is the real owner of the ruins, right?" Xingfeng nodded and said, "It should be him, he has hidden strength, probably like the golden 9 stars. Feng Zhoushuan's chicken feet were frightened and said, "Then will he eavesdrop on us?" He picked up the chicken feet on the ground and handed them to Feng Zhoushuan, and Xingfeng said, "I used my mental power to block his perception here, so I can't hear what we are talking about." Oh, Feng Zhoushuan took the chicken feet and continued to gnaw them. Tips, brothers, don't eat what falls on the ground. If you are an immortal cultivator, I will not say it. After Ji Mingyuan heard this, he also said excitedly, "Spiritual power? Consciousness? Brother Feng, can you already use your divine consciousness? Doesn't that mean that your strength is equivalent to platinum crystal?" Loki. Xingfeng said with a smile. Xingfeng looked ahead. Like the god of war alive, Zhou Shuyu had an inexplicable sense of displeasure, although he was very satisfied with Zhou Shuyu's approach. But do you need a reason to be unhappy? And at the same time, Xingfeng also feels that something seems to be missing. He slowly nibbled on the chicken feet and finally suddenly remembered. "I forgot the curse. I just said, I always feel like something is missing." It turned out that there was no wrestling show, and Xingfeng turned on the curse system, and sure enough, the curse system at this time had returned to 0 early. The curse is no longer valid. Xingfeng thought for a while and wrote, characters, Fox Clan, Dove Jade Book, curse, flat ground fall and flat ground fall. If the cultivation is not smooth, it will be taken away by others and failed. Xingfeng still didn't want Zhou Shuyu to die. If he dies, no one will relieve his boredom, anyway, as long as he let his heart collapse, and then kick out of the secret realm miserably. The rest of September will be resolved. Character, Bloodmist Sect, Lord of Bloodmist, curse, cultivation is not going well, everything is not going well, snapping must be broken, cultivation is easy to go crazy, Taoist heart is unstable, curse backlash, must be hunted down by enemies, ambushed in the Kyushu Bloodmist Sect den exposed, walking to the egg, people who see the Lord of the Blood Mist feel that he is unhappy, betrayed, and his subordinates rebel. Recently, all the conspiracies have been exposed, and the enemy of life and death has been encountered. Then meet the I was entangled every day, and I had to face it. Lord of Blood Mist, I am still too kind to you. It's a pity that I'm a good person. Order, the curse succeeded. Order, the curse system upgrades to LV5. Foggrass, the curse system has been upgraded. Is it so easy to upgrade to LV4, or is it the reason why I curse every day? He said to the curse system in his heart. Curse system, what function do you have now? Order, 2 more curse slots, click to view details. Order, new photo curse function, click to view details. The breeze above also knew, so I didn't read the details, and the breeze clicked on the photo curse below. Curse of taking pictures as you like. Details, take a shot, take a picture of the curse target you want. Aim at the curse target and take a photo. Will be automatically recognized, greatly improving the accuracy of curses, so as not to curse the wrong person. Hey, it's really lacking something. Xingfeng spent 2 minutes groping, and he knew how to take pictures, turning the book to the next page with his mind. A frame like a camera appeared in front of him. Xingfeng aimed at the old man, then pressed the shutter button, and soon his personal information also appeared in Xingfeng's mind. Name, Heart-Stealing Gu Lotus, self-titled, Medicine Sect Master, Body, Medicine Garden Boy, Soul, Golden Heavenly Treasure, Heart-Stealing Gu Lotus. Biography, the heart Gu Lotus nourished by heaven and earth, stayed in the ruins for 500 years to produce spiritual wisdom, and liked to devour other natural materials and earth treasures. Year 1000, Heart Gu Lotus evolves into a golden natural material and earth treasure. Heart Grasping Gu Lotus, year 1200, induce others to successfully seize the Medicine Garden Boy. Is the Heart-Stealing Gu Lotus determined as a cursed target? Xingfeng looked at it and called it a good guy. Unexpectedly, the owner of the ruins turned out to be a natural treasure, and he also wanted to get rid of the identity of the natural treasure, take away the heavenly pride, and further evolve and upgrade. If that's the case, it makes sense. It should not be this old man who took the house, but the golden natural material and earth treasure, Pure Yang Holy Spring inside. Heart-Stealing Gu Lotus should want to go out. Could it be that the control of the ruins is not on him, but in the Pure Yang Holy Spring? Or what other reasons are there? Xingfeng couldn't figure it out, so he simply didn't want to. Anyway, now he knows the process behind it. It should be the Pure Yang Holy Spring to take the house. Then after successfully seizing the house, he refined his own body's golden heavenly material and earthly treasure. It's a pity ready to meet me. Determine the heart-grasping goo lotus as the curse target. Character: heart-winning goo lotus. Curse: the body ages rapidly, fails to take the house, likes girls to be fat, meets true love and natural treasures, and then is thrown away. Walking must fall, unlucky, bad luck. Physical and mental exhaustion, overwork, bloody disaster, annihilated by Yu Qingfeng's hand, life hangs by a thread, mood is depressed, and finally discovers the truth, and the Taoist heart collapses. Killed. Okay, that's it. I am also very generous in Yu Qingfeng. Seeing that I have been bragging in front of you for so long, so many negative states will be directly fixed for you. Without any hesitation. Ding! The curse succeeded. After doing all this, continue to take out the hand-grabbed cake from the space ring, which is still the kind of Manchu and Han full-seat version. There was almost everything, and the dishes on it were about to come out, and Qingfeng bit down with a huge mouth of the abyss. A small hand-scratched cake, a great satisfaction. Originally, by Qingxue and the others were gnawing on chicken feet, smelling the smell of Qingfeng's hand-grabbed cakes, and looked at the full hand-grabbed cakes in his hands. Suddenly I felt that the chicken feet in my hand were not fragrant. Feeling the gaze, Yu Qingfeng turned his head to look and saw their sincere eyes. Following their gaze, Qingfeng looked at the hand-grabbed cake in his hand. Then he took off the annoying mask again, took a hard bite in front of them and showed an expression of enjoyment. The moment Feng Jiushuang saw Qingfeng's face, he felt really handsome. She was a little moved, but, seeing Qingfeng in front of her, he took a bite and enjoyed it, and he felt bad in an instant. Qingfeng looked at their confused looks, and he also felt funny. In terms of being a person, he is still very good. Ji Mingyuan couldn't bear it and said directly, "Brother Feng, what is that in your hand? It looks very delicious." Yu Qingfeng didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out more than 20 hand-grabbed cakes. Even take out a baking sheet. I started to make it now. Bai Qingxue and the others couldn't wait to take it, and the moment they took it, they bit it down, and suddenly that full feeling of fullness occupied their whole body. I haven't had time to reminisce about it yet. Zhou Shuyu, who was fighting with 12 people, suddenly lit up the two tails behind him. The light emitted by the purple hair of the Holy Spirit looked extremely noble, truly like the arrival of the god of war. Magical power imprisonment. Weak magical powers. If you release 2 magical powers in a row, the other Tianjiao will not be able to move in an instant. The rest of the Fox clan Tianjiao also did not hesitate to use their magical powers, and their powerful aura covered the audience. Seeing this scene, the heart-stealing Goo Lotus was instantly shocked. He could feel that the strength of the current Zhou Shuyu would definitely be comparable to 8-star gold. A golden 2-star can boast so many small realm battles. It is simply a genius among geniuses. The most critical other Fox clans are so strong. The fight is comparable, and the magical power is also free of money. He was a little excited. He didn't actually know much about the Fox clan. After all, he was just a natural treasure born in the ruins. How could he know how strong the races outside were? He was now eager to learn about the Fox tribe. So he turned his head to look at Yu Qingfeng, who was still grilling the tenderloin, wanting to get some information, but he saw Qingfeng and the others eating pancakes with relish, watching Zhou Shuyu and the others fight, and secretly saying a few words from time to time. Suddenly his face was covered with black lines. "Didn't you say it was here to heal? Why did you still eat it?" He was about to start wondering if Qingfeng and the others were injured. Heart-grasping Du Lian slowly walked in front of Qingfeng and the others, and said, "Aren't you going to heal your wounds here? Why did you still eat it?" Yu Qingfeng glanced at it, stood up and said, "Senior, the food I am making has the effect of increasing the speed of cultivation and healing. If you don't believe me, you can taste it." As he spoke, he took out the upgraded version of egg-fried rice from the space ring. As for why it was egg-fried rice, because he didn't learn from the chef's system. Hand-grabbed cakes can only be delicious. As for the egg-fried rice, it was purely because he cooked too much at the beginning. Mind-stealing Du Lian was also novel after hearing this, and said pretendously, "Then I'll give it a try. If there are any shortcomings, I will guide you well." Heart-grasping Du Lian took a plate of egg-fried rice and took a bite. Immediately, he felt that he had discovered a new continent, and his emotions were slowly rising. He had never eaten such delicious food. It's so delicious that it takes off. The point is that he did feel that his cultivation speed was accelerating. When he looked at the golden egg-fried rice again, it was as if he had seen a rare treasure, and the action of eating and putting it in his hand became faster and faster. In less than a minute, he finished all the egg-fried rice. Just as he was about to lick the plate, he suddenly saw Yu Qingfeng's suspicious face. Suddenly remembering what he was here for, he pretended to cough and then returned the plate to Qingfeng. Understated, he pretended to say, "It seems that your cooking skills are good, and you may catch up with the chef who was once called a master chef in Yaomen in the future. Generally average. There's nothing wrong with that, just do more and burn more." Yu Qingfeng, group leader at There is a natural treasure who said that your upgraded version of golden egg fried rice is average, but it is not as good as the chef, he said. "Who is it?" "Damn, the old lady has been groping for hundreds of years of formula, who said it was unpalatable." Yu Qingfeng, group leader, it is a natural treasure called heart-stealing Goo Lotus. Chef system, LV2, or a natural treasure? I must stew it and send it to the host to promote it all over the world. Eat it to extinction. Then I put the recipe into the system group so that the system teaches them the host dish. Zhong's system, forget it, sister, don't be impulsive. After Qing Feng said a few words in the system group, he ignored it and turned to heart-stealing Gu Lian and said, Senior, what are you looking for us for? Heart-stealing Gu Lian continued to pretend to be a master and said, that's right, I haven't been to the outside world for a long time. I don't know what your Fox clan's talent is. Yu Qingfeng was also stunned after hearing this. After thinking about it for a while, he began to brag half-truthfully. Heart-stealing Gu Lian was also greatly shocked after hearing this. He really couldn't have imagined that this Fox clan would have such a big origin. The ancient mythical beast Nine-tailed Fox. He didn't know the Nine-tailed Fox, but he knew the words ancient mythical beasts. At the same time, it is also the determination to make that plan. No, they must not let them know that they don't know about the Nine-tailed Fox, otherwise the medicine door will be exposed to be made up by him. Fortunately, it was not said that it was a small race at that time. He quickly made an emotional expression and said, it turns out to be a Nine-tailed Fox lineage, and I used to have a lot of ties with them. At this time, Yu Qingfeng really wanted to give him two big mouths, and when it came to bragging, Qingfeng had to say that he was ashamed of himself when he heard it. Can you blow this too? Suddenly, Qingfeng thought of a funny, but also excited expression on the surface and said, really, then I'll go back and ask the ninth princess and the others. At that time, let the ninth princess and the others come to visit you. Ahem, no need, I still like tranquility and don't want to be disturbed. After shirking it, heart-grasping Gu Lian returned to her previous position, continued to watch Jiu Shuyu fight, and glanced at the hand-grabbed cake made by Qingfeng before leaving. At this time, the two magical powers of Jiu Shuyu were released at the same time. Directly overwhelmed the audience. Many Tianjiao changed their minds and rushed directly to the empty island while other Tianjiao attacked and dove books. After the other Tianjiao found out, they also hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. They all began to rush to the empty island, and in the process of running, they attacked each other to stop it. Jiu Shuyu was also amused when he saw their appearance. He didn't catch up immediately. Instead, he stood in place and mocked, that's it, you are embarrassed to say that you are Tianjiao. I think you're just like that. Jiu Shuyu was extremely calm, and just when he saw that they were about to arrive at the empty island, the corners of his mouth also curled slightly. Said loudly, the third magical power speed. In an instant, a powerful momentum erupted on his body, and something seemed to be accumulating under his feet. When heart-stealing Gu Lian saw the scene, her eyes were about to bulge. Now Jiu Shuyu's aura is about to catch up with him. Is this the Tianjiao of the outside world? It's really terrifying, and it's also too perfect. The next moment, Jiu Shuyu moved. His body was like a flash, and he ran to the empty island in an instant. But he didn't run over. Instead, it slipped over. By Qingxue, who was eating hand-grabbed cakes next to Qingfeng, sprayed out directly. In their eyes, Jiu Shuyu was handsome at the beginning, and the momentum skyrocketed on him, but when he started, he suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. Because the ground was made of jade, it was very smooth and slid directly face to the ground. Ji Mingyuan and Feng Jiushuang held back their laughter, and Xian Manqing, who had been sitting quietly behind Yu Qingfeng and had no sense of existence, choked directly. Jiu Shuyu's face was facing the ground at this time, and the appearance of the prostate break was very funny, which was in strong contrast to the previous arrogance. But fortunately, Jiu Shuyu won the first place. Heart-stealing Gu Lian was also relieved, and several Fox Clan's brothers also sighed when they saw that they had failed. Directly turned to find by Qingxue and the others. The heart-grasping Gu Lotus came to Jiu Shuyu and helped him up. He looked at Jiu Shuyu's face full of dirt and small stones. He also said with a smile in his mouth, yes, you are my disciple. Although it is very embarrassing when you fall, this is also a body shape. Don't be too proud and reckless. In the future, you will be my apprentice, and you will be as stable as Mount Tai like me. Saying that, the heart-snatching Gu Lotus took a few more steps. As a result, he suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. Jiu Shuyu, all, heart-grasping Gu Lian said awkwardly, it seems that you can't be completely blamed. It's because the ground here is too slippery. He changed the topic and said, okay, you are my apprentice, and the major responsibilities such as revitalizing the medicine gate will be handed over to you in the future. Follow me in, absorb the golden natural materials and earth treasures, and I will pass on your inheritance. Jiu Shuyu also looked happy after hearing this, and looked in the direction of Yu Qingfeng and the others triumphantly, only to find that they were actually eating barbecue. Suddenly his eyes became even more ruthless, and his anger towards Qingfeng rose to a new level, especially when he saw his goddess by Qingxue, who was so close to Feng Yeshue, the more unwilling he was in his heart. He recalled that when he climbed the jade ladder, it would echo in his ears from time to time, and her tone of admiration in words of admiration for him. The more sad and uncomfortable I feel, and the reason why he doves Shuyu is so arrogant and shows his invincible heroic posture is actually to attract her attention. It means that he is no worse than Feng Yeshue. But am I so heroic? Am I just a clown in your eyes? Wait, Feng Yeshue, after I accept the inheritance, I must make you look good, and I must let you know what cruelty is. He said to the heart-stealing Gu Lotus, yes, master, leave this important task to me. Heart-stealing Gu Lian nodded. He looked at Jiu Shuyu's body more and more satisfied, he couldn't wait and said, then let's go. Zhou Shuyu got up and took a step. Then he fell again. Zhou Shuyu stood up quickly in embarrassment and took a step cautiously. Then he fell again. Heart-stealing Gu Lotus. He couldn't stand it anymore, and he also took a step to help Zhou Shuyu, but he also fell. In this way, they fell and stood up, and slowly walked into the empty island. When the other Tianjiao saw this, they also began to sigh at the ethereal thing of fate and fate. Why do they sigh? Because their master and apprentice fell once in one step. Isn't it a pair of masters and apprentices made in heaven? At this time, the other Fox clan Tianjiao also came to Yu Qingfeng and the others, and they bowed to Qingfeng and the others and said, I have seen you. Bai Qingshuan and Ji Mingyuan nodded at him. Zhou Yanyi came to Qingfeng and said, Under Zhou Yanyi, I don't know what your excellency's name is. Can you be friends with us? The other Tianjiao of the Fox clan were actually very interested in Qingfeng. After all, when climbing the jade ladder, Ji Mingyuan and Bai Qingshue had been flattering, so I became more and more curious about him. Moreover, Yu Qingfeng's style along the way is so upright. Don't grab the inheritance with them, and be polite and give them face. Obviously very powerful but not arrogant or impetuous, they must make friends with this kind of person. Qingfeng glanced at them, then smiled and said, Make friends? Naturally, I am extremely willing. After hearing this, several people also hurriedly reported their names. Chu Feiwen, male; Min Jiais, male; Zhou Yanyi, male; Su Yuan, male; Hong Yanyi, male. Qingfeng also said, Feng Yeshue. After saying that, he gave each of them an egg fried rice. He said gently, Presumably you are also tired. My food can speed up the cultivation speed and speed up the absorption of spiritual energy. After eating, you can also take out the spirit stone and recover well. With this move, their favor for Qingfeng has increased by several levels. You must know that not long ago they were saying the same thing as Zhou Shuyu, but he actually treated them like friends regardless of his past grievances. They all sighed, this is a true gentleman. In this way, they quickly integrated into it. The atmosphere is also very harmonious, and under the explanation of Ji Mingyuan and Bai Qingshue, I understand why I have not heard of Feng Yeshue before. They even learned from Ji Mingyuan that Qingfeng beat Zhou Shuyu alone. Zhou Yanyi patted his pants and said, I see, to be honest, Brother Zhou's face was very gloomy when he saw you. It turns out that there is such a relationship. I used to think he was a bit like a hypocrite, and I often saw him double standard, and now it seems to be true. Everyone became more and more familiar with Qingfeng, and finally Han Yangyi said with a ghostly voice, Why did you give up this opportunity? I observed that you obviously don't have any damage. The other Fox clan Tianjiao also looked at them curiously, and when Feng Zhoushuang heard this, Feng Zhoushuang's face suddenly changed, and he hesitated to speak, and finally looked at Xiang Qingfeng nervously. Yu Qingfeng nodded. Then he carefully looked around and found that after finding that there was only Fox Tianjiao nearby, he also used his spiritual power to shield this place. The Fox tribe Tianjiao glanced at each other. They don't understand why they are so mysterious. Is there still an ulterior secret? Qingfeng opened his mouth and said directly and decisively, That's right, we suspect that someone wants to take the house. What? They said loudly. Then he quickly covered his mouth, looked around carefully, and then said softly, Why does Brother Feng have this idea? Qingfeng once again said what Feng Zhoushuang and himself thought before. They are exactly the same as Bai Qingshue, and the more they listen, the whiter their faces become. They all thought about it carefully. It seems to be true. That set of medicine sects. It seems that the more you think about it, the more unreasonable it becomes. Min Jiais exclaimed, Isn't that Brother Dove more auspicious? Although I don't like him very much, but he is the eight-tailed holy fox born in our fox clan in recent years. If it is taken away, I'm afraid the ninth princess will be furious. Is it too late to stop it now? Qingfeng said with a calm face, It's okay, they will definitely fail. Everything is in my calculations. The Fox clan Tianjiao saw that Yu Qingfeng was so sure. There are also much less worries in my heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Shuyu and heart-grasping Gu Lotus were covered in dirt, and they walked majestically to the Pure Yang Holy Spring. The location of the Pure Yang Sacred Spring is in the center of the empty island. The appearance is just like those open-air hot springs, and a golden liquid seems to come to life, wandering underground. Heart-grasping Gu Lian looked at the golden liquid, and her heart was also emotional. It's finally here. If I had known that I was so memorized today, I should have adjusted the empty island a little smaller. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen so many times. He rectified himself, turned to Zhou Shuyu and said, This is the Pure Yang Holy Spring. It is the golden natural material and earth treasure born from heaven and earth. Does it look like a lot? Don't look at the amount of him. In fact, many springs are ordinary water. Only the golden liquid at the bottom is the real Pure Yang Holy Spring. That's his essence. The heart-winning Gu Lotus pretended to wave it casually, and all the golden liquids in the spring water automatically jumped out and were suspended in the air. Zhou Shuyu was a little stunned. Heart-grasping Gu Lotus continued to speak, Now you can absorb it. When the time comes, I will find a golden heavenly material and earth treasure that is more suitable for you as a foundation. Hearing this, Zhou Shuyu's breathing began to become rapid. Listening to the master's words, could it be that there is more than one golden natural material and earth treasure, but several? As expected of the medicine gate? Is this his heritage? If so, wouldn't I be the first peerless demon of the Fox clan in modern times to be completely rooted in gold?
Zhou Shuyu didn't feel anything wrong at all, and even wanted to absorb it quickly, and then went out to hit Yu Qingfeng's face. He sat directly cross-legged, took out the spirit stone, and began to assist in absorbing the golden natural materials and earth treasures. Heart-stealing Gu Lian saw that Zhou Shuyu began to absorb but did not leave, and seemed to say to Zhou Shuyu, "I will protect you." At this time, Zhou Shuyu is full of happiness. About half an hour passed. Zhou Shuyu became a little dazed. He could now clearly feel that something seemed to invade his soul sea, divine soul sea. He tried his best to stay awake. Take a closer look at what the intruder looks like. As time passed, Zhou Shuyu's vision gradually began to become clearer, and he looked at the appearance of the intruder who had always wanted to see clearly. Suddenly shocked, he found that it was the pure Yang Holy Spring that invaded his soul sea.
Are you pure Yang Holy Spring?
Pure Yang Holy Spring was plundering and controlling Zhou Shuyu's body, and after hearing this sound, Pure Yang Holy Spring turned his head to look. I saw Zhou Shuyu's conscious soul body.
The golden liquid shook strangely and said, "That's right, it's below.
And I'm still taking your body." Pure Yang Shengquan seemed to be in a very good mood, and said in a hurry.
Hearing this,
Zhou Shuyu was directly confused. He also gradually felt that control of his body was slowly disappearing.
He panicked. Master, Master, help me.
When Pure Yang Shengquan heard him shouting, he also sneered, and said mockingly, "Don't you see it yet? Your so-called master is actually with me. You should have encountered the purple heavenly materials and earth treasures here, so you should know that the heavenly materials and earth treasures are conscious. In fact, your master was once a natural treasure." Suddenly his heart was like ashes. He began to think carefully, thinking about it from the beginning of the ruins, and eventually he also found something wrong. At the same time, he also thought of Yu Qingfeng.
No wonder.
It turned out that he had already discovered something was wrong, so he withdrew from the competition.
Whether it's strength, mentality, or talent, I lost. I didn't expect that the clown would be myself for so long. I finally had a hard time to be serious, but you made me lose, so completely. Ha ha. But Zhou Shuyu didn't want to give up hope. Anyway, he was also Tianjia.
Began to use the authority of the body to drive out this virus, but at this time, the Pure Yang Holy Spring had already taken away half of the control. Pure Yang Holy Spring said disdainfully, "Fearless resistance." The outside world heart-grasping Gu Lian found that Zhou Shuyu had begun to resist, and also smiled strangely. He also came to Zhou Shuyu's side, attracted his soul and then slowly integrated into Zhou Shuyu's body. At this time, Zhou Shuyu and Pure Yang Holy Spring both felt a new energy.
Zhou Shuyu didn't know this energy,
but the Pure Yang Holy Spring is extremely familiar.
Both of their souls looked in the direction of the soul sea, where an old man-looking soul slowly appeared.
Pure Yang Holy Spring was furious and immediately shouted loudly, "Heart-grasping Gu Lotus, you are going backwards." Because the Pure Yang Holy Spring already has half of the authority of the body. So this sentence also blurted out from Zhou Shuyu's flesh, and this voice was very loud, almost spreading throughout the sky. At the moment of speaking, almost more than 20 Tianjia looked in the direction of the empty island at the same time. After hearing this, heart-stealing Gu Lian was not angry, but smiled sadly. "Pure Yang Holy Spring, I didn't want to go back on my word, but this body has a big origin. I heard that he is the bloodline of the ancient mythical beast Nine-tailed Fox, Eight-tailed Holy Fox. Brother Feng, there seems to be something wrong with the empty island." Bai Qingxue stood up and said.
Yu Qingfeng nodded calmly.
He used his mental power to explore in the direction of the empty island, and after a few seconds he saw Zhou Shuyu and heart-stealing Gu Lotus sitting together. At the same time, he also found the golden natural materials and earth treasures suspended in the air, and found that there were no fluctuations in spiritual power. But Zhou Shuyu has 3 spiritual powers.
It seems that everything is planned. Alas, how can there be a formation here? Could it be that this formation is driven by the seizure? It seems that this is how it should be. Because of the curse, he knew that it was impossible for the heart-stealing Gu Lotus and the Pure Yang Holy Spring to succeed.
Qingfeng smiled slightly and said, "I know, it's okay, it should be the beginning of the snatching. Everything is in my calculations.
What is really a robbery?"
Feng Zhoushuang, her face was ugly, and Qingfeng glanced at it and knew that she had started to think wildly again. The other Fox clan Tianjia didn't say too much when they saw Qingfeng so confident, but their faces were still full of anxiety. If something happened to Zhou Shuyu, they would also be punished. Qingfeng was thinking about something else at this time. He wanted to go up and intervene.
Eight-tailed Holy Fox? Ancient mythical beast.
It turned out to be an ancient mythical beast. Pure Yang Holy Spring was extremely shocked, and he also understood why the heart-stealing Gu Lotus would go back on his word. At the same time, he also felt even more hot about this body, this excellent body. He would never let go.
But the current situation is a bit troublesome. Pure Yang Shengquan began to think about how to deal with it.
His current strength is only 8 stars of gold. Whether it is spiritual strength or strength, it is not as good as the heart-stealing Gu Lotus. What's more, the heart-grasping Gu Lotus has already been taken once, and his experience must be more than that of the Pure Yang Holy Spring. Even if he now has control of half of his body, he wants
wants to succeed in taking it. I'm afraid it's still difficult.
Pure Yang Shengquan glanced at it. Jiu Shuyu, the only way to do this now is to find this kid, and only by fighting with him can you have a very high chance of winning. When it comes time to expel the heart-stealing Gu Lotus, think carefully about how to take it.
Anyway, he has to decide on this body. He said to Jiu Shuyu in a peaceful tone, boy, how about we deal with the heart-stealing Gu Lotus together? The current situation is a failure no matter how you look at it. I gave up. 2.
As long as we deal with him together, we can definitely expel him, and after he is expelled from his body, I will stop taking away your body.
But I have a request, that is, how about finding me a new body when I go out? Half-truths and half-truths seem very sincere and tempting.
It's a pity that the current Jiu Shuyu is not the Jiu Shuyu of the past, and the journey to the secret realm of just 10 days has made him experience too much. The proud heart in my heart has begun to cool. The Taoist heart he adhered to also became vulnerable, and he felt a little ridiculous when he heard the words of Pure Yang Holy Spring.
Nowadays, their bodies can be said to be shared.
Naturally, he could feel the shocked reaction of the Pure Yang Holy Spring knowing that he was an ancient divine beast. Among them, there was also greed, the despicable villain, with this face, but he also knew that he had no choice. Whether you agree or refuse, it is a mortal situation. Especially if he refused, he would definitely be the first to attack both sides. Pure Yang Holy Spring wanted to quickly compete for the body and then fight against the heart-grasping Gu Lotus, and the same was true for the heart-grasping Gu Lotus. Don't look at him like a god of war outside. He can match the 9-star gold. After all, it's just the flesh. His spiritual power is only at the level of 2 stars of gold.
The current Jiu Shuyu can be said to be very passive.
He is no longer a brainless person and begins to think of a solution quickly, actually a buff bonus for the failure of the house.
It seems that the solution now can only be temporarily agreed, and when the time comes, I will see the opportunity to sneak attack, and then wake up quickly, crush the token, and let the Fox Clan seniors come to help me solve it. Let's do this first.
Jiu Shuyu pretended to be like a fool and said, okay, but you have to talk and count. Pure Yang Shengquan was also happy to see that he agreed. Said to heart-stealing Gu Lian, it seems that your abacus is coming to an end. Heart-flayer Gu Lian also sneered and said, in the Sea of Souls, I am invincible. No matter how much you resist, you are no match for me. Heart-stealing Gu Lotus smiled gloomy and said, Pure Yang Holy Spring, let me tell you the truth. In fact, I have already discovered how to break through to the next realm.
It's not that I'm not talented enough.
Pure Yang Holy Spring retorted, how is that possible? Don't think I don't know. You have been at the peak of the golden 9 stars for a long time. Whether it is breath or spiritual power, it is unprecedentedly prosperous, but isn't it because you haven't been able to break through to the platinum crystal for a long time? If you can break through, you won't come to me to cooperate then. Heart-stealing Gu Lian nodded and said, that's just my lack of mental strength. The main cultivation in the next realm is spiritual power.
Do you understand? All of this is actually in my calculations. The reason why I came to you is actually to treat you as a toolman.
When I choose to give up my body for you, I am actually choosing for myself. As long as the talent foundation is good enough, I will take the benefits of the fisherman and finally devour you, so that my initial mental strength will be more than 5 times more than that of others. Then I'll go find a way to cultivate spiritual power.
When the time comes, it will be easy for me to break through to the diamond. Now you know?
At that time, you were still hesitating. How ridiculous it was in my eyes. Do you really think I will be so good to you? Actually, I just fell in love with your spiritual power. Hearing the plan of the heart-stealing Gu Lotus, Pure Yang Holy Spring was also very shocked.
So I'm also a clown?
If what he said was true, the heart-stealing Gu Lotus, who had always been at its peak, would definitely have extremely strong spiritual power. In this sea of souls dominated by spiritual power, it can be said that there is no chance of winning at all. If there is a battle, it can only devour Jiu Shuyu's soul.
Only in this way can there be a battle.
But it was also difficult to devour it, and it was likely to be preempted by the heart-flayer Gu Lotus.
Jiu Shuyu.
At this time, Jiu Shuyu was very anxious. His mind was running rapidly. As the eldest son of the Jiu clan, he naturally knew what was the main cultivation behind the platinum crystal.
Heart-stealing Gu Lotus was right.
He also knew the cause and effect very well, and he also hurriedly said to Pure Yang Shengquan, you also believe his words? I think he just wants us to break up and then really reap the benefits of the fisherman. Jiu Shuyu's words also made the Pure Yang Holy Spring react. This possibility is not impossible.
Mom almost fell into the ditch.
If you really go to devour Jiu Shuyu for the first time, let alone whether you succeed or not, as long as you choose this, you will surely die. It's really good to calculate. Pure Yang Holy Spring is too lazy to think about it. Let's fight first, he said directly to Jiu Shuyu. Boy, let's go up now. The golden light of the Pure Yang Holy Spring emerged, and the powerful spiritual power rippled in the spiritual sea of Jiu Shuyu. The originally calm sea of souls
became extremely manic.
Jiu Shuyu also used his spiritual power to launch an attack on the heart-stealing Gu Lotus. The whole body also began to resist the heart-grasping Gu Lotus. It seems to kick him out. Seeing that her plan had failed, heart-stealing Gu Lotus was also operating her spiritual power, and the black magician majestic spiritual power almost instantly overwhelmed Jiu Shuyu and pure young holy spring.
Ha ha ha, do you see it? In the end, you are all fearless in resistance, heart-grasping Gu Lotus said loudly.
At this moment, heart-stealing Gu Lian's eyes suddenly widened. He seemed to feel something. He hurriedly looked around.
Found nothing.
The heart-grasping Gu Lotus continued to accelerate the release of spiritual power, and the black mist was like poisonous gas, eroding everything. Jiu Shuyu almost used the strength to suckle to resist. Even the spiritual body in the sea of his soul was faintly broken. When the black mist was about to spread to Jiu Shuyu, the body of the heart-grasping Gu Lotus suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The black mist quickly disappeared. The spiritual power on heart-stealing Gu Lian's body was greatly reduced. His eyes widened, and he said softly in disbelief, "Backlash? How could I be backlashed? It was obviously in perfect condition before the action. Did something happen? Could it be that someone suppressed my mental power, which led to the backlash?" The original Jiu Shuyu and pure young holy spring thought it was going to end, but they didn't expect the black mist to dissipate. Not only that, the heart-stealing Gu Lotus also seemed to have been seriously injured. They can now be said to be confused. They didn't know why the heart-stealing Gu Lotus, who originally had a strong face, became like this. Is it a trap? The two of them thought at the same time. Just now, they had seen the calculation of the heart-stealing Gu Lotus, so they did not relax their vigilance, but were observing. After observing for about a few minutes, they were also sure that the heart-grasping Gu Lotus was not acting. He was really backlashed. Jiu Shuyu and pure young Shangquan seemed to see hope, especially pure young Shangquan. He glanced at Jiu Shuyu vaguely. They used their spiritual power, and the majestic spiritual wave rushed towards the heart-grasping Gu Lotus. The spiritual wave was like a bamboo shoot, almost instantly dispersing the remnants of black spiritual power. At this time, the heart-grasping Gu Lotus could be said to be very uncomfortable. The pain of being backlashed by its own spiritual power was like thousands of ants biting on the soul. Just when I was at a loss, I was also shocked to see the rapid wave of spirit. If he was hit at this time, he would probably die on the spot. He quickly said loudly, "I was wrong. I'm just kidding. The most important thing is that I think Brother Chunyang, absorbing spiritual power, must be too boring. I'll come in and liven up the atmosphere. Now I think it's almost over, and I have something to leave first. Give me face, stop the mental power attack for a while." Jiu Shuyu. The spiritual wave did not stop, and Jiu Shuyu did not want to stop. Just when it was about to hit, the wave suddenly weakened. Heart-grabbing Gu Lotus seized the opportunity to force her to use her mental strength and successfully resisted the spiritual wave. Jiu Shuyu looked in the direction of the pure young holy spring. He didn't understand why he suddenly stopped. Pure Yang Shengquan said, "Then I have to thank my eldest brother for letting me know how to go on the path of platinum crystal, and I am welcome to your spiritual power." What? Jiu Shuyu was shocked. He was infatuated with the spiritual power of the heart-winning Gu Lotus. No, either suppress it, or his spiritual power must be absorbed by me. Otherwise, I will be the one who dies then. The heart-stealing Gu Lian was also shocked after hearing this. He hurriedly ran out of the sea of spirit, wanting to return to his body. Just when he was about to run away to find a safe place to recuperate, he found that his body began to age rapidly. The spiritual power stored in the body also gradually began to dissipate, and there was a big problem with the physical functions. At this moment, the pure Yang Holy Spring also chased out. It was also the situation of discovering the heart-winning Gu Lotus body, and immediately laughed out loud. "It's really God helping me, even if you calculate it seamlessly. But you can't count the change, suffer death." The heart-grasping Gu Lotus quickly used spiritual power and spiritual power to resist. The black energy and golden energy collided with each other, and a huge wave of air swept through. Black energy is also getting weaker and weaker in resistance. Yu Qingfeng, who was watching in the sky, was also interested. He suddenly thought of a fun one, so he used his mental power to slowly say in the ear of the heart-stealing Gu Lian, "You can take away the main body of the pure Yang Holy Spring." Who? Heartflayer Gu Lotus was extremely shocked. Sure enough, someone is operating secretly. Damn it, is there a fourth person who calculates? Or is there another golden treasure in the ruins? Wait a minute. Yes, now I can take away his body. Let the origin of the pure Yang Holy Spring be damaged. Mind-grasping Gu Lotus didn't have time to think too much, so he extracted his spiritual power and turned to attack the pure Yang Holy Spring body floating in the air. Pure Yang Holy Spring was very angry. The current situation can be said to be very complicated, taking the house from the top, and attacking while taking the house. Because Jiu Shuyu's current mental strength is too weak to support the outside world for too long, can only be watched secretly. Suddenly he was shocked, then shook his head and said to himself softly, "The outside world is too dangerous. I should secretly take back my physical authority." At this time, it was the turn of the pure Yang Holy Spring to face a desperate situation. He could feel that Jiu Shuyu was fighting for control of his body, but his origin was gradually being eroded. No, it can't go on like this. Pure Yang Shangquan also decisively returned to the sea of Jiu Shuyu's soul, and said angrily to Jiu Shuyu, "Boy, what are you doing?" The next moment of the result, he felt that his authority over this body had disappeared a little. little, and at the same time, his origin and spiritual power were also weakened. Pure Yang Holy Spring directly began to merge the origin of Jiu Shuyu, and after Jiu Shuyu sensed it, he also hurriedly stopped it. Time passed slowly. The Pure Yang Holy Spring successfully fused a little bit of the origin, and with the blessing of the origin of the Jiushu Jade Fox clan, his control of his body returned to balance again. Jiu Shuyu desperately tried to block it, but finally failed. For this reason, his mental strength is also exhausted, drifting in a daze on the Sea of Souls. Pure Yang Shangquan was also happy to see Jiu Shuyu exhausting his mental strength. With the little mental power left, he forcibly controlled his body to awaken, and after waking up, he used his spiritual power with all his might, and the whole empty island trembled. The originally obscure runes on the ground slowly disappeared. The violent sound once again attracted the attention of the Tianjiao, and they looked in the direction of the empty island again. Yu Qingfeng, who was in the sky, smiled. What he wanted was this effect. All I have to do is drive everyone into the empty island to check the situation, and then I will easily destroy them all. At that time, my reputation will probably rise qualitatively. Hey, so when I go to rob those Tianjiao, I shouldn't be suspicious of my head. Yu Qingfeng can be said to be a clever planner. Heart-grasping Gulotus also saw this scene and was about to crack her teeth. You actually destroyed the house formation. The current heart-stealing Gulotus still had half of his soul outside, eroding the origin of the Pure Yang Holy Spring. If the great formation of the capture house failed, he would not be able to return to his body. In other words, the soul sea in the formation was closed, and if half of his soul wanted to go back, he had to start the formation again. Similarly, Jiu Shuyu's soul sea could no longer enter it, and the Pure Yang Holy Spring could not come out, and the other way to come out was to forcibly open the soul sea when encountering a person with very strong spiritual power. The Pure Yang Holy Spring controlled Jiu Shuyu's body, moved his muscles and bones, and felt the strength of Jiu Shuyu's body. Also said with emotion, it is indeed an ancient mythical beast. It's obviously a 2-star gold, but the strength is already nearly 9-star gold. It seems that with this body, even if it doesn't devour your spiritual power, you can easily be promoted to diamond. He slowly came to the body of the heart-stealing Gulotus, used his spiritual power with all his might, and punched him hard into the stomach. The body of the heart-stealing Gulotus was instantly blown away, and Yu Qingfeng also happened to lead the various Tianjia to the empty island at this time. Just when he was about to start his speech, a strong wind suddenly came to me. Along with it was the body of the heart-stealing Gulotus. The heart-grasping Gulotus stumbled along the way, and finally slid face to the ground just in front of Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng? The script is not right. At this time, Qingfeng was a little confused, and he looked in the direction of the empty island. At this time, a figure slowly walked out, and that person was Jiu Shuyu, Pure Yang Holy Spring. Seeing this, several other races quickly asked, Brother Jiu, what's going on? They didn't wait for Jiu Shuyu's reply. Instead, he waited for his fist to strike with all his might. Fortunately, those Tianjiao defended quickly enough, otherwise they would probably be seriously injured. Everyone looked at Jiu Shuyu puzzled. They didn't understand why Jiu Shuyu wanted to do it. Could it be that those people provoked him? Feng Zhoushuang said flatly, he was taken away, and Jiu Shuyu was taken away. This sentence immediately made them all fry. They all looked at Feng Zhoushuang in disbelief, and then said, Brother Feng, you can't talk nonsense, even if you don't like Brother Jiu. Several other races also echoed, yes, no matter how you say it, it can't be taken away. Pure Yang Shengquan did not speak, but looked at Feng Zhoushuang quietly. Feng Zhoushuang actually didn't say it out of fear. Although her strength couldn't beat Jiu Shuyu now, there was no problem in leaving safely. The reason why I said it was just to remind everyone. Bai Qingxue couldn't stand it anymore, stood up and said, then listen to our explanation. She began to explain a series of unreasonableness, and Pure Yang Holy Spring did not stop it, and listened quietly. After hearing this, those Tianjiao also began to seriously review and think, and they did find a lot of unreasonableness. Immediately looked at Jiu Shuyu in shock. If there is no evidence before, it is not easy to draw conclusions. But the heart-stealing Gulotus that was still lying on the ground was good evidence. Papa Pure Yang Shengquan clapped his hands and said, it is indeed a genius carefully selected by the heart-stealing Gulotus, but I have no intention of hiding it. I am indeed not the dove Shuyu in your mouth. By the way, there is one more thing. I want to inform you that everyone present has to die. All the Tianjiao looked at the Pure Yang Holy Spring in shock. They began to panic. This was the first time they had encountered a robbery, and they didn't know how to deal with it, and he still swore. A face full of arrogance. They subconsciously felt that they couldn't beat it, and they all retreated rapidly. Finally turned to run away. Seeing them running away, Pure Yang Shengquan also looked suspicious and said arrogantly, let me feel the strength of this body. Then he didn't care about Yu Qingfeng and others who didn't escape, but went to chase those who ran away. At this time, Qingfeng was very speechless. What are you running? Even if the Pure Yang Holy Spring is very strong, then he can't play it. After all, strength is still the benchmark of the person who has been taken away, but if you test it, you will not be frightened to run away. Alas, Qingfeng sighed and said to Bai Qingxue next to him, you go to meet him. Don't worry, his level is like a dove book. At this time, Yu Yu Qingfeng's plan can be said to have been completely disrupted, but fortunately, there was no big problem, just a change in order in venue. Bai Qingxue nodded after hearing this. Ever since she learned about Jiu Shuyu's character from Yu Qingfeng, she has long wanted to beat Jiu Shuyu, but she has never been able to find a reason. When these opportunities come, she will naturally not give up. Ji Mingyuan was the same, and just like that, the two of them rushed to the direction of Puryang Holy Spring excitedly.
Bai Qingxuan and Ji Mingyuan took the initiative to find the Puryang Holy Spring. Puryang Shengquan also smiled brightly when he saw them, and said, "Do you want to die so much? Then I'll fulfill you." Has he always been so brave? Bai Qingxuan and Ji Mingyuan didn't talk nonsense, so they used their magical powers.
When Puryang Shengquan saw it, he also said loudly, it's useless, give me death."
Just finished speaking,
Bai Qingxue rushed in front of him, and then gave him two big mouths. Before he could react, Ji Mingyuan came under him with a sliding shovel and kicked a fatal blow. He was now covering his crotch with a confused face. Soon he also paid attention to it, and secretly said in his heart that there were indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons outside, but they were still too weak after all.
With this body, what kind of genius, Tianjiao, can you still do it?
Presumably, these two geniuses should be the best, and it is indeed a little troublesome to kill, but it doesn't seem to be impossible.
Those who escaped should punch one by one. Let's solve these two people first.
So he said arrogantly, the strength of the two of you is good, but you are still weak after all, and I wanted to leave you at the end. Since you are taking the initiative to find something, then go to death. The rest of the Tenjiu who were still running away heard this sentence, and they also turned their heads to look at the Puryang Holy Spring, and then they saw a very shocking scene. Bai Qingxue, Ji Mingyuan and Chunyang Shengquan fought back and forth.
At first, they thought that Bai Qingxue's strength had skyrocketed and they could compete with the power, but after a long time, they made an embarrassing discovery.
Puryang Holy Spring doesn't seem to be very strong.
They looked at Yu Qingfeng.
Finding that they did not feel panicked, but were very calm, Tianjiao's faces turned red, and their hearts were complaining.
Damn it, is this the strength to take away the power? That's it. This is true, and I can do it.
What made them most angry was the tone of his speech, which was so invincible that he was going to kill them all when he came up.
As a result, he couldn't kill any of him. The main thing is that they were still frightened and fled.
It caused them to lose face in front of the fox and snake people. No, you must save face. A few of them looked at each other, and they all understood what they were thinking. This was the first time they had such a good heart. They slowly approached the Puryang Holy Spring. Just when the distance was very close, Puryang Holy Spring, who was still fighting, found them, and there was a strange joke on his face.
Laughed loudly and rampantly. Ah, I know this. Is this the unity of ants?
But in the end, it will be useless. You will all die at my hands. Just today you will experience what despair is. If a few of you ants secretly survive, you will always remember the name of my Puryang Holy Spring.
All, who can bear this? It's too rampant.
More than a dozen Tianjiao, his face was getting more and more gloomy. This time he didn't feel scared when he heard this sentence, but felt a little ridiculous. Instead, they looked at the Puryang Holy Spring playfully. Puryang Shengquan just wanted to make a move, but seeing their expressions, a feeling of uneasiness arose.
What confidence do they have? Are these people all Tianjiao, similar to these two? It shouldn't be possible. How can this kind of genius be everywhere? And this body is still a mythical beast, and it should be easy to deal with these ants. Let's go.
Puryang Holy Spring seemed to have the confidence, and said, I don't know if I am alive or dead. Then he condensed pure spiritual power and killed them with all his might. Ji Mingyuan and Bai Qingxue also looked at each other strangely after hearing this, and then stepped aside. The two of them had no intention of making a move.
Those Tianjiao are also collectively releasing momentum and coercion.
These momentum coercion were directly suppressed on the Puryang Holy Spring. The powerful aura torrent rolled above the tower, and under this momentum, the Puryang Holy Spring was even a little unable to breathe. His feet also began to tremble a little. This kind of coercion he had never felt in his life.
Puryang Holy Spring? What's going on? Shouldn't these people be ants? Shouldn't that kind of demonic genius only have these two? Why is their aura so coercive? It's so overwhelming that I can't move. Am I being suppressed?
Yu Qingfeng in the distance was also very speechless, and he didn't understand the house, so he came out and pretended to be forced.
At least you have to know what skills Jiu Shuyu has, right?
If you are like this, how should I pretend to be like this? Qingfeng is also helpless. Open the curse system, and turn to the next page. Turning on the photo curse function, he took a shot at Jiu Shuyu's body.
Soon options appeared in front of him.
Order, find a curseable target.
Name, Jiu Shuyu. Gender, male.
Soul, Dove Book Jade, Extra Soul, Puryang Holy Spring, eroding, can be cursed. Yu Qingfeng clicked on the Extra Soul column, and then clicked on the curse.
Then after thinking about it, he wrote on it.
Order, name, Puryang Holy Spring, curse, accelerate the familiarity with the body, feel the three magical powers of Jiu Shuyu, arrogant, and have no one in sight. The house failed, the source backfired, and was finally killed by Yu Qingfeng in fear.
That's it.
I'm not a ruthless person, and every time I write too viciously, I will be misunderstood.
I am still very kind-hearted.
However, after taking such a long time, the curse system system is the most worry-free and labor-saving, but unfortunately it cannot directly improve the strength.
Order, the curse succeeded.
At this time, the pure yang holy spring had been completely suppressed.
Those Tianjiao surrounded him one after another.
One of the Tianjiao couldn't bear it and slapped him, and then said, "Just your TM is called pure yang holy spring."
Is it called the pure yang holy spring?
Pure yang holy spring nodded humbly.
Then the Tianjiao slapped again and said, "Bringing a holy word makes you like this?"
As he spoke, he slapped him more than a dozen times. Pure yang holy spring was really humiliated. He now knew what it meant to sit in a well and watch the sky. He no longer had that arrogant momentum at all.
Was directly silenced. Ji Mingyuan also said, "Funny, what do you say you are fine 13?
As long as you hide it and say that you are a dove book, it will not be like this."
Pure Yang Shengquan wanted to refute, but it seemed to be like this carefully, and Wei Nua said in a low voice very honestly, "Didn't I just play with you? In fact, I am Jiu Shuyu." His tone was as if he was deflated. A big man with muscles all over his body and stubble on his face was directly angry when he heard this, and shouted over with a slap, "What are you doing? Don't you treat us as fools? If you do this again, I will call you a big face." Pure Yang Holy Spring. Wrong, uncle, I'm really wrong. Which big man was even more angry after hearing this, grabbed his collar and said, "Who the hell are you talking about? I'm only 16 years old this year." This TM 16 years old? The 16-year-old man saw the strange expression of the Pure Yang Shengquan, slapped him again and said, "Isn't that what I look like 16?
Pure Yang Shengquan hurriedly said, "Like, too similar." The big man threw a big pocket again, and then said a little embarrassedly, "It's useless for you to flatter you. I won't let you go. The outside world is terrifying." He suddenly felt that the treasure of the heavenly material and earth did not seem to be a bad thing. Not only did he live for a long time, but he was also stable and comfortable, and the origin was even more rare gold. As long as you live without being discovered, you will basically live happily. It's all to blame the heart-snatching Gu Lotus. 10 minutes later, Pure Yang Holy Spring's face was already blue and purple. When a few Tianjiao were about to kill them, Yu Qingfeng had already come to their side and quickly said, "Everyone, stop."
The Tianjiao all looked at Yu Qingfeng.
At this time, Yu Qingfeng had already put on the evil ghost mask, and he still said with a chuckle, "Everyone, Brother Dove's soul has not been exhausted. There is still a glimmer of hope. If a killer is moved at this time, it will really be powerless." Pure Yang Shengquan was also shocked when he heard this, looked at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief, and subconsciously blurted out, "How do you know?" Several Tianjiao looked shocked when they saw the Pure Yang Holy Spring. He also glanced at Qingfeng in surprise. Judging from the performance of the Pure Yang Holy Spring, what Qingfeng said was indeed true. They looked at each other. Then he said respectfully to Qingfeng, "Young Master Feng, we know, I am really grateful. If it weren't for your reminder, I'm afraid that I will be an enemy of the Half Clan without realizing it." They don't know Yu Qingfeng, but he was the one who knew that the organization was going to enter the empty island to check the situation. At first, they felt that Qingfeng was a little overpowered, but now it seems that the previous move was correct. Today's reminder, they naturally remember it in their hearts. Qingfeng waved his hand and said, it's okay, it's all a matter of raising your hand. I have also seen Brother Dove before, and it is also fate. Not to mention that Brother Dove is still an 8-tailed holy fox. If he dies, we fox clans will not be able to cross each other when we go back. Yu Qingfeng's tone changed for a while. There were joys and regrets, and it seemed to be very story-like. In the end, the breeze returned to sighs. After hearing a few Tianjiao, he also felt that Qingfeng was a person with a temperament. Unconsciously, I had a good impression of him. Qingfeng also shirked and left after chatting with them for a few words, although several Tianjiao still wanted to say more, but it seemed that Qingfeng had something else. That's it. They turned their gaze to Bai Qingxue and said to Bai Qingxue, "Miss Bai, I remember that when we were still climbing the jade ladder, you and Brother Feng seemed to be very familiar with each other. Could you tell us?" Bai Qingxue's eyes lit up after hearing this, and then proudly said, "Of course." For the rest of the time, Bai Qingxue began to talk about Yu Qingfeng's deeds. It is a very exaggerated way to say that several Tianjiao also admired Qingfeng more and more, especially on the side, the Pure Yang Holy Spring with a blue nose and swollen face eavesdropping. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. The established three views also collapsed instantly, then reorganized, and then collapsed. Especially when he heard that after Yu Qingfeng blew the hammer of Jiu Shuyu, the fear in his eyes could no longer be hidden. After learning the news, and thinking back on his previous actions, he suddenly felt how absurd his actions were. He subconsciously denied it. Right. Absolutely impossible. If he was really so awesome, he should have killed me a long time ago. He must be bluffing me. That's right, it must be bluffing me. These Tianjiao are extremely vicious, and they must want to break my Taoist heart. Since they can't touch me now, I can take this opportunity to absorb all the authority of the body and the origin, then find the right time to escape. Well, the Pure Yang Holy Spring came to the Sea of Souls again. Then in the depths of the Soul Sea, the origin of the Dove Book Jade was purple, and from time to time there would be a divine purple light shining, powerful, shining, brilliant. Seeing the Pure Yang Holy Spring was a little dull. It's so beautiful. He had only absorbed a little before, but he still relied on his physical authority to absorb it, and this time he came directly to the origin. Seeing such a magnificent scene also strengthened my thoughts. Sure enough, those people were bluffing me. How could such a powerful origin be defeated in one blow? It must be bluffing me. These Tianjiu are really cunning. If what he said is true, then is it possible for Feng Yeshue to be a nine-tailed one? How is this possible? If it was really a nine-tailed fox, it would be impossible to defeat the eight-tailed purple fox in one blow. It's really ridiculous, but if you want to be more persistent and realistic, I might believe it. Ha 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 ha, I'm really a genius, so I'd better hurry up and absorb the origin. The Puryang Holy Spring began to integrate the origin of Jiu Shuyu. Wonderful. However, those Tianjiao did not notice anything strange about the Puryang Holy Spring at all, but listened intently to Bai Qingshue's story about Yu Qingfeng's deeds. In the process of absorbing the source of the Puryang Holy Spring, he found that most of the origin was locked in chains, but even so, Puryang Holy Spring understood a lot of insights. For example, supernatural powers. Curse, feeling supernatural powers. These three magical powers suddenly made his eyes shine, and he, who had just been beaten back to an honest person, began to swell again. Swelling, arrogant curse effect. Ha 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 ha. Wait for me to understand all three supernatural powers. I want you to look good. At this time, Yu Qingfeng returned to his original position and looked at the heart-grasping Gu Lotus that was still lying motionless on the ground. In the perception of his mental power, the half of the soul that the heart-flayer Gu Lotus left in the main body was not a consciousness body. It's not the consciousness. That's exactly what Qingfeng wants. If it is not a consciousness, then his consciousness must be floating outside, and at the same time, he is in urgent need of a carrier. Otherwise, the longer you are outside, the faster it will dissipate. In that case, he is likely still hiding on the empty island, or he is observing our current situation around here. Forget it. I don't think about the matter of the heart snatching Gu Lotus first. Anyway, it will definitely come out in the end. After all, the curse is still there. I still think about the next step. How should I rationalize those Tianjiao and give me all their purple natural materials and earth treasures? Qingfeng's plan was to let those Tianjiao hand over the natural materials and earth treasures to him here as much as possible, and then he would leave early. But the difficulty is here. If you want those Tianjiao to take the initiative to hand it over, you must make a very good image of a gentleman in front of everyone. The first is for them to be convinced. The second is to leave a way out. Even if they don't give it, it doesn't matter, he can grab it in the future. Anyway, no one will doubt him at that time. That's why Qingfeng was more concerned about the heart-snatching Gu Lotus. After all, he was still a crucial target of pretending to be slapped in the face in Qingfeng's heart. About an hour has passed, and Bai Qingshue is still happily saying, "It is also very gratifying to see the breeze." Just when he was still thinking about why the Puryang Holy Spring absorbed the origin so slowly, the Puryang Holy Spring lying on the ground had already stood up at some point. It seems that he is going to take action against Bai Qingshue. Yu Qingfeng was startled and quickly said, "Be careful behind." Bai Qingshue reacted quickly and quickly used her magical powers to dodge the blow of the Puryang Holy Spring. Although the blow of the Puryang Holy Spring failed, the power of the blow was extremely huge, and the jade floor also shattered, and the entire tower shook. All three tails behind Puryang Holy Spring were exposed, emitting a dim holy spirit light from time to time. "Oh, did you escape?" Puryang Shangquan said with a suspicious face again. This person doesn't have a long memory, right? Why is he so arrogant?" Those dozen or so Tianjiao were extremely angry. They were not angry that the Puryang Holy Spring broke free and arrogantly provoked. They were angry that they interrupted Bai Qingshue to tell the legendary story of Feng Yeshue. These Tianjiao instantly exerted coercion, wanting to suppress them again. Unfortunately, this trick is useless. At most it can limit the speed. However, one of Jiu Shuyu's magical powers is the magical power to increase his own speed, so this trick is completely useless. Puryang Holy Spring used all three supernatural powers, speed, strength, and confinement. When those Tianjiao wanted to attack, they were imprisoned. Almost instantly they were imprisoned. The extremely fast speed of the Puryang Holy Spring came to them in an instant, stopping in front of a Tianjiao, and he smiled slightly. Then he used his spiritual power to strike with all his might and hit away. That Tianjiao also resisted with all his might. Due to the confinement, his mobility, body skills, and some spiritual power were all restricted, and he could not use all his strength. Even in this case, he resisted. The first one resisted, and before he could be happy, the second attack followed. He hurriedly resisted with all his might, and the second attack also resisted. But the third hit followed like a raptor. Just like this again and again. Puryang Holy Spring was very arrogant, and said loudly and arrogantly, "You weren't very good just now, but now Feng Shui is taking turns. I want to see, you can resist once, twice, you can't resist all the time, right?" The rest of the Tianjiao were imprisoned. They also tried their best to start to break free, but unfortunately the magical power of the eight-tailed holy fox was able to imprison the speed at which they could operate their spiritual power. It was almost impossible to break free as quickly as possible, and they all set their sights on Yu Qingfeng. Soon, the Tianjiao couldn't hold on any longer. After seeing it, Puryang Shangquan also laughed and said, said arrogantly, it seems that you Tianjiao are still not good. No.
Die here for me.
Yu Qingfeng nodded to Xian Manqing of the Snake Man clan, and Xian Manqing also got up immediately, his body like a spring
burst out. The speed was so fast that you could hear the sound of the air cutting. Almost in a breath, he came behind Pure Yang Holy Spring and made a beautiful turn, driving his tail to throw out like a long whip. She said softly, magical powers, fatal blows. This blow directly hit Pure Yang Holy Spring's abdomen, and his entire body was instantly knocked away by dozens of meters. Pure Yang Shengquan looked at Xian Manqing in some shock. He didn't expect that Xian Manqing's strength was so strong. Why is there still Tianjiao? By the way, there is also Feng Yeshua, and the 7 or 8 of you around him, miscalculated, but so what? Ha, the heart-stealing Gu Lotus is worthy of you. You can find so many Tianjiao. But it's all useless. Now I have mastered all the magical powers of this body, and I am invincible under these peerless magical powers. You all bury it here. The powerful energy of magical power imprisonment instantly swept through the entire tower, and this time the magical power was pushed to everyone, including Yu Qingfeng. Pure Yang Holy Spring stood up tremblingly. Seeing that they were all imprisoned, no one said, it seems that I will be the final winner. The other Tianjiao felt a little desperate. At this moment, Qingfeng smiled slightly and said in a gentle tone, are you happy too early? Everyone looked at Yu Qingfeng. Feng Zhoushuan, Bai Qingxue, Ji Mingyuan, all lit up. Is he finally going to do it? The other Tianjiao looked at Yu Qing hopefully. Pure Yang Shengquan said disdainfully, Feng Yeshue, you can get rid of my confinement, but I heard others blow you to the sky. Don't worry, I'll leave you last. Oh, is it a breeze stepping out? The divine aura flowed through his body, and the suffocating coercion followed. The dust on the ground began to drift away, and it seemed that he did not dare to approach the whitem. Pure Yang Shengquan looked at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief and said confusedly, how did you get rid of my magical powers? It seems that your strength is really good, but you definitely can't move this time, right? Magical power imprisonment. The breeze stopped, and before the Pure Yang Holy Spring could be arrogant, the clear breeze once again stepped slowly towards the Pure Yang Holy Spring. The stronger the momentum on his body, the more coercion he takes, the more coercion will increase 100-fold. This kind of coercion was not only aimed at the Pure Yang Holy Spring, but also the coercion that all the Tianjiao present could feel. Pure Yang Holy Spring was beating wildly, and an uneasy feeling suddenly came to him. His heart began to waver. Is what Bai Qingxue said true? Defeat this body with just one blow. Defeat such a powerful body with one blow? No way. This is absolutely impossible. He decisively vetoed this idea and continued to release magical powers against Yu Qingfeng. Magical power imprisonment. Several magical powers were released in a row, and the spiritual power of the Pure Yang Holy Spring almost bottomed out, and the imprisonment imprisoned on the Tianjiao of other races was also not maintained with energy. But they still don't move. It's not that they don't dare to move, but they can't move at all. Under the absolute coercion of Qingfeng, everything seems so small, and the faces of these Tianjiao are extremely wonderful. There is sluggishness, confusion, shock, joy, and disbelief. Almost compose all the expressions. They really didn't expect that Feng Yeshua, such a gentle person, would have such an amazing momentum. Pure Yang Holy Spring had already knelt down unconsciously. He looked at Yu Qingfeng with a broken face, his teeth were about to crack, and his eyes were staring. Magical power imprisoned, he used his magical power again. Poof! Pure Yang Holy Spring spat out a mouthful of blood directly, and his face instantly became haggard, and his spiritual power dissipated greatly. Is this the backlash of the origin? Curse, origin backlash square root life hangs by a thread square root. Ah, didn't I absorb the source perfectly? Why was it still backlashed? Did you do it? At this time, Qingfeng had already come to the front of Pure Yang Holy Spring, looked down and said arrogantly, it's not yours after all. Pure Yang Shengquan looked up, saw Qingfeng's indifferent eyes through the evil ghost mask, and immediately felt sluggish. The kind of look down on all living beings was something he had never seen before, as if everything was equal at the same time. That's right. In his eyes, everything is equal. Everything is a fodder. At the same time, the words spoken by Qingfeng kept lingering in his ears like a magic sound in his ears. When Pure Yang Holy Spring looked at Qingfeng again, it was like seeing the devil. It seems that the breeze is not wearing a mask at all. Ah, ahaha, I'm invincible after all. The next moment he turned to say, it's not mine after all. Ahaha, it's not mine after all. Pure Yang Xingquan's face became extremely crazy, very distorted, fearful for a while, afraid for a while, and from time to time he would mutter, it's not mine after all. It's like crazy. Curse, Dao Xin collapse square root. Yu Qingfeng also shook his head when he saw such a Pure Yang Holy Spring, and secretly said in his heart, why is a good person so stupid? I don't know who did it. Harm. What about the heart-stealing Gu Lotus? I have solved the Pure Yang Holy Spring and he still can't come out. Do you really have to stay on the empty island all the time, and finally lose your soul? Qingfeng got up and looked down at everything around him, and the psychological pressure rose inexplicably for anyone he saw. After scanning for a week, Qingfeng did not see the figure of the heart-stealing Gu Lotus. Alas! Alas, forget it. Seeing those Tianjiao's fearful eyes, Xingfeng's purpose was also achieved. There is no need for the heart-stealing Gu Lotus.
Xingfeng said in a gentle but cold tone, it's time to end. After saying that, he raised a hand. Mental power is attached to the hand. He directly grabbed Zhou Shuyu's eyebrows, and this time he directly penetrated the soul sea and accurately grasped the pure young holy spring. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, abruptly pulled out the soul of the pure young holy spring. The pure yang holy spring in the soul state was instantly panicked when he saw this scene, and his consciousness that was originally impacted by Yu Qingfeng briefly returned. He said in horror and hesitation, "This is impossible. How can you have such a strong spiritual power as a gold?" Qingfeng didn't speak. His right hand twisted into an orchid finger. His thumb and middle finger pinched the soul of the pure young holy spring. His hand gradually became frosty, and the middle finger also emitted a golden noble and shining light. This light gradually formed a new color through Han Yu's hand, turquoise. The Tianjiao watching from a distance all had a feeling that they wanted to get closer, because the light in Xingfeng's hands was so beautiful. But the beautiful Holy Spirit also exudes infinite danger. He could feel the weight of the power in it. Once he was hit, it would definitely be a soul-shattering ending. He began to struggle wildly, begging for mercy and saying, "Can you let me go? I just want to live. Just give me a body and let me live, okay?" Xingfeng didn't listen and always stared at him with that indifferent look. In the end, he squeezed hard, and under the power of the supreme middle finger in Han Yu's hand, his soul broke instantly, and in the last sound, I'm not reconciled. In the next second, the smoke dissipated, and the death disappeared. Not so long ago, Zhou Shuyu had actually slowly woken up. His consciousness was very vague. He wanted to come to his senses, but his mental strength was not enough, until the pure yang holy spring was backlashed. The retrospective of the original energy made him sober up and replenish a little mental strength. He could see everything he did in the future. In particular, Xingfeng forcibly opened the soul sea, and the hand that covered the sky and sun in the soul sea deeply shocked his heart. At this moment, he looked dull. He couldn't believe that Xingfeng's strength was so strong. He couldn't believe that it was Yu Qingfeng who saved him in the end. At this moment, he was a little moved. Yu Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. The coercion gradually subsided, and Tianjiao, who had been standing and not daring to move, finally relaxed at this moment. They were all directly paralyzed to the ground. Yu Qingfeng walked towards them slowly, and those Tianjiao instinctively wanted to escape, but they couldn't stand up. Their winning spirit is gone at this moment. Qingfeng came to them, took off his mask to reveal his exquisite, elegant and handsome face, and said slowly, "Are you okay? Come on, stand up. It's okay, it's back to normal now." The voice was gentle and elegant, like a breeze blowing, suppressing their awe and fear, and began to be inexplicably grateful, and the Tianjiao in front of Qingfeng also tentatively grabbed Yu Qingfeng's hand and finally stood up. In this way, Qingfeng pulled everyone up. Qingfeng was quickly surrounded by these Tianjiao, and miscellaneous words followed. He smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone, I'm really sorry just now. I rarely release coercion, and once I do, it's hard to control. As compensation, I will make you a good dish here and entertain you." After hearing this, those Tianjiao also suddenly realized. When they looked at Yu Qingfeng again, Qingfeng had already hid in a corner and started cooking. Several Tianjiao did not get closer. Instead, they gathered together to discuss, and one of them said, "Brother Feng is really as Bai Qingxue said. At that time, I thought that Bai Qingxue liked Brother Feng and exaggerated. It doesn't seem to be the case now, and it's even a bit smaller." Several Tianjiao also nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Yes, this time, Brother Feng was born, rarely against the enemy. The aura may be released for the first time, and the result accidentally suppressed me and waited. If I wait for Tianjiao to encounter this situation, I may disdain it. Brother Feng still apologizes sincerely. He doesn't have any arrogant shelf at all, and in the end he has to wait for me to cook as compensation. Even such achievements are not too proud, triumphant, but secretly retreat to the corner. It's a blessing for us to meet Brother Feng. Yes, it's still thanks to Bai Qingxue, Ji Mingyuan, and others. Bai Qingxue and Ji Mingyuan secretly listened to their conversation, and a sense of superiority arose in their hearts. It was as if they were talking about Yu Qingfeng's goodness. At this moment, Xingfeng took the cooking equipment and began to make the meal. At the same time, he was also thinking wildly about how to deceive those Tianjiao's natural materials and treasures. Since he had thought it through, Xingfeng found that it didn't seem to work anyway, and he had to make a little sacrifice if he wanted to succeed. Only in this way can we get it justifiably and uprightly. Soon, Xingfeng took out a series of tools in his space backpack, including chairs, tables and other items. His table was oversized. If it was crowded, it could seat about 50 people. It can be said that it is very huge. Xingfeng made all the dishes he knew could improve cultivation and improve physique, and neatly placed on the table. The tempting aroma instantly wafted out, and more than 20 Tianjiao looked at it together. At this moment, on the only way to the empty island that they did not pay attention to, a dark shadow was secretly observing. The black shadow glanced at Zhou Shuyu lying on the ground, and also said to himself with some triumph, "What a fool, although that body is powerful. But it's not invincible. These Tianjiao outside are no worse than Zhou Shuyu."
While the black shadow mocked, he also looked at the crowd. He was looking for a suitable target. Yes, it was to take the house. When he was still on the empty island, he forcibly absorbed the golden natural material and earth treasure. Although it was wasted a lot, it also made the soul extremely powerful. Now the reserved spiritual power is just right for a forced takeover. This black shadow is the heart-stealing Gu Lotus. His brows furrowed slightly in his soul-body state. He didn't understand why these Tianjiao wanted to gather together. He originally wanted to sneak into Jiao Shuyu's body, compete with Pure Yang Holy Spring. Now that there are so many people, even if they are careful, they will definitely be discovered, and if they take away the innate pride, I am afraid it will be the same. It may even be defended, or I'll take someone else's away. After looking at it, after thinking about it, he decided to give up a person who was not eye-catching, with average strength and talent, such as Yu Qingfeng, who had been cooking in obscurity in the corner and seemed to be isolated. Hey, this kid is just right, lonely. I remember that he seems to be seriously injured. If this is the case, his mental strength must be very weak. It's simply a body prepared for him. You can't blame me for this. Who told you that you were seriously injured and couldn't go on? He rushed towards Yu Qingfeng. At the same time, those Tianjiao would secretly observe Yu Qingfeng from time to time, and the reason why they were like this was because they were hungry. The dishes made by Qingfeng are so fragrant. They were all embarrassed and walked over as soon as possible. So they are all waiting for Yu Qingfeng's solicitation. It was at this time that they saw a shocking scene. A soul visible to the naked eye was running in the direction of Yu Qingfeng, and they were suddenly shocked and then slowly returned to normal. Even began to feel a little sorry for this soul. The 16-year-old Han Tianjiao said, "The ruins are really dangerous, and the people who take the house are everywhere. If only I had the strength of Brother Feng in me, it would be good. At least you can protect yourself, right? But whose soul is this? So stupid. Who was wrong? In the end, I chose Brother Feng, which was really unlucky. Ha, maybe he saw Brother Feng alone and wanted to relieve his boredom." After hearing this, more than 20 Tianjiao laughed loudly. After seeing Yu Qingfeng's strength, these Tianjiao no longer panicked, and even began to bet on how long this soul could last in Yu Qingfeng's hands. They all started to watch with the mentality of watching a play. Heart-grasping Du Lian heard those crowds laughing, and she also sneered in her heart. Laugh. In the end, the winner is not me, and the more you chat, the less you will notice me. However, what heart-stealing Gu Lian didn't know was that the more than 20 Tianjiao present, including Yu Qingfeng, had already noticed him. At this time, Yu Qingfeng was making chicken soup. I didn't care about him, and even complained about him. This heart-stealing Gu Lotus is really annoying. You don't come early. You have to wait until I cook, right? Alas, wait for me to put the salt away before I clean you up. The heart-stealing Gu Lotus saw that Qingfeng was concentrating on cooking, and the pride in his heart became more and more obvious. Ha, I am really smart with such foresight. In more than 10 seconds, he came to Yu Qingfeng's face, and then seized the opportunity to jump directly into Yu Qingfeng's eyebrows. Shua! Before he had time to be proud, he passed through the back of Yu Qingfeng's head. Heart-stealing Gu Lotus? Qingfeng tasted it and felt that the taste was almost over, and he also pinched him with a slow turn, and Han Yu's hand and the supreme middle finger were activated again. Heartflayer Gu Lian was shocked. He could feel the power in it. It was so terrifying. He wanted to break free from Yu Qingfeng's fingers, but he couldn't break free at all, and the turquoise light flashed out again. He also became more and more flustered, but no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Finally, he looked at Yu Qingfeng in shock and said, "What's going on? Why didn't I enter your soul sea? I know I'm going to die, at least. Let me know why." Qingfeng unhurriedly opened the system group, then clicked on the video, turned to look at heart-stealing Gu Lian strangely, and smiled at the corners of his mouth. It was obviously a very warm smile, but at this moment it looked so weird, and the scalp of the heart-winning Gu Lotus was numb, and an uneasy feeling came to her. Yu Qingfeng said with spiritual power, "It's very simple. This is my clone, not my body." The pupils of the heart-stealing Gu Lotus dilated, and her soul trembled. This is the sound. This voice was too familiar to him, and it was this voice that pointed him to steal the source of the pure young holy spring before. Now this voice has reappeared, and the deity of the voice was right in front of him. How could he not be surprised? It turns out that he is the real mastermind. So we are the ones who are calculated. How do you say it? Pure yang holy spring won't hang up too. He wanted to speak out loud, but he couldn't say it at all, and was completely suppressed by Yu Qingfeng's mental power. He was afraid. It was the kind of great fear that had never been seen before, and in the end he was crushed by Qingfeng's hand and dissipated between heaven and earth. Qingfeng shook his hand, then cancelled the video and posted it in the group. Ding! Yu Qingfeng, group owner, uploaded a video. Yu Qingfeng, group leader at, "It's this guy who said that your food is not delicious, and I will help you kill it now. Chef system, LV2. Thank you, group leader. You are really the best. I know that I have been in a bad mood because of this recently. Thank you so much. I will watch this video repeatedly to feel at ease. The system, forget it, sister. Let go of your obsession. You don't have to." The Tianjiao who watched the scene not far away all secretly swallowed their saliva, and a taboo was set up in their collective hearts. That is, you must not be an enemy of Brother Feng. They couldn't catch that move alone,
alone, not to mention that he was still a Fox Clan, and his talent also had at least 3 tails. In other words, there are at least 3 magical powers that are useless. Brother Feng's strength is really terrifying, Bai Qingxue said softly. Tianjiu and the others nodded in agreement. After Qingfeng solved all this, he continued to cook. About 4 hours later, Qingfeng also finished the dishes, and greeted loudly, "Brothers, I'm ready. Come and taste it." Those Tianjiao's eyes lit up after hearing this, and they came to the dining table almost instantly, and their eyes lit up when they saw a large table full of food. After Qingfeng distributed the chopsticks and bowls to them, he also said embarrassedly, "Everyone, some food is just ordinary food. The food with the cultivation effect is placed in the center. You all taste it." Except for Ji Mingyuan and Bai Qingxue, the other Tianjiao didn't care. They had grown up eating spiritual food since they were children, and now there were almost very few spiritual foods that were useful to them. "Okay, you can eat. I won't eat it. I've eaten a little when I'm cooking." Ji Mingyuan couldn't help it after hearing this. His right hand was as fast as lightning, and he went directly to the chicken soup. The speed can be said to be very fast. A bowl of soup was served in less than a second. Seeing this scene, the dozen or so Tianjiao expressed incomprehension. "It's obviously just a chicken soup. Even if it's spiritual food, it won't be like this, right?" Presumably, Brother Ji was too hungry. Just when they thought Ji Mingyuan was too hungry, Bai Qingxue also moved. Her speed was faster. Almost in a breath, and afterimage, she pinched the chicken legs in the chicken soup, and then Feng Jiushuang, she took the whole chicken soup directly and enjoyed it alone. After Ji Mingyuan and Bai Qingxue saw it, they were also angry, and they both looked at Yu Qingfeng aggrievedly. Yu Qingfeng was also embarrassed, smiled, and said, "It's okay, isn't it just a chicken soup? I still have a lot here. 1 can for each of you." Qingfeng took out more than 20 cans from the space ring. Before the chicken soup was opened, the aroma of chicken soup inside wafted out. He slowly put the chicken soup in front of these Tianjiao, and then said with a smile, "Try them all. By the way, except for the chicken soup, there is no second plate because some other dishes are scarce." Tianjiao and the others also nodded after hearing this, then stood up and said, "It's okay, Brother Feng has a heart." Qingfeng waved his hand and said, "It's just a matter of raising your hand, let's use it as compensation." More than a dozen Tianjiao looked at Ji Mingyuan and the others before eating. Seeing that they were eating so deliciously, he secretly swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, "Is it really that delicious? Since it was made by Brother Feng, it should taste very good." They open, smell it. Then he couldn't help but take a sip. His eyes lit up, and he took another sip of soup. His expression changed, and his shocked appearance was as if he had discovered a new continent, not caring about his own image. Also started to eat like crazy. This scene made the other Tianjiao a little sluggish. A few Tianjiao who hadn't eaten yet asked a Tianjiao who was eating crazy and said, "Brother, stop for a moment, is it really that delicious?" The Tianjiao glanced at her and then said, "That's natural, that chicken is very tender. Take a bite and your whole body trembles. There is an indescribable fragrance rippling between the lips and teeth which cannot be dissipated for a long time, and after swallowing, the aftertaste is long, and there is a faint medicinal aroma of Codonopsis astragalus mixed with the unique taste of chicken, and the whole body is full of energy. The most important thing is that I can actually feel that my cultivation speed seems to be accelerating, and my originally tired body is becoming more and more vigorous at this moment, especially the kidneys. This is the strongest I have ever felt before." The 16-year-old strong Tianjiao had already eaten. Hearing this sentence, he also said very approvingly, that's right, it's extreme. This soup is like fine wine, and the tongue licks the lips and has an endless aftertaste. Alas, why haven't you eaten yet? Otherwise, I would like to exchange it with you with the blue heavenly material and earth treasure." Those Tianjiao were naturally unwilling. The 16-year-old strong Tianjiao was also disappointed, glanced at Yu Qingfeng awkwardly, and then started eating. "When I ate the dishes in the center, my hands trembled a little. Said loudly, 'It's so delicious, Brother Feng, are you still short of apprentices?'" The other Tianjiao looked at the dishes in the center and their eyes lit up. They all took a bite of it. After eating, they looked at the dishes in the center again, just like seeing a long-lost Taoist companion, wanting to eat. Seeing their gobbling up, Qingfeng also felt speechless, and secretly said in his heart, "It seems that the treatment of the clans and other races is not very good. Look, I can't eat enough. By the way, can the golden natural materials and earth treasures on the empty island still be used? If I don't go and take a look, maybe I can still use it." So he said to those Tianjiao, "Everyone, eat slowly. I'll go to that empty island to take a look, and if you have anything, you can go there to find me." Then Qingfeng left without looking back. Tianjiao's eyes lit up after hearing this, and they all nodded. After they were sure that Yu Qingfeng had completely left, the dishes in the center were no longer gentle clips. Instead, he took it directly and robbed it. Qingfeng came to the golden natural materials and earth treasures inside. Really can't be used? At this time, the natural materials and earthly treasures had been completely corroded to the point of being unlooked, and the stench was extremely foul. Where was the light of the Holy Spirit? It has completely turned into a stinky pond. Oh no! But I don't pay attention to a mere golden natural treasure. Qingfeng used water control to pour all these sewage down the empty island, and then condensed pure water to continue to pour on.
That's how it looks.
The breeze condensed a waterbed again, and he lay down comfortably. About 4 hours passed, and Yu Qingfeng, who was lying on the waterbed, slowly woke up and stretched his waist.
Looked around, then get up and go back to the top of the tower.
At this time, all the dishes made by Yu Qingfeng were eaten, and those Tianzhu were also sitting in place with a spirit stone in their hands to meditate and practice.
Bai Qingxue was in a daze in place.
Seeing Yu Qingfeng come back, his eyes lit up, and he jumped to Yu Qingfeng's side. Seeing Bai Qingxue running, Qingfeng also felt that it was time.
It's time to put into action your long-planned plan. God-level acting skills are launched.
Bai Qingxue, who came to Yu Qingfeng's side, saw that Yu Qingfeng seemed to have something on his mind, so he also put his hands behind him, twisted it, and said cautiously, "Brother Feng, do you have anything on your mind?" Yu Qingfeng glanced at Bai Qingxue slightly. Then he nodded and said, "I don't understand my thoughts." When those Tianjiao heard this, they also stopped cultivating, looked at Yu Qingfeng, got up and said with great concern, "Brother Feng, what's wrong with it? Say it, let's share the burden." Yu Qingfeng nodded and said, "The golden natural materials and earth treasures on the empty island have been damaged and become a pile of wastewater." Several Tianjiao were also shocked,
but he didn't say anything, waiting for the follow-up of Qingfeng.
Qingfeng pretended to hesitate and struggled, and said, "Actually, I got a chance when I came in, and I found 20 kinds of golden natural materials and earth treasures at that opportunity." What all the Tianjiao were shocked.
Bai Qingxue immediately pulled Yu Qingfeng and said, "Brother Feng, really? If it really is, why say it?"
Yu Qingfeng pulled Bai Qingxue back, then took a deep look at those Tianjiao and said, "It's true." Then Qingfeng took out 20 kinds of golden natural materials and earth treasures. Those Tianjiao stared at these golden natural materials and earthly treasures closely, and after looking at them for a long time, they calmed down,
and said, "Brother Feng, there are so many natural materials and earth treasures. What other thoughts do you have that you don't understand?"
Yu Qingfeng's face changed significantly for a while, and he pretended to be tormented and said, "I want to share some with you." When Qingfeng said this, all the Tianjiao present were shocked, and what shocked these Tianjiao the most was this. He seemed to have let go of the boulder in his heart after saying this.
Safe, magnanimous. They can't understand, really, very incomprehensible. Bai Qingxue couldn't sit still, and quickly said, "Brother Feng, why is this? This kind of great opportunity is your chance. Why should you share it with others?"
Ji Mingyuan and others also nodded in agreement. Qingfeng said with a lonely face, "I did think so at first, but when I saw you, there are other Tianjiao, all of whom are outstanding talents. How can they not have a good foundation? If you have this natural material and earth treasure, your heritage, foundation, and strength will also be improved by a few grades in the future, and you will also be the leading peerless Tianjiao at that time.
At that time, we can also drink and talk together as we do now. Instead of me being far ahead of you, until the end you can't even see the steps I left. That's too lonely."
Alas, Yu Qingfeng sighed again, his lonely and arrogant temperament slowly floated on him, making people look a little distressed. However, Qingfeng thought secretly in his heart, "Indeed, I have overtaken you with the golden natural materials and earthly treasures, and I am not a person who likes to involute, so I use red.
Well, I'm still a little too considerate now."
However, these words were the best plan that I deduced for several hours, and there should be no changes. I'm not a greedy person, and I'll quit the secret realm after this vote. Cultivate well in the wooden house, and when the bottleneck is reached, it is time to leave Tianhu City. I don't know if those search teams are still looking for me. Forget it. When I leave Tianhu City, I choose a live broadcast system to start a live broadcast so that they can rest assured. When Qingfeng thinks about future action plans, those Tianjiao fell into deep thought when they heard Qingfeng's words. If Jiao Shuyu said this, those Tianjiao would only say a sentence of pretending to be a criminal. But it was different when Qingfeng said it. His strength was obvious to all, and now almost no one could beat him. What's going on? If these golden natural materials and earth treasures are used as the foundation, at that time, the gap will probably be a chasm. As Qingfeng said, they could still see his shadow at the beginning, but in the end they might not even be able to see the footprints. Desperately catching up. In the end, I found that the gap was getting bigger and bigger. Bai Qingxue and Ji Mingyuan's eyes were red. They really didn't expect that Yu Qingfeng would still have this kind of mind, just eating a meal together and praising him for the delicious food he cooked, which could make him treat him sincerely. The other Tianjiao also glanced at each other. The eyes are also slightly red. They are born at the beginning of intrigues, competing for resources, and finally overpowering the crowd. It has achieved the current name of Tianjiao. People only saw the glamour of these Tianjiao, but no one knew their troubles and pains. The Yu Qingfeng that appears now is like a ray of light. They collectively said, "Brother Feng, no, if we take it, I'm afraid we will be ashamed. Besides, this was your chance." Alas, Yu Qingfeng pretended to sigh. Then he took back those natural materials and earthly treasures, and then looked at those Tianjiao regretfully and said, "If you don't want it, my heart will not be smooth. The idea is not clear. Why don't you think about it together?" Ji Mingyuan wanted to say something, but in the end he wanted to say something, and what he wanted to say was on his lips, but he just couldn't say it.
Oh, Ji Mingyuan finally returned it, and he was annoyed. annoyed.
Bai Qingxue glanced at Yu Qingfeng deeply, then thought deeply, and finally made up her mind and said, "Brother Feng, then let's discuss it."
Yu Qingfeng's god-level acting skills were launched again.
He pretended to be relieved and nodded. His worries seemed to have eased a little, and then he looked around, found a corner, and sat cross-legged. He pretended to practice, but in fact he opened the system chat group and bragged and farted with the systems inside. Bai Qingxue and those Tianjiao saw Qingfeng take the initiative to give in and leave, and they also looked at each other. Then on the spot, start discussing.
Feng Zhoushuan said uncomfortably, "What should we do now? Brother Feng's golden natural materials and earthly treasures, should we take them?" Bai Qingxue sighed, shook her head and said, "It shouldn't be." Those Tianjiao looked at Bai Qingxue,
and her eyes were slightly red, and then she secretly glanced at Yu Qingfeng in the distance again, and said slowly, "Brother Feng, where is the idea that you don't understand? I'm afraid Brother Feng wasn't so happy when he was on the empty island. He just wanted a few partners to face the future together and fight side by side."
Ji Mingyuan asked, "Why do you say that? Do you remember when I told you before that Brother Feng was the 9th princess?" Bai Qingxue asked.
Those Tianjiao nodded and said, "Naturally, I know, you told us not long ago."
Brother Feng was favored by the 9th princess because of his outstanding talent,
and he hid it and cultivated it alone. Bai Qingxue said with some sadness, "That's right. Since I was a child, I have been hidden in the snow, cultivating on the empty island every day, and I have never seen anyone else, and the only companion is probably the 9th princess.
That's why.
Only then did he cultivate a person like Brother Feng, a real upright gentleman. He didn't know how to calculate, he didn't know how to be sophisticated, and he didn't know that there were bad people in the world. I don't know the sinister nature of people's hearts." They all unconsciously looked in the direction of Yu Qingfeng. At this time, Yu Qingfeng was sitting in the corner, motionless, and the lonely aura rose inexplicably, and those Tianjiao suddenly thought of his eyes.
What kind of eyes are they?
It was a lifeless look without any brilliance. Everything was dark and lifeless, obviously so gentle, but the eyes do not have any brilliance. Ji Mingyuan couldn't help but say, "That kind of loneliness, he probably doesn't want to endure it anymore."
This time I finally met us.
But he was afraid that we would not be able to catch up with him, so he directly shared the crucial golden natural treasure with us.
Brother Feng, it's so lonely.
If we take his natural treasure,
I'm afraid that the heart of becoming stronger will also be unhappy.
More than a dozen Tianjiao were deeply touched. They are intrigued. If they have this kind of natural treasure, I am afraid they will not take it out to share even if they die. It is precisely because of this strong contrast that they cannot accept it. The 16-year-old strongman Tianjiao wiped his tears and said, "Damn it, Brother Feng, I remember this person, he will be my forever partner. We can't want this natural treasure no matter what."
A Tianjiao nodded and said, "But if we don't want it, what will Brother Feng think of us? Will you still treat us as bosom brothers?" Everyone was silent again.
Ji Mingyuan clenched his fists and said, "Even if you don't treat us as friends, at least you can't let Brother Feng lose his future. This natural material and earth treasure cannot be asked no matter what."
Tianjiao agreed very much and said, "That's right, even if you lose Brother Feng, compared with Brother Feng's future, what is this? We absolutely can't want this golden natural material and earth treasure."
"Yes, that's right."
Meanwhile, system chat group.
Yu Qingfeng, group leader at, you can broadcast live anywhere, right?
Crowd system, why did the group leader suddenly say this? Do you want to start a live broadcast to play?
Women's clothing system, LV2 the group owner wants to choose the live broadcast system. How can he not choose me? I am a perfect match for the live broadcast system. Live broadcast system, LV3 at, yes, as long as you are not on the other side of the universe, you can basically broadcast live. When I bind it then, I will bind you a live broadcast platform. At that time, the group owner only needs to click to start the live broadcast to be in the live broadcast room, and the rest, for example, the background, camera movement, special effects, songs, I will solve it for you. Yu Qingfeng, group leader. I see, that relationship is good, that.
I'll go down first, I have something to deal with. When I'm done, I'll take a closer look at the details.
Yu Qingfeng originally wanted to continue to learn the details of the live broadcast system, but he could sense that those Tianjiao were slowly walking towards him.
It's still important to get down to business.
Judging from the speed at which they came, it should have been decided. He slowly opened his eyes. Seeing their determined appearance, Qingfeng felt a little bad, and the Tianjiao said firmly to Qingfeng, "We have decided.
Brother Feng, we will never accept it, and if we do, I am afraid that the mind will not be understandable. I really feel ashamed of it."
Yu Qingfeng was stunned.
In my heart, I began to complain wildly. Don't you all shirk it? Why did you say this sentence so firmly?
Good guys, are they all so united?
This is a golden natural material and earth treasure. Don't you Tianjiao, not a single race want it? Could it be that I miscalculated? These Tianjiao are not from the big family? Or is it that when these Tianjiao are in various families, there is no intrigue at all, and they all grow like flowers in a greenhouse? That's not right.
You must know that resources are limited, and the purple natural materials and earth treasures outside the secret will be beaten to death by you.
What should I do with this?
Originally, Qingfeng wanted to use the golden natural materials and earth treasures as bait, and then make himself look benevolent benevolent and righteous. Not only can they stabilize their position as upright gentlemen in their hearts, but they will also be labeled as ignorant of the world.
In this way, those Tianjiao would not be afraid of Yu Qingfeng's force.
Those Tianjiao must have felt a little ashamed when they heard Qingfeng's benevolent words, and then refused. But after all, this is a golden natural material and earth treasure, and the opportunity to ascend to the sky Yao to lead in one step is right in front of you, and it is impossible for no one to grasp it.
Some of them must be wanted, right?
Because of this, Qingfeng gave them time to think and decide alone. As long as one person stood up, other Tianjiao would also show greed. Finally, he came to Qingfeng, struggled to shirk again, and finally reluctantly accepted. Then Qingfeng can use this reason to deceive them of the purple natural materials and earth treasures. Now the first few steps are right, but the back seems to be out of order. If I had known that I would not have been a water group, I should have eavesdropped. If Yu Qingfeng chose to eavesdrop and overhear by Qingshua's sky-defying brain supplement, he would definitely smile bitterly.
Then he said, I finally calculated once, but you made me lose, so completely, ha ha ha.
But fortunately, Qingfeng is very steady, and there is also plan B. Since it can't be cheated, it is used in exchange. He looked at those Tianjiao seriously, and then instantly launched the god-level acting skills. His aura changed slightly. There was some sadness on his face, and then there was disappointment. He got up and paced back and forth, and finally said with a hint of firmness on his face, you don't want this natural treasure.
Then I don't want it either.
Qingfeng took out the golden natural material and earth treasure, and he was about to destroy it with the supreme middle finger. Tianjiao was also shocked when they heard this, and hurriedly stopped it. Bai Qingshua directly hugged Yu Qingfeng and said, Brother Feng, these natural materials and earth treasures are all divine objects.
As long as you have one of them, you can avoid taking many detours when you break through to the extraordinary in the future.
The other Tianjiao also echoed, yes, yes. These Tianjiao really couldn't have imagined that he could have such determination.
Qingfeng's hand stopped and said to them, I understand, or Feng is abrupt. I didn't take into account your feelings.
Bai Qingshua and Ji Mingyuan were also relieved. Qingfeng continued, otherwise, I will exchange my golden heavenly materials and earth treasures for all your purple heavenly materials and earth treasures. Immediately, they felt 5 thunderstorms, and they thought in their hearts that Brother Feng hadn't given up yet.
Yu Qingfeng saw them hesitating and continued to strike while the iron was hot, and said, aren't you still willing?
Then I have to destroy all the natural materials and earthly treasures. Develop on the same foundation as you.
We do. Bai Qingshua and Ji Mingyuan hurriedly said.
Tianjiao's eyes were red, and their hearts were shocked. Almost in an instant, they figured out why Yu Qingfeng would say something. This is to take care of their faces. Brother Feng would still wait for me at this time. I would actually think that it was because we Tianjiao took care of our faces and hurt our self-esteem that we didn't want this golden natural treasure. If you can't give it directly, then change it in disguise. As for why they didn't suspect that Qingfeng had set his sights on their natural materials and earthly treasures, the reason was very simple. The golden heavenly materials and earthly treasures were far more precious than the purple heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Besides, at this point, no one will doubt Qingfeng anymore. Ji Mingyuan muttered softly, Brother Feng still cares about us like this in the end. I, Ji Mingyuan, can meet him in this life, it's worth it. Which 16-year-old strong Tianjiao was even more moved to cry, hugged the Tianjiao next to him, and said in a trembling voice, no, I want to introduce my precious sister to Brother Feng.
Feng Yeshua can deal with a person who values affection and righteousness.
Yes, I also want to introduce my sister to him. Brother Feng, if you encounter difficulties in the future, you must come to me. This relic is taken care of by you.
In this way, these Tianjiao began to tell their hearts.
Qingfeng saw them like this, and he was even a little touched. Listening to their experiences, Qingfeng will smile from time to time. Seeing this kind of happy appearance, Yu Qingfeng was also a little moved. At this moment, Qingfeng actually felt that they were a little cute. Alas, they are all flesh and blood people. Why do you have to calculate the world so deeply? It's good to be clean in your heart.
This can be regarded as a reminder to me.
At least I can see these Tianjiao, and they treat me sincerely. It seems that the plan for the future.
There is no need to continue to implement it.
Originally, Qingfeng's plan behind was to control the main body and then snatch back the golden natural materials and earth treasures.
Now it seems.
That's all. I, Yu Qingfeng, am not the kind of heartless person. Anyway, these natural treasures are enough for me.
There is no need to stay in this secret realm any longer. It's time to leave.
After chatting with them for about 5 hours, Qingfeng also got up and said to these Tianjiao, my purpose and natural materials and treasures have also been collected.
It is my honor to meet you nobles on this trip, and it's almost time for me to leave. If I have time, I'll see you in Tianhu City then.
More than 20 Tianjiao also felt quite sudden after hearing this, and wanted to pull Qingfeng to stay for a longer period of time. Brother Feng, there are still 2 months left in this secret realm, so it is better to stay for a while.
Yes, Brother Feng. If you want to cultivate or break through, it's the same here. A few of us will protect you.
Qingfeng heard their retention, and also smiled. The trip to the secret realm, I was just for the treasure of heaven and earth, and it is time to leave when the treasure is obtained today. Besides, there is
is no point in me staying. Your purple natural materials and earth treasures have been exchanged with me. Have you thought about your follow-up foundation? The Tianjiao looked embarrassed. Qingfeng continued, there is still a month left, and now is the time for you to find new purple natural materials and earth treasures. Brother Feng is right, we can't slacken, we still have to plan for the future. Brother Feng, see you in Tianhu City. Ji Mingyuan stood up and said. The other Tianjiao also stood up and said, Brother Feng, see you in Tianhu City. Yu Qingfeng also nodded, and when he was about to find his own body, Qingfeng suddenly thought of something, and quickly turned his head and said, these golden natural materials and earth treasures, don't say that they were exchanged, just say that you got them by chance. Then Qingfeng jumped directly from the tower. The Tianjiao of all races looked at each other and smiled, and then said in the direction where Qingfeng left, Brother Feng, don't worry. A few minutes later, Ji Mingyuan and others were also going to separate. They were originally going to continue to look for natural materials and earth treasures, but after Yu Qingfeng, they always felt a little empty, and there was inexplicably something missing in their hearts, and they didn't even have the mind to look for natural materials and earth treasures. The same is true for other Tianjiao. Alas, Ji Mingyuan sighed slightly, got up and said to the other races, Tianjiao, it's time for us to go back, although the purple heavenly material and earth treasure are not there. But it's not a problem at all for us, Ji. Our clans themselves are here for this golden heavenly material and earth treasure, and the clan patriarch also gave an order. You cannot use purple heavenly materials and earth treasures, but the golden heavenly materials and earth treasures must be there. Although I didn't get it, it's nothing, at most it's a punishment. Now that the golden natural materials and earth treasures have been obtained, it is time to leave. Several clans of the Fox clan, Tianjiao, also stood up and nodded to indicate that it was true. Several other races also came for the golden heavenly treasures, and Tianjiao stood up and said, we are too. Although the remaining races were envious, they were not jealous, and they also stood up to see them off and said, everyone, see you in Tianhu City. The Fox clan Tianjiao also took out the tokens one after another, crushed the tokens, and the magic circle in the air flashed, and a streamer of light shone on them. The next moment it disappeared. The remaining 7 or 8 Tianjiao also left the tower and went to find the natural materials and earth treasures. At the same time, under the floating stones on the empty island, Yu Qingfeng also jumped out after finding them leaving. Body. He also said with emotion, as expected of a great force, the Fox tribe and other races have developed for tens of thousands of years and are strong. There is no shortage of purple natural materials and earth treasures at all. He hurriedly came to Jiao Shuyu, who was still lying on the ground, peeled off his clothes and pants again, and then put several white treasures in his space backpack. After finishing, crush all the tokens of Jiao Shuyu. After doing all this, Qingfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. I just almost went back. I almost forgot that there was this thing, but this tower is really high. Qingfeng also took out the token and crushed it, and when Qingfeng saw clearly ahead, he had already returned to the familiar cabin. This gain is really not small. Qingfeng began to count the golden/purple natural materials and earth treasures obtained. Not long ago, Ji Mingyuan and the others came back, causing a big sensation, and the moment they returned, the sky was dyed golden. Almost everyone is holding a golden treasure in their hands. The birth of golden natural materials and earthly treasures. The sky is golden, whether it is clouds or high-rise buildings covered with gold. Everything looks so dazzling and sacred, someone exclaimed. This is a vision of the birth of the golden heavenly material and earth treasure. The heads of various clans watched this scene in shock. They are all very happy. Even September's eyes flashed with shock and surprise. This time the ruins actually had so many golden natural materials and earth treasures. Since these Tianjiao have returned, I don't know if Qingfeng has returned. I really miss him a little without him these days. She looked at the stands. September smiled slightly, and thought to herself, he should be fighting against Jiao Shuyu at this time. Otherwise, Jiao Shuyu should also come back. When September thought of Yu Qingfeng, her mood improved inexplicably. Ji Mingyuan and the others were holding natural materials and earth treasures in their hands, as if showing off their achievements, and the patriarchs of various clans and races also instantly came to the high platform and asked, have you all gotten the golden heavenly materials and earth treasures? Almost instantly, the Tianhu city was detonated, and the Fox clan did not come back except for Jiao Shuyu, and the main Tianjiao of the other clans all came back. The Fox tribe in Tianhu city also talked about this matter with each other. Have you heard? Just now our Fox clan's Tianjiao has come back, and one person is holding a golden natural material and earth treasure. I know. Our Fox clan is going to rise. After hearing this, several of the girls passing by also showed disdain and said, what do you mean that they are all back? Our young master Jia Shuyu hasn't come back yet. When young master Dove comes back, he will definitely have 7 or 8 kinds of golden natural materials and earth treasures in his hand. That's right, that's it. 7 or 8 kinds of golden natural materials and earth treasures? How is this possible? If I remember correctly, the Dove Master is on par with other Tianjia. Yes, I think young Master Dove can only get 2 golden treasures at most. After hearing this, the fox women mocked. The Dove Prince is an 8-tailed holy fox, and he is the 8-tailed holy fox who has been praised by the Half Clan as the most
likely to achieve proud world in recent years. How can this kind of Tianjiao not have 7 or 8 kinds of golden natural materials and earth treasures? Even if not, a gentleman like young Master Dove must have given his natural talents and treasures to other clans Tianjiao. After all, there are so many golden natural materials and earth treasures in this ruins. Young Master Dove takes so much by himself, he must be upset in his heart. Otherwise, how do you explain that each Tianjiao actually has a golden natural material and earth treasure? When the Dove Prince appears, the Tianjiao of other clans will definitely thank him well. Passing by and hearing this sentence nodded secretly. They all felt very reasonable. After all, Zhou Shuyu's previous performance in front of everyone was a decent gentleman. Humility, unpretentiousness, and very strength. In their cognition, such a person is very likely to give up the golden natural materials and earth treasures. Those people who touted the pride of other clans didn't know what to say for a while, and finally could only say awkwardly, "Let's hurry to the central platform and wait for the arrival of young Master Zhou." The other Tianjiao are back, presumably the Dove Master is also coming soon. At that point, we will know the result. Central High Platform. At this time, more and more fox clans gathered under the high platform. They were all curious and waiting for the arrival of Zhou Shuyu. Many fox girls dressed themselves up beautifully, and then they all looked forward to it, welcoming the waiting Zhou Shuyu with the most perfect attitude. Zhou Shuyu's mother is also the head of the Zhou clan, and Zhou Shu is also full of expectations for his son, seeing that there are so many fox tribes looking forward to Zhou Shuyu. She also straightened her body and looked at September coldly and arrogantly, as if to say, "See that this is my son's influence." No way. September was also speechless, but he didn't say much, just looked at the high platform quietly, waiting for Zhou Shuyu's arrival. She was dismissive, she had absolute confidence in Qingfeng. After about 7 or 8 minutes, a white light slowly appeared above the platform again, and a human black shadow slowly appeared in the white light. The Fox clan in the audience said loudly, "Tianjiao is back again." Their eyes widened, wanting to see who the man was. The light on their faces quickly dissipated, and the figure also revealed its true face. "That's Zhou Shuyu." Tianhu City let out a warm shout, just when they were looking forward to Zhou Shuyu's brilliant achievements. They were stunned. It should have been stunned by all the races present. They saw a very shocking fact. That fact was not how powerful Zhou Shuyu was, and vice versa. Even more outrageous, Zhou Shuyu was standing there naked at this moment. His eyes were closed, his face was dark, but he could also see a smile. Outsiders may seem enjoyed it very much. Zhou Shu, September is also confused. Finally, September smiled slightly and said softly in a tone that she could only hear, "Little guy, it's you. You really didn't disappoint me." The fox melon-eating crowd in the audience also reacted, followed by the screams of countless fox girls. Words such as hooligan pervert are said in their mouths. They covered their eyes with their hands and did not dare to look. It seems that they don't want to see this kind of perversion, but if you look at them closely, you will be surprised to find that there is a small crack in the hand that covers their eyes. At this moment, Zhou Shuyu's condition is not very good. His face is a little dark, and his body is full of scars. Zhou Shuyu stood on the stage for a few minutes and then slowly fell to the ground. Zhou Shu also accepted the reality at this time, that is, her son. Just when he wanted to ask a question, he found Zhou Shuyu and then fell to the ground. She immediately noticed something was wrong. He also jumped from a tall building and instantly caught his son who was about to fall to the ground, and took out her clothes and covered it, and quickly used her spiritual power to start checking his body, and her face changed again and again. Finally, he angrily said to Ji Mingyuan and others, "Who did this?" At this moment, Ji Mingyuan and the others were also confused, and they also suddenly remembered, as if they had forgotten Zhou Shuyu. At the same time, they were also confused. Why did Zhou Shuyu come back by himself, or the kind of person who came back naked? Feng Jiu also came to the ring at this time. Seeing Zhou Shuyu's injury, he also twitched, and secretly said in his heart, "Why is this little guy so ruthless? Even the origin of Zhou Shuyu has moved." Zhou Shu was about to lose his mind, and directly asked the other Tianjiao fiercely, "Who did this? So cruel." The Fox tribe and other races of Tianjiao walked out. They all secretly glanced at September, and then told the story of the ruins of the tower half-truthfully. Zhou Shu was stunned. Finally, he said, "You mean that when you snatched the last golden treasure, my son was taken away? Then the origin was refined, and finally a man named Feng Yeshue turned the tide and saved my son? Where is the heavenly material and earth treasure now? Why is my son not wearing anything?" Ji Mingyuan paused and then said, "The golden natural materials and earth treasures were destroyed and became a stinky muddy water. As for why Brother Jiu became like this, we don't know either. Patriarch Dove, you have also seen with your own eyes that we came back a lot earlier than Brother Dove, and there is no chance to attack." Zhou Shu nodded, and she thought in her heart, "It's really hateful. After all, there was still a change. My son became like this, and it would take at least a few years to take care of the source and injury. By then, the Tianjiao of other clans may have reached the Platinum Crystal Realm. However, there are so many changes in the ruins in the small golden secret realm. I'm afraid there is someone who has a heart to climb to the top again and sees my son with evil intentions, stripped my son of all his body, and took away all the natural materials and earth earthly treasures. What's even more excessive is that it is still in my son's space backpack, leaving white natural materials and earth treasures.
Doesn't this mean that my son is not worthy of the natural materials and earth treasures above white? The ninth princess is no longer a simple person.
No wonder he tried to protect the place of that relic before. It turned out that he had already prepared and secretly cultivated Tianjiao. No, that Tianjiao named Feng Yeshua, I have to find out. Since I can forcibly break the barrier of my son's soul sea and easily solve the person who took the house, I am afraid that my mental strength are not trivial. If this kind of genius is born, I am afraid that the prestige of the Feng clan will increase again. Today, the Dove family is humiliated enough, and my son's prestige accumulated over the years has also declined sharply.
At that time, you can only take one step at a time.
Jiao Shu stood up and sighed. Then he bowed to September and said slowly, "Thank you, ninth princess. If it weren't for the ninth princess secretly cultivating this person, I'm afraid my son would have been taken away." Jiao Shu said the word secretly very heavily. It seems that he is complaining that September cultivates this kind of Tianjiao and doesn't say a word to them.
September frowned, but didn't say much.
Jiao Shu continued, "I hope the ninth princess can take me to meet this person, and then the Jiao clan will also bring a generous gift to thank him in public." September smiled slightly and said, "No need, he likes to be quiet. If he wants to thank him, just send the gift to the hall."
What else did Jiao Shu want to say?
But interrupted by September's raising hand, September said with a cold face, "Jiao Shu is not in a very good state now, and he urgently needs to replenish his energy. Jiao Shu, you should take him to heal as soon as possible." After saying that, Feng Jojo disappeared. At this moment, Yu Qingfeng showed a half-ox state, lying lazily in the familiar little quilt. 3 white tails were used as pillows, humming a little song on their mouths, and then they happily fused the golden natural treasures. When Qingfeng came back, he began to count the harvest. This time, there were more than 800 kinds of purple natural materials and earth treasures combined, and Qingfeng repeated it several times.
"Every time I count, I feel extremely happy."
In this way, about 4 minutes passed, and Qingfeng easily fused more than 800 golden natural materials and earth treasures. Now he has a total of 422 kinds of golden natural materials and earth treasures, 20 kinds of red,
Purple one. Woohoo!
Qingfeng began to plan the usefulness of these natural materials and earth treasures. Wait a moment to give some golden natural materials and earth treasures to September, and then the rest is myself. When the time comes, I will devour all those golden heavenly materials and earth treasures, and finally leave a few top red heavenly materials and earth treasures as the foundation.
It's my turn.
Flattered. With so many golden natural materials and earthly treasures as an improvement, my strength is probably going to improve by leaps and bounds.
At that time, my strength will at least be invincible, right? Gold 2 stars, platinum crystal invincible. It may even be the realm of diamonds.
It's cool. I also have the strength to leave Tianhu City and return to the city to live for a while, and any coke, my mobile phone will welcome my arrival.
I will explain you Zijohn's matter then. It's perfect.
Qingfeng rolled happily on the bed, completely unaware that September had arrived. At this moment, September has a smile on her face and squinting fox eyes, which looks very charming. Seeing Qingfeng rolling the sheets on the bed, he also smiled slightly. Then he secretly grabbed his hand and said softly in Qingfeng's ear, "What's the matter? So happy?" The voice is crisp, seductive. Echoing in Qingfeng's mind for a long time, Qingfeng was instantly shocked, quickly got up and looked behind him, and found that September was behind him at some point.
He quickly got up and said, "It's nothing, I just think of something happy. By the way, in September, show you what I have gained,"
Qingfeng said openly. After listening to it in September, he also looked at Yu Qingfeng curiously. Qingfeng took out 220 kinds of golden natural materials and earth treasures from the space ring, and the shining light made September a little dull. Under the influence of so many golden natural materials and earth treasures, the air in the wooden house actually had some healing effects. She subconsciously let go of Qingfeng's hand. Then he pointed to these golden natural materials and earth treasures in disbelief and said, "These are all you worked hard for in the ruins? This is too exaggerated." As the lord and ruler of the 50th floor in September, he had never seen so many golden natural materials and earth treasures. Qingfeng nodded and said proudly, "That's natural, and I don't look at who I am. You can take all these natural materials and earthly treasures." September Fox's ears instantly perked up, then glanced at Qingfeng in surprise and said, "What about you? Don't you take 10 kinds as the foundation?" He smiled mysteriously and said, "I've already picked it up in my space backpack. Besides, these extra golden natural materials and earth treasures are of no use to me. Just take it. Besides, if it weren't for your place, I wouldn't even have a natural treasure."
September nodded and stopped being pretentious.
Put away all the golden natural materials and earth treasures, and then looked at Yu Qingfeng with beautiful eyes. Qingfeng also smiled carelessly. Seeing Qingfeng laughing, September also laughed, and then she slowly approached Qingfeng.
At first, Qingfeng didn't feel anything strange.
But finding that September was getting closer and closer to him, it was also a place where he felt something was wrong, and Qingfeng carefully moved back. As soon as he moved back a little, he moved forward a little
in September, until Qingfeng was forced into a corner. Yu Qingfeng looked at September's beautiful eyes and said, "Septu, are you hungry? If you're hungry, I can burn it for you." Before Qingfeng could finish speaking, September opened her arms and rushed towards Yu Qingfeng, and then rubbed her soft cheeks on Qingfeng's face. A gentle voice came again, "Thank you. This time the sound is a little different. Qingfeng can hear some grievances from it, and I am a little grateful." Yu Qingfeng seemed to think of something, hesitated to speak, and his hand paused in the air for a moment, and then tentatively touched September's head. Seeing that September was not angry, Qingfeng also began to stroke it. September's fox ears perked up, and a small trembling voice came out of September's mouth. With the touch of the breeze, Setsuru's trembling sound also stopped, and she began to enjoy Yu Qingfeng's touch, with a smile on her face. "It seems very comfortable. It seems that the pressure in September is really great, and with these golden natural treasures, it should be much easier. I don't know when the sisters in September will come back, but, am I petting a pet now? If I'm not mistaken, the fox seems to be a canine. Why don't I buy a few bags of dog food when I go back to the city, and then buy a few dog toys? When the time comes." Qingfeng suddenly shivered. He didn't dare to think about it further. "Why do I have this idea? If I really do that, I'm afraid September will tear me up." After a long time, September rubbed Yu Qingfeng again, then stood up and said, "Since I took your things, I have to return the favor. These more than 200 diamond-level spirit stones are given to you." How many? Qingfeng felt that he seemed to have heard it wrong, and asked again. September also said 234 again. Happiness swept through my body again, and I was shocked to think, is this what it feels like to be next to a rich woman? Qingfeng put away the more than 200 diamond-level spirit stones and said to September, "Thank you." These spirit stones were enough for him to use for a long time. September smiled slightly, and then said, "Okay, I still have things to deal with, so you can practice here." Qingfeng nodded. The next moment, September disappeared into place. Qingfeng was also very envious of this extreme speed. He shook his head and said softly, "It's okay, I have it. Persist and work hard to open the plug-in." Qingfeng, who had nothing to do, also began to integrate red natural materials and earth treasures, and did not feel much distress for giving so many golden natural materials and earth treasures to Qingfeng. It is not because of the low grade, but there are many golden natural materials and earth treasures of high grade among those natural materials and earth treasures in September. One is mainly to send September. Another major reason is that you can't maximize your use. Qingfeng found that when he arrived at the golden heavenly materials and earth treasures, he began to have vague statements about attributes, and the attributes he gave to those golden heavenly materials and earth treasures in September were somewhat inconsistent with him. It may not be possible to get the most out of it, so the breeze was given to September, and it was not a loss anyway, so it was regarded as an investment. There is no chance that he may enter the secret realm of the ruins without September. Since September treats him sincerely, Qingfeng naturally treats her sincerely. There is also one of the main reasons. That is, Qingfeng knew that the top red natural materials and earth treasures were the foundation, and at least one supernatural power would be obtained, and Qingfeng wanted to fuse a top red natural materials and earth treasures that perfectly matched him. Well, it's time to merge. Under the strict distribution of up to an hour, Qingfeng successfully made 3 satisfactory red top natural materials and earth treasures. The attribute purity of these 3 is very high. They are lightning attributes, fire attributes, and wood attributes. I hope that these attributes can eventually become supernatural abilities. As for the ability lottery system, Qingfeng is a little desperate for his fate as a non-chief. You have to do it yourself. However, these natural materials and earth treasures made Qingfeng suddenly realize a word: spiritual roots. Natural materials and earthly treasures. It is nurtured by nature and can be absorbed as a foundation. The golden natural material and earth treasure also has attributes but are relatively messy, and red can get pure single attributes and use attributes. It's too similar to Ling Zhen. Is this really the legendary spiritual root? The immortal cultivation novel is not deceitful. Does it really have spiritual roots? Should. No way. Forget it. I don't have time to think about it. I'd better fuse the top red spiritual root first. 5 hours later, Qingfeng failed several times, and succeeded several times, and finally produced the remaining 6 top natural materials and earth treasures. Woohoo! Finally completed. The process was really thrilling, and the last dark attribute had to be fused with light attribute and water attribute. Fortunately, the golden natural materials and earth treasures are enough, plus the previous failure experience, otherwise it may really be cold. Qingfeng stretched his waist. Then I looked outside and found that the sky had gone dark. He also began to feel a little nostalgic in his heart. It's still better to have a secret realm. It's not dark. After seeing it, the boss of the urban enterprise must be scrambling to buy the secret place, and then build the company in it, and finally tell his employees, there is an hour of lunch break at noon, and the rest will work until dark. It's the devil. Well, it's time to improve your strength. Qingfeng opened the devouring system, and then devoured those top red natural materials and earth treasures that did not conform and failed. Ding! Top red natural materials and earth treasures, shaking the sky and sand, devouring devouring successfully. Ding, strength plus 12,300, spirit plus 1900. Yu Qingfeng was a little disappointed. It seemed that he really couldn't devour supernatural powers, but it was okay. A red natural material and earth treasure actually added so many attributes. If I devour all these 30 kinds of red natural materials and earthly treasures, so where will my strength go? I'm looking forward to it. The breeze continued to click and devour. Ding, top red natural material and earth treasure, ecstasy ghost grass, devouring success. Ding, strength plus 11,000, spirit plus 1,100. Ding, top red natural materials and earth treasures, scorching sun ice, successfully devoured. Ding, strength plus 1,000, spirit plus 800. Order, top red natural materials and earth treasures, for elephant divine waves, devouring successfully. Order, strength plus 13,000, spirit plus 1,300. With the successful devouring of 30 top natural materials and earthly treasures, Qingfeng's breath has also reached its peak, a feeling that Qingfeng has never experienced. The sudden surge in strength made Qingfeng feel that he could break the sky with one punch. Can't wait for Yu Qingfeng to open the attributes panel. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength gold 2 stars, 156, 726.9, 108,460, 119,815. I have a physique of 150,000 combat power. How can I be invincible with platinum 9 stars? Is it 200,000 diamond level? Wow. Qingfeng was a little numb. No wonder so many people can't advance to diamonds, layer by layer of realm. However, some of the top red natural materials and earth treasures are also real pits. In the process of devouring the breeze, the smallest one only added 600, which was not as real as the golden natural material treasure. It's outrageous. Does devouring also depend on luck? Can you consider the feelings of non-chiefs? At this moment, the original wooden door was suddenly pushed open. Qingfeng looked at the door curiously, and found that September hurriedly walked in, and after taking a deep look at Yu Qingfeng, he was looking for something in the wooden house. It didn't seem to find anything, and then ran out in a hurry. What is this? Is something wrong? Qingfeng thought about it and followed out, and as soon as he went out, he saw September shuttling back and forth quickly on the empty island, and Qingfeng was surprised to find that September's speed was very fast. Even now, his strength can barely see clearly. If it had been in the past, if there was no Qingfeng that devoured the natural materials and earth treasures, he would definitely not even be able to see the shadow. But this time I can already see September. The pace of September's search gradually accelerated, and after a while, Qingfeng couldn't see him again. The disparity in strength is too great. Qingfeng was not in a hurry. He slowly took out his grill and placed the remaining vegetables and other food. Then start cooking. Soon plates of hot food came out of the pot, and Qingfeng put a table outside and set up 2 stools. The breeze did not start, but waited for the arrival of September. After a while, September also came to Qingfeng and said, "Qingfeng, have you seen any suspicious people? Someone invaded the empty island?" Qingfeng hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, I've been alone all the time, and I haven't seen any suspicious people." September also nodded after hearing this, sat opposite Qingfeng and said, "That's strange. I clearly sensed a little insect with platinum crystal strength to release the breath. It shouldn't be me, right?" Qingfeng suddenly remembered something serious and said to September, "September, I want to go back to the human city to take a look, and I miss my parents a little. When will I be able to go home on my own?" The atmosphere suddenly froze. September was stunned for a moment, then bit her lip slightly. With a little dim eyes, he said, "As long as the strength reaches the diamond level, it will be fine." Qingfeng didn't notice these details, and continued to ask, "Is the strength of platinum crystals okay?" "Yes, be careful, there is no problem if you want to go up." September continued. Starting from the 49th floor, the highest strength is the extraordinary powerhouse, and there are very few such powerhouses, usually lords like me. The rest is stars and diamonds as the main body. If you really want to leave, in fact, platinum crystals are fine. Especially with your current identity as a Fox clan, there is no accident, and there is no problem at all if you want to come and go freely. September looked at Qingfeng and said, "Your current strength of the 2 golden stars is not good at all. The strength is still too low." Yu Qingfeng nodded and said, "I plan to leave next month." Yes. Qingfeng, do you really want to go back to me?" Before Feng Jojo finished speaking, Qingfeng's body erupted with a powerful momentum. The spiritual power swept the audience like a torrent. September looked at Yu Qingfeng in shock. She could feel that the spiritual power that Qingfeng burst out was at least platinum crystal 9 stars, even close to the top. Yu Qingfeng said confidently, "Am I strong enough?" Feng Jojo smiled slightly. This smile was a little reluctant. A bit like a wry smile. It seems that Qingfeng has this strength. She is very happy, but she is also a little unhappy. Happy, but not completely happy. She said, enough, take away your mental power, otherwise the food will be wasted by you." Withdrawing his mental power, Qingfeng also touched his head in embarrassment. They picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. The atmosphere became awkward. Although September was eating, she ate at a completely different speed than before. Her hands clenched her skirt, kneed back and forth. When eating, his eyes were also
also staring at Yu Qingfeng. It seemed that she was afraid that she would not be able to see it in the future, and after a few seconds, her heart seemed to struggle for a while, biting her lips slightly, as if she was about to say something, but in the end she was hesitant to speak. Qingfeng saw her appearance, and also understood, and said tentatively to September, "Are you reluctant to let me go?" September's chopsticks stiffened, his face moved stiffly, then his face turned slightly red, and he nodded lightly and said, "It's a little." It was the first time Qingfeng saw him like this in September, and he was a little stunned, and finally smiled and said gently, "It's okay, I'll just go back and take a look and solve some trivial matters by the way. Besides, it's not that you can't see me." Hearing this, September was also slightly stunned, a little unclear. Qingfeng saw that September was a little confused, so he got up and then said to her, "Do you remember what I said to you not long after we first met?" September thought about it carefully and finally shook her head. The next moment, Qingfeng's body seemed to have something about to crawl out, and September was frightened. Soon Qingfeng split into two. A naked woman. The appearance is actually 7 or 8 points similar to Qingfeng. Qingfeng hurriedly took out the JK suit from the space ring and put it on him, and then Qingfeng split again, this time a man. The moment this clone came out, Qingfeng put on his clothes and pants, tightly sewn together, and there was no dew point at all. The man looked exactly like Yu Qingfeng. September was completely shocked, pointing at the two breezes, and didn't know what to say for a while. Three breezes speak at the same time. How is it? This is the magical power I told you before. This magical power can condense clones. These clones are energy bodies, and there is no subjective consciousness. But the perspective is the same, and the body is also controlled by my body. The strength of the second clone is the same as mine, and the third clone is only half of my strength, so I just keep a third clone by your side. When the time comes, you can still see me every day, and I can still cook for you every day. When I am in the human city and solve the problem, I will naturally come back. So I don't really have that fetish. After Qingfeng finished explaining, he finally added this sentence, trying to restore his original dignity. September never took the initiative to explore Yu Qingfeng's strength. Hearing Qingfeng say this, he also sensed it, and sure enough, he found that one of Qingfeng's strength was only one silver star. Feng Jiaoyue also laughed out loud, and the laughter was very pleasant. The worries and reluctance in her heart were also let go, and she returned to normal, teasing King Fengdao. "So that's it, I really thought you had some strange quirks. It seems that I am still superficial. But I remember that those women's clothes seemed to be worn on your body at the beginning, right? Ahem, didn't I say that there was a little accident at that time?" September also nodded, and then seemed to have discovered the blind spot and said, "Since you have the skill of clone, why is the second one a woman? Could it be?" The fog grass was startled by the breeze. He hurriedly said, "My parents like my sister, so they fabricated a female doppelganger, and you can also use her as my sister." A serious nonsense. Because Qingfeng has the skill of god-level acting skills, September can't tell the truth at all. In the end, I also believed it. At the same time, after she digested these news, her heart was extremely uneasy. The second clone actually has all the combat power of the main body. You must know that Yu Qingfeng is the bloodline of the nine-tailed heavenly fox. If Qingfeng's strength reaches its peak, how terrifying would that be? However, September is also a lot relieved. Since this clone is accompanied, Qingfeng's strength can be at least comparable to a one-star diamond. It's not a problem at all to get home safely. Soon, September returned to the past, and in almost a few minutes, all the dishes made by Qingfeng were eaten. He seemed to be full when he saw September. Also stood up and began to clean up. The breeze condensed a huge cloud of water in the air, and then threw all the plates and other items into it. Then he took out the dish soap from the space backpack and put a little of it in. Then control the water for cleaning. September watched from the side and then said to Qingfeng, "When are you going to leave?" "Next month." "All?" Qingfeng nodded. I have to prepare before leaving. Anyway, there is still half a month left. Actually, I'm not in a hurry. The purpose of my return is to dispel my rumors, and then go to buy goods. I don't have much food left in my space ring. The last time I saw my parents, I also have a cheap master, a star-level powerhouse. By the way, learn all his inheritances. My master is quite good to me. It gave me a lot of advanced spiritual skills, and those spiritual skills have also helped me tide over a lot of difficulties. Hearing this, September was also a little surprised. You actually have a master, or a star level. I had heard from the Lord of Blood Mist that there were very few strong human beings, pitifully few. There are not many star-level powerhouses. You can actually know a star-level master. You must have a high status in the human world. At this moment, September was a little curious about Qingfeng's past and asked, "What kind of life did you live before? Can you talk to me? A talented person like you with a high heart should also be in the spotlight." Qingfeng glanced at September in surprise and thought to himself, "Does the good guy want to test my family background, my previous experience? What should I say? Is it the original body, or the past life? I didn't understand it in my previous life, so forget it. If you talk about the original body." When he thought of what he had done, Qingfeng didn't dare to compliment too much. He was too naive and not very mature. September saw that Qingfeng didn't speak for a long time, and also asked, "Is there anything unspeakable, or do you really want to tell me?"
Then let's talk about the original body. It's still miserable to think about it now.
Xingfeng sighed slightly and said, no, since you want to hear it, then I'll talk to you.
He began to tell the story of the original owner.
I used to be very charming, especially a loser. At that time, my family was the richest man in Jiangcheng, the richest kind in that city, and I couldn't go to school, and I was outside every day. September was a little surprised. If it was really as Xingfeng said, the change would be too great, and she did not interrupt Xingfeng but continued to listen quietly.
Looking back now, it's actually very naive. I was actually just trying to get my parents' attention at that time. My parents are very busy every day, and they can only see each other at most once a month, and they will have a serious face every time they come back. I hope I study hard and then inherit the family business. At first, I was still very hard, but then I was a little deformed. They told me to go forward, and I was going to go backwards. I hope to get their attention and their love. But no, it just fell like this. My parents are getting more and more disappointed, and by the time I wake up, it's a change. I was blinded by a conspiracy at the party, and the group my parents worked hard to run went bankrupt and was taken away by the villain. Fortunately, my dad has strength, otherwise the whole family would probably die without a complete corpse. It was precisely because of the company's collapse that I felt warmth and knew that my parents cared about me very much. At that time, I was in debt. Homeless, my dad and my mother went to ask a lot of people to cure my eyes. But in the end it was all to no avail. I lay on his back, and he comforted me that it would get better in the future. That's when I realized how naive my original body behavior was in the past. Later, I awakened my ability so I could see it, Xingfeng said half-truthfully, while September listened quietly next to him. Soon, the breeze plate was washed. The past is over, and September has been silent for a long time. Xingfeng complained in his heart. Damn, at that time, I scolded the original owner to death, and such good parents didn't know how to cherish it. It made me feel uncomfortable. It's just a bad start. September slowly embraced the breeze at this time. She slowly said, this is growth. I used to be naughty. I don't understand almost anything. I look for my sisters every day, and not long ago I handed over the city to me for some things. I used to go to various clans to play, and the patriarchs of each clan were very good to me, and when I managed the city, I realized that they were too bad. That's when I knew it was not easy for them. Xingfeng, after listening to your experience, I miss my sister a little. They brought me up since I was a child. Xingfeng called a good guy. Is she listening to sensibility? He put away the plate and comforted September. About half an hour passed, and September left because of something. Xingfeng also had nothing to do. He turned on the devouring system, took out the diamond-level spirit stone, and then clicked to fuse. He wants to improve the quality of the diamond-level spirit stone. Ding! Successful integration. Ding! Devouring system upgrade LV4. Oru, the devouring system has been upgraded again, but it is also a fusion of so many top natural materials and earth treasures in one go. It should also be upgraded. Soon, the interface of the devouring system fusion was also renewed, and the background became extremely gorgeous, with dragons and phoenixes flying by from time to time. The fusion platform is still so simple, but unlike in the past, Xingfeng could feel an inexplicable coercion inside. Good guy, if I hadn't known what you were like before, I'm afraid I would really be bluffed by you. However, new things will be added with each upgrade, and I don't know what has been added this time, and the devouring system is different from other systems in that it is more intelligent. Xingfeng asked directly tentatively, devouring system, what new functions have you added to this upgrade? The next moment, a system sound sounded in Xingfeng's mind. Ding, this upgrade has added a synthesis table and fusion feedback. Synthesis table. Function, various things can be combined with each other to fuse items such as natural materials and earthly treasures. What? Fusion feedback. Function, devouring infusion has a 5% probability that it will not consume natural materials and earth treasures. Knowing the new function, Xingfeng's face was happy. Especially the fusion feedback. The eyes of the breeze are about to open. As long as you are lucky, there is a probability that there will be no consumable natural materials and treasures fusion. It's simply the gospel of the European Emperor. European Emperor. He inexplicably thought of the ability lottery system. Damn it, that must be the reason for the ability lottery system. It can't be that I'm not a chief. The time has come to prove my European Emperor's orthodox identity. System chat group. Order, Yu Qingfeng started a group live broadcast. Yu Qingfeng, group leader at Brothers, show me. I want to prove for myself that I am not as unreasonable as the ability lottery system says. Crowd system, ability lottery system, LV3, I don't feel very good. Pick up attribute system, LV2, come on, group leader, I believe you. The ability lottery system says every day that you are not a chief. You must slap him in the face this time. Hang up system, LV2, yes, that's right. I was already upset when I saw that dick, and I said bad things about you every day. Chef system, LV2, I'm unemployed. Ah, I should be allowed to lick the group leader. You are robbing me of my job. I can't say anything about you like this. Order, the ability lottery system enters the live broadcast room. Order, the chef system enters the live broadcast room. Order, the Shinhouse system entered the live broadcast room gorgeously. Order, the The Shinhao system sent 666 captains. Qingfeng saw that most of the systems had come in and said confidently, "Look, I can't win this 5% probability once. I have more than 200 spirit stones. Ability lottery system, what is that?" It seems that the last draw at my place was also a few hundred. Without further ado, Qingfeng picked up 2 diamond-level spirit stones like a rainbow and then placed the diamond-level spirit stones on the table. Click merge. Then Qingfeng immediately covered his eyes and didn't dare to look. Successful integration. Qingfeng carefully spread his hands and then looked in the direction of the table. There were still 2 diamond-level spirit stones left. None of them have decreased. System group live broadcast room. Crowd system. Oh, ability lottery system. LV3 RNM refund. Stunned, Yu Qingfeng himself couldn't believe it. He succeeded the first time. Ah ha ha ha. I actually succeeded. He pointed to the table in front of him and said, "Have you seen it? There is a 5% probability that you will win the first time. From now on, I see who dares to say that I am a non-chieftain." Superpower lottery system, LV3, the group leader is rare to have this kind of luck. I am so moved. Supernatural lottery system, I memorized it so last time. It must be your problem. If you don't believe it, I will draw you again. Let you know that I am Yu Qingfeng and the Orthodox European Emperor. Crowd system, the master of the masses is mighty. After Qingfeng finished speaking, he glanced at the barrage and then clicked fusion again. After clicking, quickly cover your eyes. Ding, successful integration. By the time Qingfeng spread his hands again, there was already 1 less spirit stone. He didn't even watch the barrage in the live broadcast room, so he said, "This time it's an accident, I'll do it again." He took out a diamond-level spirit stone again and placed it on top, and then clicked to fuse. Ding, successful integration. This time there is still 1 missing. I'll do it again. I don't believe it. I'll do it again. In this way, Qingfeng took out the last diamond-level spirit stone. Ding, the fusion is successful. Qingfeng closed his hands tightly. "You must succeed this time. Whether I can save the situation depends on you." He took his hand down suddenly, but still failed. Ah, crowd system. Qingfeng trembled and looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room. Live broadcast system, LV3 Group Master, your vision is lofty. Next time you choose me as your system, with your live broadcast effect, ordinary anchors can't do it. More beautiful than my host. Ability lottery system, LV3 Chief. Bah, group leader, if it really doesn't work, let's forget it. It's not a shame if it's not a chief. Ding, the ability lottery system has been banned by the group owner for an hour. The group owner has closed the live broadcast room. Crowd system. That year 18, the joke of the system group. Qingfeng took out a bottle of Coke with a slight trembling, then took a sip, sighed and said, "I finally proved once that I am the European Emperor. You made me lose, so completely. Ha 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 ha. No, I want to find someone to vent my anger." And Qingfeng turned on the curse system. Then he wrote without saying a word. Character, Bloodmist sect, Lord of Bloodmist, curse, cultivation is not going well, everything is not going well, bad luck, luck is declining, non-chief. Non-chief, cultivation is easy to go crazy, the Taoist heart is unstable, the curse backlashes, must be hunted by the enemy, ambushed in the Kyushu. Bloodmist sect den exposed, walking to the egg, everyone who sees the Lord of the Bloodmist feels that he is unhappy, betrayed, the recent conspiracy is all exposed, and he meets the enemy of life and death. African chiefs, African chiefs, African chiefs, the most African emirates in the world. Ah, it's comfortable. Qingfeng's mood was much better, and he also took out the fused star-level spirit stone and began to cultivate steadily. Half a month passed before I knew it. During this period, September came almost whenever I was free, and I seemed to be very reluctant to let the breeze blow. Since Qingfeng has used up all his food reserves, he will bring a pile of food every time he comes in September. Qingfeng also gladly accepted. They finished eating, and in September, they would take Qingfeng to visit the streets. I also met Ji Mingyuan and others several times. From time to time, you can still reminisce, and your life is leisurely. Of course, the cursed Qingfeng has not been forgotten, and the first thing Qingfeng does every day is to curse the Lord of Bloodmist. It can be said that he is tired of it. A source of joy. At the same time, Qingfeng also found that the speed of cultivation seemed to be much slower. It may be that the reason why the physique is too strong, the capacity of Qingfeng to absorb spiritual power has increased a lot, but the progress of breaking through the realm is very slow. However, Qingfeng is not panicking. Anyway, there is a god-level selection system and a hang-up system, and it is not difficult to improve the realm. The sun has just risen at this moment. The voice of the system chat group came from Qingfeng's mind. Order, discover the new system, can be invited. Is it invited? Confirm the invitation. Ding, the righteous path system, LV4, enters the chat group. The right path? This system is good, very suitable for a decent gentleman like me. Yu Qingfeng, group leader at, what function do you have? Righteous path system, LV4, this system naturally adheres to the form of the right path. As long as you do good deeds, you can get the right path value. The more righteous path values, the more righteous path exercises can be exchanged, as well as righteous path etiquette. Truly become a righteous gentleman admired by everyone. Crowd system, pretend. Good guy, Qingfeng called good good guy. The live broadcast system, Qingfeng, has actually been decided, and now there is still one missing. Qingfeng thought carefully for a long time on the group list and finally decided to choose the righteous system. The righteous path system and the live broadcast system are not a natural match? As the saying goes, live broadcast conveys full of positive energy and develops new cultural live broadcast. Woohoo! Order, the live broadcast system is successfully bound. Fixed, the righteous path system is successfully bound. Soon, a system panel appeared in front of Qingfeng, and there were several options on the panel: Huya Live, Shark Fighting, BL Live. Qingfeng chose the Shark Live broadcast without thinking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the live broadcast gift package. Qingfeng clicked on the live broadcast gift package, which contained a bottle of physique enhancement potion and then a speed enhancement potion. There are also various live streaming equipment. Wait a minute, isn't it a fully intelligent live broadcast? The live broadcast system seemed to understand what Qingfeng was thinking and then directly opened the live broadcast store for him with a special offer at the top. It's the fully automatic stealth tracker. Was deceived. Why is this system still deceiving? Depend on. Damn it, false propaganda. It wasn't like this when you explained it to me before, and you can take care of everything for me. Automatic stealth tracker. Price, 1W. Popularity, Shua. Qingfeng sighed secretly and thought to himself, fortunately, as long as it is 10,000 popularity, a mere 10,000 popularity is not within reach for me. The Lord of my heavenly court has reappeared in the rivers and lakes. I don't know what my parents reacted when they saw me. 10 minutes later, Feng Jiuyue slowly pushed open the wooden door, came to Qingfeng with a chicken in his hand, and said, "You should be leaving today, right?" Qingfeng took the chicken, observed it carefully and said, "Take such a big one today?" September smiled and said, "Aren't you leaving today? I brought you a fat one. I stole this chicken from other clans." Good guy, the dignified ninth princess steals chickens. Qingfeng came outside with the chicken, started a series of operations, and then put it into the pressure cooker extremely skillfully. After 4 hours, Qingfeng and September were also full and drunk, and looked at the time, about 9 o'clock. He also got up and said, "It's almost over. It's time for me to leave, too." September nodded and said, "Be careful on the road." Just when Qingfeng was about to leave the empty island, he suddenly remembered that he didn't know where the entrance to the 49th floor was. How? He walked back in embarrassment. At the same time, the control clone said to September, "September, what is that? I don't know where the entrance to the 49th floor is." After hearing this, September also laughed and said to Qingfeng, "Then come back, I'll take you there." Take me? This is good. According to the speed of September, it should arrive very quickly. Okay, that's trouble for you, Qingfeng said. Qingfeng returned to the wooden house, and September led him to a large open space above an empty island. Qingfeng asked, a little puzzled, "Didn't you say take me to the entrance?" When Qingfeng was puzzled, Qingfeng's aura suddenly increased, and a long sword slowly condensed into her hand. The momentum was so great that the woods not far away began to sway. Strangely, the breeze is only a few steps away from September, but it is completely unaffected. It must be September to protect it. Soon Qingfeng also discovered that the original wind had gradually slowed down, and finally the space here seemed to be frozen. Birds in the air, leaves floating in the air that have not yet landed. As if everything around her was still, the long sword in September's hand gradually condensed into frost, and she slowly slashed forward. The originally static space was cut like tissue paper. The forbidden space also began to flow quickly, and the powerful airwaves attracted the attention of the entire Tianhu city. In front of September, an extremely exaggerated crack appeared in front of Qingfeng. "You say, this is what you mean by sending me? Mist grass, misty grass. Is this the way of the strong? It's outrageous. Open the door to outrageous, outrageously home." September looked at the crack in front of him and nodded with satisfaction, turned his head and said to him with a smile, "Okay, I'll open a short entrance for you. Hurry up." Qingfeng nodded numbly and then walked in numbly. When the breeze eased, it was found that it had appeared in a deserted place. Qingfeng scanned for a week and found that the place was deserted and the ground was golden yellow by the blazing sun in the sky. There are no other plants except for some drought-tolerant weeds and cacti. Fortunately, I am a water system. Otherwise, in a place like this, it would be tormenting. But this place is good. Just start a live broadcast here. Qingfeng took out the second clone, then put on her JK uniform that day, and held the live broadcast equipment with mental strength. Then open the system. Enter your account of the Lord of Heaven, and finally click to start the live broadcast. Ding, the live broadcast has started. At the same time, a small transparent frame appeared in the upper right corner in front of Qingfeng's eyes, and that frame was the barrage area. The system is quite conscientious, at least the barrage in the live broadcast room is not to be watched by the device. Qingfeng condensed 2 chairs on the spot and lay down with Yu Qingyi, Yu Zijiang. Soon people entered the live broadcast room one after another. Live broadcast room. Fine wild handsome men and beautiful women, ask to catch, ask to catch. The scenery here is beautiful. Fog grass, don't you say that I haven't noticed yet. Where is the anchor? It looks so deserted. The one above is a typical LSP, and I lose my mind when I see a beautiful woman. Could it be that this is the world of of rich people, and even vacation places are so different from ours. Yes, water chair, big sun, it looks so comfortable. Can the anchor report an address? I also want to play. Do you want to come over for a vacation too? That feeling is good. Xingfeng controlled his clone, Yuqing, and said, this place is the 49th floor of the dungeon, and I feel good at the moment. If you want to come, I welcome it too. This beauty is so skinny. The 49th floor of the god TM. Ha, if you are on the 49th floor here, then my house is still on the 100th floor. Yuqing didn't speak. He knew that the rebuttal would only be questioned. Instead of asking for trouble, it was better to follow their wishes, but Xingfeng was also strange. Obviously he was logged into the number of the Lord of Heaven. Didn't anyone find out that I was broadcasting? Or did I not log in for too long and forgot about me? I don't remember. At least the clone next to me should know. Yu Zijiang sighed. Don't you all care about the news? Or am I being amorous? It's been more than 10 minutes since I started the live broadcast, and in the end only a dozen people came in, and the most outrageous thing is that these are all passers-by. In this way, the breeze basked in the sun for 2 hours. The number of people in the live broadcast room has also changed from a dozen to hundreds, and they are all here to see Qingyi basking in the sun. There are also some female viewers who watch the breeze and bask in the sun. At the same time, today's shark fighting sister Xiaoruan has just finished singing a song. When she is cutting backstage, I found that the avatar of the only person I was paying attention to was actually lit up. What shocked her the most was that there was a row of small words in the center of the avatar, in the live broadcast room. He actually started a live broadcast. Should I go and take a look? What if the other party doesn't look good? Then his image in my heart will collapse. But I really want to see it. No, how can you judge a person by appearance? And people are live broadcasting, maybe they are broadcasting games. Even if it's a middle-aged uncle, although it may be a little inconsistent with what I think, is there a problem with this? No problem at all. It's enough to like it in your heart. Xiaoruan thought for a long time, and also decided to enter Qingfeng's live broadcast room to find out. At the same time, Xiaoruan's fans also noticed her strangeness and started discussing it in the barrage area. What's wrong with Xiaoruan? I see that she is happy and apprehensive. I don't know, could it be that she saw the clothes she liked, and then the clothes were too expensive, so she became apprehensive? It could be. I don't know when our eldest brother Lord of Heaven will come back. I miss him a little. Yes, I'm still paying attention to him. It seems that the list has not been launched again. The small software switches the live broadcast room to the inner screen. Want to watch it with fans. Just after cutting, he saw those barrages, and also said, you fake fan, the Lord of Heaven has started a live broadcast today. That's right, you don't go to see it either. Real and fake. After Xiaoruan finished speaking, he also mustered up the courage and clicked into Qingfeng's live broadcast room. Then they saw Qingfeng and the clones lazily lying on the water chair basking in the sun. Zayasoft live room barrage. Brothers, I'm back. I went to see that the account is the real Lord of Heaven. Damn, I found that the pop-up window of my mobile phone also popped up the news of his live broadcast. I thought it was fake and didn't watch it. It must be true. Is there still a fake one? You must be new to the above. Since the day after that big win, the marketing account has flown all over the sky. That's right, Fighting Sharks will also use this matter to promote from time to time, and a few months ago they said that they would invite the Lord of Heaven to participate in the shark fighting carnival. As a result, we waited for a day and didn't see. Good guy. Almost in an instant, 20,000 people poured into Qingfeng's live broadcast room, and even rose at a very fast speed. Order, congratulations to the host for breaking through 5W. Order, congratulations to the host for breaking through 10W. This system sound directly woke up the breeze that was about to fall asleep, and after being stunned for a moment, he quickly looked at the barrage area. Live broadcast room barrage area. Wipe, big brother, okay, I miss you, big brother. Big brother is so handsome. Is there a lack of girlfriends? In my lifetime, I am really a big brother, and it is worth it in my life to be able to see the big brother's live broadcast in my lifetime. Originally, the newcomers in the Qingfeng live broadcast room were full of black question marks, and after knowing the origin of Qingfeng, they also began to brush up their eldest brother. After looking at the history of entering the live broadcast room, when he saw Xiaoruan's name, Qingfeng also knew what was going on. Oh roar. It should be that Xiaoruan saw that my avatar was glowing, and knew that I was live broadcasting, so he clicked in. Qingfeng was a little moved, and secretly said in his heart, it was better to be Xiaoruan. Not as hypocritical as those who call me big brother in the barrage area. The eldest brother is all live, and you don't know. I have to tell others to come to my live broadcast room. Just rush to this drainage. The money was not spent in vain. Qingfeng didn't want to lie down anymore, so he got up and said to the camera, hello everyone, it's my Lord of Heaven. It's been a long time since I climbed a shark. You still remember me? When Qingfeng said this, his tone was a little resentful. The barrage in the live broadcast room also flew up instantly. Look, this is the demeanor of the eldest brother. This is the appearance of the eldest brother. How perfect. He doesn't even open his eyes to look at us. Big brother, I've been looking for you for many years. Big brother, I want to be a sister-in-law. Give me a chance. Big brother, the little brother has covered a small quilt under the bridge hole
hole. It has rained heavily recently, the home is gone, and there is not enough food. I really can't open the pot. Use your spaceship to smash me.
Big brother, look at what you said. How can we not remember you? Don't you think we are here? It was at this time that a group of old sex critics would also find you Chingy, and they would send barrages and say, Big brother, is the one next to you your sister-in-law? Wu Chao, such a beautiful girl, I didn't even notice it. My eyes only stayed on the eldest brother. Did I bend? Self-doubt JPG. Self-doubt JPG. Self-doubt JPG. But the sister-in-law is good-looking, and with the eldest brother, she doesn't even open her eyes to look at us. She should be the sister-in-law. The husband and wife are full of face. Brothers must give face. Don't brush the eldest brother. Brush the sister-in-law. Hello sister-in-law. Xiaoruan entered the live broadcast room and was stunned the moment he saw Qingfeng. Whether it is temperament or appearance, it is perfect, just when she wants to see how those water friends in the barrage area praise him. Only then did I notice that there was a woman next to Qingfeng. She looked at the barrage area and found that a group of people were frantically brushing their sister-in-law. The slight joy that originally existed in her heart was also shattered in an instant. Who is that woman? What is his relationship with the Lord of Heaven? Should I ask? She paused her fingers, and then also sent in the barrage area, Lord of Heaven, is that your girlfriend? It's so beautiful. The huge and conspicuous golden barrage shone in the Breeze live broadcast room, and the water friends who saw Sherwan's news also exploded in an instant. Fog Grass, this is it, my favorite Shura Field series. It's back, it's all back, it's this feeling. My lord's youth is not confused. My lord is young. Hey, Shura Field, hey hee. Big brother, I found a new bridge hole. I have covered the bridge hole with a small quilt, and then I lay on my side with a smile and looked at my phone, laughing fiercely. What is this all about? Qingfeng was also happy when he saw them mention his clone. Ah, yes, you are right to ask. I can also get rid of the identity of women's clothing. God-level acting skills are launched. He pretended to be serious and coughed, and then said with a serious face, my eyes are plotted by the villain, blind. The one next to me is my sister, Yu Qingyi. It's the same as me, but we all awaken our abilities at the same time, and finally we can see. Qingfeng's face was a little emotional. The barrage in the live broadcast room is also crazy refreshed. Big brother actually has this experience. I thought the eldest brother was in COS, but I didn't expect to have such a tragic experience. I think that time must have been very hard. At this moment, Qingfeng controlled Yu Qingyi and said, hello everyone. The voice was crisp and pleasant, with the momentum of the royal sister, and it was also a little soft and cute. Woohoo, beautiful sister. Hey, it's actually the eldest brother's sister. Don't say it. The eldest brother told the truth that I am actually your long-lost brother-in-law. My brother and my wife are not what you can talk about. The one upstairs is shameless. It's obviously my brother and my wife. You fight. I'll take Xiaoruan. No, Xiaoruan is also mine. It's all mine. Ah, yes. I hope you have the same attitude towards your life. Brothers, have you found a problem? I feel like I've seen my eldest brother's sister somewhere. The sound is also very familiar. But don't say it. It really seems like I've seen it somewhere, especially the skirt, and the sound, I can't remember it for a while. Needless to say, of course I saw it in my bed. Yu Qingfeng did not directly say that it was out of Qingyi's identity at first, but was waiting for the opportunity, that is, when the water friends began to feel that Yu Qingyi looked like Yu Zijiang. When Yu Qingfeng saw those barrages, he was also secretly happy in his heart, and secretly said in his heart, it was now. He pretended not to know. Then he said, it seems that you are very interested in my sister. Qingfeng pretended to recommend and said, in that case, I'll push my sister to you. My sister likes COS more. If you are interested, you can follow her. His screen name, it seems to be called Yuko-chan. The barrage that was originally frantically refreshed stopped at this moment. There are only a few scattered barrages. Fog grass, I remembered. I just said where I saw it. It turned out to be Yu Zijiang, the Yu Zijiang who saved Jiangcheng. Really? The Yu Zijiang who broke the conspiracy of the Blood Mist sect. Wasn't she not excavated and rescued under the crater? Yes, I heard from experts that Zijiang may have fallen in the deepest part of the magma, and it may have been pressed down by the empty island, and it will take at least a year and a half to rescue it. After a year and a half of farts, can those experts believe the words? Zijiang came out by herself. Zijiang, my wife. This wave is called Double Chef Ecstasy. Miracle, Zijiang, how did you get rid of the bottomless magma? Do you know that now the entire scientific research department in Kyushu is looking for you, and they are almost crazy? Xiaoruan also recognized it. When she first heard that she was just the sister of the Lord of Heaven, she didn't think much about it, but she felt a touch of happiness in her heart. But as the Lord of the Court said that his sister was Yu Zijiang who saved Jiangcheng in Kyushu, her heart was shocked in an instant. The inferiority complex in the heart also emerges. He actually has such a perfect sister. His brother must also be very good. How could I be worthy? For a while, the news that Yu Zijiang appeared in the live broadcast room was instantly posted on various platforms, with pictures and videos. Many netizens have paid attention, especially the people of Jiangcheng. Almost all of them who saw these news came to Qingfeng's live broadcast room. At the same time,
Yu Zijiang's message rushed to the hot search and hot comments on various platforms. Booking, congratulations to the host for reaching 50W. Order, congratulations to the host for achieving achievements and becoming famous. Booking, congratulations to the host for reaching 150W. Order, congratulations to the host for achieving achievements, famous. Order, congratulations to the host for reaching 1150W. Order, congratulations to the host for achieving achievements, world famous. Order, get the achievement gift package.
Ah, yes. It's this kind of genuine but cracked version. It's really wonderful.
Qingfeng is very happy now, and now he can not only get rid of the suspicion of women's clothing, but also gain a lot of popularity. But he couldn't show this joy yet. After all, Qingfeng had to maintain his personality at this moment. He pretended to be confused and looked at the live broadcast equipment and said, "What's going on? Why are you so reactioning?" The water friends in the live broadcast room were also confused, and they seemed to have seen Qingfeng's reaction that they didn't know what was going on.
Will also start to complain.
Wipe, big brother, you don't know your sister's brilliant record, right?
Yes, your sister is now a hero of Kyushu. Yu Qingfeng pretended to be confused and said, "What record? Stealing ice cream?" Seeing the eldest brother's confused expression, I really want to laugh. Fog grass.
Our eldest brother is a real otaku, but as long as you log into the internet and look at the advertisements, you won't be so confused.
Such a big thing, you don't even know that you are a brother?
Yu Qingfeng also said anxiously, "What the hell is going on? Can you tell clearly, you riddlers, you really killed people?"
Here's the thing, your sister is participating in a Comic-Con.
Then the water friends began to exaggerate what happened at that time, and then there were national reports and brilliant achievements. After knowing the whole process, Qingfeng was also shocked. The place that should be shocked is shocked, the place that should be lost is lost, the time to be proud is proud, and Qingfeng even wants to improve Yu Qingyi's character. The appropriateness made her open her mouth and said to Qingfeng, "Hey, brother, do you think I'm brave? Isn't it powerful?" Yu Qingfeng also said embarrassedly, "Fierce, too fierce." After saying that, he touched Yu Qingyi's head. It can be said that a one-man show was perfectly staged. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't know at all, and when they saw Qingfeng's head, they began to envy.
Ah, look at the eldest brother's sister, and then look at my sister. Alas, don't say it, I'm going to kick my sister. Breathe out. At the same time, the Kyushu Ministry of Scientific Research.
A young man hurriedly ran to the scientific research department with a tablet in front of several old ministers. When those ministers saw him being reckless, they would also put down the documents in their hands, looked at him, and said with some displeasure, "Xiao Chang, how many times have I told you, don't be rash? What kind of system are you like this?"
Scientific research should pay attention to a meditation, quiet and produce results.
If you are so impetuous, you will definitely make mistakes in some big things that cannot be mistaken in the future, and it will not be your responsibility alone. Then it will be the responsibility of your group and our ministers. The young man named Xiao Chang also lowered his head and then said, "Follow the minister's teachings." The old ministers also nodded and then said, "By the way, Xiao Chang, is there something wrong with you coming to us?" Xiao Chang looked at the tablet in his hand, then was stunned for a moment, and immediately remembered what he was going to do, and he said unhurriedly, "The minister is like this, we found Yu Zijiang, and she came out by herself." What several old ministers instantly came to Xiao Chang. Then he hurriedly said, "Where is she? Where is she?
She has nothing to do, right? Xiao Chang, can you say this kind of thing earlier? Are you polite? That's not what you said just now. Where is Xiao Changren? Hurry up and say it."
Xiao Chang saw that the old minister and the others were so anxious, and also said, "Minister, don't worry, they are doing well now, and they are still live broadcasting." The old ministers blew their beards and stared at Xiao Chang, and then said, "Nonsense, how is this possible? Coming out of that bottomless magma, it must have been seriously injured. How can you still be in the mood to broadcast live?"
Xiao Chang smiled bitterly, then handed over the tablet in his hand and said,
"Minister, how can I lie to you about such a big thing? She's really live streaming now, and there's a lot of news about her outside.
If you guys don't believe it, you can watch his live broadcast."
The old ministers also nodded after hearing this, and quickly took the tablet, and when the old face stretched, they saw Yu Qingfeng who was broadcasting live.
There is also Yu Zijiang next to Qingfeng.
Immediately became extremely excited, as if he was crazy to the extreme, like a die-hard fan.
It's really Yu Zichan, Yu Zijiang.
Among the old ministers, a minister with gray hair who looked older than the other ministers frowned. He did not have too much joy, but was observing where they were, and he had traveled all over the country. He was also the developer of the first atomic bomb in Kyushu. There is no impression of where Qingfeng and Zijiang are at all. Their location is too desolate. So he looked at Xiao Chang, and then said, "Xiao Chang, now the common floor on the other side of the maze can be stopped, but I have a problem."
"That's what you know. Where is Yu Zijiang now?"
"The current situation is still relatively critical. You must know that the weapon developed by Zijiang will be a cross-arrow weapon. Other countries, especially lighthouse countries, are very jealous. If we don't protect Zijiang in the first time, it is likely to be destroyed by other countries. At that time, it will be a big loss for our Kyushu. The rest of of the old ministers, when they heard these words, also washed away their joy, all contemplating, and then nodded.
Laoli is right, if Yu Zijiang is found by other countries first, the consequences may be.
Xiao Cheng naturally knew the severity of it, and when he also touched his head in embarrassment and said, Ministers, I don't know where Yu Zijiang is. But since it's a live broadcast, you can send a private message or ask in the live broadcast room. Several old ministers glanced at each other and nodded, quickly opened the avatar of the Lord of Heaven, and then clicked on the private message, and after writing about a few thousand words, he also clicked to send a message. The rest of the time, just watch the live broadcast and wait for Qingfeng's response.
About half an hour later,
several old ministers were about to die in a hurry, and during this period, Qingfeng was still arguing with the audience in the live broadcast room.
Consolidate the image of your sister.
If Qingfeng knew the truth, he would definitely say that this is not my pot. The main reason why Yu Qingfeng didn't reply to their messages was very simple. The first was because he didn't see it, and the second was that after he showed his face, he was too hot, and the private message had exploded.
Almost all fans, as well as female anchors, took the initiative to contact Yu Qingfeng.
The most important thing is the live broadcast system. As long as there is a private message, it will remind the host like Ding Talk.
The breeze is really tireless.
Simply turn off the private message function. After all, the ears are not listening. Several ministers couldn't wait and directly used the power of the state to their superiors. In just a few minutes, the entire fighting shark was alarmed, especially Yuan Yao, who was sitting and working in the office. He was even more confused, especially when he learned that his son was completely fine and was broadcasting live on his company's platform. The whole person was confused. At this moment, Qingfeng also noticed something strange. He found that all the barrages in the live broadcast room were blocked.
Ding, the official intervention of the fighting shark. May I ask the host to return on the barrage function?
Yes, no.
No. Qingfeng decisively clicked on it. The current fighting shark can be said to be the company of the Qingfeng family. If it is forcibly reopened, wouldn't it be black? Isn't this a loser?
Compared to the current situation, it should be my dad who also discovered me.
How should I explain it to him reasonably?
At this moment, a special effect of dragon flying and phoenix dance popped up in the live broadcast room.
Good guy, I didn't wait for my dad, but I waited for the highest academy of sciences in Kyushu.
But as expected of the country, it came to the door as soon as possible.
Professor Li, Yu Zijiang, and the Lord of Heaven, can you take a look at the private message? We have sent all the words we want to say on the private message.
Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, good guy, it must be that after my private message was closed, the Kyushu Academy of Sciences sent me a message, but I didn't see me reply, and I was in a hurry to talk to the audience with a hippie smile.
Qingfeng nodded.
Then he pretended to walk to the device and pretended to look at the private message. In fact, the live broadcast system was turned on, and in a pile of private messages, a private message sent by the Academy of Sciences was found. At the same time, Qingfeng also discovered, not just Kyushu, there are also lighthouse countries, as well as some small countries, which have sent invitations to Yu Zijiang to give the highest salary and respect as long as they agree.
Qingfeng glanced at it and blocked it and deleted it.
He clicked on the private message and saw why the scientific research department was so anxious. The above message is also very simple, talking about the current situation and its pros and cons, as well as the various covetousness of other countries, and asking where Qingfeng is. Just when Qingfeng was about to close the private message, a new private message was sent at this time. That was sent by Yuan Yao. Qingfeng did not click in to read, but clicked on the collection and pin, and would chat privately with his father later. Then he smiled in front of the live broadcast equipment and said, in fact, I have already said that our location is quite dangerous.
But it's not a secret either. I'll talk to you directly here.
All the old ministers are fried.
Damn, has he always been so brave?
Old Li too,
have you written the current situation clearly? The old Li too opened the private message and said, look, didn't we write it together at the beginning?
It must be written very clearly. Then why did this Lord of Heavenly Court directly expose his position?
Many ministers shook their heads, saying they were not clear.
Alas, there's no way. Hurry up and gather all the armed forces. It's best to apply for a few diamond-level masters, as long as they say the position.
We will immediately send them forward to protect them.
Good. Qingfeng instantly made the entire scientific research department nervous, and at the same time, he was also busy.
It almost drove the entire scientific research department.
At this moment, Qingfeng also spoke. We are now on the 49th floor of the dungeon, so it is dangerous. It is indeed quite dangerous, and it is indeed very safe to say that it is safe.
49 floors? On the 49th floor, you tell me it's safe. You tell me it's safe? This safe hammer.
One of the old ministers said directly and loudly, Xiao Chang, don't report to your superiors yet. Xiao Chang looked confused.
He put down the documents in his hand and quickly came to the old ministers, saying, what's wrong? One of the ministers hurriedly typed and said, Lord of Heaven, what do you mean? Don't joke about this kind of thing.
This kind of joke is not funny at all. This matter is directly related to the safety of your lives. It is best to send a private message to us and tell us the truth. Qingfeng said helplessly,
we're really on the 49th floor underground.
How can this kind of thing be be deceiving, and it has just climbed up from the 50 floors.
Just climbed up from the 50th floor? The Ministry of Scientific Research, other countries, and netizens are confused.
You know, now the Human Advance Team, the first echelon, has only explored the 30th floor, but they directly said that they came up from the 50th floor.
It's outrageous. Qingfeng saw that they were not typing and talking, and also looked at his clone, and then said to the camera, "If you don't believe it, you can actually ask my sister. I also met her on the 50th floor." Several old ministers looked at Yu Zijiang next to Qingfeng, hoping to know whether this was true or false. They typed and said, "Yu Zijiang, did you really come from the 50th floor to the 49th floor?" Qingfeng controlled Yu Qingyi and nodded to himself. Then start making up stories.
A familiar, gentle, and beautiful voice slowly came. "That's right, what my brother said is true. After solving the high priest of the blood mist sect at that time, didn't he fall into the magma?
Fortunately, the tank I built is not dangerous.
After the disconnection, I was also idle and bored and kept practicing, but I could also feel that I was declining all the time. Then I got a bump and I didn't feel the descent. I looked out through the tank and saw that I was out. I guess I should have encountered the entrance to the ephemeral dungeon, and I just fell in, and then I encountered all kinds of races. I also learned from them that I was on the 50th floor, and found my brother who entered the 50th floor earlier than me." At this moment, the audience peeking at the screen was completely confused.
Is it so fantastic? The movie doesn't act like this.
The most important thing is that he actually met his brother on the 50th floor, which is too coincidental and outrageous.
The ministers of the Scientific Research Department didn't know what to say for a while.
At the same time, they were also curious about how the Lord of Heaven reached the 50th floor, and turned around to ask the Lord of Heaven, "Lord of Heavenly Court, how did you get to the 50th floor underground?"
Pretty. Finally here.
Qingfeng is waiting for this sentence. As long as it is explained clearly enough, it can echo from beginning to end, and perfectly create that I am not Yuzi sauce.
He was secretly happy in his heart.
Coughed and said, "Oh, I practiced in the space crack of the magic capital, probably on the 5th floor.
While hunting monsters, I was caught up in a transient dungeon, but I didn't expect to meet my sister." The audience was completely numb.
Good guy, it's really a neat family. After 5 or 6 seconds, the Scientific Research Department sent a barrage again and said, "Really, are you sure you really didn't lie to us?" Yu Qingfeng and Yu Qingyi nodded and said neatly, "It's not good for us to lie to you. I'm really sure and affirmative. Our live broadcast is mainly to tell you about our current situation and ask for help." Those old ministers of the Scientific Research Department also suddenly realized, "I see, it turns out to be a call for help. That does make sense, since it is a call for help on the 49th floor. The secret really can't be saved."
And keep the live broadcast on. But why not open a private live broadcast?
The old minister and the others didn't have time to think about it, so they quickly typed and said, "Okay, we also know your current situation. We will report it immediately.
Hold on, rescue will come soon.
Don't interrupt the live broadcast." Qingfeng also nodded and said, "Then it's troublesome." "No trouble, even if you are just ordinary citizens of Kyushu, we in Kyushu will do our best to save you back to China safely." After the official account of the Ministry of Scientific Research sent this barrage, it also closed the collective ban. At this moment, Xiaocheng was still watching the live broadcast in a daze. After seeing it, the old ministers also said, "Xiaocheng, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to report quickly? Hurry up and report it. There must be no mistakes this time, you know? Are you polite?" At this moment, netizens also found that they could send a barrage almost in an instant. The barrage was released like a torrent. "This is our country, our powerful country. Even if it is trapped on the 49th floor of the underground city, even if it is very dangerous, we'll also bring it back safely." Is this still what I remember from the rigid Scientific Research Department that can be said? Fog grass, I saw my blood boiling, my blood surged. I kicked away the cow that was still cultivating the land, and I plowed 30 acres of land, and my cow was stunned. "Upstairs, the 100 acres of my house will be handed over to you. Big brother." I really knelt down. Fog grass. I mocked the eldest brother at the beginning, but I didn't expect the eldest brother to really be on the 49th floor, kneeling down.
Absolutely amazing. Awesome, as expected of a big brother. Go on vacation to the 49th floor. It's really too strong.
Yu Zijiang's brother is also so good. This grade has already gone to the 5th basement floor to practice. Presumably he is also Tianjiao. No wonder he can teach such an excellent sister. Yes, my family just has a brother and a sister, and when I go home, I must buy more than a dozen sets of homework questions for my son, so that I can support my little sister at home in the future.
The big devil is awesome. Why do you say Big Demon King? Isn't his nickname Big Brother?
That's right.
What Big Demon King? What are you talking about?
Maybe you don't know, but if you inquire about who is the first on the freshman list of the Magic Capital, you will know. Soon, what Qingfeng did in the Magic Capital Wu University was picked up. Even the original video about Yu Qingfeng was picked up. He overpowered all the demons and killed the sophomore senior in anger.
Those brilliant achievements directly made everyone look confused.
Especially those videos, everyone who watched them called them fog grass. At the same time, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School.
Supernatural elite class. The elite class has been a very strict education method in the past generations, no matter who it is, what kind of family and status. As long as you enter the elite class, you must strictly abide by the rules of the elite class. If you have any opinions, you can transfer to the ordinary class by yourself. Because of this, the elite class basically has no contact with the outside world or any electronic products except Sundays. So now I don't know anything about the sudden changes in the outside world. Wanyayun, Wensinyu, Ronghong, the three of them are all in the B class. Wanyayun, Wensinyu naturally entered the elite class because of their prominent family background and strong resources. Ronghong is different. He was taken to the dungeon by Qingfeng in advance to practice, and he was favored by the school and entered the elite class because of his hard work and talent. At this moment, they are working hard to cultivate in the classroom. A crisp sound of footsteps came slowly outside, and since there was no one nearby, the sound produced by the high heels touching the ground was particularly crisp. The members of the elite class also slowly opened their eyes. Get up quickly, sit back in your seat honestly, and wait for the teacher to arrive. At this moment, a beautiful female teacher quickly pushed open the door and walked in and said, "Students, I will show you something today." This is the video revealed by the magic capital Wuhan University today, and it is the video of the battle between the freshmen of the magic capital. Not only that, but it also comes with a video of the top freshman in the magic capital Wu University and the sophomore battle. After reading you will know how difficult it is to get to the 4 universities in Kyushu. After watching you will know where the gap is between you and those demon capital Tianzhou. The teacher's tone was extremely serious. She closed all the doors, then plugged the USB flash drive into the computer and started playing. When it was about to be played, the teacher suddenly remembered something and reminded him, "That's right, it also comes with a murder clip. After watching it, you must always be vigilant. Warriors and superpowers are not a joke." The entire elite class took a deep breath in shock. They all wanted to ask why there were deaths in school, but they didn't ask when they saw the teacher's serious face. Instead, they quietly wait for the video to be broadcast. Even if they know in advance that they will die, the students are still extremely excited. Originally, their goal was the 4 universities in Kyushu. Now that the video of the magic capital Wuhan University has been exposed, how can they not be excited? With this video, they can also know that the gap is also sure and confident to go to the magic capital Wuhan University. The video also began to play gradually. It was a playground, a huge playground, and there were countless classmates under the playground who stood below in no order. That playground alone calmed down everyone in the elite class. At this moment, the principal also slowly took out a speech and said, "I am very happy to this opening ceremony." As the video plays, Yu Qingfeng in the video was also the first to jump onto the aerial platform. Wanyayun, Wensinyu, Ronghong, when they saw the face of the first person who jumped onto the platform, they stood up instantly, looking incredulous. "What are you three doing? Sit down quickly and take a good look at." The teacher looked at them and said. The three of them glanced at each other, and they all saw disbelief in each other's eyes, and they were also shocked under the pressure. Sit back and watch. In the video, Qingfeng beat those Tianzhou away. The elite class listened to the shocking speech and couldn't help but start to ponder. Then they saw an even more shocking scene. Qingfeng slowly raised his hand, and then raised his middle finger to all the freshmen. "Oh!" At this moment, the elite class completely exploded. A boy next to Ronghong said tremblingly, "Is this the Tianzhou of the magic capital Wu University? How dare he?" Then they saw an even more shocking scene. In the video, Qingfeng is like a god descending to earth punching a Tianzhou. Numb, elite class, and those ordinary people who see the video. Seeing this is completely numb. Soon the opening ceremony of the freshmen was over. What followed was the next video, which was a life and death struggle between Qingfeng and the sophomore senior. The cause and effect are all clearly expressed in words. In the elite class, when they saw the struggle of life and death, their hearts were in their throats. Especially Ronghong, he eagerly hoped that the boss would be fine. The video continues to play. This time it was a group of screenshots, which were all kinds of mocking remarks, driven by words. Some students in the elite class also feel that Qingfeng is overpowered. At the end of the mocking screenshot, it is Yu Qingfeng's personal homepage, which is extremely white. The font appears again and it says, "In the face of these ridicules, he never said a word. Instead, he entered the dungeon alone." At the same time, it was attached again, and Qingfeng came back in embarrassment with a snakeskin backpack. At the end of the video, Qingfeng appeared flatly, and finally killed the other party in a flat way. This moment is the elite class, and the shock that netizens have never felt before. They can't say that kind of shock, but my heart trembles for it. Soon the video ends. The entire elite class fell into an incomparable shock. Is this the real Tianzhou? Is this the first day of the magic capital Wu De Pride? One of the elite class said tremblingly. The gap is too big. The pressure pressed on them like a giant glacier, especially Ronghong and the three. At this moment, Ronghong's heart was extremely uneasy. No wonder the eldest brother said he was going to study in other schools. No wonder the eldest brother didn't let me follow. No wonder the eldest brother wanted to agree with me to go to the magic capital Wuhan University together. So that's how it is. Mocked all the freshmen and gave the middle finger to the freshmen. One person suppressed the entire freshman and made rhetoric. He even got the nickname of the Demon King. Even if she is provoked by her sophomore year, even if he is slandered and disliked, he never said a word. Instead, he quietly became stronger until he killed his opponent and slapped everyone in the face. Top dog. It's really fierce. Ronghong, you have only achieved a bronze star now. What is there to be proud of? The boss is so strong and not arrogant, but you broke through to bronze a few days ago and were proud and confident to join the magic capital. No, I'm not working hard enough now. Come on and work hard to catch up with the boss. When Yayun was different, and now the pride in her heart was instantly shattered. Her head is confused now. Impossible, he is definitely not Yu Qing. She tried to deceive herself to keep herself calm. She really couldn't believe that the person in the video who was high-spirited, overpowered all the freshmen in the video, and was admired by the freshmen of the entire magic capital, was Yu Qingfeng, whom she had always looked down upon. Is it her former useless fiancé? Is that person really Yu Qingfeng? Now that the ironclad facts are in front of her, she has to believe that Yu Qingfeng, who used to do nothing and cause trouble everywhere, licked me like a dog. She once thought that she and he were people from two worlds. Now, it has become an existence that she has to look up to. If I had been less arrogant at the beginning, would the ending have changed if I could have looked at him one more time? With the passage of time, the gentleman's pretending to be forced by Qingfeng was gradually exposed. Of course, these are all afterwards. At this moment, Yu Qingfeng was explaining to his parents. Yu Wenyao, stinky boy, it's great that you don't have facts. By the way, is what you just explained true? Qingfeng said inexplicably in front of the camera. Of course it was true. The audience was a little confused. Yu Wenyao, alas, the 49th floor is too dangerous. I immediately donated hundreds of millions to the military region, hoping to rescue it quickly. Are you enough spirit stones over there? I don't eat much. Is it safe to be in the position I am in now? Qingfeng typed and said, it's okay, the 49th floor is okay, I have my own measure. Yu Wenyao, what is the strength of this kid now? With such a big breath, did you eat celery? By the way, what happened to that Yu Zijiang? I still grabbed the scriptures and asked, and he typed and said, Qingfeng, what's going on with that Yu Zijiang? Isn't she you? If not, why does it look so similar to you, even the same as the ability eyes? When did our family have a sister like this? Yu Qingfeng thought about it carefully, and then typed playfully and said, he is my sister, have you forgotten dad? Yu Wenyao, younger sister, daughter? When will I have a daughter? Yu Wenyao leaned back on the comfortable sofa and began to think about it while touching his chin. Just as he was thinking, he didn't notice at all, watching his mother quietly next to him. She saw that Yu Wenyao was really thinking seriously. His face gradually darkened, and then he took a deep breath, said with a kind smile, and said to him, Wenyao, are you hiding something from me? After Yu Wenyao heard the sound, his hand suddenly stiffened and he turned his head to look, and saw Yu's mother's smiling smile. Then he quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly said, wife, how is it possible? It must be that kid who was watching our jokes. Look at this kid. He laughed out loud with bad intentions. Yumu looked at the screen and saw Yu Qingfeng smirking. She nodded, but the nuclear good smile was still hanging on her face. Yu Wenyao hurriedly typed and said, stinky boy, you know the cheat father every day, hurry up and explain to us, what is the situation of that Yu Zijiang? Qingfeng paused, then typed and said, it's very simple, because that's me too. Yu Wenyao? Yu Qingfeng continued to explain, I have awakened a new ability and supernatural power before, which is a clone, but this clone is a little different, that is, it must be a woman, and the memory is different, and I have self-awareness. The strength is equal to mine. Haven't you always wanted a daughter? I will divide her to find you and protect you. By the way, I was still thinking of surprising you at that time. I don't know what happened later. I went to the dungeon to practice at that time, but I didn't expect so many things to happen. When I met her on the 50th floor, I was also very surprised, and I asked her what happened. She told me that the first thing she did when she came to Jiangcheng was to go to the Black Tiger gang to solve that trouble for you. Then I went to play the comic show out of curiosity, and later told me that I had destroyed a cult den and fell into the magma. Then I came to the 50th floor. It's simple, without too many details. I just know now that she unknowingly did such a big thing. All of the above content is made up by Qingfeng. Yu Wenyao, good guy, awakened to the ability again. But this ability is a bit against the sky. If it is according to what Qingfeng said, everything will be explained. No wonder teacher Lu said that Qingfeng went to practice, but it turned out that he really went to practice, not secretly came back. Yu's mother saw that her eyes lit up, and the more she looked at Yu Qingyi, the more satisfied she became, and she pushed Wenyao away and typed and said, did you get the name Yu Qingyi? Mom, I'm very satisfied. Qingfeng typed without embarrassment and said, Mom, just be satisfied. When we come back, you can take her for a walk. Okay. Finally, I was completely free from suspicion. At this moment, Qingfeng can be said to have put down the huge stone in his heart, and he now feels that his brain cells are about to be exhausted. Harm. To make up a lie, you have to use thousands of lies to get it back. Qingfeng looked around. I found a problem.
that is, the sun hanging high in the sky, it seems that it has not moved in that position.
No way.
It won't be the same as the secret realm, the sun won't set. If this is the case, Qingfeng can also guess why this place has become so deserted. But after staying in place for so long, it's time to take a look elsewhere, and I don't know where the entrance to the 48th floor is. Just when Qingfeng picked up the equipment, he suddenly remembered that he still seemed to have a few big gift packages that he hadn't opened. He turned on the live broadcast system, first bought a fully automatic stealth tracker, and then opened the system backpack. Opened those gift packages. Ding! The host opens the 50W Popularity Achievement gift package.
Get the Diamond Realm Experience card.
Ding! The host opens the 100W Popularity Achievement gift package.
Get the Diamond Realm Experience card.
Ding! The host opens the 150W Popularity Achievement gift package. Get special effects, full of fairy spirit.
Oh huh? Isn't this giving me a whole card? But it's okay, there is an extra 10% protection. But what does that special effect, full of fairy energy, mean? Qingfeng opened the system backpack again.
In the second frame of the backpack, a few big characters were written on it full of red fairy energy, and the font was ink style, with the momentum of a pen-walking dragon and snake.
Full of fairy artistic conception. Qingfeng gently clicked full of fairy energy and disappeared instantly. Order, full of fairy energy, is successfully used.
At the next moment, Qingfeng and Yu Zijiang's bodies seemed to change a little, and their bodies emitted a slight light. Live broadcast room barrage area. Brothers, have you noticed that the Great Demon King and Yu Zijiang seem to have changed a little, and they seem to be handsome again? I also feel that the current Zijiang is like a fairy descending to earth. I blinked, and as a result, I seem to have missed something. Why do I feel like the two of them have become holy spirits? That's right. This feeling is like meeting a heavenly immortal who has descended to earth, the Holy Spirit, and is inviolable. This picture is so beautiful. Why are you stunned?
Screenshot. What are you doing with screenshots? Stunned. Why are you taking screenshots? Stunned.
Qingfeng looked at the barrage and understood what the use of fairy energy was floating. It turned out to increase temperament. But why don't I feel it myself? Even from the perspective of Qingyi, I didn't see any change. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room again, Qingfeng can also be sure that the effect must be there. Maybe he can't feel it.
Shua. He didn't think about it anymore. Qingfeng took out the fully automatic stealth tracker, then clicked to use, and an eyeball full of technology slowly flew up.
Flying into the air, it also slowly disappeared.
Invisible. He released his breath to sense, but he couldn't sense anything. He looked in the direction of the eyeball, and after making sure that he couldn't see it, Qingfeng said to the camera with satisfaction, "Brothers, it's almost over. It's time to go somewhere else. It's not a big deal to be here." As he spoke, he put the original equipment into his backpack. Qingfeng walked in a random direction. It can be said that it is aimless.
The netizens in the live broadcast room are friars.
Fog grass, what did the Great Demon King take out just now? Live streaming equipment? It looks so handsome. Wouldn't it have been invented by Yu Zijiang, right?
It's so handsome that eyeball slowly disappears halfway through. Should it still be invisible? If it's really like that, I have a bold idea.
Uncle Police? I have a pervert here. You are paying attention to the wrong place. Haven't you heard what the Great Demon King said? What did he say? Fog grass. I remembered.
I actually want to go to another place. Big Brother is on the 49th floor here, and if you take the wrong step, you may die without a corpse.
I have seen the courage of my eldest brother. Big Brother, don't go. Can you go back? Isn't it fragrant to chat with us in the original place? Yes. What if you die suddenly while walking?
Qingfeng saw these barrages, smiled and said, It's okay. Let me tell you, I walked sideways when I was on the 50th floor, and I met many big guys of other races, and I was afraid of farts on the 49th floor. However, Qingfeng thought in his heart, I now have 2 Diamond Realm experience cards. If I encounter danger, I am sure to escape. If I really wait for Kyushu to come to the rescue in place, I don't know if I will wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. If I really wait for Kyushu to come to the rescue, I will stay there in September.
What do you suffer from? Barrage area.
6666, as expected of the big devil, speaking is arrogant.
Is this the gap and difference between me and Tianjiao? I noticed the other races that my eldest brother said before. Is there still a wise race in the dungeon? Qingfeng is also idle and boring.
Seeing this barrage, he also said, That's right, there are not only those brainless monsters in the dungeon, but also many intelligent races. It can be said that there are thousands of races.
What? Big devil, I don't read much, don't lie to me.
Qingfeng said solemnly, What am I lying to you? The lower the dungeon, the higher the strength, and the higher the level of spiritual intelligence and civilization. So we didn't find the intelligent race at the top. Just 50 floors. The strength of the foundation is terrifying. Almost every race has at least one big boss of the King realm. At this time, all netizens were shocked.
King?
You must know that today's blue star is the highest in strength and is extraordinary, and it is pitiful that there are only 6 in the world. But Qingfeng said that there is at least one king in a race.
There are thousands of races. Fog grass, mist grass. I heard it right, King realm? If you say that, there are at least tens of thousands of kings on the 50 floors? This is too exaggerated. At this moment, the Scientific Research Department that had been peeking at the screen also spoke. Scientific Research Department, Qingfeng, is what you said true? We do guess that there are intelligent creatures in the dungeon. After all, we found a lot of relics on the 20th floor. Alas. However, the highest monster on the 30th floor is also a star. If the 50th floor is really full of kings, our strategy for dungeons in Kyushu may have to change. Qingfeng said as he walked, what I just said may be a bit exaggerated, but there are indeed many kings on the 50 floors. But don't worry, there are still some powerful forces in the 50-layer king that seem to be bound by something. Can't come up. If humans want to integrate, it's best not to use force. Peace talks are the best. But in this regard, I still suggest that when mankind appears as a king and a strong man, then establish diplomatic relations with those races in the dungeon. After all, this is a deterrent. Research Department, indeed, since 6 years ago, it has been discovered that it is almost impossible for diamond-level monsters to come to the upper level. Unless it is the same as the previous Blood Mist sect, it is artificial. Qingfeng, your news is of great value and significance, and I will report everything you said. Yu Qingfeng also nodded. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the Blood Mist sect, so he said, there are also many races in the dungeon that have long been eyeing our human race. That Blood Mist sect, the leader is the force of the dungeon. Scientific Research Department, don't worry about this, the only remaining Blood Mist cult forces in Kyushu can be said to be very few. When those water friends heard the Blood Mist sect, they also began to mock them. Speaking of the Blood Mist sect, I want to laugh when I think of them. Ha ha ha, yes. Since the Junqing incident, the strongholds of the Blood Mist sect have been frequently discovered by Kyushu officials, some in internet cafes and some in toilets, even in the sewers. Almost wherever it is hidden, it will be discovered. Even many members of the Blood Mist sect say that the leader is crazy and can't be contacted no matter how. Ha, no, I remember a funny thing. Last time I saw a news that the Blood Mist sect, the cultists secretly caught the old man for sacrifice, but the old man killed him and sacrificed himself. Ha 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 ha, boy. Qingfeng looked at these barrages, and probably guessed what was going on. It must be the curse system. I have to say, curse system YYDS. At this moment, the ground suddenly began to shake, as if something was running rapidly, and Qingfeng looked around. I want to hide and see the situation, but the surroundings are extremely empty, with only a few cacti. Qingfeng simply didn't hide, he used his mental power to be vigilant around him, and the vibration became louder and louder the more he practiced, and he was also sure of the source. On the right-hand side of the breeze, Yu Qingfeng and the clone are on guard. Staring at the right side, even the spiritual power was released to the extreme. Once encountering an emergency, the breeze would instantly trigger the spiritual power. Netizens in the live broadcast room also began to cry and call their father and mother. Mist grass is a monster. Alas, if I had known, I should have stayed where I was, and I shouldn't have come out. Yes, now the calf is directly finished. Am I going to have the pain of losing Yu Zijiang again? Good guy, I think I'm dead, right? After about 7 or 8 minutes, the vibration of the ground was getting bigger and bigger, and soon a giant scorpion of more than 10 meters appeared in the place where Qingfeng could see. The scorpion is dark all over. The sun shone on his dark body, refracting colorful light, except for the huge tail spine on his tail. There are also many subtle barbs on his body. In front of the scorpion was also a pangolin and an old man, who seemed to provoke the scorpion to run wildly in desperation. The old man had white hair and sideburns, and his clothes were ragged, and it could be seen through the tattered clothes that the old man was bone-skinned, skinny, and sallow. It looks a little weak, it seems to be very weak, but it runs alive, and it can dodge the scorpion's swift and dangerous and deadly tail thorn attack every time. Every time the scorpion attacked, the ground would explode a hole, and Qingfeng saw the power, and he also had a bottom in his heart. That scorpion's strength is at least at the diamond level. He quickly used his mental power to perceive the strength of the scorpion, and it was indeed a diamond level, and it's also a diamond 2-star. But the scorpion seemed to see the breeze. It didn't mean to attack Qingfeng, and Qingfeng was also relieved and said, brothers, it's okay, it's okay. Presumably, a certain race has provoked a giant scorpion and is being hunted. It seems that he should not be able to harm us. Live broadcast room barrage area. Fog grass, is this the situation on the 49th floor? It's really terrifying. Look at that power. That giant scorpion's strength should be at least in diamonds. Great. Yu Zijiang is fine. Just as Qingfeng was waiting for them to leave, the Righteous Path system, which had not responded for a long time, suddenly issued a task. Ding, task release. Task name, give enough care to the elderly. Mission details, when you were walking, you met an old man who was in danger and weak, surrounded by wilderness, helpless. As a righteous gentleman, naturally you can't stand by. It is time to step forward at this moment and give the elderly enough care. Mission reward, Xinglian Sword Song. Diamond skill, available in advance. Good guy, is this the Righteous Path system? It's just right. Please, that's a diamond level monster. Can I really win with a mere platinum crystal invincibility? Besides, you tell me that the old man is weak and can't help it. I observed his leaked strength, at
at least one diamond star.
It's much better than me. System U. Alas?
Just when Qingfeng wanted to continue to complain, he found something unusual. This task could be received in advance. That feeling was good. Receive the task reward. Qingfeng received it directly.
Ding! Successfully received the Qinglian Sword Song, temporarily transformed into permanent after the task is completed.
Soon, all the moves about Qinglian Sword Song were engraved in Qingfeng's mind, and it seemed that instinct formed muscle memory, just like practicing from childhood to adulthood.
Qingfeng was happy and said secretly in his heart,
as expected of the righteous path system, it actually allowed me to directly learn all the moves of Qinglian Sword Song, and directly gave me the level of proficiency. In his memory, Qingfeng could feel that the spiritual skill of Qinglian Sword Song was very powerful.
Fighting the diamond-level scorpion doesn't seem to be completely unbeatable.
The most important thing is that Qingfeng also has a clone. It should be impossible to beat the double combat power.
God-level acting skills are launched.
Qingfeng shook his head with regret and then said to the brothers in the live broadcast room, "Brothers, do you know what other uses are there for live broadcasting? Why did the Big Devil suddenly talk about this, just for those few uses? Live meetings, school, for people's entertainment."
Yes, is there any other use?
Qingfeng looked at their hatred for iron and steel and said, in addition to those, the live broadcast also conveys full of positive energy. The water friends in the live broadcast room were confused. They didn't know why Qingfeng suddenly said this, but after all, it was Qingfeng, Tianjiao, who said it. They subconsciously began to think. Qingfeng's words did not stop, but continued, "Look, today's live broadcast is smoky and miasma."
How many times has the live broadcast circle been officially governed by Kyushu? This is the main reason why I didn't go online at the beginning. Now I am also a public figure, and I must take the lead. I must establish a new style.
Achieve this kind of live broadcast with harmonious love and positive energy.
Absolutely do it.
Well said, the Big Devil is right. It's time to rectify those bad customs of live broadcasting. Look, this is the consciousness of Tianjiao. This is the Tianjiao of our Kyushu. People with this kind of thinking, how can we not prosper? How can we not be strong?
I support. Scientific Research Department, if you can say this, you deserve the name of Tianjiao.
Qingfeng glanced at the barrage in the live broadcast room and found that many people agreed with this view. He nodded vigorously and said, "Okay, very spiritual and moral."
At this moment,
it was just the perfect opportunity for me to establish a new style.
Look not far away.
There is no one in the wilderness, an old man with no power to bind chickens, skinny as firewood, entering old age, and rushing alone.
No children, no daughters, not even money to buy a bodyguard. When I was on the road, I was chased and wanted to ask for help.
But this place is deserted and no one pays attention.
Now that we have finally met us, if we don't go to the rescue, wouldn't it chill the old man's heart? The heart of the sky is cold. In this regard, don't I see death and can't save it?
Then Qingfeng glanced at Yuqingyi, nodded, and said loudly in unison, "Tai, the goblin let my grandfather go." Fog grass, big brother is wrong. Come back quickly, we don't want you to set up a new wind. It's important to save your life. I suddenly feel that the shark fighting live broadcast platform is very good. You come back quickly, find a place to wait quietly for them to leave, isn't it?
Yes, I begged you, okay? I'm really convinced, big brother, this brain circuit, do you call this weak? I don't know where the strength is stronger than us. Research Department, silly boy, run.
The barrage is frantically refreshing.
Almost all of them say no.
They all wanted to tell Qingfeng to hide and wait for the monster to leave, but no matter what they said at the moment, it was useless. Qingfeng seems to have made up his mind.
He is like a warrior defending his territory, fighting desperately.
The way he rushed towards the giant scorpion made the water friends a little desperate. At this moment, netizens only have one thought, that is, the calf is finished.
Aha, Mayu Zijiang is going to be killed by her brother. Damn it, this is irresponsible for her own life.
I have a son-in-law, so I put this strange brother on the stall.
Damn it, the great demon king's sense of justice is bursting. Is that a sense of justice? That's obviously a pit in the brain.
Overestimate one's strength or oneself.
I thought he was awesome before. Isn't it awesome, except that the brain circuit is a little wrong. How many Tianjia can be compared with him at the moment? Disperse, let's deal with the funeral directly. By the way, where is the Big Devil's house? I'm going to have a meal. This is really too self-assured. Isn't it clear how many pounds and tails you have? I have to go to death. Alas, they really can't understand Qingfeng's approach. It's just going to die. Strength?
Qingfeng's strength is still recognized by everyone, but if you want to defeat the diamond level, it is almost impossible. After all, judging from the video exposed by the magic capital Wuhan University not long ago, it can be seen that Qingfeng's strength still has a general realm. At most silver during that period.
How long has it been since that video is now? It's only been a few months. Can Qingfeng break through his strength to diamonds in such a short period of time, and can he raise his strength to the point where he can resist diamonds? Obviously, this is impossible. So in this regard, they are not optimistic about Qingfeng. After all, no one can believe that a person can break through to a level that kills a diamond in just a few months. It's like a fantasy. quickly, just when most of the water friends felt that Qingfeng was about to die. Yu Qingfeng and Yu Qingyi's point speed suddenly skyrocketed. Qingfeng and the clone used the dragon and snake dance step at the same time, and the speed exploded instantly, and that speed was like a ghost. It took almost a few seconds to come to the old man's side. What happened just now? What kind of thing is it to lose weight and pass? Netizens who saw this scene were directly confused. It seems that the pace is too fast to keep up with the pace. Fog Grass, did you see it just now? Why did the speed of the Great Demon King and Yu Zijiang suddenly skyrocket so much? Yes, what happened? That speed is definitely not something that silver can have, even gold can't have. Isn't there a professional department in the live broadcast room? Yes, what about the Kyushu Scientific Research Department? Can you come out and explain to us? I remember that the Scientific Research Department has done research on this. At this time, the old ministers of the Scientific Research Department were already confused. Seeing that so many water friends wanted them to come out and explain, they also swallowed their saliva and typed, "At this speed, it is vaguely about to catch up with the platinum crystal level. It is likely that it has reached the speed of diamond if Yu Qingfeng and Yu Qingyi join forces, plus the old man. It doesn't seem to be unbeatable." As soon as these words came out, netizens in the live broadcast room were deeply shocked. They were not suspicious of the words of the Kyushu Scientific Research Department. You must know that when the first diamond-level powerhouse appeared in Kyushu, a detailed test had already been conducted. Therefore, the limits of each realm and the embodiment of strength, they can almost analyze a general idea just by looking at it. Therefore, what the Scientific Research Department said is very weighty and authentic. Who can tell me that this is fake? Is this the Tianzhou of the demon capital Wuda? It's really outrageous. Genius, this is a rare genius in 10,000 years. Mist Grass, I'm actually looking forward to it now. At this time, Yu Qingfeng did not attack the giant scorpion at the first time, but ran together next to the old man. He was still chattering about homely food. Minutes ago, the old man and the pangolin also found them early. At first, I thought I was saved, but after sensing the strength, Nima only had 2 stars of gold, and it was simply to die. Just when he was about to persuade Qingfeng not to come. Seeing Qingfeng's amazing speed, he suddenly couldn't understand it. Could it be that he used some secret method to hide his strength? I simply didn't warn. Wait until the breeze comes and talk about it carefully. A few seconds later, Qingfeng gradually approached. Just when the old man was about to speak, Qingfeng took the lead in speaking. He only saw Qingfeng with a smile like a spring breeze and said, "Good morning, old man. Come out for a run early in the morning. You should be in good health." God, good morning. Let me tell you if it's morning. Let me ask you if I'm running now. Don't you see a beast so big in the back? This man is blind. When he saw Qingfeng in Yu Qingyi's eyes, he immediately didn't want to say anything. It seems that he is really blind. Qingfeng did not notice the abnormality of the old man, but was thinking about how to give enough care and warmth. In order to make the old man feel warm, he would say a few words of homely things with concern from time to time and ask some questions. These questions are, Yu Qingfeng, old man, are you wearing long pants? Old man, what are long pants? Yu Qingfeng, it's warm in winter. Qingfeng continued, have you eaten? Is your teeth okay? Do you need me to cook for you? Old man, no, my teeth are pretty good, and I basically don't need to eat when I reach this level. Yu Qingfeng, that is, if you don't eat, your teeth are not good. It is normal for the body to age and not be able to eat, but it is still necessary to eat more. Yu Qingfeng, are your children alive? Old man, I'm alive, I'm in good health, and they don't need to wear your so-called long pants. Yu Qingfeng, it turned out to be an empty nester, and the children of the family had to work hard outside in order to support the family, but unfortunately the society was as cold as a blade, and in the end they couldn't afford to buy long pants. If you need it, I'll take care of you. These questions are about to drive the old man crazy. The old man wanted to talk to Qingfeng more than a dozen times about how to solve the beast behind, but every time he opened his mouth, he was suppressed by Qingfeng's words. Laugh me to death, the big devil's brain circuit, ha 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 ha. Outrageous, especially that sentence, did you wear long pants? Did God wear long pants? Do you still have to wear long pants in this weather condition? Wearing shorts is about the same. Qingfeng didn't look at the barrage, but continued to ask, are there many healthcare products at home? Do you need me to buy you some to come back to maintain your health? Old man. The old man couldn't help but say, young man. Before he could finish speaking, Qingfeng interrupted and said, I know a lot of health products, are you interested? Do you want me to cook for you? Ah, listen to me, you listen to me. The old man's face was hideous, and his momentum was surging, and if Qingfeng didn't stop, he seemed to be going to attack Qingfeng with his remaining strength. It can be said that he is angry and corrupt. In this regard, Qingfeng also stopped. In fact, Qingfeng typed in the live broadcast system and said, this old man is not lightly ill, and it seems that he should have some Alzheimer's. Good guy, isn't this mad at you? Ah, no, it's really laughing me to death. If I were that old man, I'm afraid I would take the breeze away even if I died. I am now sure that there is almost no difference between a genius and a madman, and sooner or later he will be admitted to a mental hospital with this brain circuit. The old man was also relieved when he saw him stop and said, you don't look at the opportunity to ask me these questions again. Don't you see the beast behind behind? Xingfeng nodded and said, I saw it. Seeing you, haven't you seen what is happening? We are being hunted. Xingfeng nodded again and said, I know, don't I care about you, so I told you so much? How are you moved? Old man. Touching the hammer, the old man continued, if this continues, my spiritual power will run out sooner or later. Otherwise, it's better. How about we join forces to beat the beasts behind us first? I will definitely thank you after it is done. Xingfeng waved his hand and said, okay, no problem. After saying that, Xingfeng and Qingyi stopped instantly. Almost at the same time, the aura is released. The giant scorpion seemed to sense the threat and quickly stopped. Eight eyes stared at Xingfeng and the others. The body began to spiral, as if it was finding a suitable time to attack, and it seemed to be pulling and consuming Xingfeng and the others. Xingfeng and the clone's hands slowly condensed a water sword, and the cyan energy on their bodies slowly emanated. When the giant scorpion saw this, it took a step back in fear. At this moment, the spiritual power of the breeze surged like a waterfall, and the mighty and majestic aura burst out again. This time, the aura is directly approaching the diamond level. Driven by this momentum, the sand and dust on the ground seemed to gradually form a dangerous and huge tornado. Fog grass, is this the Tianzhou of the magic capital? This power, this momentum, is like a diamond. You can't really beat it. I don't have much culture, but I can say fog grass, the one above, me too. When you look at the old man's expression, you are stunned. At this moment, the old man who had been behind the breeze, recovering his spiritual power and waiting for an opportunity, was shocked by this scene. The whole person was stunned. Even the giant pangolin beside him, who had finally been idle, was trembling with fright. Crazy digging holes. It seems that it would be much better to be covered with dirt. Then both the live broadcast room and the old man saw a very shocking scene. The turquoise energy on the water sword slowly spread around, and then condensed into flower buds, and the turquoise energy condensed more and more buds. An illusion appeared. In the fantasy, it is full of vitality, lush greenery, beautiful wind and sunshine, high mountains, green trees, and most importantly, there is a giant pool. There are countless lotus leaves and flower buds in the pond, and the water surface is even more ancient and waveless. It looks so beautiful with the surrounding scenery. Xingfeng and Yuqingyi were in the middle of the pool, holding swords, high-spirited, cold and arrogant, and dangerous. In the eyes of water friends, there is a feeling that comes out of the mud without being stained with clear ripples but not demonic. The old man felt those flower buds, and he could actually sense the strong sword intent, and the scene seemed beautiful and calm, but it seemed to contain endless murderous intent. Shocked and speechless, is this a field? A genius who can comprehend the field. Field? What does the old man seem to know? What is the field? Who knows the field? Don't you know the field? One of our star-level powerhouses in Kyushu has comprehended the realm. Scientific Research Department, that's right, the field is not a secret. If you often pay attention to the news, you can also see one or two, our country's star-level powerhouse Qin Lisheng has comprehended the field. As long as his tsunami forms, the field will no longer be bound by any spiritual power. Research Department, as long as it is in the field, it is invincible. It's a pity that our country is only a field that Qin Lisheng understands alone. But at this moment, I didn't expect that a genius in the field of comprehension would appear again in our Kyushu. Or two. Fog grass, fog grass, fog grass. Ha, it's awesome. It's time to show other countries the heritage and Tianzhou of our Kyushu. Since the great demon king still has Yu Zijiang, his strength is already comparable to that of diamonds, and when he returns to the city, I am afraid that it will be difficult for those assassins to assassinate. The words can't be too full. What if some countries are shameless and directly send star-level powerhouses? At this time, a feeling of unease emerged from the giant scorpion. At the moment of its panic, Xingfeng and Yuqingyi raised the swords in their hands at the same time, and the lotus flower opened instantly, and the originally calm wind and sunny picture became brutal. The sky is full of dark clouds, lightning and thunder, heavy rainpours, and strong winds gradually form a waterspout. See the cover for details. It all happened quickly, in less than a minute. This shocking and magnificent scene directly made the water friends send fog grass. Xinglian sword song. This sentence was said by Xingfeng and the clone at the same time. The lotus flowers in the pool instantly formed a sword array, and the illusory turquoise swords condensed out, and 10,000 swords were in the air. The breeze gently waved the water sword in his hand. 10,000 swords tremble. The sound of the sword is crisp and pleasant. 10,000 turquoise long swords in the sky collectively burst out with strong sword intent, collectively aiming at the giant scorpion. 10,000 swords in the sky were cut down in an instant. Green lights flashed in front of him, almost to the extreme. The sword energy overflowed, and sword marks appeared on the ground. Some are deep and some are shallow. The giant scorpion died instantly, leaving no scum behind. If the scorpion could talk, he would definitely say, how can anyone come up and make a big move? After solving the giant scorpion, the illusion gradually disappeared. It wasn't until he completely disappeared that everyone woke up from the shocking scene. The huge barrage also swept in like a tsunami. Is this the domain? It's too strong. I have studied the field and loved the field for so many years. This is the first time I have seen the field. My husband is the best. Look at this this strength. Look at this appearance. Isn't this better than those little fresh meat?
The Great Demon King is awesome. Yu Zhejiang is awesome. From today onwards, I want to provide for you every day.
I hope you can bless me during the ability exam. Can I learn the field? I really want to learn. What do you think? I said to understand, if only I could learn.
After Qingfeng solved the giant scorpion, he also said in his heart when he saw this barrage, I can learn. Anyway, I learned it.
However, is this the original field? It's really powerful.
The righteous path system is powerful. It gave me the spiritual sword technique of Qinglian sword song, and also helped me understand the sword technique. By the way, the Qinglian sword song field was easily used. Brothers, the same clothes of the Great Demon King you are already being made. If you are interested, you can come to my Taobao store to take a look.
Yu Zhejiang's same figure is also being made.
Qingfeng came to the old man and continued, I have quite a lot of healthcare products. What an old white shock, soaked in concave and convex man medicinal wine for more than 10 years, and Jean Kula, all of which are harmful to the body and have no benefit.
Bah! Bailey is a harmless health product. Where is the address of the old man?
I'll go see you when I have time.
Ding! Mission complete. Because of your care, let the society know what cold and warm are. Let the world know that there are good people, and your actions have warmed the old man and made him grateful. Reward, Qinglian Sword Song, permanent version. Mission rewards have been automatically distributed. The task is completed, but this righteous system is also suitable for me. Anyway, live broadcast every day these days. I want to establish my image as a righteous gentleman. When my king returns, who in the world will not know you? Grateful tears?
Qingfeng noticed the system's evaluation, and also looked in the direction of the old man again. At this moment the old man's body trembled a little, as if he had received some fright. But in Qingfeng's eyes, it is different.
Sure enough, I was grateful. My body was trembling like this. I must have been moved by me. I wanted to cry, but I didn't want to lose face in front of me. This feeling of helping others seems to be pretty good, full of positive energy. However, what Qingfeng didn't know was that the reason why the old man trembled was completely frightened by Qinglian Sword Song. Qingfeng stepped forward and patted the old man's back and said, It's okay, people are like this when they are old. Are you very moved by your appearance? There is a
hidden in my heart but refuses to say it. Before Yu Qingfeng finished speaking, the old man looked shocked and hurriedly said, I don't dare to move. I dare not move.
This appearance is different in Qingfeng's eyes.
The old man's face is thin, and it's funny to see his shocked appearance being exposed.
Forget it, then don't be moved. It's not polite to dismantle it like this, just give him a little buffer time.
The old man sighed after a long time. His body was still trembling a little. He glanced deeply at Yu Qingfeng, and then said, Thank you for your help. I have a reluctant request.
He controlled Yu Qingyi and said, What's the matter? The old man continued, My daughter is also a genius in swordsmanship. Can you explain your views on swordsmanship?
This sentence also attracted the interest of netizens in the live broadcast room.
Yes, can the Great Demon King explain your swordsmanship to us? I want to be the same as you in the future. Yes, I want to know too. Explain my kendo? I do have a deep understanding of kendo, but is there an explanation for this thing? Isn't this just a matter of having hands?
So, Qingfeng slowly said, My sword path is very simple. I got up. Billion swords are in seconds. What is there to say?
Live streaming water friends. Old man. 666,666.
There is nothing wrong with it. There is really nothing wrong with it. I got up. Billion swords are in seconds. There is really nothing to say. WDNMD, Foggrass, after I looked at your domain, my sword cabinet moved. I didn't look at it.
It's in the 13th install. But this kind of pretending to be 13 words didn't even have any sense of disobedience when said in the mouth of the Great Demon King. Just when the breeze was watching the barrage, he suddenly remembered an important thing, and quickly said to the old man, do you know how to get to the 48th floor? The old man glanced at Qingfeng in surprise, and then said, Why do you want to go to the 48th floor? Other races want to go to the 50th floor, but you want to go to those barbarian lands. Good guy September really didn't say anything wrong.
God barbarians, our blue star civilization is very brilliant.
This old man doesn't save him.
There are really other races. I half-truthed the words of the Great Demon King before, but now the facts are right in front of me. Missed grass. Why do other races want to reach the 50 floors, and the lower the floor, the more dangerous it is? Didn't the Great Demon King say before, except for humans, the higher the level of civilization, the lower the level of civilization? Qingfeng also said bluntly, I want to go home, back to the beautiful home in my memory. The old man was also shocked after hearing this.
Family?
The old man seemed to outline his past, and his century-old memory opened at this moment, with a nostalgic and beautiful smile on his face.
I think I used to come down from the 48th floor. Then he looked lonely again. It's a pity I can't go back.
Today, this young man with outstanding talent and understanding the field at a young age should have had a good time to continue to break through.
Keep digging into the layers.
It is not impossible to make friends with all kinds of famous big people and eventually become a hegemon.
But he wanted to return to his original hometown. Pure heart.
The old man nodded and said slowly, I used to be a person on the 48th floor, but unfortunately I can't go back.
back. Seeing that you are dressed so exquisitely and in a style I have never seen before, you must have come up from the 50th floor. Xingfeng nodded and did not deny it. The old man was not too surprised when he learned about it, and he continued, "It must not be easy to come up once. What? After all, each floor is not going up if you want to, going down if you want to." Yu Qingfeng frowned, thinking to himself, is there anything else to pay attention to in the upper and lower levels? The old man seemed to be a little self-deprecating, and continued, especially if you go down, you need to pass the test of the number of layers itself to determine whether you are qualified or not. Once you go down, your identity will change. If you want to come up again, you must pass the consent of the number of floors. Otherwise, life and death are hard to say. Since you have all come up, you also know the difficulties. Xingfeng didn't know what to say, so he took out the set of universal quotes. Ah, yes, yes. But at the same time, I was also groping and thinking, identity change? What does number of layers mean? Could it be that September and other races can't leave more than 50 floors, and they are also limited by this number of floors? The water in the dungeon is too deep. The old man continued to say, it's a pity, you're late. It's almost impossible for you to go to the 48th floor now. If you go up a little earlier, maybe you can go up. The old man saw Qingfeng's confused look, and explained directly, that's right, now the entrance has been closed by the Lord. I can't go up in a short time. Closed entrance? Xingfeng asked, did something happen? The old man nodded and said, it seems to be a mutiny. Alas, I am not very clear about the specific situation, but look at your laid-back look. I shouldn't be in a hurry to go to the 48th floor. Xingfeng touched his head awkwardly and said, do I look very laid back? The water friends in the live broadcast room complained directly. Laid back, very fucking laid back. If I hadn't known the real situation, I would have thought the great demon king was on vacation, going around in circles along the way, aimlessly, and arguing with us, showing us the scenery on the way. I really suspect that I am on vacation. Seeing those barrages, Xingfeng also retorted, didn't I find my target before? Besides, this kind of scenery is not very cool for you to see. Now look at it, I didn't meet other races when I was wandering around. Isn't this my goal? Don't I know where the 48th-story city is? It is reasonable, but I can't refute it. The old man looked at Qingfeng's clothes, then looked at his face and said, isn't it laid back? From the moment you saw me, I could feel that you seemed a little careless and your clothes were clean. Hearing this, Qingfeng said with a resolute face, I'm just lost, but it's urgent to go home. That's my beautiful hometown. Live room water friends. The old man looked at Qingfeng thoughtfully and said to Qingfeng, if you want to go up now, it's not impossible. Qingfeng's face was happy, and he said quickly, what is the method? You can go to the Lord and tell the Lord why you came and why you went up. Maybe he will let you go to the 48th floor. Lord, breaking the void like September? It seems to be indeed a solution. Wrong. This method is very dangerous. I don't know if the Lord is good at talking. If it's as good as September, it's fine. If not, then it's troublesome. Since he is a Lord like September, he should be very strong. Otherwise, in a few days, I'm not in a hurry anyway, since the entrance is closed. It must be a very big thing. If I find the Lord at this time and say that I want to go to the 48th floor, isn't this a wound to sprinkle gunpowder? However, Qingfeng still had certain illusions about this, so he tentatively asked, what is that? What is the strength of the Lord? That extraordinary old man said, goodbye. Extraordinary, even if I used the diamond level experience card, it's a dish. At this moment, his face was a little stiff, and he said to the old man, actually, it's not so anxious to go home, anyway, sooner or later you have to go back, and it's not a problem to wait for 2 days. So this kind of small thing will not bother the Lord. Water friends in the live broadcast room. Fog grass, extraordinary, isn't the big demon king going to send it? Ha ha ha, the reaction of the great demon king is too real. What was just said urgently? Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. The last second is urgent, the next second, in fact, not so anxious. Human reality. Cowardly deserves the courage to deal with the giant scorpion just now. You black fans, I am a pure passerby. I want to say that the great demon king is cowardly? He just did it from the heart. The old man also felt speechless when he saw Qingfeng's somewhat cowardly look, and what he said before was urgent, and he also said helplessly to Qingfeng, the Lord is still very good, plus you are from the 50th floor, the Lord will not touch you. You may also be treated as a guest. I heard that the Lord has some connection with the Fox clan on the 50th floor. Before the old man could finish speaking, Qingfeng said righteously, I still don't think this kind of thing can be delayed. Hearing the Fox clan's breeze, the confidence surged inexplicably. After saying that, he looked at the confused expressions of the live broadcast room and the old man, and continued, I just said that I was naturally not afraid that the Lord would do something to me, and it was definitely not my cowardice. I just wasn't in such a hurry. I just thought about it again. This kind of thing must not be delayed. So since you said so, old man, I'd better go meet the Lord first. By the way, where is the Lord of the 48th floor? Hearing this, the old man was also surprised, and thought to himself, isn't he really cowardly? It's just that the idea at that time was really not that urgent. Alas, it seems that I was wrong. Such a decent gentleman, with a magnificent demeanor, how could a person who broke through the 50 floors be cowardly? My eyes are down. Old. old. The old man sighed, then shook his head and said to Qingfeng, the Lord is in the desert city, and I just happened to go there too. Let's stop by together. I can lead you the way. Just right, my pangolin is quite big, and it's just enough to bring the two of you. You can also have a companion to chat with. The old man turned around and just wanted to introduce his transportation pet, but where could he still see the pangolin when he turned around? At the location of the pangolin, there is only a hole and a bottomless pit. Presumably, it should be when the breeze released the field, scaring it away. He was a little annoyed but not easy to attack, so he turned his head to Qingfeng and said, it's okay, it's a small accident. My second egg is so naughty. Erden? You, Qingfeng murmured. The old man also nodded and said proudly, I thought about the name for a long time before I came up with it. How is it? Okay, you wait for me, I'll be fine right away. Then he turned to the cave and shouted, Erden, Erden, come out quickly, there is no danger. Erden, did you hear that? At first, Qingfeng didn't want to laugh, but when he heard him shout like this, Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh. When the old man heard the laughter, he turned to look at you, Qingfeng, and then said seriously, what are you laughing at? Are you laughing at Erden? When the old man turned around, Qingfeng immediately returned to his original appearance, and then pretended to be confused and said, no, it's nothing. The old man seems to be a little sensitive to his pet's name. Seeing that Qingfeng didn't say anything they were laughing at, he didn't pay attention to it, turned his head and continued to shout. To the cave, Erden, come up quickly, I know you can hear it, if you don't come up, I will roast your girlfriend and sell it. This time it was Yu Qingyi and Yu Qingfeng who laughed together. The old man turned around suspiciously again and said, what are you laughing at? And you too. He pointed to Yu Qingyi. Yu Qingfeng held back a smile and said, I thought of something happy. The old man pointed to Yu Qingyi and said, what about you? Yu Qingyi, I also thought of happy things. The old man looked at the two of them, and then asked, what are you happy about? Yu Qingfeng, my pet is also a cub. Yu Qingyi, poof. Ahem. The old man looked at Yu Qingyi again and said, why are you laughing? My pet is also giving birth. The old man was stunned for a moment, and then said, are your pets the same? Poof. Ah, yes, yes. Qingfeng coughed a few times and said, no, our pets are from the same day. But, ha ha ha. The old man couldn't help it, stomped the ground hard, the ground cracked to form a huge spider web, and then said angrily, I repeat, I'm not joking. What the hell are you laughing at? Hey, let's get down to business. It's better for you to call it back quickly. The old man's anger disappeared by more than half in an instant, and then he said, you're right. Then he continued to run to the front of the pit and shouted loudly, Erden, Erden, come up quickly, how can we go without you? Your partner is pregnant, come up quickly so that you can go back to reunion. Burst, ha 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 ha. The old man instantly turned his head to Qingfeng and said, you bullied people too much, I have endured you for a long time. Qingfeng was a little obvious and couldn't hold back, our pet is born. The old man retorted loudly, you are obviously laughing at my second egg, you haven't stopped. Qingfeng immediately became serious, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and said, old sir, we have been strictly trained, no matter how funny it is, we won't laugh unless we can't help it. Old man, okay, don't you see that your second egg has climbed up? The old man turned his head to look, and sure enough, the second egg, pangolin, he had just shouted for a long time had climbed up and looked at them cutely. Okay, then let's set off quickly. However, at this moment, the live broadcast room has already laughed. Ha, God is professionally trained, unless God can't help it. No, who has a screen recording, send it to me. This old man's brain cells don't seem to be too developed, and after thinking about it for so long, he actually came up with a second egg. The key is that the way he calls it is really funny. No, I can't watch it anymore. Every time I watch the Big Devil live broadcast, I laugh out loud, and I have been punished by the boss several times. Is your boss called Bosley? How do you know? Are you surnamed G? How do you know? I'm your boss. I'm telling you not to look at it, work hard, come to my office. About a few hours passed, and Qingfeng and the others also came to the door of the desert city. It can be said that the wind was calm along the way, and no monsters were encountered. The entrance of the desert city is very large, and the grandeur of the epic is inevitably exposed, and the city wall is not the sand that retreats from the impression of the breeze. Instead, it seemed to be piled up with some kind of giant hard rock, and even in the perception of the spiritual power of the breeze, it could be clearly perceived that there were runes flashing on these stones. At the gate of the desert city, there are a lot of races queuing. At the same time, soldiers are checking them. There were a lot of soldiers at the door, probably several thousand soldiers, and their armor was somewhat similar to the style of the western regions. Those soldiers are walking back and forth to check and hand over. Yu Qingfeng quietly divided a trace of spiritual power to explore, and found that the strength of these soldiers was all at the platinum crystal level. Not only that, but one of them is also a diamond level. The line was very long, and Qingfeng was a little bored on the pangolin, and he also began to check the barrage. At this moment, the barrage was like the village had just been connected to the internet, making a fuss. Fog grass, what a big city wall. Fog grass, Fog grass. Is this a dungeon? It's so brilliant that you can't see it at a glance through the gate. It's outrageous to get home. I really want to go. Ah, the great demon king, let me order you to attack this desert city, and then I will be the king and you will be the people. Xingfeng typed and said, that's it. I'll tell you that the 50-story Tianhu city is a cow pie, and the degree of glorious civilization is very high, and the architectural style is still our Kyushu style. It's really fake. Damn it, why don't you start a live broadcast from Tianhu city? If I start a live broadcast on the 50th floor, I will be taken care of by September, and the matter of eating soft rice will be exposed. But Xingfeng typed without slowing down and said, our live broadcast equipment can't support 50 floors for the time being. Otherwise, I would have broadcast live to you long ago. It seems that if it could have been broadcast earlier, it would not be broadcast until now. Damn, but the desert city is really prosperous, people come and go, and you can faintly hear shouts. Is this really a dungeon? Solid hammer. Dungeons are not just as desolate as we see them. Since there are thousands of races, and there are no beast ears, I have a bold idea. Coincidentally upstairs, I have this idea below. FBI, don't move. Hold your head with both hands, handcuff them all, and take them away. After about half an hour, it was finally Qingfeng and the others' turn. Before the inspection, one of the soldiers said to Qingfeng, hurry up and catch this person, don't let him run away. Hurry up! Several soldiers instantly burst out with spiritual power and put pressure on Qingfeng. Then several more soldiers trapped it. Qingfeng did not resist. In the end, the soldiers successfully captured Qingfeng. Qingfeng didn't do anything before he was caught. Just when he was about to tell the old man that he was not a suspicious person, he found that the old man and the pangolin were gone. Shua. Soon more and more soldiers surrounded him, and Qingfeng did not resist, but said, brother, do we have any misunderstandings? The squad leader who asked the soldiers to catch the breeze said arrogantly, what is the misunderstanding? People like you are traitors at first glance. The strength is so low, it's only gold. So many platinum-level soldiers are putting pressure on you. You haven't knelt down yet. Lie down. It's obvious that something is wrong. You should be a spy. But a spy like you doesn't have a brain. You actually use this old-fashioned method. This kind of latent method may have been practical before, but it is definitely not applicable now. What do you see? Could it be that you still want to escape in my hands? It's a fantasy. He couldn't help it, and complained, then you are really smart. The squad leader nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Qingfeng and sneered, even if you praise me, I won't let you go. Then he looked at the soldier next to him, waved his hand and said, take it away, take it away, take it to the death row cell. Let him be first. God, I'm praising you. Am I praising your tone? Wait a minute. Fog grass, death row cell? No matter how you hear this name, it feels very bad. Qingfeng was about to be taken away, and suddenly had an idea. Since this squad leader is so narcissistic, he can take advantage of it. Qingfeng hurriedly said, it's unjust. The eldest brother is really a misunderstanding. How about this? You go to the Lord. Oh no, just find a fair person and preside over justice for me. Your decision like this is too hasty. If my identity is found out later, I am not a spy. Wouldn't you have killed a good person by mistake? Wait, the squad leader said suddenly. Then he thought carefully about what Qingfeng said, and nodded subconsciously. This kid is right. It's really a bit sloppy. If this kid is really not a spy, the image I finally formed is gone. Everyone's impression of me has changed. They will look at me like killing a god. And because of this mistake, if I get promoted and raised, won't I have the opportunity to become a commander? Besides, so many races are watching now. If I send it directly to the cell, wouldn't it mean that I have no human touch at all, and I am a cold man? No, I don't want to be the kind of domineering, cold-blooded, lonely and cold man. In the end, the squad leader also figured out the key, and quickly came to Qingfeng and said, indeed, it is a bit sloppy. Looking at you, it's really not that bad, but I've read books and know what it means to be like a human or a dog. Okay, take it to an ordinary cell first, and then let's see the situation. Hearing that it was an ordinary cell, Qingfeng was also relieved. Good guy, I thought the big devil was going to die. Well, I suddenly don't want to go. My strength to go to this city is simply to die. Wake up, even if you go to the second floor, you will die. Cell, hey, will you Zhejiang be whipped? Punishment, I think this idea is very torturous. I will take a look at it. This is too torture. Such a sentence day cannot be imprisoned, and the new life is in front of Yen. I torture. Prison worth this. It's too torturable. It's too torture. It's too torture. It's too punishing. It's a talent that can't be imprisoned. This day can finally be a little sentenced. Hey, cell alas, will the great demon king be whipped? Torture in words and deeds. The master is a man but loves this. Good guy, this one is even more heavyweight. Half an hour later, the breeze and the clone came to a mountain range. He looked forward and saw a cave. There were many soldiers at the entrance of the cave, and their strength was also around platinum crystal. A few soldiers who brought Qingfeng came to the soldiers at the entrance of the cave and said, this is a new prisoner. Just give him an ordinary position. Suspected undercover, suspected civilian. The soldier at the entrance of the cave nodded, and then walked into the cave entrance with a breeze. Qingfeng entered the cave and looked around curiously, and there was darkness in front of him, and a cold breath breath came. At the same time, the wailing also came. There is also a red, slimy liquid under the feet. The soldier who led Qingfeng saw that Qingfeng did not resist so much, and also said, to be honest, the entire mountain range here is a formation. The iron prison that holds you is also made of pure gold. Qingfeng nodded. As the breeze deepened, an inexplicable stench hit. At this moment, Qingfeng had a general impression of the cell: dark, damp, cruel, stinky, very unhygienic. Soon the soldiers in front stopped and opened the cell. Qingfeng also said with a sigh of relief, finally there is a room. The soldiers glanced at Qingfeng in surprise. At this moment, he realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly opened his mouth to correct him. No, there is finally a vacancy in the cell. Qingfeng and the clone entered the cell. It can be said that it is extremely smelly and dirty. It's this feeling, it's exactly the same as the dream I had at the beginning. Not to mention I'm starting to get excited. Good guy, this one is even more hooked. He quickly controlled the water, cleaned the place, and then made a spider web-like hammock like Spider-Man. Then he and the clone lay on it idly watching the barrage. He really had nothing to do. A few inmates next to him saw Qingfeng like this and became accustomed to it. One of the inmates closest to Qingfeng wanted to contact Qingfeng, so he said, "Boy, what mistake did you and your wife make?" Qingfeng raised his head, turned his head, glanced at the man who was speaking, and then said, "He is my sister. As for how he came in, he was mistaken for a spy." The cellmate nodded and said, "That's okay, someone should call you out when the time comes, and this kind of thing is also commonplace. It's not been peaceful lately." "Boy, what's your name?" "My name is Jingmen." "Yu Qingfeng." "My sister Yu Qingyi." Jingmen's eyes lit up and said, "Good name." Yu Qingfeng saw that he was a little enthusiastic and didn't look like a bad person, so he asked, "Jingmen, how did you come in?" Jingmen touched his hair, which had not been washed for several days, and then said with a smile, "I stole something in." "Stealing something?" Qingfeng said with some surprise. "What did you steal? Is the system of the desert city strict?" Jingmen said with an honest face, "Actually, it's nothing, it's just stealing a family, the eldest lady's intimate clothes. I came in after being discovered." Foggrass is a ruthless person. "Bastard, don't say this kind of thing with an honest face." How did he say this for granted? Good guy, I thought Lubu was brave enough, but I didn't expect this person to be braver than him. Whose subordinates are this? I think I also thought we had similar interests. No, I think he's also a womanizer. Deserves to be caught. A few minutes later, Qingfeng chatted casually with Jingmen, and when he saw that he was able to chat, he also asked, "Jingmen, what's going on outside? Why is it so strict? It shouldn't have been like this before." Jingmen was a little surprised, and said to Qingfeng, "Are you really a traitor? Why don't you even know this? Or are you from another city or tribe?" "That's not right. If I'm not mistaken, everyone on the 49th floor should know about this kind of thing." "Are you pretending to be confused?" "Good guy, does everyone know about this?" Qingfeng didn't hide it and said directly, "Of course I don't know about this kind of thing. I just came to the desert city." "No, it should be that I just came to the 49th floor. I am from the 50 floors." "What? You came up from the 50th floor?" Before Qingfeng could finish speaking, Jingmen said it loudly. When they said this, Jingmen's eyes were like seeing a rare treasure, and their eyes were about to pop out. I have been quietly listening to the breeze in Jingmen, and a few inmates have also looked incredulous, and there is a commotion. Is the good guy's reaction so big? The 49th floor and the 50th floor are only one floor apart. Jingmen's voice trembled a little, and said, "Are you really from the 50 floors?" Qingfeng nodded. "Woohoo! Can you tell me what the 50 floors look like, and how many bigwigs and opportunities there are? How is the ecological environment?" "There are many beauties, especially rich aristocratic ladies." "Also, why did you come to the 49th floor? Is there any task?" Jingmen's questions seemed to be endless. Looking at his eyes full of Qingfeng also knew that if he didn't explain the problem, he might not be able to ask why. Jingmen's problems also drove the audience in the live broadcast room. "I heard the anchor talk about the grandeur of the 50 floors in the place of the bull fort before, but I didn't say half of it before. I don't care, now I want to hear it too." "Big devil, okay, people want to hear it. As long as you say it, I will give you a chirp. Look at me punching one punch at a time." "What concept?" Qingfeng glanced at the barrage, and when he saw the barrage, he wanted to know, so he simply said it here. "But it's naturally some daily life, and it's about 50%. There are also some secrets of the fox tribe and other races that are naturally impossible to tell, especially related to September." About half an hour later, "The breeze is also 50 floors of scenery and magnificent," said a rough idea. Hearing the Jing men fascinated, Qingfeng looked around, and Qingfeng found that unconsciously, several nearby inmates were already staring at Qingfeng with burning eyes. Looking at their appearance, they should also be very yearning. Obviously the 49th floor is not bad. If you really go to the 50th floor, maybe you won't be able to keep the bone slag. It seems to be a magnificent and wonderful world, but it also hides the ultimate danger. Not everyone can live a life that they think is perfect. Alas. He coughed slightly, and then asked the Jingmen, "What happened to the desert city?" "I still don't know." "Ha, oh. Jingmen came out of the enjoyment, wiped the saliva from the corners of his mouth and said, "Actually, it's nothing, it's just that there are rebels who want to overthrow the Lord and achieve a new Lord.
lord. The current desert city can be said to be panicked, and many races are unable to protect themselves. Qingfeng raised his eyebrows, and then suddenly realized, figured out some of the keys, and then said, I see, the strength of the rebels must be also very strong, but I heard that the strength of the lord on the 49th floor is as high as the extraordinary level. Strong, definitely strong. Jing Men continued. Just a few months ago, there were suddenly two more extraordinary powerhouses. The most incredible lords don't know how they came out. After arrogantly inquiring for a while, they came to the desert city and then used their spiritual power to strengthen their voices. They could be heard on almost the entire 49th floor. What do you say you want to attack the desert city? Let the lord surrender obediently, give the lord to him, and then say that if you occupy the 49th floor, you will attack the 50th floor. Don't be too arrogant. But hearing you tell me about the 50 floors, I think of those words now, it's very ridiculous. Good guy, if this is the case, the entire 49th floor really knows. Attack the 50th floor? Qingfeng inexplicably thought of the various clans of the Fox clan. He shook his head and continued to ask, what about later? Then the lord came out, Jing continued. Beat them all up, fled, and ran. Good guy, say the most ruthless thing. Get beaten the most viciously. No matter what, you can't lose. But since it's like this, why did it fall to this point? In this regard, Qingfeng also asked curiously, since they have all run away, why did the desert city become like this? You shouldn't say it. Before the Jing men could speak, an old man on the opposite side who was ragged, covered in mud, and so sloppy that he said, it's running. But they started to recruit soldiers and horses, and make some obscene tricks. The nobles who assassinated the desert city and various powerful but not extraordinary races. And although the lord could beat those two extraordinary, he couldn't kill them, and killed people in front of the lord several times, and then ran away in disgrace. Just going back and forth like this more than a dozen times, many noble races were afraid and took the initiative to secretly join the hostile camp. Those nobles, as well as traitors, can be said to have made the people of the desert city miserable. The order is chaotic, and the people are panicked. The extraordinary of other urban races does not help. It seems to have been premeditated. Alas, it can be said that it is extremely despicable. Good guy, absolutely, this is a game of strategy. If you say this, it is true that people are panicked, and their strength is not enough to be pushed forward by the general trend, and the best way to save their lives is to join the hostile. The great demon king is not the right time. Why don't the anchors join those two extraordinary? At least they can hold their lives and live peacefully. I feel good. If I can't beat it, I will join. Boy, if I had joined in the past, I might have joined it, but the lord seems to be in our camp and has contact with the Fox clan. The other party actually threatened to attack the 50 floors. Then September will ask me, why did you rebel? Did I say, yes, yes? Thinking of September's strength and the strength of various clans, Qingfeng couldn't help but shiver, and Qingfeng also looked at the old man curiously. I sensed the strength slightly, and found that the strength was also good, up to the diamond level, but I didn't know why I was imprisoned here, so I said, Senior, what did you do to be imprisoned? The Jingman, who had been silent, also stood up and said angrily, Humph, it's this old thing, it's shameless, I get angry when I think about it now. Qingfeng raised his brows slightly, thinking in his heart that there seemed to be a festival, so Qingfeng asked curiously, is there a festival between you? What happened? I will preside over justice. Jing nodded vigorously and said, that's great, brother you. Since you are the host, then I will tell you that the thing is like this. I went to steal the eldest lady's underwear that night. After getting it, I could have left safely. Qingfeng. Suddenly a feeling of unease came to my mind. The next sentence of the Jing people came in time. As a result, this shameless old man also went to steal clothes. When he saw that I was the first to steal it, he was also angry and said that he wanted to fight with me, but if I refused, he would compete with me. As a result, the fight was too fierce and was discovered. Stop. Say no more. After the old man interrupted, he also said, you just don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Can young people do this kind of thing? I should be here. As long as you give me a little that day, I won't be imprisoned en masse. Good guy, young people can't do it. You can do it as an old man, right? As expected of a prison, there are so many talents in it. I love it here. Seeing that they were getting more and more noisy, Qingfeng also opened the topic and said, I have a fun game here. Since you two don't obey anyone, let's play together. This is also good to decide the winner. Jing Men and the old man said in unison, okay. I want this junior to know what it means to respect the old and love the young. By the way, my name is Lu Yuanwu. Please give me more advice. Qingfeng smiled and replied, please give me more advice. Just as Qingfeng was about to look for playing cards from the space ring, two voices came from his mind. Lu Yuanwu, if I can't get rid of that kid, you must help me call him a foul. Jingman, if I can't handle that old guy, you must help me foul him. Qingfeng raised his head and looked at the two of them and found that they were both frowning at him, and they also noticed something strange at the same time. So he was full of gunpowder and said in unison, Lu Yuanwu, do you want to cheat? Jingman, do you want to cheat? Good guy, is it so synchronized? To be honest, you are not master and apprentice, you really lose. This voice is naturally included by the live broadcast system. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. It's like two living treasures. No, I'm going to laugh to death. death. Damn, I'm laughing to death. I finally don't have to worry about being scolded by the boss now. I just resigned to watch the live broadcast of the Big Devil. Warrior, this is a warrior. Xingfeng took out his playing cards and then said, okay, let me explain how to play for you. About half an hour later, Xingfeng also said a general. At this moment, Xingfeng suddenly thought of a fun one, his smile gradually distorted, and then he said slightly, just tell you that you may not know very well. It's good to see how I play the specific gameplay, and how about starting to compare when you have explored it thoroughly. Very good, very good. Little brother, your little toy is amazing, just enough to relieve our boredom, although we will be out in a few days. But this thing is really good, Lu Yuanwu said. Jingmen's eyes lit up. Is this a toy for 50 layers of pastime? Can you sell it to me? 50 platinum spirit stones. How much? I heard it right, brothers in the live broadcast room. I seem to have found a good way to make a fortune. I don't care. The 49th floor, right, I'm going to decide. Hey, 50 platinum spirit stones. Hey. After Qingfeng shuffled the playing cards, he let him float in the air, and each person began to draw one by one. In the end, Lu Yuanwu directly said to call the landlord. Don't grab it. Lu Yuanwu looked at his cards and thought in his heart that in addition to 2, the smallest number was only 3. Since I was the first to play, I should play first. A3. A 3 card slowly floated out and froze in the air. Jingmen looked at the cards in his hand and said, 5. Eat. Xingfeng said loudly, looking a little excited and eager to try. Jingmen, Lu Yuanwu, live broadcast room audience? At the same time, he said, what to eat? Yu Qingfeng said with a mysterious face, I ate this card. Look at the cards in my hand. What is it? Jingmen said a little confusedly, 2 A's, 1 2, 1 8. What's wrong? Yu Qingfeng said with a smirk, with this 5, I will make it up. 1 2 5 80. It's one press and I'll help you. Lu Yuanwu suddenly realized, I see. So what can we help you with? Yu Qingfeng said, it's nothing. I just have a chance to touch myself. Come on, give me a of your cards. Live broadcast room at the moment. I heard it right? Touch yourself? No, I really can't do it. I can't stop laughing. Xingfeng touched an A and a 2, thought for a while, and then said, when is the national day of your desert city? The two of them looked confused and said, are you talking about the day the city was founded? What's going on July 1st? Nothing, Xingfeng said. No, there won't be any moths, right? No, I'm already starting to laugh. Then, Xingfeng took out a 7 and an A. Lu Yuanwu and the two of them looked blank and said, what is this? National Day, since you play this game, you must abide by the most basic rules of the game. In our country, National Day is a holiday, so you can't play cards. Jingmen said, then why can you come out? Xingfeng said with a face of hatred, I am not from your city. My country's city National Day is October 1st, so I can keep working. Jingmen patted his thigh, nodded and said, I see, brother what you said is right. Sure enough, you only know the trick after playing this game. This design is very reasonable. Hibernation card? No, I'm going to laugh to death. God is reasonable. You call this reasonable? The Big Devil is simply a cultural moth. There is no one left. He took every step so unexpectedly. My door lock is rusty and can't be opened. It's been particularly serious these days. I beg you not to rust again. I already have a hunch that it will be like when Kyushu develops to the 49th floor. Let me tell you the truth. In fact, I am an alien who watched Yu Qingfeng's live broadcast. I don't pretend. I have a showdown. There is no need to invade here at all. It's exactly like my hometown. Let me explain what was said above. That is, this is not a way of playing that carbon-based organisms can come up with at all. About an hour passed like this, and Xingfeng and his clone lazily spread out on the cobweb-like stage. From time to time, words such as eat and 1, 2, 5, 8, 1 came from time to time. Xingfeng just glanced at this and expressed great relief, and the water friends in the live broadcast room posted the screen recording just now to various websites. They all laughed. Many people also came to Qingfeng's live broadcast room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 10 million online in the live broadcast room. Bonus popularity, 10 million. Qingfeng opened the live broadcast mall, and then clicked to filter, and directly chose the most expensive and practical. The most expensive and practical item. The first is the Realm Ascension card. You can break through the realm. The price of gold Samsung is 1 million popular. Ranked second, Star Realm Experience card. Introduction. With this experience card, even if you are scrap metal, you can experience the pleasure of the Star Realm without side effects, lasting half an hour. Now buy it for only 15 million popularity. Price, 20 million KO cab. 5 million KO back for purchase. Ranked third, 9 Thunder Talismans. What? Introduction. As long as you have the 9 Thunder Talisman, you will have a diamond level peak blow. Price, 5 million popular. Current host gas, 34 million. It's expensive. It's really expensive, but for the sake of his own safety, Xingfeng still bought a Star Realm Experience card. Then he bought 3 more 9 Thunder Talismans. Looking at the 4 million people left in his popularity, he looked at the improvement of that realm for a long time, and thought in his heart, now is not the time to break through, and we'll see the situation then. It was at this time that there were footsteps at the entrance, and Qingfeng got up and glanced at the familiar old man. Fog grass.
He just wanted to scold him, but when he thought that since he was here, he must have let him out. It can't be a mockery. It's not impossible to wait for a visit. If I visit the prison, I will start to output a good wave. Qingfeng and the clone sat on the spider web platform, waiting for the old man. Sure enough, the old man came to Qingfeng and said, "I'm really sorry for being late. You know that situation just now. If I keep you, I might come in." Qingfeng nodded. The old man continued, "Looking at you, it seems to be doing well." He took out the key and released the breeze. Then he continued, "During this time, I will help you with everything. Wait for you to go out and sit on the second egg. He will take you to see the Lord. Whether you can go out or not depends on you. Remember to ask carefully." Qingfeng nodded again, thinking in his heart, "This old man can do it, knowing that he is sorry for me, so he will help me get things done. Okay, then I will forgive you with great mercy." Lu Yuanwu and Jing also felt a little sorry when they saw that Qingfeng was leaving. Just as they were about to pack up their playing cards, Qingfeng glanced at them and then said, "Since seeing it is fate, this is not a precious thing. I give it to you." Jing Men was a little moved and said, "Thank you, brother Yu. I must have a good drink with you when I come out." Lu Yuanwu said a little angrily, "Brother Yu obviously gave me this thing. What does it have to do with you?" He didn't care and left the prison cage. As soon as he came outside, Qingfeng took a deep breath and said lightly, "It's better to have air outside. It's so smelly inside." Qingfeng saw Erden not far away and sat on it without thinking. Erden saw that it was Qingfeng and the two did not resist. When it saw its owner come out, he also came to the old man and asked him to touch his head before leaving. Half an hour later, Erden took Qingfeng to an inn, which seemed to be empty, and Qingfeng looked outside. Also walked in. As soon as I entered, I saw a middle-aged man sitting not far away. Qingfeng looked around again and found that there was no one else empty, and he also came to the middle-aged man's side and said, "Is it the lord of the 49th floor?" The middle-aged man has a hearty appearance, a short beard, a strong body, flowing hair at the back, and a few white hairs mixed with black hair. Middle-aged man put down the teacup in his hand. Then powerful coercion swept in. Suppressing, Qingfeng said, "Yes, I heard Lao Mo say that you are from the 50th floor? I don't look like you. The strength is too low. It wouldn't be a lie." The coercion was stronger again, and Qingfeng began to scold his mother in his heart. "Damn, what the hell? You said it was all done for me, and you made it like this for me." Feeling the coercion again, this coercion is at least at the diamond level, and the breeze is also using all its strength to resist, and the aura of the Fox clan is leaked. Seeing that Qingfeng resisted his coercion, the Lord was also stunned. His own coercion was withstood by a gold level? Just when he was about to put pressure, he felt a familiar aura, and the Lord secretly said that it was not good. It's really a visitor on the 50th floor, or the Fox clan. He quickly removed the coercion, and said in a different way, "It turns out that he is really a friend of the 50 floors. It was all a misunderstanding just now. Presumably you are a friend from the Fox clan. My relationship with your Fox clan is good. Come on, sit down. Good guy, this speed of face change is really fast. Wait, write you down in my small notebook first, and one day use the curse system, and curse all the small notebooks one by one." Qingfeng said with a kind smile, "It's okay, it's okay. Live broadcast room barrage. Good guy, I thought the great demon king and Yu Zhejiang were finished, but I didn't expect this lord to change his face so quickly. After all, he is also an extraordinary powerhouse." Fox clan? The status of the great demon king seems to be really very high. Alas, didn't the great demon king really brag about what he said before? Just the appearance of the great demon king. Maybe I ate soft rice. How is it possible? According to the qualifications of the great demon king and Yu Zhejiang, he must have been favored by the big guy and accepted as a disciple. Yes, it's normal for such a high status. Scientific Research Department, with the two brothers and sisters of Qingfeng, we in Kyushu can contact various forces in the dungeon in advance, and the two brothers and sisters will be great heroes at that time. Seeing that Yu Qingfeng was not angry, the Lord smiled awkwardly, then touched his head and changed the subject. "Is there something wrong with you coming to the 49th floor? Is there any task for you to do in the Fox clan? Is there anything you need to do with me?" Qingfeng said bluntly, "I have an urgent matter to go to the 48th floor. Is that okay?" The Lord also frowned after hearing this, and said, "Go to the 48th floor? I'm afraid this is a bit difficult." He glanced deeply at Yu Qingfeng and said, "Do you know some things about my desert city recently?" Qingfeng still said with a smile, "I heard a little." The Lord continued, "The entrances to the upper and lower levels, occupied by the rebels, and sealed the entrance. I can't go and solve it. That formation is an extraordinary formation. If I were to solve it, it might take a little time. When I come back, the desert city may be destroyed by those two transcendentals, so I can't go anywhere now." The Lord smiled bitterly. He continued, "The 50 floors are not even contacted now. I don't know how to contact you if you want to reinforce, which is also the main reason why I just suspected you. After all, the entrance is sealed, and at this time someone comes from the 50 floors, it's really unlikely." Hearing the Lord say this, Qingfeng also understood why the Lord came up and coerced him. If that's the case, it's okay. At the same time, Qingfeng also thought in his heart, if you can force the Lord of the 49th floor like this, you will be drawn as a prison. Presumably those two extraordinary strength must
must be very strong. Then it will be a hidden danger for me to stay here sooner or later. In case the Lord loses, the city will definitely suffer, or find a safe place to live first.
Wait a minute.
Xingfeng suddenly thought of something.
The Lord said before that he wanted to find reinforcements on the 50th floor, but he couldn't get in touch? Isn't it a coincidence? I can get in touch. I can still talk to September directly.
Wonderful. Originally, I kept a clone by September's side. One was to accompany September, and the other was that I could tell September as soon as something happened. Unexpectedly, it was used just a few days after leaving. When Qingfeng was thinking, the Lord had been looking at Qingfeng nervously, and when he saw Qingfeng's expressionless face, he thought he was a little unhappy.
So he said, Xiaoyu, you don't have to worry. I already have a solution to this matter, and I am planning it recently. Is there a solution already? Qingfeng asked curiously. What is the method?
The Lord said with a smile, although that formation is said to be extraordinary, its energy supply is not spiritual power. It's not a spirit stone either.
It's flesh, blood,
through the life force of each race as energy, and then transformed into flesh and blood.
The advantage of this energy is that the energy is strong and the quality is high,
but it also has a disadvantage, that is, it requires an altar to transform.
As long as the altar is completely destroyed, the race ceiling barrier will not be a climate.
Now I have found many altar locations, just the last one is missing.
Now there are some clues. I think it will be found in 5 or 6 days.
When the time comes, I will send troops to destroy it, and then, after Qingfeng heard the altar, he also complained in his heart.
Damn, why is it an altar again? Am I on the bar with this thing?
It won't be related to the blood mist sect again.
No. Isn't my curse vicious enough? It seems that I am still too kind.
These things that I have been doing lately are caused by the altar.
It shouldn't have anything to do with the blood mist sect.
Qingfeng sighed and said, it seems that the Lord himself has a way to solve it. To be honest, I just wanted to say that I can actually contact the 50 floors.
It seems that this is not necessary now.
The Lord was stunned, and after hearing Qingfeng's words clearly, his breath was also surging, his face was full of joy, and he hurriedly said to Qingfeng, it is necessary, it is necessary.
At the same time, I also thought sure enough.
In fact, the Lord was waiting for this sentence. Even if Qingfeng did not take the initiative to say it, he would ask you Qingfeng. When he knew that Qingfeng was a visitor on the 50th floor, he had actually thought a lot, and he knew that since Qingfeng could come up when sealing the entrance, there must be life-saving and contact objects, and even if there is no certainty, there is a way to go back. After all, there is a request for others, so the Lord has always had a good face for Qingfeng. If according to the past, even if the son of the Fox Clan Dove Clan leader Zhou Shuyu came, he would at most be regarded as a guest of honor, and he would never have such a good face as today. After all, the strong still have the dignity of the strong. Xiaoyu, if you can contact the 50th floor, please tell your 50-layer lord, I hope she will lead troops to help me quell the rebellion.
Is that okay?
Don't worry, Xiaoyu, just ask to quell the rebellion, and I will naturally solve the rest.
Qingfeng nodded and said, no problem.
The Lord saw that Qingfeng agreed without hesitation, was stunned, and then laughed out loud very heartily.
In that case, thank you.
Qingfeng said, you're welcome, it's a matter of raising your hand. If the 9th princess doesn't agree, then I can't help it.
Yes.
The Lord took a sip of the tea in his hand. Knowing the ins and outs, it seems that there is nothing to talk about with the Lord. Qingfeng planned to leave this place and go outside to watch quietly. He stood up and said to the Lord, Lord, in that case, it's time for me to leave. I'll find an inn to have a good rest first.
I'll try to contact you in the evening.
Then I'll just wait for the good news of my little friend, the Lord said with a smile.
Qingfeng got up and walked out.
Wonderful. The Lord watched Qingfeng leave, and after making sure that he had left completely, his eyes gradually became cold.
The smile gradually solidified. An inexplicable coercion swept around the order again, and from a distance, it looked like an emperor who had been sitting on the throne for a long time, majestic, full of oppression.
He raised his hand slightly. A man in black immediately flashed behind him. After the man in black appeared, he knelt on the ground towards the Lord, as if waiting for the Lord to speak. The Lord shook the teacup in his hand, and said lightly, go and solve those eavesdropping bugs, don't leave any of them.
After solving it, go and protect the young man just now. There must be no flash loss.
After the Lord finished speaking, the man in black behind him also got up, bowed to the Lord, and disappeared in place. At the same time, the breeze had already come to the street.
Qingfeng looked at the barrage while shopping.
Fog grass, the speed of the second egg was too fast before. I didn't look at it well, and now I want to come here is really prosperous. Although the recent desert city is a bit chaotic, it is still crowded and bustling, with shouts everywhere.
By the way, aren't you curious, how does the great demon king contact the 50th floor?
I could hear it clearly just now. The entrance was blocked, and it might not be realistic to connect.
Then are you mishearing? Since the entrance is blocked, how did the great demon king enter the 49th floor? Could it be that it was sent through the space barrier? Think about it, since you can come up, you will definitely be able to get in touch. It seems to be true, but I really want to know.
Seeing these barrages, Qingfeng also smiled and said, the contact can definitely be contacted, but I will not disclose the process and method.
This is my little secret.
When Qingfeng said this, the audience audience in the live broadcast room was also more curious.
I hate you and let's break up. Don't tell me this kind of thing. Is there any trust?
That's right. Even if my marriage to your sister doesn't come to fruition.
Good guy, if I say it, won't the sister I finally created be ruined? Won't my fame disappear again?
Qingfeng simply ignored the barrage, but quietly came to a weapons stall, and the boss laughed when he saw Qingfeng's clothes.
It must be a rich family.
He quickly got up and said, "Come and see, these are all treasures." Qingfeng looked at the weapons on the stalls, sensed the strength, and found that they were all gold level. There is armor, there is a shield, and there is a long sword.
He picked up a quaint-looking broken sword and looked at the lines on it.
The boss also looked at the broken sword in Qingfeng's hand and said, "Young master, you have a good eye. This broken sword was left by an ancient extraordinary powerhouse. That extraordinary powerhouse fought with a strong man for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally lost, and the sword broke here, but even if it broke, it still had gold-level power. Seeing that the young master is destined to be with this thing, I will reluctantly sell this broken sword 50 platinum spirit stones to you, which can be regarded as making a friend."
He looked at the broken sword in his hand and said to the boss speechlessly, "Are you sure this is ancient, not last week's?"
Boss. God, last week. He was speechless for the boss.
Okay, I'll go to Antique Street to line up with those bosses. Coach, I want to learn this. Coach, you can't even learn it myself.
At this moment, the silent righteous path system suddenly issued a task.
Ding, trigger the main quest.
Details: your previous actions of caring for the empty nest elderly have received widespread attention, and your image is also engraved in people's minds. Since you are a gentleman, how can you not have a handsome sword on the right path? Order: find a gentleman's sword that suits you. Reward: cultivation increased by 20, appearance increased by 20, and kendo affinity increased by 20.
Shua, isn't the water sword I condensed enough to be forced? Damn it, I can't do this task now. I have no money. It's embarrassing to me.
If I had known this, I wouldn't have synthesized those diamond-level spirit stones.
Angry and cold.
Forget it, this task should be done earlier. I'll see if the live broadcast system is selling spirit stones.
Qingfeng clicked on the live broadcast mall.
On the far right, there is an item that looks like a gift box, which says Platinum-level Spirit Stone Gift Pack can only be purchased once a day. Qingfeng clicked on it to view the details. Platinum Gift Pack details: spend 500,000 prestige to purchase once. You will get 10 to 1,000 random Platinum-level Spirit Stones, limited to 1 purchase per day. Qingfeng bought it without saying a word. When I was about to click on practicality, I prayed wildly in my heart. System: the system gives some strength. Green willow branches, pure holy dew, slightly white, purify the heart. Guanyin universally saves all living beings. I wish the
system happiness all the time. I also hope that the system will receive the holy dew,
win the willow branch whisker, and always have a beautiful and white heart. Sancheng is above. Bless me to regain my automobile transport and regain my strength. The karma of sentient beings is eliminated, and blessings are blessed.
Degree, oh, bad luck is gone. Let me be lucky.
For all. Haoqian Golden Gate, Supreme Nature, Milo Supreme Jade Emperor God is on top. After Qingfeng finished chanting, he also clicked to open the gift box. Ding, congratulations to the host.
Obtain 10 platinum spirit stones. You Qingfeng.
Qingfeng was a little speechless. He said to the boss without love, "Boss, I think it's better to do this. I also like this more.
3 platinum level spirit stones. Do you sell them or not? If you don't sell it, I'll."
Before Qingfeng could finish speaking, the boss said, "Sell."
Fog grass, lose.
No, I was still thinking at first. Was it cut too hard? I didn't expect it to be sold. The boss earned 2.5 platinum spirit stones in tears. Looking at the appearance of the great demon king, I was directly confused. The world has really changed now. Can you talk about integrity?
Directly lose money.
Qingfeng didn't leave either, and now he looked at these street stalls and the broken sword he bought in his hand and felt very speechless.
Non-chiefs. It may also be a loss of 2 platinum spirit stones, and the most important thing is that the task has not been completed. Is this reasonable? Didn't you say find the right gentleman's sword? I like this broken sword.
Bah, it's over.
Barbecue.
The broken sword himself handed it to Yuqingyi, and then sighed. This world is too sinister. The non-chiefs have no capital to stand at all. When Qingfeng was about to leave, the boss grabbed him and said, "Young master, look at your sighing appearance. You must have seen many homes, right?
Look at what you looked like just now. You must know how to do it. Don't you look down on these street stall garbage? Do I know how to do it? Why don't I know?
I just lamented that this is right and wrong." However, looking at the boss's appearance, it seemed that there was some kind of private goods, and he looked at the task of the righteous path system again. Said to the boss, yes. The boss said with a happy face, "Look at you are also a knowledgeable person. In that case, let me take you to see how my treasures are." Qingfeng glanced at the boss in surprise and said, "Okay, then lead the way." After hearing this, the boss hurriedly put the stall into his storage space, then looked around vigilantly, smiled at Qingfeng cheaply, and said, "Then let's go." After saying that, the boss left here. Qingfeng also chased after him. The audience in the live broadcast room also began to discuss when they saw such a cautious boss. Looking at the boss's mysterious mysterious appearance, it must not be simple. As expected of the 49th floor, opportunities are everywhere, and the masters are like clouds. Indeed, I thought he was a cheating vendor, but it seems that there is really something about it. I want to see, what is this boss selling so mysteriously? If there is really something, I will definitely come to his house often when Kyushu has a good relationship with the 49th floor. Ah, yes. Xingfeng followed the boss, walked for about half an hour, and said to the boss when he was bored, "Boss, I don't know what your name is after so long." "Under you Qingfeng." Then he pointed to his clone and said, "This is my little sister, Yu Qingyi." The boss looked around, then looked at Yu Qingyi and said, "Under Li Si, young master Yu, if you need anything in the future, you can come to me. I basically have everything. When the time comes, we will take care of the small shop." John Doe? Good guy. The 49th floor is all named ghosts, Li Si has it. So does he have a brother named Zhang San? If there really is, then I will make friends then. However, hearing Li Si's words, Qingfeng also nodded and said, "No problem, if there is something good, I will naturally take care of it." Li Si also smiled after hearing this and said, "Since you have said so, I will also tell you a thing or two. Enclaves in the sky, and runs on the ground. Rare treasures, peerless divine skills. I have a lot of these." Li Si. About half an hour passed, and Li Si finally stopped. "The mountains here are steep and there are many cliffs nearby. There are more vultures wandering in the sky." Qingfeng saw that there was nothing here, and also said, "What about what you sell?" Li Si looked around, and after making sure that there was no one, he also waved his hand and said, "Wait a minute, things must be here. Don't be deserted here. In fact, I will change places every week to hide things. Those things are too precious. If I carry them with me and lose them, I am afraid I will regret them for the rest of my life. By the way, don't move there, or don't go forward. I have a ban here. Even if a star-level powerhouse comes, it may fall on the spot." The star level may fall? Qingfeng was a little surprised in his heart. In that case, then this Li Si did have something. Whether this task can be completed or not depends on you. Li Si tinkered for a long time, and finally took out a jade pendant. Then a hand lifted a boulder more than 10 meters away. The moment the boulder was lifted, Qingfeng saw a crypt. Li Si walked in slowly. Then he walked out again and said a little embarrassedly, "I forgot. What do you want, young master Yu? Tell me what you want to say, and then I will take out all the objects you want and choose them for you." The moment the crypt appeared, the breeze can feel the terrifying murderous intent. It seems that there is indeed a ban. Hearing Li Si's words, Qingfeng said directly, "I need a sword, suitable for me. The quality is best at the diamond level." Li Si also laughed after hearing this. "Okay, young master Yu, don't think I'm talking too much. I can tell you, the most collected weapons here are items like swords. The second is the formation talisman. If you have something to sell, you can also find me. Let's go." "You wait here." After saying that, Li Si entered the cave. Fog grass, hidden so deeply. What kind of race is Li Si? It can't be a rat spirit. Have you noticed that the moment boss Li Si lifted the boulder, the great demon king was on standby? Yes, it seems that the ban may really exist. 49th floor, it's still too dangerous. If someone fights here without knowing it, they may die and don't know how to die. Qingfeng waited outside for about half an hour, and Li Si finally came up. He looked at Yu Qingfeng embarrassedly and said, "I'm really sorry, there are too many things. Looking for a diamond level sword, I searched for a long time to make sure that nothing was left. Come on, you can take a look." Li Si turned his hands over, and a sword stood in the air and hovered, nearly 100. Every sword chi is wanton, and it has a diamond level. The moment these swords came out, the sound of the sword resounded in the sky, and the sword chi danced in all directions. Fog grass. Fog grass. Look at this sword chi, and then listen to the sound of this sword. It looks like a good sword. This Li Si really has something. I don't care, I want this sword. The great demon king, hurry up and order a few for us. I am the president of the Magic City Hunting Guild. Hopefully, I can order one. Mist Grass, the president of the Hunting Squad Guild in the Magic Capital? Diamond Boss. Worship the boss. Worship the boss. Qingfeng glanced at the barrage, then typed and said, "I don't have that much money. If you have the opportunity in the future, buy it yourself." Many diamond-level powerhouses also nodded subconsciously when they saw this text. Li Si said proudly, "Young master Yu, how about it? These are all excellent and good swords. Which one do you want to choose? The price is easy to say." Qingfeng didn't talk nonsense, got up and came to the front of these swords, and looked at them carefully. The first sword on the left looks very cool, with a blood-red color overall, and red runes flashing on the sword body, like ROB backlighting. Qingfeng didn't like it very much. The second one on the left is golden. The atmosphere of luxury and uniqueness is unobstructed, but the breeze is still not particularly fond of it. The third hand, 40th. In the end, Qingfeng stopped at the 78th, and the sword in front of Qingfeng at this moment made him feel very comfortable. The appearance of this sword is different from the previous ones. The sword head, that is, the decoration at the top of the hilt. It is round jade, carved with dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, and colorful clouds. The hilt of the sword is the same, but it is also a little dull and light blue. There is a light blue ice crystal in the center of the sword body, and the blade is even whiter, giving people a bit like a work of art. It's like an ice pick with jade. The icy white sword chi gives people a sense of arrogance. Qingfeng took a
fancy to it at a glance. The remaining Qingfeng stopped looking at it, turned to Li Si and said, "How much is this sword?" Li Si looked at the sword in Qingfeng's hand. He also said with a face in front of him, "Young master, you was really a good eye. I hesitated for a long time under this sword, and finally decided to sell it. This sword is definitely a good sword. Seeing that young master you was honest, how about 2-star level spirit stones? If I had sold 5-star level spirit stones in the past, only 2 are sold now. Good guy, I only have 2-star level spirit stones on me, and there were a few before but they were still fused once. Fortunately, there is no more integration." Qingfeng coughed and said, "I like this sword very much. What is its name?" Li Si shook his head and said, "No, even if there is, I don't know." Li Si was a little puzzled when he saw Qingfeng, and also said, "I collect and sell objects, but I never know their past and their use. I won't even understand. Some of the swords in it are really handed down from ancient times, and they happen to be picked up by me and collected. If I understand, I may be killed if I am not careful. Good guy, I know why you sold these good swords. It's outrageous." Qingfeng complained speechlessly, "So you take it out and sell it. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? This is not a trick." Li Si smiled and said, "It's okay, I've sold 7 or 8, and at present, except for one that was almost taken away, there is no problem with the rest." "Won't your conscience hurt when you say this? What does it mean that 7 or 8 have been sold and one is almost taken away? Is this a matter of probability?" Qingfeng was a little speechless. He looked at Li Si again, and seeing his thief-eyed eyebrows, he also knew in his heart that these swords were definitely not worth 2-star level spirit stones. Bargaining with him, a star level spirit stone should be able to win. This swordsman is handsome, but this thing seems to be unstable, just like opening a blind box. If you drive a good thing, you will take off directly on the spot, and if you can't drive a good thing, it will explode on the spot. Just my luck. No, I am an Orthodox European emperor. How could something happen? Yes, I am the European emperor, Qingfeng repeatedly said to himself. In the end, he decided to buy it, and he said to Li Si, "I want the sword." Li Si was naturally smiling, his lewd temperament was exposed. He rubbed his hands and said, "As expected of my Li Si's fancy, I know you will buy." Before Li Si could finish speaking, Qingfeng continued, "But this price is not suitable, otherwise it would be better to sell 30 diamond spirit stones." In order to suppress the price, Qingfeng said directly ruthlessly, "That is, as the saying goes, break a bone. You also said it yourself. I don't know if this sword is good or not. If something goes wrong with me, I can't find you, so I don't want after sales at all. How is this price?" Li Si looked embarrassed after hearing this, seemed to have struggled for a long time, and finally held back a sentence. "Young master, this is not appropriate. 31 diamond level spirit stones, you Qingfeng said. Good deal. Am I having more of it?" Just now, Qingfeng was still thinking, if the price was still unreasonable, he would try to raise it to 50 diamond level spirit stones, but it really didn't work and he jumped to a star level spirit stone. But this, Shua. At this moment, where did Li Si still have the appearance of thinking before? He simply met Spring, and he said to Qingfeng, "I am simply losing money. Forget it, just make a friend. Young master, wait a moment, I'll find you a scabbard." After saying that, Li Si returned to the crypt. When Qingfeng looked at the barrage again, he found that almost all of the barrages asked Qingfeng to return it. The big devil is really ruthless, he dares to buy this. Are you stupid? This kind of spiritual weapon of unknown origin is very dangerous. While you haven't given the spirit stone yet, hurry up and retreat. That's right, Li Si's appearance just now was like throwing hot potatoes to you, and he also earned spirit stones by the way. It is said that it is a loss, but the gifts such as the exquisite scabbard are returned, which is obviously a big loss. Yu Qingfeng was naturally calm and said, "This kind of thing is not worth worrying about. Let's see how I conquer it when the time comes. By the way, I'll prove to you what the European emperor is." Yu Qingfeng, this is not a gamble. Aha, Yu Zhejiang, I am going to be affected by his brother again. I have nothing to do with gambling and drugs. The one above, you don't mention the yellow word at all. Qingfeng saw these barrages and said angrily, "Do you understand what it means to fight a bicycle and turn it into a car? To tell you the truth, my luck has always been very good. If you don't believe it, you can ask my sister." Yu Qingyi nodded and said, "My brother's luck has always been very good. Just look at it. Awesome, this is Tianjiao. Dare to gamble with your own life." 666. If nothing happens in the end, you will be my idol. By the way, it seems that he doesn't have a diamond level spirit stone anymore. Qingfeng glanced at his clone, and then the next moment, the clone disappeared. The breeze control clone went to the Lord. "Exchange yourself for a star radiant spirit stone." Li Si didn't know what to do in the crypt, and he couldn't come out. In this way, Qingfeng waited for 2 hours, and the clones exchanged diamonds and came back. Because of the breeze, the quality and concentration of the Star Radiance Extreme Spirit Stone are very good. The Lord gave Qingfeng 100 diamond level spirit stones, a total of 130. If Qingfeng wants to synthesize it, he can synthesize 3 low-quality star-level spirit stones. The 3 star-level spirit stones were fused again, and it was not much different from the spirit stone that Qingfeng exchanged with the Lord. However, Qingfeng still admired the Lord a little, and he knew at a glance what the star-level spirit stone was worth. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a lord. In the blink of an eye, another
another half-hour passed. At this time, Li Si finally appeared, and from then on he looked embarrassed. He walked up to Yu Qingfeng and said, "Young master Yu, I'm really sorry, I've been looking for a long time, and I can't find a suitable scabbard. Why don't you just leave it like this, and when you come to me next time to buy it, how about half price cheaper?"
"All half price cheaper? Your price is very outrageous. Just say that this sword,
you clearly marked the price of 2-star level spirit stones, and then I bought 31 spirit stones."
"Hey," Qingfeng nodded and said, "Okay, just give me the sword, and I will find someone to customize one when the scabbard comes."
Li Si quickly nodded and said, "Young master Yu, he can definitely be called a young master, not only talented and rich, but also understanding." Qingfeng didn't intend to listen to him continue to talk nonsense, so he directly took out 31 diamond level spirit stones and handed them to Li Si. Li Si also gave the sword to Qingfeng.
The moment Qingfeng got the sword, the prompt for the completion of the task came.
"Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Mission, find a gentleman's sword that suits you, completed. Evaluation, you finally have a weapon accessory hanging around you. With this weapon, you can be regarded as officially stepping into the world of the right path. Reward, cultivation increased by 20, appearance increased by 20, and kendo affinity increased by 20. Issued. Trigger the additional reward of righteous affinity."
At the next moment, Qingfeng's body's spiritual power suddenly skyrocketed,
and the body was rapidly running to refine these spiritual energy. Almost in a short moment, Qingfeng's strength came to the peak of the golden 2 stars. "Brothers, have you seen that the temperament and appearance of the great demon king and Yu Zhejiang have improved a lot?"
"Indeed.
I see it very clearly. The moment the great demon king got the sword, it was like this. Could the sword improve people's temperament? I don't care, I'll buy a sword first. Brothers, I am a swordsman, although my temperament has indeed improved a lot, but it is not as significant as the great demon king." Yu Qingfeng wiped the sword in his hand, and then said to the brothers in the live broadcast room with his mind, "How Renjingqi stays in this world, I only have one sword in Yu Qingfeng. I can move mountains, break rivers, pour seas, subdue demons, suppress demons, edict gods, pick stars, destroy cities, and open the sky. Heaven does not give birth to me in the breeze, and the sword path is like a long night."
"You said it very well, but the next second is what I said. God doesn't give birth to me."
Although I couldn't understand it, I was shocked. Hearing my blood boiling, "Don't say it," the long stick has changed to sword practice. After Qingfeng said goodbye to Li Si, he also returned to the desert city to go shopping, and Qingfeng found a blacksmith shop.
Walked in.
The boss immediately welcomed him warmly, and Qingfeng took out his weapon without nonsense, saying, "Make a scabbard suitable for this sword." The boss picked up the weapon in Qingfeng's hand, observed it and said, "No problem, but the price may be more expensive. After all, it is a diamond-level weapon, and the material is naturally more precious."
Qingfeng nodded and said, "No problem. How many spirit stones are there in total?"
The boss said, 12 diamond spirit stone. Qingfeng took out 7 diamond-level spirit stones and said, "This is the deposit. I'll come over tomorrow to get it." After leaving the blacksmith shop, Qingfeng also found a remote inn, in which he touched the sword and said, "Since you don't have a name, why don't you call it Erling?" "No, you must not call this name. Such a handsome sword. If you call it this name, it will be downgrade."
"Yes, strongly requesting a name change. Why don't you call it a dog egg?"
"No, absolutely not. What is it called?" Half an hour later, Qingfeng finally said, "Then why don't you call it Bingning? This name is good."
"Oh, finally.
I'm moved. That's it. Please don't change it."
"Ah, yes, that's it. Tell us next time you have something good, and we'll name you."
"Yes, the name of the great demon king is really torture." He suspended the ice in the air, and then opened the topic to the water friends in the live broadcast room and said, "Ahem, okay, let's not discuss the topic of naming anymore. Let's discuss whether I won the lottery or not. I tell you, I will definitely not have a problem, although I haven't officially used it yet, but I have absolute confidence in my luck. Okay, I'll use my mental power to check the situation of the specific sword." That's what Qingfeng said, but his body was very honest, and he unconsciously spent 7 million people's popularity points to buy a star-level spiritual power barrier talisman paper. Netizens in the live broadcast room were a little uneasy. Luck is a very mysterious thing. In case it is not a chief, it will be over. Yes, why don't you forget it? That's right, the anchor has 50 free shipping to relieve your worries. Seeing the barrage, he told him to forget it, and Qingfeng also gave them a reassurance, saying, "I know you are worried about me.
Although I am arrogant, I am not a fool.
This kind of thing, naturally you are completely prepared, just rest assured.
Not only that, I have a few backhands."
Just kidding, how could the star shine level spiritual power barrier talisman paper be unstable as a trump card? Even if this sword seals a star level powerhouse, it can keep me safe. The water friends in the live broadcast room saw that Qingfeng was so vowed that he would no longer persuade him. Instead, watch carefully. Just as the water friends were holding their breath and concentrating, Qingfeng also began to exude his spiritual power. Spiritual power is colorless and tasteless, but the water friends in the live broadcast room can still clearly see a little colorless fluctuation, like the air above a high-temperature stove,
blurry and transparent with visible ripples.
Qingfeng controlled the spiritual power slowly moving closer to the ice condensation sword tempting and surrounding. After the ice condensation sword was completely wrapped in spiritual power, Qingfeng's spiritual power also became visible to the naked eye, and the blue ice energy slowly floated. This is the spiritual power of Qingfeng. This is the characteristic of the fusion of the ice condensation sword and the spiritual power of Qingfeng. This step must be done, which is equivalent to confessing the Lord. As long as the integration is successful, the spiritual power can be engraved, and once the engraving is successful, then everything about this sword will be clear.
As time went on, the atmosphere became more and more tense.
Even the barrage in the live broadcast room is much less.
The fusion was successful.
Qingfeng could feel it, and he quickly began to carve his own mark.
Everything went smoothly.
At the moment of successful engraving, the breeze seemed to merge with the sword, and the white ice-colored energy burst out in the breeze and the ice condensation sword. The air waves swept through the entire in-room. The audience in the live broadcast room was also confused when they saw this scene.
What is this situation? Is there something wrong? It's calved. Barbecue. Really tricked? No. Can anyone explain what this situation is? Scientific Research Department. This is a normal phenomenon, which shows that the spiritual power engraving has been successfully engraved in the weapon. That is to say,
this sword. It was completely mastered by Yu Qingfeng. It was really terrifying for the younger generation, and he dared to gamble on the gun of fate at a young age.
Fog grass, succeeded, really succeeded?
At this moment, Qingfeng's heart was also relaxed a lot. He was successful in engraving. It can be said that it was ridiculously smooth.
My heart couldn't help but swell.
Cut, that's it. It made me nervous to death. It seems that I am really the Emperor of Europe, just by this sight. With this luck, I can blow for 100 years.
Scald.
I forgot to turn on the recording screen. How can I brag with the system group without recording the screen?
Forget it, it's the same verbal.
This time it's a complete wash of shame. Just when Qingfeng was about to regain his mental power and brag with the water friends in the live broadcast room, the ice condensation sword suddenly lit up.
Why did the energy suddenly become unstable? No way.
At the next moment, Qingfeng's spiritual power and consciousness were instantly pulled into the sword.
The breeze outside also fell to the ground. Of course, including Yu Qingyi and the third clone. Fog grass, what's the situation? The Kyushu Scientific Research Department came out to explain what's going on.
Scientific Research Department, I am not very clear about the specific situation. It may be that I was recruited, and I don't know if the little guy can save the day.
Recruited? This is completely barbecue. That's not right. If you get tricked, what about Zhejiang? Dinner.
The moment Qingfeng's divine consciousness was pulled in, Qingfeng did not panic too much, but instantly prepared the talisman. However, when he saw the scene inside the sword, Qingfeng was stunned. Waiting for Qingfeng was not to take away the house, nor to be worn away.
The breeze at this moment is in a woods. Where is this? Is it an illusion?
Just as Qingfeng was thinking, Qingfeng suddenly heard a voice behind him, and hurriedly looked back, his mental power surging.
Always ready to use talismans.
But what Qingfeng saw was a teenager.
He lay on the ground and crawled forward hard.
Qingfeng clearly saw that his legs were broken, only simple bandages. The young man was extremely embarrassed, disheveled, and his face was dirty, but he could also see that he was very handsome, and he looked only 5 or 6 years old.
Qingfeng did not let his guard down.
The backhand is to hold a star-level talisman in his hand, condense the spiritual power to form an arrow attack, and the platinum-level spiritual power attack quickly shoots at the little boy. The bloody scene was not born, and the mental arrow penetrated the little boy's body. Now the situation outside, Qingfeng can still be seen, and the barrage in live broadcast can be seen. So Qingfeng said tentatively, "Are you in the live broadcast system?"
Ding, the live broadcast system is at your service.
To open the live broadcast mall, please press 1. To switch to the current live broadcast screen, please press 2. To close the live broadcast, please press 3.
You give me a numeric keypad, press it. The next moment, a numeric keypad appeared in front of Qingfeng.
Forget it. I'd better leave here quickly. Qingfeng got up and used all his mental power to break free and leave this place. Although there is no danger for the time being, it is not a problem to stay in such an unfamiliar place for a long time, so Qingfeng still thinks it is better to leave early.
A powerful aura swept through this space. The little boy and the nearby trees were not affected.
The little boy was still crawling with difficulty. Just when Qingfeng released his spiritual power, he seemed to sense something and hurriedly flew in one direction.
After flying to your destination, Qingfeng saw a giant door.
There are a lot of sword intent and sword chi on the giant gate. He could clearly sense the breath of the outside world here, and it seemed that he could return to his body as long as he passed through this door. He came to the bottom of the gate and pushed it gently. The gate slowly opened, and what came into view was another scenery, which was a very large lake.
There is a pavilion in the middle of the lake.
Qingfeng carefully strode past with a talisman in his hand. Almost the moment he crossed it, Qingfeng sensed the existence of his body and was very well connected. It seemed that as long as the thought moved, he could return to his body, and Qingfeng didn't even want to choose to return to his body. At this time, Qingfeng, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stood up and stretched out by the way.
Finally back. It didn't seem to be very dangerous.
Fog
grass, fake corpse. Bah! The great demon king moved. What a big demon king. Maybe it's no longer a big demon king. It won't really be taken away. Probably not. After the calf, let's have a banquet. Let's eat a feast.
When he came back, Yu Zijiang and the control of the third clone also returned. The first thing Qingfeng did was to control the third clone, and then quickly said, "I'm fine in September." At this moment, the September floor passage is almost clear. When he was about to forcibly break in, he heard the sound of Qingfeng behind him, and immediately turned his head and hugged Qingfeng, and said in a trembling voice, "What happened just now?" He touched her head and said, "It's okay, it's nothing." Then Qingfeng said the general thing. After hearing this, September was also shocked and reproached, "This kind of thing is too messy." Blamed by September, Qingfeng also touched his head in embarrassment and said, "I actually have a star-level spiritual protection talisman.
The time limit of the talisman is more than half an hour. Besides, isn't it okay for me?"
When he said this, Qingfeng was a little submissive, and his voice was soft.
Star-level talisman? Qingfeng nodded quickly.
September also said helplessly, "If this is the case, it is really not a big deal." At the same time, September recalled what Qingfeng said, and it was also thoughtful.
He asked Qingfeng and said, "Are you sure you were pulled in after the seal was engraved?"
Qingfeng nodded. "I'm sure that I still stayed for a second or two at that time. When I was about to withdraw my mental power,
I was pulled in with my soul."
After hearing this, September said, "Then I know a rough idea. It is likely that there is indeed a divine soul inside."
It's not so much a divine soul as a remnant soul.
Obsessed with remnant souls. There is definitely no problem with this kind of remnant soul wanting to take it away, but you don't have to worry about this. This kind of remnant soul is the highest level of diamond.
Qingfeng nodded.
September also explained when he looked like this, "Let me tell you, next time pay attention. This kind of leaving your soul or remnant soul in the artifact is likely to want to wait for an opportunity to take it. These are generally impossible to give up. Only when the fusion engraving can you take the house, the soul weapons are exchanged, and the master is recognized, and at this stage, you must open your own sea of souls.
Only then can we do the next step of engraving. Because of this is also one of the best ways to seize the house.
That's why there are so many great powers that when they are about to die, they seal their souls or remnants in artifacts.
It's all about waiting for the body that takes the initiative to come to the door. So that's how it is."
September raised his hand and took out a jade plaque, then said to Qingfeng, "Where are you now? Tell me the approximate location." After Qingfeng said the location, September also nodded and said, "I have a bit of an impression of that place." The next moment, September returned to the other end of the wooden house, and the cold breath swept over again, and her hand holding the jade plaque also passed through the space.
Seeing this scene, Qingfeng's heart chuckled. Right. Meanwhile, the desert city. What's wrong? Why doesn't the big devil move? Stunned,
Qingfeng immediately looked around, and netizens who saw this move were a little puzzled.
What's wrong with the great demon king?
At this moment, Qingfeng noticed the barrage, so he said, "I'm fine, I was just pulled in by the ice sword, and it didn't actually cause any harm to me. So please rest assured that the water friend's in the live broadcast room."
So that's how it is.
Brothers, don't believe it. Haven't you seen it yet? He is obviously curious when he looks around.
That's right, very unfortunate news. The great demon king must have been taken away, and he is still trying to deceive us. Great demon king, I will miss your...
Qingfeng said speechlessly, "If I am taken away, how can I know about electronic devices? How can I know that I am still live broadcasting?
And did you guys say I was dead while I fainted?
It seems to be right. The great demon king is back.
Brothers, don't believe it, in case the memory is also taken away."
He looked at the live broadcast room with a kind face and said, "You kid keep saying I'm dead, right?" When the water friend saw Qingfeng's kind appearance, he was also frightened and hurriedly said, "Brother Cheng, I'm not giving you a lively atmosphere, I'll give you some work on the hour." Saying that, the water friend fired more than 50 spaceships in one go.
Almost instantly, it rushed to the top of the list.
Qingfeng really didn't like this, so he said, "Brothers, if it's okay, report it to the list a little bit."
If it's okay, report it to the list a little bit. Ha ha ha, God reported it.
I was sure that this was still the original Big Demon King.
No, it's really going to laugh me to death.
Brothers,
didn't you hear the words of the great demon king? Quick, click to report. It's on, it's on.
List 1, play to play, make trouble, don't joke with your list, you won't really report me. As soon as the first person posted this sentence, the avatar was black, and it seemed that it was really reported offline.
What's going on with the first list? Why did the avatar suddenly go black?
Needless to say, I already know, I was reported offline.
Damn, I'm the trumpet number 1.
You guys really did it. You really reported me and banned you.
No, I'm going to be laughed to death.
Seeing this scene, Qingfeng also laughed out loud. Qingfeng continued, "What? Don't just report a little to the list, report the first and second lists.
List 2, Yuan Yao, it's really filial piety to me."
Just when the water friends in the live broadcast room were laughing, a space crack suddenly appeared in the room, and the crack was extremely small. It seems that only one hand can be accommodated. The room is so big, and this change was seen by netizens all of a sudden.
Missed grass, what is that? Did the great demon king see it? A crack appeared in your room? Isn't there a transient dungeon born here? If the relationship is good like this, maybe I can go back. What if you run to the 60th floor? Just when there was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room, Xingfeng also noticed the crack in the space. He walked over without thinking. This crack is about the same size as the one opened in September. It should be the one in September, right? The efficiency is so fast. How long has it been since I found my location? I can only say that I am worthy of being an extraordinary powerhouse. But obviously they are all extraordinary powerhouses. Why can't the Lord of the 49th floor do it? Xingfeng came to the crack, looked at it curiously, and then seemed to be waiting for something. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they also began to complain. Foggrass, the great demon king is really brave. Yes, it's better to stay away from this kind of unknown thing. If it were me, I might have left this place in a bunk, and this thing knows if there is danger, maybe an arrow will be shot. In this case, it's better to go to the Lord. At this moment, a crack suddenly stretched out a hand. The hand is like soft grass, the skin is like congealed fat, and this hand seems to be holding something tightly. Netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene and instantly fried the pan. Is this a hand? This hand is beautiful. It should be a hand that only girls have. Foggrass, could it be that some peerless powerhouse broke through the void to suppress the great demon king? It's over, it's time to eat, it's time to eat. Seeing these barrages, Xingfeng was speechless. Good guys, do you guys look forward to eating my table every day? Can you say something good? The clenched hand spread out slightly, and a jade pendant engraved with a nine-tailed fox appeared. Xingfeng picked up the jade pendant and observed it carefully. The moment Xingfeng picked up the jade pendant, September took his hand back and the space crack disappeared. Foggrass, is this sending equipment? Haven't you found a detail? When the great demon king saw that it was a hand stretched out, he was not shocked at all and seemed to have known it for a long time. Don't say it, it's true. So far, it has been extremely calm. It's so terrifying. How many bosses does the big devil know? And there are even big guys who break the space barrier to send things. So what exactly is that jade pendant? I think that hand looks good. It should be the girl's hand. It won't be the big devil is really taken care of. In this regard, Xingfeng didn't want to talk about it, but looked at the nine-tailed fox jade pendant in his hand carefully and looked at it for about 10 minutes. He didn't see anything special, so he planned to ask September directly. Xingfeng control clone said, I have already gotten what you want to give me. What is that jade pendant? What is the use? September's face was gentle, and he said, actually, it's nothing. This is a jade pendant that protects spiritual power, and not only that, but it is also a talisman. You have to wear it no matter what happens. Hearing September's words, Xingfeng was also a little moved. It seemed that the small accident that appeared with the engraved ice condensation sword really scared him. Although September is just said to be a talisman, it is used to resist mental power. Presumably, the real functionality is not as simple as September says. Xingfeng nodded slightly and said, no problem, I hang it on my waist every day. Desert City. Xingfeng hung the jade pendant on his waist. After hanging up, I immediately looked at the live broadcast room, and when I saw that I was handsome, I seemed to have this pendant, and my temperament increased a lot. At this moment, a system sound suddenly sounded in my ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden reward. Hidden reward details, as a righteous gentleman, how can you not have a good-looking little ornament? Reward, affinity of the righteous path 20%, temperament 10%, distributed. Oh, hey, I even unlocked the hidden mission. Good guy, just to give away a pendant? Haven't you noticed that the great demon king has this ornament, and his temperament seems to have increased a lot? Don't say it looks like that. Human-like, dog-like. The great demon king, hurry up and tell us, what is the use of this jade pendant? It must not be just a decoration, right? Xingfeng didn't know how to explain it for a while, so he said, in fact, it's nothing, it's just something I bought on the 50th floor, and the effect is to resist mental power. The rest is good-looking. Simply put, it's a simple amulet. Shocked my mother for a whole year. No, there are also express companies in the dungeon? Forget it, forget it. Is the strong man in the dungeon so worthless, and the strong send express delivery? I have now imagined the future, where is the high-tech delivery, directly to the home in seconds. Good guy has a sense of picture. By the way, the ice condensation sword seems to have an obsessive remnant soul in it, and judging from September's explanation, it doesn't seem to pose any threat to me. In that case, should I go in and take a look? Just go in with a little soul to check the situation. It should be fine. This time, Xingfeng lay on the bed, found a comfortable angle, and said to the water friends in the live broadcast, okay, brothers, it's time to get down to business. What's the matter? Are you serious about this? Why are you lying in bed? What are you going to do with your sister? Beasts are still your beasts. Xingfeng said very speechlessly, here's the thing, the ice condensation sword still has an obsession remnant soul in it. It seems that there is no idea of taking away, otherwise it would have been taken away. Ahem, nothing. If that's the case, did you still win the lottery? It seems very dangerous, so forget it. Yes, when the time comes, find a strong person to annihilate his soul. Xingfeng shook his head and said, no, since it's for me, if you don't have malice, you can't destroy his soul. Besides, the soul seems to be the soul of the human race. What? Humans? That's fine. There used to be humans beings in the dungeon. Did the dungeon appear a long time ago?
Qingfeng explained, in fact, the ancient mythical beasts passed down by our blue star are real, and there are them in the dungeon.
Okay, almost.
Don't worry, I'll show you the broadcast screen when the time comes.
Ha, can it still be broadcast? Is the level of science and technology exceeding the standard? This is also outrageous.
Qingfeng immersed himself in his mind, separated his soul a little, and sent that point into the ice condensation sword. When the breeze saw clearly, he had already come to the lake before.
System, broadcast screen. Ding, the broadcast is complete.
As soon as the picture in the live broadcast room changed, the audience saw the calm lake and the beautiful pavilion in the distance.
This is the situation inside the ice condensation sword. Fog grass, this place is good. Landscape inside the sword? You can come to this place when you are in a bad mood. Where's the remnant soul? I want to see the remnants of the ancient human race.
Qingfeng released his spiritual power and sensed it, but did not sense the strange soul fluctuations, and everything seemed to be extremely calm. He said to the water friends in the live broadcast room, "Strange, I didn't feel the strange fluctuations. It seems to be extremely calm here."
Remnant soul. It won't disappear, will it? Ha, no, that's a pity. By the way, I know a place.
After Qingfeng finished speaking, he came to the gate, and Qingfeng pushed it gently again. The door opened slowly again.
Fog grass, why is there a door here?
This door is really handsome, huge, and magnificent.
Is there anything in it?
There must be a treasure. This is a treasure picked up. Qingfeng looked at the barrage, then shook his head and said, "There is no treasure in this."
I don't know exactly what the situation is. Forget it, I'll take you in and take a look. He quickly used his mental power to gallop into the door. Eventually, it stopped under a tree.
This is where Qingfeng first came, surrounded by dense woods, cicadas chirping, and birds chirping.
What is this place?
I feel like I can have a picnic. Alas, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. This space is also very big. It's worth it just here. Qingfeng stayed in place for a while, and the next moment there was another voice behind him. He turned around slowly, and he saw the 15 or 16-year-old boy again. He was still crawling with difficulty.
Is this a remnant soul, feeling pitiful?
The great demon king should be careful.
Yes, maybe they will attack you.
Qingfeng said lightly. No, he was just a phantom once again. He gathered his spiritual strength and shot the arrow at the little boy.
Unsurprisingly, the arrow went through. So what is the situation here?
It looks really pitiful. Your legs look like they should be bandaged by yourself, right? His gaze is so tenacious.
Where is he going to climb?
Qingfeng didn't know anything about this, just watched calmly. The boy crawled for about half an hour, and he seemed to be a little unable to climb and lay weakly on the ground. The sound of footsteps came from Qingfeng's ears.
A few words followed. Is there anything here? Nothing.
Where did that little beast go? And he can still run so much with a broken leg. You still have you. Hurry up and look for a living person to see, and die to see the corpse. It seems that there are quite a lot of people listening to the sound.
It seems that they are here to hunt down this teenager.
Qingfeng looked at the boy, and sure enough, he saw his obvious panic look, and he once again mustered up all his strength and climbed forward. But after all, I broke my legs and didn't have much strength, so I didn't climb far and ran out again.
The teenager seemed to know that he couldn't live.
His eyes were blind, but he was unwilling, and he crawled to a more hidden place in the distance, waiting for the choice of fate. Qingfeng also gradually saw clearly who was looking for this child. Those people held long knives in their hands and looked fierce. Some were skinny like firewood, and some were fat and powerful. Some are mediocre, but there are a lot of scars.
Looks like a bandit. Qingfeng roughly sensed it. They were all ordinary people.
Head, why don't we go? An ordinary day with a knife came to a strong man and said, "There are many fierce beasts on this mountain. That kid has shed so much blood, and his legs and feet have been broken by us. How can he survive?" The strong man glanced at the man, then kicked over and said, "I naturally know about this. The big boss said that the kid was hanging around his neck was a spirit stone."
Spirit stone? Do you know the value of it? Fast. Hurry up and find it for me. Spirit stone?
Qingfeng looked at the place where the boy was hiding and found that he did have a pendant around his neck, but it didn't seem to be a spirit stone.
Just a simple gem.
The big boss, could it be a bandit? Looking at their dresses very similar, when Qingfeng was thinking, a voice came again. "Head, we found it. This little rabbit is hidden here." The strong man also immediately came to him after hearing this. Looking into the shadow next to the tree, I saw the young man. The strong man smiled, and then spat on the boy's face. He raised his leg and stepped the boy's broken leg, and said, "The boy can still run so much after breaking his leg.
It's capable.
If we hadn't drunk too much that day, you really thought you wouldn't be able to run away." The boy felt the pain coming from his legs, held back his screams, and stared at the strong man with vicious eyes.
The strong man looked at him disdainfully. He stepped hard again and said, "It's quite bearable."
The pain was worse than before, and in the end he couldn't hold back his screams. The strong man glanced at the young man triumphantly, then snatched the necklace and took a closer look at the blue gem on the necklace. The little brother who was kicked down by the strong man before climbed up to the strong man again and said, "Head, is this the spirit stone that only immortals have?
It really looks extraordinary. It must be priceless. But why didn't we see this treasure when we were captured?" captured. The strong man seemed to be in a good mood at this time, glanced at his younger brother and said, "This little beast is hidden. This precious spirit stone was discovered by the little mistress, and he originally wanted to get us drunk and then secretly swallow it. Drunk is drunk on us, but I didn't expect this little beast to run away. In the end, I had to tell the big boss that the little third son was also looking for death, and he said it at the end, and finally he was cut down by the big boss. Okay, now that we have the things, let's go." The follower said, "Head, what should I do with this kid?" The strong man glanced at the young man and said, "What else can I do? Kill it." Okay. Qingfeng is not surprised by this. Fog grass, it's simply a beast. This can also be done. These are bandits? Poor thing. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't bear it, a scream suddenly sounded. "Who are you?" Ah. Qingfeng hurriedly turned his head to look, and saw a beautiful woman dressed in white. Those bandits died instantly before they could react too much. Her aura was extremely strong, and the breeze probably sensed it. It was a diamond level. The woman came to the boy and bandaged him to heal his wounds. Finally, he was fed a few pills. She wiped the boy's face and said, "This is clean," and then said with a smile, "Where is your home?" The gentle voice makes the teenager feel a little unreal. He turned his head to look at the corpses of the bandits. His eyes were fixed on the necklace that was already stained red with blood, and he looked back at the woman. Tears flowed down at some point. His dirty little hands wiped his eyes. It seemed that he wanted to hold back his crying, but the tears seemed to flow uncontrollably, and he didn't say the last half of the sentence. Cry. This scene is distressing. The woman saw this. He also had pity on his face, hugging the boy and comforting the boy. As for the boy's home, she probably knew it too. The boy cried for an unknown amount of time, and finally fainted from exhaustion in the woman's arms. At this time, the surrounding picture began to change. The woods became distorted, and the grass, trees, and stones gradually changed their appearance. Yu Qingfeng was shocked. The spiritual power was used to the extreme at this moment. If this point of the soul is destroyed, Qingfeng will also be seriously injured. After all, this is a part of the soul. The distortion of the picture gradually stopped. Everything around has also changed. No more woods. Instead, there was a room, and Qingfeng did not sense the danger, but also let down his guard. Take a closer look at this room. This room is still quite large. It looks a little luxurious, and the ancient style is elegant, but it is also noble. You can even see the pattern of cranes on the floor. Fog grass, what's going on? This is an illusion? Is the great demon king trapped? It's over, let's have a meal. Do you want to eat my table for a long time, eat at every turn? Do you only eat food in your mind? Are you polite? Yu Qingfeng came to the bed and looked at it, and it was the teenager who was lying on the bed, and his clothes had been changed. The face is also white and tender. Very handsome. Qingfeng sighed and said, "Presumably, everyone should have guessed it. This is a fragment of someone else's memory, and the previous scene should have been experienced by the former owner of this sword. Research department, indeed, after our calculations and previous situation, this should be a memory fragment." Mist grass, if this is the case, it seems very inspirational. If I remember correctly, the ice condensation sword is a diamond-level weapon. This little boy's future achievements will be at least diamonds? I can't wait. Just wait for the little boy to kill the quartet. This kind of pretense and slap in the face I love the most. I think you are happy too early. Didn't you hear what the great demon king said before? Obsession with the remnant soul. Since there are fragments of memory, there must be obsessions and dilemmas that cannot be let go. Seeing this barrage, Qingfeng also nodded slightly. He was also guessing what kind of obsession it was, and it was probably not simple to transform such a real memory fragment. He released his mental power again, and sensed that there was still no abnormality around him. Now Qingfeng was afraid that the remnant soul would suddenly appear behind him and give him a knife. September said that there may be no malice, but that's just possible. The boy gradually woke up and looked around. Seeing this beautiful room was also overwhelmed for a while, and finally he put on the exquisite white clothes placed around him. Staggering and cowering, he opened the door. The little boy was stunned at the moment the door opened, and the breeze behind the little boy was also stunned. Qingfeng saw a huge square. In the center of the square there is a giant crane pattern. Surrounded by jade towers and jade houses, fairy pillars stood in all directions, and there were many people flying back and forth in the sky, and the clouds floated on the ground, dreamy and hazy. Am I dreaming? The young man said. Am I dreaming? Fog grass, it's really a fairyland. I love it directly. The ancients did not deceive me. There are really immortals. Qingfeng calmed down and carefully looked at the clothing patterns floating in the air, and Qingfeng felt that he had seen these clothes somewhere. It seems to be the clothes worn by the women who helped Jiao Shuyu break the siege. 50 floors? If this is the case, the age should not be particularly far away. It's not like the clothes left over from ancient times are still worn. If it wasn't a long time ago in ancient times, there were humans on the 50th floor? But before September, it seemed that there were no humans. Could it be thousands of years ago? Before Qingfeng could continue to think, he heard a childish female voice. You finally woke up. I waited for you to wake up for a long time. He turned his head to look and saw a girl jumping up to the little boy's side and said, Come with me. You will be our outer handyman in the future. If you have good talent, you may be able
to become a disciple of the outer door. The boy seemed a little restrained, but in the end he followed the girl ignorantly. I don't know how long time has passed. At this moment, in front of Qingfeng and the live broadcast room are high-spirited, ambitious, and spirited teenagers. Qingfeng and the water friends in the live broadcast room learned the boy's name by Qi in the process. They witnessed by Qi's experience of being bullied by other handymen, witnessed his indomitable spirit, and witnessed his rise. Shua. When the outer door is selected, he shows his talent and overwhelms everyone. He learned spiritual skills all the way, participated in the inner gate competition and became a disciple of the inner gate, and was appreciated by the sect master. His talent in kendo is even greater. He is upright and kind, and gradually becomes a senior brother loved by everyone. At this moment, the boy has broken through to the diamond, and Qingfeng has guessed after watching for so long, and everything is smooth sailing ahead. Then the obsession is likely to appear when he is in high spirits. I really enjoyed watching it. The rise of Tianzhou is indeed extraordinary, providing me with a lot of ideas, and some of my problems in cultivation have been loosened in this regard. It's really cool. Has anyone recorded the screen? I'm a little unsatisfied. If there is, it's best to help me edit it and send it to me. I'll go home and watch it as a movie. Yes, but no editing. Cut it slowly for more than 10 hours. Speaking of, the calamity is about to begin. Bai Qi's strength has reached diamonds. It should be starting. At this moment, Bai Qi in front of Qingfeng was cultivating. According to the past memory fragments, cultivation is skipped. Senior brother Bai, a female voice came from the sky. Qingfeng raised his head and looked, and saw a cute-looking junior sister waving lively in the air. This girl Qingfeng and the water friends in the live broadcast room know who she is. She is Bai Qi's little fangirl. Bai Qi can often see her shadow when she is at the outer door, and her talent is also good, and she was accepted as a disciple by a great elder. The girl came to Bai Qi's side and said, "Senior brother Bai Qi, the sect master is looking for you." Bai Qi glanced at the little junior sister, then smiled, touched her head, and said gently, "Senior brother knows, thank you junior sister for informing." The little junior sister did not resist Bai Qi's actions, but said a little shyly, "Senior brother, you're welcome." Obviously everything has been told. The little junior sister didn't have any idea of leaving, and from time to time she would peek at Bai Qi with her big eyes. Until Bai Qi left, he was a little reluctant. That gentle voice, that overflowing smile, Bai Qi's every move made this little junior sister's heart shock. I'm also sour. Why can't I meet such a schoolgirl? People, Bai Qi is inspirational, good-looking, and talented. What do you compare? Trust me, no matter how good-looking and cute the little junior sister is, no matter how much you look at it, it's not yours. But books are different. No matter how much knowledge you read in them, they are yours. Master, I realize. Talking when you lift your pants is tough. In the live broadcast room, the scene is changed again, and Yu Qingfeng and the water friends in the live broadcast room have long been accustomed to it. Soon they saw a magnificent and gorgeous hall. The surroundings of the hall were relatively empty, and most of the patterns were crane jade carvings. It looks extremely gorgeous. Bai Qi walked into the hall and saw a middle-aged woman. He came to the middle-aged woman and said, "Bai Qi has seen the master." "What is the matter with the master looking for a disciple?" "It's nothing. Now your achievements are not small, and there will be no much improvement in the sect. Let's go down the mountain in a few days." Hearing what the master said, Bai Qi was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. For the remaining days, Bai Qi was preparing to go down the mountain, but Qingfeng felt a little strange about this. It stands to reason that this kind of scene should be skipped directly, but here it is an incomparably long time. The atmosphere also seems to be starting to get a little weird. Bai Qi went down the mountain, traveling all over the world, helping others, and doing chivalry and righteousness. He soon gained a lot of fame, and Bai Qi also strengthened his swordsmanship. Bai Qi's sword path is to do what is not feasible. The sword cuts all the wicked, and leaves the right way in the world. It seems to be a shadow brought about by that time in childhood. He hates those bad guys so much. Relying on his understanding of swordsmanship, Bai Qi broke through his strength to the peak of the Diamond 9 stars in just 2 years of wandering. Qingfeng was also a little confused about this. Seeing this, Qingfeng finally knew why the Righteous Path system was cold Britain and issued a sword search mission. It turned out that Bai Qi's Righteous Path index was too high and he was upright, and he was sensed by the system. It seems that the ice condensation sword and I have a destined fate. The picture is distorted again. When Qingfeng looked at Bai Qi again, he found that he was flying in the air, as if he was on his way. He also noticed that the atmosphere here was even more strange than before, and it seemed that a pair of eyes were looking at Yu Qingfeng like that. In this regard, Qingfeng couldn't help but become nervous again. Bai Qi seemed to notice something. He hurriedly moved down, and saw a village that had been destroyed and only the elderly remained. The old people are curled up in the dilapidated houses that are ventilated. It seems that he has been hungry for several days as well. When I got closer, my body was all soaked, and there was a lot of mud on my hands, as if I had dug something. After those old people saw Bai Qi, their originally dull pupils shone brightly again. They waved to Bai Qi very weakly and said, "Little doll, are you lost? If you don't know how to go, I'll show you the way." Seeing these old people like this, Bai Qi hurriedly took out a lot of food to feed them, and at the same time used spiritual power to dry the water on their bodies. After several inquiries, Bai Chi also knew what was going on here. From the mouths of these old people, it was learned that a group of bandits swept through the place a year ago, and the men, the women and the children were arrested. Valuable things are swept away, but fortunately, many people survived. Relying on years of experience, they survived hunting and wild vegetables in the mountains, and they rebuilt their homes. But only a few months later, the bandits attacked again, and the fields and houses that had been painstakingly rebuilt were destroyed again. Many young people resisted and eventually died under the knife of bandits. In this regard, many young people want to leave this place. They and the older generation say that they want to leave with them, and the older generation also wants to, but the wild beasts in the mountains are rampant and there are so many old people in the village. That's their parents, and they don't want to leave. If you take these old people away together, I'm afraid it will only drag you down. So I just don't do it and don't leave. In this way, many young people left the village, and only a very small part remained, and they rebuilt their homes again. Just a few days ago, the bandits came again. The bandits disliked that it was too poor and had no supplies, so they killed all the middle-aged young people. Only the old man survived. That day, it rained heavily, and many old people curled up in dilapidated houses, and some froze to death that night because they did not survive the cold. The remaining old people dug holes with all their strength and buried their children and grandchildren in the pits. Fog grass, this is a real beast. Are bandits so widely distributed? No way. After all, the world is so big, and it must be very common to be king without information. Do you see Bai Chi's face? See? Looking at his angry expression, he should be thinking of the past. The bandits are afraid they won't leave one. It's better not to keep one. These people are damned. That's right, it's not good to be a bandit. After Bai Chi settled all these old people, he also had cold light in his eyes and hurried to the base camp of the bandits. Bai Chi stood alone with a sword above the cottage. The next moment, a powerful momentum burst out in his body. The bandits in the cottage knelt down in an instant. This intensity of coercion was not fatal, and Bai Chi controlled it very well. The bandit looked confused at the moment. They want to get up, but their bodies are just out of control. As Bai Chi slowly withdrew the coercion, those bandits gradually got up. The first thing they do when they get up is to look out. Take a look at this. If you don't see it, you won't know, and you will be shocked when you see it. Those bandits saw that Bai Chi was dressed in white and fluttering, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, holding a long sword in his hand, and his sword energy surrounded him, standing above the clouds. This scene is like a banished immortal descending into the world. One of the bandits said a little unconfidently, "Immortal. This is an immortal. I guess I haven't woken up yet. This immortal. Could it be that they came to us?" Bai Chi raised his sword, and with a gentle wave of white light, the entire cottage was split open. There was a very deep sword mark on the ground. Those bandits were instantly confused. Their legs trembled a little, and they looked at the scene in disbelief, and they looked at the sky again and swallowed. One of them said loudly, "The immortals are coming to kill us, run away." As soon as the man started to run away, he was beheaded by Bai Chi's sword. This scene stunned all the bandits. When they reacted, they immediately knelt down and said, "Immortals spare their lives. We don't want to be bandits. We can't help ourselves." Yes, immortal, let us go. I have an old mother, a child below. As long as the immortal lets us go, I will definitely change my ways. Ah, yes, as long as we are let go, we will all turn from evil to good. Turning from evil to righteousness, this is the funniest joke I've seen this year. That's right, kill them all. Don't say anything, they still have old mothers and children to take care of. They are innocent. For some reason, the bed I was lying on turned into a lotus flower. The mobile phone with the live broadcast suddenly turned into Buddha beads. The quilt I was covering turned into a cassock robe, and the room I lived in suddenly became the Great Lain Temple, leaving 2 tiers, and turned into relics as soon as they landed. Laugh at me, there is a virgin here? Ha ha ha. When they robbed and killed people who was not a family member. You didn't see the tragic situation of those old people before. Do you have sympathy for this kind of person? Bai Chi was also extremely disgusted by these words, raised his sword and pointed at the bandits and said, "Where are the women and children who were abducted by you?" The bandit leader stood up and said, "The gods spare their lives. They are all in the side room. I will release them immediately." Soon about a few hundred women and girls appeared. Bai Chi asked several times again to make sure that he did not fall, and then killed all the bandits. Only 10 minutes have passed since the beginning. The women and children who were kidnapped by the bandits were also rescued, and Bai Chi gave them a lot of money and sent them to the town. The owner of one of the buildings seemed to be very familiar with Bai Chi, and the boss took in a lot of children. After everything was settled, Bai Chi also left. Xingfeng was just about to catch up with Bai Chi, but for some reason, the ghost looked at the children in the building, and he was surprised to find that many of them looked at Bai Chi in the direction of leaving with angry and hateful eyes. Bai Chi, who was in the air at the moment, didn't know about it, but was in a good mood. He has a deeper understanding of his own kendo. The picture is distorted again. After the twist ended, Xingfeng was surprised to find that he was still in the original place, and he quickly came to the village. It was found that the village at this moment was dilapidated and showed no signs of human habitation. It seems like a few years have passed. Xingfeng
Feng flew into the air and looked at. I saw a figure that seemed to be slowly flying not far away, and the breeze sensed the energy fluctuations. Qing Feng was sure that the person was Bai Qi. When Qing Feng saw Bai Qi's face, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He saw that Bai Qi's whole body was twisting, and there were several black tentacles wriggling at the same time as he was twisting. In an instant, Qing Feng inexplicably felt the cold breeze. That eerie feeling hit me again. This time it was not just a few pairs of eyes looking at him, but more than a dozen pairs, which made Qing Feng a little uneasy. Fog grass, is this Bai Qi? Did I skip an episode? I feel a little unable to keep up with the plot. +1. Yes, what the hell is going on? No, the big demon king has been tricked. It's over, it's over. Brothers, do you know where Yu Qingfeng's house is? I took the dishes and chopsticks to the table, and got lost halfway through who would pick me up. Do you only know how to eat a table? In order to see what was going on with Bai Qi, Qing Feng gradually approached Bai Qi. When he approached a certain distance, his original weird twist disappeared. Is this a return to normal? Was that a bug just now? Can a universal programmer solve it? Your programmer can solve this thing. But what the hell is going on? Has something changed? Just as Qing Feng was thinking, he suddenly saw Bai Qi seemingly glancing at Qing Feng. Wrong, very wrong. Feeling the abnormal breeze, he immediately released his mental power, explored and sensed for a long time, but did not find any abnormality. He must have glanced at me. Qing Feng's expression became a little more solemn, and he typed in the live broadcast room and said, I just seem to see Bai Qi glancing at me. Have you seen it? I don't know. It seems that I took a look. No. At most, I should have looked at the scenery when I was on the road, just in time to see the big devil. I didn't see. I saw it. There must be something wrong with that Bai Qi. The big devil is finished. Let's have a meal. How much does this be want to eat my seat? I remembered. First write it down in the small notebook. Alas, Qing Feng sighed. Since there were no questions to ask in the live broadcast room, Qing Feng did not plan to continue asking. But what is certain now is that there is something wrong with Bai Qi. The soul unconsciously entered a state of high tension, and once something happened, Qing Feng would instantly mobilize his mental power. Bai Qi came to town. The town is full of people and everything is very calm. But Qing Feng didn't think so. For some reason he suddenly felt a strong fluctuation in mental power. For this spiritual fluctuation, Qing Feng didn't know where it came from. It seems that there is it in heaven and earth. When Qing Feng was exploring his spiritual power, Bai Qi moved. He walked into a building, and that building was the previous building. Qing Feng also hurriedly followed. In the building, Qing Feng saw a boss, and that boss was the boss who took in most of the children in the first place. Bai Qi stopped in front of the owner of the building and said with a smile, Boss, I haven't seen you for a long time. The boss was stunned, then looked at Bai Qi carefully, and suddenly said, So it's you. I haven't seen you for a long time. It's been about 2 years. Young Master Bai, after so long, he is still so high-spirited and a talent. Bai Qi smiled, arched and said, The boss is wrongly praised. Bai is just passing by here. Stop by to see you, boss. The boss looked very happy and said, I have a heart, but what do I have to look at? Young Master Bai single-handedly destroyed the bandits of the entire copycat, and now I still remember it vividly. Now I think about it like yesterday. Bai Qi said, I also took a look at those children by the way. How are those children now? Boss, is it healthy? The boss's face changed, he sighed, and finally shook his head and said a little gloomy, Young Master Bai, I'm afraid. It's not as good as you want. It's like this. The words suddenly paused. What's going on? So suddenly, I won't say it. Qing Feng looked at Bai Qi and saw a very strange picture, only to see Bai Qi's pupils dilated, staring at Yu Qing Feng. So does the boss. The boss looked pale and looked at Yu Qing Feng with a strange smile. Fog grass, I was so scared that I broke my phone. What the hell? What happened? Wasn't it okay just now? So fucking scary. Damn, something is wrong with everyone now. It's over. This time it's really going to be a banquet. Bai Qi's eyes widened wider and wider, and he just stared at Yu Qing Feng. Qing Feng hasn't felt the danger yet. Looking at Bai Qi's eyes, he was directly angry. Do you watch it again? Is it bullying me that I can't open my eyes and put them aside to compare my eyes with me? Water friends in the live broadcast room? Bai Qi, Yohi, do you still see? Are you here to mock me? Qing Feng said with some anger. Ha ha ha, damn, I laughed to death. The brain circuit of the big devil is so strange. Hurry, this is urgent. It was quite scary just now, and the words of the great demon king directly made me laugh. At this time, the boss's body melted like melted ice cream, and the flesh, bones, and internal organs were all clearly visible. And it's scary. Damn, I threw up. It was so disgusting. Barrage protection. Barrage protection. Those melted flesh and internal organs gradually formed a black substance, and these black substances gradually crawled towards Bai Qi. Weird and terrifying. Not only that, but the scene space of the groundhouse seems to be gradually becoming a black matter. Crawl towards Bai Qi like a sentient earthworm. No wonder I can't sense it. Seeing this, Qing Feng instantly understood why he had not been able to sense the spiritual body before. It turned out that the entire space was his spiritual body. These spiritual bodies were arranged very calmly and densely, and Qing Feng was already in his spiritual body when he came in. The distribution of quality, space, and spirit is the same. him. How can you detect abnormalities in this way? Where are the fragments of memory? It was like a trap-like pitcher plant, and Qingfeng wanted to attack it this time, but he couldn't attack yet. If you attack now, it will be in vain. If you want to attack, you must wait for Bai Qi to absorb some of the spiritual body back. About 2 minutes passed, and Bai Qi's body also changed, and countless black tentacles appeared. They wriggle like maggots. Those tentacles are getting closer to the black matter. Suddenly the tentacles opened their big mouths, and each black tentacle had at least 100 disgusting mouths, and those mouths were as unsettling as the mouths of wolf-toothed gobies. Those mouths are frantically devouring black matter. It's so disgusting. No, the image of my white son has been destroyed. I beg you, can you change back? At this time, Bai Qi's head, which was originally soared eyebrows and starry eyes, gradually cracked. Numerous pairs of eyes grow inside the skull. At the same time, there is also the earth and the sky, and the house and furniture also grow countless pairs of eyes. Those eyes collectively stared at you, Qingfeng. No wonder I felt several pairs of eyes staring at me before. Great Demon King, is this kind of eye real? Fog grass, what the hell is this? I just went to the toilet. How did it become like this when I came back? I crossed over? Yes, you crossed over. I suddenly felt that the look just now was not unacceptable, not to mention that I was already wet. Wow, this is even more heavyweight. My eyes, I will wash my eyes well. Are you afraid? Look at the big Demon King calm, and then look at you. Fog grass, not to mention that I haven't found it yet. Presumably the great Demon King must also be a person with a strong taste. Can this TM also involve me? Qingfeng immediately said, don't, I'm really disgusted too. He pointed to Bai Qi, who was already a ghost, and said, what kind of garbage people are this, even if their eyes are bigger than mine? It's so disgusting to me. Who do you look down on? If I open my eyes, I will definitely wipe you out. Shua, are we talking about this disgusting? How much psychological damage these pairs of eyes have caused to our great Demon King? Qingfeng also smiled when he looked at the barrage, sensed the fluctuations in his mental power, and found that Bai Qi had gathered almost everything. Qingfeng stopped talking, and immediately condensed into a spiritual power arrow, aimed at Bai Qi and shot over, but this arrow did not shoot through like before. Instead, he hit Bai Qi directly. Bai Qi let out a miserable howl. His voice was neither human nor ghost, and Qingfeng did not have the habit of being kind and soft-hearted. Once again, the spiritual power arrow was condensed. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Hit all. Aha! Bai Qi's screams were endless. Just as Qingfeng was about to continue shooting, there were several chaotic sounds from the ground around the sky. At first, Qingfeng didn't care too much. Why? My Taoist heart is right. I am not wrong. Bai Qi, you can't think about it anymore. Your decision is not wrong. Bad people are going to die. But as the voice became clearer and clearer, Qingfeng couldn't help but be a little surprised, and the dozen or so arrows that had just been condensed were suspended in the air. Why, shouldn't those people be killed? Why do you hate me? Aren't I doing the right thing? No, Bai Qi, you can't think like that. They just deserve to be killed. You should focus on breakthrough thing. Bai Qi's words, did you hear them? Hearing this, Bai Qi seemed to be struggling, as if something was bothering him. Could this be Bai Qi's obsession? That sounds so scary. Yu Qingfeng glanced at the barrage in the live broadcast room, and when he saw the word obsession, a conjecture also sprouted in his heart. At first, Bai Qi's mental body was very stable, but as it gets further in later, it begins to collapse a little, especially in the previous memory point, where the eerie atmosphere is becoming more and more obvious. At the last memory point, even the character of Bai Qi was a little distorted, plus the boss's expression. It seems that there is something you don't want to face? Completely collapsed? Qingfeng listened to it for more than 10 minutes, but did not hear a complete plot, and the sentences echoing in this space were in a state of chaos. Be far from the mark. But what is certain is that Bai Qi has fallen into a demon. It seems that this is his obsession and remnant soul. From those words, it can be heard that those children must have done something that caused his Taoist heart to collapse. It is not very clear what exactly is going on. What's going on? Qingfeng didn't want to wait any longer. He could clearly feel that Bai Qi had absorbed the black matter at this moment. Yu Qingfeng's divine soul inside the ice condensation sword was only a little bit, and if he didn't kill it again, this divine soul might be devoured by Bai Qi. At that time, the soul of his own body will also be damaged. With a gentle wave of the breeze, more than a dozen spiritual power arrows were condensed in front of him again, and these arrows were aimed at Bai Qi and shot at Bai Qi rapidly. Just as it was shot, Qingfeng quickly condensed the spiritual power arrows, and when he was about to shoot out, Qingfeng found that the first few spiritual power arrows did not hit. I saw that when the spiritual power arrow was about to hit Bai Qi disappeared instantly. Zhua, trouble. Qingfeng scolded secretly, and instantly released his mental power to check Bai Qi's location. Just released his spiritual power, and the breeze suddenly felt bad. During his exploration, he could clearly feel that Bai Qi was behind him, and Qingfeng hurriedly looked at the live broadcast room. At this glance, you can see a terrifying scene. In the live broadcast room, he clearly saw that Bai Qi was behind him, and his strange posture was wriggling and twisting, and his eyes, since those eyes grow out of their mouths, their
their sharp teeth like thin needles are constantly surrounded. Finally, he said, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, it wouldn't have become like this. Hostility, strong hostility. Foggrass, take your phone away. I was so scared that my shirt was broken. Damn Bai Chi, you will compensate me. Hurry up and connect while it's still hot. It's so weird. It's so weird. I feel like I can't sleep today. Do you have a little brother to accompany me? I'm afraid. What's going on? Yu Qingfeng turned around and punched him and said, Zhuo, scare me. Your TM is a little away from me. I don't like to do base. Bai Chi was repelled a few steps and just stabilized his footing. Qingfeng came with a long sword, and a few small blue lotus flowers were attached around the long sword. It seems to contain extremely terrifying energy. Qinglian's sword song. The gorgeous sword Qi was accompanied by a cyan lotus, and Bai Chi was cut into several pieces in an instant. There was a miserable howl between heaven and earth. Qingfeng looked around. He muttered and analyzed, why didn't you attack me just now? It's obviously a very good way to attack, and I didn't attack me in front of him before, because I had no malice towards me? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I clearly feel hostility. Could it be that the core is only half condensed and I can't attack for the time being? I can only run away? If this is the case, it will be easy to solve a lot. It's easy to dodge from a distance, so I'll fight melee. Soon, a white Qi was gathered again in the same place before, and Qingfeng was waiting for him to condense by his side, and when it was completely condensed, he lifted his sword and smashed it into pieces, followed by the third and fourth. The process can be said to be extremely easy. Just when Qingfeng cut down more than a dozen Bai Qi, he clearly felt that his spiritual body was weakened. Damn it! The chaotic and disorderly voice came again. It seems to be angry. The world instantly turned black, and countless strange eyes were also revealed, and those eyes looked at Yu Qingfeng with great hatred. At this moment, it was not that kind of dim situation, and everything around was still clear. The house and the complex scenes outside also disappeared, leaving only a large piece of black flat ground, and the boundaries were not visible as far as the eye could see. The ground is also full of eyeballs. In addition to the eyeballs, there are many purple-red tentacles, and the top of the tentacles has a disgusting mouth. Qingfeng thought in his heart that this could be a tree. It's disgusting. At this moment, on the side of the breeze, Bai Qi slowly condensed again. Qingfeng raised his right hand and hit it with a big mouth, saying, you are endless, come back. After the fight, another big mouth hit his left hand. Qingfeng condensed the spiritual power long sword in his hand, and a set of Qinglian sword songs smashed it into pieces. There are more and more black matters, and they are coalescing together again. This time, and unlike before, the huge black matter and the wriggling eyeball tentacles gradually merged. The action can be said to be very big. Looking at this posture, it seems that it is brewing to merge a behemoth. He sensed the spiritual power in it, and Qingfeng found that the spiritual power contained in this thing was extremely terrifying. It's over. This should be beatable. Qingfeng was a little unconfident. He was trying not to call the body's soul in, and then beat him violently. Anyway, there is a star-level spiritual power talisman. Just when Qingfeng was looking at the behemoth, he suddenly saw a white light not far away, and when he looked closely, he found that it was the sword gate where Qingfeng had come in before. Jianmen? Judging from this situation, it seems that the sword gate was not fabricated out of thin air. Qingfeng was happy, and muttered, if that sword gate wasn't fabricated out of thin air, could I just leave? Since you can't beat it, then run. No, this is really a bit of martial arts. Is it like running after fighting? Qingfeng said so, but his leg kung fu was rapidly moving in the direction of Jianmen. Damn it, when you say this, can you stop working on your legs? What do you say? The body is quite sincere. Laugh me to death. This is not about martial arts. Slipped away. The great demon king took it for granted. Can the great demon king's affairs be called cowardice? I have said it several times, and that is called from the heart. Qingfeng was a little embarrassed, and what he said softly was actually included in the live broadcast room, and he argued that, do you understand? I call this a strategic retreat. Yes, you're right. We all understand. What a disgusting word. Who taught them this? Just when Qingfeng rushed to Jianmen, Bai Chi's spiritual body was also fused and combined, and a super large version of Bai Chi was born. The body shape is similar to Godzilla. It's just that there is no Godzilla handsome. He is ugly and his whole head is split in half, tentacles, eyes, and mouth, all over the body. It's a monster at all. At the feet of this monster, Qingfeng looked extremely small like an ant. Every time Bai Chi took a step, there would be huge spiritual fluctuations, shaking the heavens and the earth, and at the same time, Qingfeng also found that those purple-red tentacles had gradually turned into Bai Chi. Good guy, is this serious? There is really a Bai Chi and thousands of Bai Chi. The water friends in the live broadcast room saw this scene and shouted to eat. Fog grass, it's so big. Let's eat the table. This situation is hopeless. I will miss you, great demon king. Qingfeng carefully sensed the spiritual power again. It was found that most of the spiritual power had been gathered together, which means that the core of the spiritual power body had appeared. Alas, it seems to be possible to sigh. If I call all the divine souls in and destroy the core, Bai Chi's remnant soul will basically not be a climate. So Qingfeng said very proudly, eat a fart. Do you believe that I pinched him?
him. Qingfeng looked at the giant Bai Qi and said, I don't believe it unless you show us. Seeing this barrage, the breeze was still on the road, and the pace stopped decisively. Wu Chao really stopped. Brother, hurry up, I was just joking with you. Hurry up. Wrong, brother, I will never be skinny again. Qingfeng said, I was already unhappy to see the appearance of Bai Qi giant, but it was obviously just a diamond-level remnant soul, but there was such a big battle. Don't you know that what is concentrated is the essence? Who do you look down on when you become so big? Besides, the core has been exposed. Isn't this clearly hitting me? You guys are optimistic. See how I handle him. At this moment, Yu Qingfeng seemed to be not afraid of heaven and earth and looked very angry. Live broadcast room. You said it was a diamond-level remnant soul. You fart. You can't beat it completely. I think. Bai Qi seemed to be a little involuntary. What? That big devil. Bai Qi seemed to be the same size as you before, but he was cut down by you every time he condensed. Yes, it seems like a last resort. Laugh me to death. Bai Qi, are you polite? Qingfeng also touched his head when he saw these barrages, and said, is there any? It seems that there is such a thing. He coughed and then said, does it matter? Don't worry, it's just a diamond-level remnant soul. It's not worth worrying about. I can handle it in minutes. Don't you believe it? Okay, I will immediately call the body soul in and show you what crushing is. Brothers in the live broadcast room, you have to watch me beat Bai Qi with my little hands and brush the gifts. After Qingfeng said this, the picture in the live broadcast room cut to the outside world. Qingfeng's entire body soul entered the free sword. It's over, it's done. I believe you. Come on, big demon king. Believe it, although the great demon king has the strength to match the diamond level, and his mental power is also very strong, his spiritual power is only at the platinum level no matter how you look at it. Yes, is arrogance a disease of arrogance? Forget it, let's give the last gift to the last great demon king. Qingfeng said directly, are you polite? I'll be back after a while. Am I the kind of fool you Qingfeng can't be? Do you think I can do that kind of thankless thing? Trust me, it seems, I really haven't seen the big devil suffer. I believe you, right. Big devil, your home address will be exposed. I'm going to have dinner. It's over, I still have more than a dozen yuan on me, and I originally wanted to prostitute to the end. Here you go, don't let me down. Almost instantly, the barrage frames in the live broadcast room are gifts. All kinds of spaceships have smashed over. There are so many of these gifts that you can't see the barrage. The card will not get stuck. After all, the entire live broadcast room is managed by the system. These spaceships are refreshed together on the main interface of the shark fight. I am really Yu Qingfeng's father. I brushed a spaceship in the live broadcast room of the Lord of Heaven. Come and watch. Click directly to enter the live broadcast room. In an instant, the entire fighting shark was filled with a passage into the Qingfeng live broadcast room. The live broadcast room that was originally popular with 30 million people. It instantly rose to 45 million people, and its popularity is still increasing rapidly. The media and marketing accounts quickly seized the hotspots and made a big report like they didn't want money for a meeting. Order, popularity growth 100,113. Order, popularity growth 102,2013. Order, popularity growth 211,013. Order, popularity growth 341,2013. The corners of Qingfeng's mouth were slightly outlined. After quickly finding his own body divine soul and fusing his own body divine soul, the spiritual power of the half-step diamond burst out. The powerful fluctuations in spiritual power made Bai Qi's eyes show horror. Giant Bai Qi also became a little suspicious and did not dare to act rashly. Qingfeng is looking at his own popularity. After glancing at Bai Qi and finding that there was still some distance from him, he stopped paying attention, emitting a strong mental cordon from his body. Once Bai Qi gets close to him, he will perceive it immediately. Current host has popularity value 25 million. Qingfeng opened the live broadcast mall extremely skillfully. Click on the talisman spiritual power line. Immediately, densely packed diamond level and star level spiritual power talismans appeared. Some are group attacks, some are single attacks, some are protection. These talismans are dazzling to see. Looking at the dense and dazzling live broadcast mall, Qingfeng looked at it for a few seconds and looked at a rough idea. I found that some thieves are cheap, and you can buy a diamond level mental power attack talisman with at least 10,000 popularity in the live broadcast room. Originally 100,000, special price 10,000. But alas, damage doesn't seem enough. Only diamond 1 star level. Some prices are half a pound and 8 taels, but the damage is okay. Some are particularly expensive, but the damage explodes. Although you get what you pay for, why don't you spend a little more money to buy a star level one? No, if I buy a star level to deal with this thing, wouldn't it be a blood loss? You still have to buy a diamond one. But what if the diamond level can't be killed? Damn it, why are there so many talismans in the live broadcast mall? I feel like it's running out of time. Qingfeng raised his head and glanced at Bai Qi, and found that he was still wandering around, as if observing him. It seems that it's still too late. Since Bai Qi was still observing and tempting, Qingfeng continued to calm down. What is the great demon king doing? Qi Shen Dan Ti Xian? What do you know? Didn't you see that Bai Qi was not moving? This is the showdown between the masters. I see, the enemy doesn't move, I don't move, right?
I feel like this, Yu Qingfeng's soul has not yet been fused.
Qingfeng is still thinking hard.
After about a minute, Qingfeng finally bought 100 diamond-level attack talismans. Of course this is the cheapest.
And a star-level attack talisman.
The star-level talisman cost Qingfeng nearly 12 million people, and at the moment of redemption, Qingfeng felt a knife cut in his heartache.
This feeling, it really makes people feel at ease. High and low configuration.
As for the diamond-level spiritual power attack talisman, its main use is actually to use it to open the way, and if it really doesn't work in the end, use the star level. After all, it is the cheapest diamond-level rune. As long as you can use it, what kind of bicycle do you want?
The key is to rely on the star-level talisman. It took about 10 minutes from fusion to purchase. It's actually not particularly long.
Even now, Bai Qi is still observing the situation. Now Qingfeng said confidently in the live broadcast room, "These days, there are still people who are harder than fists?
I really don't know how high the sky is. Don't you know that times have changed? No matter what kind of property is the key to saving your life. What does the great demon king mean by this?" I suddenly had a bad feeling.
The breeze completely burst out with all its spiritual power. In an instant, Bai Qi knew what kind of strength Qingfeng was in.
It's only half a step diamond. Isn't this here to deliver? Are you polite?
It seemed that he had confidence, and Bai Qi stepped out of the ground and shook the mountain. Qingfeng also condensed the combination of long swords, dragon and snake dance steps in Qinglian sword songs, which instantly brought Yu Qingfeng to Bai Qi's face.
"Evil beast, look at the move," Qingfeng said menacingly.
Just when the water friends in the live broadcast room thought that Qingfeng was going to fight with Qinglian sword song and Bai Qi, I saw Qingfeng take out a talisman paper from his crotch. Qingfeng kissed the treasure talisman paper and then said, "Go, attack the divine talisman." The moment Qingfeng finished speaking, the talisman paper burned. The spiritual power contained in the talisman paper shot out, gradually condensing a spiritual power arrow, and in the next breath, the arrow had already come to Bai Qi's face and shot directly into his head. At the moment of the shot, a huge explosion was also heard, and the wave of mental strength swept through everything around.
One by one, the vortices of spiritual power were condensed by this airwave, accompanied by Bai Qi's screams.
Seeing this scene, Qingfeng froze. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also stagnant. Qingfeng reacted immediately, quickly looked at the system backpack, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the star-level talisman was still there.
"I just thought I used it wrong. Wrong. Fog grass. Is this TM an attack talisman bought by 10,000 people? Something is wrong. A gold-level prop can't be bought with 10,000 popularity, but this thing can be bought with 10,000 popularity? Is the system merciful? I thought it was a cannon, but I didn't expect it to be a cannon. Mist grass. What happened just now? Diamond-level talisman. Fog grass. Yu Qingfeng's family is really rich. This is a diamond-level talisman? Mist grass. Misty grass.
The diamond-level talisman is indeed awesome. Presumably it is just such a one. Tianzhou is just like this. This level of talisman is used from the beginning. Isn't this cerebral palsy?
The Tianzhou of Kyushu Kingdom is just like that, and the Tianzhou of studying abroad is still strong.
I don't think you are a good thing, a Muyang dog.
That's right, Tianzhou in Kyushu has his own abacus. What are you? Can you tell us? You also have cerebral palsy. I'm telling the truth.
Qingfeng glanced at the live broadcast room and found that the navy that didn't know where it came from was fine before. Qingfeng glanced at the popularity of the live broadcast room. It was found that it was already 50 million.
Other countries?
That's right, after all, the whole thing is so big. Seeing me rise all the way and establish the majesty of Kyushu Tianzhou, I must be a little anxious.
Pity, I have more than one.
Qingfeng didn't say anything. It was the best choice to remain silent at this time, and he slowly took out an attack talisman again. Netizens in the live broadcast room suddenly became a little uncalm when they saw it.
Fog grass, there is still one.
Qingfeng took a handsome pose, and then used the attack talisman, and instantly the attack talisman condensed the spiritual power arrow again. Just when Qingfeng thought the arrow was going to shoot out, he found that the arrow was not there, but glowed in place. The arrow was getting brighter and brighter, and the breeze was getting more and more uneasy.
No way.
He quickly condensed his bow and quickly loaded the arrows, shot it by Qi, and within 0.5 seconds of shooting, the attack talisman exploded.
The strong mental strength wavestorm came again. Water friends in the live broadcast room. Ha, this is the Tianzhou of Kyushu, and basically I can't use talismans.
No, Kyushu is like this, and it is a waste to give him such a good talisman. What's going on? Why are there so many Muyang dogs all of a sudden? Hurry up, brothers, report it when you see this kind of barrage. Qingfeng glanced at the live broadcast room and felt extremely embarrassed by this, but he couldn't lose in momentum, so he said, "Brothers, do you see it?
Just 6 or not? No bragging. Brother only plays the limit. Awesome, 666. God, brother only plays the limit. Is the Red Horse giving you advertising money?
Red Horse, as long as you dare to publicize, I dare to sponsor. Trolls see it, our
Our big devil did it on purpose. At this time, Kyushu, the Tianjiao also knew that he was sensationalized and deliberately wasted the life-saving talisman. I didn't believe it. He still had talisman paper. Then Qingfeng took out 50 divine talismans and fell into deep thought. Foggrass, I think I know what the great demon king said at the beginning, absolute strength. It will also become vulnerable in the face of absolute financial resources. Where is that dog just now? Why didn't he come out to bark? At this moment, Yu Qingfeng was complaining in his heart. Yes, I know why it's sold so cheaply. TM's is a defective product. Can it really be used? I was almost seriously injured by the bombing. Take out the talisman to be destroyed and sell it. You really have your system. Qingfeng didn't know how to complain for a while. This is really too cunning. My TM is also cheap. I bought so many defective products in one go. The first two are okay. What if the next one explodes directly? Time passed minute by minute. Isn't that the end of the calf? At this time, Bai Chi's head, which had been blown up by the attack talisman, began to slowly recover, and the energy mobilized by the black matter was also increasing. Half of those black stuff are restoring the head. The other half is gradually condensed into the prototype of a sword. Ah, I want you to die. The chaotic words are mixed with anger and fear. When Qingfeng saw the sword embryo, his face gradually became solemn, and he and the water friends in the live broadcast room had witnessed Bai Chi's kendo level. The level of kendo can be said to be very high. If the sword condensed, I was afraid that I would not feel very comfortable. Qingfeng pondered for 2 seconds, and finally picked up a divine attack talisman. Damn, inferior products are inferior products. Just explode. The breeze dragon and snake dance steps in the posture of the Qinglian sword song rushed towards Bai Chi. Since the remote is risky, I will stick it on your body as a blasting talisman to use, and in a few seconds, the breeze will come to Bai Chi's crotch. Picking up the talisman paper is a slam sticker. Bai Chi also sensed the breeze, and those tentacles and eyes on his body all launched an attack on the breeze. At the same time, he also got rid of the talisman paper of Qingfeng. Seeing this scene, Qingfeng was so angry that he wanted to scold his mother. Qingfeng's actions made the audience in the live broadcast room a little puzzled. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly engage in melee combat? Not clear. Looking for excitement? Foggrass, I feel so distressed. Those are all diamond-level talisman paper. I saw at least 5 of them lost by Bai Chi. Ah, this is too arrogant. Qingfeng quickly picked up the fallen talisman paper, and then began to think about where it would be better to paste it. That's it, Qingfeng observed while thinking under Bai Chi's crotch. After he tried 7 or 8 times with the talisman, he found that it was really a little unattached. Qingfeng was also angry. Just when he wanted to directly take the risk of using long range, a powerful spiritual power suddenly appeared beside him. He looked in the direction of the fluctuation of spiritual power, and saw a giant eye growing at the base of Bai Chi's thigh. That eye was very weird. It just stared at you, Qingfeng. Its pupils dilated, and countless blood vessels twisted strangely, looking extremely disgusting. Qingfeng also glanced at the giant eyeball. He didn't feel afraid, but said in disgust, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy? Don't peep at me when you're fine. You see you have needle eyes. Voyeurism is easy to have needle eyes. Didn't your parents tell you? Ha ha, laugh me to death. God has a needle eye. The needle eye doesn't really have an eye. Hey, the brain circuit of the great demon king is a must. Real eye? What real eye? Isn't the real I bought? You can buy it for 75 gold coins? Is this the case with all geniuses? As the saying goes, there is only a thin line between geniuses and madmen. Gongjiang, no, no. The brain circuit of the junior brother Qingfeng is like this." Qingfeng saw that those eyes were still looking, and he directly scolded, "WDNMD, you still look at it. TM told you not to look at it." After Qingfeng finished scolding, he threw out a divine talisman and pasted it on it. It may be that Qingfeng threw too hard, and the attack talisman was thrown directly into the eyes. The eyeball pricked a little, and found that it seemed that nothing seemed to happen, so he continued to observe Yu Qingfeng. But other tentacles don't think so, and those tentacles start attacking giant eyeballs instead. And the main purpose of the eyeball is to observe, and it does not grow a mouth, so there is no means of attack. Except for looking weird and seeing the movement of the breeze, it's useless. If your eyeballs are harassed by other tentacles, you will close your eyes. Oh ha? Yu Qingfeng, who saw the scene, was happy. Quickly sensed the attack talisman. In the end, he was surprised to find that the connection between him and the divine attack talisman was still there. At this moment, Qingfeng was smiling like a spring breeze, as if all the previous troubles had disappeared. The great demon king laughs, obviously smiling so nicely. Why give me a thriller? Bai Chi is over, completely finished. Are Bai Chi's descendants still there? Are there any descendants? Why are you suddenly asking this? It's nothing. I just want to go eat and see the dinner that is 1,000 years late. Wu Cao, why are you looking forward to eating every day? You haven't stopped from the beginning to now. Don't you want to eat and see? Well, I think. At this time, the breeze moved, and he used his sword techniques and body techniques again, quickly wandering back and forth around Bai Chi's body. As soon as he saw the right eye, he put the attack talisman into it. Bai Chi also often harassed Qingfeng in this process, but Qingfeng's body size was too small, and his body was very strange and fast. fast, I can't hit it, and my eyes can't spit out those talismans. I tried to use my tentacles to reach in and take out the talisman, but unfortunately failed. About 10 minutes later, Qingfeng successfully put all the talismans into Bai Qi's body. Feeling the connection between nearly 100 talisman papers, Qingfeng smiled kindly again. He hurried to where he felt safe. Then he put on a handsome and arrogant posture and said to the brothers in the live broadcast room, "Brothers, it's over. Alas, this kind of thing is so easy that I don't even look at it. Do you know why? Because real men never look back at the explosion." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, 80 talismans burned. The next moment, powerful spiritual power fluctuations swept out, and explosions followed. The spiritual power ripples collided with each other to form a spiritual power storm, and Bai Qi was illuminated twice. Aha! Bai Qi's scream was unprecedented. The water friends in the live broadcast room did not see the perspective of Bai Qi's explosion. They only saw the handsome breeze, and slowly snapped their fingers. Then there was a lot of light behind him. The explosion came like firecrackers, and the powerful spiritual power swept around, visible to the naked eye. The movement behind me is like the sky. But Qingfeng's expression was extremely indifferent. The noble and sacred temperament of the nine-tailed heavenly fox arose spontaneously, and it seemed that everything around it was expected. Handsome and elegant. Real men never look back at the explosion. Fog grass, so handsome. This is the first time I've seen this kind of pretense. No, I want to brag about this sentence. I'm not a real man. I want to see the explosion, and the scene of the explosion must be spectacular. Bai Qi is also really miserable. You said you had nothing to do with the big demon king, but now it's okay. I feel like I'm directly disheartened. Alas, why does the great devil keep this pose? I don't know, maybe it's to pretend. I'm pretending to be a fart. Qingfeng couldn't say anything now. He didn't know where the impact range of the attack talisman was, so he found a place he thought was safe to detonate the talisman. Although it is true that there is no danger, but the mental power shockwave directly crushed the clothes behind him. Qingfeng has also been using his spiritual power to condense new clothes out, but as soon as he condenses, he is broken again. He didn't dare to change his posture for fear of being exposed accidentally. It's not that real men never look back at the explosion, but they can't help themselves. Damn it, if I had known that I would have run away. Now I am really embarrassed to death. No, this should be blamed on Bai Qi. If I hadn't seen Bai Qi about to condense the giant sword, how could I have detonated it in such a hurry? Right, that's right, it's all Bai Qi's fault. Brothers, I'm back. I really didn't survive before, so I went to sleep. Wait, what happened? Why is the picture not moving? Am I stuck? Yes, you are stuck. That's right, maybe you're stuck. The big demon king is fighting Bai Qi at this time. Fog grass, the big demon king swings his tail and pushes everything horizontally. Indeed, especially that fatal serial kick is really a bit appalling. The great demon king's body was entangled in Bai Qi's evil tentacles, and his clothes were torn. The great devil is in the needle prick. Shua, you are poisonous, right? If the shockwave hadn't been visible to the naked eye and the black matter in the sky gradually faded, I would have almost believed your nonsense. Ha ha ha, no. Qingfeng didn't know what to say for a while, and the words he wanted to say were stuck in his mouth. In this way, Qingfeng maintained this handsome posture for half an hour. The water friends in the live broadcast room are not boring. Start bragging. After the shockwave slowly subsided, Qingfeng also hurriedly mended his clothes, and then ignored the live broadcast room, and immediately turned around to look. Fog grass, fake corpse, is this online? I really admire the great demon king, who doesn't move a single posture. Qingfeng pretended not to see these barrages, and looked in the direction of Bai Qi, and now Bai Qi can be said to be embarrassed. The giant body is full of potholes. It doesn't look like it at all. The sky is no longer wrapped in black matter, but is completely white. It seems that behind the sword gate there was originally a white space. Qingfeng looked around and found that it was quite large. It turned out that the system was right. The ice condensation sword was an accessory. It is also a large storage space for carrying around. There is still a lot of black matter around Bai Qi, but it is not at all exaggerated like covering the sky and the sun before. The spiritual strength seems to be weak to about 1 star platinum. Qingfeng was a little happy. He was not happy that Bai Qi had been defeated, but that the star-level spiritual power talisman he had bought with a lot of money was not used. Especially those inferior diamond-level talismans have all been used up. Hey, this wave is not a loss of blood. At this moment, the black matter once again condensed into a small white Qi, and the strange body was unobstructed in the white space. There is nowhere to escape if you want to. Bai Qi seemed to be making a final resistance and forcibly attacking Qingfeng. Qingfeng was a little disdainful, stretched out his right hand and pinched it. Bai Qi's whole body exploded, leaving not a single drop. Qingfeng looked at the other black matter again, grinned and said, "Brothers, do you want to see the explosion? I have a small one here. Happy New Year to you in advance." Qingfeng pinched it again, and all the black matter exploded like fireworks. Damn it, the little explosion is so unpleasant to watch. Ended. But I still care about Bai Qi's story. After all the black matter disappeared, the place became unobstructed, and Qingfeng suddenly found that there were more than a dozen yellow
talismans on the ground.
Xingfeng picked up those talismans.
I took a closer look and found that it was the Pit Daddy Diamond Level talisman.
Fog Grass, this live broadcast system is not honest, and it also sells me dumb cannons. What about system customer service? I'm going to report it. The system is not honest at all.
Just when Xingfeng doubted his life, he patted Yu Qingfeng's shoulder with one hand, then took out a talisman and handed it to him.
Xingfeng didn't think much about glancing at the Pit Father's talisman, then took it and said, "Thank you." "No, God thanks. Didn't you notice something wrong?" "Mist Grass, what are you doing?" "Great Demon King, isn't this the inside of the ice condensation sword? Why are there other people?"
Xingfeng glanced at the barrage in the live broadcast room, and suddenly reacted, and hurriedly looked back.
"It doesn't matter if you don't see it, you will be shocked when you see it." Standing behind him was Bai Qi.
At this moment, Bai Qi is dressed in splendid clothes, his skin is like white jade, the jade tree is in the wind, the sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and the fairy aura is scattered.
Fog Grass.
Xingfeng subconsciously condensed a long sword.
Bai Qi hurriedly said, "Misunderstanding, there is something to say, don't touch your hands and feet. Moreover, you can perceive me, and if you have questions, you can ask me. I can answer it too."
This time Bai Qi spoke not chaotic at all, and his words were very clear.
Xingfeng did not let his guard down. He couldn't figure out why Bai Qi appeared next to him and didn't feel it.
He took the initiative to release his spiritual power to perceive Bai Qi in front of him. I was surprised to find that the other party actually had a diamond level, and the most outrageous thing was that I seemed to be used to his aura. It is precisely because he is used to it that the soul feels that Bai Qi is not in danger, so he did not warn Xingfeng Bai Qi to approach.
"What's going on?"
Xingfeng said a little confusedly. Bai Qi smiled and said, "This matter is a long story.
How about we go to the small pavilion on the lake and chat in detail?" Xingfeng nodded and did not refuse,
because he could feel that he and Bai Qi seemed to have an inexplicable connection. Now it seems that as long as I move my thoughts, I can destroy Bai Qi. Through Jianmen, Xingfeng came to the lake again. Bai Qi and Xingfeng sat on the small pavilion, looking at the scenery and admiring the lake, and there were many fish wandering in the lake.
Xingfeng can feel that these fish are also transformed from spiritual power. "Good guy, is this self-entertainment?" "Bai Qi, right, can you tell me now? It's best to keep it as long as possible."
Xingfeng didn't want to wait any longer, so he said directly.
Bai Qi nodded.
Seeing Xingfeng, he seemed a little impatient, and also explained, "Actually, it's very simple.
I have become your servant. You are my master."
At this moment, Yu Qingfeng had a black question mark on his face.
Bai Qi nodded and said, "No, didn't you tell me to make a long story?" "Good guy, that's a long story short. This is a direct result." "Ha ha ha, did you see the expression of the great demon king?" "Ha ha, the big devil's confused little expression. I laughed to death. I want to collect it as my emoticon."
Bai Qi and the great demon king looked at each other, and the atmosphere gradually became a little anxious.
"Damn it, anxious about your sister."
Xingfeng decisively came with a band package. He looked at Bai Qi again, but he didn't know what to say for a while, and he looked like he was about to speak.
"Good guy, come up and silence me. I can't fix it anymore."
Xingfeng brewed for a while, and finally said, "You should talk nonsense."
"Good master."
Hearing this, a chill swept over and he quickly said, Don't call me that, just call me young master."
"Good master."
Bai Qi quickly reacted and changed his words. "Okay young master, here's the thing, 1,000 years ago, I was haunted by my inner demons when I broke through, and I fell. But fortunately, there is still a wisp of divine soul in the sword. My strength is low, only the peak of diamonds, or a loose cultivator, preserving my soul for up to 100 years. The place where I fell is still in a desolate wilderness, so it is almost impossible to be reborn. Later, just as I thought, my sword has never been discovered, and as time goes by, I gradually become weaker, and I know that if I continue like this, it will fall completely. So I gave it my all infused with the sword, and finally became the sword spirit."
"Sword spirit?" Hearing these two words, Xingfeng instantly understood.
No wonder my soul got used to it. It turned out that I had carved a mark with the ice condensation sword, and my soul was extremely familiar with the ice condensation sword. Sword spirits are naturally included.
If Bai Qi becomes a sword spirit, then what did I just fight?
And why is my sword spirit male? The anime sword spirit I watched in my previous life was all female.
Thinking of this, Xingfeng couldn't help but feel a little depressed.
Bai Qi seemed to see what Xingfeng wanted to say. "Young master, I was actually the one you just beat, but that was my demon.
The strength is half a pound and 8 tails with me." Xingfeng became a little curious, and asked, "You have become a sword spirit, and you also have a demon?"
Bai Qi continued to explain, "Even if I become a sword spirit, the demons of my predecessor still haunt me. The inner demon is getting stronger, but I can't help it. So I built the door.
As soon as a new demon arises, I will cut it off. Throw your demons behind that door."
Good guy, this method is really amazing. No wonder there is so much black matter. It turns out to be accumulated over time.
Out of sight is clean, self-deception. Aren't you curious? What is Bai Qi's inner demon?
Curious, the great demon king hurry up and ask what kind of demon has been bothering him for so long. Why does the sect say that he is a loose cultivator?
Xingfeng typed and said, "You want to see it? Okay, no problem, but there is a premise, that is the gift good to brush? After watching the live broadcast for so long, pay for the movie. Didn't you hand it over before I brushed you 2 spaceships? You Qingfeng, and oh, no, that's different. Isn't that a performance of my unique skill for you? Unique? Look at you being handsome for half an hour? Being able to stay completely motionless is indeed a unique skill. Although many viewers said they were reluctant, they finally brushed the gift, which added a lot of popularity to Qingfeng for a while. Ahem. Qingfeng straightened his throat and said, I want to know what your demon is. Hearing this, Bai Chi's face was slightly dull, and he said with a wry smile, actually, it's nothing, it's just that the Taoist heart I've been sticking to is broken. Presumably, the demon is almost seen by the young master. Qingfeng nodded and told Bai Chi the plot he saw, and Bai Chi continued to preach along the story. That's right, my inner demon was actually born in that attic. At that time, the boss told me that all those children hated me and thought that I had killed their father. Go steal and rob, and hype up the fact that you recognize the thief as your father. In the end, they were targeted and all died. I angrily asked the boss why he became like this. I later learned that the boss had offended many people because of this. Those children took the initiative to run away. It's not that I can't find it. I found a lot but refused to go back. Instead, he beat the boss away. The boss has no choice but to secretly give them food and educational knowledge every time. Unfortunately, it didn't help. I asked the boss in despair how the others were doing. The boss's words make me unstable. None of the rest ended well. The woman I rescued took the money I gave her, and it didn't take long for her to be targeted and robbed. They don't have any skills, they don't know anything other than laundry and cooking, no one wants to do business, they can't hunt, and they don't have money to support farming. Helpless, some starved to death in the wilderness, some became brothel women. The boss was helpful at first, but after all, the boss is an ordinary person and not a landlord. Xiaoben runs the attic, and there is not so much loose money to feed. In the end, none of this helps. Some women were even affected by those children because of the publicity of those children. Unwelcomed, horrible. After I learned about it, I was shocked and began to doubt the sword path I had always believed in. I was thinking all the time, if I didn't kill those bandits, would those children and women be fine? Let them go. Will those bandits really turn their ways? I'm obsessed. Demons have arisen. I can't even pull out my sword. My cultivation has dropped greatly. I used the transmission note to ask for help from the sect, but I didn't get any response, so I returned to the sect in agony. But let me see a scene that I will never forget. Where I go back, I can still see the sect. The entire sect has been slaughtered, and the master and the little junior sister destroyed the transmission note in order not to worry about me. Finally, I found the body of the little junior sister. From the photo stone of my junior sister when I was young, I knew that the sect was jointly destroyed by other evil sects. Not only our sect, but also some other sects were not spared. I want to take revenge, but I can't even draw my sword. In the end, I cut off my sword-holding arm and carried the knife. Some crazy demons killed those evil sects. It is said to be an evil sect. In fact, they are all small sects affiliated with the Evil Path sect. The sect master is also a diamond. I slaughtered 2 small sects and vented the anger in my heart. In the end, it's just incompetence, rage. Said Bai Chi showed a reluctant smile. An inexplicable sadness enveloped him, despair and depression rendered around him, and a faint black substance was being produced. Qingfeng can feel a deep sense of despair and powerlessness from it. The barrage in the live broadcast room also began to tell the thoughts of various water friends. Miserable. It's really miserable. Bai Chi is too kind and simple. I think I know why Bai Chi fell into a demon. Survived from the bandits, but in the end fell into the hands of the bandits. This may be fate. Alas, looking at Bai Chi's appearance, it seems that he is having a demon again. Bai Chi should have been quite painful in the past 1,000 years. There are so many rich people in the barrage area. Does anyone know some directors? Let them shoot a fairy tale and use Bai Chi as the prototype. Ron, do you still need to shoot this? I feel like the whole live broadcast clip is fine. Yes, that's enough. I really can't accept those bad movie directors in Kyushu. Alas, another poor person who has lost his direction. Seeing that Bai Chi seems to have a new inner demon, why not let the audience in the live broadcast room give him a psychological counseling? Hey, psychological counseling? I seem to be quite strong in this regard. Moreover, Bai Chi is also an ancient person. Since he is an ancient person, some modern thinking must not be understood by the ancients. How could the 5,000 years of the 9 provinces have been in vain? Suddenly an immature idea exploded in Qingfeng's mind. Under this immature idea, Qingfeng reasoned more and more. Feeling more and more feasible, he immediately turned his head to Bai Chi and showed a bright smile and said, "What about later?" Inexplicable uneasiness. The great demon king laughed again. "I have an ominous premonition. Bai Chi is finished." Brother Qingzi smiled. "The world is unpredictable." Brother Qingzi laughed. The whole blue star had to scream. Bai Chi glanced at Qingfeng and didn't think there was anything wrong with Qingfeng's smile, and even thought that the smile was quite good-looking, completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. Later, seemed to be unwilling to recall that experience again, and Bai Chi's face flashed with obvious struggle. Qingfeng saw Bai Chi's appearance and said, "It's okay, no one gave you an answer at the beginning." beginning. I'll give you the answer. Bai Qi? He didn't believe that Qingfeng could give an answer to let go of his demonic obsession. After all, Qingfeng is too young. Qingfeng looked at Bai Qi's disbelieving look and said a little angrily, "Do you not believe in my ability, young master? You can question my age, but you can't question my strength." Bai Qi looked at Qingfeng's serious appearance, and finally nodded and said, "Young master, how could I not believe it? It's just that the story behind it is relatively flat. The main demons have already been spoken." Qingfeng looked disbelieving. "I just saw the struggle on your face, and the things behind it are definitely not simple. Everything must take into account the overall situation. If I don't say completely, how can I do a good analysis? How can I answer for you?" Bai Qi's face turned inexplicably red, and he nodded and said, I believe it." "Believe it? Don't believe it. With the brain circuit of the great demon king, I'm afraid it won't completely explode." Bai Qi's mentality. Very bad feeling. Bai Qi's words came slowly again. "Later, I was completely occupied by my inner demons, and began to slaughter bandits, and was framed again. I became a demon in people's mouths, and then those evil sects found me. Instead of attacking me, he solicited me. I refused, and launched an attack on them, and after killing them all, I was rewarded by the evil sect. A few escaped deaths. I didn't even know where I was at the time, and I was later met by the Crane clan, and then I was suppressed. They took me to the territory of the Crane clan. There I met my master. She didn't die. I tell the suffering. Master also eliminated the inner demons for me, but the inner demons were deeply ingrained, and no matter how the master guided me, it was useless." Speaking of the word guidance, Bai Qi's face was obviously shy. Qingfeng keenly sensed the abnormality and immediately solved the doubts in his heart. Just now, Qingfeng was still thinking about the plot behind it. "It's okay, it's not particularly miserable." Why does Bai Qi not want to face it? It turns out that the story is not as simple as it seems. I don't want to say that it turned out to be because I couldn't hang on my face. This kid is okay, he looks polite but not honest at all. My master can handle it. I want to know the specific details. Bai Qi seemed to see Qingfeng's playful expression. His face was a little unnatural for a moment. He coughed and continued, "Later, I knew that the demons could not be eradicated. I will no longer devote myself to practice, but help the Crane clan do some small tasks." Life was pretty good during that time. Qingfeng nodded playfully. This expression made Bai Qi look unnatural, and he said quickly and briefly, "Later, in a small mission, the demon broke out. The spiritual power is raging and finally gets out of control. At the same time, the bottleneck of Xingyo is loose. I really can't insist on going back to the sect, and I can break through while fighting against my demons in the wilderness." "Young master, you know the rest of the story." Qingfeng nodded and said, I know some things that I shouldn't know." Bai Qi, "I see, this is a normal person. Life has ups and downs. It has stood at the peak, admired by thousands of people, and has fallen through the trough, and everyone scolds it. In the end, it all turned into a flat, become loss. Indeed, except for the great demon king. The great demon king does not seem to have encountered any setbacks until now. The great demon king is also miserable. Have you forgotten the experience the demon king said before? Coach, I want to learn from the rise of the great devil. Coach, don't look at it. You can't learn the operation of the big devil. I see. I'm curious. Obviously the story behind is not so miserable. Why did Bai Qi look embarrassed before? What do you know? These stories are all skimmed. In fact, the real process is probably extremely difficult. Makes sense. Qingfeng sorted out the whole process, and then said, "There is no problem with your kendo, but you handled it wrong. You are really not very mature." Bai Qi nodded and said, "Master told me, but I just can't help but think." Alas, the obsession was too deep, and Qingfeng said casually, "Your master's answer for you is too shallow. Let's talk about your main demon confusion." Qingfeng's casual look seemed to be able to solve any problem in front of him. Bai Qi also said directly, "I still don't know why I hold a sword. I can't understand. Qingfeng asked, "Have you ever thought about why you used to hold a sword?" Bai Qi immediately said, "Naturally, I hold a sword for the right path." "Then do you know why I hold a sword?" Qingfeng continued to ask. Bai Qi shook his head. Qingfeng said, "My sword path is naturally pretending. Ahem, naturally it is the supreme sword path. Do you know what the supreme sword path is?" Bai Qi shook his head again. "You are really stupid. The supreme sword path is the supreme sword path. Soga, your words, Taijun is enlightened. Listening to your words is like listening to a table. It's over. I feel so unreliable." Qingfeng stood up, looked around proudly and said, "Sword is ruthless, slaughtering the world. Kendo is affectionate, and the heart is for the common people. Both sentient and ruthless are supreme swordsmanship. Heaven does not give birth to me in the breeze. The sword is like a long night. Do what I do. Kill the person I want to kill. This sword is worthy of the world. I only have one sword in Qingfeng, which can move mountains, break rivers, pour seas, subdue demons, suppress demons, command gods, pick stars, destroy cities, and open the sky." Bai Qi shook his head and nodded again, obviously in a way that I didn't understand but was shocked. Haha, Bai Qi's confused appearance really made me laugh to death. Qingfeng's words do have some depth. There is a deep fart. Isn't this obviously deceiving people? I understand that as long as the other party is fooled into
into a bad way, then naturally there will be no inner demons.
Qingfeng said while the iron was hot. Understand, right? So what your master said is still too shallow. The really profound and useful thing is to go through the avenue. Whatever the avenue is shit, let me teach you something in depth. This time Bai Qi was no longer a little absent-minded. From what Qingfeng said just now, it can be heard that his young master's swordsmanship is probably very extraordinary, and maybe it can really help him get rid of his current demonic obsession. It's over, it's hopeless. Looking at Bai Qi's appearance, he should have been fooled and lame. Seeing Bai Qi's attentive appearance, Qingfeng also nodded and said, "You can teach," and then put his hand behind him and said with an inscrutable look, "As long as you learn my essence, even if you hold up 50 layers with one hand, you can still be invincible in the world." The breeze walks back and forth. Feeling that he was almost pretending, he also said in his consciousness, "Open the live broadcast mall." Soon, a familiar panel appeared in front of Qingfeng again. Something with depth. I want to see.
He thought about it carefully and then seemed to think of something, immediately clicked search and typed 3 years of simulated 5-year college entrance examination.
Butterfly.
Change series books, test question research, Tianli 38 sets, Dragon Gate topic, college entrance examination must brush questions, golden exam paper, knowledge list. Okay, let's do this first. After all, I'm not a devil. It's not enough for me to slowly add it when the time comes. When the time comes, I will give him a high number, and then all the nuclear fusion scientific experiments will be done.
Isn't a generation of nuclear bomb sword immortals born?
All of these purchases cost Qingfeng a full 500 popularity, although not very much, but Qingfeng is still a little distressed.
By the way, the name needs to be changed. For example, 3 years of swordsmanship and 5 years of enlightenment. Kendo must brush the questions. 38 sets of heavenly swords. List of Kendo trivia.
Qingfeng took out all the things he had just bought.
Bai Qi?
Bai Qi looked at the thick books and was a little confused. Qingfeng picked up the top 3 years of swordsmanship and 5 years of enlightenment and continued to say, "These are all theoretical knowledge of swordsmanship. With them, your sword is not alone.
With them, your understanding of Kendo is getting deeper and deeper."
Qingfeng spoke for about half an hour and said a little dryly, "Okay, remember to understand it well. This kind of thing is something that ordinary people can't see. It's like a heavenly book." At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was already laughing crazy.
"Ah, who will help me if it doesn't work? I'm about to laugh and can't live."
Devil, this is definitely the devil. I believed it a little at first, but when I saw that the content in mathematics had not changed, I laughed. Good or bad, it's really too bad. It will take a few years to learn these alone. The scalp is numb.
Isn't this just right?
In this way, Bai Qi won't think about the things of his demons. Maybe he can really get out.
Good guy, the reason for saying this is too idle, but ordinary people really can't read this kind of heavenly book. Is this what you mean by something with depth?
No, just looking at that name makes me want to sleep.
Ha, isn't it deep enough? Qingfeng glanced at the barrage and then said, "I don't think you understand it at all, right? These are all sword truths." "I'm not kidding. Have you ever thought about stabbing someone with a sword? Under what circumstances will you not stab someone to death? Have you ever used the combination of trigonometric functions and sword formations? Have you ever thought that the fusion of Kendo and mathematics creates a strange body technique? Have you ever thought about how much spiritual power it takes to get to your destination quickly? Have you ever planned? Have you ever calculated the fusion of mathematics and Kendo to formulate the navigation and course of the flying sword? Don't want to know what the longest distance is and how many enemies can you kill? Have you ever wondered what kind of reaction the periodic table and sword path fusion will be? None of you thought about it.
You guys are still too shallow. I teach you all the truth of the great way." Seeing Qingfeng's serious words, the audience in the live broadcast room began to be a little suspicious.
None of these questions seem to have been considered. 6,666. Is this scientific immortal cultivation? Kneeling down, I feel like I've discovered a new continent.
Don't say that these questions seem really worth thinking about. No, I'm going to calculate it.
Fog grass, the one above is also a big guy?
Qingfeng spent half an hour teaching Bai Qi primary school the basic knowledge of mathematics, what 1 + 1 is equal to 2, and after teaching, he said with an inscrutable face, "Sword is ruthless and affectionate. These are the foundations of swordsmanship, and at least half of the remaining Tao truths are in these books. You are so enlightened, I won't bother you if you have nothing to do." Hearing this, Bai Qi immediately put it down. 3 years of swordsmanship, 5 years of enlightenment. He bowed to Qingfeng and said, "Thank you, young master, for your point. Now I really don't seem to be troubled by my demons. I will speed up my understanding, and I won't waste the young master's painstaking efforts."
Qingfeng nodded and said, "Okay, it's enough to have your attitude.
I just taught you only shallow knowledge of Kendo. Don't be limited by my knowledge." He said with emotion, "Since you have become my sword spirit, I will naturally not treat you badly. Besides, you still have this learning attitude. Let me tell you all the central ideas of Marx, the king of swordsmanship, the simplified 12-character Kendo mantra.
Are you willing?" Bai Qi was a little moved and said, "I do."
Qingfeng straightened his face and said seriously, "It's too quiet, so quiet. You still want to know the sword mantra. What about the momentum?"
I do. Super loud. Qingfeng pouted and said, okay, very energetic. I'll tell you the 12th character Kendo mantra. That is, emancipate the mind, seek truth from facts, and keep pace with the times. How much you can understand these words depends only on your creation. Bai Qi murmured, emancipate the mind, seek truth from facts, and keep pace with the times. Good. It is indeed a thought that the King of Swords can come up with. Coupled with the swordsmanship problem solving that the young master said before, I have a new insight. Sigma, LLL, it's over, I've been completely fooled into not finding the north. Good guy, Marx's coffin board can't be pressed. Who will press it? I see that Newton's coffin board can't hold down this posture in a few days. I repeat, Newton was cremated. I think Bai Qi will definitely not have demons recently. Looking at him like this, I'm afraid I'm going to be addicted to it. The next demon is not a sword demon, but a mathematical demon, and I am afraid it will be even more terrifying then. A few minutes later, Qingfeng saw that Bai Qi had already begun to think about the topic, and he also planned to return to the main body. Just when Qingfeng was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and turned around and said, next time I put all my things inside the ice condensation sword, remember to help me sort it out when you have time. After saying that, Qingfeng's soul returned to the main body. Qingfeng got up and stretched his waist. He was in a good mood at the moment. After all, he had fooled a miscellaneous man. In the future, your storage space should not be messy. When the time comes, go back to the city and move the engine sofa in, so that a comfortable home will appear. That's right. I have to buy a mobile phone for Bai Qi and download a DingTalk. Qingfeng thought it was quite beautiful. I got up and looked outside and found that it was close to dusk and the sky clouds were shrouded in red and yellow sunlight. It looks so magnificent and beautiful. Qingfeng couldn't help but complain. The day on the 49th floor is too slow. How long have I been in? I don't know what the Lord said about 5 or 6 days is actually a few days. It's so beautiful. It looks spectacular. I want to go for a photo shoot. I think too, but strength doesn't allow it. Alas, but time is really slow. 3 days have passed for our blue star, and it is only dusk on the 49th floor. Yes, fortunately, I am a silver level superpower. Otherwise I would have died suddenly. Has time passed so long? But looking at the situation outside, it should be just dusk, and the sky should be even redder after a while. At that time, you may be able to take the opportunity to break through to the golden 3 stars. At this moment, the sound came from the righteous path system again. Order, complete the hidden task. Mission details, change your sword to a handsome scabbard. Reward, sword shadow follows. Distributed. Oh huh? There are quite a lot of hidden tasks in the righteous path system. What is the use of sword shadow following? At this time, the ice condensation sword, which had been suspended in the air, suddenly moved, and quietly came behind Qingfeng, while also emitting a trace amount of light. Qingfeng didn't know about this, but was still thinking about the use of following the sword shadow. The sword shadow follows. Is it a move or a special effect? It shouldn't be a move. Is it a special effect? He slowly turned around and wanted to pick up the ice condensation sword and try to see what this sword shadow was following. But when he turned his head, he was stunned. Where is my ice condensation sword? The ice condensation sword that was so big just now was still suspended in the air. Qingfeng hurriedly looked at the barrage, hoping to know the answer. Fog grass? No, I laughed to death. It turns out that the great demon king himself didn't know. I thought he was pretending to be forced again. Your free sword is behind you. This sword is really good, and it will automatically follow. It's simply a pretense of an artifact. He hurriedly looked back, and saw that the ice condensation sword seemed to come to life, standing quietly and handsomely behind him. Qingfeng took a step forward tentatively, and the ice condensation sword followed closely behind. Good guy, I think I know what it means to follow the sword shadow. Since you have this skill, why do you need a scabbard? It's really an accessory. But since this hidden task has been completed, it means that the scabbard should also be ready. I'll go get that scabbard back first. Qingfeng had just taken a step forward, and the righteous path system sent a task reminder again. Order, the task has been released. Mission details, with the sword shadow following you, the righteous path index and the gorgeous index are soaring, and you are already the kind of existence that can be remembered at a glance. You are so gorgeous and handsome, but no one has ever seen it. How can you become a leader of the righteous path? Mission, use the sword shadow to follow and let the ice sword follow you all the time, until you get the scabbard. Reward, Hauran righteousness. Good guy, is this the righteous system, sure not the pretend system? What else is there that no one has ever seen? Aren't the water friends in the live broadcast room human? Well, sometimes it's really not human. Qingfeng didn't think too much, let the ice condensation sword float beside him, and after opening the door, he said to Qingyi, let's go, sister, let's go get the scabbard. As soon as I left the inn, Qingfeng saw a vendor buying aloe vera juice. Qingfeng glanced at it with his mental strength and found that the aloe vera was quite fresh. It seemed good, so he slowly walked to the aloe vera juice vendor and said, boss, come a glass of aloe vera juice. When the boss saw Qingfeng, his eyes lit up and said, okay, wait. Then the boss skillfully pushed aside the aloe vera, and then put all kinds of seasonings that Qingfeng had never seen before, and finally tinkered with it again. A clean and hygienic aloe vera juice appears. Qingfeng saw the disgusting appearance, swallowed a
mouthful of saliva, gave the spirit stone to take the aloe vera juice and slowly left. Then Qingfeng said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "This aloe vera juice is a characteristic of the desert at first glance, and it can't be wasted since you ordered it. Clean and hygienic. Done, brothers." After saying that, Qingfeng poured aloe vera juice into it, and the facial expression in the process can be said to have bought a pain mask. 66,666. Awesome, it's really awesome. This can also be eaten. Look at that little expression of pain. Ha ha ha. Bacillus are microbiotic, brothers. Ha ha ha. God, bacteria are microscopic. After Qingfeng finished drinking, it can be said that it is difficult to say, and he will fight with the audience in the live broadcast room with an uncomfortable face, and from time to time he will entertain himself with his clone. With the breeze, it gradually walked towards crowded places. The handsome sword behind the back and the appearance of the Breeze brothers and sisters attracted the attention of many people, and many races stopped not far away to watch. Around, the sound of people's discussions gradually reached Qingfeng's ears. Passerby A, did you see that person? Passerby B, I saw it. It is really a jade tree in the wind, and the instrument is magnificent, especially the sword. The jade carving hangs down. Or diamond level, it must be some rich son. There is no pretense in walking, she must be approachable, and the girl next to her is also very good looking. If I follow the usual situation, I will definitely go up and make friends. Passerby C, that's for sure. But this person is also a little unaware of life and death. What has happened to the desert city recently? How dare he be so ostentatious? Passerby A, this is people's confidence, and look at your sloppiness. I remember that you once took out a lot of treasures to show off. Passerby C, I'm not afraid. You also know that many races are too ostentatious and have been assassinated by the rebels. You Qingfeng. Fog grass. I remembered that it was these ostentatious wealthy people who were assassinated by the rebels recently, and the lords and Jing people have told me. I just remembered. Qingfeng began to feel a little uneasy inexplicably, and he directly scolded in his heart, you are also a dog in the righteous path system. Give me such a task at this time. Damn it, I don't know what the righteous path system is thinking. It doesn't want me to kill the rebel assassin handsomely, right? The boss is extraordinary. No, I have to get the scabbard back quickly, and then break through the realm. Qingfeng quickly came to the blacksmith shop before, and when he went in, he said, Boss, have you made my scabbard? After saying that, he saw the boss holding the scabbard high in his hand, as if he was showing off something with other apprentices. The boss saw that the person was Yu Qingfeng, and his eyes lit up, so he ran to Qingfeng and said, Young master, you came at the right time. I just made your scabbard. You see the scabbard in my hand. Hearing this, Qingfeng looked at the luxurious jade scabbard in the boss's hand. The scabbard is made of black jade and white jade, and the quality is also at the diamond level, and there are luxurious rune imprints extending from the bottom to the top. Overall it looks good. Qingfeng smiled and said, Boss, I am very satisfied with this scabbard, and this is the price agreed in advance. The boss took the small bag, looked inside and found that the price was right, and continued to say to Qingfeng, Young master, this scabbard is the best quality scabbard I have made recently. I am also very satisfied with your appearance. If you need it in the future, you can come to us again. The owner of the blacksmith shop boasted to the breeze. Qingfeng saw that the sky was almost dark, and also said to the boss, Okay, almost. I should go back too. It's a good experience with you. I will definitely come when I have time. After saying that, Qingfeng and the clone turned around and left. The boss also hurriedly bid him farewell. But what Qingfeng didn't know was that this was indeed the best scabbard he had made recently, not how low the quality was. But recently, there is only one passenger flow like Qingfeng. On the way back, Qingfeng could vaguely feel some eyes, some of which were the curiosity of civilians. Some breezes are uncertain. Back in the guest room, the task of the righteous path system was also completed. Qingfeng didn't check it immediately, but the first thing he did was go back to the room and lock the window, and then talk to the innkeeper about his breakthrough. After hearing this, the boss sensed Qingfeng's strength and found that only the gold level was not taken to heart, so he patted his chest and said, There is no problem. Is the Great Demon King going to break through? Woohoo! I want to see the Great Demon King break through. I've never seen it grow so big. Tianzhou has broken through. Qingfeng glanced at the barrage and said, Well, then you may see it in the future. What does this mean? Yu Qingfeng did not answer, but began to use his mental power to shield the surroundings, and after doing everything well, Qingfeng said to the water friends in the live broadcast room, It's time to say goodbye to you. It won't be going to be taken off. Qingfeng nodded and said with a smile, yes, I'm going to go off the air. Breaking through the realm is privacy. I won't take it out for live broadcasting. It doesn't matter if someone else breaks through. Yes, your behavior is wrong. No, I hope you have the same attitude towards your life. No, I still want to see it. I have never seen Tianzhou break through like this since I was a child. Can you satisfy me? My roommate said he wants to see you break through before you die. Is that okay? Yu Qingfeng also looked helpless, stretched out his index finger and swung it from side to side, and said with a proud face, Dabeo, Daba, Dabia, Dami. Oh, I don't care. I want to watch it. You can't go down. Don't go off the air. Don't take it off. Seeing that the live broadcast broadcast room began to make trouble. Qingfeng didn't know what to say for a while, and finally only held back a few words. Look at your appearance. Must love Xiaobo badly. After saying that, the live broadcast room was closed by Qingfeng.
Ah, God loves Xiaobo miserably. We want you not to take it down. Damn it, you can't find a girlfriend like this. I swiped so many gifts for you, a whole $1. You can't even do the basic requirements of me, a die-hard fan. I curse you. Woohoo!
Although the live broadcast has ended, there are still many netizens discussing in the live broadcast room.
At this moment, the breeze is relaxed. Finally off the air. How many days have you been broadcasting? These fans are still so reluctant. Do other anchors have me as dedicated?
But this feeling is really good. Even if you are not in your hometown, you can feel the characteristics of your hometown.
Alright, it's time to start breaking through.
Qingfeng looked at his space ring, and finally Qingfeng found the red top natural material treasure in a small corner inside the space ring. It seems that the useless garbage should be thrown into the ice condensation sort as soon as possible to sort it out for Bai Qi. Start to choose the top red natural materials and earthly treasures. Qingfeng thought carefully, since he wanted to save his life.
Then the dark attribute is the most suitable. Infinite shadow.
The moment Qingfeng took it out, the already red sky instantly became redder.
Passerby A, have you noticed that the sky seems to be redder? Passerby N, I think there is a little, maybe it is an illusion. Witch Dusk wasn't like this. Some people didn't find much abnormality. Eat what you should eat, drink what you should drink. But the Lord and some other strong people don't think so.
They had to stare at the abnormal sky in unison, and almost instantly they came out to check, and finally fixed their gaze on the desert city.
At this time, the Lord frowned, looked at the sky and said, why did such a vision suddenly appear? Could it be that a strange treasure appeared in my desert city? But it's really time. Isn't it just right for me to send the Shadow Guard to explore the altar at this time?
Presumably, most of the extraordinary powerhouses are looking this way, and not many people should notice my actions.
Since you want to unite with those two extraordinary people,
in the end, don't blame me for being ruthless. But I don't know if that little guy has contacted the 50 floors thinking of this, the Lord said to the air. Gather the Shadow Guards, the plan is advanced. At the same time, Qingfeng looked at the infinite shadow intertwined with red and black aura in front of him, and his eyes were also hot.
Thought to himself, if I remember correctly, when the infinite shadow was fused, the purity of the dark attribute was as high as 99%, and I don't know what kind of skill it would have.
Qingfeng took out the star-level spirit stone again and began to prepare for a breakthrough. The energy in the spirit stone was quickly sucked into Qingfeng's body, washing Qingfeng's whole body. Under the washing of this energy, Qingfeng quickly seized the opportunity to break through.
It's now!
Qingfeng hit the golden 3-star realm in one go, and the powerful energy burst out, instantly smashing the spiritual power protection shield condensed by Qingfeng before, and the entire guest room turned into powder. Powerful coercion rushed out. It directly affected the entire inn, and the rest of the guests in the inn, some of whom were weak and could hardly stand up. The strong ones don't care at all. At this time, the innkeeper saw that many objects were shattered by this coercion, and he was a little confused, and he said very angrily, who was releasing coercion in the inn?
No one responded. The boss was even more angry, thinking to himself, is it because you came to find fault? Damn it, who came to find fault? Is it questioning my strength? The boss said loudly and sensed the breath menacingly. Upstairs? The boss rolled up his sleeves and said, okay, now the people looking for faults are not down there, right? He quickly went upstairs to the door of Qingfeng, and just as he was about to kick in the door, he suddenly remembered something. This room, if I'm not mistaken, the kid in this room seems to have said that he was going to break through. He also deliberately told me that the movement would be a little big. Is this TM a bit big?
The boss began to be a little suspicious, and began to wonder if the coercion really came from here, and he sensed it again and said in confusion, that's right, it's here.
This coercion is wrong. Isn't this kid only gold level? I sensed it clearly at that time. Can I use such a big movement to break through a 3-star strength?
This momentum, this coercion,
it's comparable to a platinum 5-star.
Thinking that he had patted his chest before to say that there was no problem at all, the current boss regretted it when he thought about it, and said angrily, I'm really cheap. If I had known I wouldn't have said that.
There is no other way but to clean up the mess. Alas, the boss sighed and said, it will really cause me trouble.
The next moment, the boss released an extremely powerful coercion, which approached the peak of the diamond, and at the same time suppressed the coercion of Qingfeng. The boss gradually releases his mental strength. This spiritual force slowly wrapped up in the breeze room. Under the isolation of this spiritual force, the inn returned to normal again. The boss did not leave, but used his mental power to convey the voice. I'm really sorry. I'm just a little friend who broke through the realm.
It affected you. I'm really sorry.
At this moment, Qingfeng also reached a critical step. He slowly lifted the infinite shadow and slowly sent it into the realm crack. The infinite shadow gradually began to decompose, and black energy also emerged from his body, and as the decomposition of the infinite shadow became higher and higher, the black energy on Qingfeng's body is also getting stronger.
Half an hour later,
Qingfeng finally broke through to the golden 3-star. There were not many setbacks in the process, everything came naturally.
Only when he opened up the cracks in the realm was he a little nervous. Qingfeng slowly got up and looked around, and suddenly found that the guest room had become a mess. There is only one thought in my heart. That is, the calf is finished. It shouldn't matter. After all, I had told my boss in advance. Forget it, don't think about this yet. It's a big deal to lose some spirit stones. Qingfeng couldn't wait to release the dark attribute ability, and the black energy instantly pumped from Qingfeng's body, gradually condensed into a figure. Finally split into 5 shadow clones, Qingfeng came to the shadow clone curiously and said, "This is the skill I condensed?" He observed carefully and found that these shadows did not have faces, and their bodies were only supported by black energy. These clones were different from the yin-yang divine power before, and the shadows seemed to have all the strength of Qingfeng. But Qingfeng did not have the perspective of these shadows. As soon as Qingfeng's mind moved, these shadows also moved. Qingfeng let them roll around, and even the shape of the shadow Qingfeng could change at will. Puppet? This is a bit like controlling a puppet. At the same time, the breeze also has a wonderful feeling. That is, it seems that he can blend in with the shadow. Driven by this feeling, Qingfeng gently touched the shadow with his hand, and the moment he touched it, Qingfeng came into the shadow. The inside of the shadow was very empty. At the same time, consciousness seems to be connected to something, that is the perspective of the 5 shadows. His mind moved, and he came out of another shadow. The breeze that came out was confused. Didn't I just go in through the shadow next to me? How did I appear from this shadow? Fog grass. No way. A terrible conjecture formed in Qingfeng's mind. He asked Shadow 2 to go to the other side of the room and then into Shadow 1. Finally, the breeze came out of the shadow of number 2. Fog grass, Qingfeng couldn't help but burst into foul language. This skill is invincible. Qingfeng was a little excited, and at the same time, Qingfeng also found that his strength and spiritual power seemed to have improved. Qualitatively, he threw a punch hard, and a strong punch swept through the room, and he hurriedly calmed down with his mental strength. This power. I don't seem to have any problem hitting 1 star on diamond at all. By the way, what about my properties panel? Immediately, he couldn't wait to speak. Open the attribute panel. In an instant, his personal attribute panel appeared in front of Qingfeng. Name, Yu Qingfeng. Strength, gold 3 stars, 216, 726-1, 208,460, 199, 815. At this time, the breeze has a strong sense of expansion, but soon Qingfeng reacted, shook his head vigorously and said to himself, "No, don't think about it. What's so good about invincibility with a mere diamond star? Think about September's strength, and then think about the 8 King sisters in September. What capital expansion do you have? That's right, it's best to survive." Under Yu Qingfeng's self-hypnosis, he quickly suppressed the swollen mind. Start thinking about future planning. The foundation of my gold star is ice attributes. The attack method is domineering, and the golden 2 star is suitable for escaping the yin with the dark attribute. Since there are both attack and escape methods, am I missing a treatment? Now I have broken through to the golden 3 star, then the foundation of the 3 star. Or just light attributes? The light attribute is relatively mild. Maybe it is a healing skill. Good guy, then didn't I become the xin? The breeze control water ability quickly cleaned the room, and then opened the door to say something to the boss. But as soon as I opened the door, I saw the boss's gloomy face. He pursed his lips, and Qingfeng shrank his head and said, "Hello boss, get up so early." Boss. The boss also smiled bitterly when he saw Qingfeng's guilty conscience. You also know that you have a guilty conscience, and your breakthrough is too big. The entire inn has been affected by you, do you know? My reputation was almost ruined. Qingfeng didn't know how to refute. After all, the boss was telling the truth. The boss saw that Qingfeng did not respond, so he shook his head and said, "That's it. After all, you told me before. It's because I don't pay attention to it. But there are some things you still have to compensate, at least half." Before the boss finished speaking, the boss saw a black shadow passing by. Then the breeze disappeared in place. Boss? I searched for what kind of thing it was just now. Foggrass. It can't be that kid who doesn't want to lose half of the money. At this moment, not only the boss was confused, but Yu Qingfeng was also very confused. It seems that he has been hijacked. Qingfeng raised his head and looked at the man in black carrying him, and gradually reacted. Immediately struggled and said, "Foggrass, who are you? Let me tell you that I have just become an adult, and I should still be protected by the Minors Protection Law. If you don't let me go, be careful that I sue you for child abduction." Men in black. The man in black originally wanted to explain, but when he heard Yu Qingfeng's words, he didn't know what to say for a while. In the end, I just didn't say anything. A shadow butterfly gradually condensed in Qingfeng's hand. After confirming that it could be teleported, there was no more struggle. Anyway, if you encounter danger, rely on the shadows to slip away. The man in black naturally noticed Qingfeng's move, but he didn't stop it. One was that he didn't know what the use of that thing was, and the other was because there was no threat. Half an hour later, the man in black put down the breeze. Then he immediately knelt down, as if there was a big man here, and the next moment Qingfeng saw a figure suddenly appear in front of him. Qingfeng didn't even react. He was stunned when he looked at the man's face, and then immediately said, "I've seen the Lord." The Lord also nodded and said, "You should know why I called you here? What is the Lord looking for me? Qingfeng said with a confused face. Seeing that Qingfeng didn't seem to know yet, the Lord looked at the man in black and said, "Didn't the shadow guard tell you?" After saying that, he pointed to the man in black kneeling next to him, shook his head and said, "Isn't he mute?" Men in black. Ha ha ha, the Lord laughed, waved his hand to let the shadow guard step back and said, "Actually, there is nothing, just the last altar we found. The decisive battle will start tomorrow night. I came to you this time to ask if you are interested in destroying the altar." What? Qingfeng was a little confused. I destroyed the altar again, and the other party seems to be an extraordinary powerhouse. I'm going to destroy the altar. Isn't this digging a pit in advance, making a coffin, and digging a grave myself? The Lord continued, "That's right. I think you should contact the 50 floors. The final decisive battle is actually to lure the rebels to take the initiative to attack. If we take the initiative to attack, we will only be at a disadvantage. As for how to lure them, it's actually very simple. We will release the news that you have contacted the 50 floors, and say that the Lord of the 50th floor will take the initiative to break through the void to reinforce. At that time, the rebels will definitely find a way to go to the 50 floors to find out the truth. At that time, there may be a powerful brawl in the city, and it is safer to attack the altar, and your strength is also good, and when the time comes, the people who will walk with you will basically be diamond level, and with them to protect you, there will basically be no problems. By the way, has the Lord of the 50 floors been contacted? Scald. A few days after what was promised before, it is suddenly advanced, and then you come to ask me if I have contacted you. Cough. Qingfeng coughed and said, "Lian contacted." Qingfeng immediately controlled the third clone after speaking. "But I didn't see September after looking around. Is it busy?" Qingfeng was a little helpless, so he sat in the courtyard and waited for September to come back. Hearing Qingfeng's affirmation, the Lord immediately put down his hanging heart and said, "It's good to get in touch, just contact it, then this plan will be implemented tonight." Qingfeng said with a little tears in his eyes. "Is there anything else?" The Lord looked at Qingfeng and said. Qingfeng said with a little twist, "Lord, what is that?" "The contact is connected, but I haven't said it yet." Suzerain. Almost instantly, the Lord had high blood pressure. Qingfeng saw that the Lord was a little hesitant to speak, and continued, "Mainly because the Lord of the 50 floors seems to be quite busy lately. I didn't see her figure, but I should be able to say it tonight." The Lord instantly relaxed and said, "It's good to be able to say, I know that the Lord is busy." Before the Lord could finish speaking, Qingfeng continued, "It's just that it should." Alas? Connected? Okay, I said. The Lord told me that he would quickly send troops to stand by. Qingfeng suddenly spoke again. At this moment, the Lord's mood can be said to be up and down, and after getting the final confirmation, the Lord's heart was also relieved, and he said, "It's good to say it, it's good to say it, then the plan will proceed as usual." Alas, Qingfeng suddenly sighed. The Lord's heart instantly rose again, and he asked tentatively, "What's wrong?" Qingfeng waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, I still have things to deal with over there, so let's go first." The Lord took a deep breath, looked at the back of Qingfeng leaving, and secretly said in his heart, "It's so tiring to chat with this kid. I think I know why the shadow guard didn't say anything." Just a few minutes ago, the breeze was waiting for September with its head bowed in the courtyard of the cabin. "Qingfeng, what are you looking at outside?" A gentle royal sister-like voice came, and Qingfeng hurriedly looked up. It was found that it was September. At this time, September looked at him with a smile and some curiosity in her eyes. Qingfeng got up, touched his head and said, "I'm waiting for you." "Wait for me?" September was a little puzzled and said, "Did something happen?" Qingfeng nodded and said straight to the topic. "Recently, there was an accident in the desert city, and there were two more extraordinary powerhouses inexplicably. They also want to become lords of the 49th floor. And although it sounds ridiculous to attack the 50 floors, they do want to do it. The rebels and those two transcendents have already sealed the entrance. It's hard to come to the 50th floor for help. I'm in front of the Lord now." Then Qingfeng quickly told the Lord's plan. After hearing this, September also nodded, and said with a somewhat solemn face, "This method is feasible. You can talk to the Lord of the 49th floor first. I will notify some clans of their readiness." I told the Lord that there is nothing to do on the way back to the inn now. Qingfeng looked at September and seemed to be a little solemn, and said, "What's wrong? Is there anything else to worry about?" According to the strength of the Fox clan, it doesn't seem to be a problem to grasp those two extraordinary. September shook his head and looked at Qingfeng and said, "No, those two extraordinary people are naturally not worth worrying about, mainly because they have some doubts about the origin of those two extraordinary. It's an altar again, and it's a secret sealing intersection. I have some doubts that this is something that the Blood Mist sect master did. After all, only he would do this kind of stealing and dog thing." Qingfeng is complaining in his heart, "Not necessarily. After all, do you still do less things like stealing chickens?" Of course, Qingfeng didn't dare to say this. He could only nod in agreement, and September continued, "That guy can only play Een. Just last month, he came to see me once and asked us Fox clan to join the Blood Mist sect and plan your human affairs together." Planning for humanity? Qingfeng was startled, and thought in his heart, is there anything worth planning in the human world? The talent resources are not as high as those races in the dungeons, and there
is not even a king in Powerhouse, and they are still fighting with each other. If it were in a dungeon, it would be inconspicuous. What is the Lord of Blood Mist to plan? Sight? Technology? Or is it a treasure that humans don't know about? Qingfeng couldn't think of a reason and simply said to September, "Why is the Blood Mist sect eyeing us humans? Is there any treasure that can't be done?" September shook her head and said with a confused face, "Who knows, the benefits and harms are not told to our Fox clan. It's just a fool's dream to want us to join." Seeing that the discussion with us has failed, the Blood Mist sect leader went to win over other races, but only a few races joined them. Speaking of which, September seems to have something fun in mind. Suddenly laughed, his eyes lit up, and said to Qingfeng, "Qingfeng, I'll tell you a fun one. When the Blood Mist sect leader won over other races to be extraordinary, he encountered many enemies. The process can be said to be very difficult. The main reason why he didn't succeed in winning over was because many races were inexplicably upset and banded together to beat him up. But every time I escaped death. But it wasn't much better later, and not long ago it was revealed that he had slept with a man. His men seemed to be unable to bear it, and they even rebelled. I also heard that his luck is particularly bad, as if he is cursed, and a person who is good at cursing is cursed. Ha ha ha, it's funny to think about it." September smiled forward and backward like a naughty little girl. Poof, Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. At the same time, I also thought in my heart, if the curse system YYDS, if the level of the curse system is raised, can it still directly affect cause and effect? While Qingfeng was still imagining the future possibilities of the curse system, September suddenly said, "I'm hungry." "Good guy." Qingfeng chuckled and said, "I'll make you what you want to eat. Did you bring the ingredients?" After hearing this, September also mysteriously took out a chicken and said, "Today I want to eat stewed chicken soup." Seeing September's nervous look, Qingfeng pointed to the chicken in September's hand and said, "Is this chicken?" Before he could finish speaking, September said, "I still stole it." "You Qingfeng." Meanwhile, on the other side, the Lord sent a shadow guard to summon all the nobles overnight, and many nobles saw that the visitor was the Lord's shadow guard, and they also knew that something big was going to happen. "Quickly stop what you are doing and quickly go to the Lord's palace." Half an hour later. At this moment, there were bursts of noise from the gorgeous palace. The exterior of the palace was similar to the style of the western regions, magnificent and gorgeous. The interior floor tiles of the palace were marble, and the ceiling had a lot of golden and luxurious decorations, although it was useless but good looking. In the center is 2 rows of red carpets. The carpet border is pale gold, and the gorgeous rune pillars around the carpet are neatly arranged in a row a few tens of meters. At the end of the carpet is a step. There was a throne lord on the steps who was sitting on the throne at this time, without releasing any coercion, just staring at the various nobles in the audience. Those nobles also looked confused. The nobles stopped discussing and said to the Lord, "My Lord, what are you looking for us for?" The Lord's dead face quickly disappeared, and he smiled and said, "It's okay, there is a big event today. In the future, all the nobles don't have to be afraid." Some traitors among the nobles suddenly chuckled. An ominous premonition surged over them, and they took the lead in saying, "Lord, what does this mean? Did you think of how to deal with those 2 extraordinary?" The Lord nodded. Suddenly the great nobles were in an uproar. Once again, a heated discussion began, and several of the traitors were unsure whether it was true or false, and said tentatively, "Can you tell us, Lord?" Before he finished speaking, the Lord laughed and said, Naturally, I want to say, why don't you call you here? Here's the thing, I managed to get in touch with the 50th floor. The Lord of the 50th floor decided to break through the pressure of the Void soldiers, quell the rebellion for me, and slaughter those 2 extraordinary people. By the way, the extraordinariness of the rest of the cities must also be liquidated. What? Those traitor nobles couldn't sit still, and when they found themselves a little gaff, they quickly suppressed the shock and said, "Lord, how is this possible? Isn't the entrance to the 50th floor sealed? How did the Lord get in touch?" The Lord sneered and said, "Could it be that I will still deceive you? The Fox clan is already gathering forces. You also have some forces. Prepare for the final battle in a few days." "Okay, since you know the matter, you should go back and get ready." The Lord disappeared after saying that. Only those nobles were left confused by each other. Although this matter is not known to be true or false, there are also people who like it and some people are worried. A few of the traitor nobles were really a little unsure of the authenticity, and they were afraid that they would stand in line and stand on the wrong side, so they decided to go to those 2 extraordinary informants. After confirming that it is 100% true, and then deciding who to stand on, this move just fell for the Lord's scheme. At the same time, Qingfeng returned to the inn. As soon as he pushed open the door of the inn, the boss instantly appeared in front of Qingfeng. Qingfeng smiled awkwardly and said, "The boss is so late and still doesn't sleep." "Boss," the boss said angrily, "you kid still knows how to come back. I almost thought you were going to run away with debts before." Qingfeng touched his head and said, "No, I was just kidnapped and did something." The boss said with a bright eye, "You can actually know a star-level powerhouse. Can you tell me what you are doing? Did he teach you spiritual skills? No wonder you have such strength at a young age. It turns out that you are guided by a famous teacher. Introduce me to me. I'm just stuck at the peak of the diamond, and I'm only one step away from breaking through the stars. You also know that
the limelight has been tight lately, and I'm just an innkeeper. I don't know many star-level powerhouses. Everyone I know stands on the Tuyere and doesn't dare to come out.
Xingfeng said with an embarrassed face, Boss, you should inquire less about this kind of thing, and it's not good to listen to it too much.
Besides, that's not my master.
After saying that, Xingfeng took out a diamond-level spirit stone from the space ring and threw it to the boss, and said, this diamond-level spirit stone will be considered as if I were compensating you. Just when Xingfeng was about to return to the previous room, he suddenly remembered tomorrow's task. He stopped his pace, turned his head and said to the boss, Boss, do you have any power or something? The boss was a little confused and didn't know why Xingfeng suddenly talked about this, and finally shook his head.
Xingfeng continued to ask, then do you have any enemies, do you have merits, do you have any family, and do you have a city you yearn for?
The boss shook his head again and said, now I can say that I am a lonely ghost, and the city I yearn for is the desert city. After all, I started here.
What's wrong? You kids suddenly asked about this. Did you change your mind and introduce me to that star-level powerhouse?
Xingfeng shook his head, grabbed the boss and came to the corner, pretended to look around to make sure that there was no one, and approached the boss's ear with a mysterious face and said, Boss, I'll tell you a shocking secret.
Don't tell anyone.
The boss took a step back and looked at Xingfeng with a puzzled face, but when he saw Xingfeng's face like an ant informing, he also nodded and said, what secret is so mysterious to you? Xingfeng pulled the boss again, and then whispered, tomorrow may be the day when the rebels attack.
100% true.
At that time, it will be a battle between extraordinary powerhouses, and there is no ability to protect oneself until it reaches the star level.
That will be the people's misery.
The boss's pupils dilated, looked at Xingfeng in disbelief and said, how is it possible? Is it so sudden?
Xingfeng nodded frantically and said, why am I lying to you?
I came back mainly to lose money, and by the way, I stayed for one more night, and I will leave tomorrow.
If you believe that I can go with me, I have a safe channel.
The boss nodded, and just when he was about to say something, Xingfeng immediately said, these are all confidential.
Don't tell anyone. Tomorrow the city will enter a state of extreme tension. I see that, boss. When I broke through the breath leakage, you suppressed the aura for me and helped me protect the Tao for a while, and I told you this secret. By the way, is my room still there? No one lives there, right?
The boss nodded and said, no one lives there, you go live there.
What? Gone?
Okay. Xingfeng immediately went upstairs and returned to the previous room. The boss began to be a little suspicious on the spot. Take it with a pinch of salt. But when I thought that I was just in this inn, I didn't have any worries about it, and it seemed that there was nothing to plot with.
Is what this kid said true? If it is true, this kindness will be great. Besides, if you believe in tomorrow, you won't lose anything.
No, it's a matter of life and death. It's better to believe that it exists than to believe that it doesn't.
I'd better pack up my belongings and slip away with that kid.
When Xingfeng returned to the guest room, he found that the furniture was available again, and he took a good shower.
Then lie comfortably on the bed.
Just when Xingfeng was about to fall asleep, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have another reward that he didn't understand. So he said, the righteous path system, I want to know the usefulness of Haoren righteousness.
Righteous path system? I want to know the usefulness of Haoren Zhengqi. Order, I don't understand what you're saying. I said I want to know the usefulness of Haoren Zhengqi.
Sorry, your question Xiaozhang can't reply.
I said I want to know the usefulness of Haoren Zhengqi. Do you understand the details?
Haoren righteousness details. Today's you, temperament, strength, appearance are impeccable. Invisibly a Haoren righteousness arises spontaneously in your body. With the blessing of Haoren righteousness, your sword and path savvy plus 100, righteousness value plus 100, evil path hatred value plus 9,000 can be closed.
What kind of trick is this? What is the evil hatred value plus 9,000?
Are you polite?
Is it reasonable that the understanding is only plus 100? Do you tell me this is reasonable?
Sorry, I don't understand your question. Please ask another question. However, when Xingfeng complained, he was also glad that at least this Haoren righteousness could be closed.
I see. If you can't close it, it's over.
The righteous path system is also too high for evil paths, and it also released a practice that made me show off to attract assassins. At first glance, it is the kind that is incompatible.
Give such a skill.
Even if I don't kill the evil path will find a way to kill me.
If a demonic system and an evil system come in next month, won't there be a peaceful day in the group?
At this moment, Xingfeng has begun to make up for the scene of the righteous system and various villain systems tearing 13. Alas, forget it. I still didn't think about this for now. Xingfeng lay on the bed again, covered the quilt and said, as long as my life is like this, I will be very happy to lie down.
Demons?
Sleep soundly when you encounter difficulties. Saying that, Xingfeng gradually fell asleep.
The next morning,
Xingfeng slept for more than 40 hours, and when he woke up in a daze, he stretched his waist and said, I haven't slept so comfortably for a long time. Looking outside, Xingfeng was a little surprised to find that it was dawn, and said, how long have I been sleeping?
Look at this point. It's almost time to meet the Lord.
Then Xingfeng cleaned his body with his water-based ability, and by the way, he also washed his clothes.
Clean and magnificent.
Xingfeng pushed open the door refreshingly. Just as he was about to step out, he saw the boss running up in a hurry worry, Ching Feng just wanted to say hello, and the boss kicked Ching Feng into the house. Fortunately, the boss's blow only had a repulsive force. Ching Feng only took a few steps back, but there was a footprint on his clothes. Scald, my clothes. Ching Feng looked at the boss menacingly, but he was stunned. At this time, the boss watched left and right at Ching Feng's door, and seemed to be sure that no one was there, and immediately entered Ching Feng's room. It also released spiritual power to form a spiritual power protection shield inside the room, and the sound from time to time on the street outside was isolated. You, Ching Feng said curiously. Boss, what's wrong with you? The boss said to Ching Feng gratefully, thank you, great kindness, I knew I didn't misread you. What's wrong? Ching Feng is a little confused. The boss said, after listening to your words yesterday, I took care of it. I started to investigate the wind direction early in the morning, and soon found that something was wrong, and the nobles had already begun to train soldiers. The city gate has also been strengthened, and it seems that it is starting to prepare to deal with the enemy at any time. All of this seems to be preparing for war. Boy, no, little brother, your informant kindness, Han, remember it in my heart, you must take me away with you. After listening, Ching Feng also understood. So this is what happened. Cough. Ching Feng pretended to cough, then pretended to look around with a little guilt, and then said to the boss, empty. This kind of thing must be calm. If you are not calm, it is easy to be found that something is wrong. Since you have seen it and you must know it, it is calm for the time being, right? The boss nodded quickly and said, that's right, be calm. This kind of thing must not be panicked. Yes, it's calm. Ching Feng reassured the boss, and then said, in that case, this is a good time to leave. Boss, do you want to come with me? The boss nodded quickly again. Ching Feng wanted to laugh, and forcibly held back his smile and said, this is what you said, are you sure? The boss said, I'm sure. Very good, then let's go. You can go now. After Ching Feng finished speaking, he pushed open the door and left the room with a calm face. The boss also followed suit. On the way to the palace, Ching Feng whispered to the boss next to him, don't worry, I have a channel. There are also 7 or 8 diamond level masters with me. It can be said that it is a professional team. And my teams are not simple, they are all authoritative certifications, so this kind of thing is absolutely safe, but not necessarily. After all, everything has accidents. The boss nodded quickly, and when he heard Ching Feng's entire lineup in confidence, his heart that had been hanging in his heart was also relieved. Gratefully, he arched his hands to Ching Feng and said, thank you, little brother. Ching Feng stopped and said, it's just a small pleasure. I have to thank you? At this time, the boss was completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter, but smiled and said, this time I rely on my little brother. What do I have to be grateful for? By the way, it's been so long and I don't know what the name of the little brother is. Below, Han Yuan Chang. Yu Ching Feng. The one next to me is my sister Yu Qingyi. Ching Feng said lightly. Soon Ching Feng and the others came to the Lord's palace. Looking at the magnificent hall, Ching Feng couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Before Ching Feng could find someone to report, the Lord instantly appeared in front of Ching Feng and looked at Han Yuanqing beside Ching Feng in surprise. Then I saw Ching Feng nodding slightly. The Lord didn't pay attention to him anymore, but said to Ching Feng, interesting. Then the Lord waved his hand lightly, and Ching Feng and Han Yuanqing were instantly taken to the place where Ching Feng stayed yesterday. Ching Feng looked around, and then boldly said to the Lord, Lord, we are ready to go. By the way, this is the owner of my inn. When he heard about the turmoil, he resolutely decided to act with us. Don't worry, I will guarantee my Feng Yeshua's personality. There is absolutely no problem with this person. The Lord also nodded. Then he came to Han Yuanqing, patted him on the shoulder, and said, yes, with a mere diamond peak, you have such courage. As expected of my people in the desert city. At this time, Han Yuanqing can be said to be stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Isn't brother you called you Qing Feng? How is it called Feng Yeshua? The Lord saw that Han Yuanqing had not spoken, and also turned his head to look at Yu Qing Feng, and Qing Feng said, Lord, he is too excited to see you. I can't put it into words for a while. I know the personality of the boss, I understand it very well. Ah, I see. The Lord laughed out loud, and then nodded in satisfaction. Then the Lord raised his hand slightly, and 7 or 8 shadow guards instantly appeared in front of Qing Feng, and then the Lord said to Qing Feng again, these shadow guards have followed me for many years, and they can be completely trusted. I heard that you are also ready. Let's hit the road here. By the way, cover is also essential. I also prepared a carriage for you, so you can disguise yourself as merchants transporting goods. The Lord took out a map and gave it to Qing Feng. Qing Feng took it over, probably looked at it, and collected the map, and then Qing Feng said to the Lord, then let's retire here. Well, be careful on the road. The Lord disappeared again after saying this. Then Qing Feng left the palace with Han Yuanqing, who was still confused, until he was about to leave the city gate, and Han Yuanqing gradually reacted. Looking at Yu Qing Feng in disbelief, he said, this is the professional team you are talking about? This is what you mean by authoritative certification? Qing Feng was stunned, then showed his big white teeth and said with a smile, isn't this authoritative enough? Looking at Qing Feng's bright smile, Han Yuanqing didn't know what to say for a while. He thought about it carefully. Qing Feng seemed to be right. It is indeed very authoritative and very professional. He held back for a long time without saying a word and finally got into the carriage and closed himself. After 2 hours, at this time, Han Yuanqing was still sitting inside the carriage, looking like he was loveless. He also muttered a few words from time to time. I have been thinking about Han Yuanqing all my life, and I have finally achieved this achievement with great care, but it is planted in the hands of a young man who was less than 20 years old. It's over. Qingfeng naturally heard these words clearly, smiled, and decided to comfort and comfort. After all, the boss was fooled by him. He handed the route map to the shadow guard. Then he got into the carriage, came to Han Yuanqing's side, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Boss, why did you start to disbelieve me? Am I the kind of person who dies?" Han Yuanqing really couldn't help but say, "Fart, I just believed your nonsense and got on your pirate ship." After saying that, he also showed a look of grievance and resentment. Qingfeng also wanted to laugh when he saw that resentful look, and he held back his smile and said, "Isn't it just a small task? It's absolutely safe to do it with me." Han Yuanqing looked disbelieving. Qingfeng explained, "Boss, do you know what we are going to do? Don't you know? Then you should be able to guess that this is a secret mission, right? This is a secret mission issued by the Lord. Do you think it's dangerous for me to participate with this strength?" After Qingfeng finished speaking, he showed a kind smile. Han Yuanqing looked at Qingfeng expressionlessly. "I thought in my heart, this kid is right. Since it is a secret mission issued by the Lord, it must have been a plan made after careful conspiracy. Seeing that Qingfeng's talent is a golden 3-star strength realm, and it was just broken through yesterday, doesn't this mean that the mission is not dangerous? Not only is it safe, but it can also be appreciated by the Lord. Maybe I can still take the opportunity to break through to the star level." Thinking of this, Han Yuanqing asked Qingfeng with some excitement, "Then what mission are we participating in?" Qingfeng replied slowly, "Actually, it's nothing, just to destroy the altar of the rebels." "Then it's about protecting my safety. To put it simply, you can think of it as attacking the nest." Han Yuanqing, "You Qingfeng, you call this not dangerous?" Han Yuanqing's eyes widened directly, and he roared angrily. Qingfeng pulled out his ears and said, "Why are you roaring so loudly? There is really no danger. Today, the rebels are likely to attack the desert city, and the main combat power of the rebels will definitely not be in the nest. The most left to guard the base is diamonds. Aren't you also a diamond peek and kill randomly? Do you think so?" Han Yuanqing gradually calmed down, then nodded and said, "What if the main combat force doesn't go? What if I get into trouble?" Qingfeng looked like a fool and said, "Then we can't wait for the combat power to leave. Anyway, there is a lord in the desert city. How could it not hold on? As for the trouble, if you can't beat it, escape. The main purpose is to break the altar and then open the entrance to the floor. At that time, 50 layers of reinforcements will arrive." "Wait," Han Yuanqing interrupted Qingfeng's mouth cannon, then looked at Qingfeng in shock and said, 50 layers of reinforcements? Yes, Qingfeng nodded and said, "The altar seals the entrance to the floor, so reinforcements can't come? And our purpose is to destroy the altar and then welcome the 50 floors of reinforcements?" "Ah, yes, Qingfeng said again. Han Yuanqing was a little shocked in his heart. He looked at Qingfeng. "I didn't have much shock to find him, but what I showed was plain. Not only do you know the Lord, but you also participate in great key missions. The strength is also extraordinary. At the same time, it is also the target to be protected by the mission." At this moment, Han Yuanqing felt more and more that Qingfeng was not simple. Qingfeng didn't know what Han Yuanqing was thinking, but asked, "Boss, do you want to participate? Can I?" "If you don't participate?" Before Qingfeng could finish speaking, Han Yuanqing said, "I participate. You are not afraid of a single gold. What is there to be afraid of at the peak of my diamond? You didn't have this attitude before." Just when Qingfeng was about to get out of the carriage to check the surrounding breeze, the system chat group suddenly came with a reminder. Ding, the chef system sent a red envelope. Hurry up and grab it. Qingfeng opened the chat group almost instantly. Then click on Open Red Envelope. Congratulations on winning the flour chicken formula. Order, congratulations to you Qingfeng, group leader, for becoming the king of luck. Shinhao system, LV2 fog grass, just a red envelope. God level selection system, LV4, the group leader's hand speed is so fast, I just clicked to open it, and then it prompted that it had been robbed. Auto cultivation system, LV3, let's congratulate this bee. Women's clothing system, LV2, call the flour chicken formula. I also wanted chef system to post it once. Chef system, LV2, okay, then I'll send it once. Order, the chef system sent a red envelope. Hurry up and grab it. Order, congratulations to you Qingfeng, group leader, for becoming the king of luck. Crowds system, women's clothing system, LV2 beast. Don't you already have a formula for the group leader? You still want to rob us? Do you still have your conscience? Ding, the women's clothing system, LV2, has been banned by the group owner for a day. You Qingfeng, group leader, I'm really sorry that I subconsciously grabbed it just now, and it's the women's clothing system. Everyone in the group is qualified to talk about me. Only your women's clothing system is not qualified to talk about me. Understand? Do you think you don't know what you've done? You're a beast. I lost face at the beginning. What about your conscience? But I won't be so embarrassed if I come to a good task. You also post photos in the group.
group. When I get up and have the strength to see your systems, I will definitely come to you by plane and ravage you like crazy. Superpower lottery system, LV3. The defense is broken. The group leader has broken the defense. Ding, the ability lottery system, LV3, has been banned by the group owner for 1 day. Chef system, LV2. Forget it. Don't bother with them. You also know that Shoei is cheap. Assassination system, LV2. Yes, forget it. Yu Qingfeng, group leader. I didn't break the defense. Shinhao system, LV2. Yes. Yu Qingfeng, group leader. I really didn't break the defense. Crowd system, yes. Qingfeng looked at the rows of yes in the system group and was suddenly speechless. Chua. Now Qingfeng is completely anxious. Yu Qingfeng, group leader. Okay, I sent it. You guys are really going to be angry with me. After saying that, Qingfeng also sent out the recipe for calling flour chicken that he had grabbed before, and at the same time, Qingfeng also clicked on the avatar of the assassination system and entered the private chat mode. Yu Qingfeng, group leader. Ahem, are you there? Assassination system, LV2. What's wrong, group leader? Do you want to open the back door for me? Yu Qingfeng, group leader. No. I recently have a mission. I feel a little troublesome. You use my assassination points to buy a few diamond level AKs, and then send them to me in the form of red envelopes. Assassination system, LV2. The old man on the subway looks at the mobile phone emoticon JPG. No, group leader. Although I use assassination points to replenish energy, I don't lose money to help you redeem it. But if that's the case, can't I upgrade? I feel like upgrading is more important. Yu Qingfeng, group leader. Aren't I more anxious? Assassination system, LV2. No, I am a principled system. No matter what you do, I won't do this. Yu Qingfeng, group leader. How about I choose you for the next system, and it is guaranteed to be upgraded to LV3. Assassination system, LV2. How many do you want, group leader? Yu Qingfeng, Zhua. I want 10. Order, the assassination system has sent you a red envelope. Ding, congratulations on getting a diamond grade AK-47 with 2,000 rounds. Qingfeng himself was still a little worried, but the moment the assassination system sent the red envelope, it was gone, and there was even some inexplicable sense of security. Woohoo! Qingfeng quit the private chat, and when he was about to quit the chat group, he saw the assassination system posting words in the group. Assassination system, LV2. Haha, I'm about to step into the realm of LV3. Woohoo! Group leader YYDS. Shinhao system, LV2. What's wrong with him? Chef system, LV2. Maybe the group leader hasn't chosen him for too long. Crazy. Spend money to become stronger system, LV2. Putting aside the facts, could it be that the assassination system and the group leader made some PY deals? God level selection system, LV4. I don't think it's impossible. Yu Qingfeng thought about it and stopped worrying about the sand sculpture systems of the system group and began to plan a new plan in his heart. Now there is an unreasonable weapon like AK. You can completely beat the rebels? It was precisely because of this that Qingfeng began to make a new plan, and after about half an hour, Qingfeng also jumped off the carriage with a smile on his face. One of the shadow guards instantly came to Qingfeng's side. Qingfeng looked around and said in the wilderness, "Give me the map and tell me where we are now. How long will it take to get there?" The shadow guard gave the map to Qingfeng, then pointed to Qingfeng and said, "We are here now. We are taking a small path. You basically can't meet anyone on this road. According to the information, the rebels are likely to advance in the opposite direction from us, exactly staggered with us. As long as there are no troubles on the way, you should be able to arrive after dusk." Qingfeng looked at the map in his hand and nodded, and then said, "Have the rebels really started to set off?" The shadow guard nodded. "It seems that the Lord is very accurate." Qingfeng said, "I have come up with a new plan, and you will listen to me when the time comes. There is no change in the overall plan. As for my plan, I will tell you later. After all, it remains to be seen. After you listen to my plan, if you think something is wrong, you cannot listen to me." The shadow guard hesitated for a moment, and finally said yes. As the sky got later and later, Qingfeng was getting closer and closer to the den of the rebel altar, and Qingfeng was bored driving the carriage. Suddenly the ground trembled. A huge yellow desert centipede appears, with a strength of around 5 diamonds, but it was killed by the shadow guard before it came out for 2 seconds. Qingfeng has encountered many similar situations on the road. After all, the small road is rampant with monsters, and even on the road that tens of millions of people have traveled, monsters will appear from time to time. However, Qingfeng was a little speechless. The previous monster beast was basically fighting with one of the shadow guards for more than a minute, but the centipede was cut down in less than 2 seconds. Don't you have the strength to see it? I didn't see that our anger was several times stronger than yours. Alas? Qingfeng stopped the carriage, then carried out the entire huge centipede, and took a closer look and found that there was not much damage. You must know that the shadow guard killed basically not what he did before. This finished product is good. You can use it to make medicinal wine. When I return to the city, I will take out the medicinal wine and give it to my dad. Think about it. He clearly remembered that once a beast-tie driven by a diamond-level beast monster caused Kyushu to lose a lot of people. It can even be said that that it is dire. However, the corpse of a diamond-level beast has a lot of nutritional value. Alas, Qingfeng sighed and began to try to put a centipede of more than 10 meters into the space ring. But Qingfeng found that it was too big to fit. Why don't you put it inside the ice condensation sword? What's going on here? A voice suddenly sounded, directly interrupting Qingfeng's thinking, and he was shocked and hurriedly looked at the sky. I saw 50 people suddenly appear in the sky at some point, wearing rebel clothes, fuchsia coats, pants and underwear are black, looking very sassy. Rebels? How could they be here? Qingfeng's brain was crazy thinking about why the rebels were here, and at the same time sensed the breath and found that it was completely infestation. This situation is likely to be suppressed by some object. Either it's ridiculously strong. Obviously the first situation, some kind of spiritual weapon that suppresses the breath? Is it outflanking left and right? With this kind of spiritual weapon, the beasts and monsters will not be able to sense them. It also seems not impossible to outflank the desert city. The atmosphere gradually became tense, and the Shadow Guard was ready to take action at any time. Let me ask you, what's going on? Desert Centipede, it seems that you are good. What are you doing here and where do you want to go? One of the rebels at the front spoke. As he got closer and closer to those rebels, when the Shadow Guard was about to make a move, Qingfeng quickly transmitted, wait a minute, I feel that it is likely that the rebels want to outflank left and right, and our attack is likely to be exposed, and if we can pass safely without doing anything, the road ahead may be much easier. At least it should be able to ensure unobstructed. Several Shadow Guards glanced at each other, and then listened to Qingfeng's inaction. Qingfeng symbolically tidied up his clothes, stood up and said, look at your clothes, are you rebels from the desert city? The leader looked at Qingfeng and found that he was only 3 stars in gold, and said disdainfully, it seems that you still have a lot of eyesight. Are you from the desert city? Qingfeng smiled and said, that's right, we don't have the idea of making enemies with your rebels, you should know too. We are ordinary people. Just be stable, who cares who the Lord is? The rebels led by him also nodded after hearing this, and said from the air, then what are you doing here? Qingfeng continued to laugh, we deliver the goods, to the city ahead. He casually pointed straight ahead, then quickly changed the subject, and said, you see, this giant centipede is what we want to give. So what kind of leader should you know about the centipede bar? The man heard Qingfeng call his leader and looked at the brothers behind him, and then nodded very helpfully and said, I've heard 1 or 2, but it's not comprehensive. Why, is there anything else that can't be particularized? Qingfeng quickly nodded and said, the beast itself has a certain nourishing function, but it is all killed and roasted and eaten, and this centipede wine is different. It's to use live centipedes to make wine. If you store it for a long time, the function will not fade. Not only is it mellow and refreshing, but it can also dredge the meridians, detoxify and remove blood stasis, and there is a small aphrodisiac function. The leader you also saw, the centipede we carefully selected and transported suddenly ran berserk, and we had to kill it, so to speak. The most unfortunate thing is that our storage space is full. My strength is low, and my father asked me to deliver this time as an expectation and test for me, but I still messed up. I don't know when I will be able to stand on my own in the future and become my father's pride. Anyway, I will definitely be criticized when I go back this time. After saying that, Qingfeng lifted the entire centipede, then drove Boss Han out of the carriage and put the whole centipede on it, and after doing all this, Qingfeng said to the leader, since there is no misunderstanding, let's go first. Alas, Qingfeng showed sadness, and then got into the carriage with some disappointment. The Shadow Guard and Boss Han who were watching were stunned, but they quickly entered the play, dragging the giant centipede to leave. But the leader also thought about the efficacy and function of the centipede wine after hearing the breeze, and quickly stopped the breeze and said, what is it? Little master of freight transport, I said you are good. Anyway, you will definitely be a freight expert in the future. What does this person want to do? Qingfeng quickly reacted and said, thank you, you don't have to comfort me, I know I still have a lot to learn. After saying that, Qingfeng was about to leave. The leader stopped Qingfeng again and said awkwardly, master, it's okay, let's talk. Qingfeng nodded, got out of the carriage and came to the side. The leader looked at the huge centipede, then pointed to the rugged trail and said, look, can you go, little master? I think you are also working hard. Can you tell me where you want to send this centipede? Qingfeng didn't see that the leader seemed to have taken a fancy to the centipede, so he said this awkwardly. Qingfeng chuckled in his heart and thought to himself, no way. I have launched my god-level acting skills, can I be seen? He organized a tentative statement and said, to Erxian Bridge? The leader thought about what big man lived in Erxian Bridge. What is this Erxian Bridge? I have never heard of this place, it must be a small place. Since it is a small place, it is easy to say, he said with a smile. I said the little master, this road is not easy to walk. He pointed to the ground, then pointed to the centipede and said, in this case, which road should you take? The leader beat around the bush and said that it was not easy to drag giant centipedes on this road, and wanted to take the opportunity to intercept the centipedes for free. But Qingfeng doesn't think so. Fog grass, should you really find me? He even asked about the specific road. It seems that the rebels are not scattered people, they are people with brains. Qingfeng thought for a long time and said tentatively, take the Changhua Avenue. Chieftains, what What Changhua Avenue? Fog grass, wrong?
Xing Feng panicked, and when he was about to do it, the leader said, this. How to walk the Changhua Avenue.
I'm asking you, can you pull this?
The leader pointed at the centipede and said,
Fog grass, blinded again? Is there really a Changhua Road?
Luck. However, judging from his tone, this Changhua Avenue does not seem to be particularly big. Pulling this centipede in may indeed be a bit laborious, but it's not that it can't be pulled. Thinking of this, Xing Feng quickly nodded and said, you can pull it, you can only pull it a little.
What can you still pull?
The leader was a little incredible, but he nodded when he saw that the other jobs were all diamond level.
It can indeed pull a little. Xing Feng panicked. Fog grass, is Changhua Avenue particularly small? That's called a fart Changhua Avenue. Can't you call it a trail?
The leader shook his head helplessly, knowing that the other party had misunderstood, so he pointed to the uneven ground and said, can this pull?
You Xing Feng thought.
Judging from the leader's unbelievable appearance, this Changhua Avenue really can't be pulled, and if it doesn't work it will be exposed if it says it and then changes its mouth. It seems that it can only die and the duck's mouth is hard.
He let out a long breath and said, yes, you can only pull a little, not more.
Leader. The leader said to Xing Feng very speechlessly, little master, let's stroke it. I am asking you where to go.
To the second immortal bridge. The leader said with a speechless face, no. Which path are you taking? You, Zay. He pointed to the giant centipede again.
When Xing Feng saw it, he said, take Changhua Avenue, can pull, but only a little.
The leader grabbed his hair and said, no, look at you, I was confused by you, little master. You're going to send this to the Urshian Bridge, right? Xing Feng nodded and said, yes, Urshian Bridge. The leader said slowly, then you have to take this Changhua Avenue, right? I'm not talking about this, I'm talking about whether your carriage can go. Can walk. Leader, the aisle that? To the second immortal bridge. No, little master, let's not mess around.
Calm down, I see that you are a little flustered. I mean, can your carriage and this centipede pull? Before Xing Feng could speak, the leader interrupted, wait, listen to me.
Xing Feng nodded and looked at him nervously.
The leader saw that it was impossible to prostitute for free, and he said without love, oh, I'll just say it. How can you sell this dead centipede?
I have taken a fancy. 10 diamond spirit stones.
Xing Feng said confusedly.
Depend on.
Then the leader put the centipede into the storage space,
thrown over 5 diamond level spirit stones and said, it's too expensive, it's still dead.
Forget about selling 5 diamond level spirit stones, just consider it a friend. Xing Feng took the diamond level spirit stone.
Then he said confusedly, okay.
Then the commander and the rest of the people pointed out the way to Xing Feng. Xing Feng and the shadow guard were confused about which direction they were going. Before I had gone far, I heard the leader's words. The leader said to the other partners, this little master is not easy, he only knows rote memorization.
It's really tiring to talk to him.
Forget it, brothers. When I go back, I'll soak some centipede wine and drink it together in the future. After a long time, Xing Feng gradually reacted and sorted out all his thoughts. It turned out that the leader just now wanted to buy my centipede.
Zhou wants to buy a centipede. You twist a fart, can't you just say it?
I was nervous for a long time. At this moment, Xing Feng looked depressed and Boss Han came out to look around, and after making sure that there was no one, he came to Qing Feng's side and said, as expected of you, the little brother doesn't learn the Confucianism and Taoism of the former human race, which is really a bit untalented,
and the ability to adapt to changes is really strong.
The state of mind that is confused and trembling, the state of mind that has not experienced the world, and the panic of the appearance are perfectly expressed.
No wonder you fooled me out in the first place. To be honest, it's really a pity that you don't become a spy with this talent.
Xing Feng calmed down a little, ignored Boss Han, but opened the map to check his approximate location.
I found myself very close to my destination.
He also stopped the carriage and said, let's rectify it here, although there is still a long way to go, but we can wait until dusk and rush over.
By the way, which of you is good at hiding?
A shadow guard came out and said, I. Xing Feng looked at him and nodded and said, you go check it out first. By the way, this is for you. He took out his phone from the space ring and handed it to the shadow guard. The shadow guard took the phone and looked at it roughly. He could clearly feel that this thing could be destroyed with just a little force. He was curious. What is the purpose of this? Yu Qingfeng said, this thing is called a mobile phone. It is very fragile. Don't use force. I'll teach you how to take pictures. When Qingfeng taught, he also deliberately explained how to mute and turn off the flash. In a few seconds, the shadow guards almost learned it. The shadow guard also left with his mobile phone, but the other shadow guards in Boss Han were still very curious about the existence of the mobile phone. They really couldn't figure out that this small slab brick could glow, and its function was the same as the shadow stone. No, even more powerful than the shadow stone.
The shadow stone can only be used once.
But this mobile phone can be used more than once, and it doesn't consume spiritual power.
Okay, let's make a hidden barrier. There may be rebels passing by later, Qingfeng said.
Several shadow guards also reacted from the mobile phone item.
An hour later,
the shadow guard also came back safely, and Qingfeng hurriedly took the mobile phone and connected it to the laptop. Boss Han and the shadow guard also looked at the notebook curiously. Soon the photos taken by the shadow guard appeared, a total of more than a dozen photos and 2 2 or 3 videos. Through photos and videos, Xingfeng clearly saw the disorderly canyon, the dense red runes flashing in the sky, and the strict rebel guards patrolling around. The shadow guard saw that Xingfeng had finished reading all the videos and photos, and also said, "There is no change from what we investigated before. They can also be on the map. There are a total of 4 main altars, distributed in the 4 corners of the east, south, northwest, and northwest, and the rest of the small altars are in the hundreds. The energy supply of the small altar is mainly the main altar, as long as the main altar is solved. The only change is that there are fewer rebels guarding. The patrol strength is generally platinum, and there are a total of 10 diamond levels on the main altar. There were 30 people before, and 2 star-level powerhouses guarded, but this time I didn't feel the fluctuations of star-level power. They must have all gone to the front line." Xingfeng nodded, then took out 10 AK-47s from the storage space and said, "This is called AK. One of you guys." Boss Han picked up the AK and looked at it curiously, and couldn't help but say, "Little brother you, what's the use of this thing? Could it be a weapon? If it's a weapon, it looks too strange." "Well, it's a weapon." After Xingfeng finished speaking, he picked up the AK and quickly put on the magazine, loaded it, opened the safety, and aimed forward. This set of flowing clouds and waters, the Shadow Guard and Boss Han are not aware of it. Xingfeng continued, "This thing is used like this. Then pull the trigger, and the sonic boom-like recoil came. The breeze is as immovable as a mountain. Bullets are fired quickly. Even the Shadow Guards at the peak of diamonds couldn't see the trajectory of the bullets, and a giant hill a few hundred meters away exploded in an instant. The heat rushed to my face." Xingfeng shot more than a dozen shots in a row again, and the sound of da-da-da sounded, followed by an explosion like a torrent. Shaking the heavens and the earth, the mountains soared into the sky and shattered. Xingfeng looked at the power, probably at the peak of diamonds. He also nodded with satisfaction, then lowered his head and withdrew the bullet from the hull and then took the insurance, then turned his head and said, "With this weapon, we are basically pushing sideways." At this moment, everyone present was calmed down and did not say a word. Boss Han couldn't help but swallow. The hand holding the AK is trembling a little. Shocked in his heart, he looked at the giant pit not far away again and unconsciously brought it into it. "It's decided it's you. The power of this weapon is really a bit too terrifying. Even if I resist with all my might, I'm afraid I can only catch it. What is the origin of Brother You? There is such a powerful weapon. Is this the heritage of the 50 floors?" One of the shadow guards trembled and couldn't help but speak. 50 floors? Boss Han was shocked again. "So that's the case, no wonder. So he is a race on the 50 floors? No wonder I wasn't shocked at all when I heard about the reinforcements on the 50 floors. No wonder I got to know the Lord." All previous doubts were also solved in an instant. Boss Han looked at Xingfeng with a touch of respect, which was brought about by the gap between the 50 and 49th floors. Xingfeng smiled and said, "Where, this is not a product of the 50 floors. Okay, now that you know the power of this weapon, you should also know that we can complete the task safely even if we go up recklessly." Boss Han and the Shadow Guard did not deny it. "With this weapon, even a dozen diamonds on the other side are enough. But we can't just make weapons unsafe just because we have them. Inflation, after all, it is still more stable. It would be bad if you encountered a mutation. So I made a plan beforehand. Now there are more details, so I can tell you. With these weapons, you will never be wrong to listen to me." The Shadow Guards nodded. Xingfeng also smiled and said, "Okay, from now on we will form a new team, and the name of the team will be called. It's called Die for Rem. It's been so long and happily decided." All. Boss Han couldn't help but say, "Are you sure we are going to die? And who is Rem?" Xingfeng shyly touched his head and said, "This makes us look tragic. Rem is a faith, is the great emperor of the Ghost Clan. I won't tell you the specific details. Come and listen to my plan. Shadow Guards, you divide the 3 strongest ones, take my AK to the north to sneak attack first and attract attention. Then I and the other Shadow Guards attack the southern altar strongly and then pushed all the way to the west. At that time, you should kill the diamond level masters suddenly, and after breaking through the north, the 3 Shadow Guards will go to the east. In this way, all the altars can be quickly liberated." Wrong. The general plan is like this, and the specific situation is still adaptable. "Okay, I'll teach you how to use AK for the rest of the time. This thing is very easy to learn." 5 hours later, the red sunset in the sky appeared again, and the Shadow Guard at this time could already achieve the same speed of reloading as the breeze. Even they themselves learned to load fancy. In fact, Xingfeng only taught them once, and the 5 minutes did not come, and the rest of the time was spent practicing by themselves. Xingfeng finished his cultivation and put the star-level spirit stone into the space backpack. I got up and moved my muscles and bones to look at the sky. Looking at this day, it should be almost the same. The atmosphere in the desert city should already be very tense. I don't know if the rebels will directly press the army or engage in a sneak attack. If it is a sneak attack, the sky will be darker and the attack will begin. Presumably, most of the rebels and altar guards have relaxed their vigilance now, so Xingfeng said to the Shadow Guards, "It's almost over. Bring the magazine and bullets and let's go." Boss Han also picked up AK. Xingfeng came to Boss Han's side and said, "Believe me this time, follow me to have meat to eat.
And absolutely safe. Even if it's a star-level powerhouse, I'll kill it for you.
Qingfeng made a joke and then picked up the AK and rushed forward.
While the breeze was advancing, it also released a shadow and ran in the opposite direction.
The other shadow guards were also stunned for a moment when they saw Qingfeng's speed, and then they also moved forward at full speed. Soon Qingfeng and the others found the canyon in the video and saw the rebels. This time the breeze looked in more detail. The suspension bridge crisscrossed above the canyon, and there were rebels patrolling the suspension bridge from time to time.
Below the canyon are tents, stream oasis.
Especially where Qingfeng is now. Now Qingfeng and the shadow guards are lying in a recessed corner, with stones piled up around them.
There is just an open-air tent below.
They clearly saw 5 men and 2 women playing poker presumptuously, and the position of Qingfeng could be described as clear.
The sound is endless.
Qingfeng and other shadow guards used their spiritual power to condense the soundproof shield, and then Qingfeng said angrily to the other shadow guards, "It's really too presumptuous. This is one of the rebels' nests?
There is no discipline at all.
The brothers are fighting blood, and they are still in the mood to play poker in this situation." Boss Han lay there and continued to peek, and then said, "They are also fighting, and they are still very fierce."
Cough, forget it, let's still proceed according to plan.
The shadow guards nodded, and 3 of them quickly set off for the northern altar. Once the battle over there starts, Qingfeng's side will also start to act. While waiting, Qingfeng suddenly remembered something, so he took out the ice condensation sword, entered the inside of the ice condensation sword, and interrupted Bai Qi, who was studying seriously, and said, "How did you study?" Bai Qi stood up and said, "Young master, the basic kendo course you mentioned in primary school has been completed, and a lot of knowledge does contain kendo.
Now I'm taking my first kendo theory course, junior secondary course, sword number and style, real sword numbers and algebraic formulas.
The trigonometric functions and unary quadratic equations are really eye-opening, and I believe it won't take long for me to get rid of my demons."
Yu Qingfeng nodded, put his hands behind his back, and said, "Okay, I came this time to ask you, have you learned sword and thunder method, naturally? Science book. Has the positive and negative electrode currents been studied inside? Have you learned streaming, direct current, and cross current?"
Bai Qi nodded and said, I learned a little." Qingfeng nodded and asked, "By the way, young master, I have been short of manpower recently, and when you transform, I will ask you to take a practical class by the way." After saying that, the breeze disappeared.
Bai Qi looked happy. Outside,
Qingfeng's ice condensation sword transformed into a human form. The shadow guard and Boss Han looked at Bai Qi with a confused face, and after Bai Qi finished transforming, he immediately came to Qingfeng and said, "When will the course start?" The breeze took out the pink Gatling. Then he took out the machine gun turret and the silent generator that he had dealt with the high priest before, and said, "You can take these little toys to study. If you study it clearly, install them all. Then use the freeze sword to split the floor, hold it up, and this critical mobile turret control will be handed over to you. Also, this Gatling is for you. This thing is much easier to use than a sword." After Qingfeng finished speaking, he also roughly talked about this mission. The rest of the shadow guards and Boss Han were completely stunned.
"Fort? Gatling? What is this?" Boss Han hesitated and came to Qingfeng's side and said, "What are these?"
Qingfeng was stunned and said with a smile, "These are batteries and Gatlings, which can fire tens of thousands of bullets in one go.
The main purpose is fire cover. Tens of thousands of bullets? Firepower coverage? Fog grass, so many muzzles, there is a big horror among them." The shadow guard and Boss Han were numb in an instant.
Qingfeng saw them like that. Presumably he should have been frightened by these things. He smiled and said, "Lao Han, don't be afraid. This kind of Gatling and turret actually have no means of attack.
It's just gold and platinum level power."
"I see, power." Boss Han had just relaxed, but he seemed to suddenly think of something, and his heart instantly lifted again. Still looking at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief. Qingfeng saw Boss Han looking at him, and also replied with a smile like a spring breeze, and normal people would only feel that this smile was very warm when they saw it. But in Boss Han's eyes, Qingfeng is like a person who hides deep behind his back and is fierce and evil, but on the surface he is like a lamb. After thinking about it carefully, Qingfeng said, What is this called? Could it be that there are other styles, even diamond level, star level?"
"It's not impossible."
The same goes for several other shadow guards.
The more I think about it, the more shocked I become.
In just half an hour, Bai Qi has already finished groping. Qingfeng turned his head to look at the other shadow guards and said, "What are you doing? Hurry up and come over to identify your security identity. Otherwise, these weapons will attack you when the time comes." After hearing this, the shadow guard and Boss Han also quickly came to the machine and authenticated their security identities without understanding anything. Boss Han thought for a while and said, "There are 3 more shadow guards." Qingfeng patted his head and said, "Old Han, are you stupid? We are acting separately."
He hadn't finished speaking yet.
There were gunshots from the north. Qingfeng said with a happy face, "Let's wait another 10 minutes, and then we'll open up."
Meanwhile, on the other side,
in the center of the southern altar, the 3 diamond-level powerhouses are still talking about their ideals and ambitions. The leader is a strong man, and his greasy cheeks are clear in front of the fire. The remaining 2 two seemed to be twin brothers. Their bodies had obvious characteristics of poisonous scorpions, and their eyeballs looked very permeable, and suddenly the sound of gunshots from the north instantly alerted them.
Something happened to the northern altar? The two diamond-level powerhouses of the Scorpion brothers also immediately stood up and said, "Do we want to go to the rescue?"
The leader of the strong man smiled and said, "Wait 5 minutes first. If the fighting over there has not stopped, then it is likely that the main force of the desert city is looking for a breakthrough in the north. When the time comes, we will rush to support." After saying that, he seemed to think of something and laughed presumptuously, and suddenly laughed when he saw the greasy strong man.
The Scorpion brothers were a little puzzled and said, "What's wrong? What's so funny about this? Something happened to the north now. If we don't support in time, we may be held accountable."
The greasy strong man said, "You guys are really stupid. Think about it carefully. Why did the desert city start attacking instead of defending?" The Scorpion brothers thought about it carefully, and finally shook their heads.
The greasy strong man looked at the two of them contemptuously, and then said with a calculating expression, "I actually knew they would come for a long time, and guessed that it was likely that the whole army would be dispatched. Do you know why? You were so stupid that you definitely don't know what 50 layers of support are actually lies."
Presumably, he still wants to destroy the altar to call for help. The Scorpion brothers always felt that something was wrong, and after thinking for a while, he said, "That's not right, if I remember correctly. Those two extraordinary adults seem to have sent people to the 50th floor to investigate. Also clarify the source of the news?"
Fart.
The greasy strong man interrupted them and said,
"This kind of thing is just a fool to you. Truly smart people will not be fooled.
You guys are really stupid. That person must be a traitor.
The inside should be combined so fast.
Now our army has gone to attack the desert city. If the main force is really here, the desert city may be leveled. When the time comes, our brothers can also become nobles."
Ha 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 ha.
The Scorpion brothers thought about it. It seemed to be like this, and they laughed together and began to compliment the greasy strong man.
Their conversation is very loud.
Even if Qingfeng was a little close to them, he could hear it clearly, and after hearing it, Qingfeng praised them madly for being smart. As for the rest of the diamond-level powerhouses left behind at the altar, they would not be so stupid, and they would immediately go to support if there was a problem. 5 minutes later, the greasy strong man found that there was nothing wrong with his territory, and after the sound of the northern battle became louder and louder, he became more and more determined to guess in his heart, and said loudly, "Nobles of the desert city, Grandpa is here." After saying that, he was very excited and rushed to the north with the two brothers.
Boss Han came to Qingfeng's side and said, "I have met someone cheaper than you." Qingfeng didn't respond. It was to give him a nuclear smile.
Another 5 minutes passed, and Qingfeng turned to Bai Qi and said, "Are you ready? If you are ready, then let's get ready." The ice condensation sword instantly appeared in Bai Qi's hand. Then cut off the place where the turret was placed and hold it up with the free sword. The huge platform takes off. The dense machine gun batteries above instantly locked all the enemies that could be seen, and Bai Qi was not to be outdone, took out the Gatling and began to strafe. The Shadow Guard and Boss Han are single-point AKs, and they explode in one place at a time. Qingfeng said, "Open the live broadcast." At the moment when Qingfeng opened the live broadcast, countless people poured into the live broadcast room.
"Fog Grass, you dead ghost, you finally came back to start a live broadcast. 5 days, almost a week has passed. Don't you know how late you are?" Yi Qing returned.
"I said to my roommate who died suddenly, the big devil started the live broadcast, and he instantly got up and said, where?
Aha, without the live broadcast of the big devil, I really feel like something is missing. Great Demon King, where are you now? Why are you so noisy?"
Qingfeng saw this barrage and touched his hair, showed his little tongue and said embarrassedly, "It's nothing, participate in the altar destruction mission.
It's a bit difficult to fight."
After saying this, the back behind Qingfeng flashed the picture of Bai Qi driving a giant platform turret and holding a Gatling to sweep.
It is also accompanied by a scream.
At this moment, Boss Han suddenly appeared beside Qingfeng, sat down and said, "Brother, what you said is right. This thing is really better than spiritual power." After saying that, there was a huge fire behind him, and it seemed that something exploded. The eyes of the live broadcast room were also fixed on what Boss Han said, "This thing." The question marks on the screen were brushed up. Qingfeng looked at Boss Han and said, "Look at you are also having fun, come and smoke a flower, double the happiness." After saying that, Qingfeng bought Baowazi from the live broadcast system and handed it to Han Yuancheng.
"What is that?" Boss Han took Huazi over and looked at it, and found that it was tobacco.
Suddenly his eyes lit up, and a flame condensed in his hand and lit up. "Take a deep breath and say to Qingfeng, don't say that this Huazi has a fragrant, plump, harmonious taste and a pure aftertaste. It is a rare good tobacco." He took a deep breath again, then got up excitedly, picked up an AK with a cigarette in his mouth, and quickly swept the order.
What happened in just 5 days?
Seeing that the water friends in the live broadcast room were still confused, Qingfeng didn't want to talk about it in detail and spoke again. "Didn't I say that I was participating in the mission issued by the Lord, and I just destroyed those altars?
Okay, I can't touch the fish either. Although I'm just here to go through the motions, I still have to do what needs to be done."
After saying that, Qingfeng also picked up the AK and got up with a burst of strafing. The recoil generated by the breeze and the Boss Han's shot directly shattered the rocks behind them, and as the breeze got up, the water. Friends in the live broadcast room also saw the specific situation behind him, and they only saw a canyon that didn't look like it. The fire was extremely strong. Firepower came from the air, and Bai Chi controlled the moving turret to output wildly. There were also several shadow guards around him holding AKs to shoot. The bullets fired out were like annihilation cannons, exploding and destroying wherever they hit, and the strafing of Qingfeng and Boss Han was more like a terrain destroyer.
It's simply a dimensionality reduction blow. Anchor, I'm blind. I want to know if the anchor is in Syria. Fog grass, is this TMAK? This AK is too powerful. Are you stupid? What's so shocking about this? Have you forgotten that the great demon king also has a mechanical genius sister by his side? Mist grass, if you say so. Could it be that Yu Zijiang made it again? Research department, what materials are bullets and parts made of?
It can exert its power while ensuring that the parts themselves are not damaged.
It's simply a genius invention. If Kyushu energy is produced, then our rise will be truly unstoppable.
Qingfeng's live broadcast once again directly caused turmoil in the entire Blue Star Kyushu. The people of Kyushu are excited, amazed, shocked, proud, and tearful. Under this complex emotional rendering, almost no one in the entire Kyushu said that they were not doing well. There is even a saying that, as long as you like Yu Qingfeng and Yu Qingyi, we are half-brothers. Because of this, all kinds of strange titles have appeared in short videos on various platforms.
For example, Genius Yu Qingyi once again invented diamond-level powerful weapons, and Kyushu expects them to return.
The birth of a peerless genius brother and sister for 10,000 years is the beginning of civilization and progress, the beginning of World War III. The weak sister is withdrawn, but she likes to engage in scientific research since she was a child, and she has been ostracized and abused by her
parents.
But there is an older brother who loves him to protect him, but when he grows up, he will take revenge on his behalf, which is heartwarming. Shocked by Qingfeng and my sister's 2 or 3 things, I don't look at it and am not from Kyushu. In this way, countless news reports are rushing to release them, and news, official accounts, and marketing accounts are all touting Yu Qingfeng and Yu Qingyi.
The most concerned thing is still Yuzi sauce.
Qingfeng didn't know about all this, but he also knew that he was famous this time, and at this moment, Qingfeng's mind kept echoing the prompts of the live broadcast room system. Booking, popularity in the live broadcast room plus 145 1243. Booking, popularity in the live broadcast room plus 445 12433. Booking, popularity in the live broadcast room plus 345 1243.
Congratulations to the host for achieving 1 billion popularity. Who in the world doesn't know you?
Reward a 10-minute experience card for the Peak of the Stars.
Ding, live broadcast system upgrade LV4.
Qingfeng heard this system prompt, and the AKs in his hands who fired paused, and after reacting, they were directly shocked and said, Fog grass.
I'm really rich.
Ha ha ha, wait to solve the altar first, and then study it carefully.
Qingfeng gradually heated up.
In a few minutes, the breeze slaughtered the entire southern altar, and the magma was all over the place, making it a mess. At this time, the terrain is still a rugged canyon. It is about to become a wasteland with uneven caves. The live broadcast room was also deeply shocked to see this tragic situation extending thousands of miles.
It's terrifying. If Yu Zijiang succeeds in coming back, and successfully mass-produced, once a war breaks out, the people will suffer after all. Alas, I hope the country can be properly managed then.
This should only be used militarily.
I'm actually a little afraid of the big devil.
After killing so many people, he is still expressionless, and a normal person will feel palpitations.
Isn't the great demon king like this most of the time? A serious nonsense is occasionally more expressive. Haha, indeed. But that's a normal moment. Do you think this situation is normal? Is the big demon king a hidden cold-blooded killer?
Many people once again thought of the video that came out of the magic capital Wu University not long ago. The calmness that killed the sophomore senior, the way he dealt with it.
Looking back now, it's inexplicably shocking.
Qingfeng also smiled when he saw this barrage, and just wanted to answer but was suddenly asked this question.
That's right. Why did I kill so many but not too many waves? Am I really cold-blooded?
At this moment, Qingfeng recalled all the past, the reaction of killing for the first time and the determination to become stronger, and what I saw and heard in the dungeons. Soon Qingfeng was no longer confused. Instead, he mocked in his heart.
Doesn't this kind of thing happen often in dungeons?
This is the way of survival in the dungeon, either competing with each other, or using each other. Different races, different positions, different ways do not conspire with each other.
What does that mean? Even in September, is still calculating his own race. Harm, it's really a world of intrigue. I have been very happy lying in bed all my life.
From the perspective of the water friends in the live broadcast room, Qingfeng shook his head inexplicably, and then said, I'm not cold-blooded. Although my heart is not too turbulent, I want to tell you that I am not cold-blooded. Qingfeng only said here.
There is no explanation for this sentence either.
The water friends in the live broadcast room were confused by this contradictory words, and they all put a question mark on them. Ha, you lackeys of the the desert city, you still know how to sneak attack and accept the sanctions of this uncle. At this moment, the sky echoed with this sentence. Xingfeng looked up and saw that the three big smarts were back. The corners of his mouth were also inexplicably curled. Pick up the AK and aim at them. The trio in the sky swallowed their saliva and looked confused. Not long ago, they rushed to the northern altar with great arrogance, but halfway through, I found a noise behind me, and I realized that my house had been stolen. So he turned around angrily. He went all out, and just when he was about to arrive, he said that. Just a few seconds after they said it, they calmed down. The main thing is to see 7 diamond-level masters. And the embarrassed nest. The greasy strong man wanted to escape at this time. What are you kidding about? Is this degree of destruction something that 7 diamond-level masters can do? It's outrageous to get home. Especially the moment they appeared, the black muzzle was aimed at them, although they didn't know what kind of weapon it was. But they felt the ultimate danger of death. The greasy strong man looked around awkwardly and said, "Who said that just now?" "I'm sorry, I'm just passing by." "Do you believe it?" Boss Han stuck in the air and snorted coldly. "Didn't you say those words just now? Since you are here, don't leave," saying that he was about to shoot. The greasy strong man knew that he couldn't escape, so he locked his eyes on the breeze and said fiercely, "That talent is just gold. It must also be a noble Tianjiao, then I will pull him off the horse." Boss Han was stunned when he heard this, then looked at Qingfeng, and then looked at the greasy strong man with sympathy. He slowly put the AK away and said, "I really know how to pick my opponent. In that case, we won't make a move." When the greasy strong men saw this scene, they thought they were frightened by themselves, and they knew that they couldn't save them, so they simply gave up. "Ha ha ha, what if you are a nobleman? In the end, you don't want to be buried with me." He quickly condensed his spiritual power and killed Yu Qingfeng. The same goes for the Scorpion brothers. "Foggrass, can you eat a banquet just after the broadcast? It's time for my father's favorite banquet again, but unfortunately it's not the big devil's seat. Why do you want to eat every day?" Qingfeng took out a gun, and without thinking about it, it was a shot. The bullet was like an invisible king of hell, and quickly blew up the head of one of the Scorpion brothers, and it fell on the spot. Brains are all over the place. The other Scorpion brother was stunned for a moment and said angrily, "Big brother, damn it, you actually killed my eldest brother. I want you to pay for your life." After saying that, he came to Qingfeng's front in an instant, and the tail behind him was ready to go. Quickly stabbed towards the heart of the breeze. Qingfeng dodged his attack without panicking at all, and looked back with a shot. Killed with another shot. "WDNMD, I'm up. It's a shot. What is there to say? Can't you just escape, and you lost your life in vain? How can the big devil escape with AK?" The greasy strong man felt something was wrong when he saw his brother being shot, and he stole behind his brother to observe the situation. Is it really fake? But when he saw his brother fall again, I was shocked to see that Qingfeng had already aimed AK at him. He also knew that he was finished, but he was not willing to think fast in his brain. "Oh, what kind of weird weapon is that? The power is too great. If there is no weapon, we won't be like that. Is there no way to deal with it? Wait a minute. That weapon seems to be similar to a bow and arrow, and the main power is not from that Tianjiao, so I can pretend to get closer. Then quickly kill it and snatch the weapon." The more the greasy strong man thought about it, the more feasible it became, and just when Qingfeng was about to shoot, he stretched out his hand and said, "Wait a minute. Kong face." Qingfeng looked at him in surprise. The greasy strong man was also relieved to see Qingfeng put down his weapon, and pretended to be alone and said, "I know I am going to fall here. I want to know your weapon. What is it called?" After saying that, he got a little closer to the breeze. "Yu Qingfeng." Qingfeng guessed the actions of the greasy strong man at once, and he actually had acting skills in front of god-level acting skills? "I don't know if it's alive or dead. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you." Qingfeng launched his god-level acting skills and said, "Since you want to know, I'll tell you, this thing is called a gun." "Gun? Really a good weapon. Can I get up close?" "Don't worry, I have absolutely no ideas. What kills you within 7 steps, then takes your gun, kills all directions, and finally escapes?" "I definitely don't think so. Yu Qingfeng, 7 steps away. I'll let you dispose of it after reading it." The greasy strong man still said in that tone, "Yu Qingfeng." The water friends in the live broadcast room are complaining wildly. "God is up to you after watching it, and your TM has told you the plan. No, let's cherish it. This kind of great intelligence has been extinct for a long time." "Ha ha, I'm going to be laughed to death. Are the races in the dungeon so funny? 7 steps away. I'm afraid you don't want to fart. This distance is a diamond-level master again, and he can snatch the weapon from the Great Demon King's hand in an instant." "That's right, the Great Demon King will definitely refuse." "Yes," Qingfeng said flatly. Netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. The greasy strong man is eye-catching. "Don, it really happened." He slowly came to Qingfeng, just 7 steps away. After coming here, his face changed almost instantly, and his vicious face was revealed, and he said, "You are really stupid. Don't you see that I am lying to you? 7 steps away, your gun is fast, then within 7 steps. Hey, bring your stupidity to see hell." After saying that, he came to the back of the body within 0.1 seconds. Both hands are like sharp knives slashing at the breeze. Just when the greasy strong man man thought he had succeeded. Xingfeng appeared behind him, pointed the gun at his head and said, 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is fast and accurate, and pulled the trigger. With a gunshot, it resounded through the sky. The greasy strong man's whole head exploded. Ha ha, within 7 steps, the gun is fast and accurate. I didn't know how to refute this sentence for a while. 7 inches outside the shot is not accurate. Within 7 centimeters, the shot is fast and accurate. Who drove the car here? After solving it, Xingfeng stretched out a thumbs up and said to the water friends in the live broadcast room, brothers, don't get used to this kind of cerebral palsy. Blowing them up is a dog's head. And if you encounter other races in the dungeon, they have to say don't believe it, be vigilant, or TM vigilant. My one is a good example. Okay, that's all for today's small class. We wasted our precious 5 minutes just now. After Xingfeng finished speaking, he summoned the shadow guards to destroy the main altar. Did the great demon king actually take risks and deliberately teach us to do that? I was really moved. I remember, but I can't get into the dungeon. I'm tired of the life of intrigue. Even though I'm a billionaire, I'm not happy at all. Whoever urines poison, come and wake him up. Don't go to diabetes, don't let him taste the sweetness. The breeze came to the main altar, touched the dust around him and took a closer look. It was found that there were countless skull carvings under the main altar, and above it was a red translucent crystal, in which a lot of red liquid was gushing. It seems to be a cycle, and it seems to be supplying energy. Xingfeng took out the AK and fired a burst of fire, and a magazine was empty, but the main altar was still unharmed. How should this thing be destroyed? Xingfeng said. One of the shadow guards stood up, took out a piece of talisman paper, stuck it on it, and said, the altar needs star-level power to be completely destroyed. This is the star radiance explosive fu given to us by the Lord. Our worst plan is to encounter a strong enemy. We will sacrifice ourselves to blow ourselves up, forcibly exchange 1 life for a main altar, and then the remaining 6 shadow guards will do their best to protect you. I thought it would be very difficult, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. Now that the explosive talisman has been attached, we can go to the next location. Xingfeng nodded. Fog grass, this is really too ruthless. This is 4 diamond-level powerhouses. Kyushu and other big countries will not lose it if they want to. The loss is huge. The Lord seems to have made up his mind, and he really won't give up until he doesn't destroy. Yes, a diamond-level beast tide scared us enough to choke. Xingfeng typed and said, actually, it's nothing. The Lord has a lot of diamond-level shadow guards, and only 4 people have been lost. It can only be a little itchy for the Lord. The main combat power is still the star level. I met a star level shadow guard a few days ago, but unfortunately he is a mute. That's why we don't have a star level powerhouse to accompany you. Now the strong of Xingyao should fight to the death in the desert city? Now the desert city is the most dangerous. If you are unlucky, you may accidentally catch a star level powerhouse with all your might. So our attitude towards dungeons must not be taken lightly. Research department, that's right, the dungeon has only appeared for a few years, and the warriors and superpowers have only appeared for a few years. How can our more than 10 years of heritage be compared to their millions of years of heritage? Yes, but we are also amazing. In just over 10 years, there is an extraordinary powerhouse. Xingfeng was not looking at the barrage, turned around and yelled at the sky, Bai Qi, don't patrol anymore. Hurry up and pick us up. We are going to the western altar. Hurry up. Bai Qi, who was still patrolling in the air, was stunned and responded, okay, young master. Soon, a giant platform full of forts appeared in everyone's sight, and Xingfeng made sure that the shadow guard and Boss Han had arrived, and then said, woohoo, take off. In this way, Bai Qi flew to the west with everyone. After flying for about 10 minutes, the shadow guard also felt that it was almost over, so he triggered the star glory level explosive talisman. 2 seconds later, there was a huge explosion behind him, in the middle of the night. Gorgeous and spectacular, like a night-light mushroom cloud slowly rising. After 3 seconds, the airwaves swept thousands of miles away. The clouds in the sky covered by the night are also visible to the naked eye. Fog grass, so beautiful. Art is explosion, art is Patrick. Is this the power of the star class? I didn't have a concept of Xingyao before, but now I have it, and that is a humanoid nuclear bomb. Xingfeng said in Versailles, it's okay, I feel average. Water friend, let me come first this time. I'm enough to wake him up with yellow urine. You Xingfeng. At this moment, another huge explosion came. Xingfeng looked in the direction of the explosion, and under full probing, he could also see a small red light, and a huge ceiling formation appeared in the sky. Shine non-stop. It seems that the energy supply has been lost and there is a bit of an imbalance. Seeing this scene, Xingfeng also smiled and said, it seems that everything in the plan is going well. Then we have to speed up too. Looking at this, maybe solving the 3 main altars can destroy the ceiling formation. Bai Qi, hurry up and speed up. Otherwise, I won't give you an artifact called Ding Ding in the future. After hearing this, Bai Qi also urged the ice condensation sword with all his might. Seeing Bai Qi, Xingfeng, who was working hard, he said, I didn't lie to you. Although this time it is a small platform, I believe that it will be the number of layers in the near future. As long as you practice according to my plan, even if you hold 250 layers with both hands, you can still be invincible in the world. Bai Qi nodded frankly.
frantically.
Netizens in the live broadcast room complained wildly.
Didn't Bai Chi always use Gatling in the fort?
That's right, so Bai Chi can still be invincible even if he holds something in his hands, as long as the turret is awesome.
Then he is not invincible in swordsmanship.
Bai Chi has been fooled and lamed by the great demon king. He firmly believes that this thing is swordsmanship, and it is not the same swordsmanship invincibility.
It seems to make sense. This is a pyramid scheme and brainwashed.
That's over. Brother Bai Chi is completely hopeless. Half an hour later, Xingfeng and the others also came to the west. The terrain was a valley, although there were no plants, but it looked very secret.
It's quite hidden. If it weren't for the map, I wouldn't really know where it was.
Xingfeng said, for Rem's death to go forward team, prepare to fight. After saying that, the Shadow Guard and Boss Han quickly went to court.
Boss Han also ordered a flower by the way.
When the water friends in the live broadcast room heard the name of this team, they looked like a subway grandfather looking at his mobile phone. Bai Chi came to the sky above them with the fortifications, like UFOs, one by one. The forts quickly aimed at the target. Just as he was about to shoot, Xingfeng said, wait a minute, let me give a few speeches, maybe it will be a little easier. He stood on the top of the turret and said, we are from the desert city. You must have guessed the purpose of our coming here. We have come to destroy the altar of the Lord.
If you don't want to die, you can leave now.
Some people below knew that the diamond-level powerhouse was not there, so they just slipped away, but some shouted, you can actually find this place. I've long seen that your desert city is not pleasing to the eye. Brothers, kill. Seeing their appearance, Xingfeng also shook his head. The moment Xingfeng shook his head, the machine gun battery was instantly aimed at them, and before the rebels could figure out what it was, a bullet came at them. Bullets rained down, and indiscriminate firepower coverage began. A small number of people surrendered and left directly, and the dead were those who were still resisting tenaciously. Xingfeng and others still held AKs where it was more difficult to fight. They would hit wherever they were.
After 10 minutes, the valley turned into a plain.
They pasted the explosive talisman and rushed to the main altar of the east to gather with the remaining 3 shadow guards. Halfway through the flight, the shadow guard also used the explosion talisman again, with an earth-shattering explosion sound. It also announces the destruction of the western main altar. The rune formation in the sky flashed again, this time more frequent than before, and the originally gorgeous red energy gradually became dim. Some runes around it also began to fall. The formation seems to be aging, it no longer has vitality and begins to collapse, and the energy is rapidly dissipating. In the end, it stabilized in black and red. Yu Qingfeng looked at the sky and said, it seems that we must solve 4 formations. Let's make a quick decision. The last altar is just around the corner. Bai Chi, put all these forts away and put them inside the ice condensation sword, and I and the shadow guards rushed over first. Pack up, hurry up. After saying that, Xingfeng, Ingui and others also jumped off the platform and flew forward rapidly. Only Bai Chi was left alone to clean up the fort on the spot.
10 minutes later,
when Xingfeng and the others were about to arrive at the oriental altar, a strong light suddenly shone in front of their eyes, accompanied by a powerful and frenzied airwave and a thunderous explosion, and they quickly stopped their pace.
Start resisting the impact. When the breeze stabilizes and looks forward,
a huge, magnificent and spectacular mushroom cloud appears.
He said to the audience in the live broadcast room, it looks like it's over. How about brothers, is it cool to see the explosion up close? Isn't it beautiful? 666. I have it for you. Screenshot. Everyone hurry up and take a screenshot. In the screenshot, the big devil is a bit of an eyesore. Can you get out of the way?
Xingfeng raised his head to look at the sky, and he wanted to enjoy the scenery of the complete collapse of the ceiling formation. At the next moment, Xingfeng was stunned, and the rune formation in the sky was still rotating, not even affected in the slightest.
What's going on? Xingfeng blurted out.
The water friends in the live broadcast room looked at the sky and found that the formation seemed to be still there.
The formation seems to be still sighing.
Why is the formation still there? Is it possible?
No blowing up? Why don't we retreat first? Yes, I have an ominous premonition.
Xingfeng's face gradually became solemn, and he opened his mouth to say to the shadow guards, it seems that the main altar has not been destroyed, and they seem to have changed.
With the blessing of my AK, could it be that the other party is a star-level powerhouse?
One of the shadow guards spoke. It seems that this should be the case. I don't have an explosive talisman on my body anymore.
Let's withdraw first. Xingfeng also nodded.
Just as they were about to leave, a gentle voice suddenly came beside him. I don't think you can leave yet. Xingfeng and the others reacted quickly and turned their heads to look. As soon as they turned their heads, they saw a handsome man with a somewhat gentle temperament appearing beside them. He was holding a fan in his left hand, dressed in blood, and there was a drop of blood and tears in his eyebrows. His right hand is holding 3 unconscious shadow guards.
Xingfeng was a little shocked.
He didn't know when this person came to him, and he didn't react at all. He focused his eyes on the 3 shadow guards in his hand.
Sure enough, something happened.
Seeing that there is no damage on this man's body, he must be a star-level powerhouse. No.
My star-level experience card is going to be used? I haven't even covered it yet.
Xingfeng quickly sensed the 3 shadow guards, and found that he was not dead but fainted, and he looked at Boss Han.
Han. At this time, Boss Han is as immobile as a mountain. He looked calm, but Qingfeng could see that the cigarette in his mouth was trembling. Where is this as immovable as a mountain? This is too scared to move. Qingfeng asked politely with a smile on his face, in Xiayan Xuanying, dare to ask your excellency? After hearing this, the man also looked at Yu Qing and said, in the lower Qin Shou, I just happen to have a problem. Ask you, do I want to know if you are in the same group as these three? Qin Shou said and raised his right hand. Show everyone the three shadow guards. What kind of ghost name is this? Qingfeng shook his head and said with a smile, no, we are just passing by. The live broadcast room started complaining directly without scruples. Qin Shou? Beast? The 49th floor is really twice as talented. I love it there. Ha ha, what the hell are these names? Is there really someone called a beast? The dungeon doesn't seem to have a human race, so it's not human. The bastard is Qin Shou, not a beast. No, how can a beast hold back a smile and say its name seriously? Look at me, everyone looks at me, everyone looks at me. I say one thing, I am a beast. Poof, ha ha. Qingfeng couldn't hold back his laughter. Originally, he could still hold back, but after watching the barrage, he couldn't hold back. Qin Shou was also a little puzzled when he saw Qingfeng suddenly laughing, but soon he understood, looked at Qingfeng with a smile on his face and said, you are very dishonest. If you don't know him, why are those people wearing the same clothes? Qingfeng said seriously, Senior, it is common for the clothes to be the same, and we still have to hurry. I will apologize first. After saying that, Qingfeng went all out to use his spiritual power to quickly run in one direction, and several shadow guards glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. The corners of Qin Shou's mouth twitched and said, do you think I'm a fool? After saying that, he gathered strength in his hand and instantly came to Qingfeng's face. If you raise your hand, you will attack. Seeing this, several shadow guards directly used their strength to the extreme, pulled the breeze away, and dodged this blow. Boss Han and the shadow guards saw that there was nothing to do, so they took out AK and began to sweep. Day. Qin Shou saw that those AKs were also quickly condensed into a protective shield of spiritual power, and those bullets that could shatter and penetrate the mountains and rivers also hovered in front of him. Then the bullets slowly fell to the ground. He also smiled slightly and said, it's useless to do the work. Foreign objects are foreign objects after all. After the shadow guards found that the bullets were useless, they also chose to fight closely. They took out daggers and long knives, and quickly attacked Qin. Qin Shou did not move at all. Easily taking over their all-out tricks, Qin Shou raised his fan and swept it gently, and instantly pushed the rest of the shadow guards away 100 meters away. The shadow guards quickly stood up in shape. Stand together and form a formation. The dark spiritual power burst out collectively, and a huge gap appeared in the air, and a kilometer-long giant dagger slowly appeared in the gap. Qin Shou was also slightly stunned when he saw it, but quickly returned to his previous calm appearance, and he said, it's only a few diamond peaks and 2 golden realm garbage, but you also have this kind of weird-looking weapon, and this kind of giant fusion spiritual skill. With this bit of strength, it's no wonder that it can uproot the 3 main altars. I do underestimate you a little. Leave you a chance to be a whole corpse. Tell me how those weapons came from. After saying that, Qin Shou's momentum skyrocketed, and the spiritual energy could completely compete with the giant dagger. He slowly stretched out a hand, and a blood-red giant palm also appeared. The palm was transformed by pure spiritual power, and the powerful aura formed a tornado raged around the palm. A strong sense of oppression hit. Mist grass, this beast is so crazy. This is a star-level powerhouse? It's over, let's have a meal. The star-level powerhouse is so terrifying. AK can completely resist. The big devil is really over now, and he won't really eat the banquet. It's outrageous. Is this dagger and this palm really a power that humans can master? If the great demon king had diamond-level strength, he would definitely be able to explode the hammer. The giant dagger was quickly condensed, and the shadow guards controlled the dagger to stab him fiercely, and at the same time said, young master, you go first. Let's hold him back. Rumble. The giant palm and the dagger collided together, and the sound of their collision was deafening, and Qingfeng and Boss Han themselves were knocked away. Qin Shou glanced at them, smiled confidently, and said, do you want to leave? Stay here. Another giant big hand condensed, attacking straight towards Qingfeng. Boss Han looked at the giant palm and was also desperate. Qingfeng came to Boss Han's side and said with a smile, Boss Han, what I said is right? Actually, there is really no danger. It's just 100 million points. Boss Han. I said brother when is this time? You are still joking with me here. Boss Han took out the bag of huazi and smoked it. He took a deep breath and said, little brother, I haven't been so crazy for a long time. I'll block this blow for you. You hurry up and go. Qingfeng's smile gradually froze. Boss Han continued, I have traveled south and north in my life, and I have experienced countless things. It has lived for hundreds of years. If you die, you will die. You can take these tens of millions of spirit stones. After saying that, Boss Han threw huazi, and his breath surged towards the direction of the giant palm and attacked with all his might. The boss must have a story too. To be honest, I like this boss quite a bit. Qingfeng was silent in place for 2 seconds, and slowly spoke, use the star experience card. In an instant, Qingfeng's strength skyrocketed. The realm level spans more than a dozen levels. In one breath, the strength of the breeze was raised to the peak of the stars. Qingfeng's body gradually divided into 4 shadows, and one of them flew rapidly towards the main altar of the east. Fog grass, how do I feel that the temperament of the great demon king seems to have changed, and there is an inexplicable sense of depression around me. Yes, could it be that the big devil is sad about the boss's sacrifice and has become sexy? The great demon king is going to turn black. Is this a point worth paying attention to? Haven't you noticed that shadow? Fog grass, what the hell is this? If I'm not mistaken, the great demon king seems to be a water type ability. Research department, is this a dual line ability? Mist grass, no. An unprecedented dual system ability was born? Qingfeng slowly came to Boss Han's side. At this time, Boss Han tried his best to resist the giant palm. He saw that Qingfeng hadn't left yet, and he couldn't help but say, "What are you doing? Hurry up and escape. Maybe there is still a chance to survive." Judging from my years of experience, this Qin is definitely not an ordinary star-level powerhouse. Qingfeng nodded, then took out a pack of huazi and said, "Do you want one?" Before Boss Han could speak, he took it apart and took one out and put it on Boss Han's mouth. By the way, give him a point. Boss Han did not refuse to enjoy it, and after taking a sip, he said, "Hurry up." Before he finished speaking, the giant palm was cut off by Qingfeng's sword. Boss Han, water friends in the live broadcast room? Qingfeng showed his big white teeth, smiled, took out the spirit stone given by Boss Han, and a pack of huazi, and said, "I count what I say. If you say it's not dangerous to mix with me, then it's not dangerous." After saying that, the remaining 3 shadows of Qingfeng hurriedly came to Qin, and one of them gave him a big mouth. Qin? Star level. Are there still star level powerhouses around? While Qin was thinking, one of the shadows attacked his abdomen again, and the powerful spiritual power made Qin's spiritual power unstable. The giant palm of the hand disappeared. The giant dagger came crashing. Qin snorted coldly, picked up the fan and smashed the giant dagger with all his might. The powerful energy was vented everywhere, and the air around this area was scattered, creating a vacuum. Those shadow guards were seriously injured and vomited blood. Qin turned his head to look at Yu Qingfeng and said in disbelief, "What's going on? Why did you 2 gold suddenly become stars?" The breeze is thinking, this Qin is the peak of the stars? Wrong. It's half a step extraordinary. Finished. I can't pretend to be in front of Boss Han. Qingfeng sighed and said, "Sister, you take them away first." After saying that, Qingfeng controlled the clone and quickly took them away. The same goes for the 3 fainting shadow guards. At this time, Boss Han and the shadow guard looked confused. They looked at Qingfeng's back in great shock. There are thousands of thoughts in my heart. Qin looked at Yu Qingyi taking Boss Han and the others away, and hurriedly said, "I don't think any of you can get away." The blood red energy on his body burst out, and the blood red energy that seemed to cover the sky and the sun gradually condensed into a giant Qin. The giant fan in his hand exuded power all the time, and Qin looked angry and aimed in the direction of Qingyi and attacked. Ants go to death. The giant fan was thousands of miles long and flashed directly to the top of Yu Qingyi's head. Boom! With the giant fan slap, the entire earth trembled and shattered. Qingfeng didn't panic at all. Qin was hit by that blow, he resisted, and the rest of the people had nothing to do. Qingfeng continued to control the clones and quickly evacuated them. The clone and the main body have the same strength. They can fly tens of thousands of miles every second, fast to the extreme. After sending them to a temporarily safe place, the corners of Qingfeng's mouth are also slightly raised, and he opened his mouth to mockingly say, "You are nothing more than that. I let them go. They can go. No one has ever told you that you are dressed in machu, and an idiom is just right. Dressed beasts." The second blow of the fan also followed, and this blow was an attack on Qingfeng. At this time, Qin also knew that those ants had run away. If you want to catch up quickly, you must solve the trouble of Qingfeng first, and with Qingfeng's ridicule, he really can't hold back. That is, the defense is broken. Qingfeng looked at the giant fan and said calmly and mockingly, "Broken defense? Are you in a hurry? Are you in a hurry? Shut up for me." Qin really couldn't help but blurt out. His angry face appeared in front of him. Qingfeng smiled slightly, as if he thought of something fun. Continued to say, Yo, this is a break. I thought you were so ruthless. I didn't expect this. That's it. You are a beast. You are still a half-step extraordinary powerhouse. I didn't expect you to have such a bad mentality, and I don't know who you followed. With your mentality, your boss and your future wife have to beware of you. I'm afraid that one day you will turn on that little fan, secretly follow and kill her. After reacting, I had to go to the small bridge cave to cover the quilt and cry secretly. The fan Qin was holding was getting tighter and tighter. You are so vicious. No, I didn't break the defense. My heart defense line is very high, Qin explained. Qingfeng said, yes. I didn't break the defense. Yes. Ha ha ha. The fog grass laughed me to death. Yin and Yang strange chi in the dungeon is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. There is no attack to attack, no retreat. Learned. What did you learn? Yes. Oh fart. The giant fan was condensed by Qin to the peak, and it was close to the extraordinary one-star blow. Qinglian sword song Qingfeng
spoke lightly. With the launch of the Qinglian sword song, everything around began to change, and countless cyan lotus flowers flew up again.
The surrounding space is broken. The field directly covered the distance of thousands of miles, and the sword marks were engraved throughout the field, full of sword intent. In that case, come on.
Qinshuo's giant fan was instantly cut off by tens of millions of swords. The three shadow clones carried swords and used the Qinglian sword song to rush towards Qinshuo.
His huge figure gradually faded.
Qingfeng was behind him, condensing the bow and arrows and aiming with water explosive arrows, and said, "You Mahler Gobi is just half a step extraordinary, give you awesomeness.
The things I hate most in my life are two kinds of people. One is pretending to be in front of me, and the other is not letting me pretend."
After saying that, the water explosion arrow condensed by the star-level spiritual power instantly hit Qinshuo, and the nuclear explosion-like explosion swept away.
"Aha!" Qinshuo screamed.
As the explosion light disappeared, Qinshuo's figure also reappeared, and at this moment his eyes were red, staring at Yu Qingfeng like a hungry wolf.
He put away the fan in his hand,
took out his long sword and pointed at Yu Qingfeng and said, "You can force me like this, you are very good, Yan Shuangying.
I took your life."
The blood-red kilometer giant sword fell from the sky. Qingfeng unhurriedly controlled the shadow and secretly came behind Qinshuo, and then got into the shadow and came behind Qinshuo, using the Qinglian sword song to pierce his chest. Qinshuo looked at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief, quickly retreated a certain distance, and said to him, "You actually attacked. You don't talk about martial arts. I advise you to take care of yourself."
Qingfeng said, "Where is there a despicable or not despicable in a duel? Have you watched too many cartoons, or have you been comfortable for too long?"
"Aha!" Qinshuo said through gritted teeth.
After saying that, his breath skyrocketed. The wound on his chest that was pierced by the breeze gradually condensed, and he said a little crazy, "If you don't die today, my Taoist heart is not smooth."
Qinshuo was embarrassed at this time, and he didn't look like a gentleman before. In an instant, Qingfeng's heart suddenly stopped beating.
It seems to be suppressed by some kind of coercion. Qingfeng watched Qinshuo find that his aura was constantly improving, and everything around him seemed to become dim.
Qinshuo in front of him seemed to be transcendent to everything,
become the master of everything.
The transcendental breeze burst directly out. Qinshuo laughed wildly and said, "It seems that you also have some knowledge. I overdraw all my potential and break through to the transcendent realm.
It's all about killing you. You should feel honored."
Qingfeng looked at the time of the experience card. There were still 3 minutes. Decisively bought a star-level experience card again.
Madman.
After the breeze scolded, he wanted to slip away.
"It's over, now it's time to eat the banquet." Probably not. The current realm of the Great Demon King should be Starlight. It's only one realm apart, so there shouldn't be any big deal. Research department, no, this is different.
One layer of realm and one layer of sky. The gap between Xingyo and the extraordinary is like a moat. If the extraordinary is really so easy to break through, then Qinshuo will not spend all his potential to break through. In addition, Yu Qingfeng's realm should be forcibly improved through some means, not his own strength.
Yu Qingfeng, I'm afraid. It's hard to escape." Qingfeng turned around quickly and ran in one direction at an extremely fast speed.
After laughing, he immediately came to Qingfeng, grabbed Qingfeng's neck and said, "It's useless, no matter how you escape, it's useless.
The gap between realms is not so easy to fill."
After saying that, a sword is about to pierce Qingfeng's chest. The breeze spiritual power is running at full strength, quickly drilling into the shadows. Drilled out of one of the 3 shadows. Before I let my guard down, I felt a slight cool behind Qingfeng.
No way. This speed is deceptive. Qinglian sword song.
Qingfeng condensed the long sword with water, quickly turned around and stabbed Qinshuo. Qinshuo caught the blow abruptly, and he smiled and said to Qingfeng, "Now my spiritual power is all over the world.
I can know where you are." Fog grass, extraordinary. It's too exaggerated. It's over, barbecue.
But Qingfeng didn't panic too much at this time, because he had already thought of a way to deal with it. Previously, he was just testing the extraordinary power, and Qingfeng was surprised to find that it was not impossible to fight, although the gap was very large. But he still has a backhand in the Oriental altar, and he really can't beat it.
So now Qingfeng plans to consume his spiritual power first.
If you teleport past it this time, you may be pinched in an instant. Qinshuo continued, "If I'm not mistaken, your shadow can only control your line of sight, right? If you are out of sight, you will stay still." Qingfeng quickly retreated and said with a solemn expression, "Even if you break through the extraordinary, now your potential is exhausted.
In the future, it will only be a stronger ant in the dungeon."
Before Qingfeng could finish speaking, Qinshuo kicked Qingfeng in the stomach.
Qingfeng was kicked hundreds of meters away.
Qinshuo appeared in front of Qingfeng again and said, "That's why I didn't kill you at the first time. I want to torture you and let you know what pain is."
He kicked again.
Qingfeng dodged the blow, which surprised Qinshuo a little. Qinshuo watched Yu Qingfeng slowly fly into the air until he stood in the air. Yu Qingfeng, who was in the air, looked down at him and mocked, "I really thought I was pinched by you. I'm playing with you in front of you. Look at your face.
Isn't it just a breakthrough of the extraordinary? Look at you."
After hearing this, Qinshuo was not annoyed but laughed and laughed, sneering, "Ha, joke, I'm extraordinary now, you can play with me so much. Since you can still have a hard mouth, then I will cut off your arm first to see how hard you are." After saying that, he held his sword and was about to cut off Qingfeng's arm. He left an afterimage in place. The real body had already come to Qingfeng. He smiled slightly and raised the long sword above his head, just when he was about to cut it down. Qingfeng's eyes showed a trace of gaps. In the eyes of outsiders, the breeze is still like that, and there is no change in the slightest. But in Qingfeng's eyes, this slight gap has great power. In his eyes, everything around him is still. Qinshou in front of him slashed at him in slow motion. Qingfeng looked at Qinshou, and then secretly said in his heart, "Is this the power of the Starshine level to activate the annihilation ability? Not bad. Enough to deal with this beast. It's time for me to pretend." Qingfeng quickly clicked on the recording screen with the system group and then slowly said, "Qinglian Sword Song, Dragon and Snake Dance Steps." He stepped out and easily dodged the slash. The sword technique and the dragon and snake dance steps are combined with each other, and a blue lotus flower will be born under every step. Qingfeng's hand condensed the water sword and stabbed straight at Qinshou. Qinshou was stabbed again in the chest and was knocked back a few hundred meters. He touched the blood flowing out of his chest. His face was shocked, and he looked at Yu Qingfeng in the air incredulously. He couldn't accept it, gritted his teeth. "What's going on? Your speed is so much faster at this sudden, and that's how you see me. My speed is at least 1,000 times faster than you." The blow just now did not pierce Qinshou's body, but it also pierced his skin, leaving a sword mark on his chest. This is difficult to accept for Qinshou, who is in an extraordinary realm. What happened just now? The situation was reversed so suddenly. Am I missing something again? Missed grass. Can anyone tell me this is reasonable? A transcendent person was injured by a star flare? If the great demon king can survive, he will definitely become extraordinary in the future. That's right, and it's also the kind of deterrent level extraordinary powerhouse. The pattern is small, we have to expand the pattern. In the future, at least he will be a proud powerhouse, and maybe even a king. Yes, the first king of our mankind is likely to be the great demon king. Scientific Research Department, Yu Qingfeng is indeed amazing. He deserves to be the first genius of 10,000 years. But the gap in realm is there after all. Even the worst transcendent is extraordinary. Hearing Qinshou's question, the corners of Qingfeng's mouth curled up slightly, and his mind moved, and the sword path followed him, and then condensed 10 water swords to float behind him. Although it is useless, it is pretending. It's one thing to be able to beat or not, but handsomeness is a lifelong thing. Yu Qingfeng made a confident momentum, raised his arrogant head, and said, "Alas, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, in exchange for really distrust, but now I don't pretend, I'm having a showdown." Looking at the swords behind him, they floated gorgeously behind him and began to turn, coupled with the arrogant temperament released by the breeze, which made Qinshou a little confused, and he couldn't help but start to be suspicious. This battle, and those swords, does this kid really have any trump cards? If there were no whole cards, how would he dodge my blow? The swords floating behind him, although I don't know what power they have, but they must be extraordinary to have such a battle. While Qinshou was still thinking, Qingfeng continued, "I have been testing you before. I want to feel what power you have. I originally thought you were so strong and awesome. I didn't expect that's it. To be honest, you're really embarrassed. The extraordinary I have seen is more awesome than you. What is my realm? What is your realm? I'm only 3 stars of gold. I think you are the first person to be beaten by gold in the past few years. Presumably you are semi-finished. And extraordinary. Alas, after all, it is a forced breakthrough that consumes potential, so I don't ask for too much from you. But can you not be so crazy before doing things? Although it is not illegal to pretend, it is your fault to pretend to force in front of me." Qingfeng turned on the mockery again, making Qinshou more and more annoyed, almost losing his mind. But Qinshou was trying his best to suppress his angry emotions. "Is he provoking me? Is there really a killer trick trump card? No, you must not be fooled, you must stay sane. Ah, the mouth of the great demon king is still poisonous." Our comrade launched the telegram again. Qingfeng scolded for 1 minute, but was surprised to find that Qinshou was indifferent. How could this fool suddenly become so calm? Isn't it usually unbearable to scold a few words? Since you don't take the initiative to attack, let me come. He couldn't figure out the key, so he took the initiative. Qingfeng closed his mouth and slowly said to Qinglian Sword Song and Tsunami. A surging spiritual power erupted. The surrounding scene changes again. This time is a little different from before. It is no longer a green lotus pond with high mountains, but a vast sea, and there is an empty island in the middle of the sea. On the empty island is the green lotus pond. The cyan and blue energy shone in front of him, like the supreme true god here. Qinshou also said in shock, "Field, dual field, is this your trump card? Fog grass, dual field? The great demon king is awesome. With unprecedented dual abilities, the unprecedented dual field." Asked who in the world could compare with him. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast, and I showed him the live broadcast of the big devil, and she knelt down with me to watch the live broadcast. Too strong. How many whole cards does he have left? You say, is there a possibility that is the big devil will win? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing that Yu Qingfeng did not answer, Qinshou also said, "Don't think that you are the only one who who has a domain. Yin Xuanying, I will kill you today.
Blood is in the sky. Qin Shou's body was also shrouded in blood-red energy.
Over the originally calm sea, blood-red clouds suddenly appeared. There are more and more red clouds, and soon they cover the entire sky.
Even the seawater on the ground showed signs of red.
The green lotus gradually rose into the sky, and the strong wind hit. The originally calm sea level began to become extremely manic. The strong wind driven by the green lotus gradually condensed into the sea tornado. Violent storms, giant tornadoes on the sea directly in the sky. The blood-red clouds swept the sky. The blood-red clouds were gradually absorbed by the sea tornado, and the surroundings of the tornado were gradually shrouded in blood-red dark clouds, all of which looked extremely shocking.
This is the collision of fields and fields.
Qingfeng looked at the blood-red energy surrounding Qin Shou's body, thought for a while and said, "Your energy is not as cool as mine."
After saying that, the breeze also showed the blue, light blue, and cyan energy of the body. You can even switch back and forth. Qin Shou. Fog grass, this picture is really shocking. Yes, is this the world of the strong?
No wonder many people say that a star-level powerhouse can slaughter a city by himself. I have never believed it. I believe it now.
Zhua, the big devil, is simply an atmosphere destroyer.
I was worried about him just now, and I laughed out loud when he said the next sentence.
Walking RGB lights. Research department. The power of this tsunami is very huge, worthy of his disciple. Tsunami? Listening to the Kyushu Scientific Research Department, it seems to know this field? Are you stupid? I know everything.
We in Kyushu only have one person in the field, that is, the vice principal of the magic capital, one of the 4-star level powerhouses in Kyushu. Zhua, the background of the big devil is also very big. Understand, my poor strength turns out to be that there is no famous teacher to guide me, so I will go to the magic capital Wu University to intensify.
Qingfeng didn't look at the barrage.
At this time, he stared at Qin Shou and found that Qin Shou's shelf had not yet been attacked, and it seemed that he was about to compete in the field.
But Qingfeng doesn't want this.
After all, the experience card lasts for a limited time, plus only 900 million popularity points on his body, which is enough to buy 7 or 8 stars.
I can't afford a transcendent experience card. He doesn't plan to waste any more time.
3 shadows were condensed again, and the shadows were sent to attack Qin Shou, and Qingfeng used Han Yu's hand behind him, and the hand gradually became frozen.
The water explosion arrow condensed in his hand again.
Qin Shou also sneered when he saw it, pinched the arrow while avoiding the shadow and said, "Yen Xuanying, I already know your weakness.
I should have thought of this. Since this strength is not yours, there must be a time limit. I just need to spend it with you. Anyway, you can't run away now. I won't fight you no matter what." Qingfeng was also slightly stunned after hearing this, and couldn't help but blurt out, "Mist grass, when did you become so smart? I thought you were a big fool. Calm down, be calm."
Qin Shou's anger gradually calmed down again, looked at Yu Qingfeng and said, "Yen Xuanying, no matter how provoked you were so angry with me, my current mentality is good." Qingfeng said, "Indeed, looking at your appearance, you do have a bit of brains.
But that's it."
Qin Shou said with a proud look on his face, "Now I will not be affected by you at all. As long as you provoke me, I can't help but kill you. I committed suicide on the spot. I swear by my great way." After saying that, Qin Shou's body suddenly flashed.
This is the proof of the oath of the great way. Qin Shou didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all, but looked at Yu Qingfeng triumphantly and said, "So, now you know my determination. I'm like this. You want to provoke me? No way. Now I am waiting for your strength and realm to fall. Where you go, I will go, until you return to the Golden Three. These days have made you live in fear all the time, and when the time comes, I will cramp and torture you uncontrollably." Hearing this, Qingfeng was stunned on the spot. It was not that he was afraid, but that his brain was washed away by this cerebral palsy remark, and after reacting, he said with a strange smile, "Fog grass, what kind of cheap request are you?" You must know that in the first few seconds, Qingfeng was about to use the supreme middle finger. As a result, this one came out in the next second. Sure enough, the plan can't keep up with the changes, and the previous plan can even be not implemented. Qingfeng really couldn't help but laugh and said, "Awesome, I wanted to praise you for being a lot smarter before. Now pretend I didn't say anything. Your little operation is simply like a sparrow pecking at a cow's butt and a bird eating / awesome." Qin Shou? Before he could figure out what Qingfeng was laughing at, he saw Yu Qingfeng slowly stretch out a hand, divine energy radiating in his hand. His body was shrouded in golden energy again. Qin Shou immediately stood on guard, but the first thing he did was to stabilize his heart. After all, he had just sworn an oath with the Great Way. If you really can't help it, you really want to commit suicide, and Qin Shou inexplicably regrets seeing the movement of Qingfeng. An ominous premonition hit me. Seeing that Qin Shou was waiting for him, Qingfeng also smiled and said, "You are extraordinary, and you are still so wary of me. Isn't it a bit overkill? It's just that good for you. Besides, I'm not a killer move. Just wanted to show you the gorgeous middle finger." After saying that, Qingfeng immediately showed a middle finger. Supreme middle finger. Shine divine. Fog grass, what is this? Sluggish emote, JPG. Jean Cancan's middle finger? Qin Shou looked at the middle finger that was not threatening, and there was an an inexplicable mood in his heart to cut him, and this thought quickly filled his mind. I can't get rid of it like this. In my mind, the insulting words of Qingfeng, yin and yang, came out of my mind over and over again. It was the previous oath that made him so sober. But that's only a little sober. At this time, Qingfeng could already leave and ran and leave, but he didn't do that. It wasn't that he died, but now there was a way to kill him. If you leave now, I'm afraid there will be disaster. The principle of cutting grass and roots is still clear. It's okay not to learn a little killer move, but to learn taunting. What do you think? Qingshou staggered forward and took a step back, roaring angrily. But in the end, he held back his anger. Seeing him like that, Qingfeng was a little surprised. He knew the power of the supreme middle finger, and the taunt value was as high as 300%. Haoran's righteousness is useless. Thinking of this, Qingfeng's expression became weird again, looking at Qingshou with deep meaning. Qingshou looked at Qingfeng's smile and instantly felt uneasy. The smile was also used before. Do you want to use it again? No way. At this moment, Qin was coaxed. He hurriedly said, Yan Shuangying, if you have the ability, don't use your supreme middle finger. Isn't it good to have a mouthful of kung fu? Qingfeng coughed and said seriously, you're right, I won't use that kind of thing again, it really affects fairness. After all, I, Yan Shuangying, am not a devil. Qinshou's eyes also lit up after hearing this. Agreed? This request can be agreed to? It seems that this Yan Shuangying is just a smart person on his own. He can't be ridiculed. What if he uses that trick again? I'm afraid I'm really going to commit suicide at that time. Once you violate the oath of the Great Way, your cultivation will be completely scattered, and at worst, you will die and disappear. Damn it, if I knew this kid had this kind of mockery power that made people lose their minds, I won't be either. Alas. Thinking of this, he said to Qingfeng quietly, Yan Shuangying, since you can agree, you must also have some gentlemanly demeanor. I will remember you after you die. Before Qinshou could finish speaking, Qingfeng interrupted. What does it mean to have a gentleman's demeanor? I am a gentleman myself. After hearing this, Qinshou also laughed and said, as long as you are a gentleman, if you are a gentleman, I will never believe it. Even if you are nothing more than a hypocrite. Qingfeng stretched out his index finger, shook his head, raised his arrogant head, and said arrogantly, you are just your words and deeds, and you scold people from time to time. My young and pure heart has been bullied by you. You must be a black-bellied. I like to pretend, I will never give up in order to achieve my goal, and I like to tease the old so next door. You have no evidence. You are spitting blood. Qinshou said angrily. Qingfeng smiled slightly and said, isn't it? I have a witness. If you don't believe it, go to the 50 floors and ask. Who doesn't know my name? My identity as a gentleman is solid. The whole city knows my deeds. Besides, the gentleman's behavior is naturally accompanied by Haoran righteousness. Do you have Haoran righteousness? You are an evil garbage. You can only think about it. Even if there is, it is an insult to Haoran righteousness. Qinshou held back his anger and clenched his palms and said, as long as you still have Haoran righteousness, you like to engage in sneak attacks, and you still scold people and spit blood. If you have the ability, you can use it and let me see. I don't believe it. If you have Haoran righteousness, I will let you go. I swear by the Great Way. For all. At this time, Qingfeng was about to laugh crazy in his heart. It looks like the farce is coming to an end. I'm still being cautious. The plan I pulled down before is still enabled. Qinshou, I see how you can escape this mortal situation. He smiled kindly and said to Qinshou, this is what you want to see. If something happens, you will bear the consequences yourself. After saying that, all the spiritual power in Qingfeng's body was used, and all the magical skills that could not be used a few times were used one by one. Dragon and snake dance steps, cold jade hands, green lotus sword songs, tsunamis, energy capture, running very handsome, shadow clones, almost directly used most of the whole cards. The realm that was still resisting each other to achieve some kind of balance instantly rioted again, and spiritual power swept around. A powerful energy vortex centered on the breeze runs through the entire field. Qinglian gradually condensed tens of millions of swords, and the surrounding sea suddenly rose, forming a giant tsunami 5,000 meters high, and the 7 sea tornadoes as huge as a level 18 typhoon were also gradually moving closer to the direction of Qinshou. 3 shadows. 2 were around Qingfeng, and the other was behind Qingfeng, and these killer spiritual powers were aimed at Qinshou all the time. Qingfeng's body is also in the best state. Around him, cyan energy, red energy, black energy, golden energy, blue energy, light blue energy, and turquoise energy all surrounded Qingfeng. A word that doesn't fit the big move. Isn't it said that Haoran is righteous? What about Haoran righteousness? Who is it? Who caused the light pollution? So cool. Fog grass, is it really a walking RGB light? It's over. This is a heartbeat. Where can I buy the same ambient lights as the big devil? If I go to Jump D like this, I will definitely become the most beautiful boy, and if I can shake my hand, I will be the little prince of the nightclub. Qinshou? A powerful sense of oppression hits. Qinshou immediately became wary, looked at Yu Qingfeng, who was in the energy center, and said, isn't it looking at Haoran righteousness? Yan Shuangying, what do you mean by this? Can't you get out of Haoran's righteousness, angry, and want to fight me desperately? Qing Feng smiled and said, naturally, it's not to fight with you, but to prevent you and me from fighting desperately. Qin Shou didn't understand what Qing Feng said, but the next moment, Qing Feng slowly spoke, Haoren Jingqi, with the blessing of Xingyao's strength. This sound directly echoed throughout the 49th floor. The chaotic desert city powers and other city powers all looked in the direction of Qing Feng. Among them, the two extraordinary who led the uprising looked at the lord of the 49th floor angrily and said, you damn it, you actually sent half a step of extraordinary power to sneak attack our main altar. Ah, despicable. Quick, retreat. The lord was also stunned for a moment and then quickly reacted and said, my desert city, can you leave if you want? Let's end it together today. Leave it all for me. A powerful aura coercion swept through the entire rebels. Qin Shou heard these shocking words. The facial expression is also a little dull. Does he really have righteousness? But even if it really is, so what? The big deal is to let him go first and then find him, right? Feeling the white light, Qin Shou immediately looked at Yu Qingfeng, and the next moment he was stunned. I saw that Qingfeng's body was covered with white light. A righteous gentleman's breath arises spontaneously, transcendent everything. It seems that Yu Qingfeng is doing the right thing. Qin Shou's eyes stared at Yu Qingfeng intently, a little sluggish, and said, it's really righteous. This kind of gentleman, I want to let him go. No, why do I have this idea? This Haoren righteousness is wrong. Qin Shou immediately reacted. As an extraordinary person, he clearly felt that his body and emotions were inexplicably driven by this Haoren righteousness. When he came up with this idea and then looked at the righteousness, a deep sense of disgust hit me. It was completely different from the previous feeling. It seemed that everything had changed since the thought of discovering that something was wrong with Haoren's righteousness. Qin Shou's whole person went down instantly. There is no clear consciousness in his head, only deep hatred for Qingfeng. The next moment, Qin Shou was no longer in place. Yu Qingfeng, who had already been prepared, instantly opened his eyes and clearly saw that he had come not far from him. The corners of his mouth hooked slightly. Tens of millions of Qinglian swords attacked Qin Shou, and due to the blessing of Haoren righteousness, the power of the Qinglian sword was close to half a step extraordinary. The giant tsunami began to surge and rushed in the direction of Qin Shou. The shadow clones on the left and right sides of Qingfeng went out with all their might, dragging Qin Shou, and of course one of the black shadows died instantly. At the moment when he killed the shadow, the corners of Qin Shou's mouth began to bleed. His body began to collapse a little. The strong pain gradually made Qin Shou wake up, and he looked at the killer moves intercepted around him with a confused face. Immediately released the spiritual power to resist. The strong energy condensed by the strong wind was like a sharp knife, shredding Qin Shou's clothes. Not far away, the breeze saw the smooth Qin Shou also open the mosaic. The rest of the live broadcast system will be automatically adjusted. Ah, what do you mean by this? I treat you as a brother, but you guard against me? No, lady, you also guard against it? Isn't it, a gentleman also guards against it? No, you also guard against the Japanese referee. While Qin Shou resisted these killer moves, the memory of losing his mind before also flashed in his mind. He barely stabilized his figure, and roared angrily at Qingfeng with an angry face, ah, Yan Shuangying, you actually made such a trick. It's a pity that you still have Haoren righteousness. Sure enough, the right path is just some hypocrites. You really deserve to die. After saying that, he breathed unsteadily and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Qingfeng smiled and mocked. What, isn't this what you want to see? Why is it blamed on my head? Qin Shou was not good at this time, and he retorted, but you didn't say that there is a problem with your righteousness. Qingfeng smiled and said, you didn't ask either. Qin Shou. His aura was disordered again, and his extraordinary spiritual power began to leak out. Those spiritual powers even hurt Qin Shou's body. Qingfeng turned his head and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, he has nothing to do with me like that. You have to testify for me. It's him who wants to see my righteousness, and I didn't force him. To be honest, I've never seen such a cheap request as him in my life. Ah, I'm sure I'm there. Poor Qin Shou, it's really miserable. Silence for a second. I feel that the great demon king has been premeditated, and it seems that he has been guiding Qin Shou from the beginning. Played by a gold in the palm of your hand. Qingfeng's words were very loud. It was not said secretly in the live broadcast room. Hearing these words, Qin Shou's face was ashen, angry, annoyed, resentful, and other emotions surged again. Among them, regrets or more. He regretted that he was fine, and what oath he had. Now that I have fallen to this point, after all, I made it myself. Now there are a bunch of killer moves around him, coupled with the leakage of spiritual power in the body, the blockage of the Tao heart and other problems, it is almost impossible to escape. Qin Shou's eyes gradually became fierce, and he gritted his teeth and said, Yan Shuangying, you are indeed very insidious. If I had known, I would have let you go. But it's all to this extent, and I know I'm going to fall here. In that case, then you can stay with me. He gave up resistance. The heart of the Tao collapsed instantly. The soul began to decompose, but he still forcibly urged the spiritual power, and blood began to rain in the sky. Every drop has a strong corrosive effect. The sea was rapidly corroded and turned blood red. Qin Shou raised his sword and pointed at Yu Qingfeng, reluctantly said, blood rain becomes a sword. Without any warning, blood-red giant swords appeared in the sky. The corroded sea of blood also condensed into a giant sword. Some of the great swords are thousands of meters long, some are only a few meters, and the distribution is different, but the aura emitted was the same. They are all extraordinary powers. They aimed at the breeze and cut the fault layers of air rushing in. Qingfeng took a few steps back, gradually entered the shadows, smiled and said to Qingshou, I won't play with you, you can play slowly in the same place. By the way, don't be so pretentious next time you come out, just like I'm plain and true. Qingfeng also used a supreme middle finger before leaving. Qingshou listened to what Yu Qingfeng said and witnessed the departing middle finger, although it was not harmful, but it is extremely insulting. His pupils dilated, his eyes were bloodshot, desperately perceived the location of the breeze. Finally, he sensed him in front of the main altar in the east. Horrified thought, how could he be there? When exactly was a shadow placed in front of the main altar of the east? Before he could think about it, Qingshou went all out to Yu Qingfeng's location, directly ignoring all the attacks, even if several of them penetrated his chest. At this time, the breeze did not destroy the main altar at the first time. Instead, he said in the live broadcast room, believe it or not, Qingshou came over in 2 seconds. Let's not destroy it yet. Destroy in front of him. Good and bad. I don't believe it. How could it still come if it's like that? Indeed, I don't feel like I should come over. It's all like that. How can it be returned? Qingfeng looked at the barrage and said, you don't believe it, do you? Then let's count 2 seconds. 1, 2. In an instant, Qingshou came behind him, raised his sword and slashed at Yu Qingfeng. Qingfeng easily dodged this blow, condensed a water sword in his hand, and used the Qinglian sword song to destroy the entire altar. Qingshou saw it and quickly stopped it, and scolded in shock, you dare. Before he finished speaking, he saw Qingfeng using the Qinglian sword song to easily cut down the altar. The altar was destroyed and exploded. The airwaves blew Qingshou up tens of meters. Yu Qingfeng only took a few steps back, and at this moment Qingfeng could see that Qingshou was already at the end of the crossbow. Countless small altars began to crack. The sky's brilliant blood-red formation began to collapse, decomposing little by little. The suppressed and sealed teleportation channel was restored again, far away. Boss Han and the other shadow guards looked at the sky in shock, unable to speak for a long time. Qingshou staggered up, his eyes were a little cloudy, blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, his hair was messy, and his white body was stained with lust. Like Attack on Titan, he looked at the altar that had been destroyed. Then he looked at Yu Qingfeng again, and roared angrily with an angry face, Yan Xuanying, you have to stay. The spiritual power of his body began to compress, and an extremely dangerous aura came. Yan Xuanying, let's die together. After Qingshou finished speaking, he ran towards Yu Qingfeng with all his might. Just when Qingshou was about to pounce on him and hug Yu Qingfeng, he died together. Qingfeng dodged sideways and his body entered the shadow again. He did not teleport away immediately, but stretched out his hand to make an orchid finger, and jumped his head at Qingshou's head. The sound of collapse echoed in the sky. After doing everything, the breeze immediately teleported away through the shadow. Qingshou's skull was instantly shattered, his consciousness fell into a coma, and his body was weak and spread directly to the ground. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Qingshou. She grabbed Qingshou's neck with one hand. The person looks gorgeous and has a noble lady's temperament at a glance. She lifted Qingshou up and looked at his head carefully, and finally said with interest, interesting. After saying that, the 7 yellow fox tails behind her moved. More and more people behind her. They all stood quietly behind the lady. If Qingfeng was here, he would definitely know that these people were all fox tribes. At this moment, Qingshou gradually woke up. When I opened my eyes, I saw that the lady was also shocked, tremblingly said, fox ears, 7 tails, are you foxes? Before he finished speaking, the woman thought Qingshou was too noisy and pinched his head. Qingshou's whole body became soft. She threw Qingshou aside. At this moment, a beautiful woman stood up behind her. She said to the lady, Mother, all the floors and channels are normal, we can set off. The lady looked at her and said sternly, Qingshue has said it several times, calling me patriarch by outside, this time is not child's play. After arriving in the desert city, you must not participate in the battle, just watch the battle behind the Fox clan. Also, when you encounter danger, you must use the jade talisman as soon as possible. Bai Qingshue smiled, quickly nodded in agreement and said, okay, I know. It's not that I don't know. By the way, Mother, I want to know if what the 9th princess said is true. Feng Yeshue is really on the 49th floor? Patriarch Bai nodded and said charmingly, well, if it's not wrong. He just laughed. Bai Qingshue? At the same time, Yu Qingfeng's whole body was paralyzed in the shadow of a stone, and he joked with the water friends in the live broadcast room, old irons, just ask you if you are awesome. It's just extraordinary. What's there to worry about? In the end, I didn't take care of it. Hurry up and brush up on the gift. If there is no gift, then move your little hands and report a little bit to the list. If the list is gone, report it to the second point of the list. List 1, no need. It's so strong that I broke out in a cold sweat several times. I still care about the humanoid RGB light. It is said that the brain collapsed and killed killed that Chin show? Haha, in the end, I saw that his whole body was in a mess. It should be dead. What a suffocating way to die.
From beginning to end, I have always been pinched by the Great Demon King. If I cut open the Great Demon King's belly, it will definitely be black, and so will my heart.
How is it possible? The big devil must be a big sunny boy. Xingfeng smiled and said, who are you putting aside this connotation? I'm a decent gentleman, understand?
You also saw the Haoren righteousness before.
Just ask which of you can practice Haoren righteousness.
This is all the result of my persistence and hard work. After saying this, the breath of the breeze began to shrink.
It's time for the star experience card.
His realm began to fall. He controlled Yuqingyi, clone, and told Boss Han and the Shadow Guards where he was. The rest of the time will stay in place honestly and fight with the water friends in the live broadcast room. At the same time, a sense of satisfaction surged in. This battle made Yu Qingfeng experience a long-lost sense of tension and oppression, and at the same time, he accurately realized that his strength was too weak. Xingfeng said secretly in his heart.
Although this time it is half extraordinary, but what about next time? After all, the strength is still not enough.
I originally thought it was an urban supernatural world, but I didn't expect this world to be so deep.
The real Gaowu world.
Xingfeng thought a lot when he was arguing with his water friends in the live broadcast room, and his restless heart gradually calmed down. And he took out the star-level spirit stone and said to the brothers in the live broadcast room, brothers, let's talk about it later.
It's time to practice, replenish your spiritual power.
After saying that, Xingfeng began to induce the spiritual power on the star level.
Spirit stone.
Just when Xingfeng was cultivating, he suddenly remembered that the live broadcast system seemed to be upgraded. So I turned on the live broadcast system in my consciousness.
He asked the live broadcast system, what have you updated the system? Ding, the live broadcast system updates the following content.
1. Updated the gift conversion popularity function. As long as someone in the live broadcast room gives gifts, half of the gifts will become popularity points. 2. Updated the mall lottery function. The host has a chance to draw good things. 3. Updated the guessing function. With certain gifts and money as bets, the live broadcast system will judge after the opening. The winning side will get double gifts and money, and the losing side will clear the bet. Note, the host can earn 10% of it. 4. The quality of items in the mall has improved. Note, the price is also more expensive. 5. Increase the three-dimensional sense of music. Increase 18K picture quality. Increase. Xingfeng was very speechless. In his heart, he secretly said that except for the first and the second, everything else was something.
The first one is okay. At least the gift can help my dad make money. The second, isn't it tailor-made for me, the European emperor?
In an instant, he became interested and simply didn't cultivate and recover by himself. Directly clicked on the system mall and then spent 100 W popularity to restore his strength to the peak. Xingfeng's originally somewhat haggard face instantly recovered.
The complexion was even worse than ever. Is this Tianjiao? How long did it take to complete the cultivation? I feel like I ate a kidney treasure tablet.
Xingfeng focused his eyes on the second lottery, clicked in without saying a word, and soon a luxurious treasure bag appeared in front of Xingfeng.
Next to it is a box.
There are a lot of small words on the frame with various prizes written on it. What cultivation experience cards, weapons, exercises, and daily necessities. It seems to be all-encompassing. Xingfeng looked at the lower right corner of the frame, the golden 800 million popularity value. So he said secretly in his heart,
time waits for no man.
At this time, my blood is strong, and my fortune is at the forefront.
At this time, I, the European emperor, don't draw. When will I draw?
Thinking of this, Xingfeng was going to turn on the live broadcast of the system group again, and when he was ashamed, he suddenly thought of the last time, so he silently chose the screen recording next to him,
then opened the system chat group to mute the ability lottery system.
After doing all this, Xingfeng let out a long breath.
Click to open the treasure bag. Booking, -1 million people's popularity value.
As the entire hint disappeared, the entire treasure bag picked it up, jumped into front of Yu Qingfeng, and then shook. It seems to shake out the contents.
The next second, a strong light emerges.
Order, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 popularity points. The air seemed to stand still at this moment, and the smile of the breeze was frozen on his face.
Xingfeng's original excitement was instantly reversed.
But the breeze did not attack. Instead, he said to himself, it's okay, Yu Qingfeng.
It's okay. It's like this at the beginning, and it'll be good next time. By the way, I must not have put the BGM. Yes, it must be.
Thinking of the breeze here recovering again, I turned on the music playback function in the live broadcast room and chose a hand of good luck.
Stack 1,000 paper cranes. I wish you good luck every year. Good luck, good luck. The sudden BGM made the live broadcast netizens confused. What the hell? The Big Devil's playlist is really trendy. I thought the square dance and downstairs started again. This good luck is very touching.
Foggrass, I thought I had brought the wrong headphones, but when I took it down and took a closer look, it was indeed the 9 pieces of 9 free shipping headphones.
Sudden improvement. Could it be that the Big Devil is also a fanatic of scientific and technological inventions?
The discussion of the water friend friends in the live broadcast room, Xingfeng did not pay attention.
Instead, it stood still like a Western cowboy.
Just when the lyrics are just repeated, good luck is coming. At that time, Xingfeng said with a lightning speed, it's now.
Xingfeng clicked on the treasure bag again. Order, -100 popularity value.
Order, congratulations to the host for obtaining Bronze Experience Card *1.
It's okay.
Bronze level experience card blood earns no loss.
One more time. Order, -100 popularity value. Screams came and went.
Order, congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of cold stockings.
I don't believe it. I'll come again. Order, -100 popularity value.
Order, congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of bronze level spirit fruit.
Half an hour later,
Yu Qingfeng has spent nearly 50 million.
A total of 20 boxes of bronze level spirit fruits, 3 boxes of silver level spirit fruits, and 20 boxes of stockings, 3 bronze spiritual skills, 20 packs of harmless huazi. The rest are all thank you for your patronage. Xingfeng's hands gradually trembled. He took out the harmless huazi and lit up.
Although I haven't smoked, but at this moment, I am sorry for myself.
Put huazi in your hand and click the lottery again with trembling little hands. Order, -100 popularity value. Order, unfortunately, you didn't win anything. Oh heavens, earth.
Xingfeng lay on the ground and had nothing to love, and the water friends in the live broadcast room looked confused. It seems that something terrible happened to Yu Qingfeng.
They only saw that Xingfeng's expression was getting more and more solidified. The back was directly lying on the ground weakly. What happened to the great demon king?
Yes, his face is getting paler and paler. There seems to be a little mental problem, and the face of the big devil was still very rosy before.
It can't be that I ate a fake kidney treasure.
Just when Xingfeng was loveless, the ground suddenly shook, and a giant centipede appeared, and it roared at Xingfeng. Then he quickly climbed towards Yu Qingfeng. Xingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at the desert centipede, and then clapped his hands to figure out the key, and angrily scolded, okay, I'll just say why my luck is so bad. In the end, it turns out that you are the one who caused it.
Evil beast, look at the move.
After saying that, he condensed the water sword and used the Qinglian sword song.
Tsunami, energy seizure. Even if you die, you are whipping the corpse. Forget it, brother Kyoko. Forget it. Don't fight anymore. It's dead. It's over. I'm addicted to killing. This desert centipede is too. What are you messing with him for?
Little brother you, we're late. Just as Xingfeng was whipping the corpse, he suddenly heard Boss Han's voice. Look up. I saw Boss Han and other shadow guards smiling in the air and greeting Xingfeng.
Xingfeng also waved to them.
Boss Han landed in front of Xingfeng, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he paid attention to the desert centipede behind Xingfeng.
Unconsciously swallowed saliva.
He didn't dare to ask the specific reason. Xingfeng was the first to speak. You are here. Since we are here, let's go to the desert city to have a look.
Seeing that Boss Han seemed a little nervous, he patted him on the shoulder and said, I said boss, are you cowardly again? I've said it a few times. It's absolutely safe and secure to mess with me.
Don't worry, now that the floor channel has been opened, the reinforcements on the 50 floors should have arrived. We just go to take a look. Although it can't help much, it won't be wrong to take a look. Maybe the boss will break through to the star when you look at it.
Boss Han? Aw, yes, then brother you hurry up and go. Boss Han reacted and said.
Before they left, Boss Han and the shadow guard also looked at the desert centipede again, and they really couldn't think of what was going on here. Just as they were about to arrive at the desert city, Xingfeng suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a missing Bai Qi, so he asked, Boss Han, have you seen Bai Qi?
Just my sword spirit. Boss Han shook his head and said, it seems. No.
Xingfeng nodded and muttered to himself, since I didn't find it, forget it, let's go see what the desert city is like first. Anyway, it's the same with him or without him, it's just some popcorn in the sword. Soon, Xingfeng and the others came to a hillside and looked at the desert city thousands of miles away. At this time, the heroes of the desert city are fighting. One by one, the killer moves stood in the air. Some are huge fireballs, some are giant swords, and even many spiritual weapon formations.
At this moment, the Lord of the 49th floor is dragging 2 extraordinary people in the air.
Those 2 extraordinary are both strong men.
Body muscles knots.
Each of their attacks seem to complement each other. The Lord's hand condensed a giant cauldron, smashing towards the 2 extraordinary like a meteorite falling from the sky, and the powerful coercion instantly suppressed the others under the 2 extraordinary.
Some are rebels, some are their own people.
As the giant cauldron gets closer and closer to the 2 extraordinary, the coercion is getting bigger and bigger. Many people couldn't resist this coercion and burst on the spot. Only a layer of blood mist remains. The 2 transcendent people inexplicably had red energy on their bodies, and that energy pulled each other, so they forcibly resisted under each other's pull.
Xingfeng subconsciously murmured, is this sharing the damage?
2 extraordinary synthesized into one, complementing each other.
No wonder the Lord has no way to deal with them. Looking at their power, it's not a simple commodity. Hearing this, Boss Han nodded and said, this is how they forcibly killed many nobles in the desert city before. Arrogant to the extreme. In addition, it is not easy easy to use great magical powers in the city. Let them leave arrogantly.
Then it seems that these two extraordinary origins are also very extraordinary. A female voice suddenly sounded behind them, and Boss Han and the Shadow Guard quickly turned their heads to look.
The Shadow Guard and Boss Han instantly became vigilant. They are ready to make a move at any time. Who are you?
Qingfeng felt a little familiar at the first time, and when he was about to turn his head, he instantly thought about who the owner of this voice was.
Bai Qingxue.
Why is she here?
Qingfeng quickly took out the evil ghost mask from the space ring and brought it on.
Then he turned around and looked, and as soon as he turned around, Bai Qingxue jumped towards Yu Qingfeng. He felt a little confused when he felt the sudden hug. Bai Qingxue showed her beautiful eyes and said to Qingfeng with a smile, Feng Yeshua has not seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come to the 49th floor.
Fog grass, big news.
Aha, who is this vixen? My brother Qingfeng was hugged by her.
I haven't hugged it. Okay, Yu Qingfeng, we divorced. You actually had an affair.
He first cut off the sound in the live broadcast room and shifted the picture to the direction of the desert city, and then Qingfeng pushed Bai Qingxue away, touched his head awkwardly and said, yes, it's quite a coincidence. Just wanted to ask her why she was here. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw another figure, and Qingfeng turned his head and locked his eyes on that figure. At the same time, Qingfeng also found that the man was also looking at him.
The man was dressed gracefully and luxuriously, with a white fox fur coat and a pale gold seven-tailed fox seal engraved on the fox fur.
It's not much different from what I wore for him in September. Bai Qingxue followed Yu Qingfeng's gaze, and also smiled and said to Qingfeng, Brother Feng, you shouldn't know. Let me introduce you to you. This is my mother, the patriarch of our Bai clan.
The head of the Bai clan?
Then I understand why Bai Qingxue is here. It must be Patriarch Bai who brought her to see the world.
But how did they find me?
Qingfeng sorted out his clothes, and was graceful, and slowly walked to Patriarch Bai and said respectfully, I have seen Patriarch Bai. Patriarch Bai looked at Yu Qingfeng, then nodded, and said, You are Feng Yeshua, but I have heard Qingxue often mention you. Now it seems that he is indeed a rare pride of heaven. Not only is the realm improving rapidly, but there is also some kind of secret technique that raises the strength to the star level.
It seems that the magical powers he has are also extraordinary.
Presumably, the 9th princess has put a lot of effort into you. I also have to thank you for mentioning my family's Qingxue in the secret ruins. Otherwise, the golden natural material and earth treasure may have no chance with my family's Qingxue. After saying that, Patriarch Bai's charming eyes stared straight at him. Under her gaze, Qingfeng was inexplicably embarrassed. He could see Patriarch Bai's curiosity, and he had already felt this kind of gaze since the first time he saw September. Because it was the first time I saw September, September looked at him like this. Qingfeng said awkwardly, wherever and where, it is the Fox clan who should help each other. After saying that, she secretly said in her heart, could it be that she was also present when I killed Qinsho not long ago? So if she went back and told September, how should I explain it? Bai Qingxue next to her also nodded proudly when she heard this, and said in an adoring tone, yes, thanks to Brother Feng.
But Brother Feng, you've become so powerful now. It may be very difficult to catch up with you. Do you know that on the way I heard my mother praising you several times? Really?
Qingfeng also said with some surprise. Yes, I rarely see my mother speak so highly of outsiders, and I didn't expect you to be able to force an extraordinary person to death.
How did you do it?
You don't know, I begged my mother for a long time before she reluctantly brought me to find you.
When did Bai Qingxue talk so much? Okay, Qingxue.
At this time, Patriarch Bai also spoke, and Bai Qingxue also closed his mouth, but he still looked at Qingfeng with his beautiful eyes. When she saw Bai Qingxue like this, she shook her head helplessly, turned to Qingfeng and said, presumably, you should be curious about how we found you.
Actually, it's nothing. The main thing is that your Fox clan's aura is too heavy.
Coupled with the remnants of energy that flowed down from your duel with that extraordinary duel, it was relatively easy for me to find you. The main reason for looking for you is that Qingxue is too noisy, and she insists on letting me bring her to see you. Of course, I am still
a little selfish when I look for you.
The army prepared by the Fox tribe in advance is ready. You help me look at some green snow. Qingfeng understood, arched his hands and smiled. Please rest assured Patriarch Bai, leave this matter to me.
Patriarch Bai also nodded after hearing this.
She looked at Boss Han and the others who were still in a daze. Then it quickly disappeared in place. After Bai Qingxue was sure that her mother was gone, she also asked Qingfeng various questions again, and Qingfeng also had a headache. Just a few perfunctory words, but Bai Qingxue is still interested. Boss Han and the Shadow Guard glanced at each other, and also retreated silently. Before taking a few steps back, Qingfeng said, where do you want to go?
And Bai Qingxue, this is not the time to catch up. This is a rare time to see a powerful battle. We should observe and understand quietly. There is a chance to see me in the future,
but there are very few battles between such powers that can be seen. Hearing this, Bai Qingxue also endured the joy in her heart, and nodded and said, Brother Feng, I was abrupt. It's just that I haven't seen Brother Feng for a long time before, and I miss it very much. Qingfeng touched Bai Qingxue's head and said in a child coaxing tone, okay, do you have ingredients on your body? I'll make it for you.
Eat what? while watching. Bai Qingshue's eyes lit up when she heard what she was eating, and quickly took out a lot of ingredients and said, "Brother Feng, I have brought. The ninth princess said you love to cook. Let me bring you a little more ingredients when I come." Qingfeng was stunned for a moment and interrupted. "What did the ninth princess tell you?" She rummaged through the ingredients and said, "Yes, the ninth princess also said that you are doing a task on the 49th floor, and you will go back when you finish it." "You can go back with me then." September's careful thinking was quite beautiful, and Qingfeng laughed and said, "No, my task is actually not completed yet, so go back yourself first." Bai Qingshue said suspiciously, "Didn't the ninth princess say that your task has been completed? And she told me." Qingfeng interrupted again, "No, the task given to me by the ninth princess is very confidential, and it is very likely to cover your ears and steal the bell. Remember what I told you, don't tell others." Just when she wanted to ask something more, Qingfeng continued, "There's nothing to do. Give me the ingredients, and I'll cook for you." "Oh," Bai Qingshue responded, and took out the ingredients in a daze. Just as Qingfeng was boiling soup and cooking, a violent explosion suddenly came from the direction of the desert city, and Qingfeng turned his head to release his spiritual power to check. At this time, the desert city was surrounded by foxes. The dense fox clan is a little numb when they see the breeze. At a height of 10,000 meters, he saw Patriarch Bai strangle an extraordinary neck with one hand. It's like pinching a chick. The Lord is facing off against another extraordinary person. However, the difference in strength is too great, plus the other has been pinched. Unable to share the damage, it was suppressed within a few hits. This is a war without suspense. The breeze pulls the gaze back. Just when he thought he was going to end the rebellion, a voice spread throughout the 49th floor. "Please wait a minute." Qingfeng looked at the desert city again, and at this time, 10 more figures appeared in the sky above the desert city. The Lord said coldly, "City lords, what do you want to do? This is my private matter in the desert city. This is impossible." Several city lords did not pay attention to the Lord, but bowed to the Bai clan leader and said, "The overlord of the 50 floors, we have admired the Fox clan for a long time. We implore the Fox clan to spare the two of them, and the private affairs of the 49th floor are cleared, and not to participate in it again. Let's figure it out ourselves." After hearing this, the Lord also opened his eyes angrily, pointed at the city lords and scolded, "What do you mean?" The rest of the city lords still ignored him and continued, "I know that this incident may have had some impact on your Fox clan. The transportation of ore and other things, as well as the reputation of the Fox clan, have also been lost. But we can guarantee that as long as the two of them become lords, we will establish diplomatic relations with the Fox clan as soon as possible, and everything will be as usual. It's just a change of lord, and guarantee that your spirit stones produced in 1 year will be unconditionally given to the Fox clan, which will be regarded as compensation to the Fox clan." The lord of the 49th floor suddenly chuckled in his heart. He also looked at Patriarch Bai very nervously, for fear that Patriarch Bai would agree. Otherwise, the situation will be reversed again. Patriarch Bai thought for a few seconds and responded, "This is impossible, even if what you say is beneficial to our Fox clan." But our ninth princess spoke. "The lord of the 49th floor must be Rong Ho. Besides, it was our Fox tribe who promised to shelter the desert city. How would we feel if we agreed to other races sheltered by us? What are your intentions?" The rest of the city lords' relaxed faces that had originally sworn to Dandan also disappeared, replaced by surprise and disbelief. The lord was also a little moved after hearing this, and when he looked at the other city lords, he said, "I didn't come to you, but you took the initiative to come to the door. In that case, let's all stay." The lord once again condensed a giant cauldron, and the powerful energy coercion came towards those city lords, and the city lords' faces were gloomy. "Also use your own whole cards." The brawl was about to start again. At this time Qingfeng had just buried the flower chicken in the soil, and after solving it, he also came to Boss Han and Bai Qingshue's side. Boss Han looked at Qingfeng and said, "You Fox clan are really righteous." Bai Qingshue Yan Yang said, "That's natural. Our Fox clan can stabilize the highest position of the 50 floors, but we don't blindly rely on strength." At this moment, the sound of the righteous path system came from Qingfeng's mind. Order, release task. Task name, make a name for yourself. Details, at this time, the opportunity to make a name for yourself is right in front of you. Establish your own image of the right path, get the first support, and become a leader in everyone's mouth. Request, use Howran righteousness, save the lord of the 49th floor, and belittle the rest of the city lords. Establish the image of a righteous gentleman in the city. Reward, Rong Ho, 49th floor lord, S favorability plus 100, the proud spiritual skill Heaven and Earth 1 sword. The Heaven and Earth 1 sword can be received in advance. Failure penalty, deduct 5 cents from you. Note, optional tasks. You can agree or refuse. God deducted 5 cents from me. Although Qingfeng was shocked to see the proud spiritual skill, he was also self-aware of himself, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. This kind of task appeared at this time. Is it too early? What kind of state am I? What kind of state is the other party? If I turn on Howran righteousness, wouldn't it be to send it? When I thought of the terrifying mockery intensity, Qingfeng couldn't help but fight a cold war. Just when Qingfeng was about to refuse, Qingfeng suddenly remembered
remembered that something was wrong. Wait a minute. What does it mean to save the Lord of the 49th floor? Could it be that the Lord of the 49th floor has fallen here? If this is the case, isn't Patriarch Bai also in a desperate situation? Just as Qingfeng was thinking, a shining red light suddenly lit up in the direction of the desert city, and a formation covering the entire desert city appeared in the sky. The city lords were outside the formation, the blood-red energy on their bodies was connected to each other, and the powerful power was revealed, and the Bai clan leader had solemn eyes and attacked the city lord with all his might. But she was surprised to find that she could not break through the barrier of the formation. Share the damage. At the same time, she also found that her chi and blood were being extracted, and the same was true for the spiritual power in her body, and some weak people had begun to howl. Rongho, the lord of the 49th floor, said angrily, "No wonder you dare to come. It turns out that there is this trump card. Do you still want to fight against the Fox clan?" A stubble-faced, old-fashioned city lord stood up and said, "Fox clan? Do you really think we are afraid of foxes? Rongho, don't you want to think about why we have this ability? Think about why we are so confident." Tell you the truth, we have contact with the lord of the 60th floor, and the Fox clan only has 2 kings and powerhouses at most. But there are 4 forces of the 60th floor lord. Hearing this, Qingfeng smiled unkindly. Patriarch Bai snorted coldly, short-sighted. How can there be only 2nd kings of our Fox clan? Even if it is on the 70th floor, not many forces dare to provoke our Fox clan. After hearing this, the city lord also laughed to the sky and said, "Do you want to deceive me and wait? That's impossible." Saying that, he accelerated the operation of spiritual power. Several city lords laughed in the air. Rongho looked at them coldly, and then released spiritual power to envelop the entire city and resist the entire evil sect's magic circle. Qingfeng looked at this scene and felt a little entangled in his heart. Can't get up? I feel that the Lord is quite good. I can't afford to buy an extraordinary experience card if I use a star level. What should I do if I can't beat it and die on the spot? Xinshuo's entry was extraordinary, which made Qingfeng frightened. This time there are 10 more. But Qingfeng was thinking that the system should not issue meaningless tasks, which might be the same as the previous Qinglian sword zone. Qingfeng can't make up his mind about this, not particularly daring to gamble. Open the live broadcast mall. Qingfeng clicked on the live broadcast mall, and the goal was the extraordinary experience card. Extraordinary 7-star experience card. Details: experience the pleasure of an extraordinary powerhouse, with a time limit of 10 minutes. Price: 1.2 billion. Popularity value: with popularity value, 900 million. Excuse me. Qingfeng then clicked on the proud spiritual skill. It was found that the lowest proud spiritual skills are worth 5 billion popularity. Suddenly it feels like it's not impossible. As time went by, Qingfeng saw that the Lord was about to be a little unable to hold on, and when the task entered the countdown, Qingfeng said in his heart, "Accept the task." Qingfeng thought for a long time and finally decided to go on, but Qingfeng planned to spend money to buy an extraordinary experience card and then go on. This is the result of his deliberation. 1.2 billion for a proud spiritual skill. Blood earns. So Qingfeng turned on the voice in the live broadcast room and said the matter of those city lords with his thoughts. What, slaughter the entire city gate? What else is there to grab a lollipop? What old and young don't let go? Qingfeng said them extremely viciously. Hearing the netizens in the live broadcast room was furious. After saying that, Qingfeng also asked the water friends in the live broadcast room, "Do you think it's too much? Is this something that only beasts can do? It's not human at all. How did they become city lords?" "No, the great demon king, hurry up and go to the 50th floor to move the rescue soldiers to deal with him. They don't seem to be human in the first place. This kind of thing is simply the anger of man and God." Qingfeng saw the barrages in the live broadcast room and knew that his goal had been achieved, so he said again, "Just ask you if you are angry? Rage, plus 10086. Do you want to kill them? Thought, plus 10,086. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I've been wanting to cut them down for a long time. As long as you brush gifts, I'll go up and cut them. If you want to see me cut them down, then move your hands to brush me with gifts. As long as you brush them, I will go up." "No, come on. It's tiring enough to be righteous and transcendent, and now I'm still here. If you don't brush, it's still important to save your life. Don't brush your sister. How can you not brush me?" Qingfeng thought for a while and said, "You don't have to worry about my safety. I still have a few trump cards. If I can't do it, I still have a shadow to escape." "Not brushed. Last time I escaped with a shadow, I was caught by the beast just a few steps away." "Yes, the great demon king, I know you are very strong. I think it's better for you not to overestimate yourself." Seeing that these water friends can't count on it, when Qingfeng was about to find his father, tens of thousands of spaceships suddenly flashed up in the live broadcast room. "More than one person is brushing. I am not the president of the lighthouse country, and I have rewarded you with 10,000 spaceships." Popularity. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 million popularity. Colonel Sakura Kuni, I rewarded you with 1,000 spaceships. Popularity. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 million popularity. President of the lighthouse country, the great demon king
king is coming up. Fog Grass, who is this Shabi? TM, look at this ID and it looks like President Nishabi of the Lighthouse Country. Outrageous comrade, what are you doing? When the party sent you to be an undercover agent, you actually betrayed it blatantly. Just a few minutes ago, inside the White Palace of the beautiful country, the current president outrageous swiped Twitter and looked at Yu Qingfang's live broadcast room. He was surrounded by several lawmakers in suits and leather shoes. Tay outrageously held his mobile phone, posted a selfie and said, "Have you thought of a way?" The members of Congress bowed their heads. Seeing this, he was furious and roared, "What are you eating? This Yu Qingfang must die. No matter what the cost, if it grows up in the future, it will be our cancer, and it is likely to squeeze us out of the position of world hegemon." After saying that, he took a long breath and said to his secretary, "Bring me my burger and coke." A black congressman stood up and said, "President, he is in the dungeon now, and we have no way, but we can threaten Kyushu now, put pressure on Kyushu and wage a trade war. When the time comes, we ask Kyushu to hand over Qingfeng." How? Tay outrageously shook his head, took a sip of coke, and scolded, "Fool, aren't we using this method now? Is it effective? This method is useless at all. We still use the extraordinary level powerhouse to kill him. Only by using the extraordinary level can I feel at ease. And you guys shut up for me. Can you be a little wise, especially you? You don't like me on my Twitter. No one understands extraordinary powerhouses better than me." Just after Tay outrageously said this, Yu Qingfeng's impassioned words like a pyramid scheme came. Tay was stunned, looked around in a daze, and said, "Where is the translator?" The translator stood up. "Immediately open your mouth to explain what Qingfeng said." After listening, his eyes lit up and said, hurry up, transfer money to my account." The black congressman hesitated for a moment and said, "President, is this method really possible? What if Kyushu pits our dollars?" "Shut up. Isn't it just a few spaceship? It definitely works. No one knows Yu Qingfeng better than me." After saying that, he squandered wildly. "This is not really the president of the Lighthouse Country. Live broadcast system, call me the location of this user." Good. Soon a map appeared in front of Qingfeng. This map pointed directly to the White Palace. Seeing this, Qingfeng looked at the spaceship again. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up and quickly thanked him. Thank you. But the gift is still too little. It hasn't reached the threshold of my shot. You have to know that it's easy for me to stop." After hearing it, Tay outrageously began to brush the spaceship frantically, and after a while, Qingfeng's popularity had reached 1.2 billion. Qingfeng looked in the direction of the desert city. Finding that the Lord seemed to be able to support it, he continued to say happy. "Bah, Ahem is coming soon. It's almost the threshold of my action. It's even more outrageous. A spaceship is brushed as if you don't need money." Shark shares rose rapidly, and Yu Wenyao and the water friends in the live broadcast room were stunned. About 2 minutes later, Qingfeng bought the extraordinary experience card. Use it instantly. It's not that Yu Qingfeng doesn't want to pick wool anymore, but that he finds that the Lord is about to die. The aura on his body was stronger than before, and the dust on the ground automatically spread everywhere. Bai Qingxue turned her head to look at Yu Qingfeng and said with a hint of crying and anxiety, "Brother Feng, are you like this?" Seeing Bai Qingxue's worried look, Qingfeng touched her head and said, "You must be very anxious. After all, your mother is there too. Come on, eat only flour chicken." Bai Qingxue. Qingfeng pretended to be patient and angry and said, "It's okay, eat more, and feel good. But I really can't bear it anymore. That's the life of the whole city. Especially the Lord of the 49th floor. He is my good brother. When I first came, he took care of me. Now that my brother has been killed, he is about to die." Saying this, the breeze stopped. Boss Han was silent for a moment. He didn't expect that Yu Qingfeng was also a person of temperament. Thinking of the words when Qingfeng saved him before, he unconsciously took out Huazi and pulled it up. There was a little fear before, but now this fear has disappeared. Everyone knows the meaning behind Qingfeng. Bai Qingxue looked at Qingfeng and said, "Don't go. I have used the secret treasure to send it back. Wait a little longer." Qingfeng shook his head and interrupted, "If you wait any longer, my good brother will hang up. I can't let him die in front of me. But if you die, our Fox clan will lack the symbolic Tianjiao," Bai Qingxue hurriedly said. Qingfeng smiled and said resolutely, "If I go forever this time, then it will be gone. What's going on?" After saying that, the breeze disappeared in place. When Bai Qingxue and the others saw Yu Qingfeng again, they found that he had appeared in the sky above the desert city. At this moment, the rest of the city lords looked at Yu Qingfeng in shock. They couldn't figure out why there was another transcendent here. Patriarch Bai looked at Yu Qingfeng and was a little surprised, and muttered to himself, "What kind of secret technique is this, which can actually raise the strength to an extraordinary level? It seems that it can be reused without damaging the foundation." As for the Lord, he was shocked. He really couldn't figure out that he was still a gold star before. Just when the Lord was shocked and confused, he heard the whispering murmur of the Bai Patriarch and immediately understood in his heart, secretly saying, "It turned out to be a secret technique." No wonder. One of them, holding a fan and a long beard, stood up and said to Qingfeng, "Who are you? Why are you opposing us?" Qingfeng said with an arrogant face, "Tell me my name to scare you. I am a confidant of the Lord of the 50 floors. yours, Feng Yeshue? Who are you? It turns out to be a strong fox clan, whom it took so long for a rescuer to come. Presumably the fox clan is really not very good. Thinking of this, the city lord also said with an arrogant face, "In Xiagofu, sit down with 1,000,000 troops, have killed countless powers, and the hundreds of thousands of people of the fox clan were easily suppressed by my little trick. Don't leave quickly." Qingfeng looked disdainful, and said arrogantly, "Bragging." Gufu was stunned when he heard this, and he was furious, said angrily, "Are you bragging? Let's see." Saying that, a giant gossip disc appeared in the sky. Space twisting. The Bagua plate reflects the 8 hexagram positions of Qian, Koan, Li, Kan, Jin, Sun, Zhen, and Dui, and these hexagram positions will envelop the breeze. Looking around, Qingfeng didn't panic at all, and said to the city lords, "That's it? That's it?" Gufu laughed angrily. "Who said I was going to fight you? Heaven and earth are swapped." As Gufu's sound fell, Qingfeng only felt that the surroundings began to change. By the time he saw his surroundings clearly, he had already arrived at the lord and the Bai clan leader at some point. Qingfeng looked at the lord and the Bai clan leader and smiled awkwardly. What a coincidence. Suzerain, Patriarch Bai. Feng Yeshue, didn't I tell you to look at Bai Qingxue? Patriarch Bai's words made Qingfeng's body tremble slightly. Qingfeng thought for a while and looked at the people below. It seems that something comes to mind, so he said loudly and indignantly, "I can't stand it, people." "And the city lord, what do you mean?" Patriarch Bai asked. "You," Qingfeng said. "Patriarch Bai, you don't know? When I first came to the 49th floor, the lord was very nice to me. I also know the owner of the blacksmith shop, as well as various vendors. To me, they are all good people with flesh and blood. I can't bear to see them die before my eyes. Even if I fight for my life, I will come, even if I fail, but also ask for a clear conscience." The corners of the lord's eyes were also a little moist after hearing this, and he blamed himself and said, "Little brother." "Wrong, brother, you have this heart, I remember, but this is not necessary. I lost my life just for a clear conscience. Alas, if I can survive in the future, I will definitely treat you like a brother and become a great nobleman in my desert city." After saying that, the lord was depressed and continued to say to Qingfeng, "It's a pity that we met late. If I had met you in my early years." Patriarch Bai was also a little surprised. She has always heard Bai Qingxue say that Feng Yeshue values love and righteousness, and is a true young master. "I don't understand any conspiracy, and Qingxue is said to be divine. Now it seems that it is. But that's normal. The former 9th princess was also so innocent. Presumably, Feng Yeshue began to be cultivated at that time, plus her supernatural power to understand people's hearts. It is naturally not difficult to cultivate such a decent gentleman. Those people below, many people recognize the breeze when they look at their clothes. The blacksmith shop owner, Li Si, the street stall vendors, the tenants of Boss Han's guest room and the hygienic aloe vera juice stall owner, they were also deeply shocked when they heard Qingfeng's words. They knew that this was not just lip service. In case of trouble, he really dared to come. So those races who knew Qingfeng and had seen Qingfeng spontaneously told Qingfeng's deeds to people around them who didn't know. Soon it spread that many races knew about the breeze. Most of them were moved by it and muttered, as expected of the Fox clan, "Just by meeting one person, it shows such a loving and righteous side. Sacrifice your life for me and forget death." The rest of the city lords also laughed loudly after hearing this. "Ha ha, is there really such a stupid person? I really doubt if your head is broken. Yo he, compare my mouth to me." Qingfeng said with a cold and arrogant face, "I, Feng Yeshue, have acted all my life. Why do I need to explain it to you? Look at you again. After all, he is also a city lord. Not only is he short-sighted, but he also slaughters the entire city gate. My good brother Lord Rongho, loyal and loved. Manage the 49th floor well. Everything looks so thriving. But don't you feel ashamed that you want to overthrow them? In the final analysis, it's just waste with dirt. Since this kind of thing happened to me, I will not give up. I have a sword. It can ruin your dog's life." After saying that, Qingfeng used Haoren righteousness. A powerful sense of sword intent and justice ignited in him. White energy envelopes you. The lord and the people were stunned. Someone quickly recognized it, shocked and fainted. "This is Haoren righteousness?" According to legend, only those who are absolutely righteous and upright can have it. Countless people were in an uproar for a while. The rest of the city lords were also extremely angry when they heard this, and they suddenly lost their minds for a while when they saw Qingfeng's righteousness. When they realized that something was wrong with this Haoren righteousness, their minds instantly lost consciousness and were completely controlled by anger. Huge formation disorder. Instead of suppressing and absorbing spiritual power, the brawl started again. 10 extraordinary people rushed to Qingfeng desperately. The corners of Qingfeng's mouth curled up, and he immediately received a sword from heaven and earth. In an instant, the huge amount of knowledge hit the brain. It is similar to the previous Qinglian sword song. Qingfeng instantly mastered the mystery of heaven and earth. So the lord and the Bai patriarch who stood on the spot and beside him said, "These city lords let me come, I can." The lord and patriarch Bai were a little unbelievable, but nothing was said. He stepped out and said slowly, "I said that I can cut off your dog's head with one sword." Just when those city lords face to face-to-face ultimate moves were about to hit you. Qingfeng slowly spoke. Heaven and earth are a sword. In an instant, the heavens and the earth were silent. The powerful sword intent enveloped the heavens and the earth, and the breeze slowly swung a sword forward. Several sword intents in the sky crossed the sky, condensed into a giant sword the size of heaven and earth. It hung above their heads like the sword of Damocles. Time seems to be frozen here. This sword can be seen by anyone. White divine energy, as tall as a giant sword intent in the sky, shocked countless people. The city lords who lost their minds instantly woke up. They looked around blankly, and then at themselves. In a few breaths, they thought of what they had done, and they looked at the giant sword intent in the sky. Fear breeds in the heart. Just wanted to ask for mercy. The sword intent sword body fell. The heads of the 10 city lords were cut off in an instant, and they didn't even have the most basic screams. Even the soul was destroyed in fear. With the fall of the city lords, Qingfeng's consciousness gradually became a little blurred, and his figure was also a little unstable. Just now, Qingfeng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill them in seconds, and he was actually secretly pinching a star-level spirit stone in his hand. With the swing of the sword of heaven and earth, Qingfeng's spiritual power was instantly drained. The spirit stone also turned into powder. Confusion, the whole person gradually fell into the air. In the blurred vision, Qingfeng saw that Patriarch Bai had caught him, and he was afraid that Patriarch Bai would take him back to the Fox clan for repairs. So he exhausted his last strength and said, "I still have something to do. You can't go back to the 50 floors. After saying that, Qingfeng fell asleep. Patriarch Bai, Blue Star, Lighthouse Country, inside the White Palace. The whole person sat in front of the sofa sluggishly and weakly, completely without the proud mood of watching the show before. The hamburger and coke in his hand also fell to the ground. The other parliamentarians did not dare to say a word, and the silence was like death. Not just Lighthouse Country, Neon Country, Three Kingdoms, Australia, Country and other countries fell silent, and at this moment they knew the rise of Kyushu is unstoppable. At the same time, they revised various policies overnight. Cultivate Tianjiao genius. Want to cultivate a genius like you, Qingfeng. On the contrary, the Kyushu kingdom is different. At this moment, the whole country of Kyushu is celebrating, and the whole of Kyushu is lively. Some shouted awesome in the dormitory, and some were so crazy that they ran naked. Marketing accounts, official media, etc. are crazy reporting. However, this kind of madness has caused many police officers to feel a headache, and they are also happy about it. But this kind of behavior that disrupts public order is still not worth advocating. When Qingfeng saw clearly again, he had already come to the system space. He looked around and saw nothing but 3 system buttons. The 3 buttons are Live Streaming System, Righteous Path System, System Chat Group. Qingfeng clicked on the Righteous System, and the panel of the Righteous System appeared in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Evaluation. Now you are a leader in the righteous path that is passed down by word of mouth. Your temperament, your fame greatly surpasses 99.99 people. Mission reward, 1 sword of heaven and earth distributed. Seeing this heaven and earth with a sword breeze makes me feel speechless. The power of this spiritual skill is comparable to that of a natural supernatural power. Just a sword drained his spiritual power. This can only be used as a trump card at most. It cannot be used frequently. You must know that when Qingfeng uses the sword of heaven and earth, it is a transcendent realm cultivation. The stock of spiritual power is like the sea, pure and huge. But like this, it was even drained. Can it only be said that it is worthy of being a proud spiritual skill? Qingfeng turned off the righteous path system and turned on the live broadcast system, and the panel of the live broadcast system appeared in front of him. Qingfeng looked at the popularity value, surprised to find that the original popularity value of 200 million suddenly rose to 3.5 billion, and Qingfeng's spiritual body raised his brows slightly, muttered to himself, "Am I completely famous? Alas, can I only say that it is worthy of me?" Qingfeng bought 2 Transcendent Realm experience cards. I bought a few more cultivation improvement cards. Then it felt like there was nothing to buy. So click on the lottery block again. The familiar treasure bag appeared in front of Qingfeng. Qingfeng clicked on it without thinking. Order, -1 million popularity value. Order, congratulations to the host for obtaining the silver level spirit fruit. Order, -1 million popularity value. Booking, unfortunately, the host didn't draw anything. After 20 shots, Qingfeng fell into deep thought and couldn't help but begin to feel self-doubt. I should be dreaming. I must be dreaming. Qingfeng gradually changed from the original lack of confidence to affirmation. How can there be people in the world who have always been non-chiefs? Ha, they must be dreaming. Qingfeng unceremoniously turned off the live broadcast system and opened the system chat group. At this time, the system chat group is the same as before. The systems are bickering with each other, complaining about their hosts, and then the systems are trading with each other. Just when the breeze was about to catch a few mouths, Qingfeng saw an exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Qingfeng tentatively clicked on the exclamation mark. A prompt appears right in front of you. Ding, the Righteous Path System Upgrade LV5. So it's a system upgrade? But I didn't find any changes in the righteous path system. Shouldn't it have changed? Qingfeng went back and took a closer look at the righteous path system.
Finding that there was no change, Qingfeng also asked, and the answer of the righteous path system was very simple. This system has upgraded the difficulty of the mission. The original intention of the right path has not changed.
And then there is none. You Qingfeng, group leader family, I'm here to see you. Spend money to become a stronger system. LV2 group leader, I beg you, choose me next time, I really can't stand it. That righteous pretense enforced the criminal system has been upgraded to LV5. And I was not selected once. Women's clothing system, LV2 group leader, choose me, I won't dare again next time. You Qingfeng, group leader, do you dare to have a next time?
Ding, the women's clothing system has been banned by the group owner.
Auto training system, LV3, I'm used to it. I will never be chosen.
I don't have any special skills, only the function of automatic cultivation.
It's normal for the group leader not to choose me. Shinhouse system, LV2, thank you for being offended. Chef system, LV2 group master, have you figured out who the next system is? If you don't mind, you can spoil me. Assassination system, LV2, ahem, assassination system, LV2, nothing, I'm definitely not implying anything. It's that the throat is not particularly comfortable. What?
You Qingfeng, group leader, I haven't decided yet. I plan to take a look at it then, but a system in the group has been predetermined.
Assassination system, LV2, oh, who will be that lucky system? It won't be me, no.
Chef system, LV2, is the assassination system sick recently? I always feel that he is a little weird.
Hang up system, LV2, maybe it just been upgraded, and the program is confused. Crowd system, very likely. You Qingfeng, group leader, by the way, why didn't you see the ability lottery system? Isn't that guy from the Tian water group? I'm still a little unused to it without him.
Chef system, LV2, the group leader said a little strange.
He's been in a bad mood lately. A few days ago, his host hung up. I've been looking for a new host lately. You Qingfeng, group leader Soga, did he say how his host died?
Ability lottery system, LV3, don't say it. It's tears if you talk too much. My stupid host, I have nothing to do to leapfrog the challenge. The result was a burp. I still have to rely on the relationship to send him into reincarnation. In this way, Qingfeng chatted for a long time in the system space. As time passed, Qingfeng gradually sensed his body, and when he woke up, he was already in a room. Qingfeng looked at the ceiling in a daze for a long time. He sat up, and what he saw was Bai Qi sitting on a small bench, holding a pen and analyzing math problems there.
You Qingfeng.
Bai Qi seemed to have sensed his gaze, turned his head to look, and found that Yu Qingfeng had woken up at some point. So he put down his pen, ran to Qingfeng and said, "Young master, is there any discomfort in your body?" Qingfeng waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I wasn't seriously injured. I just dizzed after my spiritual power was exhausted. By the way, how many days have I been asleep? How is it out now?" Bai Qi replied honestly, "I slept for 5 days. The situation in the desert city is now normal, and now the Lord is expanding the city. In a few days, we will pick up citizens from other cities." Qingfeng nodded and just got up, and when he was about to go out, the Lord appeared in front of him. At this time, the Lord of the 49th floor had a very good complexion, or that heroic temperament. He looked left and right at Yu Qingfeng to make sure that nothing was wrong, and then smiled and said, "Brother Yu, I'm really sorry. I sensed that your breath fluctuated. Presumably you have woken up, so I came to see you as soon as possible." Qingfeng also smiled and said, "It's okay, I still have to thank you for taking care of me these days." The Lord smiled and said, "I didn't take care of you. Recently, the daughter of the Bai clan leader has been taking care of you, but yesterday she and her mother went back to the 50th floor. Bai Qingxue? I see, then I still have to thank the Lord." After hearing this, the Lord also smiled and said, "Ha, brother, you still knows how to talk." At this moment, Qingfeng suddenly remembered that the live broadcast room seemed to be not closed, so he said to the Lord, "Lord, you should be very busy now. You should also be busy first. I will absorb some spirit stones to recover." After hearing this, the Lord nodded and said, "It's okay, I've really been busy lately. There are still many messes that have not been cleaned up. By the way, give you this." The Lord took out a star-level spirit stone and threw it to Qingfeng, and continued, "You must go out and speak later, you are popular now." After saying that, the Lord disappeared in place. Qingfeng took the spirit stone and said to Bai Qi, "You have finished your homework? If I haven't finished going out to do it, I'm going to start cultivating, isn't it, Bai Qi?" Bai Qi glanced at Yu Qingfeng, and later began to pack up his homework. Just as he was about to leave, the breeze stopped him. "Wait a minute, I'll give you these sets of test papers. Also, help me buy some food to come back. The ingredients are also good. The dishes I cook have the effect of improving the speed of cultivation. I'll do something for you then." Bai Qi nodded and exited the room. Qingfeng looked at the live broadcast room. At this time, the water friends in the live broadcast room also found that Qingfeng woke up. Some began to brush gifts. Some are touting. Qingfeng smiled and said, "Family, it's okay. I won't be live in a few days. Presumably, I should be able to return to Kyushu by then." "Ha, but we can't bear you. Can the big devil tell me who that girl is? The one who has always taken care
care of you? Is she your girlfriend?
Brothers, the big devil will not broadcast live in a few days, watch and cherish. Xingfeng looked at these barrages and laughed dumbly. What and what? That person is just a friend of mine.
Okay, I'm going to start recovering. Xingfeng said that recovery is actually a control clone.
Through the perspective of the clone, Xingfeng found September sitting next to him and saw September with a straight face, with an unhappy and serious face on his face.
He moved, and September's serious expression immediately became gentle, looking at Xingfeng and quickly asking, Xingfeng, are you awake? Xingfeng responded. September felt relieved, and then continued to say with a straight face, didn't you promise me not to take risks before?
Xingfeng was a little embarrassed. He didn't know how to answer, so he moved out the previous set of words and said, I just can't stand it.
I know, interrupted September.
The patriarch of the Bai clan has already told me the specific situation. I can't be like that next time. Fortunately, the 49th floor of the transcendent water.
I was actually killed by you, a pseudo-transcendent who was shortly promoted. What do you think you should do if you encounter no water?
Escape with a broken tail?
How many tails do you have to break under the extraordinary divine thought?
Although you have a little bit of a small achievement on the 49th floor this time.
But, you can't be complacent either.
Speaking of this, September paused, looked at Xingfeng and whispered aggrievely, the most important thing is why did you tell Patriarch Bai that there was a task to add before you fainted?
Don't you want to come back?
You talk, September said again, looking at the breeze. At this time, Xingfeng was sweating, and he didn't know how to explain.
Could it be that he is afraid of being exposed to eating soft rice during the live broadcast?
Bah! What to eat soft rice? No, it should be that I am afraid of exposing the relationship between September and myself, and when the time comes, I will be chewed by various clans.
That's right, that's it.
In addition, he came to 49 to return to the city, and he was finally able to go back
to the 50th floor. I'm afraid it will delay a lot of time.
So Xingfeng said, no, I just haven't finished some things yet. Plus if I go back, you will definitely be bothered by other clans. That's why I said that.
September complained, if you don't come back, I'm also troubled.
Xingfeng coughed awkwardly and said, okay, I'll finish my work quickly.
It's only a month or two. Besides, isn't there still a clone of me left here?
Okay, don't be angry, I'll cook for you.
I'll make you whatever you want to eat.
Hearing this, September's eyes suddenly lit up. He took out the chicken he had been farming for more than 10 days and said, then I want to eat chicken soup.
Okay, finally coped with it.
It's really hard to explain in September, but fortunately, a few chicken soups are easily solved.
Do foxes like to eat chicken? Do I want to wait for one day to open a chicken soup shop in Tianhu City?
The business will definitely explode at that time.
But it's also time to think about going home.
Xingfeng found the Lord in the main hall, and the Lord at this time was busy with the blueprints, and from time to time he discussed with some people. He came to the Lord's side. The Lord saw that Xingfeng was also dispersing those around him, and said with a smile, brother you are here.
Are you looking for me for something?
Xingfeng nodded, looked at the design drawing in the Lord's hand curiously, and asked, Lord, what are you busy with?
It seems that you have encountered difficulties?
The Lord touched his head and said in annoyance, alas, brother you, the transcendent in other cities have been cut down by you. They have no transcendent shelter.
They're all looking for me. But our desert city is only the normal size. It really can't hold so many people, and now many people are sleeping on the street.
From time to time, thefts come out. The management of the whole city is in chaos.
I'm busy expanding the city now, but there is a problem with this design and planning.
As he said, the Lord's face showed a distressed look.
So that's how it is? He can't help with this kind of thing. What planning? What management? He doesn't know anything about it.
Just when he didn't intend to continue to annoy the Lord,
he glanced at the barrage in the live broadcast room. Something went wrong with the design? Let me come, I'm learning design.
Me too.
How can this kind of thing be without me? I don't study design, but I can refer to it for you.
What does it have to do with your study of design? What people want is urban space design management. This kind of thing should. Let me, a civil engineering student, come here. I feel that it is very good to build an open-air villa in this kind of place. Upstairs, what logic are you? This is the sunny day, the rain has stopped, and all walks of life feel that they can do it. Seeing these breezes, he suddenly looked happy. Yes, I can't solve it myself, but these sand sculpture water friends can solve it.
Now the number of people in the live broadcast room is 200 million.
That is, 200 million people give advice at the same time.
Thinking of this, Xingfeng immediately said to the Lord, I actually know some about urban planning. Why don't you show me?
The Lord smiled and said, brother you are quite involved in a wide range. He handed over the design drawings to Xingfeng. Xingfeng pointed the live broadcast camera at the drawings, typed and said, it's up to you whether I can go back quickly.
Don't worry, the great demon. Half an hour later.
Xingfeng easily writes that urban housing layout planning, urban transportation planning, housing design planning, urban beautification movement planning, regional system planning. There is also a preview drawing. The Lord took it and looked at it, and his eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. I didn't expect brother you to have this hand, as expected of you. Brother you have solved a lot of trouble for me this time.
I will arrange your plans as soon as possible. The Lord swept away his previous displeasure, looked at Yu Qingfeng, and then remembered, so he sneered, "Brother Yu, I almost forgot, is there anything wrong with you coming to me?" Yu Qingfeng also remembered the business and asked the Lord, "I want to ask you, do you have a limit on the number of floors?" "Yes," replied the Lord. "Each lord has a certain number of layers, and my number of floors is 30. What's wrong with this 30th floor?" Qingfeng was excited, and he quickly said to the Lord, "I'm going to the 30th floor, and there are some things. Can you take me there?" Hearing this, the Lord looked at Qingfeng in surprise. He didn't understand why Qingfeng went to such a cornered place. In his impression, the creatures at the top have no wisdom, the supplies are still very barren. But he didn't want to delve into this, so he nodded and replied, "No problem, but not recently. I've been a little busy lately. Are you in a hurry?" "If I'm in a hurry and I'll shirk some things now, I'll leave now. If you are not particularly anxious, you may have to wait 5 or 6 days. Qingfeng smiled and said, "It's okay, wait until you're done. I'm not particularly anxious." "Okay, I won't trouble you either, I'll leave first." The Lord looked at the back of Qingfeng's departure. The more he looked at it, the more comfortable he became, and secretly said, "Brother Yu, he is really knowledgeable, not only strong, but also has great wisdom and is just like this, so he is worthy of the word Tianjia." The rest of the time, Qingfeng gave Bai Qi test papers while shopping, while Boss Han opened a restaurant in the name of Qingfeng. Business is also very hot. Many people also gave gifts to Qingfeng, of course, refused. It's not that he doesn't want it, but that Qingfeng can't look down on those gifts, and he still has a certain amount of baggage on him. From time to time, Qingfeng also helped the Lord build and renovate the city gate. Of course, most of these are provided by water friends who study architecture in the live broadcast room. Life is quite leisurely. Before I knew it, a month had passed. Qingfeng looked at the time and spent 5 days in the desert city. But in fact, it is already at the end of the month in the system group. There are still 5 or 6 minutes left and a month will pass. The breeze came to the room. He said to the water friends in the live broadcast room, "Okay, I'm going to turn off the live broadcast too. I see that the Lord is almost busy. I will go to the Lord later, and there will be no live broadcast in the near future." Time flies, isn't it? Can you not go off the air? I'll give you all my money. Great Demon King, I can't bear to part with you. Qingfeng smiled and said, "There is no banquet in the world. Besides, I am not dead, and I will broadcast live again in the future when I have time." "What time? I don't know." After saying that, Qingfeng showed a gentle smile, and then ruthlessly clicked to close the live broadcast room. Just when Qingfeng clicked to close the live broadcast room, a prompt from the system chat group happened to come to his mind. "Ding, discover the new system. Is there an invitation to join the chat group? Yes, no." Qingfeng clicked yes without hesitation. System chat group. Order, God level summoning system, LV4 enter the chat group. Chef system, LV2 welcome to the new system. If you have any questions, you can read the group announcement. God level summoning system, LV4 received. Shenhao system, LV2 group status -1. Can you choose me, group leader? I don't want to be so useless all the time. Maybe it will be useful after I LV3? I'm not willing. Chef system, LV2 I said Xiao Shenhao, the system must learn to be content. You see, when I was promoted to LV2, I didn't ask our group master to pass it anymore. That's enough for me. Assassination system, LV2 that's right, I still have to be chosen by the group leader, alas. I don't know which handsome and dashing person will be next. The system of Yushu Linfeng and ruling the world was chosen by the group leader. Shenhao system, LV2. But I only have money. You still have the function of improving your strength. Do you know how greedy I am when I see you trading? Do you know? You don't know. I am obviously a LV2 system, but I only have LV1 functions. Is this reasonable? What should I exchange with you? Do you want to take money that you don't like? Chef system, LV2 little god. Shenhao system, LV2 don't call me that anymore. Shenhao is dead. Did you choose it? Idol. Yu Qingfeng, group leader. Okay, don't be a drama. I think you have exchanged the most with other systems recently. Who doesn't know those hosts? They are the most short of money in the first place. Think about it yourself and see how many benefits you have changed. Shenhao system, LV2I. Isn't this a lively atmosphere? But the money is really tasteless. In a few days, I will retreat and develop my own extraordinary items. Yu Qingfeng, group leader at UTM out for me. Is your lottery poisonous? Why can't I draw anything? Have you ever seen someone who didn't draw something good from start to finish? Live broadcast system, LV4, I can't blame you for this. The live broadcast system has been banned by the group owner. The ability lottery system has been banned by the group owner. Qingfeng was afraid of being said to be a non-chief, so he took the lead in banning it. As for the ability lottery system, that was just incidental. After all, every time he talks about this topic, he jumps out. The systems don't dare to ask, and they don't dare to say. God level summoning system, LV4, I finished reading it. I didn't expect that the system actually has a chat group belonging to the system. Yu Qingfeng, group leader at, what function do you have? God level summoning system, LV4 group leader, my function is very simple. It is to summon the characters, strange beasts, and divine beasts in the heavens heavens and all worlds. After the summoning is successful, the host will conclude a contract with them. But every summon is self-aware. If you want to conclude a contract with them, you must obtain the consent of both parties. That's probably what these are the functions. Summon beast system? It seems to be pretty good, or it's just him.
Thinking of this, Qingfeng clicked on the system bar without saying a word, selected the god-level summoning system, and then clicked binding.
The second system is the assassination system. Soon a pop-up box popped up in the group.
Ding, the god-level summoning system and the assassination system are bound by the group leader.
Chef system, LV2. I can understand the bound god-level summoning system.
But why is the other system an assassination system? He is obviously the system that has been bound the most times.
Shinhao system, LV2. I think I know why the assassination system has been so abnormal recently. Automatic cultivation system, LV3. Protest, resolutely protest to the end, reject this bad atmosphere. At this time, Qingfeng's attention was not inside the system group.
Order, congratulations to the host for binding the god-level summoning system. Order, congratulations to the host for getting the newbie gift package.
Yes and no. Open the newbie gift package.
Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift package and getting a random and custom summon once.
Random custom summons? Custom, random, isn't this a conflict?
Qingfeng opened the system and was soon surprised to find that the god-level summoning system was very simple and completely different from the previous system.
There is only one summoning button. On the right is the number of summons.
At this time, Qingfeng has a chance to randomly customize the summoning, and there is also a chance to randomly summon.
The breeze clicks to summon. Two choices appeared in front of him. One was to consume random custom summoning opportunities, and the other was to consume random summoning opportunities. He clicks on a random custom summon. Ding, please choose the system you want to summon.
As the system sound disappeared, several system buttons appeared in front of Qingfeng.
Demon, Angel, Fierce Beast, Strange Beast, Monster. Is this customization?
Qingfeng thought about it and chose the first demon. He was so old that he hadn't seen what a demon looked like.
When he clicks on the demon,
a terrifying howl came from Qingfeng's ears. That sound seemed to come from hell, and Qingfeng did not feel fear.
On the contrary, I was a little excited. Do you start summoning?
The moment Qingfeng clicked yes, a violet red light appeared in front of him, followed by a tunnel, like a wormhole in space. As the light shines brighter,
Qingfeng also knew that the summons were coming.
Just when Qingfeng was looking forward to what characters would come out, he saw a card jump out of the space tunnel. As the card got closer, the red energy channel gradually disappeared. That card also appeared in front of Qingfeng. Qingfeng took the card down, and the moment he touched the card, he knew all the information about the card.
Know what this card is for.
The main purpose of this card is to protect the host.
All summons will be sealed by this card. I wouldn't have been killed by my own summon as soon as I came out.
As for wanting to know the specific information of their summons, they are all written on the card, and the host decides whether to release it or not.
Once released, all consequences are at your own risk.
It seems that this system is quite conscientious. Qingfeng turned the card over and looked at it carefully. The image on the card is of a scantily clad little sister.
If you want a moon without a moon, if you want a butt without a butt. The appearance is very cute. Her forehead is a horn. There is also a heart-shaped tail behind him.
There seemed to be a small wing a little above the tail, but that wing was very small, and Qingfeng looked carefully for a long time before he could see clearly.
Race, succubus, demon type. Name, none yet. Height, 1.45. Strength, platinum 9 stars. Personality, positive and cheerful. Hobbies, I like handsome guys.
Ambition, conclude a contract with the strong mankind.
Become a great upper-class succubus. Note, if the host wants to contract her, the strength must be stronger than her. No way.
Punishment, what a good person who cannot be imprisoned. A new life, just in front of Yen. The days are really getting more and more sentenced.
Qingfeng didn't expect that he would be the emperor once this time.
I actually drew a succubus strength or platinum 9 stars. Looking at this card, Qingfeng inexplicably had a tearful mood.
This kind of mood is not felt by ordinary people. There is even a kind of person who doesn't want to use this card, just wants to collect it forever.
After a few seconds, Qingfeng said loudly, "Bai Qi, go out and buy some chicken, duck and fish."
Young master, I'm in a good mood today.
Good young master. Bai Qi got up and replied and left from the door. He could obviously hear that Qingfeng's mood seemed to be very happy. At the same time, it is also a dish made by looking forward to the breeze. Bai Qi ate the dishes made by Qingfeng once and was a little unforgettable, and at the same time, some problems that had troubled him for a long time were easily solved.
Qingfeng's mind moved and released this card.
Suddenly the card turned into a streamer and flew into the sky, stopping not far from the room, and a small figure quickly appeared.
Ragged,
the gray clothes could not cover the exposed position at all. Cute and lovely face, raised corners of the mouth, and 2 sharp and small teeth at the corners of the mouth.
Her pupils are fuchsia. There is a love pattern inside.
Her tail swayed behind her, and her small black wings also flapped symbolically a few times.
The platinum level aura swept away. The little succubus looked around with a happy face and only saw Yu Qingfeng alone. So she came to Qingfeng and said, "Are you my master?" Qingfeng nodded and said, "That's right, I am." Just as Qingfeng was about to continue, the little succubus suddenly approached Qingfeng's cheek. After observing it carefully for a long time, he exclaimed, "You look good, but it's a pity that I'm blind." Qingfeng showed a kind smile and said, "I can see it." The little succubus was instantly shocked and said in disbelief, "A blind man can see? But I think your strength is low." "It's okay. Then I will reluctantly conclude a contract with you." Qingfeng was still the kind smile. He gently grabbed the little devil's hand and then immediately released his spiritual power to pull her whole body up, then put her on his lap. Ass up. He pulled out his white and tender jade finger-like hand and aimed it at her ass to give her a beating. The little succubus was spanked. Her face panicked. She wanted to resist, but she couldn't resist and could only be spanked by you. Qingfeng, she was very shocked. She couldn't figure out why his power was so great. The realm is obviously one level lower than her. Qingfeng said while fighting, "Child, what was said? I shouldn't be angry, just teach me a lesson." So the breeze blew for more than half an hour. Half an hour later, the little succubus squatted in a small corner and stroked her ass with a loveless face. But she doesn't resent Qingfeng. On the contrary, there is an absolute recognition of Qingfeng, because in her heart, the owner she wants to sign is a handsome, strong person. Now she has met. After a few seconds, the little succubus was resurrected with full blood. She looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha, I didn't expect that I could meet a handsome and strong man and sign a contract with me." She laughed halfway through and seemed to be choked by her own saliva. Begins to cough violently. She went back to the corner and began to adjust. Ahem, oh. Ahem seems to be unable to adjust and the cough has not stopped. What kind of mentally retarded thing did I summon? Qingfeng couldn't stand it anymore, shook his head, got up helplessly, came to the side of the little succubus, and patted her on the back behind her. Soon the little devil eased up. He smiled at Qingfeng with saliva and said, "Thank you." "No thanks." Qingfeng returned to the bedside after saying that and began to doubt that he was born. The little devil saw that he also came to his side and smirked. "Let's hurry up and conclude the contract." "Any contract will do." Qingfeng looked at her face. After a long silence, he finally said, "Can I refuse?" The little succubus instantly felt like a bolt from the blue, directly hugging Yu Qingfeng's thigh and crying, "No, I was finally summoned once. I don't want to be the crap succubus in hell anymore." "Master, do you know how I lived in hell? The last time a succubus is born has the strength of a platinum 9-star. I have no status in hell at all. Other strong people don't look down on me, and I can't afford decent clothes. If you go back, you will be bullied. You see that I am so miserable. You are kind enough to take me in. I absolutely listen to you." With the little devil's words, Qingfeng's face is getting darker and darker. At this moment, it seems that the world has abandoned him. Why is this happening? I thought I was very European. Unexpectedly, I won a hellish special prize, and the most delicious one of all succubus was drawn. It seems that the IQ is not very high. The TM. In this way, Qingfeng doubted himself for half an hour, and the little succubus cried next to him for half an hour. The more I listen to the breeze, the more uncomfortable it becomes. He is not sympathetic to the little succubus. He sympathized with himself and felt that he was too pitiful. Qingfeng sighed, looked at the crying little succubus and said, "Okay, it's you." The little succubus was stunned for a moment when he heard this, wiped the snot that flowed out and said with a smile on his face, "I knew you were a good person." Yu Qingfeng was speechless when he saw her like that. Contract, the succubus agrees to conclude a contract with you, yes and no to conclude. Yes, no. Qingfeng clicked, and suddenly the little devil emitted a black mist and something seemed to be imprinted on her abdomen. The black mist gradually dissipated. Qingfeng's heart seemed to be touched. When he looked at the little devil again, an inexplicable sense of intimacy surged up. Ding! The contract was concluded successfully. Order, your succubus doesn't have a name yet. Please choose a name for her. Name. To be filled. Name? Do you want to think of a name again? Alas, I feel like it's a hassle to think of a name. Yu Qingfeng looked at the little devil and asked directly, "Little devil, what name do you want?" Now the little devil is still in the joy of successful conclusion, and his eyes light up when he hears that Qingfeng wants to name her. Grabbed Qingfeng's hand and said excitedly, "Name? Can I have a name too? Can I also have a name that only a higher demon has?" Qingfeng nodded and responded, "If you don't have a name, how should I call you?" "Call you a succubus directly." "Little succubus?" She touched her little horn and smirked. "It seems to be. Names, I can do it. As long as the owner thinks, I like it." Yu Qingfeng. Li Ergu? How about this name? Qingfeng asked tentatively. Little succubus. I think I can change my name. The little devil said cautiously. Qingfeng looked at the little succubus with a disliking face, and was speechless. "Isn't it that you like whatever name you say? Since you don't like it, then I'll think of a few more for you." Qingfeng groped his chin again and thought about it seriously. Suddenly he had an idea, as if he thought of a good name. He looked at the little succubus with a smile on his face. The little succubus also seemed to see that Qingfeng thought of a good name. His immature and cute cheeks were slightly red, and he looked at Yu Qingfeng expectantly. Qingfeng also said slowly, Zhang Meili, little succubus. The little succubus's originally expectant face instantly pulled down his crotch, and then flashed with a disgusted expression, although it was a flash, but the breeze clearly captured. He smiled kindly and said, did you just show a disgusted expression? I thought about this name for a long time before I came up with it. When the little succubus saw Qingfeng's smile, his heart trembled, suddenly covered his buttocks and panicked for a while, and finally opened his eyes wide, put his hand to his mouth and pretended to be stupid and said, Master, this is not a thing. I like all the names the master wants. Is this to get by? He didn't believe in evil this time, and he must come up with a good name. Wan Fugue, Li Juezi, Wang Dagong. Half an hour later, Qingfeng reported many names in one go, but the little succubus didn't like it, and Qingfeng was a little tired. He really couldn't think of any good name. Bai Qi pushed open the door with a bunch of ingredients with a smile on his face, and said, young master, I will buy you all the ingredients you want. Come, it's over. Yu Qingfeng and the little succubus also looked at Bai Qi. The three of them glared at each other. The little succubus looked at Qingfeng curiously and said, Master, who is he? The atmosphere seemed to be awkward. Bai Qi's next sentence was on his lips, but he couldn't say anything. He looked at the little succubus in ragged clothes and only 1.45 meters tall. Then I also looked at Yu Qingfeng. Immediately reacted. With a face full of enlightenment, he said, young master, calm your anger. I'll leave immediately. After saying that, he exited the room. Also brought the door. Qingfeng looked at the little succubus and said, this is my sword spirit. In the future, you will be like him. Just call me young master. By the way, don't move here. He took out a measuring tape measure from the space ring and gave the little devil a measure. I'll find you a piece of clothing. After saying that, Qingfeng walked out of the room with a dark face, and just as he went out, he saw Bai Qi preparing to wash vegetables. He walked over without thinking. Bai Qi saw that the person who came was Yu Qingfeng, and immediately thought that what was happening in the room was also embarrassing for a while. He didn't know what to say, so he sent a messenger to say, young master, are you done? Yu Qingfeng. Qingfeng beat Bai Qi without thinking. After the fight, he said to Bai Qi, who had a blue nose and a swollen face, that is my summon creature. He will be our partner in the future. By the way, you have to teach her how to do her homework then. She's a little silly. Take care of her more and be smarter when the time comes. You go buy a few clothes and come back. That's right. Qingfeng took out a piece of paper and a pen to write down the three-dimensional data of the little succubus and threw it to Bai Qi, and said, according to this ratio. After saying that, Yu Qingfeng returned to the room and continued to think of a name for the little succubus. About half an hour passed. Qingfeng said to the little succubus, Qianshan, how about you Qianshan? The little succubus's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Yu Qingfeng's hand and said excitedly, that's it. Yu Qianshan, that's the name. This is my name. As he spoke, tears flashed in the corners of his eyes, as if it is a rare thing to get a nice name from Yu Qingfeng. The rest of the time, Qingfeng taught her some knowledge. Primary school math problems, there are some basic common sense. At the same time, Qingfeng gradually knew about the succubus and Qianshan's situation in the hell demon world. Succubus energy is maintained by essence. In fact, it doesn't matter if you don't rely on it, but if you want to become stronger, you have to rely on your spirit. It's a genetic limitation on race. Most of the descriptions in previous lives are the same. However, this essence can be absorbed from the air, and ordinary succubus will put the target into a deep sleep and then fabricate some strange dreams so as to absorb the essence, but Qianshan has never absorbed the essence. Although she is a succubus, she can't even do the most basic fabricated dreams. It's not how difficult it is to fabricate dreams, it's that I don't know what to do after fabricating a dream. So Qianshan has a very vague impression of this. Plus succubus is also divided into low, medium and high. It is divided into low, middle, and upper. The low-level succubus already has a platinum level, so even a low-ranking succubus looks down on Qianshan. She wanted to ask other succubus to get knowledge, but she couldn't. Therefore, she also set dreams and goals. That is to become the strongest and greatest succubus. Sounds inspiring. Anyway, Qingfeng became more and more uncomfortable after hearing it. What kind of luck am I? It's uncomfortable and a little happy at the same time. If a serious succubus really comes, you may have strange dreams every day at night. The current breeze is simply a contradiction. Joy and sadness. Alas, Qingfeng sighed and secretly made up his mind to transform Yu Qianshan. After all, Qingfeng is not a frivolous person. Since Qianshan has become his summon, he naturally has to be different from other succubus, and he must become a unique succubus in the world. Be modest. Gentle, you can't be so stupid. So Qingfeng said to Qianshan earnestly, Qianshan, since you don't know the knowledge of succubus, I do know some. Don't worry, I will definitely make you a unique succubus in the world. Qianshan's face showed a slight red, and her eyes revealed a she-like gaze looking at Yu Qingfeng, and said excitedly, really? Can you really teach me? It's so good that I can meet you. As he said that, he was so moved that he cried, and there was a wipe of snot and tears. It's just embarrassing. Okay, don't cry. Qingfeng said speechlessly, if you want to be a good succubus, what's the point of crying every day. The first rule of being a succubus is that you must not cry. Look, is there no one among you succubus crying? This is the main reason why you can't become a superior succubus.
Qianqian was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that other succubus demons had really never cried. Suddenly realized, he quickly stopped crying.
Sit carefully and listen to Yu Qingfeng's lecture.
Seeing Qianqian like this, Qingfeng also nodded with relief, wiped away his tears and continued.
Since you can do it without crying, then I'll teach you the 24-word succubus mantra. You have to listen carefully. I will only say this kind of secret once.
Qianqian nodded vigorously with her cute little head, and soon the voice of the breeze slowly came. Democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, friendliness. Qingfeng also patiently explained the meaning of each word, so Qingfeng taught her the core socialist values. He also taught him that there is a difference between men and women, even emphasized shame for a long time. Yu Qianqian also listened carefully. This was the first time someone taught her knowledge, and she cherished it very much. Soon, Professor Qingfeng's knowledge was written down word for word. Half an hour later, a pure succubus was born. Now Yu Qianqian knew how ashamed he was now, and his face turned red unconsciously. She looked at Yu Qingfeng carefully. That little look was completely different from her previous carefree look. Yu Qingfeng nodded with great satisfaction when he saw this effect, which was exactly the effect he wanted. He even had to teach her Western aristocratic etiquette in the future.
There is also the elegant culture of the East. Then I was trying to find a way to change her again. In this way, Yu Qingfeng can have a unique, super powerful, loyal succubus. In this way, many things don't need to be worried about Qingfeng. You can let Yu Qianqian do it. But about 7 or 8 minutes later, Qingfeng's dream was shattered. Qianqian returned to her previous appearance again, even more cheerful than before.
What is this situation?
Qingfeng asked Qianqian and said, what about your shame? Forget what I told you before. Some things cannot be shown to the opposite sex at will. Do you know the basic values of succubus? You have to know.
I know. Qianqian interrupted Qingfeng's words. Her cheeks were a little red, and she twisted and said, Master,
not a casual opposite sex. Pop! The sound of items falling came from the door.
Qingfeng and Qianqian turned their heads to look and saw Bai Qi with a dull face again.
History is always so strikingly similar. Qianqian reacted immediately.
Thinking of the common sense taught by Qingfeng in his mind, his face turned rosy unconsciously, and an inexplicable sense of shame surged up.
This is the first time in so many years as a succubus that she felt. She immediately hid behind Qingfeng. After covering the key parts, carefully poked out his cute little head from the side and looked at Bai Qi. Bai Qi's brain went down directly. He knew that he was bad again.
It must be indispensable to be beaten by Qingfeng, so he endured his embarrassment and said, Young master, all the clothes you want are here,
and skillfully closed the door. Qingfeng was a little grateful to Bai Qi.
Because of Qianqian's words, he really didn't know how to continue, so Bai Qi came just right.
The breeze comes to the door. He picked up the clothes on the ground and patted the dust on them. He got up and returned to Qianqian's side and said, It's all said. You want to call me young master? I don't like the word master. From now on, you can just call me young master. This is your dress. Take it and wear it.
Qingfeng stretched out his hand and handed the clothes to Yu Qianqian.
Then he left the room extremely indifferently.
Yu Qianqian held the clothes in her hand tightly on the spot, looking at Yu Qingfeng curiously and with a hint of shame.
The breeze came outside.
I still saw Bai Qi at a glance, and he was kneeling on the ground at this time. When he saw Qingfeng coming, he also said very sincerely, Young master, I'm sorry. Qingfeng stretched out his hand, and Bai Qi subconsciously closed his eyes. He thought Qingfeng was going to hit him. A few seconds later, he found that Qingfeng's attack was delayed, so he opened his eyes curiously. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Qingfeng smiling and stretching out a hand in front of him, as if he wanted him to grab it.
He looked at Yu Qingfeng.
Bai Qi grabbed his hand, and the whole spirit was pulled up by him, and Bai Qi's brain was still in a state of confusion at this time. He was actually pulled up by the young master. The good thing that broke the young master was not beaten. Bai Qi got up and looked at Qingfeng. He couldn't figure out what this situation was. Qingfeng said with a smile, It's okay, remember to knock on the door or notify me next time you enter the room.
And don't keep thinking that I will hit you. What I hate most is violence. Bai Qi.
At this moment, Yu Qianqian also got dressed and walked out of the room, and Qingfeng turned his head to look at her.
Qianqian's cheeks were slightly red, and he said, Lord, young master, is it good looking?
Qingfeng also watched carefully. She was dressed in light green on her chest and had a thin red ribbon beside her. The shoulders and sleeves are translucent. There are many patterns on it, plus Xiao Qianqian's cute cheeks, has a pure and lovely temperament.
Looking at her ancient robe, Qingfeng also nodded and said, It's very suitable.
Then Qingfeng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have
another chance to summon. He turned to Bai Qi and said, Her name is Yu Qianqian. In the future, you will teach Qianqian to do questions. Teach him what you taught yourself. Forget it, it's enough to teach her elementary kendo, junior high school knowledge.
The rest teach him some morality, thoughts and morals,
skills have you learned? If you don't learn it, don't teach it first, give her a few brain teasers. Young master, I also want to summon new summons. I'll cook for you later. After saying that, Qingfeng was about to start a new round of summoning, and he walked to the open space not far away and clicked on the system. Tap summon again. This summoning is similar to the previous process. It's just that there is no choice. A huge vortex appeared again in front of him, but this time it was a white vortex. This kind of whirlpool is not only seen by Yu Qingfeng. Bai Qi and Yu Chanxian behind him could see it. Their eyes widened. Bai Qi couldn't help but speak. This is a space tunnel. Does the young master want to summon creatures from other worlds? Yu Chanxian beside him also found something wrong when she heard this. She quickly took a closer look at the surrounding buildings, as well as the clothes on her body, and was shocked to find that there were clothes and buildings here. It doesn't seem to be the style of their world, and the language of the mouth. It is no longer their language in the Hell Demon world. She hadn't noticed it before, until I saw the space tunnel of Qingfeng, and what Bai Qi had just said. She realized that she seemed to have come to another world. She couldn't help but exclaim, wow, I was summoned by someone from another world and came to another world. I also signed a contract with someone from another world. Yu Qingfeng, who heard this not far away, was also speechless, and it took so long for her to react. This is not an ordinary stupidity. Soon a card appeared in front of Qingfeng again, and he took it down. When I turned over, I saw a gorgeously dressed woman. Exquisite looks, long, pointed ears. There is also a small golden crown on top of the head. Immediately, the breeze shocked her. Is this an elf? Am I the emperor again? His heart, which had been extinguished, burned again. I was so excited that I almost opened my eyes. But he hasn't seen the specific data yet. He suppressed his excitement again, and then carefully moved his gaze down, and the specific data about this elf was also eye-catching. Race, elf, angel type. Name, Lindsay Modesty, can be changed. Height, 1.75. Strength, platinum 9 stars. Personality, positive and cheerful, pure in heart, timid and afraid of things. Note, this is a bright personality. Please explore the specific hidden personality by yourself. Hobbies, like animals. Ambition, become a unique elf queen. I hit. Did I really win the lottery? Ambition, become an elf queen so she is an elf princess? Look at these hobbies and personalities. They are properly housekeepers. The wet nurse behind the battle. Although Qingfeng doesn't need it, she can take care of the house. If you really can't do it, you can still give it to my parents. Be a nanny and clean up the housework. The elf princess takes care of the house. No one else has this treatment yet. Woohoo! But what is this bright personality? Could it be that there is still a hidden personality? It shouldn't be very serious. Forget it. The obvious personality is so good, and the hidden personality is definitely not bad. Definitely not bad. Ha ha ha, I must have won the lottery this time. It shouldn't be possible to have a strange IQ like Qianxian. Kahahaha, I can't think of it. I also have today. This time Yu Qingfeng was no longer patient. Joy is on my face. He turned his head again and said to Qianxian and Bai Qi, you two go wash the dishes. Young master, I'm in a good mood again. I'll make delicious food for you later. Yu Qianxian and Bai Qi looked at each other. They both saw dazedness in each other's eyes, and the two of them didn't know why Qingfeng was laughing there. They also did not see the summons, but seeing Qingfeng's happy smile, it was also a faint guess. Could it be that an item has been summoned? Bai Qi shook his head. Sooner or later he would know anyway, so he consciously brought 2 basins and 2 small stools. He took out the vegetables he had bought earlier and separated the vegetables and meat into the basin. After seeing it, Qianxian also hurriedly came over to help. At the same time, Qianxian also secretly made up his mind. This is the master's first task. Be sure to do it well. So thousands of meats are washed, and Bai Qi is washed vegetables. They sat not far from Qingfeng, looking at Yu Qingfeng while washing vegetables. Just a few minutes later, their washing motion stopped unconsciously, and they saw that Qingfeng seemed to be holding something in his hand, and then the thing suddenly glowed. Then it soared into the sky like a streamer. Then it was like I had lost my energy, withered. Directly and weakly not far from the breeze, he stopped. A tall figure slowly condensed into. The two of them were also very curious about what Qingfeng had summoned. Soon the light that covers fades away. When they saw it clearly, they were suddenly surprised. The breeze was even more stagnant. They only saw a wound all over their body. The pale green clothes were tattered, the luxurious gold ornaments on her body were broken, and the white flowers were covered with scars everywhere, especially the abdomen. It was a deep, deep knife edge. The blood flowed. Her originally dignified and luxurious little crown is now impregnated with blood. Look at Yu Qingfeng at this moment. Where is there still that happy appearance? He looked at the elf princess lying on the ground not far away. With trembling hands, he took out a pack of harmless flowers from the space ring and lit it. Try to hypnotize yourself and make yourself feel like it's a dream. After waking up, I was still very moved. But since he has never smoked, the whole person was choked. Children are not allowed to smoke. This made him instantly distinguish the reality. What is the situation? The pictures given by the system are still good, but this TM product is not right, he said to the system in his mind. Is the system there? Yes. Yes. What kind of goods are not the right thing you TM give? The picture does not match the real thing. I'm TM returning.
Order, the picture is for reference only. Please refer to the actual product.
Meanwhile,
Order, this system does not provide return function.
Yu Qingfeng, what kind of system are you? Your system is very harmful. Alas, what is this?
Wait until that day to use the curse system to see if you can change the fate of your non-chieftain.
Thinking of this, Qingfeng reluctantly stepped forward to check.
After all, this is his summon, or a princess, but she can't let her die, although it was free prostitution.
But it's better than nothing. Qingfeng picked her up, placed on a table in the courtyard.
At this moment, the elf princess's face was pale. His eyes were closed, and he would tremble from time to time, which seemed to be very painful. He looked carefully. It was found that there seemed to be a black energy substance in the wound, which had been corroding her body. The breeze stretched out a white jade hand. Use cold jade hands. The whole hand became jade visible to the naked eye, and a cold breath emerged. He gently touched the huge wound on her abdomen. A graceful moan came. Qingfeng didn't stop because of this, but continued to grope for the wound.
The moaning sound kept coming. Shanxian's face is getting darker and darker.
While washing the vegetables, he said, if I'm not mistaken.
That looks like an elf. Also with a crown. Either the queen or the princess. It's shameless.
As the moans became more and more frequent, Shanxian couldn't listen anymore, so she simply stopped washing the dishes. The core socialist values are recited in his mouth.
With cute little steps,
menacingly came to Qingfeng's side and then looked at the elf princess.
Bai Qi looked at Yu Qianqian.
Then he looked at the dishes in his hand again. He thought about it carefully. This kind of thing didn't seem to help, so he simply continued to wash the vegetables. Qingfeng looked at the person who looked at Yu Qianqian and said in surprise, Qianqian, you came just in time. I just wanted to call you over.
Since you are a succubus, you must know about elves. You are probably from the same world. I want to ask you, do you know what this is?
Qingfeng spread his clenched fists,
revealing the pile of black matter in the palm of your hand.
Shanxian looked carefully and seemed to think of something.
He smirked at Qingfeng and said, young master, I don't know, but it seems to have been seen somewhere. What is the plague called? I forgot. The breeze is full of helplessness. Sighed, and finally shook his head and didn't expect Shanxian continue to clear the black matter for the elf princess. At the same time, he said in his heart, what have I summoned? Alas, I shouldn't count on her. Just his brain, obviously to be developed. Even if you know it, it will definitely not be clear.
It seems that she has to teach her language and logical thinking.
But I was really unlucky. A stupid succubus who doesn't know anything, and an elf princess who is seriously injured.
Shanxian also panicked when she saw Qingfeng's expression, thinking that Qingfeng was disappointed in her, and she was thinking wildly in her heart. By the way, I also made up an abandon plot.
It's over. The owner must be disappointed in me. Wait a minute, will the contract be terminated? Am I going to be alone again? It's over, it's done. The more she thought about it, the whiter her face became. No way.
You must remember what this is. Shanxian touched her little head and thought wildly.
Memories of the past are gradually floating,
but her previous strength was too weak.
It's good to be alive. Where do you know so many secrets?
As time went on, she became more and more anxious, but she really couldn't think of it. She could only kick her feet on the spot. Tears were rolling in her eyes, and she cried herself abruptly. The breeze removed all the black matter of the elf princess. Just as I was about to take out the silver-level spirit fruit that I had previously drawn in the live broadcast system lottery, as well as the spirit fruit with healing effect, he also noticed her strangeness. So he turned his head to look at Shanxian, and when he turned his head, he saw her expression that was about to burst into tears, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly asked, Shanxian, are you like this? Did you think of something unhappy? Or did Bai Qi bully you? Bai Qi, who was washing vegetables, raised his head in confusion, took a secret glance and continued to wash vegetables.
Shanxian
shook his head, hugged Qingfeng's thigh again, and said, young master, I'm sorry.
I can't do this kind of little thing well. Can you not abandon Shanxian? Small things, abandoned? Qingfeng subconsciously looked at Bai Qi,
found that Bai Qi was washing vegetables hard at this moment, and there was an empty seat next to him.
Boy, isn't this a dish that you can't wash, just because of this?
This little guy won't come up with something strange in his head.
He sighed helplessly, touched Shanxian's head and said, it's okay, I don't blame you. It's good to learn it next time. There is a first time for everything.
I got used to it after a long time. I won't abandon you. If you really can't do it, you are the same as Bai Qi. I trained him as an accessory and a housekeeper from the beginning.
Shanxian raised his head to look at you, Qingfeng Dao. Won't you really abandon me? Qingfeng nodded.
Suddenly Shanxian's tears seemed to flow down without money, and she cried in a daze, master, you were so good to me.
I'm really lucky to meet you.
I thought about it for a long time and really couldn't think of what that black thing was, but I seem to have seen it before, and it was owned by a very powerful person in the Hell Demon realm.
I really can't figure it out. I only know that he is very powerful.
Many demons in the Hell Demon realm are very afraid of him.
I can tell a little bit or something I accidentally heard when I passed by other succubus. I know something but I can't say say it. I can't do a small thing like this. The master not only did not blame me, but also encouraged me. Woo. Isn't it about washing vegetables? Qingfeng was speechless for a while. He moved Qianqian away and said, have you forgotten what I taught you before? The first thing a succubus does is not to cry. I hate crying the most. Okay, you go wash the vegetables first. I'll make something delicious for you later. Hearing Qingfeng say that he hates crying the most, he was so frightened that Qianqian hurriedly stopped crying. Then he returned to Bai Qi honestly. Qingfeng took out the spirit fruit. Crush it. Then he took out a funnel and put it on her mouth, and then stuffed the mashed spirit fruits into the funnel in one go. Seeing that she couldn't swallow it, he also condensed a giant hammer with water and stuffed it hard. After the event, the elf princess's body also glowed slightly. The wounds on the body gradually healed, but the healing speed was really a bit slow. Qingfeng also doesn't heal skills, but the breeze doesn't matter. He could feel the spirit princess's aura gradually stabilizing, so he doesn't care about the rest. Qingfeng came directly to Bai Qi and took the dishes they washed. Then I started making food not far away. He took out a kitchen knife, started chopping, and at this time, a voice suddenly came. Brother Yu, what's going on? Qingfeng looked up and saw the lord beside the elf princess and then facing Qingfeng, and he was not surprised by the lord's arrival. Because the lord came to take Qingfeng away from the 49th floor, he smiled awkwardly, and before Qingfeng could answer, Qianqian beside him took the lead in attacking. Then he was pinched by the lord like a chick. Now Qianqian's entire demon was shocked. She could feel that this person's strength was at least a top-level demon in hell. What kind of world is this? This person seems to know the owner. It's over. I'm causing trouble. I took action without permission. It won't ruin the friendly relationship between them. If that's the case, wouldn't it be the end of me and my master? The lord looked at Qianqian curiously, and then asked Qingfeng, what is the situation? Qingfeng gave a rough idea of the process. The lord was also very surprised, looked at the elf princess and Qianqian curiously, and muttered, this is a creature from another world? It's no different. It's not strange, it's pretty good looking. They look much better than those races in my desert city. It seems that you are a little busy. Case, does brother you plan to start again tomorrow? If you leave tomorrow, then I won't bother you. Qingfeng smiled gently and said, since I'm here, where is the reason to send off guests? Wait until I sign a contract with this elf princess. Let's set off immediately. Lord, you should wait here too. By the way, it's good to taste my craftsmanship, and don't brag to you about my cooking skills. Even on the 50th floor, it can be called a must. Ha ha ha, okay, then I'll try the craftsmanship of the little brother. The lord smiled. Qingfeng also made a rich meal. Qianqian looked at the large plate of dishes she had never seen before, and she was also excited.